Chapter 1, Childhood Sweetheart Twines with Another, Ill Beauty Hooks Dogs. Cough, cough. Yun Woo-yen weakly leaned against the bathtub, coughing. His raven black hair cascaded down his back, and his complexion was deathly pale. His breathing labored as he tried to muffle the sound with his hand pressed against his lips so those outside wouldn't hear. His entire body was slipping into the medicinal bath, yet there was little expression on his exquisite face. His right hand, tied with a red string, lay motionless on the edge of the tub. The only vividness came from the bright red mole at the base of his thumb, exuding life. Suddenly, the red thread began to tremble. Pale and translucent fingers clenched the edge of the bathtub, revealing faint blue veins beneath the skin. Yun Woo-yen caught his breath, suppressing dizziness and slowly sitting up, reaching for the brown sugar water on the shelf beside him. After drinking a couple of sips to ease his qi deficiency and low blood sugar, he waited for his vision to clear. When it did, he noticed bloody fingerprints on the glass cup. Looking down, sure enough, his palm was bloody, and the taste of blood lingered in his mouth. His throat felt as though it had been seared by fire, making even breathing painful. With practiced calm, Yun Woo-yen smeared the bloodstains into floral patterns, his voice chilly and ethereal. This time, the blood seems darker. Would he survive until his 20th birthday? Yun Woo-yen came from a wealthy family, the youngest child, spoiled endlessly and widely regarded as a prodigy painter in the art world. Unfortunately, since childhood, he had always been frail, gasping every 3 steps, coughing every 5. He was practically raised inside a medicine jar, a sickly youth. At 10 years old, while accompanying his parents to burn incense at a temple, they met a fortune teller. With silver hair and draped in a grey robe, the man appeared wise and mysterious. Seeing Yun Woo-yen, he shook his head and sighed, predicting a calamity in his destiny that would end his life before 20. Yun Woo-yen showed no reaction, he'd heard such talk often. Instead, it infuriated one of his young companions. Xie Jinyi snapped a bamboo stick on the spot, cursing loudly as he chased after the fortune teller halfway up a mountain. In the end, he returned holding a bouquet of wildflowers. He handed them over, flower by flower, asking, "Flower, flower, will my obedient baby live 100 years?" Then he took a deep breath, forcefully blowing each flower downwards. As the flowers nodded under the wind, little Xie Jinyi turned to look at his childhood sweetheart, smiling brightly with an almost, cracky new, intonation, "Sure thing, your obedient baby is going to live 100 years. Every time 10-year-old Yun Woo-yen received a flower, he counted them. Exactly 100 flowers. And his childhood sweetheart had blown exactly 365 times. Now, just past his 19th birthday, thoughts of the fortune teller's prophecy frequently surfaced in his mind. Though he didn't believe in mysticism, his frail body often left him feeling dizzy and frightened. Fortunately, there was always a warm presence circling around him. Cough, cough. Yun Woo-yen slowly regained his senses, washing off the blood from the cup. As the vertigo improved, the ringing in his ears faded too. A vibrant voice penetrated through the walls. 40, 41, 42. Waiting outside was Xie Jinyi. The young man was lifting dumbbells and counting numbers, his deep voice carrying a relaxed, somewhat roguelike charm, which brought comfort. Because Yun Woo-yen suffered from coldness in his body, he soaked in medicinal baths 3 or 4 times a week to dispel dampness and ward off cold. These sessions were long, and due to insufficient blood circulation and qi deficiency, he often fainted. Concerned, Xie Jinyi insisted on guarding him each time. For extra caution, Xie Jinyi devised a plan. He tied a red thread to Yun Woo-yen's wrist and hung its other end on a hat rack above, attached with 2 bells. If Yun Woo-yen lost consciousness, the bells would fall and ring out an alarm. This explained why Yun Woo-yen had kept his right hand immobile earlier. Tap. Yun Woo-yen placed the water cup back, looking at his right hand. Pale due to prolonged illness, the bluish veins were prominent under his dry skin. The red thread was neatly knotted in a butterfly knot around his wrist. Following the red thread upwards, 2 golden bells clung tightly together. Under the warm lighting, they cast an alluring glow, akin to a pair of intimate lovers. These bells were chosen by Xie Jinyi, the butterfly knot also made by him. Yun Woo-yen's gaze flickered, his eyes finally showing some color. Since childhood, he and Ashu were inseparable, glued together day after day. Their bond surpassed that of siblings. But after growing up, this brotherly affection clearly shifted. However, a certain fool was still clueless, firmly believing himself to be a straight male and them simply good friends. Whose good friends share a bed and cuddle together even after starting university? Recalling how the young man looked at him with innocent and pure eyes, never harboring any lustful intent, Yun Woo-yen lowered his eyes and smiled lazily. He flipped his wrist, catching the red thread and gave it a light tug. As the bells chimed sharply, those cool features gradually softened with mischief. Fine, be dense. Perfect. I love playing with dogs. Let's see what happens. When would the foolish dog bite the bait and wag its tail? Ding dang, ding dang. Just as Yun Woo-yen had anticipated, as soon as the bells rang, a tall dark shadow collided with the frosted door. The young man gripped the handle, speaking rapidly. Woo-woo, are you alright? Yun Wulyan deliberately didn't respond, closing his eyelids. His wrist wound around the red string repeatedly, slowly submerging into the water. Countdown for 3 seconds. A sly smile curved at the corner of his lips as he suddenly pulled the bells down hard. Bang! Woo-woo! Several voices rang out at once. Xie Jinyi dropped the dumbbell, rushing in anxiously. The young man was tall and upright with rippling muscles outlined smoothly. His black vest was half soaked in sweat, his silver-gray mullet hair partially tied back. A handsome face filled with worry appeared. He tore open the white gauze, dashing quickly to the tub. Just when Yun Wulyan's jaw was about to be drowned by the medicinal bath, he wrapped his arms around Yun Wulyan's shoulders and thighs, lifting him up urgently. Woo-woo, can't you breathe? Droplets of water slid down along his wet strands, splashing everywhere. Xie Jinyi became increasingly anxious and turned toward the bedroom, but suddenly, a delicate arm hooked around his neck. The cool fingertips brushed past his earlobe, tickling and electrifying. Don't move. A gentle voice came from within his embrace, hazy like dissipating mist, touching one's heart. I'm very sleepy. I want to sleep. His footsteps faltered as his eyes met those beautiful peach blossom eyes gradually opening. He sighed in relief, several standing hairs on his head drooping in the warm mist, looking obedient and tender. Still not fully reassured, he softly asked, do you feel unwell anywhere? Lying in the bathtub is uncomfortable. Yun Wulyan tilted his head upwards, a strand of blue silk stuck to his red lips creating a seductive clash. Long lashes fluttered, and it seemed as if there were blurred rain clouds behind his eyes, hiding his emotions. With weak coughs, he drew closer, collapsing onto Xie Jinyi's shoulder, his voice weak and powerless. In your arms feels better, so tired, let me borrow your shoulder to rest for a while. The vest got soaked, and warmth spread. The smell of small gladiolus mixed with the aroma of medicine surrounded them, luring and tranquil. Xie Jinyi's Adam's apple moved, instinctively tightening his grip, yet his dark phoenix eyes remained clean and pure without a hint of desire, only care and pride in youth showed. Well sure, I'm the Sunbrand hot water bag, specially warming for baby Wu. Lowering his head, he patted Yun Wulyan's soaking long hair, coaxing and teasing simultaneously, but we must dry our heads before sleeping or else Mr. Cold will forcefully love you again. Yun Wulyan's lips curled slightly, unwilling to move. Help me, Jin. Sure thing, servant follows command. Xie Jinyi chuckled lowly, stabilizing the person in one hand and covering Yun Wulyan with a towel. His tone was exceptionally indulgent. Good baby, please hang in there a bit longer. Oh, once you fall asleep, I'll secretly braid your hair. Here we go again. Yun Wulyan disliked braiding because it made his hair curly, making him seem feminine. He rested on Xie Jinyi's shoulder, staring at how his hair dampened the youth's vest, outlining seductive muscle lines. Ice in his eyes melted, interest spreading. I won't sleep. I don't want to leave tomorrow, I just want to spend more time with you. Both were freshmen this year. Yun Wulyan attended an art school, while Xie Jinyi studied in a sports academy. In the first month of university, they both needed military training. Due to health issues, Yun Wulyan took a leave of absence, but Xie Jinyi had no choice but to go, thus he had been gloomy all day. When Xie Jinyi heard those last few words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly, instantly healed, excitedly spinning Yun Wulyan around. I knew it, baby Wu, you definitely missed me too. We've never been apart for such a long time. No problem, if the military training is strictly supervised, I'll climb over the wall to show you magic tricks, a disappearing act. The bell jingled, water drops splashed. Yun Wulyan felt dizzy from being spun around and clutched the wolf-tail hairstyle of the young man beside him, glaring coldly, absolutely no climbing over walls, you'll lose points for bad behavior. Show proper conduct. Their gazes intertwined, Xie Jinyi raised an eyebrow with a smile, appearing as though there was a big tail wagging behind him. Understood, understood. Guaranteed to bring back an outstanding soldier title for Commander Wu. Only then did Yun Wulyan release the wolf tail, patting the young man's face, very good, keep it up. The imaginary tail immediately flapped around frantically. After soaking in the medicinal bath, Yun Wulyan still had to wash with clear water. Xie Jinyi often handled these tasks skillfully. At 192 centimeters tall, he kneeled halfway before the bathtub like a tame giant loyal hound. Once done cleaning, he swiftly carried Yun Wulyan back to the bedroom. His back soaked and troublesome. Xie Jinyi worried that the moisture from his clothes would wet the bed, so without hesitation, he simply took off his shirt. The hum of the hairdryer reverberated with warmth as Yun Wulyan slumped on the bedside, eyelids lowered. Unintentionally falling asleep amidst tender care. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Xie Jinyi knelt on one knee onto the bed and poked Yun Wulyan's face, confirming that he was truly asleep. Glancing at the double boiler by the nightstand, his expression turned regretful as he softly complained, you didn't even say goodnight to me, nor did you get a chance to taste tonight's late-night snack. He muttered softly, while adjusting Yun Wulyan's sleeping posture and covering him properly with the blanket. His gaze fell on Yun Wulyan's smooth long hair, and Xie Jinyi's smile turned mischievous. Afraid of being scolded by Wu Wu, he dared not secretly braid her hair, but... Suddenly, both hands of the young man each grabbed a strand of long hair, creating a cloud-like shape centered around Yun Wulian's head on the ivory pillow. He then stealthily took a photo. In the end, he even set the picture as his wallpaper. Huh, so cute. Xie Jinyi hopped off the bed, laughing a few times before suddenly clamping his mouth shut. Picking up the double boiler, he tiptoed away. In the corridor, he snapped another photo of the double boiler. Inside was red bean osmanthus glutinous rice balls. The sweet and soft red beans paired perfectly with the chewy white jade dumplings, all topped with dried osmanthus flowers, appearing irresistible. Alas! This evening, I didn't receive any compliments from Wu Wu. Xie Jinyi felt a little disheartened, taking a bite. He proudly boasted to himself, a delicacy worthy of 5 stars. Yun Wulian has had a poor appetite since childhood, with many dietary restrictions due to his delicate health. To please him, Xie Jinyi began climbing stools at 8 or 9 years old to learn cake making from a nutritionist. This passion spanned over a decade. Last year, he even secretly became a food blogger behind Yun Wulian's back. It started out merely as daily documentation, but unexpectedly gained popularity. Thinking about the month-long military training seclusion ahead, Xie Jinyi bit into the spoon and clicked open Weibo, planning to take a leave from his fans. The account initially existed solely because of Yun Wulian, and its very creation was also related to him, called Chapter 2, Fans Advice, Lock Your Wife in the Dark Room. The content creator, is striving to fatten up his childhood friend. Xie Jinyi was very satisfied with this role, and every day he was working hard to fulfill the responsibilities of an His daily vlogs were all self-filmed using a tripod. They captured him clapping hands, working, capturing scenes during transitions, and finally close-ups of desserts, with a focus on leisure and spontaneity. Because of the unique nature of his persona, never showing his face or revealing his real name, his fans didn't know what to call him. Until one day Xie Jinyi mentioned something in an update. He had skipped class to deliver a little cake to his childhood friend at the art studio but unfortunately got caught by the art teacher. He was forced to wear fairy wings and perform the one-legged stand, becoming an unpaid model for the art students. He also mentioned that if it weren't for his childhood friend waving at him, he would have run away long ago. He ranked first in long-distance running, and no one could have caught him. At the end of his journal post, he proudly boasted that his childhood friend had drawn a flower on his head and secretly fed him a piece of candy when the art teacher wasn't looking. The fans found it adorable. Thus, they gave him an interesting nickname, the caretaker student. Xie Jinyi gathered his thoughts, edited the content, and updated his status. Striving to fatten up the childhood friend, the wretched college student is going to military training camp, so the great plan to fatten up the childhood friend has to be postponed for a month. Alas, I missed feeding my childhood friend his midnight snack tonight because he was already asleep. So, you guys can enjoy it instead. Zoom in to take a good look at this bowl of red bean osmanthus dumplings. Good night. No hunger dreams, and eat more in your dreams. After posting the Weibo, even Xie Jinyi laughed himself. His captions were teasing and sarcastic, surely, the fans would criticize him. Indeed. After refreshing his Weibo and opening the comment section, the first comment he saw was like a million knives stabbing at him. Not younger brother, did your wife kick you off the bed? Otherwise, why would you not be hugging your wife and sleeping, but come here to taunt us instead? May you get sunburned black, and may your wife kick you out too. Why is it that when your wife falls asleep, you kiss her too fiercely? Yo-yo, the red bean signifies longing, already hinting that your wife will miss you before you even leave. Caretaker student, is your wife going to military training? If she's not, then why don't you just give her temporary control of the account? Haha, we'd like to see how your wife can fatten herself up. Wawa, the warm little sweet cakes that warm my dead body are going to stop updates. My sugar, my food supply, caretaker, you're useless. Why didn't you just tie your wife to your belt and drag her away with you? Hahaha, you all keep calling her, your wife, wait until our straight guy, caretaker starts raging again, grabs his waist, and loudly replies, we are just friends. As Xie Jinyi scrolled through the comments, his face was full of helplessness. Are the red beans in poetry the same as the ones here? The red beans in poetry are poisonous, but his red beans are actually Job's tears, which can be used medicinally, they nourish the spleen and stomach. How many times does he need to explain this to these people before they believe that he and Wu Wu are innocent friends? Xie Jinyi was feeling quite a headache. At the beginning, when he opened the account, he planned to transfer the account to Yun Wulian after a while, giving him a small surprise. Who knew that from some point onward, words like, sweet couple, your wife, and, are you married, started appearing frequently in the comment sections, along with some unspeakable remarks. How could he possibly show any of this to Wu Wu? Wu Wu's heart isn't strong, if she gets angry, what could he do? They can't let them keep teasing like this anymore. It needs to get serious. Xie Jinyi locked onto a highly upvoted comment, why, when your wife sleeps, do you kiss her too fiercely, and quickly replied firmly. Effortlessly fattening up my childhood friend, kiss a ghost. We're pure best friends. Don't say such things anymore, or you'll end up in the blacklist darkroom. The reply came swiftly. It's fine, bro, since I have multiple accounts, I'd suggest locking your wife in the black room to kiss her. Winking face with tongue. No. Why does the term, bro, sound so snarky? And what's the meaning behind that last sentence? That is simply defaming his and Wu Bao's pure friendship as siblings. Xie Jinyi wasn't about to back down, just as he wanted to respond with a string of rolls, footsteps sounded. He looked up, it was Yun Wulian's mother, Yun Lanyu. Yun Lanyu and her husband Chu Qingyan were perfectly matched childhood sweethearts who had been betrothed as infants. They deeply loved each other, and before getting married, they agreed that boys would take their father's surname and girls would take their mother's surname. Since both children turned out to be boys, the younger son, Yun Wulian, took his mother's surname. Moreover, the Xiechu families had a deep bond, and the children called the parents of the other family godfather and godmother. A Jean darling. The woman smiled and greeted Xie Jinyi. She held a tray, her dark red silk nightgown resembling a blooming rose, bright and regal. Her pearl-clasped chestnut wave curls added a touch of gentleness. Due to excellent care, there wasn't a trace of age on her face. Leaving so early? Why not stay and play a bit longer? Xie Jinyi tucked his phone into his pocket and quickly stepped forward, calling her respectfully as godmother. Wu Wu's asleep. I don't want to disturb him. Sleeping already at 8. Yun Lanyu looked towards her son's room and asked worriedly, Jean, is Wu Wu unwell? No, no. Xie Jinyi shook his head hastily. Dry mom, don't worry. Wu Wu's just sleepy. That's good. Yun Lanyu let out a sigh of relief and then asked, by the way, I heard a loud bang downstairs earlier. Did you two get hurt or bump into anything? That was the dumbbell falling on the floor, Xie Jinyi replied. Nothing happened to us, it's the floor that's crying. Yun Lanyu laughed at the young man's humor and teased back, be more careful next time, or the floor will not only wail but also pack its bags and run away. After saying this, she glanced down at the tray in her hands, her brow furrowing again. On the tray were Chinese medicine and preserved fruit. Yun Wulian was a preemie with a history of heart disease. A slight chill would cause him to catch a cold or even collapse unconscious after spitting blood. Since he was small, he was constantly dependent on herbal remedies, medicinal baths, moxibustion treatments year by year without interruption. Fearing her son might pass out in the middle of the night, the Chu family had even hired a live-in TCM practitioner. The medicine. Yun Lanyu hesitated upon looking at the dark brown liquid, torn between fearing her son's condition might worsen if he missed a dose, yet also concerned about waking him up for such bitter-tasting medicine. Xie Jinyi's sharp gaze showed signs of conflict as well. Dry mom, how about? Smelling the strong herbal scent, his eyebrows knitted together. He raised his pitch-black phoenix-like eyes and suggested, tonight, let me drink it. Give Wu Wu's stomach a break. After pondering for a while, Yun Lanyu smiled and swatted away the young man's hand. Young man, medicine can't be taken casually. Feed it to Lord Sky instead, my son's healthy enough. Missing a bowl won't matter. Xie Jinyi agreed accordingly, yes, our little treasure's healthy and fine. They exchanged glances and smiled. Yun Lanyu noticed the dampness on the young man's undershirt and began reprimanding him, not just Wu Bao needs to keep healthy, so do you. Change your clothes if they're wet. Don't think you're invincible because you're young. Remember, there are your clothes in Wu Wu's wardrobe, right? How about spending the night here? Though Xie Jinyi wanted to stay, he still had piles of things to do. Not necessary, no need. With a mournful expression, Xie Jinyi grabbed a few pieces of candied fruit and waved his goodbye reluctantly. Dry mom, school starts tomorrow, and I haven't packed yet. I'll rush back home to take a shower. See you. Without hesitation, Yun Lanyu placed the plate of candied fruits onto his tray. Your share was prepared anyway. Take Wu Wu's part 2 tonight. Remember, prepare sunscreen for military training, September's sun is still quite harsh, don't get sunburned. Xie Jinyi obediently thanked her and left delightedly. Yet Yun Lanyu still felt uneasy about her dear son and planned to check on him before sleeping. Yun Wulian's room was on the 5th floor, with a direct elevator access to the backyard. There was even a balanced scooter parked in the corner. Xie Jinyi hopped onto one foot on the balanced scooter, pulled out his phone to check Weibo comments. Little did he know, not reading them until now revealed an unpleasant surprise, his previous reply comments skyrocketed to first place, replies in every nested thread agreeing with similar sentiments. Straight guy, just be straightforward, be careful that your beautiful childhood friend doesn't get stolen. Why didn't these people believe in his pure brotherly friendship with Wu Bao? Forget it. Without good male friendships themselves, they naturally wouldn't understand. Xie Jinyi lightly scoffed, holding the tray in one hand, and coolly rode away on the balanced scooter. The night view was splendid. The crescent moon resembled a hook, and the starry sky twinkled brightly. A gentle breeze swept over the yard, and the roses rustled softly. The silhouette of the young man cast on the wall flickered, vibrant and glowing brighter than the stars. At midnight, the moon hid behind the clouds, and all was quiet. The dim bedroom suddenly echoed with coughs. The frail beauty lay buried in pure white bedding, brows slightly knit, panting heavily, delicate fingers gripping the sheet tightly, their joints turning white. After a brief pause, he slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively reaching out beside him, it was icy cold, nobody there. Jean isn't here. Yun Woo-yen thought it was almost dawn, so he picked up his phone and squinted to check the time. It was only 12:09. That meant Jeannie not only hadn't left, but he might not even have gone to sleep. An idea immediately took root in his heart and began to spread. At that moment, he noticed a Weibo notification icon at the top of his screen. He swiped it down and saw a familiar post title appear, "Trying hard to fatten my little companion." Yun Woo-yen knew Xie Jinyi was a food blogger, and he had stumbled upon one of his posts by accident before. He immediately recognized this as the profile of his own dumb puppy. Even though Xie Jinyi kept it secret, Yun Woo-yen never mentioned it, instead creating a secondary account specifically to follow him. And why did he use a secondary account? Because he was also a popular blogger, and Xie Jinyi knew about it. His main persona exuded subtlety and delicacy. He specialized in drawing suggestive art, though it wasn't particularly risque. His work relied more on mood and style to create intense sexual tension, even simple backgrounds sparked imaginations. Yun Woo-yen rarely posted on his main account. Instead, he enjoyed lurking under Xie Jinyi's posts with his secondary account, watching some bumbling fools argue in the comments, and occasionally even liking posts from fans who were shipping them as a couple. Sometimes, he would even tease Xie Jinyi with his anonymous alter ego. Yun Woo-yen tapped into Xie Jinyi's Weibo page. He scrolled through and caught sight of an interesting comment. Red bean paste is for yearning. This person hasn't even gone away yet and is already hinting that their wife should miss them. A flicker passed through Yun Woo-yen's eyes as he clicked open the attached picture. The red beans in the bowl were cooked until fragrant and soft. A long-nurtured idea finally surged uncontrollably in his mind. He knew Jinya's intent tonight was innocent, he simply didn't want Yun Woo-yen to be hungry. But he himself was far from pure. Jinyi was leaving for a month. He couldn't bear it, missing him even before the departure, longing for someone to keep him company. And furthermore, Yun Woo-yen slowly sat up in bed, placing his hand on the pillow next to him and pressing it gently. There was still a small gift hidden here, not yet given. His deep black hair spilled across the bed like the finest silk brocade. After coughing faintly twice, he lifted his heavy eyelids slowly. His peach blossom eyes gazed toward Xie Jinyi's house through the dim night, his crimson lips curving upward in an indulgent smirk. Since longing was spreading unchecked. Then. It was time to start night fishing right away. Chapter 3, sharing the same pillow, tightly held in an embrace. Yun Woo-yen fumbled to turn on the light. The warm night lamp made the bedroom exceptionally cozy. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he leaned against a soft white line-patterned dog plush toy and opened WeChat. The top-placed contact in WeChat was Xie Jinyi. He had given the young man a very unique nickname, a dumb, stupid, tail-wagging dog. There was even an emoticon of a tongue-lolling dog following it. Xie Jinyi's avatar was also a dog, lolling its tongue with squinting eyes and smiling, wearing a little yellow flower on its head. It looked like a foolishly adorable Samoyed but was, in fact, a Czech wolf dog with silver-gray fur, cool and handsome yet still exuding a bit of stupidity. This avatar was drawn by Yun Woo-yen. Xie Jinyi had used it for 5 years without ever changing it. As for Yun Woo-yen, he often changed avatars, or rather, hints. He would use simple cartoon avatars to hint at someone's needs and moods. This was their exclusive little secret. What kind of avatar should I draw this time? Yun Woo-yen glanced at Xie Jinyi's silly avatar, his peach-shaped eyes slightly curved into a smile as his fingertips casually traced patterns on the screen. An idea quickly formed in his mind. He picked up the nearby tablet and opened a drawing app. In merely a minute, a rough yet vivid and imaginative avatar was completed. It showed a huge ice block that had frozen a cloud-shaped large bed. On the bed lay a long-haired little figure, curled up in a corner, shivering with cold, looking pitifully wretched. On the ice block, there was a small white cat with drooping ears wagging its tail, covering its belly. On the white cat's tail was tied a pale purple ribbon and 2 blossoms of night-blooming cereus. As the cold wind passed by, the petals began to fall one after another, making the scene unbearably sorrowful. After changing his WeChat avatar, Yun Woo-yen opened the chat box with Xie Jinyi. Afraid that the other might not check WeChat at night, he sent over a period. Then. He immediately retracted it. Yun Woo-yen stared at the screen, lips slightly parted, silently counting to 5 before his phone rang. It was a video call invitation from Xie Jinyi. He didn't answer immediately but counted down 5 more seconds. Once the video connected, Xie Jinyi's handsome face abruptly moved close to the lens. Having just finished a shower, his silver hair was all messy, water beads hanging from his high nose bridge, spreading a wild charm despite the unruly look. Yet, when he smiled, he appeared somewhat naive. Fuwu, is the answer to this picture riddle, that you are both cold and hungry, right? Yun Woo-yen's lips slightly curved upwards but he replied, guess. In the angle the camera couldn't capture, those slender white fingers were tracing a bone with flowers on the tablet. Through many years of training, the attendant classmate has become really good at picture-guessing games. Upon hearing Yun Wulian's prompt, Xia Jinya grabbed the towel hanging around his neck to dry his head. His wet hair was disheveled, his phoenix eyes carrying a smile as he responded confidently. I guess I am correct. The ice block represents being cold, and the kitty holding its flat stomach represents hunger. So what does my good girl want to eat? Xia Deliverman is already ready. Yun Wulian didn't object and smoothly followed up, asking, are there any red bean osmanthus glutinous rice balls left? There are. There are. I specifically left some warm in the pot just in case you woke up hungry in the middle of the night. I'll send them over immediately. Yun Wulian nodded gently and hung up the video. Xia family and Chu family were in the same villa complex. Xia Jinya frequently rode his skateboard or balance scooter over in the dead of night. The Chu family's door had his fingerprint recorded. About 10 minutes later, Yun Wulian received 2 WeChat messages from Xia Jinya. Stupid dumb tail wagging dog, report to the cute lifelong VIP customer, your takeout is on its way, almost there. Please prepare for pickup. The photo showed Xia Jinya standing outside the Chu house, only his lower half was visible. He was wearing black shorts, his legs strong and muscular, with a cool and stylish black and white skateboard beneath his feet. In his hands, he held a beige thermal box and still remembered to make a V sign with 2 fingers. Yun Wulian stared at the photo for half a minute, then silently saved it. Then he replied. Woo, the door is open for you. Stupid dumb tail wagging dog, received, the notorious flower thief will break into your boudoir tonight. A notorious flower thief indeed dared to steal flowers. Amusement flickered in Yun Wulian's eyes as he supported himself on the wall, slowly getting out of bed. When he stood up, blackness momentarily clouded his vision, dizziness enveloping him, which took about half a minute to pass. He walked to the entrance, opened the door and leaned against the doorframe waiting. Soon, Xia Jinya's tall figure rushed out from the corner. He was dressed in sleeveless black sleepwear, beaming with happiness. Considering the late hour to avoid disturbing others in the Chu household, he suppressed his voice yet couldn't contain his excitement as he joyfully waved towards Yun Wulian. Woo-woo. Your takeout has arrived, am I not extremely fast? Before he finished speaking, Xia Jinya had already run to Yun Wulian's side. Yun Wulian took the thermal box, meeting that pair of pitch black and bright phoenix eyes, and seriously said, Jin, a man shouldn't say he is fast. Ah. Xia Jinya raised his eyebrows, completely baffled. Yun Wulian didn't explain further, just glanced at him and turned back into the house. His smooth long hair brushed against the youth's arm, causing a slight itch. The air still lingered with the faint scent of freesia. Xia Jinya was stunned for a few seconds, then touched his arm and chuckled softly, trotting after Yun Wulian as they went to the special tea interval room. What man? My age barely counts as a youth. Youth should be full of dreams, my dream is to transform into lightning, rushing to let customers eat and sleep well in the shortest time possible. Seeing Yun Wulian about to sit down, Xia Jinya quickly pulled out the chair for him. Then, with his long legs, he kicked out another chair, sat down with a plop, propped his elbow on the table, and rested his chin in his hand, smiling and asking hopefully. So, cute customer, give me a good review in appreciation of my efforts. Just as Yun Wulian was about to open the thermal box, the young man offered his help again, noticing his icy cold fingers, gently rubbing them. Warmth spread, like electric currents scrambling around, stirring the heartbeat. All right. Yun Wulian's fingertips trembled slightly, 5-star review for you. His voice was slightly cold, slow-paced, but his fingertips drew 5 stars on the youth's hand back, meeting those bright phoenix eyes, a hint of smile curving on his lips. He added, also, there's a tip under the pillow. Xia Jinya arched his brows, what kind of tip? Yun Wulian, something you like. The young man's dark eyes sparkled, leaping up instantly, dashing towards the bedroom. He pounced onto the bed like a giant hound, grabbed a pillow with one hand, and soon found a little surprise, a large jar of imported candy. The tin was covered with paint over its original pattern, drawing a black uniform-wearing, wolfier version of Xia Jinya. The silver-haired youth had his hair half-tied, carrying a bow and arrow, with a visor unable to hide his handsome eyes. His sharp face was smeared with a touch of light green oil paint, a lollipop in his mouth, and the contour of the Jin character sketched with fire behind him, fully capturing the atmosphere, looking incredibly cool. The cutest detail was a beautiful white kitten perched on the youth's shoulder. It clung to the youth's neck, its fluffy tail hanging over the youth's chest, tied with a pale purple ribbon and night-blooming cereus flowers. Wow! So handsome, it's exactly what I like. Woo-woo, you are sitting on my shoulder. So soft, so cute, so cute. Yun Wulian's little gift nailed it perfectly for Xia Jinya. Because Xia Jinya was a sports student, fond of archery among various sports, even winning the world championship for archery last year overseas. Moreover, he had a sweet tooth, always carrying a few candies with him. But at this moment, the youth's gaze remained locked on the white cat, grinning from ear to ear, repeatedly poking the cat's ears on the painting. "Woo baby, when did you draw this? We are together every day, yet I didn't notice at all. Secretly drawn under the quilt. Thought of turning into a cat secretly accompanying you, claiming your shoulder as mine." Yun Woo-yen stepped out from the tea interval room, leaning on the doorframe, lowering his eyelids, his long hair sliding down his shoulder, wearing a plain white pajama looking aloof and captivating. Seeing the youth admiring the gift he himself sent, he tempted by asking, "Do you like it? If you do, stay tonight, be my warm, bed, companion." Eye contact happened, Xie Jinya beamed without hesitation. "Okay. Guaranteed to make the esteemed VIP customer sleep warmly and comfortably." Thus, Xie Jinya stayed. The warm bed they mentioned was merely literal, very innocent. Yun Woo-yen was naturally weak and suffered from cold limbs even in the peak of summer, likely to suffer heatstroke without an air conditioner, yet catching a cold and fever with it. Xie Jinya was just the opposite, with higher body temperature like a walking little sun. They often slept together since childhood. Xie Jinya would warm up the sheets, then let Yun Woo-yen sleep in the warm area while he occupied the cooler side. This night was no different. Only during the quiet depth of night, they both were gently getting closer. Woo. Are the red bean osmanthus tasty? Not bad. Not bad rounds up to exceptionally amazing. Red beans round up to love beans, eating my red beans means you have to miss me. In the dim night, breathing sounds alternated. Their hands touched, and Woo-yen felt the warmth being passed on. His fingertips slightly trembled as he closed his eyes and softly responded with a yes. The next second, a broad hand encircled his waist. The youth yawned and sleepily hugged him tightly into his arms. "Baby Fog, good night." The melodious voice was gentle and uneven, carrying laughter with unstable breaths. The next day, sunlight pierced through the cream-colored curtains, shining brightly into the room. Woo-yen woke up hazily and instinctively avoided the sunlight, turning into the covers. Just as he dove in, he poked his head out again and subconsciously reached towards the side. He didn't feel empty air. But the texture was off, soft, and fluffy. Had Jean really turned into a dog? Yun Woo-yen embraced the fluffy object and slowly opened his eyes. At first, double images layered before his eyes, but after a brief moment to adjust to the light, he finally saw clearly what was in his arms. It was a white-lined dog. And on the dog's forehead was stuck a blue and white snowman sticky note. The handwriting was graceful yet bold, ending with a small emoticon that contrasted greatly but was incredibly cute. "Good morning, baby Fog, let me tell you secretly. There's something extra on your body. Hurry up and find it. Circled M." Chapter 4, Ankles Entwined with Surprises, Wumu lightly holds. Something extra on your body? Yun Wooling stared at the card, confusion evident on his face. What extra thing was there? Instinctively, he glanced at his hands, nothing was attached to his arms either. Then he slowly sat up while leaning on the bed. His fingertips slid across his forehead but still found nothing. His almond-shaped eyes gradually lowered, and his gaze landed on his chest. A jade-made longevity lock lay atop his pajamas. Pure white without any flaw, luminous and clear, it was an excellent piece of warm fragrant jade, warming to the touch and carrying a natural aroma. But this was a full moon gift from his grandfather. Yun Wooling fiddled with the buttons at his collar, suppressing a light chuckle with pursed lips. If he wasn't already sure that he and Jean weren't yet together, he might have thought this extra thing was a hickey. Never mind. He'd carefully look in front of the mirror. Yun Wooling was about to get up after lifting the covers when a faint tickling sensation suddenly rippled through his right ankle. Could it be something on his feet? Yun Wooling completely lifted the blanket and looked down. Indeed. A red string encircled his snow-white ankle. The string was delicate, exquisitely crafted, and had a green jade, pinyin knot, piece knot, hanging from its center. The green jade shimmered smoothly and translucently, reflecting the faint light from outside the window like misty Jiangnan scenery, half of it mountain and water, the other half spring. It carried a gentle sense of vitality. This. Did Jean weave this himself? Yun Wooling bent forward, resting his head on his knees as the corners of his mouth slightly curved upwards. Slowly, inch by inch, he brought his nose closer to the red string and smelled a hint of sandalwood, a zen-like tranquility filled the air. He ran his fingertip over the piece knot and gently touched the red thread. The string was tightly woven and could adjust at its end to fit perfectly. Moreover, the translucent green jade complemented the pale skin, making the red string particularly beautiful around his ankle. How long do I wonder did that bumbling one take weaving this? Yun Wooling was very certain that Xie Jinya had personally weaved this red string. Ever since they were young, whenever possible, Jean would learn to make things by hand. Once, while trying his hand at wood carving, Jean injured himself and lost a lot of blood. At the time, afraid Yun Wooling would find out, he bolted away. Leaving his brush aside, Yun Wuling chased after him, only to bump into little A Jean who had just run back happily showing off his doctor-bandaged finger, asking him to draw a cute smiley face on it. Without saying a word, Yun Wuling drew an angry expression with fiery eyes and gnashing teeth instead. Still pouting, he tied the bandage into a butterfly knot. A Jean realized he was upset, so he squatted down in front of him, rubbing his head and cajoling, "Foggy baby, behave, I know I messed up. Just a pat will make it all better. I promise, next time I'll be more careful." In between the cajoling, he also peeled a candy and shoved it into Yun Wuling's mouth. He still remembered how sweet that tangerine-flavored candy was. Recalling these memories, Yun Wuling involuntarily curved his lips upward, melting the icy frost from his eyes. His hands closed softly around his ankle, gripping the red string firmly. As the red string grazed his skin, a soft itch trickled bone deep. Dazedly, it felt like being wrapped inch by inch in the vast, hot palms of a youth. So warm. I like it. Propped on his knees, he zoned out for a moment until his peripheral vision caught a note attached to the foot of the bed, shining brilliantly. There was a poorly drawn dog wiggling its behind on it. Its limbs were uneven, the tail lines a mess, and there was even a small red flower drawn on its butt. After 2 seconds of surprise, Yun Wuling slightly raised his eyebrows, moved the corner of the quilt covering the note, revealing an energetic note, shining vibrantly. Here, here, look at me, look at me. Congratulations to Wumya baby for finding the little surprise. This is the pinyin red string. Do not remove it. From now on, may we have safety year after year and small luck step by step. A month goes by fast. I'll be home soon and cook you some good food. I like it even more. Yun Wuling let out a quiet laugh, covered his mouth, coughed lightly a few times, then carefully tore off the sticky note and pressed the messy drawn dog with his fingers, gently answering okay. After getting out of bed, he walked to the desk and sat down. He unscrewed a beautiful white fountain pen and left a response on the sticky note. His handwriting floated gracefully, like clouds and mist. August 25th, I really liked the small surprise. And this someone's self-portrait remains in the abstract style. That self-portrait referred to the poorly drawn dog. After putting away the cap, Yun Wuling took a paper box from the drawer. The box was simple light blue with a glittering small sun in the upper right corner. Inside were hundreds of sticky notes neatly categorized by color and shape. He put today's sticky note inside. Once everything was arranged, Yun Wuling slowly stood up with support from the desk. Then, he opened the curtain and the window. Just as a breeze blew through, it lifted the white gauze curtains, bringing a faint scent of jasmine. Not too far away. 1 or 2 laughs echoed. Cloud Wuling's gaze swept across the lawn, catching sight of 3 familiar figures. Grandpa Chu, Grandpa Xie, and Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou was a highly respected old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who had already retired but moved to the Chu residence at Grandpa Chu's invitation to help adjust Cloud Wuling's health. The 3 grandfathers often gathered in their free time to play Chinese chess or admire flowers. This morning, they were practicing Tai Chi. Grandpa Xie stood on the right, stout with a serious expression, yet his stiff limbs often led him to make mistakes. Dr. Zhou stood in the middle, wearing thin-rimmed glasses with a refined air, and demonstrated the most standard moves. When he noticed an old friend's error, he'd smile kindly while correcting them. Cloud Wuling's own grandfather stood on the left, dressed in a silver-white dragon-patterned tang suit, with graying temples that only highlighted his spirited vigor. As others practiced Tai Chi, he entertained a large bird perched on his arm. It was a beautiful pink and white cockatoo. Its name was Cherry. Cherry got its name from Cloud Wuling. It happened one day when Xie Jinya carried over a box of cherries for him. For Cloud Wuling, this moment held so much narrative weight, his eyes became like a paintbrush, carefully sketching outlines of it all. His grandfather glanced in his direction, smiling and beckoning him over. Just as he was about to respond, unexpectedly, the cockatoo tilted its head and locked its beady eyes on him before suddenly wiggling its hips, flapping its wings, and shouting loudly. Woo woo, good morning. Your bed-heating grandpa told Cherry to say, woo woo, good morning. Cloud Wuling. Bed-heating grandpa? Does a Jean know his new nickname? Last winter, when it was cold, he jokingly asked a Jean to warm up the bed. At the time, he was feeding Cherry, teasingly remarking, is the bed heater here? Unbeknownst to him, Cherry remembered only part of the term, not referring to a Jean as bed heater worker or warm baby, but either bed heating lord or simply warm baby. A Jean tried to correct it many times but kept losing the battle. And because everyone in the house knew how close they were since childhood, hearing the term bed heating didn't raise eyebrows. Cherry's voice sounded like that of a 3 or 4-year-old boy, and once it spoke, all 3 grandfathers turned toward it, unable to stop laughing. Both Grandpa and Dr. Zhou's faces were full of affection. Grandpa Xie cupped his hands to mimic a megaphone and followed the nickname Cherry bestowed. Woo woo, our little genius sent a message through Cherry. Good morning, he has gone off to military training. A flicker of emotion passed through Cloud Wuling's eyes as he waved at his grandpas. Not bad. One more nickname added to a Jin's collection. Little Genia suits his role as bed-heating grandpa perfectly. Servants tending to flowers and grass nearby also looked over, chuckling. Ha ha ha, Cherry sure knows how to string words together. Has it turned into a magical being? Young Master Xia originally wanted to hang Cherry outside your door to wish you a good morning, but Cherry kept wriggling its butt, taking forever to learn. Young Master Xia walked away puffing in annoyance. Turns out, as soon as he left, Cherry mastered it and even gave him a new nickname. Under the pavilion where the butler Lin was brewing tea for the grandfathers, he also raised his head with a laugh. If young Master Xia found out, he would surely start ranting and trying to roast Cherry. Upon hearing the word roast, the parrot was startled, flapping its wings and flying to Grandpa Chu's head. It stuck its behind up high and twirled around in circles, continuing its chant. Bed-heating Grandpa says woo-woo, good morning. Woo-woo-woo-woo good morning. If bed-heating Grandpa burns Cherry, it will catch fire, become barbecue, turn into barbecue. Everyone erupted in laughter again. By the end, Cherry tucked its head under its wing. Cloud Wooling smiled softly as he lowered his gaze, using his phone to record this amusing moment. After Cloud Wooling finished washing up and came downstairs, it was already past 9 o'clock. He changed into a white cardigan styled for leisure, its cuffs flowing like wisps of clouds. On his chest was a delicate embroidered blue hyacinth flower, and the collar was tied with a ribbon. The side hem of the shirt tucked inward slightly on the right, paired elegantly with high-waisted pants. The color palette of soft Morandi cream tones highlighted an aloof, precious demeanor. In the dining room, Yun Lanyu was peeling pomegranates while chatting with Aunt Wu. When she caught sight of her beloved son with her peripheral vision, she immediately put down what she was doing, wiped her hands, and hurried forward. Wow, our little darling looks amazing today. This outfit really suits you, it makes you look like a prince out of a fairy tale. Only. She lightly patted her son's slender waist, her face filled with concern. You're too thin. Your waist is smaller than mine. Oh, we must do some catching up. Ajin prepared red bean black rice porridge this morning with brown sugar and red dates, good for blood and energy replenishment. Baby, have a hearty serving. Upon hearing the two words, red beans, Cloud Wooling's lips curved slightly. He softly responded and grabbed his mother's hand, leading her gently as he asked, Mom, when did Ajin leave? The military training base is far in the outskirts. Ajin left by 7:30. Yun Lanyue, upon feeling her son's icy fingers, gently rubbed them a few times before pulling Yun Wulyan toward the dining table. Ajin originally wanted to wait for you to wake up before leaving, but their school required an 11 a.m. assembly and it being summer, there were many people heading out of town to escape the heat, traffic could be heavy. So, after breakfast, we urged Ajin to get on the car. I, along with your godmother, double-checked all his supplies like green grass ointment and band-aids, he had everything from the portion you prepared for him. Yun Wulyan nodded, that's good. By the way. Yun Lanyue paused in her steps, suddenly remembering something and giggled while covering her mouth. Wulu, you wouldn't believe how funny it was when Ajin left. He carried a suitcase, looking back at every step, glancing wistfully at your bedroom. Even when he opened the car door to get in, suddenly he darted back into the courtyard, still looking back again and again. Finally, your godfather couldn't stand it anymore, ha. He kicked him straight into the car with one foot. Yun Wulyan listened carefully, his face showing no expression, yet a vivid picture emerged in his mind, the young man's face pressed against the car window, lips downturned in a pout, cradling his sore buttocks as he tearfully drove away. He also imagined adding dog ears drooping on the youth's head. So adorable. But for the next month, he wouldn't be able to rub that puppy. Suddenly, Yun Wulyan felt a dull ache in his chest, coughed softly twice as he lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes trembling lightly, concealing a fleeting trace of loss. As soon as Yun Lanyue heard her son cough, she became filled with pain, quickly helping Yun Wulyan sit down and patting his thin back. They had just sat down when Aunt Wu brought out the breakfast. Yun Lanyue had already eaten with her husband. After Chu Qinyan left for the company meeting, she stayed in the dining room waiting for her son to come down, fearing he might eat alone and feel lonely. She joined him for a few bites of food and chatted about Xie Jinya teaching Cherry to say, good morning. At the mention of the 4 words, bed-heating grandpa, Aunt Wu who was preparing vegetables beside them also laughed heartily. After breakfast, Yun Wulyan drank a bowl of Chinese medicine and went to his studio. He had 2 studios, one was a small studio next to his bedroom, and the other was a standalone round retro building constructed in a garden. The little building had 3 floors, built according to Yun Wulyan's design blueprint. The design was very artistic. The ground floor was a flower room, with both sides equipped with floor-to-ceiling windows that were sophisticated and bright. Following the spiral staircase upward, there was a balcony on the top floor with night-blooming jasmine and a beautiful swing chair nearby. On the left side of the building was a window sill. With this morning's sunny weather, a gentle breeze passed by, bringing in 2 light green butterflies that danced gracefully with the soft white curtains, creating a tranquil and pleasant scene. Yun Wulyan often enjoyed sitting on the window sill, waiting for someone to come and pick him up. Today, Xie Jinya wasn't around, so he didn't even bother fetching a stool to climb up. Instead, he sat before the easel and daydreamed for a while. When he picked up his phone, it was 10:30. I wonder if a gene has arrived at the base. Yun Woo-yen muttered softly as he opened WeChat, hesitating whether to send a message or make a video call. Coincidentally, just then his phone buzzed, with a gene sending the first message. Seeing the content, those frosty peach eyes gradually lit up with a faint smile. Chapter 5, Muscular Handsome Guy, Ripped Shirt Reveals Six-Pack Abs. Xie Jinyi sent over a funny emoji. It was a Shiba Inu lying on the bed with its paws up in the air, staring intently at the camera. It gave an evil smirk and underneath it said, "Take a selfie." Very soon, the second message came through. "Stupid pupper that only knows how to wag its tail, Wu Bao, do you want to see some hot guys?" Yun Woo-yen instantly replied. "Wu, no." It was accompanied by a high and mighty cat emoji with its cheek resting on its paw. The message had barely gone out when the other side sent an image of a Samoyed wearing sunglasses, smirking with one claw holding a rose. "Stupid pupper that only knows how to wag its tail, whether you like it or not, this handsome guy is going to force his way into your eyes like a domineering CEO. Forget about entering the eyes, just come directly in person." Before long, the photo arrived. The background was the base dormitory. Xie Jinyi changed into a full set of camouflage uniform, wide-shouldered and narrow-waisted, tall and upright. The hat brim covered fine silver hair, his features rugged with a hint of roguishness. The picture was originally very cool but became slightly silly due to the peace sign gesture and bright smile. Yun Woo-yen noticed how serious and forceful the young man's peace sign gesture was. His arm was raised high, his fingers tightly stretched, the knuckles clear and distinct, looking beautiful. He glanced further down. The veins on his wrist were clearly visible, radiating sensuality. The more he looked, the more he liked it, and his lips curled up as he silently saved the photo. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Xie Jinyi's new message. "Stupid pupper that only knows how to wag its tail, 3 times, woo, am I handsome or not?" The youth sent a string of names, unable to wait to hear compliments. Yun Woo-yen stared at the screen, the words automatically converting to cute voices in his head. He lowered his eyes, tapped the young man's photo, and muttered softly, "Even the cherry parrot has become a broken record like you." Just after he finished complaining, the other side sent a dog flying and spinning around emoji. "Stupid pupper that only knows how to wag its tail, woo. A glint of laughter passed through Yun Woo-yen's eyes as he figured out how to respond to the young man. He sent over the video of the parrot from that morning, defeating magic with magic. "Woo, I'll reserve my evaluation for now. Cherry said you don't measure up." The other side was perplexed. What kind of don't measure up? Is it what I'm imagining? Why am I not good enough? Yun Woo-yen only sent over a picture of someone putting on headphones before giving no more explanations. He took this opportunity to tear open the tape, sticking a piece of blank sketch paper on the easel. He picked up a pencil to create a prop to suit the dogs. Sha sha sha. In the quiet room, the sound of the drawing pen scraping against the paper was light and rhythmic. Yun Woo-yen felt the phone vibrating but didn't stop his action. He concentrated fully on the sketch paper, quickly moving his arms to outline the young man's side face. 3 minutes later, a perfect quick sketch was done. Only then did he pick up his phone to check the new messages. The first thing he saw was an emoji of a dog baring its teeth while biting onto the cage, flames in its eyes, holding a kitchen knife. Bed warming tool person turning into grandpa bed warmer. Cherry is really something, giving me such a ridiculous nickname and making everyone hear it. I'm too embarrassed to show my face to anyone, I'll kill it. On second thought, I'll let it live. After all, it greeted my good baby with a good morning and completed its task. Let me pull out its feathers, send it to the pet hospital, and cut off that silly bird. No birds, we'll call it Lord Birdie. When Yun Woo-yen got to the end, his pale pupils were reflected with a faint shimmer, gently flickering. A tender indulgence rose, and he murmured softly, "Good puppy turned into a living llama." He sent over a pat the dog's head emoji. "Woo, good boy, don't be angry. Woo, I'll teach Cherry how to make amends. Do you prefer hearing big macho men or handsome guys?" The other side sent over a voice clip. The moment Yun Woo-yen opened it, he heard the young man's low chuckle of satisfaction. Xie Jinyi laughed happily, yet afraid people nearby would hear him. He controlled his volume, uttering word by careful word, whispering quietly. "I choose both, strong, male, big, hunk. And woo, you haven't answered my previous question yet. Do I look particularly handsome in this camouflage suit? My roommates all say that I will definitely be chosen as the flag raiser. Answer my question fast. Once I get the uniform, I'll immediately take a photo and send it to you." As the youth continued talking, his deep voice carried an unconscious allure. Yun Woo-yen listened to the voice twice. Though his expression seemed indifferent, the corner of his lips curved slightly. Afterwards, he sent over a high and mighty cat emoji with its cheek resting on its paw. "Woo, wait 5 minutes." Xie Jinyi replied with 2 emoticons. The first one was tilted head confusion. The second one showed a dog holding a food bowl in its paws, waiting obediently. Yun Wulian exited the WeChat page and opened Weibo, switching to his main account Diwu Henqing. Though called the main account, it was actually an alias. No one knew that Diwu Henqing was the talented painter from the art circle. Yun Wulian had exhibited astonishing artistic talent since childhood. At 10 years old, he had already developed his own painting style, thawing ice in spring, blossoming flowers from fallen whales, radiant galaxies beneath barren trees, all depicted by a cold-faced child with scenes of tenderness and healing. His brushwork was intricate, his use of light and color unparalleled. His paintings appealed to a wide audience, earning him various art gold awards at a young age. Last year, he even held an exhibition abroad, recognized as a prodigious and handsome painter in the art world. To the regret of countless fans. The great beauty was too aloof, never opening any social media accounts for others to flirt with. In reality, Yun Wulian had secretly set up a Weibo account 2 years ago. He wanted to try out a new painting style, creating some intimate, passionate, or unclothed works unsuitable for real-name releases, otherwise, his parents might find out. And so came about Diwu Henqing. However, this pseudonymous account was not frequently operated by Yun Wulian. It only updated once every 1 or 2 months, and the captions were generally icy and short. Sometimes there wasn't even more than a period. Thus, the fans all cried out for their high and mighty wife. It had been 2 months since Yun Wulian last updated. He took a picture of a quick sketch he just finished and posted it on Weibo. This time's caption was very different from usual. Diwu Henqing, is my house dog handsome? On the drawing, the youth was in full camouflage uniform, turning back to look at the camera while making a peace sign, with his right hand adjusting the cap, revealing half a silver-gray wolf ear. His tall and straight figure perfectly filled out the uniform, while his facial features were handled artistically as a blank space, the eyebrows and eyes were hidden behind wind-blown strands of hair. The upward curved mouth exuded charm and magnetism. Fans received the update notification, rushing over excitedly and roaring. Ah, the wife finally updates. Front row hug the wife and wildly kiss. Wait, who is the wild man in the painting? Has the wife disappeared this long to fall in love? Highlight this, my house dog. What a doting tone. Is it pet anthropomorphism, a car, or a boyfriend? WTF, so handsome. This is simply a miracle. Even just a side face with blurred features can make people feel the youthful vigor, like a little sun, warming even the dead bodies weep woo. So handsome, suggest the wife post more often, let us feast our eyes. Not only handsome. This body is too sexy. Wife's grasp of the human form is super cool. Feeling like tearing open the clothes reveals 8-pack abs. With a few strokes, she directly gets me aching down below, suggest the wife draw a completely naked version. Handsome handsome handsome. Obsessed. So love sunny wolf dogs, they seem especially good at coddling, the kind who will wag their tails after a kiss. If it's pet anthropomorphism, I'm going to scream husband then. Wife, husband, let's live a happy life together more important than anything else. Yun Wulian skimmed through the comment section, very satisfied. He screenshot it and sent it to Xie Jini along with a sentence. Chapter 6, Shogo was hooked and became a pouting mouth, thrashing his tail wildly. Xie Jini was crouching by the wall on the dormitory floor, waiting for a reply. His roommate pulled out a chair for him to sit on, but he shook his head stubbornly, his eyes glued to the phone screen. Finally. The bell rang, and a new message came in. Wu Bao Guaguai, my evaluation is consistent with theirs. Xie Jini froze, raising an eyebrow and muttering, consistent with them? What consistency? Perplexed, he opened the Weibo screenshot. Countless exclamation marks filled his vision, as well as screens of handsomeness, making the corner of his mouth visibly tilt upward. Oh. Wu Bao is complimenting me on my looks. But soon, the young man's smile froze. Xie Jini took a deep breath and stared at the screen with a complex expression. His gaze brushed over certain suggestive words as he lowered his voice and frowned, commenting bitterly. Husband. Want to tear clothes to touch abs? Boyfriend. Kissing would make my tail wag. Our family of 3. No, what are these people talking about? How come Wubu's comment section is even more terrifying than mine? No way. I need to check what Wubu posted. Xie Jini knew Yun Wuling's Weibo account but only found out at the start of the year. That day was the beginning of spring. After finishing her Weibo post, Wubu fell asleep at her desk. He picked her up intending to carry her to bed when his peripheral vision accidentally caught sight of a picture on the screen. 2 unidentifiable ancient males were kissing passionately in the sea. Their hair was entwined, their clothes askew, and where their lips touched, bubbles emerged. Xie Jini was startled then. His heart was all jumbled up, and he couldn't sleep that whole night. After Wubu woke up, he cautiously asked why she drew 2 men kissing. Upon hearing this, his little sweetheart gave a light glance and answered nonchalantly. Only art. Xie Jini believed her. After all, some foreign artists' paintings were indeed bold and open. His main Weibo account was registered as a food blogger, so he switched to his secondary account which had a username of Yuan Bao Sui Sui Piece and clicked on his only follow target. Stylish sketches and indulgent captions flashed into view instantly. It felt like feathers scraping the heart. Wu Henqing, is our homeboy Xiao good looking? Xajou. Xie Jinya silently repeated these words, mysteriously feeling a sense of pride from being marked and recognized. It was as if his mouth was stuffed with popping candies, sweetness running wild, making him grin ear to ear. Hee hee. Wu Bao said I'm his. And this question, is it handsome, didn't seem like a real question after all. Reading between the lines, it clearly meant, our Xiao is universe unbeatable specially handsome, everyone hurry up and compliment him. No wonder the fans made mistakes. After all, now the internet is developed, and the era is open-minded. Regardless if it's male or female, animal or alien, as long as there is any hint of intimacy, netizens can conjure up a bunch of stories. Did Wu Wu get scared by the comments? Xie Jinya closed Weibo, just about to call his childhood friend. Suddenly, a few shadows were cast toward him. Looking up, he saw his roommates huddled around him, eyebrows raised, expressions full of curiosity. Buddy, you're chatting with your girlfriend? You're smiling so brightly. You must really love your girl, huh? Afterward, we will be brothers sharing a room. Let us see who she is. With your looks, she must be as heavenly as a fairy, right? Xie Jinya. Look. Even these guys gossip like crazy. All of Xie Jinya's roommates were sports students, each towering and brawny. The sight of them all squatting together looked somewhat comical, especially the short-haired black-skinned guy, who chuckled happily while distributing watermelon slices. Nope, not my girlfriend, but... Xie Jinya accepted the watermelon, leaning his elbows on his knees, his Danfang eyes slightly squinted with a roguelike smile. He paused momentarily, secretly glancing at his phone screen, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. Then with evident pride, he added, my Wu Bao is indeed like a celestial fairy. As soon as those words came out, the other four faces turned shockingly astonished. What the hell? If not a girlfriend, then a boyfriend? Dude, don't feel shy. You're not alone. There are plenty of gays in our institute. So, how did you and your partner bend? Everyone gathered closer, duck-walking while getting nearer. Bend? In dreams. Xie Jinya laughed derisively, tilting his head to remove his hat in a suave manner. His sharp Danfang eyes swept across the four individuals, cursing and complaining loudly. My relationship with Wu Bao is straighter than Sun Wukong's staff. In this world, besides love and family affection, there is also pure brotherhood, just like me and my Wu Bao. We grew up together since we were kids, lifelong companions. Guys, give way a bit. Me and my Wu Bao still have something left to finish. With that, the youth sprang up and circled around his roommates to leave. After walking a few steps, he turned back again, taking a bite of watermelon and grinning widely. This melon's quite sweet, thanks. When I come back, I'll bring you guys some spicy rabbit heads. The four remaining people exchanged winks, laughing so hard they couldn't close their mouths. Hey, do any of you have childhood sweethearts? Nope. Do you believe in the pure bond of brotherhood between them? No. I want to believe it too, but Brother Xie's smile has reached heaven, it could accommodate an entire castle. So. The boy squatting at the edge, all brawny muscles yet with a cute round face, was busy chewing on watermelon while muttering to himself, bunnies are so adorable, why eat bunnies? Meanwhile. While waiting for the reply, Yun Wuling walked to the balcony and lay down on the swing chair. The swing was plain and elegant, made from original wood, with a soft green moss carpet beneath it. The colors were gentle and fresh, much like a beautiful painting. White flowers dotted around added a sense of comfort as if one were in a small forest. Groan. The swing swayed rhythmically. Yun Wuling lazily yawned, his jet black hair flowing like a waterfall. He glanced at the time, murmuring softly, it's been more than 10 minutes, that clumsy doggy probably started doubting life after scrolling through Weibo. It shouldn't have gone that far. Aging was a blogger herself, CP Shipper's comments weren't very uncommon, right? Still, her own comments section had indeed become somewhat risque, everyone yelling about tearing clothes open to check abs, and some even said Aging looked skilled at kissing. That part, she didn't know about. Maybe, announce once she's tried later. Yun Wuling often felt tired due to her weak constitution. As she continued thinking, her eyelids began feeling heavy. Just then. Her phone rang, it was a message from Xie Jinyi. Yun Wuling opened the chat to see an emoji of a big white goose sprinting towards her. Adorable tail-wagging doggo, Wu Bao, here I am. Made you wait long, it's my fault. Repenting. I was held up by my roommates for a few minutes. Yun Wuling caught the gist, asking while typing. Wu, why did they surround you? The reply came swiftly. Adorable tail-wagging doggo, maybe because my lips went upwards making them mistakenly think I'm chatting with my girlfriend. Yun Wuling sensed something but pretended not to understand. Wu. The young man sent over an emoji of a silly smiling dog wagging its tail. Adorable tail-wagging doggo, because when I saw you and your little fans complimenting how handsome I am, my heart got excited unconsciously and my corners of mouth lifted as if they had wings flying high. Who doesn't like compliments, right? Besides, Wu Bao, you also drew me looking especially cool. Adorable tail wagging doggo, anyway Wu Bao, don't worry. I've explained everything to my roommates. They already know we are best friends since we were young. Yun Wuling. Oh. I prefer misunderstandings. While pondering what to reply, new messages popped out. Adorable tail wagging doggo, by the way, Wu, don't mind those unspeakable comments in the comment section. Pretend they're air. Nowadays, girls love shipping couples. If you feel shy, you can clarify. Adorable tail wagging doggo, just say we're good brothers. Adorable tail wagging doggo, or better yet, say I'm your pet anthropomorphized, woof woof woof, Miss Wu Bao don't be shy oh. Attached was an emoji of a Samoyed tilting its head and smiling. Yun Wuling, seeing all the way through to the end, felt something akin to being tickled by a tiny claw on her heart. Staring at the youth's avatar, she chuckled helplessly, clueless dumb dog. Though verbally scolding him. The frost in her eyes melted into warm spring water. Take it slow then. One day, the word owner would surely be replaced by wife. Feeling slightly chilled, Yun Wuling adjusted her transparent finger bones against her lips, coughing lightly, then pulled the blanket higher and tightly embraced her pillow. After 2 coughs, feeling a little drained, she grew lazy to type and switched to recording voice messages instead. Alright. All according to Aging's words, won't be shy. It's almost 11. Go pack up and meet everyone. Don't be late on the first day, we need to leave a good impression. Also, the red string knot you gave me, I've been wearing it. Focus on your training, don't worry about me. If you miss me, well, we can have a video call. After forcing out the voice message in one breath, Yun Wuling coughed again, her complexion pale, her peach blossom eyes reddened with wateriness, looking like a delicate flower battered by wind and rain, evoking deep sympathy. Hack, hack. After another bout of coughing, he slumped onto the swing to catch his breath. Just as he was dozing off, the phone beside him began to vibrate, accompanied by a familiar cheerful ringtone. This was the special ringtone Yun Wuling had set for Xie Jinyi. A Japanese instrumental piece without lyrics. Thick shade in midsummer. The rhythm was light and soothing, while the background added lazy yawns of cats and dogs by Yun Wuling. The overall feeling was of a midsummer afternoon, green trees swaying outside the window, cicada sounds rising and falling continuously, cats and dogs sprawled in the sun, the breeze brushing past, peaceful and leisurely. Listening to the familiar melody, Yun Wuling's breathing gradually stabilized. He picked up the vibrating phone, looking at the incoming video call from the young man, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly, his dim eyes reflecting fragmented light, even the signs of illness seeming to dissipate somewhat. Thinking of me already so soon? In the final second before the call disconnected automatically, he bent down, pressing his lips softly against the accept button, using his cherry red lips to answer the video call. Chapter 7, Ajin, Wu Bao's lips look so soft. With a beep, the screen began to load. Xie Jinyi was standing on the balcony of the dormitory eating watermelon, his eyes fixated expectantly on the screen, waiting for his childhood friend to appear and perform a cool WJNK. Unexpectedly. The image that appeared on the screen was pale, translucent skin, a handsome jawline, and deep red lips slightly opening and closing, like a red plum blossom in the snow, strikingly vibrant and tempting to pick. Xie Jinyi froze, his Adam's apple moving as he instinctively bit into the watermelon. So sweet. Why did Wu Wu's lips look softer than the watermelon? Suddenly, the camera wobbled, and a cold, weak voice floated by. Ajin. Xie Jinyi suddenly came back to his senses, noticing something amiss with Yun Wulian's breathing rhythm. It seemed like he had just finished a severe coughing fit, causing him to frown with worry and ask anxiously, Wu Wu, are you feeling unwell again? The background shows that you're on the swing, I'll call Master Lin to come over to the art studio. No need. I'm just a little dizzy, I'll be fine after lying down for a while. His words fell lazily, the lens being blocked by delicate fingers. When the picture became clear again, it was already focused on Yun Wulian's face that looked like an immortal beyond this world. He lay on the swing, raising his eyes, his long lashes fluttering like flying butterflies. Ajin. You have 1 minute to express what you want to say to me. Hearing Yun Wulian's breathing stabilize, Xie Jinyi sighed in relief, grinning as he displayed the watermelon in his hand. Look, a roommate gave me this, it's incredibly sweet. Yun Wulian, resting his head on his hand, gently replied. Only 30 seconds left. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyi panicked. Wu Wu, aren't you too fast? You once said men shouldn't be too fast. Yun Wulian slightly arched an eyebrow, teasing him. If you smile for me, I'll give you an extra 30 seconds. Xie Jinyi grinned foolishly and made a stylish WJNK. Wu Bao, does this smile deserve a perfect score? I want to apply for unlimited 30-second extensions. Yun Wulian's shoulders slightly trembled, his long eyelashes casting a shadow on his pale white skin. His lips curved upward slightly as he indulgently shook his head. That's not possible, you need to go for your next gathering soon. He lifted his eyelids, smiling faintly, softening his voice to cajole. Be good, let's get straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyi, like a giant dog who had gotten a bone, wagged his tail furiously, his Danfeng eyes bending into crescents, laughing and agreeing repeatedly. Alright, listen to my obedient baby and proceed immediately. The main topic is. After pausing momentarily, the young man's expression gradually became tender and serious. He slowly leaned toward the camera, his gaze bright and profound, forming a horn shape with his hands to lower his voice as if telling a secret. Emphasizing each word. The red rope around your ankle was hand-woven by me. I've woven it many, many times, and this is the most successful and beautiful one. The jade charm on it is a symbol of safety, and I've prayed at the temple for blessings. In short, it has multiple blessings stacked together to protect you throughout your life for peace and safety. Wu Bao. Promise me, wear it forever, okay? Their gazes intertwined through space, Yun Wulian's light-colored pupils slightly trembling. Suddenly, it felt like being proposed to. His heartbeat quickened abruptly, his breathing became hurried. He choked a few times, swallowing the metallic taste of blood in his mouth amidst the anxious calls from the youth. Slowly raising his gaze, he smiled and nodded lightly. All right. Wear it forever, live peacefully. Once the knot is tied, big puppy, there's no escape for you now. Seeing Yun Wulian coughing and gasping for air, Xie Jinye's heart almost leapt out of his throat. He wanted to rush back immediately and pour water or pat his frail childhood friend's back. Meanwhile, Yun Wulian kept track of the time. Noticing it was nearly 11 o'clock, he waved his hand lightly and ended the call swiftly. Over here. Roommates were also urging Xie Jinyi to attend the meeting. Still worried, Xie Jinyi called the butler Lin Rui of the Chu family before leaving, asking him to go to the art studio to check on the young master. By the time Mr. Lin arrived at the art studio, Yun Wulian was already asleep on the swing. Yun Lanyu also came along. Yun Lanyu quietly walked up to the swing and squatted down, touching her son's forehead. After confirming he didn't have a fever, she put her mind at ease and turned to instruct the butler. Wu can't catch the wind when he's asleep, so let him sleep in the bedroom upstairs. Ajin and his friends won't be around today, and I'm afraid I may hurt Wu. Elder Lin, please be gentle, and don't wake Wu up. Understood, ma'am, rest assured. Lin Rui is nearly 50 years old this year. He has watched Yun Wulian grow up. With a pair of squinting eyes, he appears kind and amiable when smiling. Every day, he likes to tie an elegant necktie. Yun Wulian is very thin. Mr. Lin, the butler, easily picked him up. Yun Lanyu followed alongside to help open the door. When leaving the art studio, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of a streak of red on her son's snow-white ankle. Under the refraction of sunlight, the jade charm appeared translucently lustrous, lively, and beautiful. Yun Lanyu paused for a few seconds, lost in thought about something, and then tenderly flicked her long, scattered hair behind her ear with a smile. That young man. Didn't expect it, but he's quite good at choosing things. Hearing this, Mr. Lin looked perplexed. Madam, what do you mean? Nothing. Yun Lanyu glanced at her son's peaceful sleeping face with affection, signaling a shushing gesture. For matters concerning children, adults should just quietly observe and not get involved. Mr. Lin didn't fully understand but nodded anyway. Could the madam be referring to the close relationship between the young master and Master Xie? That's indeed wonderful. He could feel his phone vibrating in his pocket again. It was most likely Master Xie again sending messages. Like a little rabbit whose tail was set on fire, it jumped continuously. Once they settled the young master, Mr. Lin took out his phone and sure enough, all the notifications were from Master Xie, who kept asking every few minutes. How's Wu Bao doing? Is he asleep yet? Is he feeling unwell anywhere? Mr. Lin sent a photo over to reassure him. Xie Jinyi replied instantly. Xie Jinyi, Wu Bao has light sleep, Uncle Lin. Could you tiptoe as you leave? Please don't disturb him. The attached image. A sneaky-looking Samyad tiptoeing around like it was trying to pull off some secret mission. Mr. Lin couldn't help but smile, finding the meme amusing, so he showed it to Madame Yun as well. She almost burst out laughing after seeing it. After all, the meme resembled someone else's usual demeanor exactly. Yun Lanyu stayed longer because she feared her son might develop a fever in his sleep. When Mr. Lin left to attend to other tasks, he really did tiptoe out, just as instructed. Not long after, Yun Wulian woke up. For the rest of the afternoon, he painted in the art studio. Knowing her son loved peace and quiet, Yun Lanyu brought him afternoon tea and gently closed the door behind her. About 1 or 2 hours later, Elder Chu finished his nap and came over. The elder worried that without companionship, his grandson might feel lonely. Therefore, he declined fishing invitations from old friends and brought along his parrot to play chess with his grandson. Elder Chu had a bad habit while playing chess. He liked to take back his moves. He also enjoyed ruffling his grandson's hair during games. This time, realizing he was about to lose, Elder Chu glanced sideways at his grandson's icy gaze fixed onto his hand, immediately putting on an amiable and appealing smile. Chuckling, he stood up and attacked his grandson's head. Wu, be a good boy. Young or old, we should respect our elders. I saw your white paint is almost gone. I'll buy you another big tub of it, alright? Meanwhile, the parrot on the elder's shoulder flapped its wings and joined in the chorus. Wu, Grandpa is the best, Grandpa is the best. Let Grandpa win, let Grandpa win. Yun Wulyan pursed his lips, disliking having his head touched. He glanced at the pocket of his grandfather stuffed full of white chess pieces, a tinge of helplessness clouding his peach flower eyes, and spoke coldly, reproaching, "Grandpa, you've stolen all my important chess pieces." Moreover, he touched his head. Facing his grandson's critique, Elder Chu gave a glance at the chessboard, his white eyebrows lifting slightly. The slightly sunken but sharp peach flower eyes flashed cunningly. "No problem. I'll steal a few for my own too, so both sides will have the same number." Having said that, he truly grabbed several black chess pieces and shoved them into his pocket. But these were inconsequential and insignificant pieces. Yun Wulyan shook his head lightly, caressing the white jade chess piece, and chuckled softly. "No worries. May Grandpa fish empty-handed next time." The grandfather and grandson spent more than an hour on one game of chess, eventually resulting in Yun Wulyan's victory. In his younger days, Elder Chu was a legendary tycoon who created a business empire worth hundreds of billions. How could he not know how to play chess? He was simply trying to entertain his grandson. Had he been playing against his older grandson or son, every move would have been lethal. Yun Wulyan understood this. Since his grandpa liked teasing him, he played along by pretending to be cold and upset, giving his grandpa an excuse to stroke his head. Night fell. Xie Jinyi called via video chat. Dressed only in shorts and standing in the bathroom, the young man stripped his silver hair as he complained pitifully. "Wu Bao, I'll start formal military training tomorrow. We'll gather at 7 in the morning for running, and everything will be over at 9 in the evening. Also, we're not allowed to take phones out of the dormitory. By the time I get back, you'll probably already be asleep. Now I really regret not getting one of those smart kids' watches so we can chat anytime." Yun Wulyan lay on the bed, his gaze tracing Xie Jinyi's neatly lined abs. A hint of interest flickered in his eyes as he softly said, "No problem. I'll wait for you." He waited for the other side to undress completely and start showering. But after stripping down to just his boxers, Xie Jinyi stopped moving. The young man casually swept his bangs back, grabbed the phone propped up nearby, and sat cross-legged in the bathroom, grinning expectantly into the camera. "That won't do, Wu Yu doesn't have good health and needs to sleep early. We could still have video chats during lunch breaks though. Wu Bao, there's a precious treasure of yours that I want." Chapter 8, I'm only sensitive to your voice. Xie Jinyi stretched out the last syllable, his two words, treasure, rippling like a wave. His eyes were crystal clear, giving people the impression of a refreshing glass of sea salt lemon soda in summer. Yun Wulyan shifted her gaze from the sexy, toned chest of the young man and fixed it on those bright eyes, asking in confusion, "What treasure?" Xie Jinyi raised an eyebrow with a mysterious smile, "Unique treasure that only you possess." The corner of Yun Wulyan's lip slightly curved, "So precious?" "That's for sure." Xie Jinyi leaned closer to the camera, beaming brightly, "Wu Bao, we are childhood sweethearts. So, will you give it or not?" When Yun Wulyan heard a particular word, her calm eyes suddenly carried a frosty layer. Lowering her eyelids, she lazily curled up a strand of falling hair around her finger, her tone icy and detached. "Not happening. Even best friends need a fair deal, Jean also needs a treasure in return." The large dog on the other side was stunned. "Treasure? Why aren't you playing by the rules?" Xie Jinyi, fearing that the little companion might misunderstand, no longer kept them guessing, explaining everything at once, "Wu, actually this treasure is very easy for you to obtain. Since I have to get up early now, I'm worried about oversleeping, so I thought you could record me an alarm. It can be anything random. Because as soon as I hear your voice, I'll definitely perk up." Speaking rapidly, he put down his legs crossed at the knee, straightened his back, sitting properly on the chair. With one hand pinching his chin, he gazed hopefully into the camera. Yun Wulyan paused her action of twisting her hair, slowly raising her eyes. Her demeanor seemed cold and indifferent, but there was a hint of profound meaning in her eyes. "You just said, perked up." "Ah." Xie Jinyi appeared utterly confused, pointing at himself, "Me personally. I'm only sensitive to your voice. Other alarms probably wouldn't wake me." Her gaze flickered slightly, satisfied with this answer. Yun Wulyan stopped teasing the simple-minded big dog, "But don't you have a habit of morning exercise? Do you still need me to wake you up?" "This time is different." Xie Jinyi stroked his chin, his Danfeng eyes slanting upwards, resembling a big dog afraid of being abandoned by its master. Waving his tail, he moved closer to the lens and pleaded. "In a month without seeing each other, I want to simulate daily life at home this way. Listen to your voice, say good morning, things like that." Upon hearing that, the cold beauty softly chuckled. Daily life at home. This sounds much like lovers' daily routines, doesn't it? Such an unperceptive log. Even after all this, he still firmly believes he's a straight guy. Pressing down the arc of her lips, noticing the youth's hopeful face, Yun Wulyan intentionally teased him, "Still impossible, treasures have to be exchanged." Okay. Xie Jinyi agreed instantly, "Anything Wu wants, I'll provide." Gently arching her eyebrows, fleeting glimpses of light passed through her peach-shaped eyes as her gaze swept along Xie Jinyi's perfect muscle lines. What she wanted most. He dared not give it yet. Recovering her thoughts, her final focus was on that perfectly sculpted muscular body. I want you to be my nude model. After bathing, take a full-body photo for me, unclothed kind, and the angle should be fully frontal. Xie Jinyi froze momentarily, asking, can I wear briefs? Yun Wulian didn't reply. Her beautiful peach-shaped eyes gave an elegant sidelong glance, like the first blooming flower under the night sky, extending an inviting allure. Immediately afterward, she left a curt sentence and decisively ended the video call. Jean, in half an hour, payment exchange upon delivery. In the bathroom. Xie Jinyi ruffled his messy hair, reflecting on Yun Wulian's words. His brows lifted, looking a bit strange. Does Wu Wu mean completely naked, no briefs, non-negotiable? Although he'd been modeling for Wu Wu since childhood, the furthest extent they ever went was wearing swimming trunks, showing off abs and fish lines. Full nudity. Somehow feels weird, strange. However, isn't this normal between best friends? After all, both are men, what he has, Wu Wu has too. He's seen everything while helping Wu Wu bathe, now reciprocating seems quite natural. Besides, Wu Wu merely draws, practicing human anatomy, not causing any chaos. Realizing this, Xie Jinyi was ready to turn on the shower. At this moment, concern from his roommate came from outside the door. Jingu, why haven't I heard water flow for so long? Did the hot water stop? Then another teasing laughter echoed, not the hot water stopping, our buddy here is video chatting with his boyfriend. Don't interrupt these lovebirds. Oh, Jingu, just pretend those two sounds I made were farts. The others couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xie Jinyi, hearing the laughter of his roommates, covered his forehead with his long fingers and sighed deeply. After a few seconds, unable to think of anything, he cursed under his breath while standing up. He put on a casual shirt, opened the door, crossed his arms against the doorframe, and glared at them with a serious face. Get lost. Don't stir things up blindly. Me and my sweetheart are purely innocent good brothers, closer than blood brothers. Whoever talks nonsense will have to fight me outside. Besides Xie Jinyi, there were 4 more people in the dormitory. Male friendships form quickly, especially among sports students who are straightforward and open. Within a day, everyone became familiar with each other. The boy with short hair who appeared honest and amiable was Xiong Jun, the one with round, puppy-like features was Qing Xinghe, the teasing type was Zhou Yu, and another had slitted eyes called Deng Jiahao. Upon hearing the noise, they all turned their heads simultaneously. Seeing Xie Jinyi's solemn expression, they immediately stopped laughing and nodded obediently. Xiong Jun slapped a mosquito on his arm, all right. Deng Jiahao replied earnestly, got it, got it. You two are pure good brothers. Qing Xinghe chimed in too, pretending to be very serious, right, we didn't hear any creepy giggling sounds just now. Zhou Yu held his stomach as he laughed a few times before straightening his face, no creepy giggling, don't talk nonsense. It was definitely the hot air roaring loudly. Their expressions seemed severe, but every one of their mouths curved higher and higher until they could no longer hold back their laughter. Jingu, we do want to believe you, but whose good brother is called, Precious Baby? This name alone doesn't sound clean, does it? There's some hidden affair here, right? Xie Jinyi's temples bulged with veins, itching to hit someone. The term, precious baby, was something he learned from his godmother since childhood, it was entirely innocent. Are you enjoying this laugh? With a spirited tilt of his Danfang eyes, he kicked the door lightly. His handsome face was half bright and half dim under the light, emanating an aura of dangerous mischief. Resting his tongue against his back teeth, he chuckled lowly while his finger joints cracked audibly. I'm also happy, let's spar and test our skills. Men still need to settle issues with fists. TSK. Once they are beaten into submission, they'll believe. Xie Jinyi stood at 192 centimeters, exuding immense pressure, so the 4 quickly covered their mouths, stopping their laughter. During the pause, Xiong Jun managed to swat another mosquito. What laugh? We're not laughing. Yeah, it's just our facial muscles twitching. Zhou Yu, Jingu, isn't your Wubao still waiting for you? We suggest you return to the bathroom to continue chatting, or else the lights might go off soon. Xie Jinyi lifted an eyebrow, then smiled. Forget it. If it's pure, it naturally shines as such. He didn't bother wasting words with these pitiful guys who hadn't experienced close brotherhood like his. Xie Jinyi initially just wanted to scare them, no real intention of fighting after all. They were roommates after all, and it was all just playful banter. But when Zhou Yu mentioned it like that, his mouth twisted, and he slipped away instantly. The remaining 4 stared at each other in astonishment. Deng Jiahao, is there really nothing inappropriate between them? Zhou Yu, bold, don't tempt death. This is clear brotherly affection, what urban folks normally have. We must keep this in mind. Qing Xinghe, Jingu seemed eager to undress the moment he turned away, didn't he? Zhou Yu, bold again. Clearly, the clothes just wanted freedom and decided to run away themselves. Cheng and Deng quietly gave thumbs up, still, our Zhou Gu is smart. In the corner, Xiong Jun was yawning silently, continuously slapping mosquitoes. Behind him, his desk already resembled a mass grave, littered with over a dozen mosquito corpses. Half an hour later. After washing up, Xie Jinyi took a series of photos seriously. At first, he felt constrained, so he wore shorts, taking 3 or 4 photos before becoming resolved. It was only about being a sketch model, so why should a man hesitate and act coy? Since Wu Wu wanted it, give it away. Xie Jinyi tapped open WeChat and found Yun Wulian had changed her profile picture. A small cartoon figure sat on the bed, quietly gazing at the camera, holding a phone with musical notes surrounding it. The meaning was clear. I'm ready, waiting for you. Wu Wu has been so good. Xie Jinyi looked at the avatar and smiled, swiftly opening his photo album. At the moment of sending the pictures, Xie Jinyi hesitated. It wasn't embarrassment, but concern about startling his pure, pretty little buddy. After a brief hesitation, he blurred a section and sent it. Just at that moment, his phone vibrated, and a voice recording file arrived from the other end. Chapter 9, A Burst of Possessiveness, Hiding the Recording to Listen. Wu Bao Guagua, listen and see if you like it. Xie Jinyi's lips curled up with joy. Even before listening to the recording, he was already typing a reply. My WeChat profile picture is really handsome, hehe, like especially like. His WeChat profile picture has been the same as the dog head image since he changed it, and he has never altered it. Xie Jinyi eagerly clicked open the audio file. As the download succeeded, a clear and pleasant piano sound gradually sounded. It seemed like a painting of dawn slowly unfolded, the sunrise dancing towards the sky. In an instant, the clouds glowed brightly, spring tide surged, all things awakened. Yun Wulian's voice followed. Like a cool breeze blowing, carrying the breath of coolness, it gently caressed the eardrum. Shilgo Wang, good morning, it's time to get up, be good, keep going for one more day, I'm waiting for you to come home. Damn! Xie Jinyi exclaimed, almost dropping his phone from excitement. Holy crap! These two Wangs are too cute. Wu Bao even specifically played the piano for him, it sounds so good. Xie Jinyi listened to the recording several times, full of fondness on his face. Just when he was about to listen to it again, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait. If the recording is set as the alarm clock, wouldn't those few smelly men outside hear Wu Bao's these soft and cute barks? A strange sense of possessiveness surged up, the young man slightly closed his eyes and quietly turned down the volume, discarding the idea of using the recording as a ringtone. He would hide it and listen by himself. On the other side, Yun Wulian sat in front of the white piano wrapped in a blanket, staring at the phone with silence. The screen showed a selfie sent by Xie Jinyi. As a sports student who exercises every day, Xie Jinyi's figure was very perfect. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long limbs, a well-built physique, abdominal muscles clearly separated, lines flowing smoothly, with droplets hanging on them, the hormone-laden atmosphere rushed out. Xie Jinyi's expression was also quite playful. Seemed a little shy, turning his head while flicking his fringe, holding back a laugh with pursed lips, and the other hand still high up, stiffly making a victory gesture. But the most important place was blurred out. Not with the kind of blurry mosaic, but with a cute and shiny cartoon sun sticker. The sun had expressions, wearing a straw hat, rosy cheeks, and covering its eyes. As if saying, hey, no peeking, no peeking. Yun Wulian slightly arched an eyebrow, covered his mouth and cleared his throat, staring angrily at the sun sticker. Must see. Eventually see your owner completely naked. Yun Wulian switched back to the chat window, discovering there were still 2 more photos behind, one being a full body shot in blue underwear, the other an abdominal muscle close-up. He just saved the photos. The phone vibrated, and feedback from the youth came, first a string of wildly happy, overjoyed emoticons, then a text message. Dumb stupid tomboy tail-shaking doggy, Wu Bao, you're the best treasure in the world, I really like this ringtone, I'll hide it and listen by myself. Yun Wulian. Hide it and listen by yourself. Very good. As long as there's possessiveness, eventually desire will come. Just when he was about to reply, new messages came again. Wu Bao, are you still in the piano room? It's cooling off at night, those virus demons are looking at you menacingly. Be a good boy, quickly go back to the bedroom and hide under the covers, must not let them succeed. Yun Wulian's corner of the mouth hooked up, originally wanting to give Xie Jinyi's sticker photos a poor review, now that his mood improved, he replied with a pat on the head emoji. Wu, in bed. The gentle lie set the young man's mind at ease. Subsequently, the opposite side showed typing status. After revising it for a minute, the new message finally arrived, cautiously, like a sneaky dog peeking its head out. Dumb stupid tomboy tail-shaking doggy, by the way, Wu Bao, are you satisfied with those photos? Yun Wulian lightly hummed, after a minute of typing he replied. Wu, why censor? The opposite side was revising again. Dumb stupid tomboy tail-shaking doggy, because it's too strange, even though we are clean and innocent, but whenever I send it out, I always feel like a huge pervert. Dumb stupid tomboy tail-shaking doggy, if Wu Bao you want me to model, I'll draw for you in person when I come back. Followed by a tail-shaking dog emoji. Yun Wulian was very satisfied with this answer. He tapped the record button, lifting his gaze to the moonlight outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a smile flickering in his eyes. His usually cool and detached voice softened as though melted by the evening breeze. As long as you. It's getting late, Ajin, good night. Upon receiving the voice message, Xie Jinyi was delighted and also sent a voice message saying good night, not forgetting to remind Yun Wulian to cover up well and not catch a cold. Outside the window, the night grew darker, and the evening wind gently brushed past. Yun Wulian pushed himself off the piano and slowly returned to the bedroom. After just a few steps, he started coughing again. His dark ink-like long hair cascaded down his shoulders, and the moonlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting upon his frail figure even though he was wrapped in a blanket. He looked like a fragile orchid on the verge of falling from a snowy mountain peak, solitary, cold, yet delicate. Once lying in bed, Yun Wulian caught his breath and picked up his phone again. He flipped open his photo album, staring at the full-body shot of Xie Jinyi for a while. His raven-like eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a mischievous glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. So pure and innocent, huh? Do you know what expression would be on your face if the big dog saw that I pinned you underneath me? Chapter 10, A Reward for Ajin. Yun Wulian planned to make some Ashin Jinyi merchandise. And it was going to be a life-sized semi-nude long pillow. It wouldn't be convenient to have the butler arrange something of such a grand scale, online customization couldn't meet quality standards, and there was also a risk of the pictures leaking out. Fortunately, he had his own private customization team. Since childhood, Yun Wulian always favored unique items. Once, he drew a design of a dog-shaped sofa and took it to his father, Chu Qinyan. Understanding his dear son's intentions, Chu immediately stopped his work and meticulously hired a professional private team for his son. Thereafter, most of the furniture in Yun Wulian's bedroom and art studio, as well as his daily clothing, were custom-made by the studio according to his designs. Yun Wulian flipped through his contacts until he found the responsible person's WeChat, then sent the picture over. He sent a full-body photo of Xie Jinyi in shorts along with detailed instructions regarding material and size requirements. The head knew young master Yun rarely socialized, so they didn't dare ask too many questions, simply replying with an acknowledgement that samples would be ready by tomorrow. After putting down his phone, Yun Wulian turned off the light and prepared to sleep. But lying there for over an hour left him wide awake. He felt around beside him, still cold, slightly furrowing his brow. He grabbed a cute wolf dog plush pillow into his covers. His face lightly rubbed against the cushion. A soft touch sensation spread throughout, calming his mind. Slowly, Yun Wulian finally closed his eyes, drifting off into dreams of riding a large wolf dog at lightning speed. The next day, it was time for acupuncture 3 times a week again. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes nourishing yin during autumn and winter, treating winter ailments in summer. During peak days in midsummer, yang energy is most vigorous, making moxibustion therapy ideal. Warm needle moxibustion is a method combining needle pricking with moxibustion. The best time for moxibustion is between 9 and 10 in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Yun Wulian returned to his room. Not long after, Old Zhou arrived with his medical box. Old Zhou wore a dark blue tang costume, glasses framing his kind, elegant demeanor. Seeing Yun Wulian sitting on the couch reading a book, he smiled gently and asked, "Wulian, what are you reading?" Yun Wulian slowly raised his gaze, closing the book. "Just picked it up randomly, it's about psychology. Psychology is good, learn more, it helps heal others and oneself. When the mind relaxes, the body unloads its burdens." Old Zhou had been part of the Chu family for almost 10 years now and could be considered Yun Wulian's half-grandfather. They conversed very intimately. He took off his medical case, rolled up his sleeves, and walked toward the couch. "Alright, just like old times, Grandpa Zhou will check your pulse first." Yun Wulian nodded lightly, pulling up his shirt cuffs. As Old Zhou sat down to take his pulse, Yun Wulian glanced toward the door and asked, "Grandpa Zhou, this time my parents aren't standing outside the door, are they?" Warm needle moxibustion involves inserting needles which then have burning mugwort will placed on top of each needle handle. Needles and fire alike made everyone from the upper echelons of the Xie household nervous, especially Xie Jinyi, despite Grandpa Zhou being a state-level renowned traditional doctor. There was great concern lest Yun Wulian might get hurt or burned. The first time doing warm needle moxibustion, they surrounded Zhou Laoshi closely, their eyes fixated on every movement of his hands, fearing any slight tremble that might cause harm. Xie Jinyi even held Yun Wulian's hand saying, "If it hurts, pinch me." Old Zhou sighed multiple times. Finally, Yun Wulian convinced them to leave under the pretext of feeling embarrassed undressing in front of them. Xie Jinyi stayed, opting to close his eyes while squatting on the ground holding Yun Wulian's hand, quietly acting like a mushroom that can't talk, accompanying his childhood friend as he received treatment. Now, after several years, Xie Jinyi nearly always accompanied Yun Wulian inside during sessions. While just beyond the wall, family members watched over silently yet warmly. Old Zhou, upon hearing Yun Wulian's question, instinctively glanced outside. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes before he shook his head with a chuckle. No, Wulian, don't worry, I didn't let them follow." Yun Wulian noticed Old Zhou's small action and already guessed the answer. They were indeed there. Even though it was just a simple acupuncture session, his grandparents were never truly reassured. Slightly turning his head, Yun Wulyan asked Old Zhou, how's the pulse? Old Zhou paused in deep thought, stroking his white beard slowly, your pulse is fine like a thin thread. It may float delicately and lack strength but remains steady. It's much better than usual. I remember not long ago you and Xie Jinyi went to the mountains to pick mushrooms. This shows that going outside often, relaxing your mind, really has benefits. Yun Wulyan, can you speak louder, please? Old Zhou, Yun Wulyan lifted his long eyelashes, pointing at the door with his chin, let them hear it and put their minds at ease. Haha, we still can't hide anything from you. Old Zhou couldn't help but chuckle, withdrawing his hand and taking out the needle pack. Collaborating with Yun Wulyan, he increased his volume and shouted towards the door, the people outside, Wulyan's pulse is very good, especially steady. This old man has been practicing medicine for decades and performed warm needle moxibustion tens of thousands of times. My hands are very steady, you all can disperse. No sooner had the words finished than the door opened. Everyone was there. Yun Lanyu was smiling while holding her husband's hand, Chu Qinyan silently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and Grandpa Chu leaned on his cane and spoke first. Wulyan, today Ajin isn't here, do you really not want us to accompany you? Yun Wulyan waved directly, goodbye. Seeing the little grandson so insistent, Grandpa Chu smiled indulgently and waved as well, alright. Grandpa will go find your Grandpa Xie for a game of chess. After saying that, he tapped his cane again and raised his eyebrows to remind Old Zhou. Old Zhou, be careful, don't hurt my precious grandson. Old Zhou nodded helplessly. After Grandpa Chu left, Chu Qinyan received his son's gaze, patted his wife's shoulder, and softly said, honey, let's go too. We being here makes Wulyan feel uneasy. But just as Yun Lanyu began speaking, Yun Wulyan loosened his shirt buttons and interrupted his mother. Warm needle moxibustion feels like tickling, it doesn't hurt. A pause in the speech followed, and the clear, cool peach eyes lifted, his gaze gentle and filled with laughter. With Ajin absent, Mom can help me pick a few iris flowers to put in the vase, alright? Yun Lanyu smiled and responded positively multiple times. Before leaving, she even threw a flying kiss to her son. By the time the moxibustion was over, it was already 10 o'clock. Yun Wulyan dressed properly and placed the iris flowers picked by his mother on the bedroom counter. He thought the color was somewhat bland, so he went to the garden and picked a few light purple larkspurs and green pearls. Then he asked the maid to bring the parrot upstairs and started teaching Cherry to call big handsome tough men. Cherry was quite smart. She learned right away. Yun Wulyan rewarded her with a few cashews. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. As soon as Xie Jinyi took his lunch break, he called on video. Upon confirming that Yun Wulyan was physically fine and the moxibustion went smoothly, Xie Jinyi began sharing fun stories from the military training camp, such as their encounter with a yellow rat snake on the road where one male student screamed in fright and jumped onto another boy's back. Another example was when the snake was eventually captured bare-handed by the instructor and coiled up like incense. Yun Wulyan lazily sat on the swing, looking down quietly listening. Hearing the young man vividly describe the scene, he couldn't help but imagine. If he were there at that time. Pretending to be scared and shaking as he grabbed onto Ajin's clothes, would Ajin protect him behind his back or simply carry him and run? Yun Wulyan curled his lips slightly, feeling the answer would be the latter. Unfortunately, his frail body could not join Ajin in military training, missing out on a lot of fun. Thinking about this, Yun Wulyan slightly frowned, his left hand gradually tightened its grip on the swing, his knuckles showing a sickly pale hue, and his heart felt weighed down. He just began to feel his breathing a bit restricted. A string of deep, magnetic male voices came through one after another, getting louder each time. Wulyan. Yun Wulyan took a few breaths, lifting his gaze to look toward the phone. The first thing he saw was an amplified handsome face. Xie Jinyi's face was nearly touching the screen, those pitch-black Danfeng eyes wide open, his silver hair messy, like a fluffed-up wolf dog. The youth kept staring at the lens without blinking, anxiously asking, Wulyan, why did you suddenly frown? Yun Wulyan remained silent. But his peony eyes also gazed deeply into the other. Xie Jinyi seemed to understand something, his mouth curling upwards, swaying both himself and the phone a few times, excitedly asking, Little mist, you miss me, don't you? Yun Wulyan paused for a moment before lightly laughing, you're correct, but there's no reward. Who says there's none? Xie Jinyi turned the camera around, picking up the candy box Yun Wulyan gave him from the countertop, opening it and shaking it towards the camera. Come on, Wulyan, choose a piece to reward me. Yun Wulyan's gaze flickered and chose the orange-flavored candy that the young man liked most. The one in the lower right corner, the orange one. Xie Jinyi found it, popped it into his mouth, sighed how sweet it was, then immediately turned the camera back, raising an eyebrow and smiling mysteriously. Wulyan, now roll switch, it's my turn to reward you. Yun Wulyan showed a hint of confusion, what reward? Through the video camera, the young man's Danfeng eyes narrowed slightly, his clearly defined fingers pressed against his lips, licking the candy, throat rolling, making a shushing gesture. Sweetheart, close your eyes. I'm going to whisper to you. Chapter 11, Earlobes Like Flowers, Enticing Ash's Heart. Yun Wulian's gaze fell on Xie Jinye's protruding, sexy Adam's apple as she observed the young man swallowing. Her lips slightly curled up with a faint reminder. We are on a video call. How can we whisper? Xie Jinyi cupped his hand to his lips in the shape of a megaphone and whispered, we're just simulating a whisper here, Wulu. Close your eyes and imagine I'm by your side. Yun Wulian didn't respond, so Xie Jinyi activated his repeat mode. Wulu 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 wulu. Stop. Got it. On the other side of the video, the young man stared directly at the camera with an expectant look. Yun Wulian sighed helplessly but was also curious about the reward the young man had mentioned. She obediently closed her eyes, placed her phone near her ear, and gently brushed a strand of her dark hair with her delicate white fingers. The lens focused on her snow-white, jade-like earlobe. The sunlight from outside streamed through the window, casting soft light on the earlobe adorned with a few strands of tender locks. It looked translucent, clear, and faintly revealed fine downy hair. It resembled a jasmine flower bud waiting to bloom, enticing one's heart with its beauty. I'm listening, came her calm and distant voice. The sound of the phone brushing against her earlobe amplified quietly, spreading an irresistible allure. Xie Jinyi froze, his dark pupils slightly dilating. His heart felt as if tickled by a feather, strangely uncomfortable, and he unconsciously bit the sugar candy in his mouth into pieces. Wulu, your earlobes are so pretty. White and tender, like a flower bud. He wanted to. The magnetic voice trailed off at the end, and perhaps due to the sugar in his mouth, the first thought that came to Xie Jinye's mind was licking. Realizing his odd thoughts, he scolded himself mentally for losing control and swallowed the crushed candy all at once. Just then, the familiar, melodic voice of the boyhood friend sounded again. The tone was cold, the intonation even, yet laced subtly with mockery. So this is Jin's reward? I thought Jin had already grown tired of my frail and pale body, having no interest in any part of it. But apparently, you still find it pretty. Xie Jinyi snapped back to reality, worried Yun Wulian might feel upset, and hastily explained, panicking. What do you mean, tired? What do you mean, pale and frail? No way. Our Wulu is incredibly beautiful, not some sickly pale person. You're Snow White, like a flower, healthy and beautiful everywhere. I'm particularly interested. Halfway through his comforting words, his speech halted abruptly. Having spoken fluently, Xie Jinyi only then realized how strange, and intimate, his words sounded, not something that should be said between good friends. He slapped his own mouth, noticing there wasn't much reaction from Yun Wulian on the video, sighing inwardly in relief that his childhood friend hadn't misunderstood, quickly changing his words. Every single part is prettier than ever, and I appreciate them all. Wu Bao, you're like a fairy descended from the heavens, the most beautiful being in the whole universe. The video call grew silent for a moment. Suddenly, a cold, icy beauty laughed softly on the other end. I like this reward. The young man's face lit up with a bright smile, looking like a wolf cub wagging its big tail happily. No, Wulu, my reward isn't this one. Yun Wulian, but I like it anyway. Xie Jinyi chuckled mischievously, his lips curling upward to the sky. Does Wulu want to know what the real reward is? Yun Wulian, yes, tell me. Xie Jinyi, are your eyes closed? Yun Wulian, they've been closed this whole time. Xie Jinyi, really? Yun Wulian, yes, after shutting out sight, hearing becomes sharper and more sensitive. I want to listen carefully to your voice while calming down. Xie Jinyi. Howl. Wu Bao is truly too cute for words. No. Not for words. Wu Bao is so cute that all the flowers in the world would bloom just for her. Wulu, shall I start now? Xie Jinyi closed his eyes as well. He leaned closer to his phone, shielding his lips with his hands just as he did when whispering in private moments. He softened his tone, lowering his volume, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. This reward is actually a little surprise. I originally planned to tell you in a couple of days, but unexpectedly, Wulu misses me so much, which made me so happy. I secretly sensed the little surprise, and found that it couldn't wait to meet its adorable little master either. So at 8:30 tonight, Wu Bao, after taking your medicine, leave the door open, turn off the lights, and lie down in bed, waiting for the arrival of the little surprise. Also, it will also tell you a little secret. On the other side of the video call, Yun Wulian sat on the swing, eyes closed, her ear pressed against the phone screen, listening to the young man's voice echoing like the wind of summer, brimming with youthful charm and affection. His lips curved slightly as he asked gently, is the little surprise you mentioned alive? Shoo, it's a secret. Xie Jinyi teased, refusing to disclose, you'll know tonight, just remember to leave the door open and close your eyes. Yun Wulian responded lightly, her heart full of anticipation. Considering that Xie Jinyi still had training in the afternoon, she hung up by claiming she needed a nap, coaxing the big puppy wagging its tail wildly into rest too. When she woke up, Yun Wulian received the pillow sample sent by the studio. The studio had printed only the upper part of the body initially, with hair and skin identical to the photo, crystal clear without any color difference. The person in charge also specially placed a sachet for better sleep inside the pillow. Yun Wulian thought the sample was good but rejected the idea of the sachet. A qualified stand-in must carry the scent of the original owner, so she planned to wash the pillow with Xia Jinye's shower gel. For the rest of the afternoon, Yun Wulian spent her time painting in the art room. Before long, it was evening. Since she had undergone warm needle acupuncture earlier in the day, Yun Wulian skipped her medicinal bath to avoid overtreatment, which might lead to dizziness. However, drinking Chinese medicine every night was non-negotiable. She had just stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe when her mother appeared on time with the herbal decoction. Though the Chu household had servants, regarding matters concerning her youngest son, Yun Lanyu always handled them personally. "Sweetheart, today's preserved fruit is strawberry, would you like to try some first?" After finishing her wash-up routine, Yun Wulian felt somewhat exhausted. She supported herself against the wall, walked to the bed and sat down, taking a few deep breaths before lifting her gaze and shaking her head lightly. "I'll drink the medicine first." Seeing her son's listless appearance, Yun Lanyu's heart ached. Alas! Even after years of drinking these bitter herbs, there hasn't been much improvement. If only she could shove those dregs down heaven's throat. Pushing aside her thoughts, the woman placed the tray on the bedside table, picked up the cup, and handed it to her son, saying kindly, "It's warm. Drink slowly. If it's too bitter, have some preserved fruit." Yun Wulian took the porcelain bowl, familiar with the smell of traditional Chinese medicine rushing towards her face. Even before drinking it, the bitterness had already spread from her nostrils to the tips of her nerves. She cast her eyes downward, gulped down the whole dose in one breath. Her crimson lips were wet, yet her expression remained calm, not even wrinkling her eyebrows once. Upon seeing that her son had finished his medicine, Yun Lanyu quickly speared a piece of candied fruit. Yun Wulian took the fork, obediently biting into a strawberry soaked in honey. Despite this, her expression stayed indifferent. "Mom, there's no need for the preserved fruit in the future." Startled, Yun Lanyu questioned curiously, "Tired of the preserved fruit? Then we can switch to mini cakes." "No need." Yun Wulian fluttered her long lashes, casting a shadow on her cold white skin. After a brief silence, fearing her mother might worry, she slowly lifted her eyes and added, "I've grown up already, I'm not afraid of bitterness anymore. Moreover, I've gotten used to this taste, it feels like drinking plain water now." "But..." Furrowing her brows, the woman stared at her son affectionately. Yun Wulian put down the fork, placed her hand over her mother's, patted a few times gently, and smiled faintly. "It's fine, it's not bitter. Who knows, maybe if I keep drinking it for a while longer, I'll get better soon." Hearing such words from her son, Yun Lanyu sighed lightly, shaking her head. All right. Mom will follow what you say, however." Her tone changed abruptly, breaking into laughter. "I bet Jean will surely shake his head and figure out ways to stuff sugar into your mouth." Yun Wulian. Something about this statement seemed a bit odd. Could it be? Mother has guessed something. As Yun Wulian was about to ask more, Yun Lanyu had already stood up with the tray, claiming she still needed to watch a movie with her husband, and left with a cheerful wave. At the very moment she turned around, that pair of bright peach-shaped eyes flashed an inscrutable glint. After Yun Lanyu left, Yun Wulian lay down. Buried under soft bedding, her ink-black long hair lay scattered neatly. She picked up her phone and glanced at the time, muttering softly to herself. There are still 15 minutes until 8:30. Jin's little surprise is coming. What could it be? Chapter 12, A Jin Sends a Surprise, Wu Wu is delighted. 8:20 p.m. Yun Wulian turned off the light and slowly lay down. Since the afternoon, he had been guessing what the little surprise would be. He thought it might be real cats or dogs, or even if it could be a Jin himself. However, his immunity was poor, his constitution was sensitive, and he was allergic to the saliva of some cats and dogs. If he touched fur licked by a cat or dog, red rashes might appear on his body. So, the answer to the surprise shouldn't be cats or dogs. As for a Jin himself, before military training, he himself said not to jump over the wall and to behave well, so a Jin should listen attentively. While pondering, there were only 2 minutes left until 8:30, Yun Wulian just prepared to put down his phone, and WeChat popped up with 2 new messages. "Stupid dumb can only wag tail, woof. Stupid dumb can only wag tail, your husky suddenly appeared, woo I faked a stomachache and asked for leave to return to the dormitory early, it's about to be 8:30, turn off the lights and close your eyes, the little surprise is coming." Followed by an emoticon of a white cat lying on the bed covering its face with paws. Yun Wulian replied with a good. He obediently closed his eyes, sat on the bed leaning against the cushion, waiting for the little surprise to come in. At 8:30. The bedroom fell into a moment of silence. After more than 10 seconds, faint footsteps could be heard, very light, almost soundless after entering the room and stepping on the carpet. Then, someone sat at the bedside. Yun Wulian could feel that it wasn't Xia Jinya because the mattress was very soft. With Xia Jinya's height and build, once he sat down, the mattress would sink downwards. But now the bed was still flat. It can be concluded that it was a very light female. Yun Wulian guessed who it was but did not say anything. At this time, something was placed on his thighs, the next second, a deliberately lowered male voice sounded in the dimness. "Wu Wu, you can open your eyes now." A Jin's voice. Yun Wulian was stunned for a moment, unconsciously feeling his legs with both hands, his eyelids slowly lifted. Just as a click sounded, an extremely dreamlike scene came into view. Warm starlight filled the entire bedroom, like a galaxy falling from the sky, countless stars visiting the human world together weaving gentle romance. And sitting on his lap was a large acrylic-plated wolf dog. The wolf dog was sitting on a wooden board, ears perked up, tail high up, both adorable and handsome. Inside its body were strings of starlights, on the left was also a red heart. After turning on the lights, it looked dreamy and interesting, with a full artistic sense. But if you look carefully, you can find that the proportion of the dog's body was slightly off, the head was too big, and the height of the two ears was slightly different. But this also indirectly proved that the dog light was made by Xie Jinya by hand. Just when Yun Wulian saw clearly the dog lamp, the heart inside the dog's body started flashing all of a sudden. Then, the youth deliberately lowered and imitated the voice of Crayon Shinchan, which sounded again. Woo, hello, I am Dejin. A Jin wants me to pass on a little secret, and the secret is that a Jin misses you so much. Yun Wulian lightly laughed while stroking the dog's head. Immature. Just as these words were spoken, another laugh came from beside him. Yun Lanyu, pretending to leave, was now sitting on the bedside ready to take away the dog lamp. What? Our little baby doesn't like it. If you don't like it, then mommy will take it away. Yun Wulian guessed that the one who sent the lamp was his mother, and he wasn't surprised. I like it. He blocked his mother's hand, his long fingers were coated with a golden edge under the night lamp, translucent and clear, gently touching the heart through the acrylic plate. Is there a recorder inside this heart? Our little baby is truly smart. Yun Lanyu gazed warmly at her son and smiled nodding. The playback button is right next to the dog's front paw, it can record for a minute. The segment you heard earlier was recorded beforehand from what a Jin sent me. Yun Wulian reached out for the playback button and asked again, what was the original recording? I knew you'd ask, mommy has already recorded it. Yun Lanyu got up and turned on the lamp, flipping to the chat page with Xie Jinyi and handing the phone over to her son. The penultimate voice message is that one, go ahead and listen, isn't a Jin such a fun child? Yun Wulian took the phone and played the voice message. Xie Jinyi was still using a voice line similar to Crayon Shinchan, referring to himself as Big Jin. Oh well little master hello, I am Big Jin, don't be afraid in the dark night, I am with you, and I will glow. The young man dragged out the final notes, laughing in a silly manner, very entertaining. Yun Wulian couldn't help but smile and commented again, the original version is even more immature. Upon hearing this, Yun Lanyu's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, her gaze filled with indulgence as she teased, but you do like it, don't you? Yun Wulian nodded slightly, handing the phone back to his mother. He gently pinched the ears of the dog lamp, his usually cold and gentle face now radiated warmth. Mom, when did a Jin find you? He had no idea that a Jin had been hiding such a cute surprise. It must have taken at least a month to make. Yun Lanyu briefly recounted how Xie Jinya had found her. 2 days before leaving, he had taken advantage of Yun Wulian's afternoon break to secretly bring the present to the Chu family residence, asking Yun Lanyu for help. At that time, Xie Jinya also stressed particularly. To enter the room quietly, place the wolf dog facing Wu Wu, and remember to press the playback button. As Yun Wulian listened to his mother vividly recounting those moments, his long lashes flickered lightly, and a sweet smile graced his handsome face. Though the smile was slight, the ice beauty suddenly became much gentler. He lifted his eyelids and noticed his mother weaving one of his strands of long hair into a braid, prompting him to chuckle helplessly. Mom, did a Jin mention how long he worked on it? A Jin said he spent a month or 2 on it. He stayed up late at night secretly working on it while you were sleeping, Yun Lanyu responded. Staying up isn't good for health, so I've already scolded him on your behalf. But don't worry, since the dog lamp is so thoughtfully made and beautiful, I praised him before reprimanding him. Suddenly, the woman paused her braiding motion and fixed her gaze on her son, her smile full of profound meaning. By the way, darling, Mom has a question for you. Yun Wulian guessed what his mother wanted to ask. Sure enough. With just a nod from him, Yun Lanyu leaned closer, her elbow resting on a cushion as she gracefully supported her chin, teasing him affectionately, Darling, have you and a Jin progressed to that level yet? Their eyes locked, and Yun Wulian remained silent for a moment before switching off the dog lamp. Lowering his eyelids, he spoke softly, we are good brothers. Do you believe me? Yun Lanyu shook her head. I believed it before your brother and sister-in-law got married, but not now. Yun Wulian's brother and sister-in-law were also a same-sex couple. His older brother, Chu Yuan Ci, was 4 years older than Yun Wulian. While pursuing his postgraduate studies, he was also taking over the family business. His sister-in-law, Yen Noa, was currently still in college. They had already gotten engaged, and most of their time was spent outside, only occasionally coming home during holidays or breaks. This was precisely why Yun Lanyu noticed their ambiguous relationship but wasn't surprised. After all, her eldest son had already come out of the closet. She was experienced with this. Yun Wulian, upon hearing his mother's response, poked the face of the dog lamp, almost regretting the other's lack of insight as he remarked, but a certain person insists he's a straight guy. We're good brothers. Upon hearing this, Yunlan Yu burst into laughter, though her expression conveyed relief and satisfaction. That's exactly what I expected. You two grew up together. A Jean has always been close to you, treating you well. You've been influenced by the feelings you've shared since childhood, and thus haven't yet distinguished between love, familial affection, and friendship. However, if the two of you really end up together, Mom will be delighted because Mom sees how a Jean takes care of you. When you cough, he gets more anxious than we parents do, hurriedly wanting to carry you back inside and take care of you. Trusting him with you puts Mom at ease. Yun Wulyan gently hugged the dog lamp, and beneath the curtain of his cascading long hair, a resolute smile formed. I understand. Step by step, I'll tightly ensnare him. The most apparent difference between brotherhood and romantic love is desire. Since a certain big puppy had openly admitted interest in his body, sooner or later, he would pull this big puppy into the deep sea of desire, entwining and indulging. At that moment, the phone lying nearby rang. There was no need to guess that it was a message from Xie Jinya. The woman, smoothing her chestnut curls, stood up and left the remaining time for the two kids who were in their awkward phase. Before leaving, she gently patted her son's head to encourage him. Go ahead, darling. Mom believes in you. With our good looks and talents, winning the heart of a silly boy is easy. Yun Wulyan glanced up and replied softly, don't tell Dad yet. Understood. This is the little secret between Mom and you two. Good night, good night. Mom will leave first, and you can chat slowly with a Jean, dear. Yunlan Yu sent a flying kiss and turned away. Once the door closed behind his mother, Yun Wulyan picked up his phone to check the message. What appeared was an animated gif of a dog sticking out its tongue, wagging its tail, and turning circles, accompanied by a funny emoticon. Stupid dumb can only wag tail, woo-woo, do you like it? Do you like it? Yun Wulyan didn't rush to reply. He turned off the chandelier, turned on the dog lamp again, and placed his hand next to the dog's face, striking a thought-provoking pose. Then, he took a photo, posted it on Weibo, and replied to Xie Jinya afterward. Chapter 13, Showing Affection on Weibo, Fans Are Swept Away by Sweetness. Chaoyang Military Training Base. A certain person who faked a stomachache to return to the dormitory early was now sitting on a chair, lazily crossing their legs. Xie Jinyi hadn't turned on the light, the sharp side of his face was illuminated by the glow of his phone screen, half bright and half dark, exuding a touch of unruliness. However, his narrow eyes were eagerly fixated on the screen. Why hasn't Wu Wu replied to my message yet? Doesn't she like surprises? She should not dislike it, right? The Jean is so cute, sparkling with vitality, handmade by him, both beautiful and heartfelt. Wu Wu should absolutely adore it. Perhaps she likes it so much that she's savoring it slowly. Xie Jinyi ran a hand through his disheveled silver hair, consoling himself. He waited another minute, growing increasingly restless and unable to bear it any longer, considering whether to make a video call just to check on her. Just at that moment, a new message popped up. Wu Bao Guai Guai, check my Weibo. Huh? What's this? Xie Jinyi rapidly exited WeChat and clicked on Weibo. Logging in with his secondary account, he found Yun Wulyan's latest post. Wu Henqing, I like it. Let's take another picture together when you come back. Wu Bao is making a heart shape. He just knew she would love it. The corner of Xie Jinya's mouth curled up wildly as he squinted his narrow eyes and opened the photo. In the room bathed in scattered milky white light from the galaxy-like glow, a dog-shaped night light emitted soft illumination. The pure white bed covers reflected a warm golden hue. A delicate, slender hand rested near the cheek of the dog lamp, its fingers forming a half-heart. The hand was exceptionally beautiful, warm light spilling between its fingers. Its nails were translucent with a hint of pink, as if washed and polished like water celery. Because of how pale the skin was, it carried a faint aura of frailty. This made one involuntarily want to grasp the hand. Squeeze it gently. Lace the fingers together, rubbing them softly to transfer warmth. Xie Jinya's smile faded, his heart skipping a beat, unable to resist reaching out, covering the screen of his phone carefully touching it. Alas! This hand must feel icy cold. With him absent, there was no one to rub Wu Wu's hands and warm the bed for her. A sense of heaviness settled within the young man, and he wanted nothing more than to rush home. He sighed, opening the comments section. Initially, he only planned to glance at it, but to his surprise, all the comments were shouting about calling the poster, wife. Holy shit! Is this an art student's hand? So beautiful. Wow wife, do you need a warm bed? Don't wait for some wild guy anymore. Let me do it, I've got 8-pack abs. OMG. There's a little deer running rampant inside me. Wife's hands are so pretty, even her nail beds are pinkish, for heaven's sake. I can't believe how happy I'd be if I could hold this hand, kissing and licking it. Ah. Isn't this exactly the kind of hand us bookworms adore? This hand is so suitable for clutching bed sheets, heavy breathing, my wife has me drooling non-stop. I have an immature thought, but our country's penal code is mature. Well, love is restraint. I won't express anything lewd. Wife, *****, shall we go tonight? Frowning, Xie Jinyi felt uncomfortable seeing these crude comments. He clenched his teeth, cursing and grumbling. Damn, bunch of perverts. I'm going to report every last one of you. His woo-woo was as pure and sacred as snow on Mount Tian Shan, untouched by dust, and couldn't possibly be tainted by such dirty comments. What nonsense about kissing and licking, or grabbing bed sheets. Go grab ghosts instead. Report them all of them. Suddenly. The youth paused mid-report, drawn by two lengthy comments. Do I think this dog lamp is pretty too? It contains a heart inside its body, clearly handmade, what a thoughtful gift. And woo-woo doesn't just say she likes it, she's making hearts. This makes it seem like the camo uniform wolf dog boy she posted before truly is her boyfriend. Woo friends, let me translate it for you. You'll see just how adorable this couple is. Firstly, it's back to school season, her boyfriend is wearing camouflage uniforms for military training. Secondly, there are clear handmade marks on the dog lamp, meaning it must have been made by her boyfriend. He's handsome and considerate, worthy of our wife. And now, the juicy bits arrive. Dog's body contains a heart plus woo-woo makes hearts equals hearts interlinking, sweet love. Woo-woo says like, without specifically pointing out whether she's referring to the present or the person, which means liking both the present and the boyfriend. Half heart plus waiting to take photos with you equals darling loves you, and I will wait until you come back so we can make hearts together. The photo was taken against a bed backdrop, and woo-woo also said she's waiting for you to come back. This is bound to make people overthink it, I bet they're probably cohabiting already. No. Are young fans these days really this imaginative? The youth let out a derisive chuckle, his sharp eyes showing his exasperation, yet he couldn't help but read the long comment again. As he read through it, his lips gradually curved upward. Although this fan had misunderstood his relationship with woo-woo. Nevertheless. All the details did suggest that he and Wu Bao had an excellent relationship, better than brothers. Xie Jinyi happily gave the comment a like. He saved the picture, closed Weibo and returned to WeChat, where he first sent an emoji of a dog wagging its tail and jumping on someone. Then. With excitement, he began typing. Chapter 14, Hazy Coughing Kiss Agent Eye Corner. My avatar looks really good, hee. Wu Bao, you're more precious than half a heart. You also said to wait for me to come back to take another photo, aren't you waiting for my half of the heart? Xie Jinyi swung his crossed legs and stared at the screen without blinking. The reply came soon from the other side. Wu Bao gaily, Though it was just a cold single word, without emoticons or even punctuation, the young man seemed to see a brilliant rainbow and immediately straightened up, beaming with joy. Hey! Heart to heart, sweet as can be. He and Wu Bao were obviously the best, even Wu Bao's older brother had to step aside. That night. A certain someone was still smiling in their sleep. On the other side. The cute and handsome dog lamp was placed beside the bed and stayed lit all night. The first thing Yun Wulian did when waking up early was to turn on the recording device, caressing the dog's ear while listening to the young man's voice, slowly regaining full consciousness. After getting ready, it was already 8 o'clock. The weather was great today, neither too hot nor too cold, with a gentle breeze carrying the faint scent of flowers, fresh and pleasant, extraordinarily comfortable. On a normal day, Yun Wulian would consider going out to sketch. But without the person who usually carried his easel and paintbox, also serving as his conversational entertainment, he didn't have much mood to go out. So after breakfast, he went straight to the studio. Yun Wulian opened the window, casually hooked a pale green silk ribbon from the wall decoration, tied it around his long hair, and approached the easel. His gaze flickered, his vision lingering on the painting on the easel first. An almost completed artwork was pasted on the easel, from which one could infer it depicted Xie Jinyi winning the world championship last year. The young man was dressed in a dashing black uniform, wearing a leather chest guard, drawing the bow and aiming an arrow, with the national flag fluttering behind him. His eyes focused intently, but there was also a carefree exuberance on his lips that reflected his youth. This moment was undoubtedly very captivating. Because of both his appearance and talent, Xie Jinyi's championship win even made it to the trending topics, with the highest liked comment being an ancient poem. In the youthful years of fine clothing and proud horses, we shall not waste our prime and know how to act. He looked extremely similar to a dissolute yet spirited young general from ancient times. However, no one knew that after returning home, the showy young general wagged his tail like a pet dog and presented his gold medal to his childhood friend as a toy, all just to evoke a smile from his little childhood companion. Recalling that weighty gold medal, Yun Wulian paused in the motion of tying his hair, fluctuations in emotion causing some difficulty in breathing, the silk ribbon hanging on his wrist as he covered his mouth and coughed twice. Cough, cough. His body swayed slightly, leaning against the wall. Yun Wulian slowly raised his gaze, his pupils moist and clear, a streak of regret extending across the look at the portrait. The dazzling Ajin. Very handsome. He liked him a lot too. Unfortunately, those days he fell ill with a fever and couldn't witness this brilliant moment firsthand. At the time, if Yun Wulian hadn't fallen ill, Xie Jinyi wouldn't have wanted to go either. It was Yun Wulian, with his weak, flushed face, coughing and panting, threatening to pull out the needle that forced the young man to sullenly nod and obediently pack his luggage. Xie Jingyi still left exactly on time, only willing to go to the airport once Yun Wulian's fever had subsided. Yun Wulian retracted his thoughts, gasping for air as he walked toward the portrait. He stopped in front of the easel, his hands resting on the wooden frame, lowering his head and bending over as his ink-black hair cascaded down his waist, reflecting the sunlight filtering through the window. Dressed in a white shirt, he resembled a divine being untainted by dust. But the crimson lips. Gradually. With extreme caution. Pressed softly onto the eye corner of the young man in the painting. Ajin. Yun Wulian weakly leaned against the easel, catching his breath. His trembling hand tightly gripped the wooden frame, with a red mole at his thumb base looking vibrant and striking, like a red plum blossom drifting amidst the snow, pitiable and fragile. Yet. Those lips that kissed the portrait were smiling happily. He embraced his big doggy, gazing downwards and called again, his tone cool but gentle. Ajin. The next gold medal, I will definitely be there with you. One missed opportunity doesn't matter. He wants to personally watch his young general achieve glory, shining brightly. Yun Wulian rested against the easel for a bit, waiting to catch his breath before picking up the light green silk ribbon off the ground. Tying his hair and rolling up his sleeves, he started mixing colors. Once mixed, he chose an extremely fine-line brush and began carefully drawing out the starry gleam in the young man's eyes. Outside the window, the sun shone beautifully, the breeze gentle. A few small fragrant lilies gently swayed on the balcony, bumping into each other like mischievous children playing around. As Yun Wulian put down the last few strokes, he placed his brush in the bucket of water. Just then, the phone by his side rang. It was a message from the studio manager. Young master, the pillow is ready. Take a look first. If there are no problems, I'll have Xiaoyang deliver it to the Chu residence later. By the way, do you need an opaque package? Yun Wulian. Definitely. After all, the person on the pillow was only wearing shorts, and it would be embarrassing if strangers saw. Yun Wulian replied with an okay and told the assistant to send it directly to the painting room upstairs. An hour and a half later. A rhythmic and crisp knocking sound came at the door. Come in. Yun Wulian put down his brush, wiped his hands with a handkerchief. The handkerchief was an elegant light blue, shimmering softly under the sunlight, with a beautifully embroidered gradient moonflower on its corner. He thought Xiaoyang had come, but when he turned around, he saw Chu Yuanxi. His older brother. The man was clad in a black shirt that suggested restraint, the collar buttoned impeccably, his deep-set features cold and stern, wearing a pair of golden-rimmed glasses perched on a high-nose bridge. In his left hand, he held a box of cakes, in his right, he carried something nearly 2 meters long, wrapped in a pale blue cloth. Brother. Yun Wulian's eyes flickered as he recognized that as his pillow. Chu Yuanxi gave a gentle reply and quickly approached, handing over the items in his hands. I met Xiaoyang downstairs and decided to bring it up for you. Thank you, brother. Yun Wulian took it carefully. Because the pillow was too long, part of it landed on the carpet. He squeezed it through the bag, good texture, very soft. Chu Yuanxi noticed his younger brother's subtle movements, narrowing his phoenix-like eyes curiously. Wu, what's inside this? Yun Wulian paused for a moment before seriously replying. A big darling who sleeps with me. Upon hearing this, the man adjusted his glasses, casting a sidelong glance at the easel and chuckled indulgently, his tone unusually affectionate. Could this thing possibly be related to Ajin? Yun Wulian admitted directly, yeah, Ajin's double. And the one without clothes, showing abs. Chu Yuanxi could roughly guess what it was. Raising his hand to ruffle his younger brother's hair, he said meaningfully, that fool has nothing in his eyes but you. He will eventually come to understand. Yun Wulian nodded gently, already forming plans in his mind. He looked behind Chu Yuanxi, not seeing another figure, and changed the subject. Big brother, where's sister-in-law? Noah signed up as a volunteer to welcome the new students. Mentioning his lover, the man's eyes filled with warmth, his voice becoming even gentler. At first, your sister-in-law had social anxiety and didn't dare to go. We even rehearsed several times at home. I pretended to be a freshman, intentionally teasing her as a senior student, and after my words, your sister-in-law blushed. When I called her the second time, she ran away, only to be caught back by me. After saying this, Chu Yuanxi handed over the cake to Yun Wulian. Oh, this mousse cake made especially for you by Noah is blueberry flavored. Yun Wulian received the exquisite small cake with a faint smile playing on his face, glancing sideways at his brother and criticizing outright. Sister-in-law is nice, but you're bad, always bullying her. This isn't bullying. It's called loving someone too much. Chu Yuanxi crossed his arms seriously and explained, then glanced at the pillow on the carpet, mocking. In fact, our young painter seems just like this older brother, he loves bullying people. He raised his chin slightly, pointing at the pillow and asked. I bet the double inside is not only used for sleeping but also for bullying a certain unaware fool, right? Yun Wulian. So smart. Reward, letting him guard an empty bed. When his sister-in-law comes back next time, he'll pretend to be sick and pull her into bed together. Chu Yuanxi returned this time mainly to retrieve some important documents. After chatting with Yun Wulian for a while, he turned and went downstairs to handle business in the study. After the elder brother left, Yun Wulyan finally opened the cloth bag. The moment he pulled out the pillow, his beautiful peach blossom eyes lit up. Chapter 15, My Precious One, No One Else Can Touch. Yun Wulyan leaned on the chair and held up the pillow, slowly appreciating it. Under the sunlight, the young man had disheveled silver hair with a few strands standing upright. His hands were raised on either side of him in peace signs, his damp bangs stuck to his forehead, wild eyebrows arched rebelliously, and his eyes squinted into crescents as he grinned foolishly. His canine teeth were prominently exposed, pointed. Since he was wearing only shorts in this photo, his smile appeared significantly brighter, albeit a little silly. But his body was truly impressive, every muscle flexing with vitality. After her appreciation, Yun Wulyan was very satisfied. Indeed, high customization was worth it. The physical item was even more realistic than what she saw on video, nearly no color difference. Even the water droplets on the abs were clearly visible. She pinched the face of the pillow. Her fine white fingertips slid lazily downward, landing on the pillow's abs where she gave another squeeze. Her movements paused, long lashes cast a shadow over her eyes as a trace of regret escaped her lips. Too soft. It lacks warmth. As expected. A substitute is just that, a substitute. Still, it was better than the real thing. The genuine Yuan Xia Empress had hard yet supple abs and carried a body temperature. However, this surrogate was still useful, after all, one of the crucial tools for fishing, doggo. Thinking about her plan, Yun Wulyan's hand shifted upward, flicking the youth's canine teeth. The coldness vanished from her exquisite face, replaced by an expression filled with deep meaning. The smile was subtle but carried hints of cunning and playful intent. Yun Wulyan was in no rush, the freshly made pillow still bore traces of mechanical sense from others. She slipped the fabric cover back on, took the pillow, and returned home, preparing to wash it first. On the way. All the servants working in the courtyard cast glances her way. Standing at 178 centimeters, Yun Wulyan wasn't short, but her frame was overly slender. The pillow, proportionally crafted according to Xia Jinya's height of 192 centimeters, appeared bulky and fluffed out, further enlarging its presence, making Yun Wulyan look petite as if embracing something gargantuan. Among the workers in the courtyard were gardeners and maids busy picking jasmine flowers to dry them under the sun. Everyone looked shocked and concerned, fearing that the frail young master might be crushed beneath the giant object. Many offered help. Young master, please don't tire yourself. Allow me, I'll take it. Though large, the pillow wasn't heavy. With her eyes fixed straight ahead, Yun Wulyan tightened her grip on the pillow, refusing calmly, thank you, no need. This is my big treasure. No one else should touch it. The servants were baffled. Big treasure? What kind of big treasure? Although unclear, this object certainly seemed pretty sizable. Young Master Yun was aloof and refined but in poor health. Although appearing icy, he treated everyone well. He had once drawn beautiful sketches for all of them. Wanting to do something for the young master, they redirected their attention to the cake being held by his other hand. One person spoke after another, wiping their hands in preparation. Young master, isn't the cake difficult to carry? Perhaps I could assist you. My hands are clean, I've wiped them on my dress. Yes, yes. You need both hands free for your big treasure. Isn't the eldest master returning today? Did sister and I make these cute cakes? Huh, the little white cat on top looks so much like our young master, beautiful and adorable. Yun Wulyan continued walking, her expression calm but nodding lightly in response to their words. Yes, my sister-in-law made it. It's also one of my treasures, I'll carry it myself. Seeing the young master's determination, the group reluctantly stepped aside. When Yun Wulyan walked far enough away, the gardeners returned to their work while two maids huddled together, selecting jasmine flowers from the basket, gossiping quietly. What exactly is that big treasure? Not sure, but it appears very soft, huge, and long. The young master cherishes it dearly, stroking it while maintaining that cold demeanor. Oh gosh, too adorable. What good fortune Mr. Xie has. Perhaps it's connected to Mr. Xie. Wait, considering the length, could it possibly be a replica? They glanced at each other and couldn't help but smirk knowingly. The shorter-haired maid laughed excitedly, I knew it. They've definitely done that. When Cherry called Mr. Xie warm bed public last time, I thought it strange. How can close friends sleep together when grown up, especially without seeing the eldest master sleeping with the young master? Hearing her laugh too loudly, her companion quickly covered her mouth. Shoo, lower your voice. If Mr. Xie hears us, he'll storm over here again yelling curses. It's fine, Mr. Xie is in training. That's right. So we should fully support them, laugh some more. Siblings since childhood are indeed sweet. Working at the Chu household feels so blissful. While the maid was quietly shipping the couple goals, Yun Wulyan had already taken the elevator to the 5th floor. The entire 5th floor belonged to Yun Wulyan, complete with a dedicated laundry room and drying area. The balcony was even equipped with sliding Shangri-La curtains for strong privacy, so there was no need to worry about others seeing the pillow when it was aired out. He rolled up the pillow and put it into the washing machine. No detergent was added. Instead, he poured in Xie Jinya's shower gel. During the intervals of the washing machine's operation, Yun Woo-yen returned to the bedroom, eating blueberry mousse while browsing Taobao to purchase other tools needed for fishing doggo. How could one stir up deep desires from within a man? Naturally. It would take extreme allure. After browsing for a while, he set his eyes on something, ready to place an order, when suddenly his phone buzzed. A strange local call came through. Chapter 16, Woo-woo calls for brother, Jean howls. Seeing the unfamiliar local number, Yun Woo-yen guessed it might be someone she knew, so she answered. Unexpectedly, as soon as she picked up, a silly laugh came from the other side. Hee hee, guess who I am? The young man deliberately lowered his voice, the intonation prolonged and raised at the end, sounding very much like Xiong air. Yun Woo-yen paused her action of eating cake, slightly raising her eyebrows, recognizing Xie Jinya but teasing him on purpose, her tone extremely cold, I don't know. After saying that, she directly hung up the phone. Less than a second later, the call came again. Yun Woo-yen took a bite of blueberry dipped in cream, then answered the phone. Sure enough, the big puppy whined pitifully. It's me, it's me. Wu Bao, how could you not recognize my voice? I'm angry, so sad, so heartbroken, can't cheer up anymore. Yun Woo-yen waited for him to finish yelling, licked the cream off her lips, her cool voice softening slightly, her red lips parting as she called out, Big Brother Jean. Xie Jinya is 1 month and 3 days older than Yun Woo-yen. Occasionally, Yun Woo-yen would call him this way. Every time the big dog would happily circle around, wildly wagging its big tail. There was a moment of silence on the other side. Sure enough, unable to hold back, he burst out laughing, cheerful and happy. Hey. Alright, I know you were just teasing me, I'm not mad. Yun Woo-yen's lips curved upwards, gently responding to her childhood friend. Then, she minimized the call window, checking the time, it was around 10 o'clock in the morning. Xie Jinya should be in military training. He continued browsing Taobao and asked, are you calling me at this time using the drillmaster's phone? N. Xie Jinya started playing coy, this is my new number, Woo-woo, guess what I'm using to call you? Yun Woo-yen paused momentarily, suddenly remembering something, asking with a mixture of laughter and tears, could it be, a little genius children's telephone watch? You got it 99% right. The children's watch is a little childish, I bought the adult sports watch. The young man spoke quickly, his voice bright and joyous, full of pride, like a large dog wagging its tail waiting for its master to pat it on the head. I specially had Uncle Fong buy it for me, it was just delivered to the base, it's black, very cool. I'll take a picture when I get the phone during lunch break and show you. With this telephone watch, we can have calls anytime and anywhere. Upon hearing this, Yun Woo-yen chuckled softly, the ice and snow in her eyes melting away, rippling with layers of charm, drawing a smiley face with a fork dipped in blueberry jam. To be able to chat anytime, he even got a telephone watch. How adorable. She wanted to touch the doggy's head. Yun Woo-yen was quietly delighted. Over there, the youth didn't receive a response and started repeating himself again, woo 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 woo. Stop. Yun Woo-yen interrupted the spell casting, softly responding, actually, I already know it's definitely cool without seeing the photo. Xie Jinya, isn't that right? My eye for fashion is sharp as heck. Yun Woo-yen, correct 50%. Xie Jinya, huh? Yun Woo-yen, you're handsome anyway, anything you wear looks cool. Xie Jinya. Ao woo. So happy. Woo-woo praised me as cool and handsome. A low and magnetic yet slightly dumbfounded laugh sounded again from the other end, silly but pleasant to listen to. Yun Woo-yen couldn't help but curl her lips upward. He flipped through Taobao, opening the detailed product page. It showed CS used simulation animal ears and fluffy tails. Ajin. Yun Woo-yen was flipping through the product descriptions, planning to reward the big dog, so she specifically asked, do you like pure white cat ears or ones with a touch of pink on the tips? Xie Jinya on the other side was a bit confused and instinctively asked, is Woo-woo going to draw herself? Yun Woo-yen, you guess. Xie Jinya thought about it for a while and replied confidently, I guess there must be a little, ow, next to the kitten, Wu Bao, you must want to draw both of us, right? Forget it. Let's surprise him then. Yun Woo-yen nodded along with Xie Jinya's words, asking, it's about drawing cats and dogs, so do you prefer pure white cat ears or pink-tipped ones? Xie Jinya thought about it for a moment and said, I like both. Yun Woo-yen. Understood. Greed pup. Buying both kinds. Xie Jinya added earnestly, our Woo-woo is like an elegant and beautiful white kitten, with pink-tipped ears, which must look so shy. By the way, I haven't seen your shy face yet, Woo-woo. It should be especially cute. Yun Woo-yen. Probably because you haven't kissed me, otherwise, I'd be blushing. But hasn't Brother Jean noticed how flirtatious these words are? Yun Woo-yen looked down lightly sighed as she placed her order, muttering under her breath, wooden head. Xie Jinyi had only a few 10-minute break, soon returning to continue his military training and practice grappling punches. The line for training was arranged by height. Being tall, Xie Jinya stood at the back of the queue, right in front of his roommates Zhou Yu and Xiong Jun. When they saw Xie Jinya back, they waved their hands, accidentally noticing something new on Jean Brother's wrist, a stylish black watch. The design was circular and full of technology vibes, very cool. Wow. Zhou Yu couldn't help but thumb him up, this watch looks amazing, big bro Jean. This isn't just a watch, it's... Xie Jinye returned to his place, turned his back to the instructor, tapped the screen a little, and switched the electronic mode from a regular watch to an address book. He then gave his roommates a sly grin and lowered his voice, saying quite proudly. Here, this is my communication device with our lovely baby at home. Remember to keep it secret. Zhou Yu caught some key words, teasing casually, love communicator. Brother Jean, don't act anymore. Finally, you've admitted the unclear relationship between you two. Xiong Jun immediately stared at Xie Jinye in shock. Grr. Xie Jinye slightly narrowed his phoenix eyes, giving them a glance sideways while putting one hand in his pocket, refuting seriously, there are different kinds of love. Do you not love your parents or siblings? Xiong Jun thought about it for a few seconds, found it reasonable, took off his military cap, scratched his buzz cut, and nodded approvingly, that's true. Though I have no brothers or sisters, I deeply love my parents. My mom also often says to me, child, mom loves you so much. Xie Jinye laughed, right, that's why Zhou Yu over here is the only impure one. Xiong Jun shook his head, you two are too good together, making it easy for people to misunderstand. That night I was so sleepy and kept swatting mosquitoes, I even assumed you guys were, that kind of relationship. Xie Jinye, it's fine, purity will prevail. Zhou Yu glanced at both of them, deeply sighed. Alas. These two are destined for solitude, loneliness Before Zhou Yu could say more, unfortunately, the rest period ended, and the drillmaster's powerful voice came from ahead. All of you, stand straight, attention. On one side. The sports students straightened their posture and continued their military training. Meanwhile, Yun Wulyan took the cleaned hugging pillow to the drying room. While waiting for the dryer to finish its cycle, Yun Wulyan lazily leaned against the wall, intending to close his eyes for a brief nap. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing down, it was a message from sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, woo-woo, is the cake delicious? You can't eat too sweet things, so I didn't add much sugar. If you like it, I'll make another next time. Sister-in-law, ha ha ha, before brother Jean comes back, let me feed you first. Although it might not be as tasty as what brother Jean makes, I will try harder. Degree Nabla degree. Yun Wulyan sent a cute cat paw heart emoji back. Woo, very good, I like it. In appreciation for sister-in-law, Yun Wulyan also took a photo of the dryer and sent it over. Woo, recently, brother has been busy taking care of the company. Is sister-in-law lonely at night? Would you like a substitute? I'll have the studio prepare one and send it to your house. To prevent startling the innocent and easily flustered sister-in-law, he intentionally used his hand to cover certain parts of the pillow, showing only brother Jin's head and neck. The other side, Yen Noah, was indeed startled. Sister-in-law, what? Sister-in-law, Sigma, degree, how come it looks like he's naked? Woo, it can be dressed. Woo, sister, do you want it? Very soft. Yun Wulyan yawned, cold white fingers flicked back the long hair that fell forward. He waited patiently, after a minute, the other side made a decision. Sister-in-law, yes. Seeing a string of exclamation marks, the aloof beauty smiled softly downward, replied affirmatively, and specially followed with 3 exclamation marks alongside sister-in-law. Yen Noah sent a proper photo of a man wearing custom-made formal suit looking serious and dignified. Yun Wulyan felt it was too much clothing, so he asked him to take off one layer. Yen Noah obediently sent a photo of the man in a shirt after taking off his suit. The immaculate shirt was accessorized with a leather strap, making him look restrained yet alluring. Yun Wulyan was satisfied. He forwarded the photo to the studio. After finishing their chat, the hugging pillow was almost dry, so Yun Wulyan hung it up again to let it soak up the scent of the sun. After lunch, he finally brought the hugging pillow back into the bedroom. Before nightfall, the fragrant substitute began serving as his company, accompanying Yun Wulyan during his nap. The hugging pillow was washed with Xie Jinye's shower gel, carrying the refreshing citrus scent of a young man, and still retaining the warmth of sunlight, which made it incredibly comfortable to hug. Yun Wulyan rubbed against it and soon fell asleep. Time flew by. A few days later, Chu Yuanxi's custom-made full-body hugging pillow arrived at their residence. Yun Wulyan heard from Yen Noah that someone even got jealous of this hugging pillow. Chu Yuanxi would quietly toss it into the secondary bedroom when he was home. And ever since the advent of the phone watch, Xie Jinye, fearing that Yun Wulyan might get bored at home alone, kept calling him occasionally to entertain him, talking about what they were practicing in military training. He would even deliberately lower the volume, punch while on the call, letting Yun Wulyan experience the military training atmosphere and hear his voice. Yun Wulyan was frail and easily tired. Many times, he would fall asleep while listening to the calls. Xie Jinye hesitated to hang up, but was more afraid of disturbing his little childhood friend. He often took advantage of the instructor not noticing, pretending to scratch his ear, bringing the watch closer to listen if the little childhood friend was still there. If it was the sound of a pen brushing against paper, then he wasn't asleep. If it was soft breathing, Xie Jinya would softly say goodnight and quietly hang up the phone. Being tall, Xie Jinya stood in the last row, his small actions went almost unnoticed. Even though the drill master did see, they didn't give it much thought. This day. Finally, Yun Wulian's online purchased cat ear props had arrived. Chapter 17, Cat Ears plus Low-Back Shirt equals bait all set. Mr. Lin, the butler, placed the last express package from the cart onto the table, looked up, and said to Yun Wulian who was arranging flowers nearby, "Woo woo, all the packages are here. There are 4 in total. Is the number correct?" Yun Wulian trimmed newly picked poppies, glancing at the desk out of the corner of his eye, and nodded lightly. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lin. Mr. Lin's eyes curved into a crescent moon shape as he straightened the black bow tie at his collar, shaking his head with a smiling face. "Not at all, serving young master is my honor." Seeing that Yun Wulian had no other requests, Mr. Lin waved goodbye and left with the small cart. After Mr. Lin left, Yun Wulian didn't rush. He still lowered his gaze and carefully trimmed the flowers. He liked finishing one thing before slowly starting another. Today's flowers were all sherry gray series poppies, with multiple petals. The different shades of blue and purple were very dreamlike. Placed in a white porcelain vase, they were beautiful like a painting. After finishing arranging the flowers, Yun Wulian took a few steps back, observed for a while, and was satisfied. Only then did he walk towards the desk. In the penholder on the desk was a pink and white cat-claw knife, specifically used for opening packages. Yun Wulian rarely got to touch this little knife before. Because Xie Jinyi was afraid he would hurt himself. Every time Yun Wulian just lifted his hand, the young man would take action first, neatly placing the open packages in front of him. Yun Wulian picked up the cat claw, sliding the button to extend the blade, casually picking up a package and aligning it with the tape in the middle of the cardboard box, drawing a line from top to bottom. It wasn't long before all 4 packages were opened. They were respectively: a white lace sleep mask, simulated cat ears and tail. There were 2 sets, one completely white, and the other with ears tips and tail tips dyed in light pink. A sexy, inviting white low-back shirt. A cell phone stand for taking pictures. Standing for some time tired Yun Wulian, so he leaned against the chair and slowly sat down, lazily propping his face with his hand, hanging a few strands of smooth black hair on his snow-white arm. He touched the simulated cat ears, which were furry and softer than expected, feeling very comfortable. With such good texture, Jean should like it, right? I wonder what kind of expression Jean will have when he sees me wearing these. A hint of mischief floated in Yun Wulian's eyes as he anticipated. He originally also wanted to buy women's clothing, but was afraid of scaring someone, because women's clothing is more interesting to wear face to face. Time goes by, there's no rush, there will always be opportunities. Yun Wulian has obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness, and his skin is particularly sensitive, so everything bought must be cleaned once. Even the eye mask is no exception, otherwise using it will be uncomfortable. After checking the items and confirming there were no problems, he carried them all to the washroom with the paper box. By the time the clothes were dried, it was already night. Cloud Wulian drank his medicine, lay down on the bed, hugging the semi-naked youth pillow, pondering the next step. Counting down, Jinyi has been away for nearly 10 days, the longing should have overflowed by now. Since everything is ready, it's time to throw out the bait. However, the excuse for throwing out the bait needs some careful thought. Yun Wulian yawned as sleepiness washed over him, and he soon fell asleep while thinking. The next morning, Yun Wulian washed up and chose a shirt with a 1,000-mile rivers and mountains design. After dressing, he went downstairs. Just as he reached the entrance to the dining room, he heard familiar laughter and chatter. Yun, your Jinya is really quite considerate. There is actually a gift at your place too. I thought only I had a special mission. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Jinya asked you too. Jinya, let me give Wulian a puppy night lamp. What is inside this gift box of yours? I don't know either. I've asked Jinya, but he wouldn't tell me. Yun Wulian glanced upward to see his mother chatting with her friend. On the table, there was a gift box tied with a pale purple bow. When his gaze landed on the gift box, a slight smirk curled his lips. Perfect. An excuse walked right into the door. At this moment, the 2 mothers also noticed Yun Wulian. Woo woo, come quickly. White Yun smiled, gesturing warmly. She was dressed elegantly in a blue silk dress, accessorized with pearl earrings, exuding a gentle and friendly aura. She picked up the gift box and stood up, her look towards Yun Wulian brimming with indulgence. Today, Godmother came with a mission. This is a small surprise from Jinya for you. He specially instructed me not to give it too early or too late, not to disturb our baby's rest. Yun Wulian accepted the gift, softly thanking, troubled you, Godmother. Not at all, I quite enjoy this task too. Bai Yun patted the child's hand gently, shaking her head with a soft smile. She noticed how cold the child's hands were and her eyes softened with concern as she said, Woo woo, it's chilly in the morning, so dress warmly or wear a shawl. Don't catch a cold. Okay, I'll add a coat if it gets cold. Yun Wulian obediently nodded, responding to Aunt Bai while touching the bow. It looked truly beautiful. Aging's craftsmanship had improved so much. At this moment, Yun Lanyu also stood up and walked over, patting Yun Wulyan's head. Today is Friday. Originally, the puppy night lamp aging asked mom to deliver on Friday too. Every week there's a small surprise for Wuxi and Wujia, our dear baby boy. Look, how thoughtful aging is. Yun Wulyan's gaze flickered slightly, and the corner of his lips curved upward in happiness. He cradled the gift box and lightly weighed it in his hands. It wasn't heavy, but he still had no idea what was inside, his usually cool voice tinged with anticipation. I want to open the surprise now, may I? Both mothers chimed in together, open it. Under the eager gazes of his mothers, Yun Wulyan untied the carefully tied bao by Xie Jinyi, winding the ribbon around his wrist. Then, he gently tore off the wrapping paper and opened the cardboard box. Chapter 18, Cats and Dogs, Surprise Gifts Exchanged. What caught the eye was a particularly adorable miniature wooden carving. The carving lay nestled in a bed of light blue raffia. It depicted a scene of kittens and puppies sitting on tree trunks, making snowballs side by side. They appeared very intimate. The tiny kitten was forming a snowball in its paws, while the puppy beside it tilted its head, smiling brightly as it stared at the kitten. The puppy's paws cradled some snow, and its tail wagged happily. Centered around them were both sides of the tree trunk adorned with small snowmen. Right next to the kitten was a budgie with its wings akimbo, looking rather aggrieved because it was almost being squeezed out of space by the surrounding snowmen. So cute. Yun Wulyan's eyes lit up immediately. He couldn't help but pick up the wooden carving, his fingertips gently rubbing the dog's ear as he repeatedly admired it in his hands. Kittens and puppies sitting in a row. Making snowballs. Building snowmen. All of his preferences, Ajin knew them perfectly. As Yun Wulyan's lips curved upwards, Yun Lanyu and Bai Yun also stared at the wooden carving intently. They could tell this was handmade by Xie Jinyi because Ajin had always enjoyed crafting little toys to please Wumomo when he was younger. Seeing the harmony between the cats and dogs carved so vividly, they couldn't resist giving a few compliments. Yun Lanyu, Ajin's craftsmanship is getting better and better. Bai Yun, yes, yes. This carving is more beautiful than what's sold outside. The cute little cat resembles Wulyan, and the wagging-tailed dog looks just like Ajin. There's even an angry cherry-colored bird, it's too cute. Yun Lanyu, the snowmen are about to push the cherry to the ground. Does Ajin still hold a grudge for the warm bed lord? Comment. Upon hearing the name warm bed lord, Bai Yun burst into laughter. Seeing that their son had difficulty handling the wooden carving with one hand, Yun Lanyu was about to take away the gift box, but unintentionally noticed there was also a piece of card paper inside. She hurriedly reminded her son, dear, there's a card in the gift box. There's also a snowman drawn on it, why not take a look at what's written on it? It's a secret. Yun Wulyan had already noticed the card. Placing the wooden carving back into the gift box and closing the lid, he waved at the two mothers expressionlessly. Mom, godmother, I'll be going now. Mothers. Did this mean it was a little secret they weren't allowed to see? Before the two mothers fully understood, Yun Wulyan had already turned around and left, hugging the gift. After that slender figure disappeared from sight, Yun Lanyu suddenly realized their little baby hadn't eaten breakfast yet. She promptly instructed Aunt Wu to pack the breakfast so it could later be taken upstairs to the 5th floor. Elsewhere. On the corridor wrapped in wisteria flowers. Yun Wulyan leaned against a European-style stone pillar, lowering his gaze as he took out the card and slowly unfolded it. The card itself was exceptionally cute, showing two snowmen sharing a red scarf, one wearing a little flower with rosy cheeks, and the other wearing a hat and winking. The writing flowed gracefully, exuding a confident air. Wu Bao, I make the wooden carving, you color it. Our pair is invincible. Let's wow everyone together. Also, I heard it will snow this winter, and I will definitely make you so many snowmen. Yun Wulyan stroked the handwriting, a smile curling his lips as his thoughts began to wander. Aside from flowers, he particularly liked snow. Unfortunately, although snow was beautiful, it was cold and bone-chilling. Due to his frail health, he would have to wrap himself in a thick cloak to enjoy the snow, and he needed gloves to make snowmen. And he couldn't stay outdoors for long during winter. He didn't like that. He wanted to directly touch the snow, feel its chill, build a beautiful snowman, and then playfully throw snowballs with Ajin. In the end, watch as the white snow melted into spring water in the palm of his hand. Just thinking about it sounded fun. He'd secretly tried it before. But it failed. Because the moment he removed his cloak, he started shaking all over, unable to stand, lost consciousness due to the cold breeze, and fainted right in the snow. Later, someone, Ajin, acted like a lovable robot, bringing him snowmen into the house one after another. With the indoor air conditioning set to high temperatures, the snowmen would quickly melt, prompting Ajin to swiftly run outside and bring another back again. This happened over and over again, all for him waking up to see those lovely snowmen. Yun Wulyan knew these details through his brother who told him. His brother had suggested putting the snowmen in the refrigerator, but Ajin shook his head firmly, saying, it's not the same. Putting them in the fridge feels like inserting a commercial break. What I want is for Wumu to instantly be filled with joy and surprise upon waking up. Yun Wulyan gradually withdrew his thoughts, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly, casting a shadow as if delicately sketched by ink lines. A sparkle glistened in the depths of his eyes as waves of happiness surged within him. What a stubborn big fool. Adorable to death. He chuckled and brought the card to his lips. And gave it a light kiss. It was gentle. And tender. Ajin's little surprise had been received. Now it was time to return the favor with an even bigger surprise. Yun Wulian returned to his bedroom to prepare for the next little surprise. During this time, Aunt Wu delivered breakfast, but he wasn't very hungry. Still, to avoid worrying his mothers, he ate a few symbolic bites. After Aunt Wu took away the dishes, he got back to work. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare. But Yun Wulian suffered from obsessive-compulsive tendencies and always aimed for perfection. Unfortunately, due to his poor health, frequent movements caused dizziness, forcing him to rest intermittently. First, he sketched several rough drafts based on his height and figure. He wasn't planning to draw pictures. Rather, he wanted to take sensual photos. After finding the most suitable pose, Yun Wulian set aside the brush and started arranging the scene. The shoot would take place on the bed, but the original duvet cover color was too plain. He planned to wear a white backless shirt later, so only a high-quality rose burgundy could enhance the purity of the white, evoking the desire to defile it. Thus, he needed to spread out a silk satin. Finally came changing into the outfit and putting on the cat ears. It was 10 a.m., and there were still 2 hours before Xie Jinyi took his midday break, so he could afford to move slowly. He pulled the curtains shut and locked the door. His raven-black hair flowed over the dark red silk, while his snow-white, jade-like hand reached up to unbutton his collar, one by one, calmly loosening the shirt buttons. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Xie Jinyi calling from his smartwatch. Yun Wulian answered the call while flicking his long hair backward, leaning on the bed and gradually lifting his legs to push down his beige casual pants. Xie Jinyi's youthful, anticipatory voice burst through like firecrackers. Woo-woo, did you receive the cute little surprise I sent you today? Yun Wulian stopped halfway through removing his pants, slightly tilting his head. His lips accidentally caught a strand of his black hair as he responded lightly, I received it. Xie Jinyi chuckled softly, craving compliments. How about it? Is it pretty? Do you like it? It's beautiful. Yun Wulian's voice was cool and calm, yet he complimented everything Xie Jinyi wanted to hear. I like it too. Ajin's craftsmanship is already at the master level, it's worth 100 stars. This praise made the other side laugh loudly, almost sounding childlike with delight, like a kid spinning happily with a lollipop, his joy almost spilling out of the screen. Suddenly, Yun Wulian called out seriously. Ajin. Xie Jinyi's laughter cut off immediately, a little puzzled. Was my laugh too loud? Let me quiet down. I'll be good, I won't disturb you, just couldn't help it because I was happy earlier. It's not that. Come back to the dormitory early at noon. Upon hearing these words, Xie Jinyi suddenly seemed to catch on, asking excitedly, Bao, does that mean you're so happy about the surprise that you can't wait to video chat with me? Yun Wulian fell silent for a moment. What a narcissistic dog. Still, it was true. After pondering for a second, Yun Wulian didn't reveal the truth and left a cryptic remark instead, I found a kitten, I thought you might want to see it. Before Xie Jinyi could ask further questions, Yun Wulian decisively hung up. 100 kilometers away. Xie Jinyi, dressed in camouflage, squatted half under a tree. The sunlight cast speckled shadows on his handsome face, which had tanned a little darker. Resting his chin on his hand, he stared at his smartwatch for a few seconds, furrowing his brows, puzzled. A kitten? What kind of kitty? Wu was allergic to cats and dog saliva, he couldn't touch cats. Unless, if it was a kitten washed squeaky clean that didn't lick its fur, it should be fine. But no. What if the wild cat turned aggressive and scratched Bao? Xie Jinyi grew increasingly anxious, fearing something dangerous might happen to his childhood friend since he wasn't there. In frustration, he messed up his own hair and went to the drill master faking a stomachache. When the drill master didn't believe him, he even considered performing a dramatic fall. Fortunately, Xie Jinyi had excelled in everything and maintained a great track record. Noticing something urgent, the drill master merely reminded him a few times and let him go back to the dorm. Once back in the dorm, he rushed upstairs, whipped out his phone, and dialed a video call. Chapter 19, When Wu in cat ears wears a bareback shirt. Xie Jinyi changed his posture, sitting at the edge of the bed, his right foot on the ladder, leaning against the partition, his dark phoenix eyes staring at the screen without blinking, waiting for the video call to connect. Who would have thought? A drop sound. The other side hung up the video directly. Wu, my video was rejected by Wu, I'm so sad. Xie Jinyi wanted to make another video call, but he was afraid that Yun Wulian had something to do and did not want to bother him. Finally, he pitifully opened the chat box and sent a picture package of a Samiad raising its paw and tilting its head obediently. My avatar really looks good, hehe, Wu, are you busy giving the little wild cat a bath? Yun Wulian ignored him. Xie Jinyi looked depressed, grabbing the rail for the mosquito net on the upper bunk, hitting his forehead slightly, his half-tied silver hair swinging like a wolf's tail. Damn. Wu has other kittens now, Wu doesn't love me anymore. He hulled a few times, feeling the phone vibrate, hastily stopping and looking at the screen. Wu bao guai guai, Ajin, I lied to you. Huh? Xie Jinyi grabbed his messy silver hair, confused. What lie? Did Wu Wu make a typo? Another new message popped up. Wu bao guai guai, in fact, there is no wild cat, it is a domestic cat. What? What domestic cat? Wu bao guai guai, the domestic cat you raised. Xie Jinyi froze for a moment, his thoughts swirling, then suddenly remembered the nickname, the zookeeper, given by fans, realizing everything. Could it be? Wu Wu referred to himself as the cat. Xie Jinyi also remembered an event from a few days ago when Wu Wu asked him whether he preferred pure white cats or ones with pink ear tips. It seemed Wu Wu painted and wanted to show him. Recalling these, the young man sent a glowing-eyed Samyet emoji. My avatar really looks good, hehe, Wu bao, I want to see the kitty, the one I raised, I want to see first. My avatar really looks good, hehe, are the kitten's ears pink at the tip? Yun Wuyan replied to his last question. Wu bao guai guai, find a place where there are no people around, I will send you a photo, and after you see it, you will know if the ear tips are pink. Even though just cold and rigid text, Xie Jinyi could still visualize the tone of his childhood friend. He imagined the last few words were emphasized, clear and pleasant to hear. Without delay, he made a yay sign with his hand and took a selfie to send over. My avatar really looks good, hehe, I am alone in the dormitory, patiently waiting for the little kitten. Soon. A picture of the kitten bounced out. Xie Jinyi originally lounging on the top bunk with a dangling leg, upon seeing the picture clearly, his pupils dilated, almost falling off the bed. Wow. This wasn't a painting. It's Wu Wu wearing cat ears. Wu Wu even, wearing a bareback shirt, with a fluffy tail. No. Wait. Under Wu Wu, there seems to be a Thami. Xie Jinyi's heart skipped a beat, his right foot in black military boots slid sharply, and he almost fell down again. Fortunately, he reacted in time and grabbed the railing. He forcefully rubbed his eye sockets, his handsome face full of shock. After confirming that he hadn't seen wrong, he sat upright quickly and opened the photo. Under soft natural light, the crimson silk on the bed bloomed like roses. Snow-like cool beauty knelt on top of it, wearing a bareback white shirt, back turned to the camera, slightly dipping her waist, left hand propping her side, right hand lazily flicking her long hair revealing half of her stunning profile, as if she were about to glance back. She sported a pair of fluffy white cat ears sticking up among her hair, her compliant long tresses meandered down her back, some strands of hair gracefully draping along her delicate butterfly bone onto the bed, forming a striking contrast between the burgundy silk and her snow-white skin. Her slim waist shone brilliantly, so slender that it enticed one to reach out and touch. Clasping his fingers together tightly. Yun Wuyan's shirt design was very artistic. The fabric was light and flowy, exposing almost the entire back, the lower hem sewn together, slightly elevated at the coccyx position, with a fluffy cat tail hanging down below the shirt, its end tied with a pale purple ribbon. Most shocking was still. Beneath him actually lay a full-body pillow resembling Xie Jinyi. From the photo angle, it appeared as if he just finished kissing Xie Jinyi. Only to be interrupted. Fine white fingers flicked her hair aside preparing to raise her head and look back. What is Wu Wu doing? Is it some special artistic performance? Why does this pose look stranger and stranger, as if she is seducing someone? Xie Jinyi's mind exploded, his heartbeat skipping a beat. He stared at the picture over and over again. His pupils were darkened, his throat tightening as if a ball of tangled yarn had formed in his heart, chaotic and messy. He couldn't associate the act of seduction with his pure and aloof childhood friend. His Wu Bao was as clean and sacred as snow, spotless and untouchable. It was all because he had dirty thoughts. Wu Wu must have hugged the pillow simply because she missed him too much. After all, he was an award-winning bed warmer. As for the cat ears, Wu Bao has always been a cute little kitty. They had grown up together, even taken baths together, so why not a simple hug? He shouldn't think impure thoughts, he mustn't defile Wu Bao. Xie Jinyi shook his head to disperse these weird thoughts. But his gaze, as if magnetically drawn, couldn't help but return to the photo repeatedly. Those dark phoenix eyes, bright and mesmerizing, revealed a hidden affection he himself hadn't realized. Growl. Wu Bao really looks so beautiful. As his gaze fell on the furry cat ears, he wanted to zoom in on the photo to see if the tips were pink. Just then. The phone vibrated, signaling a new message. Xie Jinyi quickly minimized the image to check the message. As soon as he saw it, his smile froze instantly. Chapter 20, Do you like the house cat you raise? Wu Bao Guaigue, is it nice? Wu Bao Guaigue, I want to post this picture on Weibo. Xie Jinyi stared at the last few words, a mysterious sense of possessiveness surged, his knuckles suddenly tightened, the veins on his hands stood out, and his face was full of prohibition. Wu Wu not only exposed her entire back, but she didn't even wear pants, the only fabric on her body was very translucent, with cat ears and a fluffy tail. This photo is too thought-provoking. If it's posted on Weibo, wouldn't Wu Wu be seen by everyone? Fuck, Wu Bao, don't. Xie Jinyi quickly sent Yun Wuyan a video call, furrowing his eyebrows, full of anxiety, fearing that if he were any slower, his innocent childhood friend would have announced the photo. Yun Woo-yen soon picked up the video. Drip. The dormitory's network was a bit bad, the video picture kept loading in circles. Xie Jinyi anxiously tapped on the railing, thinking how to persuade the little childhood friend. Next second, the picture loaded successfully, those narrow Danfeng eyes suddenly lit up, instantly staring straight ahead. In view was a cold and exquisite face. Yun Woo-yen was sitting on the bed, his ink-black long hair flowing down like a waterfall behind him, with a white shirt isolated coldly wholly, he had standing cat ears in his hair, and the tail wrapped around his thin and cold white legs, furry, quite enticing. Compared to the photo just now, he had a white lace eye patch bound on his face, his sleek hair falling on both sides, beautiful peach blossom's eyes were covered, with a trace of inviolable mystery. Added with a cold and pale complexion, there was a feeling of brokenness around him, as if a pure snow on the cliff, cold and lonely beauty, evoking sympathy, yet making people want to pick it and crush it hard. So beautiful. Wu-Wu seems like a fairy in the sky. Xie Jinyi was stunned. The protruding Adam's apple moved up and down, the voice was hoarse in the throat. At this moment, the beauty with laced eyes slowly raised his head, his long hair slid along his pale jawline, lips slightly parted, his voice as clear and cold as jade. Jean. Where are you? I can't see you anymore. The weakening tone spread helplessness, like dissipating fog, touching the heart. Xie Jinyi's breath hitched, suddenly came back to his senses, even knowing Yun Woo-yen was teasing him, he felt extremely heartbroken through the screen, wanting to rush home and embrace him. He called out several times instinctively, waving his hands, going along with the little childhood friend. Wu bao. I'm here, I'm here. In the video, Yun Woo-yen slightly smirked and looked over, then suddenly asked again, I don't know what color of a cat I am, can Jean tell me? White. Xie Jinyi chuckled lowly, his handsome face filled with indulgence, the long leg suspended in midair swung unconsciously, lazily propping his face with his hand, his Danfeng eyes fixed on the screen, answering seriously, it's a pretty little white cat, particularly good-looking, the cutest in the world. Yun Woo-yen smiled faintly, only white. Xie Jinyi raised his brows, leaned closer to the screen for a detailed look, only then noticing, the tips of the cat ears were dyed with a faint pink. Also the tail tied with silk ribbon. Pinkish white, fluffy, looked as if the touch would feel great. Report to Commander Wu. I saw it. Your tail tip and ear tip are all lightly pink, as if shy, so obedient. Xie Jinyi looked and looked, feeling as if there were feathers scratching his heart, itching all over, restless, wanting to rush into the phone and touch once. Finally subconsciously touched the pillow, fantasizing about the sensation, pinched a bit. Soft. Very cute. The young man stared at the screen intently, laughter pleasant and rippling, happiness couldn't be hidden. Wu-Wu, it turns out you were asking me whether I prefer pure white or with pink because you wanted to see as a little cat for me to see before. You deliberately misled me, making me think it was about drawing small animals. Yun Woo-yen slowly took off the eye patch, his peach blossom eyes shimmered like spring water after the melting of ice and snow, cold but enchanting, without misguidance, where would the small surprise come from? Xie Jinyi, that's true. Yun Woo-yen threw away the lace eye patch, lazily flicked the fallen long hair behind his ear. He propped himself up with one hand, slightly tilted his body, revealing a piece of his naked back, his fingers hooking the tail and lifting his gaze, playful vibes subtly appeared in his eyes. So. Xiao Xia caretaker, do you like the house cat you raise? Before the words ended. The pale pink tip of the tail lightly grazed against that cold face. Xie Jinyi was stunned again. Although the other side was merely playing with a fake cat tail, he suddenly had an illusion that he grew a wolf tail which was being played with by his childhood friend. His heart unknowingly quickened its pace, thumping wildly. Shit. Is there something wrong with my work? Wu-Wu just asked casually, but why am I thinking of all these weird things? It must be because Wu-Wu looks too good. Xie Jinyi felt very speechless about himself. Not daring to look at the screen anymore, he grabbed his messy silver hair and turned his head away, pinching the back of his neck to regain consciousness, and then muttered his reply while hanging his head low. Such a good boy, I like it. The foot wearing military boots kicked the ladder, and the bed frame creaked. He thought his thoughts were getting weirder and weirder, so he changed the topic and asked, Wu-Wu, why did you suddenly think of cosplay as a kitten? There was a moment of silence on the other side. Then two cold words came flying in. Fun. Xie Jinyi's heart skipped a beat, alarms ringing loudly. He suddenly remembered what Yun Woo-yen said about posting on Weibo, so he quickly grabbed his phone and anxiously looked at his calm childhood friend. Wu-Wu. You can just wear it privately when you want to play, don't post on Weibo. You're so beautiful, and there are a lot of perverts out there. If your picture is saved by perverts, they will use it for bad things. The young man spoke very fast, extremely worried. However, after hearing this, his innocent childhood friend in his eyes chuckled lightly. Chapter 21, Ribbon tied to the tail, Ajin is hooked stupid. What bad thing? The cold white fingertips touched the tip of the tail, gently tapping it. Yun Woo-yen played with her long hair and lifted her eyes. Her long lashes hid the mischief in her eyes as she tilted her head and said, I don't understand, Ajin, you explain it to me. He stared silently at the camera. His pale eyes were like crystals soaked in snow water, cold and clear, without a trace of impurity, so pure that one felt an urge to taint them. Their eyes met, and Zijinyan was momentarily taken aback. His roguishly handsome face twisted with hesitation, unsure how to explain. Grabbing his hair in frustration, a strand of awkward cowlick rose on his head. It's just things that are, well, for example. He wanted to give an example, such as people storing pictures to fantasize about them endlessly, or even perverts printing out the photos to do unspeakable things. But as these thoughts crossed his mind, they got stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. He didn't want these dirty matters to stain the ears of his obedient little treasure. Well, I don't know how to say this. Anyway, there are quite a lot of weirdos online. You can draw whatever you want, but real person photos showing bare backs and legs shouldn't be posted, Wooloo. Just listen to me, okay? In more than 10 days, I'll come back and cook something nice for you, alright? Zijinyan coaxed her as he used to when Yunwulian was a child and needed to take medicine. Yunwulian lowered her eyelids, her gaze flickering. She still played with the furry cat tail in her hand. When the young man finished speaking, she curved her lips, moving the cat tail gently in agreement. Alright. I'll do everything as Ajin says. The snowy white tail swayed in the lens, with the pale purple ribbon tied around it wrapped around her wrist. It softly brushed against her tender skin over and over again. Just as Zijinyan let out a sigh of relief, his attention returned to the tail. The moment he realized the ribbon looked familiar, his almond-shaped eyes lit up. He blurted out, Wooloo, isn't this the ribbon I used to tie the gift box? Finally noticed. The ribbon you picked is my favorite, so I just used it. But Yunwulian untied the bow, wound it around her wrist, and then brought it to her lips with her fingers, lightly caressing it. Her long lashes suddenly fluttered as if smelling something she liked. A smile formed on her red lips as she gazed into the camera and slowly said, My butterfly knot doesn't look as good as yours, Ajin. When military training ends and we return home, can you retie it for me? Zijinyan's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively he asked. Tie where? Yunwulian narrowed her peach flower-like eyes, lazily leaned back against the giant pillow, yawning meaningfully. Wherever you want to tie it. Zijinyan thought this sentence was a bit strange and didn't dare to think further. But his eyes couldn't help but glance at Yunwulian. She was lying on her side, her bareback shirt draped loosely, exposing large patches of snowy white skin and her slender waist. Down the waistline hung a fluffy tail. Even lower down were her slim and well-proportioned legs. On her right ankle, there was the red string safety buckle he personally tied on her. Tie where? Tie it on Wu Bao's leg. The moment this thought popped up in his mind, Zijinyan crushed it, pinching his leg hard to stop himself from going any further. Just then, Yunwulian glanced back and waved to signal him to end the video call. Ajin, it's noon. Go eat. The cat needs a nap. Bye. Zijinyan had so much more he wanted to say, but the most important thing was his dear baby's health. He softly instructed a few words, making sure Yunwulian removed the cat ears and tail, and covered herself with the blanket before he reluctantly ended the call. Suddenly, the entire dorm fell silent. Zijinyan sighed, gripping his phone and falling backward onto the bed. One leg straight and elegant dangled in the air while the other loosely hung over the railing. He looked despondent, resembling a big dog whose bone had been snatched away. Suddenly, he recalled something. In a sudden motion like a carp jumping high, he shot up and sat again. Wooloo's photo. Muttering, Zijinyan opened WeChat, scrolled through his chat with Yunwulian, opened the picture, and examined it repeatedly. He even zoomed in specifically to focus on her legs. Her snowy white ankles were as delicate as bamboo, beautiful like finely crafted art pieces. Wrapped around them was a red string. The red string was woven by his own hands, the piece knot was purchased with money he saved. Though this jade may not compare with the expensive warm-scented jade bought by old Master Chu, it was the best piece of jade he could afford 9 years ago. There was one thing Zijinyan hadn't told Yunwulian yet. In fact, this red string had been preserved in a sandalwood box, offered at a bustling temple for 9 years, and every year he secretly donated money for incense oil. 9 symbolizes longevity and completeness. He hoped the compassionate deities would bless his obedient little treasure with a long life, peace, and safety for her entire life. As for that nonsense fortune teller, screw him. You should always wear it like this. Our Wu Bao is the cutest little cat in the world, and will be cute for 100 years. Zijinyan's eyes brightened, his dark almond-shaped eyes sincere and pure. While muttering to himself, he let his fingertips graze the screen along the red thread. His movements were extraordinarily cautious. Exceedingly gentle. As if he were caressing a delicate flower, filled with tenderness, lest he hurt it. He stared at the picture for quite some time. In the end, he silently saved it to his album. He had a dedicated photo album for storing pictures of Wu Bao. There were already more than 10,000 photos in it, and the album had a cute note. It was called Wu Bao Grows Up, ******. When Zijinyan opened the album, he couldn't resist going through all the old photos again. Zijinyan had learned a bit about photography, so each photo had excellent composition and lighting. Most of the pictures in the album were openly taken, including photos from their high school days when they wore uniforms. They attended an elite high school, and the uniforms were exquisite white tailored outfits. In one photo, Young Willian sat in front of an easel drawing, while Zijinyan leaned over, with a lollipop in his mouth, cheerfully inviting his little bamboo horse to pose for a picture. In this photo, Young Willian lowered her eyes and ignored him. But flipping up a few pages, in another photo, Zijinyan's hand lightly hooked Young Willian's chin, prompting the cold beauty to raise her gaze obediently. Another one above that. Young Willian lifted her paint-streaked hand and gave a silent V. The one above that. Zijinyan sneakily stuck a soft pink cherry blossom in Young Willian's ear, causing a faint smile to grace her lips as she caught it on camera. Hey! Zijinyan browsed through a set of continuous shots taken a year ago, his lips curving wildly as he broke into a foolish grin. Goodness, how could my obedient baby look so beautiful? The young man's joyful eyes betrayed pride in his velvety voice. Just then. The door handle turned with a click, and his roommates pushed the door open. Upon entering, they saw Zijinyan sitting by the bed with his legs crossed, staring intently at his phone with a huge grin plastered on his face. This smile, something's off. Jinji, looking so happy again, did you see your wife? Instinctively, Zijinyan wanted to nod, but quickly realized what they were implying. He immediately straightened his face, put on a serious expression, squinting his almond eyes as he glared at them. I told you, it's just a buddy. Is that so? Zhou Yu couldn't help but snicker and sang with the tune of Home with Kids, your buddy, my buddy, they seem different. Childhood sweethearts, growing up together, best friends forever. The other three roommates couldn't hold back their laughter. Zijinyan. His hands itched. He really wanted to throw them out of the window. The roommates knew their limits, fearing Zijinyan might truly get upset, they quickly changed the subject, inviting him to join them for dinner. Normally very generous, Zijinyan often treated everyone, so knowing he had left earlier, they specially packed him a bento. Sitting in the chair, Zijinyan ate his meal while pondering. Was his friendship with Wulu really different from others? He mentally compared himself with Chu Yuanxi and Young Willian, who were real siblings. It seemed there was indeed some difference, but that only proved that he and Wulu were closer than real siblings. Zijinyan lazily held the wooden chopsticks between his teeth and suddenly recalled the quickening heartbeat and the intense focus on her he experienced 10 minutes ago during their video call. Seemed like there was a hint of strangeness. Lost in thought, the young man furrowed his eyebrows, revealing a touch of confusion on his handsome and arrogant face. Chewing with his chopstick perched high, he solemnly took out his phone and composed a post on Weibo, beginning with, I have a roommate. Chapter 22, You've developed a sense of possession towards your brother. Shang was working hard to fatten up his childhood friend. Hello everyone, the missing person here. I have a question to ask you all. During military training, I met a roommate who recently has been troubled by an issue. Do you save your good brother or sister's photos and then keep staring at them with a smile? My roommate swears that he just purely finds the pictures attractive and adorable and wants to keep them as a souvenir, without any evil intentions. So, is this kind of behavior normal? After editing the Weibo post, Xia Jinyi reread it carefully, feeling like there was a sense of over-denial in it. He considered asking anonymously on the school forum, but logging in was troublesome, responses were slow, athletic school members might influence judgment, and there was even the possibility of being seen by the roommate. Thinking it through, Weibo was still the most efficient. Most importantly, Wu Bao doesn't know about this account, so he can ask safely. Xia Jinyi straightened his back, took a deep breath, and pressed the screen firmly. With chopsticks dangling from his mouth, his leg crossed over the other, he grinned as he sent out the Weibo post. He ate a piece of Kung Pao chicken and intentionally waited for more comments before checking, only to have his smile freeze once again after refreshing. Because the comments section was mocking him non-stop. Haha little bro, are you just imagining things? When you stare blankly at your wife's picture and laugh stupidly, does she know about it? Ha ha ha. You're really naive if you don't get it yet. What normal boy would think their buddy is cute and good-looking? The only answer is, you've become gay. I do save my good sister's pictures too, but we edit them together and look beautiful. We certainly wouldn't laugh foolishly or drool like pervs. Hey classmate, let me help you understand your heart. First, open your Bao's photo, place your hand on your chest, and look at it for 1 minute. Check the waist, the lips, and the eyes, aren't they making your heart race? Don't you want to hug and kiss her? If so, you've already fallen in love. No evil intentions. I don't believe that. Look at your previous posts, you're trying to fatten up the childhood sweetheart. What are you fattening them up for? Isn't it obvious that you'll take advantage of them after they're plump enough? What kind of picture could be so attractive? Post it here so we can see. If we also find it irresistible and start giggling, then you're totally normal and pure. Xie Jinyi. Some people have already made assumptions about him. About drooling? He hasn't. Laughing is only because Wu is adorable. They must not have good brothers as good looking as Wu since they never laugh while staring at their pictures. Xie Jinyi skimmed further down. Then he noticed a relatively serious comment. Actually, it's very simple for the blogger to verify if he's gay. Can you accept your good brother dating someone else? Whether holding a girl's hand or being hugged by another guy, if you cannot, congratulations, your friendship has turned into possession. Xie Jinyi read the comment and found himself answering immediately. No. He felt others couldn't possibly take good care of Wu Wu. Nor could anyone match Wu Wu. Is this really considered a sense of possession? Xie Jinyi furrowed his brows, turned off the phone, long fingers clutching at his silver hair, body slouched backward with a thud against the wall. Yet truly, he didn't have any wicked thoughts. He just wanted to remain by Wu Wu's side, protect him, care for him, watching Wu Wu live peacefully and happily. Because Wu Wu was extraordinarily important to him. If it weren't for Wu Wu back then, he would have died long ago. Although Xie Jinyi and Yun Wulian grew up together as childhood sweethearts, they hadn't actually met as infants. They got to know each other when they were 9 years old. That year, 9-year-old Yun Wulian was recuperating from illness in Jiangnan. That year, 9-year-old Xie Jinyi was kidnapped onto a cruise ship by his father's business rival. He was brutally beaten, cursed at, and thrown into a pitch-black room where he trembled in pain, his mouth full of blood, and his bones felt shattered. No one brought him food. He could barely hear any sound. Fumbling around until he collapsed in a corner, hugging his knees and waiting quietly. Xie Jinyi was in immense pain everywhere, his swollen face hot and red. Thinking of the gun on the abductor's hip, he bit his lip and held back tears time after time. Whenever he couldn't hold back, he wiped them away fiercely with his sleeve. Grandpa said that real men must be strong, and they should never cry. He wasn't in pain at all. He had to endure. He had to wait patiently, just like a hunting wolf dog. Waiting for the bad guys to show up so he could snatch their gun, use them as target practice, escape this hellhole, and then, let the police take them away and lock them up to feed sharks. Xie Jinyi was very confident in his marksmanship. Since he was a child, he loved sports, learned horseback riding and archery, and even got to handle real guns at shooting ranges overseas. His shooting was precise, and both his grandfather and father called him a prodigy sharpshooter. He would get back at the bullies who wronged him sooner or later. Even if he died. He would turn into a ghost, step on their heads every day, and yank their hair for fun. Every day, Xie Jinyi would huddle up like that, holding his growling stomach, continuously comforting himself, cheering himself on. The fourth day. Finally, the opportunity came. Afraid that Xie Jinyi might starve to death and lose his utility, they sent bread. Xie Jinyi stayed motionless, lying on the ground and feigning death. He bit his lips and remained silent despite being kicked. Worried that Xie Jinyi had truly died, the man grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Xie Jinyi's heart raced violently as he suppressed his panic and fear and slowly extended his hand. He touched the gun. That person also realized Xie Jinyi was pretending to be dead. In an instant, Xie Jinyi fiercely bit down on the man's arm and, while being kicked aside, silently snatched the gun. As he fell, spitting out blood from his mouth, Xie Jinyi looked up and smiled triumphantly. Right away. Under the startled gaze of the man, Xie Jinyi raised the gun and accurately shot his knee. The pistol had a silencer, and the soundproof black room combined with loud music during the party masked the gunfire, leaving no one aware of it. Though seeing blood for the first time frightened Xie Jinyi, his hand shook slightly. When the bad guy stared and lunged forward, Xie Jinyi kicked him in the crew cut and locked him inside the dark room before fleeing as fast as possible. Everyone here was part of the same gang. There was no one he could ask for help. Disgusting scenes played out everywhere around him. Xie Jinyi hid in a corner, retching until his stomach ached and finally found a lifebuoy. In the middle of the night, he jumped into the sea to leave this disgusting place. He wanted to go home, he needed to return home. His body sank into the deep sea, and the sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him. Dizzy and disoriented, Xie Jinyi thought he might die, but he wasn't scared because he felt extraordinarily brave, escaping all by himself. Yet he was also somewhat sad. Because if he died, Mom and others would grieve for him. Xie Jinyi didn't want to die. Wiping away his tears, he hugged the lifebuoy tightly and recalled some tips the swimming coach once gave him. Clenching his teeth, he swam toward the glowing coastline. Time seemed endless. Xie Jinyi's entire body turned cold, and his energy was completely drained. Floating on the water's surface, semi-conscious, too weak to struggle further, he left his fate to the turbulent waves. In a haze. He thought he saw the dawn's first light. A gentle sea breeze brushed against his face, tickling his skin softly, as the first rays of sunlight spilled over the world and brightened everything. Looking ahead along the glittering waters, he discovered a slim figure running towards him stood on the shore. That figure dropped the sketchbook they were holding. With little expression on a cool, beautiful face, yet gripping the hem of their clothes, they ran hard with ink-black long hair fluttering in the wind, a white shirt glowing with a golden edge around it, shimmering like they were glowing themselves. So beautiful. Like a small angel, like a celestial fairy from the heavens. Also like the pristine flower blooming alone at dawn in storybooks. Mom said. Such flowers were called night-blooming cereus. Xie Jinyi used to think night-blooming cereuses were so white, almost unreal, looking like paper-made ones, but now he realized, indeed. There are such beautiful flowers in the world. Chapter 23, good baby is the best, I'm a childhood sweetheart enthusiast. The gears of fate began to turn unintentionally. The 9-year-old boy's face was pale, his body covered in wounds, barely holding on by a thread. He finally endured the darkness and waited for a glimmer of warm light. He tried to wave his hand but had no strength left in his whole body, only managing to mumble a couple of breathy sounds. He looked longingly at the little angel who came to save him. Help. Cold. Xiajinya's eyelids were too heavy to open. In a daze, he faintly heard someone panting and coughing. The next moment, his hand was grabbed by another cool hand as the angel checked his breathing. Are you still alive? The angel's voice was beautiful, like a clear spring. But his body wasn't in good condition, coughing again after saying just a few words. Xiaojinyi wanted to hug him, but his consciousness was fading. With his last bit of strength, he breathed through his nose, wanting to tell the angel. I'm still alive. Save me. Yun Wulian felt the warmth of his breath brushing against his fingertips, causing an itchy sensation. Looking at the disheveled boy who was about the same age as him, Yun Wulian frowned slightly. His pale, delicate face revealed a maturity beyond his years. He gently wiped the seawater and sand from the boy's face with his shirt, and seriously said. Don't be afraid. I will carry you home with the help of the waves and sunrise. Today, Yun Wulian had sneaked out to paint and watch the sunrise, without bringing any communication devices, and there was no one nearby. Wanting to go call for help, he feared leaving would cause the boy to lose heat and get into trouble. He rubbed the boy's face, coughed twice, his expression determined, deciding to carry the poor dog that fell into the water onto the road. The sickly pretty boy picked up a stick and started trying repeatedly. His body was weak, running a few steps himself caused him to pant and cough. It was incredibly hard for him to carry a boy taller than him. He picked up a wooden stick. Fell down and got up again. Coughed and rested for a few seconds when out of breath. Finally, he bit his lip till it bled, soaking his clothes and pants, barely managing to hoist the boy onto his back. He walked very slowly, his figure swaying unsteadily, breathing heavily, blood staining his lips red. His already pale little face flushed. After not walking far, Yun Wulian and Xia Jinyi fell together. Although the sand was soft, his knees collided with the pebbles, breaking the skin. Yun Wulian rested for a while, calming his breathing while once again rubbing Xia Jinyi's hands, passing on his body heat. Despite stumbling several times, they fell again on the beach. Xia Jinyi hit his head and regained some consciousness in a daze. Cracking his slit-like eyes, he stared blankly for a moment, looking at the thin yet strong figure of the little angel, his pupils dilated. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his throat burned painfully. Suddenly, the angel turned around, panting with his blood-stained lips apart, his white and handsome little face smeared with gravel, but lightly patted his head. And even coaxed him. Be good. Ho honk, we're almost home. Tears welled up in Xia Jinya's nasal passages, spilling out instantly. At that moment, he silently swore. To be the protector of his angelic younger sister, to guard her for life, to protect her, and if anyone dared to bully the little angel, he would bite them to death. Later, they were found by Aunt Chu and Uncle Chu. Wearing the sleeping gown of the little angel and lying on his bed, Xia Jinyi learned that the angelic younger sister was actually a handsome boy. Kneeling on the bed, looking at the rosy-cheeked little angel beside him, unconscious from a high fever and receiving intravenous fluids, his eyes reddened with tears streaming down his cheeks. Feeling remorseful and touched, he crept closer to the little angel while the adults were talking outside. Quietly extending his hand, sealing a pact with his thumb on the little angel's fore-injected hand. Solemnly declaring, I swear. From now on, I'll be your protector and I'll protect you for the rest of my life. He would protect his pure little flower, keeping her clean and happy, making him the happiest boy in the world. Afterwards, the Xia and Chu families became close friends. Xia Jinyi and Yun Wulian also grew up together. As for the bad guys on the cruise ship, they're all locked up. Unfortunately, there are no sharks in prison. Leaning against the wall, his hand supporting his cheek, Xia Jinyi's Danfang eyes closed pleasantly as he slowly pulled back his thoughts. The chopstick in his mouth swung back and forth, hiding the smile spreading across his face. His good baby is the best in the world. The bond between them might not be like ordinary brotherly affection, but it was certainly free of any dirty desires. They just had a deeper connection that outsiders couldn't understand. What about being gay or straight? He didn't care at all. He just wanted to be Wu Bao's knight in shining armor. Thinking of this, Xia Jinya's lips involuntarily curled up again. He realized why he felt possessive of Wu Yan. Nowadays, weren't there terms like younger brother complex and elder brother complex? He thought. Maybe he was a childhood sweetheart enthusiast. Xia Jinyi deleted his previous posts and modified his Weibo profile. Hello everyone, my little childhood sweetheart is the best in the world, and I am a pure childhood sweetheart enthusiast, ******. On the other side, the cold and beautiful Ice Queen lounged lazily on the bed, looking at someone's Weibo profile. She massaged her temples with a complicated expression, smiled slightly, then sighed. Ah. Would this blockhead even cry and take a cold shower if given medicine? Yun Wulian teased with words, yet happiness danced in her eyes. She knew, the more Jean acted this way, the more it showed how much he cared for her. Good things come to those who wait. Actually, teasing and luring him was rather interesting too. Yun Wulian put down her phone, grabbed the giant pillow next to her, pinched the youth's face, letting her fingertips graze Xie Jinya's smiling lips. She traced, outlined the clear and smooth pectorals. Jean. Do you think you can handle the next surprise? Yun Wulian lowered her heavy eyes languidly, lying on the soft pillow with her lips pressing against the youth's prominent Adam's apple. Her long lashes hid her playful gaze. Just a few more days. When the military training drew to a close, she would offer herself to him. Before they knew it, another Friday came. Xie Jinya's carefully prepared surprise arrived right on time. This time, the person receiving the task was special. Yun Wulian sat under the pavilion painting wooden sculptures. Raising her eyes for a moment, she paused for 2 seconds, softly laughed, then waved her hand. Come over. Chapter 24, Foolishly Laughing and Hurrying to Get Married. Woo woo, woo woo. In the sky, the cockatoo flapped its wings with great effort. Around its neck hung a bamboo basket the size of a fist, its edges encircled with lace, making it look delicate and adorable. Seeing its young master waving at it, Cherry flew even harder, shouting loudly in a juvenile boy's voice as it flew. Here comes the treasure is flying here. Catch the treasure with your hands or it will drop. If it drops, the warm-bed grandfather will barbecue. Yun Wulian shook his head lightly with a smile and stood up after putting down his brush. For the first few seconds after standing, he felt dizzy and his vision went black. He leaned against the stone table for a while before lifting his gaze and stretching out his hand towards the parrot. Cherry flapped its wings and perched on Yun Wulian's arm. Woo woo, woo woo, woo woo. It tilted its head, wiggled its bottom, its eyes like black beans extraordinarily cute. Finally, it puffed up its fluffy chest and indicated that its young master should notice the thing around its neck. Treasure, see if Woo Woo likes the treasure from the warm-bed grandfather. Did you forget again? Lifting his wrist, Yun Wulian corrected patiently while patting Cherry's crest, calling warm-bed grandfather Ajin will make him unhappy. You need to call him Mang Nan Shui Gu, macho brother. The intelligence level of this cockatoo is comparable to that of a 4 to 6-year-old child, especially excelling among its breed. Not only can Cherry understand human speech, but it also responds interactively. Still, it has an inexplicable fixation on the term warm-bed grandfather. Possibly due to reaching the rebellious phase. The more forbidden the word, the more it insists on using it. Sure enough. As soon as Yun Wulian finished speaking, it began humming with higher pitch, wiggling its butt. The warm-bed grandfather is good, warm-bed grandfather is great, warm-bed grandfather tries to catch Cherry but cannot, Yun Wulian couldn't help laughing as he took off the small bamboo basket, poking Cherry's little head. Do you not want to eat cashews anymore? Cherry quickly caught the keyword, and changed its tune immediately. Big strong man, Jean is the biggest strongest man and the most handsome. Woo 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 is the cutest one, give Cherry big nuts, big sweet fragrant nuts, so delicious. Very good. You'll get your big nuts when we go back later. Praising Cherry, Yun Wulian sat down holding the small bamboo basket, checking the surprise inside. Inside the basket was a light green Suzhou embroidery pouch. It had a white mist swirling around clear flowers embroidered on it, indicating by its texture that there should be a piece of jewelry inside. Indeed. After opening the bag, an exquisite brooch came into view. This was a specially designed night-blooming jasmine brooch. The flower petals were made of silk, immaculately white and lifelike. Below the flowers, 2 blue-purple leaves spiraled around it with a fresh and elegant tone, exuding a fairy-like aura. The back of the flower had a Milky Way frame design, pulling full artistic feeling. Beautiful. As Yun Wulian caressed the petal, his voice was light-hearted, his mood pleasant. Thinking about how Xie Jinya always left messages with every surprise, he searched the pouch again, indeed finding a rolled-up slip of paper inside. Looking at the content, it warmed his heart. Wu bao bao, I can't make the flowers myself, so I bought them. I was afraid I wouldn't choose well alone, so I asked my mother to come with me. We both think it's extremely beautiful. This exclusive global brooch is called Eternal Stillness. Its slogan particularly resonated with me, the camera freezes eternity, lighting up the clarity of beauty, the night-blooming jasmine no longer blooms momentarily, and you are the starry ocean of the dark night. There were also words on the back of the card. Hey, Wu Bao Bao, if you like it, pluck a star and give it to me. After reading the message, Yun Wulian heard footsteps coming, raising his gaze, it was his grandfather. The old gentleman was dressed in ink-and-wash Chinese clothing, leaning on a cane, carrying cashews as he walked over. Cherry, upon seeing food, instantly flew over. Big fruit, melon seeds, Cherry will swallow them all. Crunch crunch, fully fed. You, greedy eater. Grandpa Chu smiled and sighed, peeling a cashew to feed Cherry, considering that you perfectly completed the mission, come on, have some. They're all yours. Afterwards, he turned to his grandson, smiling and asking. How about it? Woo-woo, do you like this third little surprise? Upon hearing this, Yun Woo-yen was a bit surprised. You already know. Of course, how could I not know about my beloved grandson's affairs? The elder sat down with Cherry, glancing at the colored wooden carving on the table, his sharp and intelligent gaze softening with affection when looking at Yun Woo-yen. When that boy, Jean, gave the little moon lamp to you as a present, I saw it. When he came to me with a gift in hand, asking for Cherry's help, I grilled him a bit and got the whole story out of him. That boy was worried you'd be bored during summer vacation, so he managed to prepare 4 gifts. Later, because he thought 4 wasn't a lucky number, he changed it to 5, all scheduled for Fridays. Sending on Friday to Woo-woo sounds good with homophones. Yun Woo-yen supported his cheek in one hand, lazily twirling the night-blooming jasmine in his hand while listening to his grandfather's account. Curious, he asked, Grandpa, what are the remaining 2 gifts? The old gentleman shook his head, feeding pistachios to Cherry. Your grandpa isn't sure about that. I tried to probe, but that boy wouldn't budge, he kept his lips sealed. Yun Woo-yen arched an eyebrow lightly, his gaze flickering. After a brief moment of contemplation, a meaningful smile curved at the corner of his lips. Grandpa, can you do me a favor? Before specifying the favor, the old man had already leaned forward with the parrot, petting his grandson's head, smiling warmly and nodding. Sure. Just tell me, I'll do as you wish. Cherry quickly swallowed the nut, flapping its beautiful pinkish-white wings in agreement. Grandpa listens to Woo-woo's arrangement. Grandpa absolutely adores Woo-woo baby. Yun Woo-yen chuckled softly and began to slowly explain his plan to his grandfather. 100 kilometers away. Xie Jinya was leading his class in physical training but appeared distracted. The young man wore a military green camouflage uniform with his silver-gray mullet hair half-tied back. The sun illuminated him, making his figure stand tall, rebellious, and handsome. But his almond-shaped eyes frequently darted toward his smartwatch. It was like they were glued to it. It was already past 10. Had Woo-woo received this week's little surprise? What kind of little star would he draw for me after receiving it? Xie Jinya couldn't help feeling increasingly elated, anticipation evident on his face. Unknowingly, he continued shouting cadence, taking long strides while fantasizing about the expression of his obedient sweetheart upon receiving the gift, eyes squinting, mouth curling up as he left the group far behind. His classmates were utterly stunned, completely lost. Wait. Bro, running so fast, are you rushing to get married? Glancing curiously at Xie Jinya sprinting ahead, they noticed he frequently looked at his wrist, immediately understanding. Jean Bro was missing his little sweetheart again. Because Xie Jinya often squatted in the corner during breaks, calling home on his smartwatch, not only his roommates but soon the entire class learned about his childhood friend. Everyone had already run 14 laps and was exhausted, loudly urging Xie Jinya to slow down. Lost in thoughts of his beloved little talent, he didn't notice or hear them. While indulging in daydreams, Xie Jinya gradually snapped back to reality, spotting Coach Shen just ahead. He slowed down, jogging over to salute, report, 15 laps are completed, awaiting instructions. Coach Shen was fanning himself with a cap when his gaze swept over behind the youth, unable to help but laugh wryly. Xie Jinya, where is your team? It's right there. Xie Jinya came to his senses, turned around, and laughed seeing the sight before him. The students had fallen behind, halfway across the field. Seeing him turn around, every tall male student jumped up one after another, breathing heavily as they teased aloud. Bro, are you even human? You're running so fast and don't even feel tired. Laughing while running, missing your girlfriend again. Class leader, we saw you smiling as you stared at your smartwatch meant for your little genius. Heartless and disloyal. We don't believe you and your sweetheart are just good friends anymore. Xie Jinya. Alright. This gang of little troublemakers needs some discipline. The coach caught onto the keywords and looked at Xie Jinya's wrist, breaking into laughter without restraint. Smartwatch for kids. Xie Jinya seriously rebutted, report officer, you must have misheard. They said I'm running fast because I'm truly a genius. Having spoken. He saluted, turned around, and swiftly returned to his team. Since most sports students were open and straightforward, after more than 20 days of interaction, everyone had become close buddies with Coach Shen. Moreover, the base's prohibition on bringing phones outside dormitories aimed to prevent unauthorized photography. Smartwatches lacked camera functions, so they weren't banned. Hence, they dared tease Xie Jinya openly in front of the coach. Once lunchtime broke, Xie Jinya left his roommate behind, sprinting alone back to the dormitory, eager to grab his phone and start a video call with Yun Woo-yen. As he burst through the staircase exit, reaching for his key just as he was about to unlock the door. A familiar figure caught his eye. Chapter 25, Woo-woo sends a surprise, Ajin shakes the tail wildly. The visitor was Mr. Lin, the steward of the Chu family. Mr. Lin was dressed in a black suit, with a neatly tied bow tie at his collar. His left hand held 4 or 5 paper bags, and in his right hand he carried a brown dog bento insulation bag. Upon seeing Xie Jinya returning, he smiled warmly and waved. Master Xie, you must have been tired from military training. Haven't you eaten lunch yet? Xie Jinya shook his head and quickly walked over, asking expectantly, Uncle Lin, why did you come? Where's Woo-woo? Did Woo-woo come? Mr. Lin, young master is taking a nap, didn't come. All right. Xie Jinya gripped the military cap in his hand tightly, feeling a little down, but his foremost concern was Yun Wulian's well-being. It's better that he didn't come. The sun today is strong, it's easy to get heatstroke. Woo-woo. He was cut off mid-sentence as Mr. Lin handed him the bento bag. The young master may not be here, but your little stars have arrived. Little stars? Xie Jinya's eyes brightened immediately, regaining his energy. He excitedly took the bento bag and felt a slight chill through the thermal insulation layer. What are the little stars? Are they not drawings this time? It seems like there's food inside. You'll see once you open it. Mr. Lin squinted with a mysterious smile and lifted the other hand holding something else. In addition, these are bubble tea and some snacks young master asked me to purchase for you. There's enough to share with your roommates. Xie Jinya nodded and rushed into the dormitory in great anticipation. He had expected the little stars to be drawings of 5 stars, akin to a 5-star review. However, apparently, this wasn't it. Wu Bao had also prepared a surprise for him. What could it be? Xie Jinya carefully placed the insulated pack on the table and opened it. Inside were ice packs and 2 square glass containers. The moment he opened the glass box, a fruit painting carrying a rich fruity fragrance appeared before his eyes. Blueberries lay beneath as the night sky, under which there stretched a refreshing green landscape dotted with slices of starfruit. Their golden hue was pure and translucent, just like shiny stars. On the back of the lid, a moon-shaped sticky note was attached, inscribed with, "I cut the starfruit myself. One isn't enough, all the stars in the sky are yours." A small cat figure wearing an arm cover and raising a piece of starfruit adorned the end. Woohoo, so cute. Xie Jinya's heart bloomed with joy. He was absolutely thrilled. He gently closed the lid and inspected the second box. Inside was a meticulously made potato paste cucumber sushi roll with toppings of carrots, mangoes, and even scrambled eggs shaped like stars. Again, there was a message on the lid. Made with thoughtfulness, slowly crafted for you, eat them all. At the bottom was another drawing of the serious-looking kitten washing cucumbers under the faucet. Growl. Wu Bao said she missed me. Xie Jinya's corners of his mouth curled up wildly. Looking at the drawings, he grinned ear to ear in happiness, letting out hearty laughter that revealed his canine teeth. That rogue handsome face instantly turned slightly clumsy and goofy, looking like a Samoyed happily wagging its tail around with a meat bone in its mouth. Woo-woo, woo-woo. He stroked the kitten, talking to himself while responding to Yun Wulian who was 100 miles away. I miss you too, so much, sigh, if only there was a Doraemon's Anywhere door, I would immediately return home and perform a whole mouth swallowing show for you. Several minutes after Mr. Lin tidied up the food and left, the roommates returned. Xie Jinya pointed at the drinks and various foods on the desk and said with a grin, indicating it was their good baby who paid for the treats, eat as you please. His roommates nodded their thanks, glancing at the starfruit and sushi. Jean, this starfruit looks so. Before they could finish, Xie Jinya blocked their view with his hand, muttering curses. Get lost. This was handmade by my treasure, it's all mine. The roommates exchanged glances and couldn't stop laughing. Zhou Yu mimicked Xie Jinya's tone, deliberately stretching the ending, all mine because it's handmade by my treasure Jinya, don't you think that's a bit ambiguous? Deng Jiahao laughed and raised his hand. I think it's more than just a bit. Qing Xing followed and raised his hand too. +1 +1 +1. Only Xiong Jun bent over, resting his chin on his palm, staring at the table full of delicacies while seriously pondering whether to eat the mousse cake or crispy skinned pork belly first. Add what ghost? Are you guys even hungry anymore? Xie Jinya chuckled, sitting cross-legged on the chair. He grabbed a pack of tissues and threw it at Zhou Yu, who was most conspicuous, learn from Xiong Jun, how quiet he is. At that moment, Xiong Jun looked up with the chicken leg in his hand and explained honestly, bro, actually I'm giving +1 silently in my heart. Zhou Yu and others burst into laughter again. Xie Jinya leaned against the wall, his eyebrows arched, humming low under his breath, casting a sharp glance with his phoenix eyes, hiding daggers in smiles as he cracked his knuckles loudly. Not hungry, huh? Then let's have a fight first to expend some energy before eating. Everyone immediately fell silent and started stuffing their mouths with food obediently. Seeing his roommates had slinked off, Xie Jinya quickly turned around to look at the starfruit and sushi on the table, his phoenix eyes narrowing. That handsome face broke out into a foolish smile once more. Geez. What to do if I can't bear to eat them? Or, let me brag about it on Weibo first. Xie Jinya took more than 20 photos, choosing among them, finally picking one where he himself was in frame making a V sign, ready to post on Weibo. He tapped on the keyboard, just about to edit the caption. Suddenly, a sticky, sweet panting sound came from behind, like a sharp blade striking straight at the nerves. Xie Jinya's pupils contracted sharply. He gripped his phone tightly in an instant, feeling as if a storm was raging in his stomach. A wave of nausea surged up, overwhelming his entire body. Chapter 26, Love Heals All, Wu-Wu comes to the base. In the dormitory, the others also heard the strange sound. Everyone put down their fried chicken and instinctively looked up, glancing around until their eyes landed on Deng Jiahao, who was intently staring at his phone. Deng Jiahao himself stared wide-eyed at the screen, dumbfounded, his suntanned face suddenly turning red, clearly not expecting this to happen. "Shit, old Deng, what are you watching?" Zhou Yu and the others quickly leaned over to take a look, only to be startled. On the screen was an AV video showing a passionate scene between a man and a woman. Qing Xinghe exclaimed in shock, seeing something like this for the first time. His ears turned red, and he covered his eyes, stammering nonsensical sounds, unable to form a complete sentence. Xiong Jun quietly closed his eyes and continued munching on his drumstick while muttering, "My mama said kids shouldn't watch this, it will cause corns." Zhou Yu averted his gaze, teasing him, "Old Deng, who would have thought? You secretly have a taste for this kind of stuff." "My eyes. I forgot all about my blah 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 energy, I can't betray my girlfriend." "Not." Deng Jiahao suddenly looked up, flustered as he explained, "This was sent by someone in the gaming group, saying it was something good. I thought it was a game add-on, so I unconsciously." He didn't finish speaking when there came a loud noise from Xie Jinye's side. "Turn that off immediately." Xie Jinye clenched his fist in his left hand, pounding it hard against the table. His dark Danfang eyes glared coldly with irritation and disgust, his mood heavy with tension like an angry wolf dog ready to pounce, emitting a threatening aura that scared everyone. Everyone involuntarily trembled in surprise. Deng Jiahao lost grip of his phone, causing it to fall to the ground directly. It was Zhou Yu who reacted quickly, bending down to pick up the phone and turn off the video. Xiong Jun sat stiffly like being disciplined by a drill master, no longer daring to chew on his chicken leg. The atmosphere in the dormitory became tense. Qing Xinghe blinked, breaking the silence cautiously, "Big brother Jean, what's wrong with you? Your complexion looks quite pale, are you feeling unwell?" Deng Jiahao quickly apologized, "Sorry, big brother, I didn't mean to play such videos in the dormitory. It was a mistake, completely unintentional." After the sticky sweetness disappeared, Xie Jinye's frown loosened slightly. Seeing that everyone had become serious out of fear, he endured the nausea rising in his stomach, sighed as he raised both hands, placing one firmly over his face to shake his head in relief. "I'm sorry. My head hurt just now, those sounds made me feel uncomfortable. I yelled without thinking. Continue eating, pretend I don't exist." As he spoke, the young man lazily turned around, making a sudden groaning sound as he slumped onto the desk dejectedly. Zhou Yu and the rest exchanged a glance, then Qing Xinghe lowered his voice to reply. "Understood, understood. Rest well, big brother Jean. We won't disturb you." They were careful to control their volume when eating to avoid disturbing Xie Jinye. Once the dorm fell quiet, Xie Jinye rested his head on his arms for a minute, slowly opening his eyes. Memories resurfaced, and his eyes were filled with revulsion and disdain. When he was 9 years old, during the year he was kidnapped, he witnessed extremely nauseating and disgusting scenes on a yacht. Men and women naked in the hall. Various strange sounds assaulted his eardrums, and the smell in the air was sickening. So dirty. So disgusting. That moment left a huge psychological shadow on his young self. Thankfully, when dawn came, he saw a pure white orchid flower. At the thought of Yun Wuyan, Xie Jinye involuntarily curved his lips upward, as if falling into a soft cloud. Negative emotions dissipated instantly, healing his body and soul. He picked up the nearby phone, tapping lightly on the screen to see the serene sleeping face of his childhood friend. His dark Danfang eyes lit up, full of pure infatuation. "Wu, Wu, Wu." Xie Jinye repeated Yun Wuyan's name as he slowly stood up, picking up a fork to skewer a piece of starfruit and placing the little star she had prepared for him into his mouth. A fragrant scent spread around, sweetness diffusing through his teeth and gums. "Seems like the stars are sweet, like candy." The youth smiled foolishly to himself, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. The roommates beside him were all stunned. They exchanged looks and saw Xie Jinye returning to normal, letting out a sigh of relief. They squinted and gestured silently with their lips. "Is Big Brother Jin's headache gone? Doesn't Big Brother Jean look really silly? Is this even something we should say? How daring, what a fool, Brother Jean is eating the star his little sweetheart prepared for him. This is happiness in full bloom. TSK, apparently love really can cure everything." His headache got better instantly. The group covered their mouths and chuckled quietly. Xie Jinye was so caught up in his happiness that he hadn't noticed at all. He ate a few slices of starfruit, then stuffed a piece of sushi into his mouth. His cheeks slightly bulging, he smiled while crossing his legs as he flipped open Weibo to update his status. Striving hard indeed to fatten up the young colt. Asterisk asterisk. Hee, let you guys see my fruit-studded sky. Today, I've been fed by my young colt all day long, feeling extremely happy and content. Xie Jinye also took a picture of the moon sticky note left by Yun Wuyan. "One star is too few, I'll give you the whole sky filled with stars." After posting on Weibo, he munched on his sushi while scrolling through the comments. "Wah wah wah, the couple is so sweet, I could see pink bubbles through the screen. Wow. The young colt is so good at plating food, the fruit-studded sky is so pretty. The writing is also beautiful, no wonder it's an art student. The comment is just adorable too. A sunny, outgoing physical education student paired with a cool, aloof art student who gets sick easily is simply the perfect match. You two keep dropping sugary hints every day, not fangirling would be disrespectful to book lovers. Blog owner, look at how cheap and common you are. Pathetic. If this were me, I would have run home straight away, pushing the wife down onto the bed, kissing her over and over again. Folks, *RO, do you believe that the feeding student and his young colt are pure brothers, or do you believe that I am the strand of hair from Emperor Qin Shi Huang that's charmingly captivating? Haha, laugh die, whose brothers are this sticky? Controlling the colt means controlling the wife. I've already moved the Civil Affairs Bureau here for you guys. 3 seconds for you to go in willingly. Otherwise, we will force a kiss. Xie Jinyi. He had known it. Sure enough, they started shipping the pair yet again. Ignoring those CP shipping comments, Xie Jinyi specifically searched for comments praising his own baby's calligraphy and plating, becoming happier and prouder the more he read, feeling a warm sensation inside his heart. He screenshot some of these compliments, opened WeChat, clicked into the chat page with Yun Wulian from the top pinned conversations, and sent each screenshot over one by one. Drip. Message successfully sent. A smile lingering on his lips, just about to type some praises, he suddenly remembered something, exclaiming shit, trembling hands hastily recalling the screenshot. Phew. Almost blew his own cover. Indeed, when people are happy, dopamine tends to secrete, leading to temporary brain shutdowns. But pictures of the starfruit and sushi had already been posted on Weibo. If Foggy Treasure scrolls through them, she'll definitely recognize them right away. Should he delete the Weibo post? Xie Jinyi thought about it, and didn't delete it. Because there were many compliments in the comments section for Misty Treasure. He thought. If one day Misty Treasure stumbles upon it by accident, she should be very surprised and delighted, right? The roommates nearby saw Xie Jinyi smiling foolishly at his phone, guessing that he must be chatting with his sweetheart, expressing their gratitude, mentioning that the milk tea was delicious and the fried chicken tasty. Xie Jinyi nodded happily in agreement, retaking some photos of the starfruit and sending them over, praising how sweet and likable they were, humming a tune as he relayed his roommates' thanks. It took several minutes before the other side replied. Only one word. Not even a punctuation mark. However, after it came a cute expression of a kitty with red cheeks, still half asleep and sprawled on the pillow, yawning, swaying its tail as it rubbed against something affectionately. Xie Jinyi automatically visualized Yun Wulian's face. Muttering about how cute she was. Unknowingly, his corners of his mouth curved upwards once again. Night fell. Xie Jinyi finished brushing his teeth and climbed into bed. Just before sleeping, he wished Yun Wulian good night and unexpectedly found out that she had changed her avatar. It was a simple cartoonish doodle avatar. The kitten sprouted wings, grinning cheerfully as it flew towards a dazzlingly shining sun. Xie Jinyi understood her feelings. His darling today was thrilled to the skies. Without realizing it, the month-long military training was drawing to a close. The sports school where Xie Jinyi attended valued perseverance and hard work, making every drill performance spectacular and grand, even live-streaming the event. Thus, the final week everyone's schedule was incredibly tight and quite exhausting. They had to participate in all sorts of drills besides morning exercises. However, everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Even though they were utterly exhausted, lying prostrate on the ground, their voices ragged, they still shouted slogans loudly. Outdo the senior students of past batches, be the coolest kids around, enchanting the senior and junior sisters from the neighboring Fine Arts Academy. Xie Jinyi was selected as the flag-raising honor guard and also participated in the opening ceremony performance. He could be considered the busiest these past 2 days, gathering here to finish and then training there 1 hour later. Every day he would return to the dormitory so exhausted that he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Before sleeping, he still didn't forget to say goodnight to Wulian Yun. When Wulian said, "You've worked hard, keep going," a certain someone continued smiling even in his sleep. Every morning when he woke up, the first thing Jinyi Xie did was flip to his WeChat favorites, put on his headphones, and play the alarm tone Wulian had recorded for him. Over and over again. Even while brushing his teeth and washing his face, he still wore Bluetooth earphones. That day, the white uniform of the flag-raising honor guard had been distributed, and as soon as Xie Jinyi got the clothes, he eagerly put them on and sent her a picture. Wulian's evaluation was interesting. She sent a picture based on the little cat flying image, making the kitty lift its hand and hold a balloon. On the balloon was a big character. Handsome. Xie Jinyi instantly understood. Wulian praised him as handsome enough to fly. Jinyi Xie felt ecstatic once more. He flipped through the weather calendar and confirmed that the temperature wouldn't be high on the day of the military training performance. Thinking about how Wulian kept regretting not being able to experience the lively atmosphere of the military training and considering a certain plan, he took advantage of her praising him and typed quickly, enticing the kitten. "Dear Misty Treasure, in another 2 or 3 days, the military training will be over, and our military drill performance will be even more awesome. If you come the night before, there'll also be a bonfire evening event. Would you like to come take a look? Hehe, my avatar is so good looking, the bonfire evening is on the 13th, and we can watch it together. Then, on the 14th, I'll go home with you after the military drill. I'll pick you up along the way too. In order to make his little colt's heart flutter, Jean Xie specially selected a doggo lying by the bed meme. It had paws under its chin with an expectant look in its eyes. The reply came very quickly. Misty treasure, which dates are they? My good-looking avatar, bonfire evening on the 13th, military drill show and picking me up on the 14th. After 2 minutes passed without a reply from Wu Yan, Jean Yi leaned against the wall, anxiously waiting. As time ticked by, the youth's smile slowly faded, and he furrowed his brows. Is Misty busy, or does she not want to come? Another 2 minutes passed. Ping. A new message arrived. Seeing its content, Jean Yixie's initially brightened expression immediately dimmed. Misty treasure, those 2 days there's an art exhibition, and I want to see it. Alright. I can go home alone too. If Misty doesn't come to the base, I'll have to prepare some other surprises, but it's probably better this way since it gets chilly at night, and she might catch a cold. Just as Jean Yixie had consoled himself, another new message popped up on the screen. It was a stroking Samoyed head emoticon. Misty treasure, be good, and if I have free time after the exhibition, I'll come pick you up. Jean Yixie's sense of loss disappeared instantly. Thinking about how they would meet soon, the youth excitedly typed good into the chat box, and then added more than 10 exclamation marks. Time flew by, and there was only 1 day left until the end of military training. Due to exhaustion from several days of rehearsals, Officer Shen noticed everyone was listless. Afraid they would push their bodies beyond limits, he led them to the shady shooting range for relaxation. This afternoon is free activity time. You can rest if you want, or play with the shooting targets if you prefer, but one requirement, do not leave the shooting range. Got it? Everyone cheered joyfully in unison, received. The shooting range was large, surrounded by banyan trees. It was divided into 2 parts. To the left was the relatively safer archery area, where the wooden target boards were close by. On the other side was the firearms shooting area, with barbed wire fences installed beside the windows, and the targets were farther away. There were limited numbers of guns and earmuffs, requiring registration at the staff counter to obtain them. Jean Yixie glanced at the targets, feeling itchy hands, and went to collect a rifle. The gun was real, but the bullets were fake. However, the recoil and sound were still impressive, hence provided with earmuffs and goggles. Xie Jinyi participated in the World Championships and won a title, making him famous in school. Many classmates were his fans. As soon as he put on the protective goggles, people gathered around him, and even the coach came over. Zhou Yu and others unfortunately got pushed to the outskirts. They resisted, pushing back into the crowd. Jean Yixie raised the rifle, with stylish goggles pressing down on his silver hair. His profile was sharply defined, phoenix-shaped eyes slightly squinted, locking onto the target. His lips curled up into a grin, laughing proudly and confidently. With a confident raise of his eyebrows, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Everyone stared wide-eyed and gasped in astonishment. Holy cow, 10 rings. Brother Jinyi is so awesome. Brother Jinyi is so handsome. Hurry up and fire again, let's see if you can hit the bullseye every time. What do you mean, if? Are you doubting the capability of a champion? Shut your mouth. Our brother Jinyi is a marksman extraordinaire, he'll definitely make it. Amidst laughter and cheers, they all took turns praising Jean Yixie. Just at that moment, a figure as clear and refined as drifting snow slowly appeared from around the corner. Chapter 27, Wu Wu surprisingly appears, a Jean is thrilled. The appearance of the elegant beauty with long flowing hair instantly triggered a chorus of gasps and screams. Yun Wulian wore a new Chinese-style white shirt today. The collar design featured an oblique crossover buttoned at the side, accompanied by a white flower brooch on the chest. The shirt's hem was as thin as cicada wings, layered and cascading down to the thighs. As she moved, her white blouse danced gracefully with her ink-black hair, appearing light, ethereal, cold, and alluring. His steps were light, exuding an isolated and detached demeanor. There wasn't much expression on his beautifully calm face, yet his overly pale skin revealed an air of illness, resembling fragile flowers atop snowy mountains, stunningly beautiful and inspiring the urge to cherish, but also, to pick it and trample it ruthlessly. To soil the pure snow color, making him flush red with desire. On the shooting range, anyone who saw Yun Wulian couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Holy shit! Is this an immortal descending from heaven? More handsome than any celebrity on TV. When did our sports academy have such a stunning woman? Wait, someone so frail can't possibly belong here. It's like one of those lofty white moons in cultivation novels, whose girlfriend is this? I envy, I am jealous. I want another glance for my eye feast. There's a possibility that this person is male, you see, no makeup. If it was a girl, there would be eyeshadow and lipstick. My sister takes at least 2 or 3 hours to primp herself before going out. He looks so aloof, without any expression, we don't dare to initiate a conversation. Wait, isn't this fairy heading towards Brother Jean? With a crescendo of astonished voices, more and more people noticed Yun Wulian. Due to Xie Jinye wearing noise-canceling earmuffs and focusing solely on the target, he momentarily failed to sense the commotion. A classmate who saw the big beauty coming over to Xie Jinye wanted to call out to the young man. At that moment, the elegant beauty slowly raised his wrist, signaling for silence with a finger to his lips. Everyone immediately understood. They all nodded silently, stifling laughter while covering their mouths. Even the instructor leaned against the wall, arms crossed, smirking and watching the drama unfold. Yun Wulian's peachy eyes slightly narrowed, his transparent and fair fingers pressed gently against his lips as he softly coughed once. His gaze pierced through the crowd, finally falling tenderly on the young man as he observed him closely. Xie Jinye didn't wear his military cap, his silver-gray wolf-tail hairstyle was half tied back, with some strands brushing his neck. A month-long intense training under the sun had indeed tanned his skin somewhat darker. Looking further down, the camouflage uniform hugged his physique tightly, revealing distinct deltoid lines. It emanated an explosive strength, full of testosterone, looking even more like an untamed wolf dog from the grasslands. He liked it so much. If he hugged Brother Jean from behind, would he tremble with surprise? Yun Wulian's lips curved up into a subtle smile. In everyone's watchful eyes, he quickened his pace. The students held their breath, fearful of disturbing the great beauty. Zhou Yu and others also stood among the crowd, emitting several wows. No wonder Brother Jean remained unaware of being bent, still smiling foolishly and wagging his tail every day in the dorm. Their obedient treasure truly was breathtaking. Bang! Xie Jinye lifted his gun, achieving another perfect 10-ring score. Zhou Yu was quick-witted, fearing that if Xie Jinye realized the abnormal silence, the surprise might be ruined. Thus, he loudly complimented, "Holy crap, Brother Jean is awesome. All these shots hitting the exact same point, it's no wonder they call you a genius sharpshooter." Another round. Another round. Having said that, he nudged other roommates too. Deng Jiahao and others joined in cheering. One more shot. One more shot. Let us marvel at whether you can ruin the target. Alright. Xie Jinye casually waved his left hand, locking onto the target through his goggles, his eyebrows rising defiantly with an arrogant smirk curving his lips. His laughter was audacious and unrestrained. To ruin the target, right? That's nothing, let me make you completely obsessed with brother. He aimed for the center, about to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted in from behind, a mix of little iris flowers and medicinal fragrance, cool and captivating, like a spring flowing through his heart. Next, a cool hand rested on his shoulder, pressing lightly on his deltoid. Xie Jinye's body instantly tensed up, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled sharply. It was the scent from Wu Bao's body. The youth was already disoriented, losing direction of the gun in his hand, pulling the trigger unknowingly with a bang. This turned out to be his worst result ever, not even hitting the target. Woo-woo. Xie Jinye turned around with his heart blossoming, his excitement echoing throughout the shooting range. His wild gestures and dancing made him look silly, as if he had returned to being an ape. Upon facing Yun Wulian, the young man didn't forget to turn the gun in his hand so that its tail was pointed toward Yun Wulian. Noticing the brooch in front of Yun Wulian, Xie's tail wagged like crazy, spitting out a series of sentences. Am I dreaming? Wu Bao, how did you come here so early? Aren't you supposed to be at the art exhibition? I was sad for a long time because I thought you weren't coming. The bystanders were stunned. What the hell? Is this the power of love? Could their proud and cool brother Jean, 192 centimeters tall, who would just smirk and prepare to fight after a teasing comment, really turn into a tail-wagging doggy in front of his wife? For Yun Wulian, the curious glances from everyone felt like air. He paid no attention. He originally intended to give Xie Jinye a hug, but the young man turned too fast. Yun Wulian slightly raised his eyes, meeting those clear black ones filled with unhidden joy. The scarlet lips curved faintly as he helped Xie Jinye remove the earmuffs and asked, "Did you miss me?" I missed you, really missed you." Xie Jinye squinted, nodding obediently, his eyes staring at his little childhood friend again and again while lowering his voice to add, "If it wasn't for fear of you scolding me, I would have climbed over the wall several times to go back home." Yun Wulian's gaze flickered, with a hint of happiness flashing through. "I also missed you, so I came." All those exhibitions were false. He merely wanted to fool around with Big Doggy and create some surprise. As soon as Yun Wulian finished speaking, the other person grinned foolishly with his mouth pouting. Yun Wulian couldn't help but chuckle as he lifted his hand, tapping lightly on the rifle hanging backwards on Xie Jinye's shoulder. "Why are you carrying the gun this way?" "I'm afraid to hurt you. The bullets inside are fake. Even fake ones can still scare me." Saying this, Xie Jinye removed the rifle, throwing it onto the rack. "Any dangerous items must stay far away from my good baby." The classmates, having observed their interaction, could not resist whistling and teasing one another. "Hey, no wonder Brother Jean thinks about you all day. Even during drills, he always keeps his eye on his phone watch. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful. Sister-in-law, where do you study? Are there boys as handsome as you? Watching you two be all sweet makes me want to fall in love too. Sister-in-law, Brother Jean says you two grew up together. That's such a sweet pair. Ha ha ha, our class is all guys. If there were girls here, they'd probably scream and start fangirling hard. With everyone calling her sister-in-law, Yun Wulyan showed no reaction. But Xie Jinya's eyes widened. Shit, don't say nonsense. It's just the pure friendship between my little childhood friend and me. He feared that his little childhood friend might feel shy or get upset and thus wanted to defend their innocent brotherhood. Halfway through his sentence, his hand holding the goggles was suddenly touched. Stunned, Xie Jinya gazed down. Then, the frail-looking little childhood friend swayed his body, making Xie immediately support him. In the next moment, weak coughs sounded. Yun Wulyan gripped the sleeve of Xie Jinya, lifting his head as his peachy eyes shimmered with water, and his red lips slightly parted, quietly asking. Ajin, since we haven't seen each other for a month, do you want to go to a quiet corner without people and give me a hug? Chapter 28, Wu Wu spreads her arms. Come, hug me. The slightly cool hand rubbing against her arm through the fabric caused a faint itch. Their eyes met. Xie Jinan's heart jumped suddenly, his deltoid muscle bulged, and his gaze unconsciously fell on those lips tinted with rouge. His voice softened. I want to. After being dazed for a few seconds, he snapped back to reality, carefully supporting the frail young friend. His phoenix eyes returned to being clear and bright, staring directly at Yun Wulyan, filled with care and indulgence. Okay. We'll ignore these hateful people and go somewhere no one else is around. It has been a month since they last saw each other. He wanted to embrace her as well, measuring if Wu Wu had grown thinner again. Yun Wulyan nodded with a suppressed laugh, raising his wrist. Xie Jinan immediately understood. His gentle baby didn't have good health, walking a few extra steps would make him breathless. It was easy for him to get tired without someone supporting him. Without much thought, he gripped the delicate, cold white hand just like before and led the little companion toward the instructor. Classmates looked on in astonishment. What? Brother, it's already so ambiguous that you're holding hands. How can you still boldly claim that you're clean-cut good brothers? Zhou Yu and others standing in the crowd were also amused. Xiong Jun asked earnestly and seriously, Big brother you, are all good brothers in the city like this? Zhou Yu nodded. Of course, they even share a bed at night. Xiong Jun. He had to tell his mama. City folk seemed a bit weird. Seeing Xiong Jun's shocked face, Deng and Cheng burst into laughter until their stomachs hurt. Look, this little bear was truly a straight male through and through. Instructor Shen saw the two coming towards him, brushed the dust off his clothes, stood straight, and exchanged a glance with Xie Jinan's smiling face, teasing, What? You want to take a leave to go on a date with your little boyfriend? Instructor, why are you teasing me too? Xie Jinan blocked Yun Wulyan from view, squinting his phoenix eyes, gazing intently at the instructor, his expression serious as he sincerely countered, Wu Wu isn't my boyfriend. We're brothers who grew up together, very close. But we're indeed pure and innocent. Instructor Shen tilted his head, his gaze landing on the clasped hands of the two, incisively commenting, only good kindergarten buddies hold hands in public. Xie Jinan, worried that his little friend might feel embarrassed by misunderstanding, once again blocked the instructor's line of sight and explained earnestly, Wu Wu isn't feeling well, and if I hold his hand, he won't tire easily. Instructor Shen. Do you think I believe you? But this kid really has great acting skills, telling lies without batting an eye. Yun Wulyan had remained quietly standing behind Xie Jinan, not saying anything. After Xie Jinan finished explaining, he glanced back at Yun Wulyan and noticed his dear little buddy lowering his eyelids, unmoving under his hand's grip. Unable to help himself, he sighed inwardly, Wu Wu is so small, really such a obedient baby. Instructor Shen watched Xie Jinan, shaking his head and laughing as he noted that today was free time and considering the identity of a certain person's childhood friend who could come to the base at this time must be special. With a wave of his hand, he gave them a couple of reminders and let them go. Yun Wulyan's fragile skin was sensitive, making prolonged standing tiring, and exposure to direct sunlight harmful. So, Xie Jinan took Yun Wulyan to an empty restroom. Inside there were plastic stools. He wiped one down with a tissue and smiled, gesturing. Come on, sit down, darling. Yun Wulyan didn't sit. He stared at the youth and slowly spread his arms, hug first. Xie Jinan also wanted to hug but as he raised his hand, he suddenly remembered he'd run drills that morning, leaving him sweaty. He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, well. I'm sweaty. A hint of a smile appeared in Yun Wulyan's calm eyes. Taking a step forward, he lightly touched Xie Jinan's thigh with his knee. I smell of medicine too, it balances out. Having said that, he widened his arms a bit more. His shirt cuffs slid down revealing pale, thin wrists, the translucent finger bones faintly curling, spreading an allure. Come. Hug me. Before Xie Jinan's brain could react, his hand was already reaching out. Carefully wrapping his arm around the waist, pulling her closer, the sickly beautiful woman was very slim, barely having any flesh. Through the shirt, he could feel distinct bone protrusions. The phoenix eyes instantly darkened, filled with sorrow. Wu Wu, you, seem to have gotten thinner. Closing his eyes, Yun Wulyan felt the fiery heat of the youth's body. A smile curved his lips as his soft voice tinged with laughter reverberated softly, yes, I've lost some weight. I'll wait for you to fatten me up when you return home. Fatten up? Isn't this the letter D on my jacket? Could it be? Xie Jinyi caught the keyword, his blood boiling instantly, as he looked down at the little buddy in his arms with a mixture of tension and anticipation in his eyes. Wu Wu, have you discovered something special? Yun Wulian tilted his head, leaning back slightly while hugging the youth's neck, his long hair flowing over his shoulder, his face filled with confusion. What's so special? It's. Xie Jinyi didn't know how to explain. Seeing Wu Wu's expression, it seemed he had guessed wrong. The word fatten up was just a coincidence, and Wu Wu still didn't know about his secret identity. He hoped that Wu Wu would come across the video himself because it would be like a flower blooming in life, a ray of sunshine, a little surprise. Wu Wu would definitely be delighted by all those compliments. Xie Jinyi hesitated to speak, staring at Yun Wulian helplessly, looking like a milk puppy tangled in a ball of yarn, flailing his paws around nervously, not knowing what to do. Just at that moment, Yun Wulian chuckled lightly, tracing Xie Jinyi's jawline with his hand, pinching his chin with his thumb, while idly drawing half circles with his index finger. Finally, he gripped the jawbone firmly. In fact, there is indeed something very interesting and special. Does Brother Jin want to hear it? Xie Jinyi froze, making no resistance. His peripheral vision caught sight of Yun Wulian's brooch on his shirt collar, his lips curved upwards happily, his eyes clear, as he asked curiously, what is the special thing? Yun Wulian raised an eyebrow slightly but remained silent. The next second, cold, white, and jade-like fingertips landed on the youth's collar. Chapter 29, Hands Behind, Good Boy Hooking missed playing. The tip of his finger pressed on the middle of the collarbone and gently stroked downward, like a raindrop moistening the skin, stirring up a tingling sensation that spread, carrying with it a bone-chilling coolness. Woo woo, you. Xie Jinyi's brows furrowed slightly as his eyelids drooped. His gaze locked onto Yun Wulian's fingers as he asked in concern, are you cold? Do you want to wear my clothes? As he spoke, he reached out to hold Yun Wulian's hand. Just as Yun Wulian was about to caress, the corner of his lips twitched, his eyes revealing helplessness. His peach blossom eyes coldly glared at the young man. When the large hand was about to touch him, he slapped it away. Hands behind your back, don't move. Oh, follow orders, follow orders. Xie Jinyi chuckled lowly and obediently did as told, report to Officer Wu, I'm ready. What are the next instructions? Yun Wulian, shut your mouth. Xie Jinyi. Oh. My good baby thinks I'm too loud, then I'll mute myself for 60 seconds. The youth tightly pressed his lips together, silently counting, his tall nose reflecting the light from outside the window. Fine silver hair strands dangled at his forehead, softening the sharp edges of his normally fierce face. He looked like a large dog waiting for its master's caress, harmless and obedient to an extreme degree. Yun Wulian was quite satisfied, a slight curve on his lips. He again placed his hand on Xie Jinyi's collar, hooking the t-shirt and pulling it down to reveal pale pectoral muscles that sharply contrasted against the suntanned collarbone. His finger bones pressed through the fabric, his dim eyes lifting slightly, amusement flaring beneath the clear and cold gaze of his eyebrows. The special thing is, a once all-white good boy has now turned into a black and white panda. Show me a smile, I want to take a picture. Huh? Is it really that obvious? I applied sunscreen. Xie Jinyi lowered his head, following Yun Wulian's hand towards his chest and taking a careful look. Upon discovering, his exposed parts indeed appeared darker compared to himself before, though not exaggerated enough to be very dark, just a healthy tan color. But the contrast was evident with Wu Bro's hands resting on his chest. Xie Jinyi couldn't help but focus on Yun Wulian's hands. Yun Wulian's hands were beautiful, akin to jade immersed in snow water, clear, clean, without a single flaw. They moved slowly, the red mole on the back of his hand vibrant and prominent, resembling plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Fingers grazed over the skin, moving very slowly and feeling icy to the bone, tickling one's heart uncontrollably. And just like that, his gaze was glued, missing a beat of his heart. Xie Jinyi froze, a phrase from the Weibo comments section automatically popping into his mind. These hands are so beautiful, perfect for grabbing sheets. Suddenly, Yun Wulian's melodious voice sounded by his ear, Ah Jin, why aren't you smiling? Xie Jinyi snapped back to reality, meeting those beautiful, crystal-clear peach blossom eyes, cursing himself internally for being sick, dirty, and having transformed into a pervert similar to those online freaks. Wu Bro was as white and pure as snow, spotless and holy. One could not let it be tainted by these dirty desires from the world. For taking pictures, one needs to brew some smiles first. With his hands hidden behind his back, the youth clenched his waist tightly, using pain to drive away inappropriate thoughts, showing his canine teeth as he stared at Yun Wulian with a tender, pure, and indulgent look, seriously asking, Wu Wu, should I put up a yay with my hand? Not necessary. Yun Wulian held the phone and clicked. It won't show the face. Xie Jinyi hummed in confusion, leaning close to Yun Wulian's side to peek at the screen. Yun Wulian had taken a partial shot and was editing a Weibo post. Good boy turned into a black and white panda. Yun Wulian typed very slowly, stealing a glance backward and feeling the young man's hot breath. A faint smile curled his lips as if he were waiting for something. As Xie Jinyi watched, disappointment flickered in his eyes. Unable to resist, he nudged little bamboo horse's shoulder. His rich, melodic voice bubbled like boiling hot water, repeatedly calling Yun Wulian's name with prolonged sounds, filled with sorrow and accusation. Woo woo, why didn't this one have my houses? Yun Wulian's long lashes fluttered slightly, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes as he turned his head to look at the young man and softly asked, I thought you wouldn't like it so I left it out. If you do like it, I'll add it right away. Like it a lot. Xie Jinye's words came fast and furious, eager. These three simple characters are extraordinary, they prove our relationship is extremely good. Alright. I'll re-edit the caption. Yun Wulian's eyes flickered slightly, suppressing laughter as he added 5 more words. Our home's adorable boy turned into a black and white panda. When inputting panda, a cute emoticon automatically popped up. Yun Wulian, who normally wouldn't click on these kinds of things, heard the youth chuckle. Hahaha, this panda's expression is so silly but adorable. And so, the Weibo post caption became, our house's cute puppy turned into a black and white panda. As soon as the Weibo was posted, the fans were all shocked. Chapter 30, Being Carried Upstairs, an exclusive ride that looks handsome as hell. What? My high-class, aloof wife, who doesn't even bother with punctuation, is suddenly using cute emoticons today. Holy crap. These pectorals are so sexy, wife, let your husband touch them. Can't stop licking the screen. Wife, let me hiss at your hands, lick and touch them, I'm not a pervert, I'm just a loyal follower of my wife. Haha, actually weak skin tone is quite sexy, looks wilder and more experienced. Two-toned skin is a classic sign of military training, my younger brother was also sunburned into a black and white panda. His glasses make it even funnier, the pattern on the frames got burned in dot. Look at the muscle lines tensing up when someone touches our guy, isn't that big dog happy? Secretly pleased. Bursting with joy. Haha, these young couples are great to tease. Yun Wulian skimmed through the comments, satisfied. Very good. The fans were still performing steadily. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the comments section to poke some fun at Xie Jinyi, but unexpectedly, the big dog started barking first. Xie Jinyi, seeing all the freaks in the comments section, worried about contaminating his pure white little Hua, Tanhua, didn't let Yun Wulian browse much before he snatched the phone away. Staring at the phone too much can hurt your eyes, Wulu, give them a rest. Then he glanced at the ephemeral flower brooch on Yun Wulian's shirt, changing the topic, smiling gently, I noticed from the moment you arrived, Wulu, you're wearing the brooch I gave you. It looks wonderful. The night-blooming jasmine no longer disappears quickly, our obedient darling remains beautiful for 1,000 years. Yun Wulian understood the young man's intention in grabbing the phone. She slightly raised her eyebrows, deciding to tease him differently, not only on the chest, but also the red string on the ankle. Xie Jinyi knew. But hearing Yun Wulian say it made him unable to resist feeling happy. Her next sentence made his heart bloom even more, making his tail swirl like a propeller. The delicate sickly-looking childhood friend brushed her long, ink-black hair, tilted her head to stare at him, her gaze serious and gentle. She said slowly. Because I like you, I want you to be happy, so I've been wearing them. Xie Jinye's heart skipped a beat, flying with excitement, his lips curling wildly upward, proving that he was really happy. The two stayed in the activity room for a while, and upon going out, they happened to meet Mr. Chu coming to find his grandson. The Dawn Sun military training base was a closed management facility, normally forbidding outsiders, but since the Chu family had donated buildings and equipment when it was built, after Yun Wulian looked up the data, she allowed Grandpa Chu to come along. Today, there was also Grandpa Xie accompanying. When Yun Wulian came to find Xie Jinyi, their grandparents were being shown around by the base leader and the principal of the Physical Education Institute. Xie Jinyi already knew the two seniors had arrived and waved to them with a smile. Grandpa Chu. If it was just Xie Jinyi, he would have run over immediately, but having Yun Wulian by his side, holding the hand of his childhood sweetheart, he wasn't in a rush. He walked slowly, waiting for the grandpas to approach. Grandpa Xie wore a dark red tang suit, had thick eyebrows and large eyes, tall and imposing with a slightly stocky figure. As soon as he reached Xie Jinyi, he raised his hand to pat his grandson hard on the shoulder, squinting seriously while inspecting him. After 1 month, you're indeed darker, but haven't lost much weight. Xie Jinyi, eyebrows lifting, smiled, standing straight while allowing his grandfather to pat him. I definitely haven't lost weight. All of this is muscle. And as for being darker, basking in the sun every day, shouldn't I change my skin color to show loyalty and beg it to give me mercy? Hahaha, Ajin, what comes out of your mouth is always amusing. Mr. Chu carried a bag over his shoulder, his sidelong glance catching sight of the two kids holding hands, and his shrewd black eyes flickered with a meaningful expression. He turned his head lovingly toward his own grandson, teasing, no wonder whenever you leave, our Wulu thinks about you and mentions you every day. As soon as Xie Jinyi heard this, flowers bloomed in his heart, yet fearing little Wulu would be shy, he swiftly added, I also especially miss Wulu. Upon hearing this, Yun Wulian's lips curved slightly, the two grandfathers also exchanged glances, shaking their heads in amusement. Grandpa Xie, old Chu, how much do you think our idiot is worth? Grandpa Chu, 1 yuan, no more. Grandpa Xie, that's too much. Look at his smug expression, tops 10 cents. Grandpa Chu, seems like a bit too much still. Look how tightly he's holding our little treasure's hand, most he should be worth is 10 cents and nothing more. Xie Jinyi. Excuse me. Grandpa's discussing like this directly in front of me. Is that right? Yun Wulian saw the big doggy's widened, disbelieving eyes and held back her laughter as she came to his rescue. Grandpa, give the bag to a Jean, stop teasing him. With Yun Wulian's reminder, Mr. Chu suddenly remembered the bag on his shoulder, quickly took it off, and handed it over to Xie Jinyi while giving instructions. By the way, a Jean, here are all of Wulu's things. A sealed medicine pack, breathing spray, mosquito repellent spray, allergy medicine, and cold medicine are all inside. Wulu wants to stay here with you, so your grandpa and I will go back shortly. Take good care of Wulu. Our principal said your military training performance was quite interesting, we'll come again tomorrow to watch it and pick you guys up. Alright, Grandpa Chu, rest assured, I'll take good care of Wulu. Xie Jinyi took the bag with both hands, his eyes drawn to the patterns on the bag. This crossbody bag wasn't large, it had a beige-white main color and a relaxed, casual style. On the bottom right corner, there was a painting made with paint showing a cat-dog stack game. A silver-gray wolf dog lay below, with a snow-white kitten resting on its back. They were both sleeping with their eyes closed, their tails entwined in an intimate fashion, tied together by light green silk ribbon. The ribbon faded into thin leaves toward its end, dispersing amidst dappled light and shadow, slowly vanishing. The whole picture exuded warmth and harmony, filled with artistic flair. Xie Jinyi hadn't seen this bag before, it must have been one Wulu painted recently. Xie Jinyi touched the tails where they intertwined and once again, his lips curved upward. So cute. Wulu kitty meow. Yun Wulian noticed the young man's subtle movements and the corners of her eyes slightly tilted upward, long lashes flickering like crow's wings. Her clear spring-like gaze carried a trace of mischief. Keep touching. Cat and dog tails intertwining. Mating. A mere handhold was far from enough. He wanted to lure the big dog onto the bed for some kissing. Every time Xie Jinyi went out with Yun Wulian, he would carry a sports crossbody bag containing backup items. Thus, he knew how to use everything inside the bag and could differentiate various medications. Leaving Wulu in the capable hands of Xie Jinyi, old Chu felt secure. After delivering a few words of advice, he left with old Xie. The base supervisor and the principal were waiting ahead for the two elders. Seeing them approach, both greeted them warmly, complimenting Xie Jinyi and Yun Wulian, delighting the two elders until they laughed heartily. With a wave of their hands, the two elders donated a variety of equipment to the base. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyi directly took Yun Wulian back to the dormitory. The dormitory was on the 4th floor. Yun Wulian had poor physical strength, there were always elevators at home, so walking upstairs would make her pant from exhaustion. As soon as they reached the stairway entrance, Xie Jinyi turned around, bent over, half squatting. Come on, Wulu, hop on my back. He patted his back, signaling Yun Wulian to climb on. Yun Wulian lowered her gaze and deftly climbed onto his back, her gentle long hair cascading down like a waterfall. She wrapped her arms around the youth's neck, her eyes flashing mischievously as she deliberately blew air onto his earlobe. Depart. My exclusive ride looks damn handsome. The warm breath fanning over his skin spread like electricity, inducing ticklish sensations. Xie Jinyi stiffened all over instantly, stunned for a couple of seconds, then chuckled low. Without much thought, he firmly held onto his little childhood friend's thighs and started climbing the stairs. His strong legs moved effortlessly step by step, asking along the way. If I'm handsome Howl, what about our precious mist? No, that won't do. I already have multiple nicknames. Wulu, I must give you a new nickname too. One that only I can call. Yun Wulian, isn't Precious Mist and Obedient Darling nicknames? Xie Jinyi, those are terms of endearment. So. Yun Wulian giggled softly, resting lazily on the youth's shoulder. Handsome Howl and Repair Doggo, even Stupid Dumb Dog are also terms of endearment. Alright, they're terms of endearment. Xie Jinyi carried Yun Wulian steadily upward, his smile growing brighter. Look, I have many terms of endearment. Precious Mist and Obedient Darling, I learned from Godmother. I want to create an exclusive term of endearment just for you, something only I can call. Yun Wulian raised her eyebrows slightly, amused. What kind of term of endearment do you plan to create? Xie Jinyi, a very cute one. Yun Wulian, have you thought of anything yet? Xie Jinyi, not yet, I'm thinking right now. Alright, think away. Yun Wulian turned her head, letting her smooth black long hair brush against her cheeks as it slid down. Just as Xie Jinyi was about to turn the corner, she caught the silver-gray wolf tail of the young man and pulled it backward gently but firmly. Her bright eyes met his pitch-black phoenix-shaped eyes, melting like spring water thawing ice, and she smiled. I've counted. Each flight of stairs has 13 steps, there are still 52 left. One thought per step, you can think 52 times. When we reach the highest point of our destination, I want to hear you call me by your new term of endearment. Can you do it? Chapter 31, Foggy kicks the lower leg and hooks a doggo, feed me. Xie Jinyi complied by turning his head. In that instant of eye contact, he was bewitched by Yun Wulyan's smile, his heart inexplicably racing, feeling like it wasn't just his hair that was being tugged, but his own long tail. There was an inexplicable sense of comfort as if it were being stroked inch by inch in the hand. All right. Xie Jinyi felt his voice slightly hoarse, so he raised it louder, adding with a bright and earnest expression, all right, step by step, I'll definitely provide the answer at the last step. Yun Wulyan softly responded, pinching the young man's hair and teasing his earlobe, let's go, handsome howl, take the first step and activate your big brain. Xie Jinyi was ticklish, suppressing a laugh while pulling his neck back. Okay, let's go. Woof woof woof, no, it should be howl. Yun Wulyan lay on his back, her eyes lowered, quietly criticizing him for being childish under her breath. Her cool voice, however, rippled with amusement. Xie Jinyi started counting numbers as he took his first step forward. 1, 2, 3. He moved very slowly and steadily, thinking deeply. At times raising an eyebrow, at others shaking his head. Amidst his thoughts, a funny pet name crossed his mind, prompting another foolish grin. Yun Wulyan closed her eyes, resting her head on Xie Jinyi's shoulder as if she were sleeping. However, her pale slender hand subtly outlined the muscular chest of the young man. Very soon there were only a few more steps left. 49. 50. 51. At this moment, Yun Wulyan opened her eyes and asked, decided yet? Sure thing, super cute. Xie Jinyi stepped onto the last step, turned around, facing the flat ground. With bent knees and a stooped waist, his arrogantly handsome side face reflected against the sunset outside the window, glancing backward inversely to look at his childhood friend behind him with a radiant smile. Fat Meow Meow, please get down. Meow Meow. Fat Meow Meow. Why does it sound like an orange tabby cat? Yun Wulyan paused for a moment, gripping the young man's arms as she slid off his back after a brief dizziness caused by anemia-induced weakness subsided. She looked up and asked, why Fat Meow Meow? Because howl matches with meow, sounding like a brother's nickname, and fat. Xie Jinyi lowered his head, stretching out his broad, long, sun-kissed hands to measure around Yun Wulyan's waist, filled with pity and concern. Woo baby, you're too thin. Look, I can almost encircle your waist with one hand. This isn't good. If you want strong immunity, you need to be healthier. I want to feed you until you're chubby, but gaining weight is a process, so let's dream with a pet name for now. The youth's hand caressed through the shirt, occasionally pinching the sides of her waist. Though unintentional, Yun Wulyan's body trembled slightly. She bit her lip and grabbed Xie Jinyi's hand helplessly. Jean. Hearing his childhood friend call him, Xie Jinyi obediently responded, tilting his eyes upward anxiously, asking, what's wrong? Foggy, do you not like this pet name? Yun Wulyan patted the young man's hand. Hand, move it. Oh. Forgot that you're ticklish. Xie Jinyi quickly withdrew his hand and stared at Yun Wulyan expectantly. Foggy, do you like Fat Meow Meow? Do you like it? Yun Wulyan paused silently for a while then nodded. I like it. Even though this fat part is a little strange. But its implication is good, wrapped with the pure affection and tenderness from the big doggo. Upon hearing Yun Wulyan liked it, Xie Jinyi's lips curved upwards madly again, revealing his sharp canine teeth once more. At this moment, Yun Wulyan flipped her long hair behind and walked away. Her black tresses grazed past the youth's arm. A faint fragrance of small hyacinth flowers spread gently, stirring the soul. Xie Jinyi grinned foolishly, instinctively touching the place where the long hair had brushed against him. Before he realized it, his childhood friend dropped another intriguing line. But in the end, I still prefer. Handsome howler. Xie Jinyi froze in place, his heart inexplicably pounding hard all of a sudden. After a while, he reached a conclusion. Handsome howler was a good name, it was both cool and cute, chosen by Wu Baby herself. Of course Wu Baby would like it. Recollecting his thoughts, Xie Jinyi clutched his single shoulder bag and trotted ahead happily. After running a couple of steps, he suddenly noticed a serious issue, immediately shouting out loud. Foggy. Wait, you're going the wrong way. Our dormitory is on the other side. The preceding Yun Wulyan remained silent. Brilliant. The fact that it took this long for him to speak up indicates the implication in the last sentence did work, someone had turned into a wooden puppy. With a little more provocation, the stubborn log would eventually come to terms with being bent. By the time they returned to the dormitory, Xie Jinyi began enthusiastically introducing the place to Yun Wulyan. Our dorm mates are all pretty decent. They don't smoke and they're clean, so there's no strange smell in here. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare bring you, Foggy. My desk and chair are against the wall, my bed is on the far right, top bunk. The school-provided bedding isn't comfortable, so I've been using the 2 sets you packed for me. I wash them once a week, so there's no sweat smell. If you want to rest for a bit, Foggy, you can climb up and lie down. Here isn't as good as home, the mattress is very hard. If you don't like it, I'll sit here for a while and then go to the RV. We'll come out again when the bonfire starts later tonight. Yun Wulyan glanced around, the dormitory was indeed clean and tidy. He sat down at Xie Jinya's seat, propping his elbow on the table and lazily resting his cheek in his hand as he looked over the youth's cabinet. He noticed the candy box on the storage cabinet and asked with a slight turn of his head, "Are the candies inside all gone?" "Not yet, I couldn't bear to eat them all at once." Xie Jinyi grabbed the candy box, sat beside Yun Wulian, and opened it to show him. Inside were layered hard candies filled with various fruit centers, coated with sugar frost. Since they were made purely from fruit juice, they smelled strongly of fruit and came in vivid colors. Xie Jinyi gently shook the candy box, leveling the candies inside. "Look, there's still more than half left. I've been saving them day by day." When Zhou Yu and the others asked, I didn't give them any. Zhou Yu is my roommate, the one I mentioned in my phone call who teased me by composing a song. You know, your brother seems different from my brother. I'll introduce them to you when they come back. As Yun Wulian looked at the half-empty box of candy, a sly glint flickered in his eyes. Jean. With clear, pale fingers, he hooked a strand of his dark hair, and suddenly appeared uncomfortable. His whole body slumped weakly against the wall, covering his lips as he coughed softly. Next. He tilted his gaze upward through his collar. Amidst Xie Jinya's worried cries, his red lips parted faintly as he exhaled lightly with apparent weakness, nudging the young man's calf with his shoe toe. "Feed me. I'm feeling a bit low on blood sugar." Seeing his childhood friend tremble and wheeze in discomfort, Xie Jinyi was extremely pained. He immediately picked up a mandarin-flavored candy, stood by supporting himself on the chair, leaned forward, and fed it to Yun Wulian. "Come on, Foggy, open your mouth just a little wider." His long fingers held the candy close to Yun Wulian's lips, brushing against them ever so slightly. The strong fruity aroma wafted toward him. Yun Wulian fluttered his eyelashes and obediently opened his mouth, biting down on the candy while his lips grazed against the young man's fingertips unintentionally. Right then. The door clicked open from the outside. Chapter 32, Sister-in-law, hello. Are you two, kissing? Brother Yu, do you think Brother Jean has come back? Definitely not. The young couple hasn't seen each other for a month, they are probably having a date in the grove. Midway through this statement, the group of four who had been laughing and giggling just a second ago suddenly widened their eyes. Shit. It seems we've come back at an inappropriate time. From their perspective, the frail beauty with a cold seemed to have been backed against a corner, slumped on the chair. And towering over her, the youthful Xie Jinyi was leaning over the beauty, his hands seemingly gripping her chin, looking like he was about to kiss her. At the sound of the commotion, Yun Wulian instantly lowered her gaze to shield her lips. Xie Jinyi, sensing that his childhood friend had startled from the door opening, instinctively pulled Yun Wulian's waist, cradling her protectively in his arms as he looked back. He had originally intended to curse Zhou Yu to make less noise, to stop being so rowdy all the time. But who would have thought? Turning around, he saw four identical faces frozen in shock. What are you doing? Zhou Yu and others snapped out of their shock, unable to stop laughing. Deng Jiahao closed the door, everyone started speaking up at once. Qing Xinghe, Brother Jean, stop pretending. Our 8 eyes have already seen everything. Deng Jiahao, I knew it. There's definitely something going on between you two. Zhou Yu, Brother Jean, now that you're kissing, there's definitely more than just a little bit of ambiguity, you might as well just throw the marriage certificate at our faces. Xiong Jun, holding the takeout lunchbox, scratched his head, as if he'd just understood, so that's why good buddies like you crawl into the same bed at night, huh? The nearby Zhou Yu threw a punch, neither too hard nor too soft, onto his back, correcting him, good buddies? They're a loving young couple. Not. Xie Jinyi gritted his teeth, chuckled angrily, cursing under his breath, your eyes can't be trusted, my baby girl and I didn't. Before he could finish, a hand landed on his right shoulder. Seeing the sickly little childhood friend gasping for air to sit up, Xie Jinyi immediately bent down and held Yun Wulian's waist, helping her sit up. And considerately flicked several strands of long hair that had fallen from her chest to behind her. Wu, do you feel better after sucking on the candy? Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yu and others called out simultaneously in amazement, yo. They dragged the last note especially long, and Deng Jiahao even whistled a tune. This cloyingly sweet act, already waist-deep, but still whispery when talking to one's wife, how could anyone believe them if they said there wasn't anything illicit going on? Anyway, they didn't believe it. Hearing the mocking whistle, Xie Jinyi wanted to curse again, but before he opened his mouth, the little childhood friend in his arms weakly coughed once more. He didn't bother dealing with his roommates, instead focusing intently on Yun Wulian, softening his tone to ask, Wu, is somewhere bothering you? Nothing. It's just, a little hungry. Yun Wulian gently shook her head, her hand gripping Xie Jinyi's neck for support, peering out from the youth's arms and raising her gaze to look at the group of four trying to hold back laughter by the doorway. When that fresh, stunning face was illuminated by faint light. The four of them were stunned. In the next moment, Zhou Yu gave Xiong Jun a tap, and Deng Jiahao patted Qing Xinghe. They exchanged glances, as if they'd agreed on something, and simultaneously shouted out. Sister-in-law, hello. Yun Wulian's eyes flickered slightly, without responding. But the lips hidden behind her pale fingers curved slightly upwards. However, Xie Jinyi was startled, fearing that these jests might embarrass his own sweetheart. He became serious and cursed, "Fuck, don't you guys want to get beaten?" "No no no." Xiong Jun waved his hands, shaking his head like a tambourine. Deng Jiahao also followed suit, "Brother Jin, we know we were wrong." Zhou Yu forced back his smile, seriously bullshitting, "That's how good brothers in the city behave, we understand, we understand. Your relationship is purely friendship, clean and decent. It's us who are dirty-minded, whose thoughts aren't proper, we're the ones with problems." Qing Xinghe suppressed his laughter, lifting the boxed meal in his hand and shaking it, changing the subject, "Sister-in-law isn't hungry anymore. Brother Jin, we brought food for you too." Xie Jinyi raised his eyebrows dangerously, "You dare call her sister-in-law?" Qing Xinghe's smiling face turned stiff, taking a deep breath, he immediately corrected himself, "Hee, slipped tongue, your precious baby." Xie Jinyi was satisfied. "Thanks, I'll transfer the money for the meal later." He took the box of meals passed by Qing Xinghe, petted Yun Wulian's head, "Alright baby, misunderstandings resolved, let's eat." Yun Wulian crushed the candy in her mouth, not wanting to speak. Wooden head. It seems like everyone in the world could tell that we have an ambiguous relationship, but you think it's normal. If one day I really end up kissing you, this dense wooden head probably still thinks he needs CPR because of shortness of breath, right? It shouldn't come to that. If it does, then there's definitely something wrong with him. While Yun Wulian was silently mocking Xie Jinyi, the young man had already set out the chopsticks. The base served only 4 dishes daily, 2 meat and 2 vegetables, all ordinary stir-fried dishes. Today it was tomato and scrambled eggs, carrots with spare ribs, plain Chinese cabbage, and shredded potatoes. Xie Jinyi frowned at the food, none of these were his darling baby girl's favorite. He was pondering how to bring a new meal inside when Yun Wulian picked up her chopsticks and quietly took a strand of shredded potato. There weren't enough chairs in the dormitory, so Xie Jinyi sat on his knees and stared straight at Yun Wulian. "Wu, why don't you fill your stomach first, and I'll ask someone to send another meal you like." Yun Wulian shook her head and picked up another strand of shredded potato. "No need. Except for what you cook, all others taste about the same, I'm not picky." Xie Jinyi immediately came up with an idea, "Then I'll borrow the base kitchen and make it again." "No need," Yun Wulian refused again and handed a piece of spare rib over to Xie Jinyi's mouth. "Open your mouth, I can't finish this portion, help me eat." Xie Jinyi couldn't help laughing as he complied, bending down to bite the rib gently while puffing up his cheeks, and smiled brightly before adding, "Then let's eat this first, if you're hungry later, I'll make something else in the camper van for you." Yun Wulian paused momentarily before nodding slightly. Beside them, Zhou Yu and the others who were eating watermelons, raised their eyebrows suggestively and started whispering gossip. TSK, clearly 2 portions of boxed meals are packed, which good brother eats 1 chopstickful at a time together. Even couples in the honeymoon phase rarely do such things. Ha! Brother Jin's eyes are glued onto sister-in-law now. Shoo, stop talking. Brother Jin is glaring at you guys. Seeing they had finally quieted down to start eating, Xie Jinyi chuckled in satisfaction. He introduced them one by one to Yun Wulian, and then he solemnly introduced Yun Wulian to his roommates. After finishing dinner, the sun also set. Tonight was the last night of military training, and without drills, the annual freshman bonfire party would be held around the track field according to custom. The chief instructor organized everyone into a circle by class, with wood piled up ready to be ignited in the center. For safety reasons, everyone stayed a certain distance from the fire pile. It was chilly at night, Xie Jinyi worried that Yun Wulian might get cold. Before heading out, he specifically took out 2 jackets, one for Yun Wulian to wear and another to pad under her seat. By the time they arrived at the field, the fire had been lit. Their classmates reserved a spot for them at the front, excitedly waving them over upon arrival. "Brother Jin, here. Bring your big beauty forward, our class relies on you two to liven up tonight." Xie Jinyi, carrying a bag, held Yun Wulian's hand and walked over. As soon as they arrived, he knelt down first and blew away the dust in full view of everyone astonished, then pulled clothes out from the bag and laid them on the ground. There were spots reserved in the front row for Zhou Yu and the rest. Zhou Yu and the gang had grown accustomed to this behavior. They seated themselves on both sides with Yun Wulian and Xie Jinyi at the center, Zhou and Xiong to one side near Xie Jinyi, Cheng and Deng to the other near Yun Wulian. After laying down the clothing, Xie Jinyi raised his eyes and extended his hand to Yun Wulian with a smile. "Here, Misty baby, sit down now, this way your clothes won't get dirty." Yun Wulian placed her hand in his and slowly sat down. Once she settled, the hand wrapped by the youth lightly squeezed hers, akin to a little puppy asking for affection. Yun Wulian looked up curiously and met a pair of clear black phoenix eyes. Xie Jinyi remained on one knee, his handsome face glowing with the sunset's glow. A crooked smile played on his lips, and he winked mysteriously at her. "Woo, I'll have to leave for a bit, but we're going to play hide-and-seek next, see if you can find me in one glance." Yun Wulian slightly startled, then suddenly remembered something. Today was Friday. Chapter 33, Sticky. Xiao looks back every few steps. When Xie Jinyi left, he repeatedly instructed Zhou Yu and others to take care of his precious baby. If anyone came up to make advances, they were to directly kick them away. Zhou Yu and others guaranteed, we are the hardest shield in front of our sister-in-law. Xie Jinya laughed in amusement. He reached out and gave each of them a light smack on the head. When he faced Yun Wulian, his expression changed to that of a Samoyed smile as he fondly rubbed the little childhood friend's head, shaking his left hand with a black sports watch, still not feeling at ease. He supplemented a couple more sentences. Wulu, if anything urgent happens, give me a call. And remember, later you have to find me. I guarantee I'll be the brightest one in the crowd, you will definitely spot me at first sight. Yun Wulian nodded lightly, watching the youth get up and leave. The classmates behind were all stunned by Xie Jinya's double standards. They didn't expect what happened seconds later, an iconic world-famous painting unfolded before their eyes. Everyone could see the handsome young man, who was 192 centimeters tall with an upright figure, looking back every few steps at the calm beauty sitting among people, seemingly afraid that the beauty might not notice him. Right hand waving, then left, and when far enough, he even bounced around and waved both hands high. The setting sun scattered over him, making him look just like a radiant sunflower. And looking over at the aloof and detached beauty whose hand lay lazily on her knee, her face emotionless, she showed no particular expressions on her face, but her gaze followed the youth the entire time. In the very next moment after the youth raised both his hands and waved. She too lifted one hand and waved 2 or 3 times toward the youth, a strand of hair brushing past her fingers to wrap around her cuff. Her white shirt shone with a golden edge under the glow of evening light. The beauty held her chin high, her eyes melting with icy snow revealing a soft smile. The surrounding athletes were 99% male. They usually only knew about playing basketball, gaming, and eating, never interested in shipping couples. But at this very moment, they turned around repeatedly, looking alternately between Xie Jinya and Yun Wulian, mouths agape, corners slightly curved upward. Holy crap. Brothers, this pairing is kind of sweet. Not just kind of, it made me want to start dating too. Anyway, right next to our school is the art academy, beautiful sisters everywhere. After military training ends, I'll put up a sign recruiting a wife. It's different for me, I'd go for a pretty boyfriend. There are plenty of beauties at the art academy, but finding one as pretty as this one seems hard. Ugh, my requirements aren't that high, as long as they're half as pretty as this great beauty. I hear art students love a sportsman. As long as I've got a six-pack, I won't worry about having a wife. Brother, you seem better suited to find a husband. We sportsmen also love other sportsmen. Holy crap, class monitor save me, there's a weirdo. When Zhou Yu heard the surrounding discussion about Yun Wulian's beauty, recalling his big brother's instructions, he exchanged a glance with Qing Xinghe. Qing Xinghe understood instantly. Together, they shifted closer to block the heated gazes from reaching Yun Wulian. Yun Wulian noticed their actions and softly thanked them. Thank you. Her clear and cold voice was exceptionally pleasant to listen to. The 4-member group all felt a bit shy. Xiong Jun and Qing Xinghe avoided looking at the beauty while Deng Jiahao dared not say anything due to her cold rejection. Zhou Yu had to step in to lighten the mood. Don't thank us, we're good brothers with Jean brother. It's only natural that we take care of his beloved. Seeing Yun Wulian didn't contradict the word beloved, Zhou Yu knew he had guessed correctly and started teasing while fiddling with his side-parted black bangs. Naturally, the brotherhood between us and Jean brother is different from yours. Ours is pure and proper, no hand-holding or feeding food nonsense. Xiong Jun and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yun Wulian also faintly curled her lips. A smile from the clear-cold beauty seemed to melt half the frost surrounding her, making her appear a little more approachable. She lazily supported her cheek and gave her evaluation, a Jean is just dense. As soon as these words came out, Qing Xinghe quickly raised his hand in agreement, his action causing his large head of chestnut-colored woolly curls to shake. I agree, I totally agree. At first, I thought Jean brother was pretending, but later I found out he truly is oblivious, or should I say he's unaware that he swings the other way. Deng Jiahao also raised his hand. Agreement plus my ID number. So. Xiong Jun touched his stubbly buzz cut, glancing at the cool beauty and was both curious and hesitant to ask about something. Finally, unable to hold it back, he took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and cautiously asked, so, in the city, only improper good brothers would share the same quilt at night? Yun Wulian hadn't returned yet. Zhou Yu, torn between crying and laughing, slapped Xiong Jun's back. Nonsense. The warm bed prepared by a man is for his wife. Xiong Jun seemed to suddenly understand, and the nearby Cheng and Deng were laughing out loud. Sure enough, where there's a recluse like Wulong, hidden dragon, there must be an outstanding one like Fengchu, young phoenix. The sky had turned dark unnoticed. The chief coach lit the bonfire, and amidst cheers and excitement, both the base supervisor and the vice principal arrived, taking the microphone to deliver a few words. The gist of it was. Everyone has worked hard for a month, tonight you can play all you want, sing if you want to sing, dance if you want to dance, rest well, and tomorrow's military training performance is waiting for your shining stars to amaze everyone. Yun Wulian hung her eyes low, distractedly waiting for the principal's speech to finish. She then slightly tilted her head and looked at Zhou Yu and the others, asking, do you know what a Jean has secretly been preparing? The 4-member group exchanged glances, carefully thinking. Xiong-jun thought long and hard but couldn't spot anything suspicious and just shook his head. Deng Jiahao answered first, I'm not sure, once I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, and noticed Jean wasn't around. If he did prepare something, it must have been done during the night. Qing Xinghe chimed in, that's right. During the day, we still need to train. Haha, though brother Jean may be slow on some things, he is really great when it comes to treating his wife. Zhou Yu covered his mouth, trying hard not to laugh and shook his head. Actually, he knew something. But since Jean left with those words so clearly intended as a surprise for the great beauty, he couldn't reveal it now, it would ruin the surprise too soon. Just as Zhou Yu was about to echo a few more lines and continue pretending that he didn't know, he suddenly locked eyes with two icy, cold stares. The clear cold beauty quietly gazed at him, sharp eyes piercing through as if they could see into his soul. You. Zhou Yu felt a chill run down his back and nervously swallowed his saliva. Me? Confess everything. Zhou Yu. Help me. Boss, please come back and save me. I don't know anything, really. Zhou Yu's mind spun rapidly, and his gaze fell on Xiong-jun. He immediately revealed a painful expression, clutching his stomach as he leaned on Xiong-jun. Ouch. Bear number 2, my stomach hurts, lend me your shoulder to lean on for a bit. Xiong-jun wore a dazed look as he supported Zhou Yu, concerned and asked, should we go see the medic? Zhou Yu, still bearable. Xiong-jun, really? Cheng and Deng exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something. Qing Xinghe, finding it amusing, couldn't help but make a joke, this symptom from elder brother Yu, clearly indicates impending labor. Without missing a beat, Zhou Yu said, no kidding, it's your kid. Qing Xinghe's eyes widened, immediately quieting down while only Deng Jiahao was foolishly chuckling. Yun Wulian. Never mind. Let the surprise make its own appearance. If she continued questioning, the baby might even start calling people inside the womb. Zhou Yu stealthily glanced upward, seeing Yun Wulian lower her eyes without further inquiries. Immediately, he let out a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and stood up. Xiong-jun was somewhat surprised by how fast he had recovered. Elder brother Yu, are you truly okay? Of course, I faked it just now. Huh? What do you mean huh? Zhou Yu whispered under his breath, wait and see, our boss is about to shine on stage. There aren't many girls in sports schools, so remember to cheer loud after a while, we're going to take charge of the atmosphere. Xiong-jun nodded violently, understanding now. By this time, the sky had turned completely black, the orange-red bonfire illuminating the night once again. After the vice principal finished speaking, the person in charge of the camp also took the stage for a brief speech. He didn't waste much time, adjusted his glasses, and pointed toward the backstage. The exclusive 2024 grade bonfire party is about to begin. Before singing and playing games, please enjoy a special performance. Yun Wulian sensed something and lifted her eyes. Amidst the screams of the crowd, a tall and handsome figure cloaked in a black cape slowly stepped out. Wearing a punk-style black mask and goggles, his entire body concealed under the cloak, he held an iron rod in his right hand. The ends of the rod were adorned with mesh iron kettles filled with burning charcoal, emitting two glowing fires that sparkled brilliantly against the dark night. From afar, he looked like a deity coming from hell, banishing evil spirits, heading to earth to bless humanity. Chapter 34 Intangible Cultural Heritage Huahu. A brilliant stardust mist unfolds. Yun Wuling immediately recognized this as Xie Jinya. The performance hadn't started yet, but the surrounding classmates were already eagerly cheering. Wow! The guy on stage has a really cool look, what is he going to perform? The prop in his hand seems related to fire, is it about iron flower beating? But iron flower beating usually involves some kind of stick, doesn't it? How tall is that performer, is he an instructor from one of the classes? Some students wanted to stand up for a better view but were promptly pressed down by the nearby instructors maintaining order. In response to everyone's curiosity, the bass director stepped down from the stage and introduced. This person on stage is neither an instructor nor a professional team hired from outside. He is your classmate and his performance is called Huahu, a national-level intangible cultural heritage act. Fire drives away evil spirits, bringing peace to all families, symbolizing the expulsion of disease and misfortune. Let us all move back a little so everything proceeds smoothly and safely. All right, settle down now, and we'll leave the rest of the time to our classmate. The young man's long legs crossed with calm strides, exuding charm even at a height that was unmatched, dressed in black robes that obscured his face but still made him cool and captivating. Below the stage, the campfire flickered with wood crackling, setting a passionate tone for youth. Yun Wuling, in white, also caught the eye. As he looked up, Xie Jinya turned his head towards him, their gazes colliding through the crowd like the flames of a bonfire intertwining tenderly. The night was dark, and with a mask on, it was hard to discern the young man's expression. But Yun Wuling knew. There was a 100% chance this handsome young man was grinning foolishly. Remembering the expression on the young man's face when he had left, expecting her to recognize him immediately, Yun Wuling raised her right hand, the pure white of her shirt standing out vividly in the night, waving it a few times, both proving she had spotted him instantly and silently cheering him on. Indeed. When the robed youth on stage saw her wave, he excitedly bounced once. A bit of sparks even flew out from the iron teapot. The surrounding classmates hesitated for a second, then burst out laughing. Is he waving hello to us? Huh, the guy on stage seems like he's having fun. Don't jump around too much or you might fall, that would be super embarrassing. It feels like if he jumps a couple more times, the fire in that basket will almost be gone, but the instant those sparks scattered just now was truly beautiful, incredibly stylish. The next moment, the laughter abruptly stopped as everyone's pupils dilated with awe, seeing the brilliance of the starry sparks in their eyes. Behold, the black-robed youth held the iron rod in his other hand, his strong arms shaking forcefully, causing flames mixed with glowing embers to ascend high into the air, akin to a phoenix reborn from its ashes, soaring 9 skies high in the darkness, igniting the fiery light of life, burning brightly and radiantly. This moment, the entire night sky lit up. Everyone, recovering from their shock, screamed continuously. Holy crap. He's awesome, this guy is way too awesome, I think I'm falling in love. Such craftsmanship spectacle, truly incredible. No wonder this thing handed down by our ancestors is such an incomparable feast for the eyes. Even the standing instructors couldn't resist pulling out their phones to record videos. Unfortunately, they failed to capture complete videos because every time they were filming, there would always be a student jumping up to get a closer look, and upon hearing the chief instructor's whistle, they had to return to restraining people. Among the enthusiastic crowd, Yun Wuling appeared the most composed. Her left hand rested on the ground, her body leaning slightly to the left as if supported by the strength of her arm, looking somewhat weakened, while her pale yet astonishingly stunning face softened under the glow of the fire, with a look seemingly indifferent, yet her lips gradually curved upward, her gaze persistently following the silhouette of the youth. Her clear peach-shaped eyes reflected the sparkling stardust on the stage and the moving shadows of the pot dance. Her vision burned hotly yet gently. Apparently, Yun Wuling was entranced. So handsome. The sickly beauty covered her mouth with a delicate cough, her fondness impossible to hide in her eyes. She wished to squeeze out pigments to mix colors, soak her brush, and smear ink, recording all of the dazzling moments of Jin's brilliance. And she wished to remove that black mask, kiss him, tease him. Feel the scorching heat of his lips, watch the adorable yet charming big dog wag its tail. At that moment, amidst the cacophony of screams, Xie Jinya turned toward the spot where that pristine white figure sat among the crowd, his lips curving happily beneath the mask. Before everyone's eyes, he swiftly switched hands, spinning the iron pot in circles. Sparks erupted like fireworks, splendidly bright, stunningly beautiful. Then, he single-handedly picked up the iron rod, skillfully shook the fire pot, raising his wrist in style. The sparks glittered, the cape fluttered, and the tall, handsome figure of the young man appeared like a deity, scattering stars across the human world and sketching a special pattern in the air. It was the letter W. Fire drives away evil spirits, peace for all families. May what he desires expel disease and calamity, and may those he cherishes live in eternal safety. This was the 4th gift he gave to Wu Bao. For being an unlucky number. So he would light up the world with burning stardust, banishing every evil spirit. Chapter 35, or how about directly kissing Brother Jean? The pattern outlined by the flames vanished instantly, scattering into stars, but Xie Jinyi changed direction again and continued to shake the fire pot, once again drawing a W amidst the blossoming flames. He repeated this 4 times. It was a call to the deities of the 4 directions. And also using his body as a medium, sprinkling starlight to drive away disease and misfortune for the onlookers in all directions. Screams came incessantly from below the stage. The athletes' praises were extremely simple and crude, either, holy cow, so cool, or, brother, you're really good. Some students with sharp eyes noticed that Xie Jinyi had drawn a W. He wasn't sure, so he shouted to those around him. The guy on stage just seemed like he was writing W. Was it twice or 3 times? Do you notice anything? Holy crap, I was just about to say it might be 4 times. He seems to have been looking at the direction of Brother Jin's class when writing. Could it be, wait, where's Brother Jin? Shit. Brother Jin isn't there anymore, guarding the beauty is Zhou Yu and others. Could the person performing on stage actually be Brother Jin? There's a 10 out of 8 chance that this person is Xie Jinyi, so was he writing his wife's name? Holy crap, unexpected dog food, a Chinese slang term meaning flaunting happiness, it's filling me up already. TSK, that's sweet. Maybe he'll confess soon. After guessing the performer's identity, everyone excitedly started calling out Xie Jinye's name. Many people turned to look at Yun Wulian, wanting to see the protagonist's reaction. Unfortunately, the beauty was cold and icy, her figure partially blocked by Zhou Yu and others. Yun Wulian studied art and was sensitive to shapes. When Xie Jinyi drew the first W, he realized it immediately. Considering the meaning behind the performance of fire pot exorcism and the wish for peace among the 100 families, he quickly understood the intention behind this gift. While dazzling the night sky with brilliant fire to give surprises, Brother Jin was also praying to the deities, driving away diseases and calamities, hoping for his happiness and safety. No, wait. His dazzling presence was akin to the radiant sun god. As Yun Wulian was deeply engrossed, Zhou Yu squatted over beside him, grinning broadly. Sister-in-law, did you guess who's up there yet? It's Brother Jin. Yun Wu Lian's gaze remained fixed on the stage, replying faintly, have you finally admitted? Earlier, I didn't dare spoil Brother Jin's surprise for you. Now, the performance is almost over, it's time to tell sister-in-law about Brother Jin's little secret. Zhou Yu found a comfortable posture to squat, looking up at the stage along with Yun Wu Lian. His handsome features, usually associated with being a playboy, looked much more mature under the glow of the bonfire. The moment before they were cheering how awesome Brother Jin was, Qing Xing and others heard gossip and quickly gathered close. Their gazes locked onto Zhou Yu as their ears perked up. What kind of secret? Tell us quick. Zhou Yu glanced over the nosy roommates, arching an eyebrow and shaking his head wryly. Seeing that Yun Wu Lian had raised her eyes, he began slowly recounting what he knew. It's not exactly a secret, it's just that our Brother Jin is genuinely madly in love with sister-in-law. About a week ago, I knew Brother Jin was going to perform the fire pot. That night, I was staying up late grinding my game tasks while wearing soundproof headphones. I didn't know when Brother Jin left. Around 2 o'clock, after I finished my gaming session, I went to the bathroom, and I happened to bump into Brother Jin returning. At that time, Brother Jin's appearance made me laugh so hard. His face was completely blackened by smoke, sweat streaming down, his hair sticking up messily. I laughed so hard I asked Brother Jin where he dug up the charcoal from, asking if he could take me along tomorrow, letting the brothers earn some extra cash too. Brother Jin gave me a scornful glance and said, "You go to hell. I'm preparing a surprise for my obedient baby." Yun Wu Lian's eyes sparkled slightly, and the corners of her lips lifted subtly. Xiong Jun couldn't help but laugh at hearing Xie Jinyi being covered in soot, Deng Jiahao agreeing that Brother Jin was a great man, Qing Xing he raised his hand curiously questioning, Brother Yu, so at this point, did you realize there was something between Brother Jin and sister-in-law? Zhou Yu quickly rebutted, she's still here, it's not about affair. This is a great, sacred, and sweet love. Qing Xing he, whose skin is thin, suddenly remembered that Yun Wu Lian was still present. Glancing at the icy beauty, he felt inexplicably embarrassed, covering his face quickly. Yes, yes, sweet love. Brother Jin and sister-in-law are a perfect match. Yun Wu Lian's lips curled upward once more, almost imperceptibly. Zhou Yu then continued from where he left off, actually, back then, I did pluck up the courage to ask, is this truly not love? But then Brother Jin glared at me again and repeated the old stories about childhood sweethearts growing up together, closer than brothers. I was originally letting one ear in and the other out until I asked Brother Jin why he practiced the fire pot late at night at the base despite being already tired from military training. Brother Jin said something that really touched me. Xiong Jun and the other two curiously leaned in and asked simultaneously, what did he say? You three get lost. Zhou Yu pushed his roommates aside, his gaze shifting to Yun Wu Lian. His amber-colored eyes flickered as he recalled the words Brother Jin had spoken while washing his face with cold water and looking into the distance. Brother Jin said that since childhood, you've been either confined at home or lying in bed due to poor health, missing out on group activities. But human blood is warm, our hearts beat, even the coldest people yearn for excitement. When you took leave from the Academy of Fine Arts and didn't know anyone here. So, Brother Jin thought of bringing you over here, giving a fire pot performance just for everyone so you could have some fun. Not for anything else, just because he wanted you to be happy. Yun Wu Lian's pupils slightly quivered as a wave of warmth, laced with sweetness, surged within her heart. She couldn't help but visualize the handsome smile of Brother Jin. She imagined. When Brother Jin said those words, there must still have been dirt on his face. His lips, surely curved upward, smiling brightly. At the end, Zhou Yu sighed twice before making a suggestion, to be honest, sister-in-law, anyone can see how much Brother Jin is different when it comes to you, he likes you. Have you thought about directly kissing him? Maybe even kiss him sideways. The other three roommates also thought this was a good idea. Right, just kiss him. Sister-in-law, with your beauty, Brother Jin wouldn't be able to resist. Yun Wu Lian's eyelashes fluttered, she lowered her gaze and coughed lightly. Pulling the black coat around her shoulders tighter, she remained silent for a moment, then quietly said 2 words. Thank you. At this point, the performance on stage neared its conclusion. The charcoal in the iron pot was almost burned out. Xie Jinyi shook it vigorously a few times, scattering the last sparkles into the air. Then, in the midst of the audience's lingering admiration, he elegantly threw off his black cloak, leaping gracefully down from the high platform, gripping the iron pot with one hand, and walking briskly through the crowd. Some students rushed over without the drill sergeants being able to stop them. Brother Jin, so cool. When did you learn such a trick? I want to try too. How heavy is the thing in your hand? As the iron pot had once contained burning charcoal, it was still very hot. Concerned about harming others, Xie Jinyi tightened his gloved right hand around the pot, his warning gaze sweeping through the crowd as he waved to maintain distance. Through his mask, his voice sounded low and muffled. Move away, or you'll get burnt. These 2 iron pots with sticks weigh around 30 kilograms each, our ancestors left us with truly magnificent treasures. If you're interested in fire pot performances, you can also learn. Xie Jinyi was tall, standing at 192 centimeters, allowing him to look over any obstacles. He interacted with the crowd while keeping his eyes fixed on Yun Wu Lian. His obedient baby raised her head. seemingly smiling, waiting for him. At this moment, the chief drill sergeant and supervisor arrived to maintain order. Losing patience with the students, Xie Jinyi, feeling stifled inside the black robe, licked the sweat from his lips and hoarsely signaled for everyone to clear the way. Move aside, move. The students cooperatively cleared a path. Xie Jinyi firmly gripped the handle of the iron pot, rushing forward like the wind straight toward Yun Wulian. Seeing Xie Jinyi rushing toward her, Yun Wulian's eyes sparkled with joy. She wanted to stand up and meet his dazzling figure, but her frail body wouldn't allow it. Suffering from qi deficiency and anemia, if she got up too quickly after sitting for long periods, her vision would black out, and she'd feel dizzy. In severe cases, she might even find it hard to breathe and faint. Thus, without anything to lean on, she dared not move. Zhou Yu naturally pulled the roommates back a few steps, while surrounding classmates and drill sergeants all looked over, seeking the perfect angle for online drama consumption. Noticing Xie Jinyi's approach, they became inexplicably excited. Just then, the pale, sickly beauty slowly lifted her gaze, her face reflecting the flickering flames. Her black hair fluttered in the evening breeze, and the black leather jacket slipped off her shoulder as she raised her arm. Watching the handsome silhouette of the young man, her naturally red lips brushed against a strand of hair and curved upward, smiling as she extended her right hand. Chapter 36, Public Affection. Wu Wu is dizzy, Jian holds her waist. Jian. I don't have the strength to get up. Let me borrow your arm for a moment. The clear but weak voice echoed on the playground, as elusive as mist, seemingly about to disperse if not held immediately. Hey, Wu, I'm here. Xie Jianye responded anxiously, hurrying over quickly. As soon as he reached Yun Wulong, he began fumbling with his equipment. The iron kettle must be put down carefully, it can't scald Wu Wu. The gloves are too rough and might hurt Wu Wu, so they're tossed aside. And the cloak? Covered in dirt, it could soil Wu's clothes. Throw it away too. While Xie Jianye was unloading his gear, the students around couldn't help but stand up one after another, wishing fervently to switch places with him. Brother Jian, you're wrong here. Why bother taking off your clothes? Just carry her already. Yeah, it's been over 10 seconds now, your wife's hand must be getting tired. Of course, if you two want to kiss, we wouldn't mind at all. Xiong Jun, hearing someone mention the strain on her hand, without much thought noticed that Xie Jianye was still busy, instinctively moved to help Yun Wulong but was stopped by Zhou Yu. At this point, the head instructor frowned deeply, whistled once, and rebuked, quiet. These young lovers want their private time. What's your rush? Go find your own wives if you're so eager. Other instructors. Impressive. Worthy of being class leader. Students. Ugh. Instructors so intimidating, right to the heart. Xie Jianye who was unfastening his cloak. What? I was just performing the fire dance routine for Wu, why do these guys misunderstand? Without spare attention for others, Xie Jianye turned his head to see his childhood friend still raising her hand, waiting patiently for him to help her up. I'm coming, I'm coming. Afraid of smearing Yun Wulong with the dust from his body, Xie Jianye, while stepping forward with long strides, didn't forget to pat his pant legs clean and wipe the sweat from his hands. Wu Wu, is your hand sore? Her hand was gripped in his large and long-fingered ones, his burning warmth seeping through, mixed with the moist remnants of sweat, enveloping her inch by inch in an overwhelming sense of security. A second later. His arm was gently yet securely holding her. No. Yun Wulong shook her head lightly, feeling Xie Jianye's arm exerting force, and followed suit by moving her weary limbs, leveraging his strength to rise slowly. Before she fully stood upright, her vision went black again, that familiar dizzy sensation surging back. She collapsed entirely, losing all strength. Her face collided with the youth's chest at that instant, and his waist was lightly encircled. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd as the young man's resonant voice carried through the mask, sounding deeper than usual, tender yet filled with longing. Good baby, don't talk for now. Rest a bit, rest a bit. After speaking, Xie Jianye couldn't bother with removing his suffocating mask and goggles. Concerned about embarrassing his childhood friend, he shouted loudly towards the others. Don't make such a racket anymore. Carry on with whatever you were doing. It's the last night of training camp, and we've been screamed at by our dear instructors for a month. Don't you want to indulge and play a few games to mock them a little? Instructors. So we're just a shield for you. The scene was indeed somewhat chaotic, everyone engrossed in observing. The bonfire beside burned fiercely but remained unadmired. When the chief instructor blew his whistle, he continued maintaining order. Instructors from each class started counting heads, preparing to play some small games. Still, many kept sneaking glances at Xie Jianye's class. Instructor Shen didn't rush to count heads or organize activities since both main figures were in his class, hugging each other in front, leaving others completely distracted from playing. Because he was nearby, Instructor Shen gradually noticed something wasn't quite right between the two. Xie Jianye frowned with worry. And the person in his arms appeared extremely pale. Are you okay? Instructor Shen took a step forward, concerned, asking, your family member seems to be quite unwell. Should we go check at the medical station? Hearing this, Zhou Yu and others also stood up. Xie Jianye saw that his sickly childhood friend furrowed her brow slightly, eyes closed, showing no signs of improvement even after resting for 2 to 3 minutes, so he decided to carry her off directly. Just as he bent down, the clothes on his chest were clenched tightly by Yun Wulong, pulling gently. I'm fine. Cough, cough, just feeling lightheaded due to anemia. Yun Wulong coughed twice, slowly opening her eyes, noticing that Xie Jianye was still wearing his mask. A trace of exasperation flickered in her watery, almond-shaped eyes before shaking her head with a light laugh and reaching out to help him remove it. Why are you still wearing it? Isn't it stifling? Xie Jianye glanced at the mask, his eyebrows arched as a mocking laugh escaped his lips. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed. I was just focused on looking at you. The moment he removed his mask, the classmates burst into laughter. Even the instructor suppressed giggles behind pursed lips. Because Xie Jinye's current appearance was utterly ridiculous. His silver-gray mullet hair stood on end in disarray, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his handsome face was blackened by smoke that had seeped through cracks. He even sported 2 adorable dark circles under his eyes, with a smudge of black on his prominent nose tip. His roguishly untamed looks now appeared more rugged than ever. You. Yun Wulong's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, her lips curling into a soft smile. Xie Jinye, hearing the laughter around him, figured out the situation but seeing his little childhood friend amused, decided to tease her further. Flashing an exaggerated grin, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Whoa, what's wrong with me?" Yun Wulong remarked, "You've really turned into a panda. A great panda. Pandas are cute." Xie Jinye was about to imitate a panda's call when he suddenly forgot how it went. At this moment, a delicate, cool hand hooked around his neck. Yun Wulong tiptoed, gradually drawing closer. With her left hand, she wiped the soot off the young man's face using her sleeve, yet her gaze lingered on those wet, red, sensuous thin lips. Thoughts surged in her mind like a spring tide, bringing one phrase to the surface. Go ahead and kiss him until he's dizzy. Chapter 37, These lips, I've claimed them. Woo woo, don't wipe it, you'll get your clothes dirty. The young man's deep voice echoed in her ears, mixed with warm breaths. Yun Wulong slowly came to, shifting her gaze from those sexy lips, a fleeting glimmer of intelligence flashing in her beautiful peach blossom eyes, brimming with spring-like affection. He wanted to kiss Jin. Very much. But Jin's feelings for him were gentle and pure, like the morning sunlight in midsummer nurturing the delicate flowers on the branches. Therefore, he must also gently and tenderly ensnare Shiogo, Jin. These lips he had reserved. They belonged to him. Sooner or later, he would stamp his claim on them. Thus, there was no hurry. Kissing under everyone's watchful eyes would cause Mr. Handsome to short-circuit. Woo-woo. Seeing Yun Wulong lower her eyes without saying anything, confusion rose on the dirty face of the young man who then instinctively stretched out a hand, catching the wrist of his childhood friend. His grip was very light, merely placing his fingers, not forcibly pulling away, smiling and repeating, "Woo-woo, really no need to wipe, it's all sweat and dust, quite smelly, I'll take a bath when I go home tonight." As soon as the words left his mouth, the person in his arms suddenly softened. Then followed a moist and soft touch at the side of his neck. No. Yun Wulong lightly brushed his lips, flitting her long eyelashes with a hidden smile, pretending to collapse due to physical exhaustion against Xie Jinye's sturdy chest, staring seriously at the wet collar of the youth's shirt. "Your undershirt is soaked through, we're going back right now." The warm breath seeped into the skin, provoking a tingling sensation. Xie Jinye's heart skipped a beat, his body reflexively tensing up, not yet realizing something was amiss when he subconsciously wrapped his arm around Yun Wulong's waist. Touching his childhood friend's icy body, he didn't overthink it and immediately nodded in agreement. All right. Everything will be according to baby's wishes, let's head back first. The wind gets stronger after nightfall, actually, I'm worried that you might catch a cold from staying out too long. Yun Wulong giggled softly. A corner of her lips curved upward as she reminisced about the lingering warmth on her lips. Because the two stayed tightly embraced for a long time, getting even closer, people from all sides started casting curious glances their way. A few classmates, so engrossed in gossip, failed to notice where they were walking and ended up falling flat on their backs. Coach Shin saw the young couple whispering sweet nothings and thought of continuing watching the show. Glancing momentarily, considering Xie Jinye's excellent performance this month, he decided to be a good guy once. As some classmates were still laughing at Xie Jinye's panda-like face, Coach Shin moved to the other side and whistled. Alright, turn around, face me. The other classes have already started playing games, we can't lag behind. Let's start with a simple game, pass the flower, and whoever loses has to come up here and perform a program. A classmate raised his hand to ask, don't we wait for Brother Jean? Coach Shin counter-questioned, if your girlfriend comes, do you have the heart to play games? Classmate, report, I don't have a girlfriend. Coach Shin's one sentence shocked everyone. In that case, consider the good buddies beside you as your girlfriends temporarily. Come on, give a smile, and play games with your girlfriend happily. The classmate who raised his hand was confused. The classmate beside him dramatically clutched his arm and trembled, using a shrill voice, fluttering his fingers extravagantly, shouting in an exaggerated manner, Yamidia, no. Everyone instantly burst into laughter, momentarily forgetting about Xie Jinyi and Yun Wulian. Xie Jinyi and Yun Wulian quietly left. Before leaving, Xie Jinyi called Zhou Yu, pointing at the fire pot prop on the ground, giving a nod indicating that they should take it back afterward. Zhou Yu lifted his hand in response with an okay. Xie Jinyi draped his coat over Yun Wulian, slung the bag over his shoulder, and took her hand, leaving the playground. At this time, the sky was dim, and usually if it was just Xie Jinyi alone, he'd walk blindly without issue. But since Yun Wulian was by his side, fearing she might trip or bump, he retrieved the phone he'd snuck into his bag, turning on the flashlight function for lighting. Yun Wulian was warmed by this small gesture from the young man and couldn't help but pinch his hand. Jean. I think I forgot to compliment you earlier, your performance was brilliant, I really liked it. Hearing the praise from his childhood friend, Xie Jinyi's face nearly split into a wide grin, waving the flashlight around excitedly, glad you liked it. As long as you're happy, sweating buckets is totally worth it. Tonight was especially fun, but... Yun Wulian softly responded, her peach blossom eyes scanning the surroundings, questioning curiously, Jean, isn't this the way back to the dormitory? Wu Bao is amazing, you remembered the way after just 2 trips. After complimenting Yun Wulian, Xie Jinyi explained, this indeed isn't the way back to the dormitory. We're going to the entrance of the base, wasn't the RV parked there? Yun Wulian paused in her steps, I forgot to mention it during the day, the RV didn't come. Xie Jinyi froze, slightly furrowing his brows, then what about tonight? Yun Wulian lifted her gaze and stared at the youth, her expression calm, I'll sleep in the dormitory with you. Xie Jinyi's face showed concern, but the beds in the dormitory are very hard and narrow, making them uncomfortable to sleep on. Yun Wulian stated each word carefully, earnestly, with you there, I'll be comfortable. Unable to stop himself, a slight smile appeared on Xie Jinyi's lips, but his eyes still revealed hesitance, there are others in the dormitory, Wu may find it inconvenient. Should I call Uncle Lin and ask if the base has any spare beds or dormitories? Yun Wulian refused emotionlessly, no, I only want to sleep on the bed you've slept on. But... Yun Wulian's cold face relaxed as she released her hand, fine, I'll sleep on the lawn. Hey! Xie Jinyi immediately panicked, quickly grabbing Yun Wulian's wrist and holding it tightly. Like a large dog who had made a mistake, he hung his head, ears drooping as he sincerely explained. Wu, listen to me, it's not that I don't want to take you back to the dormitory, I'm just afraid you won't get used to it. The beds in the dormitory are all wooden planks, hard and narrow, and you've never slept on this kind of bed before. You might wake up with soreness in your lower back and shoulders tomorrow morning. As he went on speaking. The dirt-streaked handsome face showed an appeasing smile, his eyes pleading as they focused on Yun Wulian, softly begging. Foggy treasure, please don't be angry, okay? If you want to sleep in the dormitory, I'll go ask the dormitory aunt for some cotton quilts tonight and make the bed softer. If the aunt doesn't agree, I'll roll on the floor and cry. Yun Wulian was satisfied and offhandedly criticized, don't roll around, it's embarrassing. Xie Jinyi stood at ease, saluting and smiling, understood, Commander Wu. Yun Wulian, lead the way. Got it. Xie Jinyi instantly changed his tone, turning around and bending over, swinging the bag hanging from his shoulder, then gesturing towards the opposite direction like a shop assistant. Dear fat kitty guest, this way please, handsomely adorable service available 24/7 for you. Yun Wulian raised her eyebrows slightly, resisting the urge to touch the young man's disheveled tufts on top of his head. You're a charcoal bear now. Xie Jinyi's mouth curved into a smile as he promptly responded, thank you, master, for granting me this name, so much love, so much adoration. It suits my current Zhang Fei face perfectly. Yun Wulian laughed at his antics, taking the initiative to tighten her grip on the young man's hand. With Xie Jinyi around, the atmosphere was never dull. Hand in hand, chatting and laughing, they returned to the dormitory building. This time, Xie Jinyi carried Yun Wulian upstairs in a bridal-style hold. Because his undershirt was wet. If he carried her on his back, it might soak through Yun Wulian's shirt. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xie Jinyi quickly changed into a set of clean clothes and then rushed down to the duty room to borrow 2 sets of bedding from the dormitory aunt. Since it was summer, there were plenty of bedding supplies, and the aunt readily lent them out. By the time Xie Jinyi returned to the dormitory with the bedding, Yun Wulian was lazily lying on the table, almost asleep. He quickly went to the bathroom, adjusted the water temperature, and even brought in a chair, not forgetting to place a clean piece of clothing on the seat to avoid discomfort from sitting on a cool surface. Wu, did you bring pajamas? Xie Jinyi asked while simultaneously moving. He opened the partition of the white single-shoulder bag to take a look. Inside were packed toiletries, but no towels or pajamas. There was, however, 1 pair of underwear. It was pure white, neatly folded and placed inside a sterile bag. Chapter 38 Boyfriend. Filial dog helping with shower. Xie Jinyi took out the bag containing the underwear. He just glanced at it, not thinking much of it since he and Yun Wulian had grown up together. He often saw Yun Wulian's intimate items. He took out bags of various sizes and checked them carefully, confirming that there were no pajamas or towels. Thus, he went to rummage through his own wardrobe for clothes. Wu, do you want to wear a tank top or a t-shirt? No, a tank top won't work, my clothes are oversized, and your straps will fall off. There are other people in the dormitory, it's not good. Let's go with a t-shirt. Do you want white or black? Shit, why did I only bring black? Listening to the young man muttering to himself, Yun Woo-yen yawned and slowly raised his eyes. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes glistened with a hint of mischief. Actually, he deliberately didn't bring any pajamas. Not for anything else, just because he wanted to wear Jinya's clothes and liked the smell on them. At this moment, Xie Jinyi turned his head, holding two t-shirts, one was pure black, and the other had an eagle spreading its wings in the sky printed on it. Woo-woo, which one do you like? Yun Woo-yen wanted to walk over and tease Xie Jinyi, but he was genuinely tired. He still had to shower later, and the dorm wasn't like home with a bathtub, it would save energy. He propped his cheek up, lowering his gaze as he softly replied. I like both. Xie Jinyi nodded, ultimately choosing the pure black one since the eagle looked too fierce, and it didn't match his well-behaved little treasure's vibe. He'd wear it after showering. After all, Woo-woo liked both. One for Woo-woo to wear. One for him to wear. It was simply perfect. Xie Jinyi prepared all the toiletries and brought them into the bathroom. He also used the wooden hairpin and elastic from his bag to help Yun Woo-yen tie up her long hair. When Yun Woo-yen was washing up, Xie Jinyi remained outside vigilantly, watching carefully. He was so meticulous, fearing even the slightest mistake. Yun Woo-yen had a fragile constitution and was easily fatigued. Today, they had almost run around all day. After standing to finish washing up, his body felt increasingly exhausted, and his skin had taken on a thin layer of rosy hue due to the steam. Sleepy and limp, he collapsed onto the chair, lacking the strength to dress himself. Ajin. Woof woof. Handsome roar. Yawning a couple of times, the young man guarding outside rushed in swiftly. Wu Bao, I'm here. The moment his long legs stepped inside, Xie Jinyi's heart inexplicably quickened. It wasn't the first time he'd seen such a scene, yet every time he was still left breathless. He noticed the frail beauty weakly leaning against the chair, her raven-colored long hair disheveled, her snow-white naked body covered in droplets, faintly red, resembling a flower in bloom after rain, astonishingly beautiful, yet fragile and pristine. It was simply enticing to sin. Easily igniting the dirtiest desires deep within. So beautiful. Woo-woo really looked like a fairy in a painting, just as stunning. Xie Jinyi stood stunned for a few seconds before snapping back to reality. Realizing something odd about himself, he cursed under his breath. Afraid that Yun Woo-yen might catch a cold, he couldn't spare a thought for other things. Grabbing the towel, he knelt down on one knee and skillfully wiped the water droplets off Yun Woo-yen. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Good boy, don't sleep yet, just hold on for a bit longer. Otherwise, we'll have trouble getting into bed later. Yun Woo-yen vaguely heard a keyword, lazily opening his eyes and brushing away a few strands of dark silk falling across his forehead, whispering in confusion, go, to bed. Xie Jinyi looked up, his eyes clear and bright, patiently explaining, that's right, my bed is on the top bunk. The ladder's load-bearing capacity is limited, and no one's using the bottom bunk right now, I'm afraid if I carry you up, the bed might collapse. Yun Woo-yen remained silent for a while before coolly spitting out 3 words. Dumb blockhead. After cursing, he closed his eyes again. Xie Jinyi didn't hear clearly, completely confused. Seeing his little childhood friend so sleepy, he felt sorry and didn't want to disturb her. In the end, from the cold tone of voice, he deduced it must have been these 3 words. Dry faster. Understood. Speed up, his little treasure was eager to get to bed to sleep. After Yun Woo-yen finally made it to bed, he fell into a deep sleep. Thinking about the others in the dorm, Xie Jinyi started making curtains after ensuring Yun Woo-yen was asleep. He quietly hung up clean pillowcases on the iron rods where mosquito nets usually hung, to block the view and protect the privacy of his little childhood friend. Subsequently, Xie Jinyi went to wash up as well. After finishing his shower and stepping out, Xie Jinyi didn't rush to bed. Instead, he mixed Yun Woo-yen's clothes with his own, and when he had free time, he washed them. Half an hour later. Just as he was about to hang the clothes out to dry, unfortunately, the door opened. Xie Jinyi turned his head and saw Zhou Yu, softly reminding him, be gentle, my little darling is asleep. Got it, got it. Zhou Yu glanced at the curtain on the top bunk and couldn't help but laugh. TSK. Brother Jean was afraid they'd see something they shouldn't. For all his tall stature, he sure had a strong possessive streak. Xie Jinyi asked casually, why are you back so early? My throat's dry from singing, too thirsty. I came back for some water. Zhou Yu picked up the mineral water bottle on the table. Seeing Xie Jinyi washing clothes, he asked curiously, by the way, isn't there an automatic washer downstairs? Why don't you use it, Brother Jean? Xie Jinyi replied, there are lots of bacteria in shared washing machines, they're not clean. That's true. Some people even throw their shoes and socks in there to wash. Zhou Yu took a sip of water and noticed a white shirt among the clothes in the basin, teasing, wow, never thought our brother Jean would be so domesticated, washing clothes for his good buddy. Xie Jinyi responded, I'm happy helping my little darling. Taking a bold step, Zhou asked, could you wash one for me too? I'll pay you $100. Xie Jinyi gave him a disdainful look from his almond-shaped eyes and whispered furiously, get lost. Zhou laughed even louder, fearing a beating. He grabbed the mineral water and ran off. After hanging out the clothes, Xie Jinyi also climbed into bed. Afraid of squeezing Yun Wulian, he lay on his side propping his head with his hand, not daring to move around recklessly. His pitch-black almond-shaped eyes brimmed with affection, staring unblinkingly at Yun Wulian. He didn't know how long it had been. The young man frowned, noticing that the neck of his little childhood friend had taken on a faint red hue. Chapter 39, After the Fever. The aloof beauty becomes a clingy kitten. Yun Wuling's skin was very white, so even a hint of red stood out prominently. The flush seemed to spread upwards from her neck, like an ink wash diffusing across her ear tips, forehead, and cheeks, even coloring her lips much more vividly than in the daytime. Shit! Could Wu Bao be running a fever again? Xie Jinya's heart nearly stopped. In a panic, he flipped over and knelt up, careful not to disturb Yun Wuling as he hurriedly reached toward her forehead. Woo-woo. His touch met with a fiery heat. Her delicate skin felt like petals scalded by boiling water. Indeed, she has a fever. Didn't Grandpa Zhou say that Wu-woo had gotten better? Why does she still catch cold so easily? Xie Jinya looked pained, his hands clenching into fists mid-air, only to helplessly let them fall again. He carefully pushed aside the long hair strewn across her face and gently cupped Yun Wuling's face. It's all my fault. If I had known, I would have given you a private performance at home. Regret clouded Xie Jinya's eyes as he sighed unhappily. Unwilling to wake Yun Wuling immediately, he reached into his bag for medication, skipping the ladder and jumping straight down from the upper bunk instead. Then, he grabbed the bag on the table, searching through it for the necessary medicine. Fever patch, ibuprofen, little pills for heart disease, asthma spray, and wet wipes for chapped lips, they're all here. And water. Water. Yun Wuling had brought along a thermos containing lukewarm water. Xie Jinya gathered everything he needed and carried it back upstairs, ascending via the ladder just as a weak cough broke the silence. Cough. Cough. Ajin. Ajin. The voice was faint, almost fading away, brimming with unease. I'm here, said Xie Jinya, filled with compassion as he responded. Scrambling back onto the bed, he quickly drew aside the curtain and approached Yun Wuling. Kneeling, he carefully supported her trembling frame as she coughed. Woo-woo, don't talk. Let's take the medicine first, and then you'll feel better. Yun Wuling's cheeks were flushed, her eyes scattered and unfocused. Her hand tightly gripped the cloth covering her chest as her whole body, limp and warm as snow melted by a stove, collapsed breathlessly against Xie Jinya. Yes. Take the medicine. He nodded slightly in response, his voice almost imperceptible. Her frail figure couldn't support the oversized shirt she wore, exposing half of her shoulder. The pale skin tinged with pink glowed faintly amidst strands of disheveled hair. She looked both exquisitely beautiful yet fragile and pitiful. Xie Jinya's expression grew increasingly concerned. With his left hand supporting Yun Wuling's waist and his right holding the fever reducer, he retrieved a capsule, offering it to her. Good baby, come on, open your mouth and hold the pill. Once you've taken it, your body won't feel so hot. Her moist eyelashes trembled lightly as she obediently opened her mouth. At the same moment, her burning lips brushed softly against the young man's fingers. Xie Jinya felt the scorching temperature and his frown deepened. He worried that this time her cold-induced fever might escalate into another serious inflammation requiring intravenous therapy. Anxiously, he swiftly picked up the thermos. Come on, woo-woo, drink a sip of water and swallow the pill slowly. Take your time, I'll hold the cup for you, you just need to open your mouth. I checked, the water's lukewarm, not too hot. The warm cup was placed near her lips. Yun Wuling closed her eyes, holding her clothes tightly as she coughed a couple times, enduring excruciating headaches while obeying the instructions. Gently gripping the edge of the cup, she sipped some water and swallowed the medicine in her mouth. The warmth of the water soaked into her throat, alleviating the stinging sensation somewhat. But her head still felt like it was about to explode. In a daze. A fresh mist, like spring rain, drifted towards her. Breathing heavily, Yun Wuling took a deep breath, which relieved her cough thanks to the medicated respiratory spray. Soon after, she felt the youth applying a cooling patch to her forehead. Are you breathing better now? Do you feel any pain in your chest? I've brought the pills too. If the fever hasn't gone down within 10 minutes, shall we go back to the city? Wait, no, it won't do if you're not rested well in the car either. If the antipyretic doesn't work, then perhaps we should call the doctor. The concerned tone of the youth echoed in her ears, smooth and resonant like a young summer sunrise, imbued with warmth and security. When people are sick, they tend to become more sensitive, vulnerable, and anxious compared to usual. Yun Wuling's head ached severely, her body feeble and tired. Her eyelids were sore, and she lacked the strength to speak. Fearing that Xie Jinya might leave, she blindly clutched and hugged him close in her sleep. Even her legs slid out from under the blanket. Jinya Xie was ensnared in her grip. This sticky, clingy behavior of hers resembled a newborn kitten exactly. Hey, woo-woo, blanket, blanket. Xie Jinya knew that when Yun Wuling was sick, she would become very affectionate. Initially, he had intended to pat her head to soothe the little colt, but seeing that Yun Wuling had kicked off the blanket, he quickly turned his wrist and grabbed the blanket back. He gently covered Yun Wuling with it, then wrapped his arms around both her and the blanket. Good girl, you must stay covered, otherwise, your cold will get worse. What shall we do then? And then you'll need an injection again, your soft white hands turn red with blood once pricked, and even I feel pain just watching them. Stay well covered, no moving around. Or else I will, hold you and mimic the panda call. I researched last night, pandas go ing, which roughly translates to crying. Even though Xie Jinya kept talking, he made sure not to disturb Yun Wuling and spoke softly. Yun Wuling lay on Xie Jinya's shoulder, brushing her flushed cheek against the young man's neck in silent response. Suddenly, a sharp irritation swept up her throat. Yun Wuling's brows furrowed tightly as her right hand, trembling, clutched the back of the young man's shirt. Her bones were transparently pale, yet her fingertips blushed with a sickly hue. She bit her lip and endured it. Unable to bear it any longer, she violently coughed several times. As she coughed, a familiar metallic taste surged up, and streaks of blood trickled out, staining her lips red. Chapter 40, Jin was shocked. His finger was bitten by Wu Miao. Woo-woo. Xie Jinya heard Yun Wulian coughing severely and was gently patting his back. He turned his head with concern, just wanting to check on Yun Wulian's condition when his eyes suddenly caught the sight of blood-streaked lips. His pupils dilated in shock, and his heart felt as if it were being slashed by a knife. His voice trembled. Woo. Woo-woo. Does it hurt a lot? I'll call the doctor right away. Just as he was about to grab his phone, his raised hand was pressed down by Yun Wulian's burning wrist. Yun Wulian wiped the blood away, opening his eyes while breathing heavily. He met Xie Jinya's worried gaze and shook his head lightly. It's nothing, I just coughed too hard. Nothing? You're spitting blood. Xie Jinya furrowed his brows tightly, heartbroken as he cupped Yun Wulian's face. His voice became hoarse and muffled. It's all my fault. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let you come. As soon as these words left his mouth, his thumb tip was bitten. The bite was gentle. To Xie Jinya, it was like tickling. He stared at Yun Wulian's lips, letting the little childhood friend continue biting him, looking somewhat surprised as his brain rapidly processed thoughts for self-reflection. Woo. Woo-woo. Why did my little sweetheart bite me? Does he think I'm not doing my job as a knight in shining armor properly? That's justified. Bite harder. Xie Jinya thought that Yun Wulian didn't use enough strength, it wasn't even painful. He was about to ask him to spit out the finger so he could bite it back with his own canines and share in the bleeding pain. But before he could open his mouth, the sickly beauty lifted her gaze slightly and sighed softly. Yun Wulian's cheeks were flushed red. A blue and white fever patch was attached to his forehead. His raven eyelashes looked dark and damp, and his eyes seemed misty, though he glared at Xie Jinya coldly. I wanted to come, I want to be with you. If you dare, if you keep blaming yourself incorrectly, I'll bite you really hard, cry myself to tears, and even bite off your ears and tail. I'll soak them in wine to drink. With a few cold snorts, he buried his head into Xie Jinya's chest. Like an arrogant, delicate, and beautiful little sick kitten, he waved his tiny paws twice, making cute sounds before clinging tightly onto the person in front of him as if afraid of being abandoned. Xie Jinya froze momentarily, his heart collapsing and melting instantly into spring mud. He raised his hand and gently massaged the head of the little childhood friend bit by bit. Report to Commander Wu, I don't seem to have a big tail behind me. The sick Wu Miao Miao refused to listen. There is one. Xie Jinya chuckled lowly and pulled up the blanket, wrapping it tightly around Yun Wulian. He indulgently responded, all right, I'm handsome Oo with a fluffy big tail. You're a dumb puppy. Yun Wulian muttered a few times before starting to cough again. Xie Jinya was extremely heartbroken and nodded in agreement with what the little friend had said, all right, woof woof woof, this big dog will no longer blame himself blindly. The kitty feels uncomfortable, close your eyes and take a nap, okay? Yun Wulian's head hurt and he couldn't fall asleep. Weakly resting on the young man's shoulder, his eyelids drooped, waiting for the antipyretic analgesics to take effect. At this moment, coincidentally, his peripheral vision caught sight of the red rope tied around his ankle. The jade ku, safety buckle, shimmered luminously under the light, narrating the wishes and blessings the young man had for him. Every year safe, may you live to 100 years, every step a small stroke of luck. And then there was the Night Blooming Sirius Milky Way picture frame pin. Night Blooming Sirius shall bloom no longer only once. And also the fire pot performance. Fire drives away evil spirits, peace and happiness. All the gifts Jean gave him this month revolved around two words, peace and safety. People become more sensitive and fragile when they're ill, prone to overthinking. Yun Wulian slightly frowned as he considered the need to stay peaceful and secure. Yet, his mind drifted to an image of a white-haired, frail figure. When he was 10, he went to the temple with his parents to burn incense. Before even reaching the temple, they encountered an old fortune teller with the air of a transcendent sage. The fortune teller stopped in front of him, shaking the half-divine flags in his hands, claiming he was starving and seeking some food. Yun Wulian took out a box of cakes prepared as offerings. Unexpectedly, after stroking his beard, the fortune teller's smile slowly faded. Instead of taking the cake, he simply stared at Yun Wulian deeply inside. The fortune teller said, "Child, your life essence is entirely Yin. You're constitutionally weak, like a flower seed trapped beneath deep waters and Yin wood, struggling to sprout or bloom. There's a calamity in your destiny. Afraid, you won't live past 20. After hearing this, Yun Wulian showed no reaction. He'd heard such talk many times. Every time he entered ICU, nurses and doctors would say similar things. At that time, Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu frowned and asked the fortune teller for ways to reverse the misfortune. But the fortune teller continued to shake his head and sigh. Beside them, Xie Jinye grew angry, cursing loudly at the fraud. He broke off a bamboo stick and chased the fortune teller halfway up the mountain, scaring birds in the forest to fly chaotically everywhere. Cloud Wulian slowly retracted his thoughts, covering his lips and coughing. He didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, nor in mysticism, yet his ailing body always left him feeling vague and restless. Under the torment of illness now, both his mind and body had become even more fragile. He was like seaweed swept into the ocean, rootless, lonely, weak, only able to drift with the waves, letting fate control him entirely. Upon encountering a small boat, he'd cling to it desperately, holding on tightly for dear life. He hugged Xie Jinye with all his might, then began to rub against the young man's neck, enduring the searing pain in his throat as he spoke softly. "Ah, Jean." Xie Jinye had been gently patting his shoulder, trying to get him to sleep. Suddenly realizing that the limbs wrapped around him were tightening, his eyebrows slightly rose and he returned the pressure lightly, responding to the little childhood friend's unease. His voice softened as he asked, "What's wrong? Does your headache prevent you from sleeping?" After saying this, he started massaging Cloud Wulian's temples. "It's not. There's something I want to ask you." "Alright," Meow asks, Wolf answers. Hearing the hoarseness in Cloud Wulian's voice, Xie Jinye still remembered to open the thermal cup and pass it over, coaxing, "Here, drink a bit to moisten your throat and speak slowly." Cloud Wulian quietly teased about how childish that sounded. Then, obediently opened his mouth, taking a sip of water. He licked his lips, raised his gaze, meeting the youth's eyes. His wet lashes trembled slightly, casting a veil of mist in his watery eyes. He looked very serious. "Ah, Jean. Since I turned 19, the gifts you've given me have almost all revolved around praying for safety, long life. Do you remember what that fortune teller said?" Upon hearing this, Xie Jinye's smile froze for a moment. His prominent Adam's apple moved up and down, his black pupils darkening suddenly as he felt pity flash through his heart, but soon after, he seriously shook his head. "What fortune teller? My sweet baby, those are all feudal superstitions designed to deceive people, they shouldn't be trusted." Cloud Wulian fell silent for a while before finally asking. "But if..." Before he could finish, Xie Jinye directly pulled him down to lie flat. The wooden bed in the dormitory was very narrow, and there wasn't enough space for two people lying down side by side. To ensure Cloud Wulian would be more comfortable, Xie Jinye decided to lie underneath, using himself as a cushion. "There is no if, no if. Woo, don't believe what those frauds say. We need to trust science, trust traditional Chinese medicine. Didn't Grandpa Zhou say your condition has improved and your pulse is becoming steadier? We should just believe in Grandpa Zhou. Everything will get better. This time getting sick is because you were too tired. After all, it takes hours to travel here from the city. You also walked for so long with me, ate dinner poorly, and watched performances in the evening breeze, so..." His words suddenly paused. Xie Jinye's eyes reddened at the corners, and he tightly held Cloud Wulian as he closed his eyes. His speech slowed, and his tone became extraordinarily gentle, though tinged with a touch of raspy sobbing at the end. "So, catching a cold is normal. It's absolutely nothing about stupid calamities or nonsense like that. Goodness, we need to trust Grandpa Zhou, trust in science. All those fortune tellers are evil charlatans trying to extort money. I beat them up every time I see them. Woo, when military training is over, we'll have a few days off. Where do you want to go play? I'll go with you, I promise I'll stay with you. Alright?" Xie Jinye kept repeating this. But Cloud Wulian never responded. Not until Xie Jinye's voice grew hoarse from speaking did he lower his head and look inside his embrace. There, Cloud Wulian lay asleep, his long hair disheveled, face buried on his chest. A flush remained on his snowy white cheeks. Clearly, the medication had begun to take effect, and his fever was gradually subsiding. However, there was a faint streak of tears trailing from the corner of his swollen eyes. Following the damp trace downward, the tears pooled at the red corner of his lips, marked with blood, and tangled with a few strands of messy hair. The sight made him appear pitiable indeed. "Woo! Did Woo cry?" Xie Jinye's pupils contracted sharply as his hand trembled and reached out. Gently, tenderly, filled with compassion, he touched Cloud Wulian's wet and red lips. Chapter 41, Hold Tight. Ajin's meat cushion is comfortable. The moment the tip of a finger touched his lips, a wave of searing heat mixed with dampness rushed over, scorching Xie Jinye's heart as it trembled. His already red-dyed Danfeng eyes darkened further, brimming with sorrow. Still burning with fever. Were his entire lips wet from being soaked in tears? He had no idea when Wu Bao had cried, without a single sound. If only he had known, he should have been staring at Wu Bao while they were talking earlier. Wu Wu had always been so strong. From childhood to now, she had hardly ever cried. Even that year when she was 9 and found him by the seaside, carrying his sickly body all the way home despite falling and bruising her knee badly, enduring countless injections, lying on the bed with a high fever for more than a week, little Wu Wu never cried once. This time, was it because she was too afraid, too uneasy? Xie Jinyi felt a tightness in his chest, and his eyes stung. Biting his lower lip, he held his breath, carefully sweeping the stray hairs from his young friend's lips and gently wiping away the traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, moving so cautiously as if afraid to cause pain or wake her. In fact, he was scared too. So as soon as he heard the nonsense from the swindler, he prepared a red string peace buckle, specifically offered it at the temple for 9 years, just in time for his 19th birthday. It was solely for ensuring that his beloved baby would successfully pass the age of 20, living long and peacefully. After wiping away the trace of blood at the corner of her lips, Xie Jinyi tore off a fragrant wet tissue, carefully cleaning the faint tear marks from Yun Wuling's face. Clean and tidy, so that the baby could sleep comfortably. Considering that the fever might cause dryness of the lips, he also used a wet tissue to moisturize the lips of his young friend. Having done everything he could think of, Xie Jinyi finally lay down properly, cradling the sick little mare who slept soundly in his arms, still not changing his position, continuing to act as his dedicated cushion. With one hand each, he wrapped around Yun Wuling's waist and shoulders through the blanket. The hand around her waist was gripping tightly. Xie Jinyi thought, his own baby was frightened by the scammer's words, lost in unease and insecurity, clinging to him wanting him to hold. So, if he hugged her tighter, even tighter, would the baby feel happier? What mattered most in recovery was a joyful mind and body. Perhaps becoming happy would make the body fully recover. Thinking about this, the furrowed brows of the youth relaxed, revealing once again a radiant smile on his handsome face as he stretched his neck closer, nuzzling against Yun Wuling's head like an affectionate big dog. Finally tightening his arms, holding her close, filled with anticipation, he closed his eyes. Foggy treasure, good night. Were you warmed by a tight embrace in your dreams? Xie Jinyi muttered to himself. Though saying good night, he did not fall asleep, instead quietly sensing Yun Wuling's body temperature, pinching his own arm to stay awake whenever he felt sleepy. Only when Yun Wuling's body temperature dropped and completely stabilized did he allow sleep to overcome him, sinking deeply into slumber. When Zhou Yu and others returned, it was already 12 o'clock. Zhou Yu had returned once before, knowing that Yun Wuling had come to their dormitory and had already fallen asleep, so he specifically instructed everyone to be light-footed before coming back. Their actions opening the door were very quiet. They even brought back the props for Xie Jinye's fire pot performance. But when Qingxing and the other three turned on the lights and looked up, seeing the curtain made from a deep blue sheet that Xie Jinyi had created himself, they couldn't help but whisper in surprise. Wow! Covered so thoroughly, Brother Jean must be hiding something we're not supposed to see. Nonsense, obviously we need to protect the privacy of our wife. Xiong Jun even seriously gave a thumbs up, Brother Jean is a good man. What man, don't look down on our leader, although he is 1.9 meters tall, he's probably still a pure-hearted big boy. Zhou Yu, walking last and holding a black cloak, with a raspy voice after singing all night, spoke. Xiong Jun was puzzled, is there any difference? Zhou Yu said nothing, suppressing laughter while looking for water. Xiong Jun, scratching his stubble, then looked at Deng Jiahao and Qingxing. Deng Jiahao and Qingxing exchanged glances, with the latter awkwardly shaking his head, and the former mysteriously saying, Baby bear, you'll understand when you grow up. Xiong Jun. Not. Big brother. I'm already 19. Haven't I grown up yet? Xiong Jun, stroking his chin seriously, pondered perhaps the difference between a boy and a man lies in whether one has graduated or graduated and married. Because it was late, after exchanging a couple of jokes, everyone quickly busied themselves tidying things up and washing up. Next day. As the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon and the fiery sun rose slowly, birds chirped endlessly from the branches. The freshmen welcomed the final day of military training. Get up. Get up. The sun's already warming your bottom. Accompanied by the crisp ringing. The sunlight streamed through the door crack into the room, gilding the chairs and desks with a golden edge. Yun Wuling woke up in a daze, hearing someone grumbling as they switched off the alarm, the voice very familiar, Zhou Yu, a Jin's roommate. Oh yes. Last night, she slept on the same bed with a Jin. And she had a fever. Yun Wuling rubbed her temples and slowly lifted her somewhat sticky eyelids. The first thing she saw was the gentle sleeping face of the big dog. Xie Jinye's eyes were tightly shut, his left hand serving as a pillow. His silver-gray mullet hair was tousled, a few locks of awkward bedhead sticking up at the top, his right half of the face covered by his disheveled bangs. He had wild eyebrows that looked rebellious, casting a shadow over his high nose bridge. He looked ruggedly handsome yet charmingly sexy. She stared at the stubborn cowlicks on his head. So cute, and even though he wasn't fully awake yet, her lips slightly curved upwards. Cough, cough. The frail beauty furrowed her brows and gave a soft cough, realizing she was sleeping in the arms of this young man. Her waist was wrapped by a long and warm hand, and her hazy eyes filled with joy. Hugged so tight. Her waist was sore. This clingy, obedient puppy was truly too sweet, adorable. She wanted to wake him with a kiss. Yun Wuling stared at him for a moment, unable to resist. She slowly sat up, her pitch-black long hair sliding down from her bare shoulder. With her hands resting on Xie Jinye's hot and solid chest, she leaned forward, crouching down in a kneeling posture, breathing heavily as she gradually approached inch by inch. Finally, she paused a few centimeters away from his lips. Yun Wuling locked her gaze onto Xie Jinye's seductive thin lips, her features calm and cool, like a snow-white lotus on a distant icy mountain, rejecting everyone around her. But there was an undeniable lust flickering in her eyes. In reality, there were countless opportunities where she could have kissed him directly. But she held back. Besides not wanting to scare the silly puppy, there was another sentimental reason. She also feared that her fragile body might not hold out for much longer. So she decided to take it slow, not rush. She planned to maintain their camaraderie, gently guiding a Jin towards discovering love and passion. But now holding a Jin's warm body, she was getting restless, struggling to control herself. She couldn't live without a Jin, she needed her sun god. What a Jin said last night was correct, maybe the fortune teller was just trying to make money, deceiving people. Grandpa Zhou had also mentioned her health was improving. If she obediently took her medicine and stayed cheerful mentally, wouldn't she be able to live another 19 years? Yun Wuling pressed closer, her palm touching the warmth of the young man, her long lashes quivering, shimmering with water droplets, her desire surging within. She didn't want to restrain herself anymore. She wanted to indulge for a moment. After all, a Jin had already seen her naked, touched every part of her body. A Jin should be responsible. So, could she sneak in a quick kiss on the corner of his mouth? Just the edge. A light touch would suffice. Leaning further forward, Yun Wuling got closer, her warm breath brushing against the young man's lips, her dark eyes locking onto his mouth, gleaming with longing. But as she focused, she accidentally bit her own lip. Right then, the neighboring bell rang again. The youth's thick eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he slowly opened his eyes in a groggy state. Chapter 42, Woo Woo, I just wanted to kiss you. The warm breath on his lips was like someone tickling with a feather, unbearable itching. Xie Jinyi felt a tightening in his throat, subconsciously licking his lips. When his vision cleared, he found the handsome face of his childhood friend just inches away, quietly staring at him. Woo. Woo woo. The youth instantly became, his head shaking, a few strands of bed hair standing up again, and his voice slightly hoarse from just waking up. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? As he spoke, Xie Jinyi was about to touch Yun Wulian's forehead. Yun Wulian didn't move. Upon realizing that Ah Jin was awake, he let out a sigh of relief. It's good that I couldn't kiss him. Leave some longing as motivation for a better life. Feeling the youth's large, warm hand touching his forehead, Yun Wulian subtly curved his lips, suppressing his greed in his eyes, and lazily lay on Xie Jinyi, letting himself be caressed. He slightly raised his eyelids. His gaze flickered as he stealthily observed the young man's actions. When Xie Jinyi realized the temperature was normal and sighed in relief, wrapping his arm around the waist intending to sit them both up, Yun Wulian suddenly pushed hard against Xie Jinyi's chest. Don't move. His voice was soft, followed by a couple of coughs. The cool hand still lightly pressed through the tank top, ambiguously teasing the young man's pectoral muscles. Xie Jinyi instantly tensed, assuming Yun Wulian was still recovering from sleepiness, not daring to speak loudly, his messy silver hair sticking up as he obediently nodded. Okay, Wu Bao, take your time, I won't move. Feeling how cold the limbs of his beloved were, the youth, eyes still not fully open, fumbled to grab a blanket and covered Yun Wulian with it. Yun Wulian was warmed by Xie Jinyi's little gestures. He sat upright astride the youth's waist, flipping his long hair back, giving him a glance with his beautiful peach blossom eyes, deliberately teasing him. In fact, just now, I wanted to kiss you. Oh, kiss me, then go ahead. Xie Jinyi instinctively nodded in agreement, stopping midway when he realized something was off. Frozen in place on the bed, confused, feeling like he hadn't woken up yet. Wait, what did you say just now, my sweet baby? Yun Wulian earnestly added, I want to infect you with the flu virus so I can see you blush. Ah. Xie Jinyi gaped in shock, his CPU almost overheating. What kind of blushing? Is this some strange dream? The tall youth was dumbfounded in bed, the black tank top reflecting the faint light from the window, his body lean and sexy but his expression dumbfounded like a stunned Shiba Inu. Still unclear if it was a dream or reality. His face was teased by a thin, cool hand pinching him. Just kidding. Get up, you look so handsome, you should prepare for the military training performance. Yun Wulian retracted his hand, giving Xie Jinyi no time to react, intentionally tilting his right shoulder so the large shirt slipped off, acting as though he didn't notice and leaned on the wall to get up. Suddenly, Xie Jinye's Dan Feng eyes darkened, and he abruptly kneeled up, pulling the other youth into his arms. Wu Bao, wait a second. Colliding with the firm chest, Yun Wulian arched an eyebrow, turning back to hum. My clothes are too big on you, your shoulders are showing. Xie Jinyi lowered his voice, helping Yun Wulian pull the fallen collar higher, patting his head, and earnestly reminded, Dear, Wu, wait just a moment. Let me bring up your clothes. After you've changed, we'll go down. Otherwise, every move will slide down your clothing, exposing your shoulders and chest. Yun Wulian acted as if it didn't matter, all boys, no problem. No way. Xie Jinye's brain worked fast, fearing that his childhood sweetheart would go down like this, and quickly supplemented, Zhou Yu and the others have never seen such a handsome boy like you before, they'll get distracted. Yun Wulian. Kiss what kiss? Faced with such a dull wooden head, a bite is necessary. At this moment, Zhou Yu, who was trying to suppress laughter while secretly watching drama from the bed, could no longer maintain their grin. Though sister-in-law is very beautiful. We still have morals. Dear mosquito leader, are you not talking about yourself? Or. We suggest you check your reflection in the mirror and see how gay you appear. Xie Jinyi didn't realize there was anything wrong with his words. He was also afraid Yun Wulian might be waiting anxiously, so after speaking, he got off the bed under Yun Wulian's helpless gaze, lifting the curtain and jumping down. When Yun Wulian arrived, except for his sleeping attire, everything else was ready. There was a set of coordinated clothes in the bag, separately packed in a sterile bag, a smoke green and blue shirt combo with white long pants. Xie Jinyi opened the bag, feeling the soft fabric, but his thoughts drifted away. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his lips. The moment his fingertips touched his lips, the sensation of warm breath being spilled came rushing back to his mind. It was burning hot. The small gladiolus fragrance seemed to have seeped between his teeth and lips. Was Wu Bao just now really that close, wanting to come over for a kiss? Thinking about this, Xie Jinyi involuntarily curved his lips. But soon, as if suddenly awakened from a trance, he shook his head violently, ending with a loud slap on his forehead. His silver-gray hair fell into disarray, covering his brows and eyes. The lips that were just slightly curled quickly pouted downwards, scolding himself silently for losing his mind. Damn it. What am I thinking? Wu Bao said it was just a joke, teasing. You shouldn't overthink, you can't, desecrate the pure little Hua flower. Remember your mission clearly, protect Wu Bao and make sure he stays happy every day. All those dirty desires should be flushed away, sinking deep down to the bottom of the ocean. Xie Jinyi covered half of his face with his hand, furrowing his brows, looking a bit pale. At this moment, Yun Wulian's voice rang out from the upper bunk, filled with confusion, like clear snow melting in early spring, flowing gently and cleansing the dirt buried under winter's ice. Ajin, what were you slapping? Chapter 43, Cheek Rubbing Comfort. Xie Jinye's pout sky high. When Xie Jinye was young, he witnessed something filthy on a cruise ship. Whenever the topics of kissing or desire were mentioned, his mind would be filled with nauseating images from that incident. Fortunately, the cool and clean voice of Xiao Zhuma pulled him back to reality. The young man's frown eased as he slowly moved the hand covering his face. Strands of silver-gray hair slid over his fingers and fell messily across his brows and eyes. He froze for a few seconds before realizing Yun Wulian was calling him. He abruptly looked up toward the top bunk. I am swatting mosquitoes. Before Yun Wulian could say anything, Xiong Jun from the lower right bunk suddenly sat up straight like a carp leaping through a dragon gate. With an excited expression, he asked, Are there still mosquitoes in the morning? Brother, did you hit one? It's our last day here. I want to bid farewell to the mosquitoes in this base. The other three roommates burst into laughter soon after. Zhou Yu, do we even need to ask? When mosquito repellent boss shows up, no matter how big the mosquito is, it will immediately surrender. Qing Xinghe, Xiong Air, all you think about every day is killing mosquitoes. Careful that a group of ghosts follows you home and drifts with you. Deng Jiahao, Brother Jean, mosquitoes are a protein supplement for people. Hurry up and give Xiong Air an extra meal. Xie Jinye watched his roommates rise simultaneously. His lips twitched slightly at the corner, narrowing his eyes while letting out a low hum. What nonsense is this mosquito repellent boss? That's not right. These four have actually been awake all along. This won't do. He has to drive them out so his sweet baby can change clothes without being embarrassed. Xie Jinye made up some excuse about the mosquito flying too fast and not hitting it, then took the clothes to the upper bunk. Simultaneously, he started urging his roommates to get up and wash their faces. Zhou Yu and the others were already awake and happily got up upon hearing this. Yun Wulian was sitting on the bed, waiting for Xie Jinye to come in. The moment the youth lifted the curtain, he noticed red marks on that handsome face. He motioned for Xie Jinye to hurry. As soon as his hands moved twice, the 192 centimeters tall youth immediately rushed over, placing his hands on his knees, squatting in front of him like a large dog, with a beaming smile on his face. Wu, what's wrong? Are you hungry? After you're done washing up, I'll go buy breakfast, and in another hour or two, we can watch the military training performance. Aren't you looking forward to seeing my shining brilliance? At that time, I'll show you how incredibly dashing I am as the final surprise. Their eyes locked as Yun Wulian nodded lightly, raising his hand to touch the red finger marks close to Xie Jinya's forehead. His gaze softened slightly, his voice very gentle. Go easier next time. Don't hurt yourself. I'd feel sad if I saw that. The delicate white fingertips caressed gently, like a spring breeze passing over his heart, carrying a faint coolness and fresh scent. Xie Jinya's heartbeat skipped a beat. Staring fixedly at Yun Wulian, he felt overwhelmed with happiness as if falling into a soft cloud layer. Subconsciously, his hand caught the cold hand of his childhood friend, rubbing it, while his mouth curled upwards dramatically in response. Okay. The young man grinned, showing off his joy like blooming flowers. That expression was uncannily similar to a dog happily wagging its tail with a bone in its mouth, enthusiastically saluting with raised paws. Hearing this thunderous okay, the roommates couldn't help but exclaim. TSK TSK TSK. What a great leader they had, utterly embarrassing. Since summer days break early, by the time everyone finished washing up and eating, it was already 7:30. Considering Xie Jinya needed to prepare for the military training performance, Yun Wulian said he could find a place to sit for a while, letting Xie Jinya attend to his business. Xie Jinya wasn't comfortable leaving Yun Wulian alone. Between giving him a surprise and ensuring his safety, he chose the latter and wanted to bring Yun Wulian along. Fortunately, they ran into the base supervisor along the way. The man was named Bai Bin, over 40 years old, wearing glasses, and exuding a cultured air. The Xie family had donated significantly to the Chaoyang base, plus Xie Jinya practiced fire pot skills at night for a month and occasionally brought items during the day, making him quite familiar with Bai Bin. Bai Bin also had a female assistant and the head instructor nearby. After entrusting Bai Bin with Yun Wulian's care and squeezing Yun Wulian's icy hands for a bit more, whispering a few sweet words, Xie Jinya reluctantly left with the guys amidst the teasing gazes of the others. Still looking back every few steps. The female assistant almost laughed until she cried, what a match made in heaven, childhood sweethearts, completely innocent yet adorable dynamics. The aloof young master times the affectionate Xie Jinya. What a perfect OTP to ship. Pushing his glasses higher, Bai Bin couldn't help but laugh while watching Xie Jinya walk away. Tisk, just leaving for a little while, and Xie Xiao can't bear to part. Then, he turned to look at the calm young master whose features were as clear as if carved by a god, seeming detached from worldly concerns. He inexplicably felt a little nervous, lowering his head slightly and smiling as he asked. Young Master Chu, would you like to take a walk around the base or find a place to sit down for tea and snacks while waiting for the military training performance to start? Yun Wulian's surname is Yun, but as the young master of the Chu family, outsiders generally address him this way. After pondering for a moment, Yun Wulian coolly uttered a frosty snow word. Sit. Bai Bin smiled in agreement. The female assistant who had been secretly shipping them and wanted to gossip with Yun Wulian suddenly dared not utter a sound anymore. Wah. The beauty young Master Chu is so aloof, it's scary. But really so beautiful too. Another sneak peek, just one more glance, every look is worth it. Not long after. Grandpa Chu, Grandpa Xia, and housekeeper Lin arrived as well. Grandpa Chu brought a large amount of things for Yun Wulian. The old man was beaming with joy, taking the items out from the bag while introducing them to Yun Wulian. Foggy, the thermos contains today's fresh milk, heated by your mother. She worries that you didn't eat well this morning and might be hungry. This pair of sunglasses can protect your eyes when the sun gets too bright. With the milk in hand, Yun Wulian couldn't hold anything else, but luckily, there were Grandpa Xia and housekeeper Lin standing on either side, quietly taking over the rest of the items. Both their faces were filled with doting affection and care. Witnessing this scene, Bai Bin and the principal among others couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, as rumors have it, the young master of the Chu family truly is an idol adored by everyone in high society circles. At 8:30 a.m. the military training performance for the 2024 class at Chaoyang Physical Education School was about to begin. On the playground, various props were already prepared in the corners, sandbags, fire hoops bound with flammable materials, hurdles, and on the right side of the platform stood a white torch several meters high made of special materials. The fire hadn't been ignited yet. Above hung a red banner, written on it. We, class of 2024, are the coolest. Xie Jinya's sports school emphasized the spirit of hard work and perseverance, thus every military training performance was conducted on a grand scale akin to an athletic meet. The goal was to inspire patriotic passion, promote revolutionary heroism and collectivism, making the students understand under strict training. Though the rivers and mountains are unscathed, we must strive to become stronger. In competitive sports, being a champion has always been the pursuit of athletes. Every new intake preparing for the military training performance aimed for first place. They didn't fear sweat or the sun, striving to amaze everyone by pushing the former generations off the stage and becoming the most handsome, coolest new intake. Plus, since this was the era of digital multimedia, in order to attract more enrollments and increase publicity, the school live-streamed the last two military training performances. With high-definition multi-lens cameras used. Now, the freshmen were all set. The cameras responsible for the live stream had been placed and the lenses adjusted. The upcoming performance venue was adjacent to the podium on the playground, where a few tables and chairs draped in dark red tablecloths were set up. Seated there were the school leaders and base directors. Grandpas Chu and Xie were also present. Though they had retired, both were famous philanthropists, contributing significantly to impoverished areas worldwide. Yun Wulian sat on the stage with his grandfathers. Grandpa Chu originally wanted his grandson to sit in the middle, but Yun Wulian shook his head, preferring to sit at the edge. Since sitting at the edge meant being closer to the ground, it allowed easier escape if needed. Before starting the live stream, Bin specially asked Yun Wulian whether he minded being featured in the broadcast. Yun Wulian thought about it and shook his head. By himself. He didn't want to appear. But as a freshman, Jinya would surely appear in the broadcast, hence together with Jinya, it was fine. At 8:55. The sports school's live room officially opened. Students rushed in to see which male student was the tallest, most handsome, and had the bulkiest muscles this year. Yet, once they got a clear view of the picture, their gaze swerved, drawn instead to a misty figure on the stage. At the farthest right on the stage, the snow-like long-haired beauty sat on the chair, lowering his gaze as if lost in reverie. His ethereal light green rain shirt was otherworldly, his skin overly pale due to dryness, exuding an air of illness, while the night-blooming Sirius brooch pinned on his chest added a touch of nobility. His entire demeanor radiated a cold aloofness. Just like a winter night blooming Sirius, cool and distant with a chill. Unapproachable. Yet, because he was too pure, it aroused ill thoughts, urging some to defile the pristine whiteness. Most of those waiting in the live room were physical education students. They spent their days thinking about playing basketball, gaming, or doing extreme sports, never imagining they'd encounter such a stunning fairy. One after another, they typed, "Holy crap," in the live chat room, scrambling frantically like wild tigers. In addition to the sports students, there were also art students from the neighboring academy in the live room, scouting for future boyfriends. While they haven't found a boyfriend yet, they did discover a new wife. The chat messages were rolling crazily on the public screen. Chapter 44 Live Broadcast Performance. Fans of the Wu Rujing couple scream. Such a beautiful and cool beauty, weep weep. I want to turn into Sadako, crawl through the internet cable to the scene, rush out from the camera, and carry this great beauty home to kiss her. Great beauty, fairy wife. By the way, who is this great beauty sitting with the principal of the neighboring school? I don't think it's right. The wife should be sitting in my arms. When did our physical education department have such a great beauty? She looks a bit sickly, it's impossible that she's an athlete, and she doesn't seem like a leader either at this age. What a joke about the sports school, she's actually from our art institute. Even though the lens is a little far, but looking at this face and the elegant demeanor, it can't be wrong. He is the talented painter Yun Wulian whose painting style is exquisite, held exhibitions in his teens, before even attending classes, the submissions on the confession wall were countless. I recognized her too. I just couldn't believe that my noble and glamorous genius painter wife, my little idol, how did you end up at the sports college? Shit. The damn men from the sports school, return our genius wife. I noticed many athletes looking at the stage during the live broadcast. The students from the physical education department watching the live stream? Not possible. What if your genius wife is choosing a husband here? Hey. We athletes have big charm. If the great beauty's future boyfriend is an athlete, rounding off, the great beauty belongs to the sports school, and since she is here for the military training performance, she is from their school anyway, so what? In the live broadcast room, students from the sports school and art institute argued over Yun Wulian. At this time, the athlete march was played on site, the chief instructor blew his whistle, classes led by each instructor marched in step. There were a total of 21 classes. They wore camouflage uniforms, looked ahead with heads high, eyes bright, and when they walked past the main stage, they shouted their slogans loudly. Then they stood ready as instructed by their instructors, allowing the leaders on the platform and the seniors in the live room to review their hard-earned results of the month. Yun Wulian did not see Xie Jinyi in the crowd. He knew that Xie Jinyi had another important task. After all classes had entered the field, the next step was raising the national flag. The honor guard was already prepared, and Xie Jinyi was among them as the flag raiser. The young man wore a dark green uniform, standing tall and straight like a pine tree. Sunlight poured down on him, hiding the usual rogue smile, and his expression became serious, a different kind of handsome compared to his usual self. All viewers in the live broadcast saw Xie Jinyi. Since this was a solemn moment of raising the national flag, no one made light comments. March in step. To the national flag. Salute. As the national anthem began, everyone stood up, raised their heads seriously and respectfully. The argument in the live broadcast also paused, as those who could not attend in person sent saluting emojis on the public screen to participate. After the flag-raising ceremony ended, the principal stood up to speak. The official opening announcement marked the beginning of the freshman class military training exhibition, looking forward to their performances. The students preparing for the opening act moved various props to the center to set up the stage. At this point, discussions in the live broadcast were mostly about Xie Jinyi. The flag raiser earlier was truly handsome, so tall, he must be around 190 centimeters. So rugged looking, with strong arms and legs, you can tell he's full of power. A wolf dog type athlete really gets me going. Little brother, big sister loves you. Sports school people, you have 1 minute to figure out his name. Afterward, I will introduce you to the kind of girlfriend you prefer. Funny coincidence, I know him. This junior is called Xie Jinyi, very capable. Do you know the World Championship? Last year, it was he who won the gold medal for the individual men's archery event. By the way, let me explain the significance of the World Championships. Anyone who wins the championship becomes a nationally accredited top athlete. Holy crap. Little brother is so talented, his name is both stylish and edgy. Completely suits my taste. I was just thinking, why would Wu Lian, mistaken gender, come to the sports school, but if she's looking for a boyfriend, this little wolf dog would be a perfect fit. Be bold. Perhaps they're already a pair. Because I noticed when this little wolf dog left after raising the flag, he seemed to glance toward the stage, and his lips curled slightly upward. Girls from the Art Institute got excited and started recalling details. And at this time, the opening act preparation was completed. The site was set up to be especially impressive, with the 50-meter track serving as the performance area. Large drums with red dragon patterns were placed at both ends, and there was a row of fire hoops along the path. Near the torches, there were blazing hurdles, and on either side lay 2 flaphilions, one red and one yellow. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned by the grand scene before them. Wow! Is this going to be a lion dance performance? Can't wait, let's get started. What? We've got a giant torch already, and now there are Aurelian drums too. There's so much funding for this year. Feeling upset, the principal is favoring this event. Maybe Xie Jinyi paid for it himself. I think he's a rich second generation. So will Mr. Handsome perform? Could one of the lions be him? Ugh, if only the camera could zoom in automatically. Yun Wulian also guessed whether Xie Jinyi might be inside one of Thelian's. But after taking a closer look, she ruled out that possibility since the 2 lions remained motionless during preparation breaks and never looked back. That didn't seem like the playful and boisterous personality she knew. She decided to check elsewhere. At that moment, her ears picked up a doting laugh. Grandpa Chu glanced around curiously and asked, Wu, the red lion looks bigger. Could Jean be in there? No. Yun Wulian rested her chin on her hand, a few strands of hair hanging gracefully over her delicate fingers. She gazed toward the direction of Thelian's and shook her head lightly. Neither lion is him. Jean is preparing to show off. Show off? Chu Lao couldn't help but chuckle. Even when he isn't trying, Jean is already handsome. Yun Wulian maintained her composed expression but nodded in agreement. Yes, he's attractive even standing still. Then, where exactly was show-off Jean right now? Yun Wulian continued to scan the area carefully, searching for the young man's presence. With everyone holding their breath in anticipation, the opening act began. Firecrackers went off, and 2 students stood in front of the drums. They shouted loudly and swung their drumsticks, smashing them onto the drums again and again. The fierce drumbeats sounded like thunder rumbling through the air, transporting the crowd straight to an exhilarating battlefield. The yellow and red lions slowly stood up and opened their eyes. Under the control of the performers inside, they spun and jumped, tilting their heads and blinking as they raised their front paws and opened their mouths, seemingly cheering the warriors on. Next, a group of teenagers dressed in camouflage burst forth from the fog. With resolute gazes and agile movements, they vaulted over fire rings one after another amidst the deafening drum beats. The crowd erupted in gasps of amazement repeatedly. All the students not involved in the performance were shouting at the top of their lungs, urging the performers to charge ahead. At that very moment, an energetic Swona horn blast rang out, mixed with the sound of galloping hooves. Everyone sensed something coming and turned around just in time to see a tall and handsome youth riding a black steed rushing forward at full speed. Chapter 45, The Burning Youth. Miaowang lip service scatters sugar. The black steed was strong and powerful, its mane flying with the wind as it galloped, majestic and awe-inspiring. The vibrant youth atop the horse was even more dazzling. Xie Jinyi carried a bow and arrows, his smile unrestrained and exuberant, his camouflage short-sleeve shirt exuding a rogue charm. The muscles in his hand gripping the reins were clearly defined and smooth. A red headband was tied around his forehead, the end of the headband intertwined and fluttering with his silver-gray hair tips, appearing suave and unconstrained. The handsome figure of the young man illuminated by the rising sun resembled an eagle spreading its wings in the fire to soar into the ninth heaven, igniting the entire scene and bringing the atmosphere to its climax. Not only were there continuous gasps on site, but the live stream was also filled with, "Holy crap, he's so handsome. This looks like a Frisian horse, the Ferrari among horses, incredibly handsome, this mane color is so bright and imposing, it doesn't look cheap at all, I want to ride one too. Ah! Rescue me, this sophomore's posture on the horse is too handsome and cool. And that smile is both rebellious and sunny. It's exactly like the moment a young general makes his first appearance in a novel, right? Directly fallen in love. The muscles on this sophomore's arm are so damn sexy. I talk dirty, better seal my mouth with tape. Why isn't the tape working? Oh, it's because I can't stop drooling. The girls ahead, you're done for, the sophomore just stared at Xianzi. I saw it too, the handsome guy even raised an eyebrow, his eyes truly piercing and intense, as if saying, wife, come take a look, am I not dead sexy? Ah, mental images are forming. I automatically imagine Sia's sophomore with a wildly wagging big tail. Girls, tell me, should we start shipping him? The sporty boy dog and the cool artistic girl are such a perfect match. My hands are itching to draw fan art and doujinshi. What the hell, did Cloud Wooyen just laugh a bit? Damn, the camera is a bit far, it's not very clear. Is anyone on site who understands traffic? Hurry up and put a camera in front of the beauty. We want to see the fairy. Cloud Wooyen indeed smiled faintly. Because the youthful rider was dashing and vigorous, even before passing by the reviewing stand, he had tilted his head and glanced her way, raising his eyebrows and smiling at her. His eyes were crystal clear and pure, yet directly intense. Like a dog wagging its tail, eagerly expecting praise from its master. So Cloud Wooyen slightly arched her brows, her gaze intersecting with the young man's across the sea of people. Her lips parted ever so slightly, silently mouthing one word. Handsome. It seemed that Xie Jinyi understood. His Dan Phoenix eyes lit up, his face breaking into a wide grin, the swing of his hips while handling the reins becoming much greater. He seemed to be greatly encouraged. Patting the bottom of the stallion, he excitedly urged it toward the destination. Lang Yi, go go go. Lang Yi was the name of this black horse. Cloud Wooyen also knew about Lang Yi. Because this was the foal they watched grow up together, named by him, Lang Yi being the elegant ancient term for black. Since the colt's mane was pitch black, the name stuck. Recovering from his thoughts, he continued to watch the opening performance. The drumbeat resounded again, and the swona sounded high-pitched. Xie Jinyi gallantly rode his horse past one fiery hurdle after another, earning cheers aplenty. The 50-meter track quickly came to an end. Seeing that his position was appropriate, Xie Jinyi tightened his legs against the horse's belly, pulling the reins, signaling the steed to stop. Lang Yi pawed the air twice with his hooves and neighed. Next. The youth took down his bow and arrow, picked up an arrow from the quiver, and ignited it on the flaming circle. A smile played at the corner of his lips, his eyebrows lifted, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he raised his arm, squinting slightly as his phoenix-like eyes focused on the torch tip, confidently drawing the bow to shoot the arrow. Swoosh! The arrow flew out like a fiery bird, precisely hitting the flammable material on the torch. In mere seconds, the large flame erupted upwards. Everyone watching live and the unaware students present thought this arrow was simply meant to light the torch, not realizing that. The torch fire burned through the ropes holding the vertical banner, causing the midichlorian-imbued banner to slide down and reveal 2 rows of bold golden characters. The sound of youth gun, full of fervor. Youth must rise upward, grasping stars and moon chasing sunlight. Upon seeing the words on the torch, the crowd was stunned just as drums began to sound thunderously once more, drawing attention back to the youth on the horseback. At that moment, a dark-skinned male threw over a red tassel-long spear. Xie Jinyi released the reins to catch the spear, then stood straight up on the horse's back. The youth's back was straight as a rod, showing no sign of nervousness or chaos on his face. His gaze shifted to the podium, the moment his eyes met with Cloud Wooyen's, his phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze passionate yet pure. Full of unrestrained affection. Under the gaze of his childhood sweetheart, Xie Jinyi's eyebrows and eyes lifted up, like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. Alternating between his left and right hands, he handsomely swung the long spear. Eager to display his dazzling side. After dancing with the spear for a few moments, he slung it behind him, glanced sideways at the crowd, and loudly shouted out the slogan with all his might. Our land may be peaceful, but we must strive to be stronger. My fellow brothers, let's look handsome. The next second. The classmates who had just finished crossing the fiery hoops nearby responded in unison and ran over in neat formation. With Xie Jinyi as the center, they formed a 5-pointed star array, tossing the colored ribbons from their hands and began demonstrating military boxing. Word by word, they spoke clearly and powerfully. We were born under the red flag, grew up in the spring breeze, our blazing youth flies freely. We kiss mountain peaks, step on huge waves, break through the clouds in our youthful audacity. Today, we are young men ready to challenge the heavens with sharp edges. Though our land is peaceful, we must be strong. Their voices were loud and filled with passion. Even the students who didn't participate in the opening show felt their blood boiling and stood up to join in. Youth is inherently fiery, and at this moment, they chased the light, the red flag fluttering behind them, forging their burning youth with sweat and passion. This breathtaking scene stunned the leaders present. The audience in the live stream also went wild, screaming in excitement. Because the parade was so thrilling, countless casual viewers became fans, driving the live stream's popularity to continuously rise, directly claiming the #1 spot on the platform's hourly chart. The senior students from the art school excitedly typed out a series of exclamation marks. The seniors from the sports school weren't disheartened because they were overshadowed. Their blood boiled too, they felt proud and dashing, wanting nothing more than to immediately grab a taxi to go to the base, put on camouflage uniforms, and shout together with their juniors. The casual viewers who entered the live stream just in time to witness the spirited youth couldn't be more thrilled. Chapter 46, So handsome, I like him, want to devour him. Holy crap, the boy dancing with a spear on the horseback is so amazing. I thought for a moment it was an anime game scene, so thrilling that goosebumps popped up all over my body. Wah wah wah, at this very moment when youthfulness and vitality of a young man are vividly portrayed, it's not a waste of his youth. He really looks so good, it makes me teary-eyed. Is this guy a PE student? This clearly is going to be my boyfriend in the future. So handsome, my heart is beating faster. Where is the principal? I need you to put all the single students on display. Especially that one riding a horse, OMG, he shot straight into my heart with just one arrow. Huh, new girl, right? Give up on the hot horse rider. That wolf boy already has someone. The one you should go for is standing on stage. I got a glimpse of his heavenly gaze just now, which made me blush like crazy, definitely a loyal dog. I bet if he gets a smile from his goddess, he'd fall off the horse laughing stupidly. I noticed it too, they're looking into each other's eyes across the crowd. He seems radiant, smiling warmly. The icy beauty used to have cold eyes, but at that moment her gaze was full of affection. Though her smile wasn't obvious, her eyes showed tenderness unlike when she looked at others. It's such a great pairing. There were many art school girls in the live broadcast room who were always ready to ship CPs. They picked out every detail they could find, eagerly starting their CP shipping journey, feeling quite pleased about it. The next moment. When the camera in the live stream focused back on the stands and captured Yun Wulian's cool figure once again, the girls immediately screamed in excitement. Comments flooded the screen, refreshing quickly. They hastily typed and sent out the various details and pairings they discovered themselves. Girls, take a look quickly. The leaders of the Physical Education Institute and those two grandpas who look super powerful are chatting while clapping. But only Yun Wulian is resting his face in his hand, staring unblinkingly at the stage below. Did he just smile? Is he smiling? His whole face reads, my boyfriend is so handsome. He's looking at Xie Jinyi, who is also gazing back at him. Does anyone understand this? Sneaky eye contact between them is so sweet and addictive, it feels like someone keeps teasing your lips with candy, letting you lick it occasionally, making you laugh. Sweeter than swallowing the entire piece of candy all at once. Wah wah wah, I feel like they're actually a couple, probably even in the heat of romance. On site. Yun Wulian had no idea some people were shipping him and Xie Jinyi as a couple. He sat lazily on the farthest right, supporting his head with one hand, appearing calm but softening somewhat under the sunlight, his attention entirely focused on Xie Jinyi. He looked transfixed. From his left, the occasional chatter between the two old men and the principal reached his ears. The principal couldn't stop praising Xie Jinyi, constantly complimenting him before eventually mentioning last year's championship where Xie Jinyi won the title. Mr. Xie, I heard the national team approached Jin, intending to invite him to join the archery squad. This kid is incredibly talented in archery, perfect shots every time. If he can represent the country, he'll undoubtedly win titles in the Universiade and possibly even the Olympics. But what does Jin think? Mr. Xie laughed brightly without directly responding, a strong youth leads to a strong nation. Bringing honor to the country is everyone's responsibility, but we'll leave it up to them. Grandpa Chu also followed with a chuckle. His eyes flicked worriedly toward his sickly grandson. Upon hearing the mention of the national team, Yun Wulian slightly furrowed his eyebrows. The peony-like eyes appeared indifferent but continuously fixated on Xie Jinyi. So the national team had already come looking for Jin. Jin never replied. Could it be because he wants to stay by my side? Thinking of this, Yun Wulian felt his chest tightening slightly as his hand hidden beneath his long hair started pinching the palm lightly. The opening performance had already concluded. Everyone was tidying up the venue, when the youth gracefully leaped off the horse, landing smoothly. At that instant, he lifted his gaze, gave a subtle thumbs up while smirking. Lips moved, as if saying, Wu Bao, here comes the surprise, do you like it? Their eyes locked, Yun Wulian, amidst the surrounding praise, relaxed his brows, feeling an indescribable happiness. He nodded gently, filled with pride for Xie Jinyi. Yes, I like it. He's very handsome. That handsomeness rightfully belongs on top of a mountain peak, like the blazing sun shining brilliantly instead of being glued to my side, sacrificing everything for me. He wants for everyone to see his genius sweetheart. Therefore, the matter regarding joining the national team must be discussed properly with Jin at some point. Xie Jinyi caught Yun Wulian's nodding motion and broke into flowers, unable to resist hugging Lan Ye's neck, giving the horse's head a gentle nuzzle. He also patted its head. Lan Yi tilted his head, eyes wide as if startled by his master's tenderness. He kicked with his front hooves and swished his tail a few times. The next second, he received a light smack on the rump from Xie Jinyi and was led away. Stop wagging your tail. Come on, don't block people's way. Lan Yi got mad. With a quick kick of his legs, he bolted. The reins slipped out of Xie Jinyi's hand, who then cursed under his breath while chasing after the horse. The surrounding students and drill masters witnessing this burst into laughter. Grandpa Xie swiftly pulled out his phone to capture his grandson's embarrassing moment. Yun Wulian also curved his lips slightly, his eyes filled with affection. Idiot. So dumb yet adorable, he just wanted to Catch him and kiss. Thinking about how dazzling and radiant the youth had been earlier, Yun Wulian's heart raced faster. Becoming a bit excited, his breathing became somewhat labored, so he frowned and coughed a couple of times. Grandpa Chu, upon hearing his little grandson coughing, hurried over and patted his back, worriedly asking, "Wu Wu, are you all right?" "No." Yun Wulian shook his head lightly. His snow-white face concealed his upward curving lips as his gaze followed the young man's retreating silhouette. A flash of possessiveness gleamed in his eyes. "I'm just almost unable to resist wanting to devour this clumsy puppy." After drinking some water, Yun Wulian's breathing calmed down. After confirming that there was no serious issue with his little grandson, Grandpa Chu turned around and continued chatting with the principal. After the opening performance, there were other acts. Once all performances concluded, the principal stood up to deliver a speech, saying a few sentences before enthusiastically clapping, expressing heartfelt appreciation for everyone's efforts. Saying, "You are the best, coolest, most handsome class I've ever seen. The school is proud of you." The seniors in the live stream room agreed. The rising tide pushes the preceding waves, making those ahead yearn for the embrace of the shore. The juniors were too stylish for words, leaving them feeling proud and honored. The final part of the military training showcase was presenting awards to outstanding role models. Everyone assumed Xie Jinye would be among them. However, after the principal finished handing out the certificates, Xie Jinye's name hadn't been called, shocking the students present as well as the audience watching online. After all, Xie Jinye's performance was evident for everyone to see. If even he didn't qualify as a role model, who else would? Yun Wulian furrowed his brows slightly, planning to comfort his doggo later but couldn't find the young man anywhere after looking around. Could it be that Jin was still chasing Lan Yi? Just as he was pondering this, Grandpa Xie crossed his arms, glanced at the principal, half joking but also protecting his grandson. "Why isn't my grandson on the list? Is it because Jin isn't handsome enough?" No. The principal's glasses slid down his nose as he helplessly laughed. Jin was the first role model selected, only, he took his certificate beforehand, saying he'd need it later. Everyone wore an expression of bewilderment. Useful? What could possibly be useful later? Viewers in the live stream were clicking question marks non-stop, wondering what the real reason might be. However, the show was already over, and the cameraman prepared to turn off the live stream. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves came from the track. The crowd looked toward the sound and saw Xie Jinye returning on horseback, holding a rolled-up certificate tied with a ribbon in a bow. A citrus-flavored lollipop was also pinned between them. The young man spurred the horse forward, shouting loudly, his voice ringing through the heavens, stunning everyone. Woo 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 woo. Chapter 47, Director Wu, I'd like to claim a reward. Yun Wulian heard the familiar call and instinctively turned her shoulders to the right, lifting her eyes. Her gaze passed through the crowd of people and collided with Xie Jinye's not far away. The young man rode towards them against the light, surrounded by dazzling brilliance. His tall figure looked rebellious, yet his cheeky and handsome face carried a foolish smile, as if he was afraid they couldn't see his certificate, so he wildly waved his arms, shouting louder with each sound. Yun Wulian slightly raised her eyebrows, the corner of her lips slightly curving upward. If the live stream was still on, Xie Jinye looking like this in front of the camera would surely make others think that they are a couple. However, Yun Wulian wrapped a strand of hair against her cheek around her pale cold knuckles, reflecting the approaching youth's figure in her eyes. A glint of amusement slowly spread in her eyes. It's fine to be misunderstood. There'll be more fun playing with the big dog later. Yun Wulian's guess was accurate. Xie Jinye's repetitive voice was so enchanting that the photographer laughed till his hands trembled, subconsciously focusing the lens on Xie Jinye. The staff responsible for the live stream also raised their heads unconsciously to enjoy the scene, forgetting to turn off the broadcast. The audience who were about to leave paused, excitedly typing in comments. Woo woo. Yun Wulian. Holy crap, friends, it seems Xie Jinye is calling out to Yun Wulian. They really might be a couple. Is the paper he's holding an award? Is it for his wife? And look at his priceless grin. His mouth's all twisted up. You guys, he really resembles a loyal old dog, the type that will close its eyes smiling and wag its tail when kissed. Oh my god, our ancestors under the ground, have you seen this? The CPU grandpa's granddaughter support seems true. Please bless them with a long-lasting relationship and a baby boy soon. Previous comment sister, though handsome the gender is male, you better watch carefully before rooting for the wrong side. Sorry, I can't help myself, even though your horse riding pose is cool, waving your arms and crying out like this, sounds just like an ancestral return. Haha, totally losing it. Haha Xie Jr. don't look, they're bad reviews. Our Xie dog doesn't have time either, he's still waving and yelling at his wife. Laughing dead, feels like next second he'll jump up on the horse's back, making its tail spin like a propeller flying toward his wife. Xie Jinye had no idea netizens were shipping him with his childhood friend. He pulled the reins tighter, accelerating in urgency to reach Yun Wulian quickly. Hearing Xie Jinye's voice, the principal sighed in relief and immediately smiled at Mr. Xie. Mr. Xie, look, your grandson has arrived with the honor student certificate. Covering half his face, Mr. Xia couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Can't stand to look, can't stand to look. Who is this person? Don't know him, don't know him. Grandpa here is nothing but a wisp of air. In the crowd below, Zhou Yu and others exchanged glances, unable to stifle their laughter. Qing Xinghe exclaimed, wow, does Brother Jean seem ready to give the certificate to sister-in-law? Deng Jiahao added mockingly, look at him, always thinking with love brain but claiming he's a good brother to the sis. Zhou Yu, understandable, our mosquito brother just won't check himself out in the mirror ha. Only Xiong Jun had stars in his eyes and sighed admiringly, Brother Jean rides so cool. In no time, Xie Jinyi arrived at the viewing platform on horseback. Even though Yun Wulian could already see him, he kept yelling incessantly like a broken record. Unable to resist, everyone focused their gazes on Yun Wulian to see how she would react. Even Chu Lao and Xie Lao chuckled and enjoyed watching their grandchildren interact. Shaking the reins, Xie Jinyi patted the horse's hindquarters, signaling it to stop near the steps. The black stallion lifted its hooves gently and walked to the side. Woo woo, I got the honor student title. Xie Jinyi lifted his long leg, preparing to dismount and rush to Yun Wulian. However, at that moment, the calm and beautiful childhood friend rested her chin in one hand, raising her wrist slowly. Against the sunlight, her fingers, as white as jade, moved slightly downwards, gesturing for him to sit down. Fog, What did fog mean? Could it be that he considered his constant loud calling embarrassing? His shout paused momentarily as he felt lost and scratched his head, his silver-gray mullet getting tousled by the wind, some strands sticking up like dazed hairs. Yet, without hesitation, the very next second, he obediently retracted his legs and stayed seated on the horse. The CP fans in the live stream also got confused. Due to the shooting angle, Yun Wulian's figure was partially blocked by a potted iron tree, preventing them from seeing her gestures. All they could do was regret Xie Jinye's lack of boldness. Why are you sitting again? Just ride over and hug your wife tightly and kiss her. Who cares whether the livestream gets banned or not? As long as their CP stays sweet. As Xie Jinyi sat down, Yun Wulian rose by leaning on the table. Sitting for a long time could easily cause dizziness and blurred vision, so she stood up very slowly. Beside her, Xie Jinyi was extremely worried and wished he could rush over. However, due to her command earlier, he dared not move for fear of being scolded or ignored by Foggy. Fortunately, Mr. Chu was right beside Yun Wulian. The old man also stood up and supported his frail grandson. Once Yun Wulian stabilized herself after a light shake of her head, the old man finally released his hold. Go ahead. That boy Xie Jin has his eyes glancing over here already. Amidst her grandfather's teasing, Yun Wulian chuckled softly and started walking towards Xie Jinyi step by step. The young man stared at her eagerly, eyes unblinking, looking exactly like a golden retriever sitting on the floor with an iron bowl in its mouth waiting patiently for a snack. He didn't dare move unless the master commanded. Upon seeing Yun Wulian approaching, the big puppy grinned ear to ear. Foggy. Yun Wulian, fearing he'd become a broken record machine again, nodded in response. The moment she arrived in front of Xie Jinyi before even opening her mouth, he eagerly stretched out both hands palm up, proudly presenting the certificate. Sitting on horseback, worried Yun Wulian might not be able to reach it, he bent forward with his waist lowered. His slender, elongated Danfeng eyes were fixed on Yun Wulian. His pupils gleamed clearly while burning hot with anticipation. Commander Fogg, as per our agreement, I've obtained the honor student certificate. Can I ask for a reward? Chapter 48, Sweet Explosion. Jinwu held waist and horse riding face to face. Their eyes locked. Yun Wulian felt a tickle in his chest as if being scratched by a furry paw. Slowly, he lifted his wrist, placing it on the rolled-up certificate. The cold white fingertips lightly poked the paper, unintentionally grazing Xie Jinye's palm. He didn't rush to take it but teased the young man instead, asking, what if it doesn't work? A cool touch jolted through like an electric shock. Sensitive to touch, Xie Jinyi instantly tensed up, his hand trembling from being touched. Reflexively, he grabbed Yun Wulian's wrist and lightly held onto it. If it doesn't work. The young man's eyebrows arched, with a flirtatious yet charming smile that showed spoiling affection. He grinned while lifting the certificate and swaying it slightly in the air, this candy on it is a bribe. As he continued. He murmured about Yun Wulian's cold hands, skillfully rubbing warmth into the little childhood friend's hands. The friction generated heat, accompanied by a burning warmth that spread throughout Yun Wulian, who chuckled wryly. He was happy that the big puppy cared for him all the time, yet sighed at how dense the other was. Does anybody warm their hands so publicly? Thinking of others around, he took the certificate and glanced up, his clear and cool gaze reflecting tiny specks of light. Gently, he asked, all right, I'll take your bribe, but what reward do you want, warm handbag? Upon hearing the new nickname, Xie Jinyi paused briefly before laughing softly, warm handbag wants a horse ride, reminiscing about our childhood. Would the cute chubby kitty come along with me? Yun Wulian stayed silent for a moment without answering, squeezing Xie Jinye's palm and lightly tapping the youth's thigh with the rolled certificate. Subsequently, he stretched out his arms, giving an earnest order. Hold me, mount the horse. Xie Jinyi grinned widely, letting go of Yun Wulian and gripping the reins instead. With long legs clasping the stallion, his other hand slipped down the smoky rain-colored shirt until he firmly grasped the slender waist of the childhood friend. "All right, my lifelong VIP customer, I'm here to serve you splendidly." Then, with bulging muscles from the exertion of the young man's arms, amidst everyone's astonished stares, he single-handedly carried Yun Wulian, seated on the platform, onto the horse, placing him carefully in front of himself. Their riding posture was quite special. Yun Wulian faced Xie Jinyi, encircling the young man's waist with both hands, pressing his face against the broad chest. Seen from afar, it appeared as though a little white kitten snuggled in the embrace of the young man. It was the position they had used since childhood. Because when younger, Yun Wulian had poorer stamina and unstable center of gravity. Though wanting to feel horseback riding, he couldn't endure the movement. Facing forward provided no support, easily causing him to tumble forward. Thus, Xie Jinyi devised this method, letting the little childhood friend lie against his chest, holding him with one hand. Back then, they rode smaller horses. Lanya was the one they grew up riding, exceptionally intelligent. It stood still obediently throughout the process, not moving its hooves at all, lest its young master fell. Once Yun Wulian was securely seated on its back, it gently stepped, shaking its long-tailed mane. "Good baby, hold steady." Xie Jinyi double-checked everything, confirming Yun Wulian's stability. He then pulled the shirt tail tucked under the leg and brushed Yun Wulian's disheveled long hair back behind his ear, finally hugging the little childhood friend's waist gently. Lowering his gaze, Yun Wulian remained still, allowing the young man to assist. However, as Xie Jinyi's large warm hand enclosed his waist, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, casting a shadow over his pale, fine skin. Holding the Model Student Award, he tapped Xie Jinyi's waist and issued another command in his cool voice. "Depart, outstanding model soldier, let me see if your riding skills have improved." "Understood, Commander Sir." Xie Jinyi laughed while pulling the reins, ready to leave the playground. At this moment, the students who witnessed everything whistled teasingly, shouting loudly that they'd rather have fewer love displays after eating their fill. The principal and various drill masters were also smiling. The live-stream viewers were the most excited, with comments flooding the screen. Some were taking screenshots, others recording videos. "Weah, these athletic boys with muscles everywhere are just too handsome. Carrying someone single-handedly is boyfriend strength to the max, brimming with security. Initially thought the celestial fairy was aloof and cold, now suddenly find him so obedient. Small and delicate leaning against doggy Xie's embrace, the difference in skin tone and build really makes it look like a giant black dog hugging a little white cat, such a perfect pair, so addictive." "So, what did they say just now?" "The camera angle is far, and the voices are muffled, can't hear clearly. Damn, wish I could crawl through the internet cable to the scene. Even though we can't hear their dialogue, this couple is just so sweet." After Xie Jinyi placed his wife on the horse, he didn't forget to help her adjust her clothes and tuck her long hair behind her ear. With wolf dog looks and a loyal personality, plus those abs, perfect. I hereby announce, he's the world's #1 amazing top. They hugging each other's waists. This pose is so sweet and full of spoiling affection, it almost feels like they're hugging, you know what? If we round it off, it's practically like that. It's as if there are pink bubbles around them. Watching them has made me want to fall in love too. Sports students in the live stream, who among you has 8-pack abs? Step up. As long as you're handsome, I'll work overtime to support you. Just as everyone was getting fully invested in their CP shipping, a staff member's voice sounded through the live stream. "Students, thank you for watching. It's time to sign off now, see you again next year." As soon as the words were spoken, the live stream went black in an instant. What the heck? What kind of ghost? Give me back my CP, give me back my sweet couple. The viewers sobbed as they exited the live stream and turned to Weibo, searching for any clues or updates, hoping the sports students at the scene had recorded the continuation on their phones. Meanwhile, at the scene, Xie Jinyi rode away with Yun Wulian. When the young man rode alone, it was swift and fierce. But with Yun Wulian on board, it was as if the rugged off-road vehicle had transformed into a gentle baby bus. The horse moved slowly, like a leisurely stroll. Xie Jinyi worried constantly whether Yun Wulian was comfortable. After taking only a few steps, he already asked, "Is this speed okay? Do you feel dizzy? This new saddle was specially customized by me using the softest materials. My darling, does it press against your legs uncomfortably? If not, great. But if it bothers you, we'll change it." Yun Wulian was deeply nestled in the embrace of the youth, who carried the scent of sunshine. His deep black long hair cascaded over his shoulders, maintaining a calm expression. He still appeared cold and aloof. Yet, unbeknownst to others, his cherry-red lips curled faintly in satisfaction. This was exactly the feeling, the exact taste. The chest muscles were firm yet soft, imbued with the fresh citrus aroma mingled with the scent of sunshine, warm and inviting. So comfortable. Indeed. No pillow substitute could ever compare to pure Yuan Empress Xie. The sickly pale, elegant beauty closed his eyes contentedly, pressing his face against Xie Jinyi's chest muscle through the fabric. Feeling the warmth spread across his body, he replied word by word to the youth. It's very comfortable. I'm not dizzy, nor do my legs feel pressed. We can go faster. I want to get home sooner with you. Upon hearing this, the young man's lips curled upward uncontrollably as he patted the horse's hindquarters, slightly accelerating its pace. All right, let's hurry home. Giddy up. The classmates on site watched as they rode the horse together, their affectionate display slow and steady before their eyes, leaving everyone utterly speechless, gritting their teeth. It wasn't fair. Not only were they flaunting their love, but why must they do it so slowly, non-stop flaunting? Cry. Unforgivably evil, too cruel for us lonely ones. On the other hand, the roommates group laughed uncontrollably. They'd practiced a phrase specifically for this moment. As the couple passed, all four shouted in unison, Jean go, sister-in-law, goodbye, see you at school. Once these words were uttered, their classmates joined in teasingly. Sister-in-law, see you later. Sister-in-law and Jean go, you two are such a perfect match. Xia Jinyi kept hearing the term, sister-in-law, and his dark phoenix eyes immediately narrowed sharply. Fearing that the little childhood friend cradled in his arms might feel embarrassed, he located Zhou Yu and the others based on the sound, glaring at them furiously and muttering warnings, damn it, shut your mouths, stop calling her that nonsense, or I'll beat you all up when school resumes. Hearing Xia curse, Yun Wulian's peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, and in secret, he touched the young man's solid waist, pinching it lightly. The gesture was gentle, but his voice was icy. Chapter 49, outwardly roaring fiercely, but bowing submissively to his wife. You're bullying me. Yun Wulian's cold sentence carried neither blame nor accusation. Her tone was flat, merely stating a fact in a detached manner, yet it sent Xia Jinyi into a panic. What? The young man who had just been defiant and foul-mouthed instantly turned docile like a big dog. After a brief pause, he nervously grasped his waist, his face filled with both confusion and submissiveness as he looked at the little childhood friend in his arms. I'll reflect, I've made a mistake, I'll repent, Wu Bao, you can pinch me hard, but, how have I bullied you? How could I possibly bully you? What's wrong, what's wrong? Could you please tell me nicely? Yun Wulian coldly turned her head away, averting her eyes. The faint glow in her downcast gaze betrayed a hint of amusement as she earnestly said, your filthy words reached my ears. Xia Jinyi immediately understood. Wu Bao was upset because he had cursed in public. He squeezed Yun Wulian's cool, bony hand and turned his head along with the little childhood friend, his narrow eyes locking onto those icy peach blossom eyes. He bared his canine teeth with a grin full of flattery. My cute chubby kitty, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? This mouth is really naughty, let's hit it. As he spoke, Xia Jinyi lifted his hand and slapped his own mouth. Fearing that Yun Wulian might fall off the horse, he quickly held onto the little childhood friend's waist after the slap. Yun Wulian slightly curled her lips in a smile. She tilted her chin and gestured towards the direction where Zhou Yu and others were located. Say it again. Understood, Commander Miao, now I am smart, sensible, polite, and a red scarf. Xia Jinyi couldn't help but burst out laughing after saying this. Gripping the reins, he continued riding the horse forward with Yun Wulian while glancing back at his classmates. Feigning seriousness, he cleared his throat. Then he began shouting. Cool and handsome classmates, please close your mouths and stop spreading rumors. My house good baby and I are just good brothers, closer than blood brothers. See you when school starts. Yun Wulian. No more giggling. She truly wanted to kick this person off the horse. The classmates gawked speechlessly. Big brother. What kind of big brother hugs someone tightly while riding a horse? Where did you learn the skill of making up lies without batting an eye or feeling ashamed? Wawa, we want the manual too. Anne. Big brother Jean, you looked so much like someone suffering from strict wife management when you were just now coaxing your wife. Though everyone dared not make loud jokes, they were still whispering complaints behind his back. The four-member team of Zhou Yu decided they should get some advice from Mosquito Boss, perhaps even buy him a full-length mirror to take a good look at himself. Suddenly, a bold physical education student raised his hand, gave Yun Wulian a seductive wink, and began showing off his muscles in a flirtatious way. Brother Jean, since sister-in-law, pardon me, your obedient good baby is single, can I chase them? Before the words finished echoing, Xia Jinyi's expression turned serious. He swore loudly. Get lost. Get as far away as possible, my good baby is still young and doesn't date yet. This immediately caused a roar of laughter around them. Yun Wulian detected a tinge of jealousy, lifting her gaze slightly and noticing how naturally the large dog subconsciously shielded her toward his chest while cursing. Huh. Can straight men get jealous too? Yun Wulian silently teased, catching a flicker of mischief in her eyes. She realized making the big dog jealous could also be an interesting way to reel him in. If so, there's a chance I'll try this method later. Woo woo, woo woo. Hold on tight, you're too beautiful here. There are too many evil wolves eyeing you greedily. We need to leave quick. Suppressing her laughter, Yun Wulian lightly nodded and embraced the young man. Lanya, go. Xie Jinyi tugged on the reins of the young colt. Based on the force applied, Lanya judged the desired speed and set off, slowly carrying its two masters away. On the podium, the assistant tidied the table while the leaders chatted and laughed. Grandpa Chu watched as the two rode their horses away, withdrawing his gaze with a smile, and inquired the old partner beside him, "Do they plan to ride all the way home?" "My Wulian has a weak body, it'll tire her out, old Xie, haven't you told Ajin that Xiao Lu brought the RV?" Old Xie chuckled helplessly, nodding repeatedly, "I've said it, said it. Ajin's luggage is already on the car. Just rest assured." Bai Bin and the principal stood respectively on either side behind them, smiling alongside. Bai Bin, these two young lords have truly great affection between them. Principal, indeed, a lifelong friendship formed since childhood is different. It's just like real brothers. At the mention of the three words, true brothers, Mr. Xie and Mr. Chu glanced at each other, torn between crying and laughing. Then, Mr. Chu joined in agreement with a chuckle, exactly, they're just like family. On the other side, Xie Jinyi rode his horse with Yun Wulian all the way smoothly out of the base. Since it was the last day of military training, there were many cars parked outside the base waiting to take the children home. Some parents were spraying mosquito repellent, some leaned on their cars playing games, while others gathered together talking about their kids. When the hooves clopped forward, everyone looked up one by one, amazed. "Wow! Young man, you're handsome. This horse is beautiful, I almost thought I was watching a martial arts movie for a moment. Classmate, are you riding your girlfriend home? That's really fun, very playful. If your uncle were younger, I'd want to gallop too." Yun Wulian's back was towards them, her long hair flowing freely as she was mistaken for a girl. Holding Yun Wulian with one arm, Xie Jinyi quickly explained, "Uncle, the person riding with me is a boy. It's a new era now, many boys have long hair, and it looks great." The uncle smiled kindly and nodded, "Sorry about that, classmate in white clothes, my eyes aren't so good, forgive me." When Yun Wulian turned her head, she shook it gently. The surrounding aunts saw Yun Wulian's face and immediately lit up, praising how good-looking and pretty he was. Some uncles and aunts even wanted to come over to pet the horse. It took about 10 to 20 minutes to ride from the playground to the base. As Xie Jinyi looked down, he noticed his childhood friend seemed somewhat tired. Afraid that he might be exhausted, he scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile, declining the uncles' and aunts' invitations, and led Yun Wulian towards the RV parked in a corner. Little Lu, the RV driver, was waiting for them by the vehicle. Seeing their arrival, he jumped up happily and waved at them. Xie Jinyi glanced up and gave a small smile in response. In the next second, the little childhood friend in his arms went completely limp, faintly coughing twice as he rested weakly against his shoulder. Warm breath flowed onto his neck. The sickly beauty breathed lightly, his tone cool and clear, yet utterly weak, much like the ethereal mist on the water after sunrise, gradually thinning until nearly dissipated. "Ajin, I'm feeling a bit." Chapter 50, A Kiss on the Neck. Shiogo's heart races. Yun Wulian's voice was too soft for Xie Jinyi to hear clearly. Since he was still on the horse, his hands had to hold the reins. Xie Jinyi nudged Yun Wulian's head with his forehead, asking anxiously, "What's wrong? Wulu, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Yun Wulian rested her head on the young man's shoulder, turning to meet those worried black eyes. Her cherry-red lips opened and closed as she panted softly before slowly saying, "A little, pain. Where does it hurt?" Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyi frowned, immediately panicking, "Is it your heart or throat?" "Right away, let's go back to the motorhome, there are medicines inside." As he spoke, he started to dismount from the horse. Suddenly, the sickly little childhood friend in his arms clung tightly to him. A warm and soft sensation suddenly pressed against his neck. Xie Jinyi froze, his body stiffening. His pitch-black phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of unusual color as he felt Yun Wulian pulling his hand downwards. Breathing became intimate, her pleasant voice cold but seductive. "It's not my heart, nor my throat. It's, here." Xie Jinyi hummed uncertainly in response, withdrawing his thoughts. Following the sight of his suntanned wheat-colored arm down, he realized that the little childhood friend was gripping his wrist. Yun Wulian's hands were snow-white and delicate, forming a stark contrast with his own. And at this moment, his hand was resting on the little childhood friend's thigh, able to distinctly feel the softness and coolness beneath through the linen white pants. Yun Wulian was like a pile of snow and ice, no matter how hot the weather, her body remained icy. Xie Jinyi's heart abruptly jumped, concern clouding his handsome face. Involuntarily, his hand tightened, encircling the slender leg of the cold beauty, urgently wanting to rub and massage his dear one. To keep his precious baby warm. At this moment, warm breath dampened his earlobe, and the tender scent of lilac embraced him within his chest. Yun Wulian softly coughed, snuggling gently into his neck. "Maybe I sat on the horse too long, my thighs couldn't endure the friction. Ajin, could you check later if they're red or not?" Her cool voice was soft and weak, audible only to the two of them. Xie Jinyi melted directly upon hearing her plea. "Alright, we'll check when we get into the motorhome." Staring at Yun Wulian's legs, filled with empathy, he wanted to reach out and rub them but feared the pants might irritate her skin. His hands clenched into fists, his veins prominent on his knuckles as he mentally reprimanded himself. It's all my fault, I should have carried you every 10 minutes instead. Bubu, does it hurt badly? The skin mustn't be rubbed raw. This saddle isn't soft enough, I'll replace it afterward. Lying in the youth's arms, Yun Wulyan lowered her gaze and shook her head. It's quite soft, the skin should be fine. No, no way. We need to check immediately. Xie Jinya, fearing his darling would become more uncomfortable if delayed, instructed Yun Wulyan to sit firmly as he stepped onto the stirrup and quickly dismounted in a graceful leap. Little Lu nearby was sharp-witted, fearing the horse might move about, he immediately ran forward to hold the reins. Young Master Xiao, Master Xie, you two go inside. I'll keep an eye on the horse and arrange for someone to lead it away later. Xie Jinya nodded, stretching out his hand to support Yun Wulyan's waist while the other circled around her right leg. Afraid of making the childhood friend fall, his body pressed close to the colt. Come on, baby girl, hug my neck and bring the other leg over. Yun Wulyan complied obediently. This motion of dismounting was something she had mastered over the years. Hooking her arms around the youth's neck, she lifted her leg, tumbling slightly towards Xie Jinya. Instantaneously, he tightened his strong arms, cradling her princess style. He then extended his long legs and walked straight towards the motorhome. This luxury motorhome was specially customized for Yun Wulyan by the Chu family, equipped with all kinds of appliances, its interior decoration both elegant and vintage. Pale beige curtains adorned the room, while the inner section housed a soft large bed covered in pastel blue bedding designed in Monet garden style. Xie Jinya carefully laid Yun Wulyan down on the bed. Kneeling on one knee beside the bed, he reached out toward Yun Wulyan's waist, furrowing his brows as he muttered. Wulu, let's take off your pants to check. If the skin is broken, we must apply medicine right away. I hope it's not damaged, please, heavens above, protect us. If his beloved was alright, he wouldn't curse the heavens for the entire month. Amused by the overly nervous big doggy, Yun Wulyan leaned lazily back, lowering her gaze to rest against the edge of the bed, cooperating as she pulled up her shirt and said, okay, go ahead and undress me. She wore tie-up linen long pants. To remove the pants, the white lace ties first needed to be undone. Xie Jinya was originally filled with nothing but worry, but as Yun Wulyan lifted her hem and the sight of her snow-white, delicate waist came into view, the hand that had just touched the lace tie subconsciously clenched. So white. So slender. It felt like even a little force would snap it. Xie Jinya loosened the tie, suddenly feeling an urge to touch, circling her waist, carefully cradling her in his arms. But soon, he remembered her leg injuries and snapped back to reality. Grasping the lace again, the young man who had been helping Yun Wulyan change clothes and clean herself since childhood, now found his Adam's apple moving, strangely nervous. His hand hesitated for a long time before daring to untie the bow. Wulu, I'm really going to take your pants off now. Yun Wulyan had been observing Xie Jinya, noticing the young man's swallowing motion, she arched her lips slightly, her pale cold fingers playing with the edge of her shirt, pretending to be puzzled, and lightly asked, I already agreed earlier, didn't I? Why are you stuttering, Ajin? Xie Jinya shook his head vigorously. No, it's just, my throat feels a bit dry. It must be because today there was both horseback riding and shooting arrows, he must be dizzy from heatstroke. Xie Jinya pursed his lips, his expression solemn, gathering all his resolve to tear open the lace. Yun Wulyan's eyes flickered slightly, holding back her laughter, cooperating by raising her waist, together pulling down the long pants to her thighs. The skin near her groin caught his eye. There was no broken skin. But it was red, not very deep, like a pale pink ink wash spreading on snow-white rice paper, or like pink and white crabapple blossoms shyly blooming in the misty rain. Or like being pinched, ruthlessly teased. Xie Jinya seemed to have stumbled upon some forbidden scene, his phoenix eyes suddenly darkened, his heart pounding fiercely. After watching for a few seconds, he couldn't bear it and stiffly turned his head away. His left hand instinctively pulled the pants back up, covering Yun Wulyan's legs. Shit. This feeling was so strange. Like running madly on horseback for more than 10 laps, his heart racing fast, shortness of breath. Xie Jinya furrowed his brows, trying to suppress this odd sensation. His precious baby girl was a pure and flawless night-blooming Sirius, whose legs were merely reddened from horse riding. He shouldn't be having these thoughts. He shouldn't associate Wulu with any dirty lustful notions. No way. They were pure and upright good buddies. The youth's frown deepened, his fingers gripping tightly into fists, the veins bulging on his temples. A hint of irritability showed in his sharp eyebrows and eyes, when suddenly, a pale white jade-like hand reached out. Hooking Xie Jinya's chin, applying pressure, dragging his head over. Ajin. Why did you turn away, afraid to look at me? Chapter 51, Vinegar, a pretty good seasoning. Xie Jinya heard the cold and weak voice of his little treasure, tinged with a hint of, and abruptly raised his head. The silver-gray ends of his hair flickered as he nervously explained. Sigh. It's not easy to explain this to Wu-Wu. The tall youth knelt down beside the bed on one knee, stammering for quite a while. His hoarse voice failed to deliver a complete response, he could only look helplessly at the little childhood friend lying in bed. Yun Wulian held Xie Jinye's chin between two fingers, tilting his head slightly. Dark tresses slid over his shoulder as his peach blossom-like eyes narrowed. He changed the topic instead. Ah Jin, tell me then, this morning, were you really just swatting mosquitoes? Xie Jinyi. He thought that incident was over already. Faced with his little treasure's unwavering gaze, Xie Jinyi couldn't lie anymore, his heart felt guilty. His lips curled downward, his head hanging low, resembling an oversized dog who had made a mistake. Woo wee. Just as he was about to change the subject, his face was lightly slapped. Yun Wulian raised his brows, glaring coldly, if you want me to ignore you, you can stay silent. Instinctively shaking his head, after a short silence, Xie Jinyi raised both hands in surrender, giving up resistance. Alright, I'll confess everything. When I just woke up, your playful comment about wanting to kiss me startled me. Then I wanted to slap myself awake. However, the young man didn't reveal everything, deliberately hiding some facts regarding the cruise ship Shadow. Such dirty matters shouldn't be spoken of, it would spoil the ears of his precious baby. Yun Wulian stared intently at him, asking again, is that true? Absolutely true. Absolutely. Xie Jinyi wasn't exactly lying either. Supporting himself on both sides, he let his little companion pinch his jaw, meeting those charming peach blossom eyes. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, he wiggled his eyebrows in an attempt to wink, flashing a smile full of charm. Fog officer, fatty cat, little treasure. I really only wanted to wake up. That slap was a bit too heavy, my brain buzzed, and when you asked me, all I could think of was flying mosquitoes. Darling, shall we apply some ointment? Not if you're being bad, though. Yun Wulian cast his eyes down, his hand trailing along the youth's smooth jawline to rest gently over his chest, pressing lightly. His tone was serious. Ah Jin, your heart seems to be beating a little fast. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyi's pupils constricted sharply, reacting like he'd been shocked by electricity. In an instant, he sprang up, silver-gray strands disheveled and stuck to his forehead, looking much like a startled wolf dog. Heart beating fast. Subconsciously placing a hand on his chest, a violent thumping sound resonated through his palm. The young man panicked, scratching his hair awkwardly, stammering. Maybe because it's too hot outside? Yes, it's too hot. The air inside the motorhome is stuffy without the air conditioning running, so I feel like exploding. Wu Bao, wait for me. The leg. The leg is important. I'll get the medicine first. As if his tail were on fire, Xie Jinyi quickly spun around and bolted. Yun Wulian paused briefly, lifting a brow with a light chuckle, hasn't figured it out yet? How come the responses of this dumb doggy seem increasingly more like someone who's bending but refusing to admit? Still. Ever since they were kids, they've always been inseparable, their brotherly bond transforming gradually into something more. Ah Jin does need time to accept this. Feeling a bit discomfort in his throat, Yun Wulian turned back toward the guardrail and coughed once, the raven feathers of his lashes flitting softly against the white of his skin, casting faint shadows. Even amidst gasping for breath after a coughing fit, there was a shimmer of amusement and anticipation hidden beneath his eyelashes. But how to help the big doggy understand? Yun Wulian's fingertips hooked at the edge of a lock of hair, rubbing his lips lazily, pondering for a moment before reaching a decision. Vinegar. This spice seems to be just right. After the runaway big dog heard his childhood friend coughing, when he returned from the front of the motorhome, he not only fetched the medicine but also a cup of warm water. Yun Wulian drank the water, moistening his throat. Once he set the glass down, the young man once again kneeled beside the bed on one knee and started applying ointment for him. The sight thereafter caused Yun Wulian to laugh tear. Because that big doggy, holding the cotton swab, took a deep breath, keeping his back exceptionally straight, wearing an expression of utmost seriousness, much like a primary school kid putting on a red scarf, reading aloud the young pioneer's slogan. Really wants to draw a little red flower on that big doggy's head. Rewarding him for good service. Yun Wulian felt somewhat drowsy, fearing overexertion, stopped teasing Xie Jinyi and prepared to nap a little on the bed. The medicine hadn't finished being applied. And with that, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Xie Jinyi's body remained tense the entire time. Each swipe of the cotton swab with the cooling ointment on Yun Wulian's leg prompted him to steal a glance at Yun Wulian using his peripheral vision. Seeing Yun Wulian asleep, the young man's tight muscles relaxed, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Xie Jinyi stared at Yun Wulian for half a minute, his gaze pure yet full of affection. He even reached out and stealthily poked the little childhood friend's face. So soft. Xie Jinyi let out a low chuckle, careful not to wake Yun Wulian, keeping his voice down. It was soft, gentle. He didn't want to dwell on anything else. He just wanted Wu Bao safe and sound, living 100 years, and himself able to always accompany him like this. That was enough. Time flew by. When Yun Wulian woke up, they were already home, and he lay on his own bed. The sky outside the window was still bright, it must have been the afternoon. A Jean. Instinctively, he reached out beside him. Cold and empty, no one there, his hand gripped the sheet tightly. Angry. Wanted to bite someone. Yun Woo-yen slowly opened his eyes, dazed. Furrowing his brow for a few minutes, once his vision cleared and adjusted to the faint light through the curtains, he slowly propped himself up in bed, looking around. No one was in the room. After staring off into space for a while, Yun Woo-yen noticed something out of the corner of his eye, 2 little snowman sticky notes on the human-shaped hugging pillow with messages left on them. Pulling them down to take a closer look. His gaze flickered, a subtle curve tugged at his lips. On the first card, it read. Wu bao, this thing isn't as handsome as me. It doesn't even have body heat. And those abs? All fake. But don't worry, your big son is here. Yun Woo-yen. Was this jealousy? Which big straight man would be jealous of a doll? It was just so stupid. Yun Woo-yen silently criticized under his breath before taking the second snowman note. The second card read. Also, to report my itinerary to Director Wu, I'm making food next door for you. It's been a month since I felt that urge again, can't wait any longer. Wu Bao, you've lost so much weight, I'm going to fatten you up. Fatten him up. He'd rather be kissed till he gained some weight. Yun Woo-yen touched the card gently, his cold, composed features softened into a gentle smile. Finally, he chuckled softly. Well. Stupid puppy, forgiven for not being by his side when he slept. Yun Woo-yen picked up his phone from the bedside table, contemplating whether to sketch a caricature to tease the big dog or call him directly. After unlocking the screen and opening WeChat, he noticed something. Someone had mentioned him in the group chat. Chapter 52, Wu-Wu expressed that he liked a passionate kiss. Yun Woo-yen sat up against the bedhead, with a beige giant dog-shaped pillow behind him and a small white striped dog long cushion in his arms to rest his hands. He followed AI Diane's suggestion and entered a private chat group. The group name was Lying Flat is Truly Happy. There were only 4 people in this group. Besides Yun Woo-yen, the other 3 were sister-in-law Yen Noa, who had a very gentle personality and was currently in her 2nd year of horticulture studies. She was a little pink fan in the CV voiceover circle. Cousin Yun Wen-lin, a famous BL writer, as warm and elegant as jade. And the last one was the most social among them, Lin-shi, a female crossdresser streamer. Once she wore a red dress and captivated the entire internet with her enchanting beauty. She was also a successor of the May School of Peking Opera. After accumulating enough money and gaining fame, she was now busy rebuilding the theater with her top celebrity lover, fulfilling her master's last wish to promote traditional culture and glorify Peking Opera. Lin-shi's lover was the young master of Yu family, which had a deep friendship with Chu family. The young master of Yu family was about the same age as Yun Woo-yen's elder brother, so he was considered Yun Woo-yen's half-elder brother. Therefore, Lin-shi was also regarded as Yun Woo-yen's sister-in-law. These 4 met due to various coincidences, became friends, and for convenience of chatting, Lin-shi created this group named Lying Flat is Truly Happy. The origin of the group name was straightforward, they were all bottom-oriented. Yun Woo-yen even designed a group avatar, a picture of 4 small matchstick figures holding hands lying on the grass, forming a large circle. Everyone had been particularly busy recently. Yen Noa was busy being a volunteer, Yun Wen-lin was busy with book signing events, Lin-shi was busy reconstructing the theater, and although Yun Woo-yen was free, he didn't like talking much, so there had been no liveliness in the group. Today marked the first time this month that the number of messages in the group exceeded double digits. Yun Woo-yen opened the group chat and found both his elder brother and sister-in-law were teasing him. Scrolling through the messages. It started with Lin-shi tagging everyone and posting a screenshot from Weibo. Lin-shi at all members, friends. Come take a look quickly. These 2 face-to-face horse riders on the hot search, who else could they be but our Wu-Wu and the wolf pup who's dense. Lin-shi at Wu baby, your pose is so ambiguous. Seen from behind, at the moment Jin lowers his head, it looks like he's kissing you Lin-shi, also, check out the hand around the waist, that protruding lip. If I didn't know Jin was dense, I'd suspect he's claiming ownership deliberately because, inside and outside, it's all muscle. The little puppy is biting his teeth and growling, scared that his wife might be taken away. Yen Noa, asterisk, I seem to hear pink bubbles gurgling. Cousin, Wu-Wu, you 2 wouldn't have secretly gotten together already, right? Lin-shi, absolutely impossible. Don't think that our Wu-Wu is a cold beauty, she loves her big doggies. When the 2 of them came to the theater for a visit, they were peeking at each other secretly. I almost wanted to push their heads together and make them kiss hard until eternity. Cousin, as someone who has watched these 2 grow up, they've always been like this. Yen Noa, she, be gentler, don't scare Wu-Wu. Lin-shi. Lin-shi, you're too innocent, my rabbit friend. Wu baby likes this kind of thing. Let the storm come harder and stronger. Lin-shi, so if you 2 get together, there's no way to hide it. You'll surely be happy to share with us, right? Aren't you, my dear baby Wu-Wu? At Wu. Attached was an emoji pack of a little fox carrying a rose and batting its eyes. All these messages were sent half an hour ago and ended here. Everyone was waiting for Yun Woo-yen to respond before continuing the conversation. Yun Woo-yen scrolled to this point, slightly raising his brows and chuckled softly. Indeed. He liked passionate kisses. He also looked forward to the day when he would transition from a brotherly relationship to a lover with Jean. But the big dog was dumb and ignorant of his own feelings. After collecting his thoughts, Yun Woo-yen typed and sent a nodding emoticon into the group. Woo, I'm fishing for the dogs. I'll tell you once Jean bites the hook. Yun Woo-yen just surfaced. The other three soon emerged as well. Yen Nua, woo, keep fighting. Degree Nabla degree. Cousin, alright, we are looking forward to your good news. That kid Jean has stars in his eyes whenever he sees you. It won't be long before he becomes aware. By Linshi, if you ask me, just go ahead and kiss him. Our beautiful Woo baby, if that boy doesn't react at all, then obviously he can't do anything. We switch to another person, enrage him till he cries, ow help loudly. Haha, he will definitely become more sensible by then. When Yun Woo-yen saw this message, an image instantly popped into his mind, a certain big doggy falling into a vinegar jar, all wet and pitiful, wagging its tail and barking non-stop. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but let the corner of his lips curl up slightly. He typed a reply. Woo, my next step happens to be pouring vinegar. On the other side, Bai Linshi became excited and asked impatiently. Bai Linshi, yo, interesting, my little stool is ready. How exactly do you plan to pour the vinegar? Tell us. Yen Noa, my sunflower seeds are ready too. Cousin, eating vinegar does make someone's possessiveness soar, it's indeed a good method to deepen feelings. Wooloo, who are you planning to get a Jean jealous of? Woo, there's currently no suitable person yet. Woo, a Jean just came back from military training, let him rest for 2 days. Seeing Yun Woo-yen say that, Bai Linshi and others started giving ideas in the group chat one after another. For example, Yun Woo-yen could find a picture of an online male model and compliment his handsomeness in front of Xie Jinya, or Yun Woo-yen could use a voice changer to simulate a man's voice on call, pretending to have an ambiguous partner. Finally, Bai Linshi offered. Wooloo wife, I'll do it. For a pretty big beauty like you, I'd do anything. I'd hug and kiss you wildly, and see if that foolish lad cries ha ha ha. After sending the message, Bai Linshi disappeared. Before leaving, she accidentally pressed out a string of random letters. Yen Noa and Yun Wenlin thought Bai Linshi was busy with something and had accidentally hit the wrong keys, but Yun Woo-yen noticed something off. Cece disappeared too suddenly. Moreover, this wasn't the first time it happened. Leaning against the pillow, Yun Woo-yen lowered his gaze and reflected for a moment. Remembering each time he saw Bai Linshi, there were always more or less some love bites on her neck, he immediately understood. Perhaps, maybe. The one who would cry later might be Cece. Because everyone has been busy recently, after chatting for a few sentences, Yen Noa and cousin also left. Yun Woo-yen glanced at the time. 1:34 p.m. It was just tea time in the afternoon. Since he didn't eat lunch, Yun Woo-yen's stomach felt a little hungry, and he was thirsty too. He wanted to drink a strawberry milkshake. The kind freshly blended with real strawberries. It's time to update the profile picture. Murmuring, Yun Woo-yen put down his phone and picked up his tablet, instantly having an idea for the design. Chapter 53, He's So Warm. The naive dog unknowingly flirts. Yun Woo-yen drew very accurately, the avatars were mostly simple sketches, rough but vivid and lifelike. Without coloring in complex settings, it usually took him only a minute to finish. This time, with more free time, he decided to make the picture richer and use some time to color it. The most eye-catching subject on the canvas was a giant strawberry milkshake standing on a lotus leaf. Its top layer was creamy and decorated with fresh strawberry slices. A little white cat stood on the edge of the glass cup, trying to grab the strawberry but slipped its foot, its expression full of terror as it leaned backward, about to fall into the pool in the next second. Inside the pool was a ferocious crocodile with sharp teeth bearing an evil grin. There was also a blank spot at the top where there was a prominent red inscription written. SOS. Shouldn't be too hard to guess this round's mood from the picture, right? He wondered if Jean could instantly understand this time. After finishing the drawing, Yun Woo-yen saved the image on his phone, changed his avatar, and immediately started fishing for dogs. Thinking that Xin Jinya might not hear the WeChat message while making desserts, he slowly pushed himself off the wall, got dressed, and went downstairs. Before leaving, Yun Woo-yen saw a commendation certificate for outstanding military training and an orange-flavored lollipop on the desk. He packed the certificate away carefully and took the lollipop. It didn't take long to find the target in the courtyard. Cherry Parrot. Mr. Chu hadn't returned yet, and the day wasn't particularly hot. Cherry was standing inside the cage, looking around chirpily without any clear intention. The cage hung high under a pavilion covered with wisteria flowers. Too high for Yun Woo-yen to reach. But before Yun Woo-yen even asked, the gardener uncle nearby ran over and asked with a smile, "Young master, are you here to play with Cherry?" Yun Woo-yen nodded affirmatively. "Good. Here you go." The gardener promptly grabbed a rod close by, helped lower the birdcage for Yun Woo-yen, and opened it, positioning Cherry toward Yun Woo-yen. Upon seeing Yun Woo-yen, Cherry excitedly wiggled its bottom and flew over. Foo 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 foo. Little darling Mrs. Little Darling, will show off twisting my bottom, want fruits, big rewards for good performance. Yun Wulyan extended his hand to catch Cherry, smoothing out its beautiful pink-white parrot head feathers gently, saying lightly, if you perform well later, you'll get big rewards. Cherry understood right away. It turned its head and rolled its eyes cutely and cunningly, letting out a few chirps. Perform well. Perform well. Little darling is the best. Will perform well. Big reward fruit awaits me. The gardener uncle couldn't help but chuckle beside them. Sensing that the young master seemed to have something on his mind, he silently turned to continue with his work. Yun Wulyan walked with Cherry towards the pavilion, asking along the way. Do you remember what I taught you before? A Jean isn't just a warm bed husband, he's a strong handsome man. Huh. Cherry tilted its head, looking at its young master with its pale yellow beak open and closed repeatedly, missing that familiar nickname. Warm bed who? Yun Wulyan coldly interrupted, big fruit. Cherry's black bead-like eyes lit up as it danced to please Yun Wulyan and twisted its bottom. Mighty handsome man, little darling has memorized it, good boy Foggy, give me big fruit. This word, good, was something Cherry learned from Xie. Mentioning being a good boy, Cherry puffed out its chest proudly and lowered its tone cleverly, imitating Xie's voice, not perfectly resembling, but clearer and younger than a child's voice. Yun Wulyan arched an eyebrow, amused by the sight. All right. You'll get your fruit soon. Seated on a stone bench, Yun Wulyan pulled out his phone to attend to important business. Before entering military training, Xie promised to teach Cherry how to pronounce the words for mighty handsome man, thus implying a double surprise with a new avatar. However, just calling him a mighty handsome man wasn't enough to flirt. Lowering his eyelids, Yun Wulyan took out the lollipop in front of Cherry's curious and obedient gaze. While tearing open the wrapper, he thought about what Ajin would say when receiving the call and also the message little helper Cherry needed to deliver. Minutes passed. Having taught Cherry, Yun Wulyan ate the lollipop, opened Xie's WeChat, and dialed. Worried that Cherry might speak unexpectedly, he had already clamped its mouth beforehand. The other side picked up instantly. A cheerful, magnetic voice erupted like fireworks. Foo, you're awake. When I picked up the phone, I noticed you've changed your avatar. Time to answer a question, let me check. The youth noticed the cat about to fall at first glance and immediately became anxious. Why is the kitty going to fall down? Pfft, no, don't fall. That's not lucky. Instead, it's about to grow wings and fly up. The good baby, although it's just a drawing, next time let's not depict such dangerous movements, alright? If you want strawberries, I can draw a puppy picking them for you. The dessert in the middle has strawberries, cream, and the liquid inside the glass cup is layered and viscous, it's a strawberry milkshake. SOS means, save me. The cat takes off but isn't used to its invisible wings. There was a pause, then the phone erupted with an affectionate, deep laugh, because it's not used to the invisible wings, it asks for help from the guard dog hidden behind the milkshake. Hearing this, Yun Wulyan's hand gripping the lollipop stick suddenly tightened. He smelled the sweet citrus fragrance of the candy, his eyes reflecting ripples like spring water, as if his heart had collided with soft cotton candy, enveloping him in sweetness. It felt warm and cozy. So sweet. His voice was very soft, too soft for the other side to hear. Invisible wings. The guardian dog hiding behind the milkshake. All these were settings Jean himself had added to what wasn't in the picture. How could he be so adorable yet still look this handsome? Yet again. Another day longing to kiss the tail-wagging doggo. Yun Wulyan's eyelashes trembled lightly, his stray hairs against his cheeks fluttered in a gentle breeze, and his lips curved slowly as he bit into the candy in his mouth. A sweetness that seeped straight to the heart. He realized he had been made all flustered. While the someone remained completely unaware. On the side, Cherry Parrot twisted its bottom pitifully with its beak pinched shut, wanting to speak. Poor Cherry didn't have any big fruit or even its little treat mouth anymore, so pitiable. From the other side of the phone call. Xie noticed Yun Wulyan wasn't speaking, so continued explaining. As for that crocodile, its name rhymes with hungry, so it's the big monster. Good baby, you're hungry, aren't you? You want to drink the fragrant, sweet strawberry milkshake, right? At this moment, Yun Wulyan released Cherry's mouth. That pair of cool, beautiful peach blossom eyes silently locked on target, initiating their special code with a sound audible only to them. In an instant, Cherry understood. Clearing its throat. As Xie startled on the other side wondering why Cherry was also there, Cherry raised its head proudly, flapping its wings, and opened its mouth to declare the sentence its little master had taught it. Chapter 54, Witnessing an Indirect Kiss. Xiao Go is shocked. Meng Man Deshuai, congratulations, you got it right. Deshuai is so awesome, the best in the world. Yun Wulyan believed that Xie would guess the answer correctly. So what he just taught Cherry to say was a definite praise. As for the last word, Cherry tilted her neck, flapping her pink-white wings, turning around 7 or 8 times, and with a high-pitched voice, hummed, the sun shines in the sky, the flowers smile at me. This was taught to him by Elder Chu before. Opposite, Xie burst out laughing when he heard, Meng Man Deshuai, woo, you really did teach Cherry, I am no longer the bed warmer. When Cherry heard a certain keyword, her black bead-like eyes lit up, she turned her head sideways, and reflexively repeated it. Just as the word warm slipped out, her mouth was covered again. Wah! Little baby lost its words again. Speak properly, and later I'll give you big fruits. Yun Wulyan whispered softly to Cherry. Then, he picked up his phone on the desk and pointed it at Cherry, making a goodbye gesture. This was rehearsed beforehand. Cherry tilted her head, rolling her eyes around, understanding after a moment. Deshwai goodbye, little baby wants to eat big fruits, hurry up, Wu Wu is waiting for you oh. After the parrot finished speaking, Yun Wulyan hung up the phone. Then, he received a WeChat message from Xie Jinyi. Dumb stupid tail wagging dog, angle, degree, received. Lifetime VIP top user fat meow meow hello, I will immediately go pluck the strawberries my grandpa planted, delivering them quickly for your enjoyment. After retirement, Mr. Xie loved to grow some flowers, fruits, and vegetables besides playing chess and fishing, and even had a small vegetable garden specially set up behind the Xie family villa. There were pipes in the vegetable garden for automatic watering, but Mr. Xie didn't like using them. On cooler days, he enjoyed asking his eldest grandson to help carry water for the plants, calling it exercise to build muscles and a way to grow organic vegetables and fruits for Wulyan. Xie Jinyi found great joy in this since childhood. In 5th grade elementary school, he even recorded in his diary which melon would be ripe and which fruit would turn red, all waiting to be picked for a good child. Once, the nearly ripe strawberries were eaten by bugs. Xie Jinyi was extremely angry and sneakily grabbed a flashlight in the middle of the night, crouching in the vegetable garden, gritting his teeth staring at the bitten strawberry, determined to catch the bugs and crunch them. Then, he was bitten all over by mosquitoes. The next day, it was Yun Wulyan who, trying not to laugh, applied the green grass ointment to his body. Thinking about these childhood antics, Yun Wulyan slightly curved his lips, slowly typing mockingly towards the other side. "WU, be careful, don't let the mosquitoes bite you again." Xie Jinyi replied instantly. "Dumb stupid tail wagging dog, leader, please rest assured, guaranteed safety. I can go invisible, ensuring safe delivery of strawberries to your home." And there was a picture of a blue 6th Laongord smiling and holding a gun afterward, found on the spot apparently. Yun Wulyan couldn't help but chuckle, returning a nodding emoji. 15 minutes later. Yun Wulyan was sitting in the pavilion peeling pine nuts for Cherry when he heard Xie Jinyi shouting from far away, "Wu baby, I've brought delicious food to defeat the crocodile spirit." The young man rushed over on a skateboard, hugging a gray thermal box filled with food. As soon as he reached the pavilion, he kicked off the skateboard and dashed to the stone table, taking out freshly cleaned strawberries first, then showing them one by one to Yun Wulyan. Today he made a lot of desserts. It seemed he wanted to make up for everything he owed over the past month. "Woo woo, this is rock sugar pear soup, drink this first to warm the stomach. The strawberries are here, I soaked them briefly in salt water, eliminating all the bugs. There's also this pink and tender one, a peach cheese puff with homemade jam inside, topped with cheese cream. To make it prettier, I learned from other bloggers how to cut a flower out of peach flesh, doesn't it feel like spring?" Yun Wulyan, supporting his cheek with one hand, drank the strawberry milkshake while nodding lightly. His gaze shifted from the elegant desserts upward, stopping on Xie Jinyi's face, where he saw a trace of white. It was flour. He put down the glass and beckoned Xie Jinyi closer, softly saying, "Lower your head a bit." "Huh?" Xie Jinyi looked puzzled but obediently lowered his head. Yun Wulyan picked up a strawberry, "Open your mouth." "Good baby, you're feeding me." Xie Jinyi glanced at the strawberry in Yun Wulyan's hand, grinning and lowering his laughter, placing both hands on his knees and bending forward to comply, opening his mouth as requested. The strawberry was about to touch his lips. A surge of sweet aroma rushed to his taste buds, prompting Xie Jinyi's Adam's apple to move as he instinctively bit down on the strawberry, ready to swallow it. But Yun Wulyan wouldn't let go of the strawberry. A slight arch of his brow showed confusion, then came a moment where his lips were caressed back and forth by the strawberry in Yun Wulyan's fingers. The motion was minimal, like delicate feathers softly grazing his heart with flirtatious touches. Today's desserts are abundant. You've worked hard, so here's your reward, a strawberry, and... He paused for a moment. Then, Yun Wulyan simply released the strawberry. His slightly cool fingertips trailed up from Xie Jinyi's lips to his face, smudging a few strokes. And a little red flour. Xie Jinyi stayed in his semi-squatting position while holding the strawberry between his teeth. With devilishly sharp features but an expression tinged with bewilderment, his voice cracked a bit, hoarse. "What kind of little red flour?" "Guess." Yun Wulyan didn't reply. He lazily drew his hand back, leaning once again against the stone table, supporting his head with one hand. And those fingers that had just touched Xie Jinyi's lips carelessly twirled a strand of black hair before resting on his own lips, absently wiping at the cream. The calm voice rang with a yawn, lazy yet alluring. "This cream tastes pretty sweet." At this sight, Xie Jinyi's face went from confusion to shock as if petrified in place, standing there like a fool, eyes wide open without blinking. Unconsciously, his prominent Adam's apple rolled, biting into the strawberry in his mouth until the front half splashed onto the ground. Nearby, Cherry, who had just finished eating pistachios, urgently flapped her wings toward the dropped fruit. Nuts, big nut disappeared, bed warmer not behaving, criticism, burn bottom with fire. Hearing this, Yun Woo-Lien picked up the strawberry milkshake, nibbling lightly on the straw's edge, asking softly. Ah Jean, why did you drop half a strawberry? After speaking. He flickered a light smile licking his lips, his cold gaze melting into temptation. Why are you still frozen in place? Anyone who doesn't know would think I kissed you senseless. Shit. What is this obedient baby saying? Xie Jinye's heart raced wildly as his CPU overheated again. He averted his eyes from the moistened red lips hesitantly, keeping his bent-over squatting pose rigidly. He took a deep breath facing sideways, gripping his slacks tightly to steady his erratic heartbeat, awkwardly standing up, scratching his disheveled silver hair mohawk. Don't tease me, alright? If others saw, they'd get the wrong idea. Besides, I can't guess what flower is on my face, so. Foggy treasure eats first, I'll find a mirror to check my face. Chapter 55, halfway through an awakening, a Jin's heartbeat quickens. Xie Jinye's speech got faster and faster, and by the end, he turned around and fled. After running a few steps, the young man with his silver-gray hair half-tied flicked it behind him and made a sudden return to the stone table. There, he helped Yun Woo-Lien take out the fork from the box. He even considerately wiped it with a tissue. Woo-woo, here's the fork. Eat slowly. When you find one you like, note down its color and taste, and I'll make it for you again next time. Yun Woo-Lien was still biting on her straw, without a word. The young man, covering his head with both hands, suddenly disappeared in a flash. Yun Woo-Lien. Twice in one day. Whoever saw a 192 centimeters tall, muscular alpha male run off like his pants were on fire after a single flotation? Next time, straight up corner him in a room and lock the door. See how he escapes then. Still. Fleeing is better than having crystal clear eyes, this meant that Jean had already gone through half of his awakening. On the other side. Xie Jinyi ran directly to the communal toilet near the courtyard. Though it was a shared restroom, there was a dedicated maid who cleaned it every day. The toilets were separated into men's and women's sections, with incense inside, spotless and free of any unpleasant smell. When Xie Jinyi rushed in, he narrowly missed Manager Lin. Manager Lin was originally adjusting his bow tie when all of a sudden, a gust of wind swept past, blowing his gray streaked hair up. For a moment, he thought he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Thankfully. In the instant he turned back, he caught a glimpse of Xie Jinyi's figure. Seeing the youth yank the door open and dart in like a cheetah before slamming the door shut, Manager Lin couldn't help but mutter. So urgent? Young Master Xie really has to go, huh? This can't be allowed to build up. Vigorous when young, suppressing too much might lead to harm. With Xie Jinyi already inside, Manager Lin didn't feel right about going in to nag further. Remembering that he would have to inspect dinner ingredients shortly, Manager Lin adjusted his hairstyle and left. Upon entering the bathroom, Xie Jinyi went straight to the mirror. After Baby fed him the strawberry, he could sense that Baby had drawn something on his face. Sure enough, when he looked closely, there was indeed a flower. In the mirror's reflection, the sharp angles of the young man's features appeared more pronounced because of his rapid run. His silver-gray bangs stood on end, beads of sweat clung to his high-bridged nose, and his narrow phoenix eyes were slightly closed, adding an air of unrestrained wildness to his usually roguishly handsome demeanor. Contrary to his bad boy cool vibe, however, was a white flower on his right cheek. This flower was sketched using flower residues mixed with fine sweat on his skin. It consisted of 5 plump, semicircular petals, looking extremely cute. Looking at the flower on his face, Xie Jinyi couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward involuntarily. His heart slowed down a bit after its frantic racing, and a low, husky chuckle of indulgence resonated in his chest. Tisk, so adorable. It wasn't clear whether this compliment referred to the person or the flower. He wanted to touch the flower on his face. His fingers barely brushed against the petals before snapping back hastily, fearing it might smudge away. Previously, Xie Jinyi never thought much of these little things, it was normal, after all. Back in elementary school, Misty also used to draw little red flowers on him, but now, somehow gazing at this flower on his face felt wrong. As if there was a tinge of ambiguity to it. Simultaneously, the clear, bewitching voice of Yun Woo-Lien resounded in his mind. Why are you still standing there unmoving? Someone who doesn't know might think I kissed you silly. Kiss. Was that just Misty joking? But the fact that she touched his lips with the same hand that touched her own. Did this count as an indirect kiss? Thinking about this, Xie Jinyi's breath hitched, a complex swirl of emotions surging within him. It felt as though he was on a roller coaster, violently shaking while plummeting from 100-meter height. His heart pounded rapidly, almost threatening to burst out of his chest. Shit. Don't lose it, will you? A coarse, muted curse rang out in the dimness of the restroom. Breathing became increasingly ragged for the young man. With his left hand bracing against the sink, his right slapped hard over his chest under his work shirt, pressing forcefully until the veins on his hand back bulged visibly, trying desperately to calm his racing heart. Impossible. The more he tried not to think about it, the clearer the image of those vivid, moist red lips etched themselves in his mind. Xie Jinyi frowned deeply, feeling like some kind of pervert. His innocent, pure, snowy white childhood sweetheart merely fed him a strawberry, cracked a joke or two, and performed a few ordinary actions. And yet, he imagined inappropriate things. So lewd. Disgusting. Xie Jinyi wanted to slap himself, but he feared what baby might say if she noticed later. He also wished he could split himself in two, grab his own collar and beat himself up harshly, scattering all those weird, inappropriate thoughts. Finally, the young man pinched his thigh hard several times. While pinching, he muttered to himself, trying to brainwash himself. Xie Jinyi and Wu Wu are good buddies. Yes, great buddies, better than blood brothers, but crystal clear, without any dirty desires, none at all. But mere self-brainwashing wasn't enough. Xie Jinyi thought he had to splash cold water on himself to wake up. He turned on the tap. His right hand covering the little flower on his face, he bent over, splashed some cold water on his face. When he raised his head again, his silver-gray bangs were wet and stuck to his eyebrows and eyes. His phoenix eyes squinted slightly with water droplets hanging from his eyelashes. His face appeared a bit pale. Like a large dog that had fallen into the water, looking pitifully forlorn. The youth stared at himself in the mirror, then started talking to himself again. Xie Jinyi and my baby girl are good friends. Yes, great friends. He had to seal off his brain. No wandering thoughts, just keeping everything like it was now would be fine, just perfect. Xie Jinyi slowly moved his hand and saw that the flower on his face was still intact. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, casually flicking the damp bangs backward, letting a few strands lazily stick near his eyebrows, exuding a rascally charm. The flower on his face looked better and better as he kept looking. As he gazed, his previously low and irritable mood cheered up again. Overjoyed, he couldn't resist bragging on Weibo, almost wanting to tell everyone how wonderful and adorable his baby was. Xie Jinyi took a close-up photo of the partial shot of his cheek, paired it with today's sweet dessert photos, and posted an update on Weibo announcing his return. Effortfully fattening my little companion, military training has ended. I'll gradually make up for what I owe to my little companion this month, hehe. Today, my little companion praised me so much and even drew a small red flower on my face with flour. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. Xie Jinyi left the restroom and stepped outside, preparing to bask in the sun for a few minutes until his face and hair dried before going back to see Yunwulian. He leaned against a tree and started scrolling through the comments section. Ah, after a whole month's break, you're finally back. So sweet. No, wait. Damn, Reader Xie's partially revealed face is incredible. His nose bridge is so sharp, his jawline so smooth, definitely a handsome guy. Can we get a live broadcast? Me and your little companion. Isn't that supposed to be a white flower? Reader Xie, maybe you're colorblind. Brother, why keep calling it little companion? Which buddy draws flowers on your face? Companion control equals wife control, get it? You really don't have ambition. Stop calling it little companion and just call her your wife already. Didn't you once post about feeling strange while laughing foolishly at your own wife's picture? That's clearly falling in love. Don't miss your chance to grab her or she might run off with someone else. It's fine. Just wait till Reader Xie loses his wife, he can do a live stream crying. We'd love it. Love these kinds of heartbroken drama. Xie Jinyi, huh? Kicking who off where? He can't leave Wu Wu, and Wu Wu can't leave him either. Wu Wu loves eating his pastries, sleeps in the bed he has warmed up, and he is even her professional model. She adores drawing his abs. Even Wu Wu's real brother doesn't compare to their bond. Just as Xie Jinyi was quietly mocking halfway through, he suddenly stopped flipping comments when a realization hit him. Wu Wu seemed to have never drawn pictures of her real brother's abs. Their relationship was different from ordinary best buddies. The young man frowned, his pitch-black phoenix eyes abruptly dimmed, pressed his lips together silently for a moment, then violently shook his head, deliberately casting away some ambiguous details. He ignored those comments and kept scrolling down. Then, a familiar reader popped into view. Chapter 56, Give Up Struggling. Let your boyfriend kiss you nicely. Not obeying the orange that loves to correct him, that's a strawberry flower. Your little boyfriend wants to plant strawberries on you. Do you know what strawberries are? It means leaving marks on your neck, face, and every place. Since you like this flower so much, it shows that you have already turned bent. Give up struggling, lie down obediently and let him kiss you. Although this commentator doesn't appear frequently in the comments section, every time they do, they fiercely tease him and often get praised by other fans for their high-quality comments. Their avatar has never changed, it's a cartoon-peeled little orange. As time went by, Xie Jinyi became familiar with this name too. In the first few Weibo posts, he didn't see Orange commenting, and Xie Jinyi thought she had unfollowed him. Unexpectedly, Orange brought back another shocking line. After reading this comment, Xie Jinyi fell silent for a long moment and felt Orange was making things up. Bullshit about planting strawberries, my precious baby is pure and cute, there's no way he would have such strange thoughts. And strawberries flowers? All nonsense. Strawberry flowers are oval, with 5 petals. His complaint suddenly stopped as a half-hour earlier image of picking strawberries from the vegetable garden came into Xie Jinya's mind. Next to the strawberries were flowers. It seemed. There indeed were. 5 petals, oval-shaped, small and adorable, pure white. Xie Jinya's heartbeat skipped involuntarily, his brow furrowed, and he clenched his phone firmly while cursing under his breath. Damn, 5-petaled flowers are common. Can't be misled. Even if it were really a strawberry flower. His dear baby must have found it merely cute and innocent. Xie Jinya leaned casually against the wall, his expression serious yet resolute. Upon seeing Orange's comment wildly liked, he feared other fans might misunderstand and quickly replied to Orange. Nurturing our little boyfriend, quite imaginative. Stop reading too many novels. This is just an ordinary and cute little flower. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you to the dark room. The reply from the other side came swiftly. Not obeying the Orange that loves to correct him, ordinary but not forget using cute to describe, are you straight, bro? Nurturing our little boyfriend, 2 red card warnings. Not obeying the Orange that loves to correct him, will your face burn when angry? Xie Jinya raised an eyebrow, speechless. Burn hell, he's not even blushing. Although Xie Jinya often says he will block fans who ship couples, he hasn't blocked anyone actually. After all, everyone is just joking around, no malice intended. Seeing fans in the comments section laughing out loud. He got mad. And directly deleted the comment by, not obeying the Orange that loves to correct him. Finally, he topped off with his own pinned comment in the comment section. This little flower is a pure flower. My dear baby is the cutest in the world, you people are not allowed to taint the brotherhood between me and my baby, or else he'll feel shy when browsing through Weibo later. At this point. Under the pavilion on the other side. Yun Wulian saw her comment being deleted, slightly frowned, the clear and beautiful face rising in reproach, the long lashes flickering, biting the fork in her mouth. Idiot. This person didn't even guess her alternate account. After Yun Wulian exited the deletion alert page, she was about to close Weibo but noticed the newly pinned comment by the young man. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and her lips curved into a smile. She then forked a small piece of peach milk puff coated with powdered white cream. The cream touched her lips. The rich and enticing aroma of dairy and peach wafted up, intense and tempting. Yun Wulian didn't rush to eat it but carefully sniffed for half a minute. Then she licked away the outermost layer of cream, savoring the delicate texture that bloomed and spread between her teeth. So sweet. So sweet. Yun Wulian repeated it 7 or 8 times. Each time lighter than the last. When he reached the end, he covered his mouth and started coughing. Sitting on the stone bench, he supported his sickly body while catching his breath. His complexion looked slightly pale, the frost-covered gaze in those usually cool eyes slowly dimmed, the black long eyelashes fluttered lightly, as if enveloped by a smoky veil of rain mist over his eyes, obscuring them from view. Lonely and broken. Faint traces of regret. Once his breathing steadied, Yun Wulian looked at the table full of pastries and smiled faintly again. A G made them. They must all be very sweet. Xie Jinya ran all the way back. When he returned, the little flower painted in flour was still on his face. Yun Wulian couldn't finish all the desserts alone on the table. Luckily, Yun Lan Yu and Bai Yun had returned. The 2 moms, thinking their sons were soon starting school officially, bought them a lot of new clothes. They had already met Xie Jinya at noon, so now seeing the weak-colored youth did not surprise them. However, Bai Yun stared at the flower on her son's face and asked, Jean, why is there a flower on your face? It's made of flour, right? Yun Lan Yu glanced at her beloved son who was eating cake and couldn't help but laugh. Could it be? Wulian painted it on you while you weren't paying attention. Yun Wulian remained silent. Xie Jinya tilted his head and chuckled softly. His cat-eye gaze stuck on Yun Wulian as he leaned against a stone pillar with his arms crossed, raising his chin to proudly display the flower on his face. Mom, Aunt, have you watched My Little Pony? Friendship is magic. This is my cutie Mark. Upon hearing this, the 2 moms couldn't stop laughing. Yun Wulian also faintly curved his lips, taking a bite of the jasmine mousse on the fork. He looked so handsome. So sweet. In the evening, to celebrate Xie Jinya's successful completion of military training, the Chu family hosted an extravagant seafood feast and invited the Xie family over. After dinner, Xie Jinya stayed behind. Tonight Yun Wulian needed to soak in a medicinal bath, and Xie Jinya prepared everything for him. After making sure his little childhood friend drank red sugar water, he voluntarily stationed himself as the guard outside the door. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Yun Wulian to tie the red string bell properly. Just as he turned around, the cool voice of his childhood sweetheart enveloped in warm mist gently floated into his ears. In the past, wasn't it always you who tied it for me? Are you annoyed, Jean? Chapter 57, Too Upright. Not even dare to see Wu Bao's body. Xie Jinya's entire body petrified at once upon hearing Yun Wulian's words, almost falling down as his foot stumbled on the air. He turned around in panic. I didn't. Wu, listen to me. I swear I really didn't. It's not possible for me to be annoyed with you, it's just. The young man rudely lifted the white gauze and ran back to Yun Wulian. His expression was anxious, his well-defined arms helplessly placed before him, wanting to explain something but suddenly realizing how hard it was to utter. He couldn't say he was scared of seeing Wu Wu's body, afraid of indulging in inappropriate thoughts, could he? That would be too strange. No, he couldn't say it. If he did, Guaibao, darling, would be embarrassed. Xie Jinyi bit his lips slightly downwards, genuinely not knowing how to start speaking, and could only look helplessly at the aloof beauty sitting on the bathtub. Yun Wulian ignored him and played with her own long hair. Amidst the swirling hot mist, her snowy white, translucent face was moistened. Her cherry-red lips were naturally vibrant without makeup, and her slender neck entwined with black tresses. She emitted an irresistible allure that beckoned one to indulge. Xie Jinyi's Danfeng eyes darkened, his Adam's apple moved up and down as he swallowed saliva instinctively. His heartbeat unknowingly quickened. A mysterious tension built up. Seeing that his childhood friend remained silent, Xie Jinyi glanced at the light brown medicinal bath, then at Yun Wulian's bare feet, pausing briefly on her ankles tied with red strings. In a hoarse voice, he reminded, Guaibao, your feet are still bare. You'll easily catch a cold if you don't soak them soon. Upon the youth's voice, Yun Wulian finally lifted her eyes. She hooked her fingers around Xie Jinyi's chin. Are you sure you're not annoyed by me? Xie Jinyi shook his head violently, absolutely not. Yun Wulian tilted her head, staring deeply into the handsome youth's eyes, her long hair sliding off her shoulder. Her peach blossoms-like eyes dimmed, she asked lightly, then why did you leave me behind? Though spoken in a gentle tone, it felt like a blade piercing straight through the heart. Xie Jinyi's pupils trembled, and he was filled with sorrow. His mouth opened and closed, and his trembling hands fell onto Yun Wulian's head. No, no. Not at all. Wu Wu, my sweet treasure, what do you mean left? No such thing. I won't leave your side my entire life, I truly promised this when we were kids. I will take care of you for life. Fearing Yun Wulian might get wrong ideas and feel hurt, his mind worked quickly. Rubbing his childhood friend's head, he added 2 more sentences. I left earlier without tying your red string because, well, since we've grown up already, people often mistake us for lovers. I was worried if we kept behaving like we used to, you'd get shy again. Yun Wulian didn't like having her head patted, but if it was Xie Jinyi, she enjoyed it. The youth's hands were large, and the warmth of his palms made it quite comfortable. She quietly savored the comfort brought by his touch. When Xie Jinyi finished speaking, Yun Wulian looked up, and countered, we are both men. What you have, I also possess. Why be shy? Xie Jinyi. Oh. It seemed the little darling was still too naive. Not knowing how to respond, fortunately, Yun Wulian changed the subject, leaning into him like a soft little animal, tenderly rubbing against his neck. Ai Jin. Help me take off my clothes. I'm so tired, out of strength. The faint smell of small irises mixed with herbal medicine wafted around them, and as Xie Jinyi held his frail childhood friend in his arms, his heartbeat quickened once again, thumping loudly and continuously. After some time, a muffled voice escaped his chest. Okay. Hearing the youth's tone being off, Yun Wulian slightly smirked and closed her eyes, coughed twice, and exhaled onto Xie Jinyi's ear, do it faster, I want to sleep. Oh. Xie Jinyi missed half a beat of his heart, and his muscles immediately tensed up. He sprung up like a coiled spring and carried Yun Wulian towards the chair. The delicate beauty was drowsy, weakly leaning against the chair. Her long lashes cast a shadow on her pale skin, her eyebrows and eyes as picturesque as a painting, breathing lightly and slowly. An appearance. Completely incapable of resistance, seemingly allowing any misconduct. Xie Jinyi stared for a few seconds, turning his panicked head aside. His silver hair partially covered the veins bulging on his forehead as he secretly took a deep breath, trying to self-hypnotize. Shit. Calm down. Calm down. Must not entertain any filthy evil thoughts. Xie Jinyi and Wu Bao are good brothers. Good brothers. Good brothers. Xie Jinyi gripped his fists and squatted halfway. As his hand touched Yun Wulian's collar, it was as if he had been scalded. He shuddered and tightly closed his eyes. Then, while handing the tray of clothes to Yun Wulian, he silently recited the periodic table of chemical elements. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Damn. Forgot them, those knowledge points from hundreds of years ago. He started to recite pi. 3.14. Shit. Forgot that too. Finally, Xie Jinyi recited the multiplication table. That was easy to remember. The youth recited until he accidentally muttered aloud, lazily leaning on the chair as if about to fall asleep. The sick beauty with a look of drowsiness fluttered her lashes slightly and her lips curved up faintly. After finishing the medicinal bath, Yun Wulian was truly exhausted to the point of nearly falling asleep. Her limbs became even more limp after soaking in the warm water and medicine, so in the end, Xie Jinyi helped her dry her body, put on pajamas, and carried her to bed. At 8 o'clock, it was time to drink herbal medicine. Yun Lanyu arrived precisely at the right moment, bringing the medicine together with her husband for their son, as per Yun Wulian's request, without sugar or candied fruit. Xie Jinyi thought Ant had forgotten, worried that the medicine would be too bitter for Yun Wulian to drink, so he set down the hairdryer and was about to find some sugar. Woo, wait for me to fetch 2 candies first before you drink. No need. Yun Wulian grabbed the youth's arm, yawning lightly and shaking her head. This medicine, I've gotten used to drinking it, it's not bitter anymore. Not allowed. Not allowed. Xie Jinyi frowned and shook his head fiercely. In front of Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chu, he rubbed Yun Wulian's head. You still have to eat a candy, otherwise, the bitterness will linger in your mouth. As he spoke, the young man darted away, fearing that if he waited any longer, Yun Wulian would drink directly. Lying in bed, Yun Wulian watched the youths retreating back silently. Under the shadow of long lashes, complex emotions flashed through her eyes. The right hand hidden in the shade clenched the bedsheet. Beside her, Yun Lanyu, elegant and gentle in her pinkish-tan robe, looked at Xie Jinyi's anxious figure and couldn't help but tease. Woo, see. Just like I guessed, when Jin knew you didn't want candied fruit, he definitely went to grab some sugar and shove it into your mouth. Chu Qin-yen also adjusted his glasses, and a tender look appeared on his stern face as he chimed in. However, what Jin said is correct, you should still eat a piece of candy to disperse the bitterness. Sweet dreams. Hearing this from his parents, Yun Wulian curved her lips upward and softly chuckled. All right. I'll eat. Because Yun Wulian often fainted due to low blood sugar, there were many kinds of candies stored at home. Xie Jinyi brought a handful of candies over for Yun Wulian to choose from. After scanning them once, Yun Wulian finally selected a white rabbit milk candy. The wrapper was peeled by the young man for her. Worried that Yun Wulian might catch a cold from the air conditioner, Xie Jinyi stayed overnight to serve as a heater, warming the covers so that his childhood friend could sleep comfortably. Yun Wulian was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Xie Jinyi turned off the light as well, throwing a rather annoying and strange pillow onto the tatami mat. He climbed onto the bed and lay next to Yun Wulian. Supporting his head with his arm, he stared at Yun Wulian for a long while. A smile played on the corner of his lips. His eyes overflowed with warmth and affection. Good night, Guaibao. Xie Jinyi whispered as he reached out to embrace Yun Wulian. His hand hung suspended in mid-air for a minute, then quietly clenched into a fist and withdrew. Still. When the night grew deep and quiet, the young man snuggled closer, finding the temperature of his little childhood friend chilly. Frowning deeply, he slid under the blanket with Yun Wulian. His fingers slowly contracted. He gently pulled Yun Wulian close to him, full of compassion and gentleness in his actions. Afraid to disturb the sleeping beauty. The next morning, when Yun Wulian woke up, the person beside her had already gone. Interestingly, just before leaving, Xie Jinyi had taken a proxy pillow and left it with Yun Wulian. A sticky note shaped like a snowman was stuck on the forehead of the character. It read, Mistress Wu, breakfast is already prepared, it's in the small dining room. School starts today, we have no classes on the first day. I'll go collect books and apply for boarding school procedures, and then I plan to visit a sports equipment store. Probably won't return until afternoon. Eat properly, don't wait for me. There was also a 5-petal flower drawn behind the text, looking very similar to the strawberry flower Yun Wulian had sketched the day before. A smiling emoji was added at the center of the flower. After reading the message, Yun Wulian's eyes twinkled. She was about to get out of bed when her phone, placed under the pillow, rang. Yun Wulian took a glance, her willow-like eyebrows slightly raised, and a fleeting glimmer of mystery passed through her peach blossom eyes. A slight curve appeared at the corner of her lips, her smile faint yet filled with intrigue. The jealousy-inducing enabler, wasn't this just showing up? Chapter 58, Vinegar Alert. Ajin is about to become a vinegar barrel. The screen showed. Teacher. Yun Wuling's teacher is called Yu Qingshuan, who is 30 years old this year. He grew up abroad from an early age and is a globally renowned prodigy painter, known for his languid and spontaneous painting style that exudes freedom and warmth. Yu Qingshuan not only has strong artistic talent but also inherited the excellent genes of his family. With handsome features, he always wears a smile as warm as a spring breeze. According to the generation ranking, Yun Wuling could also call him Uncle Yu. Since Yu Qingshuan is the youngest son of the venerable patriarch of the Yu family and the actual younger uncle of Bai Linxi's beloved elder Mr. Yu. On the day of Yun Wuling's 11th birthday, Yu Qingshuan happened to be back from abroad and attended a banquet with his father at the Chu family. By coincidence, they became teacher and student. Teacher, are you returning to the country after finishing your art exhibition? Yun Wuling muttered lazily, leaning towards the bedhead. Her pale finger swiped across the screen while she was hugging a surrogate pillow branded Xie Jinyi when she answered the phone. With a beep sound. A gentle and indulgent voice wrapped in laughter came from the other side of the phone. Woo, did I disturb your sleep? Yun Wuling lowered her gaze and pinched the young man's face on the pillow, responding softly, yeah, already awake, teacher. Are you returning to the country? I've already arrived, just got off the plane. Yun Wuling, did the exhibition go smoothly? Better than expected, very smooth. The deep and mild male voice paused momentarily before mentioning another matter. By the way, aren't you starting school tomorrow? 2 months ago, a major art institute invited me to hold a small art exhibition at your school as a gift for the students' start of school. Since you will be there too, I agreed. We'll meet at the school tomorrow. Yun Wuling began poking the floppy hair on top of the pillow. While playing, she responded. Then see you tomorrow. Yu Qingshuan, knowing Yun Wuling has a cold disposition and speaks little, chuckled indulgently. Thinking of something, his tone took on a teasing note as he joked. And where is Ajin? Why haven't I heard him see the SNG big trains and calling out, woo 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 woo? Yun Wuling smiled faintly at the corner of her lips and joined in the tease. The big train went to school to pick up textbooks. After speaking, she suddenly shifted topics and asked. Teacher, may I use you as a pawn? The other side was confused. Yun Wuling added, you're single, your career is developing well, and you don't have any romantic interests, and Ajin knows you, making you the best candidate. The other side thought for a moment and understood, couldn't help laughing. Are you planning to drop some hints? He wags his tail in front of me every day but hasn't caught on yet. I'm planning to let him taste a bit of jealousy. Yun Wuling had another reason for choosing Yu Qingshuan as her tool. Teacher was the first person to know that he liked Ajin. Yu Qingshuan once stumbled upon Yun Wuling getting distracted while drawing Xie Jinyi. At the time, Yu Qingshuan was just puzzled, but Yun Wuling directly pointed at the young man in the painting and said. I got distracted because I wanted to kiss him. With one sentence, Yu Qingshuan understood. Then helped keep Yun Wuling's secret until now. Hearing this, Yu Qingshuan's laughter grew more tender and indulgent, as if watching two younger brothers squabble at home. He even playfully asked. Would you like me to pick you up tomorrow morning so we can sprinkle some vinegar in person? Yun Wuling thought it was a good idea and replied accordingly, sure, thank you, teacher. Don't thank me, I plan to come see you anyway. Have you been feeling better recently? It's easy to catch a cold with the fluctuating summer temperatures, remember to wear long sleeves inside air-conditioned rooms. I'm doing pretty well. I went horse riding with Ajin yesterday. Mentioning that, the video of Ajin riding horses and archery also gained popularity overseas, impressive and dashing, full of youthful passion and vitality, that's the model a young person should follow. He really suits you. Upon hearing teacher praising Ajin, Yun Wuling's grip tightened slightly on the chest muscle of the pillow, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her usually cool features, pride naturally creeping into her voice. That's right, my dazzlingly handsome Ajin shines brighter than anyone else. Oh. Yu Qingshuan chuckled helplessly, sighing once again. Once Ajin is mentioned, you talk endlessly. Hasn't that guy noticed anything? Yun Wuling fell silent, thinking to herself. It must be due to this frail-looking body being too thin, not alluring enough. They exchanged a few more words regarding the physical education school's military training performance before Yu Qingshuan hung up, having things to attend to after his return. After eating breakfast, Yun Wuling decided to go to the attic studio to paint. She was preparing for a secret art exhibition. There were still a few paintings left unfinished. Before heading to the attic, Yun Wuling remembered something and walked into the separate cloakroom. She opened the cabinet and took out the cleaned and neatly folded backless shirt. Her translucent cold white fingers hooked the pure white lace. She wound it around her, loop by loop. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with mischief, drawing others in. If she were to wear it right in front of Ajin and sprinkle some jealousy on top, would Ajin be able to hold his ground? Chapter 59, Wu Bao Hook. The Xie's train is back. Xie Jinye returned in the afternoon. Yun Wulian had been sketching after lunch while waiting for him. He didn't bother putting on the off-the-shoulder shirt yet, instead, he temporarily left it in the bedroom upstairs. The attic had excellent lighting, and the entire room was bathed in a warm golden glow. On the windowsill, white gauze reflected mottled circles of light, as delicate as wings. Several bottles of cold-toned flowers were scattered around the studio, elegant and tranquil, creating a very artistic atmosphere. At this moment, the beautiful man with a calm demeanor sat quietly in front of the easel mixing colors. He wore a pale purple shirt, his dark black long hair simply tied back with a matching ribbon. His cuffs were rolled up, exposing his cold white, slender wrists. His left hand holding the palette was smeared with a few streaks of paint, pale pink, baby yellow, bluish green, they blended into the colors of spring, adding an unusual beauty. The painting of the youth shooting arrows and winning the championship had already been completed, and Yun Wulian was working on a new piece. This time, the painting on the easel was quite simple. Currently, it only showed the rough outline, an image of a child holding a cup, pouring water into a potted plant that currently held no plant life. Yun Wulian used light colors to lay down a base, then began carefully filling and outlining. He was very serious when painting and didn't notice Yun Lan Yu's arrival. The woman carried a tray with freshly baked tea snacks. She placed the snacks gently on the table to avoid disturbing her son, making sure the air conditioning wasn't set too low before she tiptoed out. Yun Wulian was physically weak and sitting for too long would make his waist ache easily, so he usually painted for a while, rested, and repeated. After finishing with the paint on the palette, he put it down, pressing his fingers lightly against his lips and coughed softly, glancing sideways at the tea snacks nearby. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Mom came by. The placement of the easel was close to the wall because without someone assisting him, Yun Woo-yen needed to hold onto the wall when getting up, otherwise, dizziness and vertigo could cause him to fall. He slowly got up, paused for a moment, and walked toward the table. Seated lazily in a soft chair, Yun Woo-yen rested for 1 or 2 minutes, grabbed a wet tissue, wiping away the paint on his hands, then used a handkerchief to dry them off. Today's tea snacks were cranberry cookies. He tasted one. Very crispy. Yun Woo-yen took out his phone and checked the time. 14:57 in the afternoon. Jean should be coming back soon, right? Yun Woo-yen opened WeChat, scrolled to the chat history with Xie Jinya. Rarely did the young man send him messages today, probably due to school-related matters. He wanted to know when Xie Jinya would return. Because he needed to calculate the timing and prepare accordingly. After some thought, Yun Woo-yen stood up, grabbed a sheet of sketch paper and a pencil, rubbed his wrist, and quickly drew a retro clock entwined with night-blooming cereus flowers on the paper. The clock pointed to 3 o'clock, and there was a big question mark in the blank space. He took a photo, replacing his profile picture with the clock image. Then following his usual method, he sent a period in the chat message but immediately retracted it. Having sent the message, Yun Woo-yen nibbled on a cookie as he waited. A reply came swiftly. Stupid dumb dog who only wags tail, angle, degree, reporting to Commander Wu, I'm preparing to go home now. The motorcycle goes fast, probably reaching around 3:40 p.m. Attached was another photo taken on the spot. In the photo, the young man's face wasn't visible, the lens was aimed at an impressive black and red off-road motorbike. Hanging from the bike was a black bag whose zip chain hadn't been pulled shut yet, it was filled with textbooks. Xie Jinya knew how to ride a motorbike and obtained a motorcycle license right after turning legal age. When he went out alone, he generally sped on the bike like crazy. Motorbikes were fast, windy, and bumpy, unsuitable for Yun Woo-yen to ride. With Yun Woo-yen present, Xie Jinya would obediently take the car. Yun Woo-yen clicked on the photo to check, confirming there was a helmet hanging on the handlebars of the bike, which reassured him somewhat. After closing the photo page, he typed a response to Xie Jinya. Woo, ride slowly, I'll wait for you. Stupid dumb dog who only wags tail, okay, foggy treasure, don't worry. My skills are top-notch, and I have a helmet on. It's very safe. There were many cars in the city, and riding motorcycles too fast easily led to accidents. Yun Woo-yen worried that Xie Jinya might charge forward recklessly, so he directly pulled out his ace move. Woo, if you arrive before 3:40, stand outside as punishment. Each minute earlier than that results in standing 10 more minutes, calculated similarly. The other side fell silent for a moment. Then sent an emoticon pack of a golden retriever being reprimanded and obediently following instructions. Stupid dumb dog who only wags tail, okay, I'll learn from Mr. Snail and crawl step by step. Safety first. Yun Woo-yen replied with an emoticon of petting the head. And told him that he was in the studio upstairs, instructing him to come directly once he arrived. After finishing the chat, Yun Woo-yen slowly rose from the table and began preparing to seduce the young man. He took off the ribbon from his hair and hung it on the chair, then let his fingertips rest at the collar. The exquisite and glossy flower pattern buttons were undone one by one. Yun Woo-yen looked straight ahead with a calm expression as he walked down the bright corridor toward the bedroom in the attic. After closing the door, he finally removed his shirt entirely. By the time he had changed clothes, it was already 3:17 p.m. Yun Woo-yen wasn't wearing long pants but instead draped a creamy white blanket around himself before returning to the art studio. The art studio was located high up in the attic, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows made of privacy glass, covered with a layer of snowy white gauze so no one outside could see inside. Afraid of catching a chill and worrying his family, Yun Woo-yen raised the air conditioning temperature, kept the blanket wrapped around him, and even lay down on the tatami mats because his feet felt cold. He closed his eyes for a brief nap, waiting for the big dog to come knocking on his own. A while later, Yun Woo-yen opened his eyes, feeling a bit chilly and pulled the blanket tighter around him, sitting up slowly to check the time on his phone. It was 3:30. Jean should be arriving about now. He set a 3:40 p.m. alarm to see if the young man would arrive earlier, then leaned against the wall and walked across the soft carpet to stand behind the door. Yun Woo-yen leaned against the wall and continued to wait. Just as the phone vibrated on the tatami mat and rang out with the sound of summer breeze brushing through tree branches accompanied by chirping birds and insects, a fresh and pleasant voice calling, woo 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 woo, sounded from the window below. I'm back. Wait for me, I'll be right up. Yun Woo-yen curved his lips and chuckled softly. He heard that. Xie's train was back. Yun Woo-yen stayed leaning against the wall without moving. It seemed he didn't intend to greet the young man at the window. Xie Jinya had been shouting all the way up, his voice growing clearer. Occasionally, there were laughs from the servants teasing him. About half a minute later, Xie Jinya was already downstairs. Woo woo. I'm coming up. And I've brought you a little surprise. An elevator was installed in the attic, but Xie Jinya thought it was too slow and always opted to take the stairs when alone. With each step covering several staircases, his long legs quickly brought him closer. Seconds later, a flurry of rapid footsteps surged like waves. The tall youth rushed in with a burst of warmth, ready to shout for Yun Wulyan, but he stopped short upon seeing. Huh. No one at the easel. Xie Jinya wore a wild and unrestrained black tank top, showing off his tanned, muscular arms as he looked around left and right. His Danfeng eyes carried a hint of mischief, scratching his head in puzzlement and muttering under his breath. Where's Wu Wu? At that same moment. Behind the young man. The elegant beauty stood with loose, flowing hair, his lips slightly curved upward as he quietly approached the door from behind. He turned his back to the door, slender white fingers curling around the handle, lazily leaning back. As the door slammed shut, he locked it. He loosened the blanket from his shoulder, letting it slide off gracefully. Chapter 60, Wu Wu, I want to paint a sun on my back. Wu Wu. Xie Jinyi heard the sound, turned back with a grin, and was just about to shake to show the little surprise in his hand when his gaze fell upon a pair of snow-white naked legs. That pair of pitch-black phoenix eyes suddenly darkened, flickering with a peculiar glimmer. Shit. Why isn't Wu Wu wearing pants? Wu Wu, you. The young man froze in place, averting his gaze, and asked curiously, did you just finish washing up and didn't have time to put on outer pants? Do you want me to help you? It's easy to catch a cold if your legs stay uncovered like this. Yun Wulyan shook his head. No, I'm playing a game. Ah. What kind of game requires not wearing pants to play? Xie Jinyi raised an eyebrow and looked up, his gaze following the sunlight as it focused on Yun Wulyan. His beautiful childhood friend was lazily leaning against the wall with both arms crossed over his chest. Strands of long hair dangled over his arms, and his bright peach blossom eyes stared at him mysteriously. There was a hint of playful mockery in his gaze, making Xie Jinyi feel uneasy inside. Ajin, do you want to know what game it is? What game? Xie Jinyi felt something strange as he avoided meeting Yun Wulyan's eyes. Who knew? Before he could react, his gaze landed on a scene that made him daydream. Seeing Yun Wulyan slightly lift his waist caused the blanket behind him to completely slip away. In the process, the loose white shirt followed the movement, revealing glimpses of snow-like shoulders half covered by long hair. As his gaze moved lower, the bottom hem of the shirt just covered his thighs, while the red ropes tied around his ankles resembled red plum blossoms hanging from a branch, gorgeous and eye-catching. Suddenly, the left foot adorned with a red rope lifted slightly. The snow-white toes lazily brushed against the carpet before provocatively curling towards him. Come over. Ajin, come over, and I'll tell you quietly. Xie Jinye's breath caught in his throat, missing a heartbeat as a wave of nervousness washed over him. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the clothing on his childhood sweetheart looked strangely familiar. It was like the extremely revealing backless blouse from before. Shit. What's my baby planning to do? Xie Jinye's mind immediately became chaotic. He no longer dared to keep staring at Yun Wulyan. Hastily lowering his head, he waved the little surprise in his hand, attempting to divert Yun Wulyan's attention. Baby. His voice cracked initially, improving only after pausing briefly. Baby, let's wear the pants first. We can play games later, alright? I bought this at the school gate. The hawthorn fruits are full and plump, and the sugar smells pure without any preservatives. Would you like to try? It must be sweet. Yun Wulyan had already noticed the little surprise. This string of candied hawthorn berries was a vibrant red, the sugar coating sparkling in the fine rays of sunlight. Indeed, it looked incredibly sweet. But his gaze remained fixed on the young man's face. He repeated again. Come over. Xie Jinyi didn't move, waving the candied hawthorn stick and lowering his head even further. His stylish mullet hairstyle was now disheveled like a bird's nest, and his rugged face was full of hesitation. He was nearly bending over 90 degrees, almost as if his face would touch the ground any second. Yun Wulyan. Is this big train seat SNG as an ostrich again? Seeing how the young man tried to evade, Yun Wulyan slightly arched an eyebrow, then brought a hand up to his lips and lightly coughed. His voice became faint and weak. Come, here. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately rushed forward like a bolt. Oh. Xie Jinyi furrowed his brows, looking worried. He picked up the blanket on the floor, patted off the dust and tried to cover Yun Wulyan with it. See. That's why I said we should put the pants on first. If you get cold, you'll feel uncomfortable later. Yun Wulyan stifled a laugh and grabbed the young man's hand. No pants. We're playing the game. Given his strength, it would be easy for the young man to brush him aside. But Xie Jinyi feared hurting his childhood sweetheart and instead bent over lowly, holding the blanket in his hand and gently brushing over the exposed inch of Wulyan's waist, coaxing softly, alright, we'll wear the pants later. Let's drape the blanket over you first, okay? This shirt of yours is too revealing. No, the shirt is the key. Yun Wulyan released the young man's hand and slowly walked toward the easel. He walked slowly, his long black hair trailing past Xie Jinye's arm like a waterfall spilling down behind him. His snow-white back peeked through, the oversized shirt loosely encasing his slim figure. The distinct outline of his spine appeared perfectly alluring and sensuous, silently spreading temptation and making one's heart itch. Xie Jinyi stood rooted to the spot, his arms still tingling from where the long hair had brushed against them. His body tensed straight up, and the moment his gaze completely settled on Yun Wulian's back, his heartbeat quickened. A mysterious desire emerged, an urge to go up and gently caress it. The yearning had just begun when it was abruptly halted. Shit. Sick, right? Xie Jinyi snapped back to reality, the veins on his forehead popping out as he tightly gripped the blanket in his hand. His pupils darkened with self-reproach. Shit. Reel it in. Get rid of those weird and stupid thoughts. I shouldn't be staring at Wu-Wu's back like this. Absolutely no leering or staring greedily. He and baby are, pure, close friends. Don't think too much. Taking a deep breath, Xie Jinyi warned himself not to keep staring at his childhood sweetheart's back. But smelling the subtle fragrance of small irises wafting in the air, he found himself lost in a daze once again, unable to control where his gaze landed, directly on Yun Wulian. It seemed as though Yun Wulian had heard that curse earlier. He flicked his hair aside and turned around, asking softly, Ajin, what did you just say? Their eyes met. Xie Jinyi froze completely, afraid to make a sound. He just shook his head. Afraid Yun Wulian might notice something strange, he revealed his canines in a grin, forcing a bright, handsome smile. Nothing, just thought it looked really good on you, baby. Yun Wulian's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, pleased by the compliment, and then he turned and slowly sat down facing Xie Jinyi's direction. Xie Jinyi finally let out a sigh of relief. But the next second, his childhood sweetheart earnestly said. The game I want to play is actually quite simple. I want to paint on my body. I'm thinking about painting a shining sun on my back. Huh? Xie Jinyi blinked in surprise, instinctively asking, Wu-Wu, wouldn't it be hard for you to paint on your back? How about putting on the blanket and painting it on your arm instead? Yun Wulian insisted firmly, no, I want it on my back. Xie Jinyi arched an eyebrow and chuckled softly, affection mingled with helplessness in his gaze. Alright, then I'll. But his words were abruptly cut off when Yun Wulian icily rejected him. No, your paintings are too abstract. Yun Wulian picked up a brush and glanced back, twirling it around a strand of his long black hair. Snow-white legs crossed one over the other, and his relaxed body leaned casually against the wall. Tilting his head, he stared at the young man and slowly said. My teacher returned to the country today. He paints beautifully, but my phone's dead, Ajin. Can you make a call for me and ask the teacher to come here? Chapter 61 Vinegar spilled. No one else but me. Who? Xie Jinyi's pupils trembled, and his voice instantly rose. He suspected he had heard it wrong, clutched the blanket and quickly rushed to Yun Wulian's side, and with a bang, knelt down on one knee, grabbing little Zhu Ma's wrist and asked for a browse. Wu-Wu, you just said, you want Uncle Yu to come and draw on your back. In his haste, he inadvertently used too much force. His long, tan fingers showed veins, sinking into the snowy skin as Yun Wulian's pale hand was enveloped and constrained like a broken-winged butterfly. Yun Wulian groaned in pain, and her hand shook, dropping the paintbrush onto the carpet. It hurts. The weak moan drifted into his ears, causing Xie Jinyi to suddenly snap out of it. He looked down and saw the visible redness around Yun Wulian's wrists, terrifying him so much that his heart seemed to stop. F*******. He nervously let go of her hand, full of self-reproach. Wu-Wu, does it hurt? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a moment. Let me see how red it is. I'll blow on it and rub it for you. The young man carefully took Yun Wulian's hand. Seeing the clear fingerprints on her snow-white skin made his heart ache even more, filling him with greater guilt. His cheeks puffed up as he prepared to blow on her hand. Just as his lips puckered. Before the wind touched her skin. They were pressed by little Zhu Ma's fingertip. Xie Jinyi's eyelids twitched upwards, disheveled silver hair half covering his sharp eyes. The sharp lines of his features softened under the light, and his dark eyes gazed steadily at Yun Wulian. A fine sweat gathered on his prominent nose bridge, making him appear obedient and sweet. Because his lips were blocked, his voice came out in a clumsy manner. Wu-Wu, not gonna blow. Yun Wulian tried hard not to laugh, slowly lifting her eyelids. In the instant their gazes intertwined, her expression became serious, her eyes seeming as if they carried frost and snow, cold and sharp. You're not allowed to swear. Xie Jinyi felt uneasy and immediately nodded, okay. Yun Wulian pressed the young man's lips again, continuing to warn him, next time, hold me lighter. If you hurt me again, I won't talk to you. Not going to, no way. Xie Jinyi supported himself with one hand on the ground, kneeling before little Zhu Ma in an attitude of submission. He touched Yun Wulian's wrist and tenderly rubbed it. I got momentarily confused just now and didn't pay attention to the pressure. I swear, there will absolutely be no next time. Every word spoken by the young man sent breath sprinkling onto his palm. As if kissing the fingers. Yun Wulian's heartbeat quickened, her arm and fingertips quivered, finally pretending to be calm as she withdrew her hand and started massaging her wrist herself. Understood, take out your phone. Xie Jinyi frowned instantly, huh? Yun Wulian, call the teacher and ask him to come over. Xie Jinyi, face filled with reluctance. Yun Wulian pretended not to see anything, continuing to massage her wrist. If you're too shy to say it, just give me the phone. Xie Jinyi remained silent. He glanced at little Zhu Ma's half-naked waist, hastily looking away, desire surging in his eyes. His hand supporting his body suddenly clenched tightly, his thumb and forefinger gripping forcefully. Sullenly pulling a few threads from the carpet. "Ai Jing, why aren't you moving?" Yun Wu Lian noticed the young man's little movements, happily rubbing the finger marks on her wrist, restraining laughter, pretending to be puzzled and asking, "Is it that your phone is also out of battery?" "Not." Xie Jinyi sighed while shaking his head, cross-legged sitting in front of Yun Wu Lian, waving off the thread in his hand, grabbing the blanket and covering Yun Wu Lian's naked legs. Raising his dark phoenix eyes, his thick eyebrows furrowed as he seriously asked. "Darling, can you please not have Uncle Yu come over?" The young man's voice dragged, carrying a hint of pleading and coquetry unbeknownst even to himself. Yun Wu Lian curled up with the blanket around her body, her lips slightly curling up with a faint smile unnoticed. She tilted her head, letting her long hair fall, and continued asking, "Why? Do you have any conflicts with the teacher?" "It's not about conflict or no conflict." Xie Jinyi, seeing another half-exposed shoulder of Yun Wu Lian that resembled a flower petal, white and delicate, had his dark phoenix eyes dim once again. A flash of possessiveness crossed through his mind. Desperately wishing to hide little Zhu Ma away, keeping her warm at home without outsiders seeing her. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out 4 words. "It's inappropriate." "Inappropriate?" Yun Wu Lian leaned against the wall again, her transparent peach eyes directly staring at the young man, showing some confusion. "How is it inappropriate? The teacher isn't an outsider." "Yes, Uncle Yu isn't an outsider, but..." Seeing how naive little Zhu Ma was, Xie Jinyi felt incredibly anxious inside. He grabbed Yun Wu Lian's hand and realized it was ice cold, so while rubbing it, he explained earnestly. "Darling, listen. We're adults now, not kids anymore, we need to keep our private parts hidden. The back isn't particularly private, but with your shirt nearly reaching your tailbone, and you being so white and beautiful, others would have inappropriate thoughts when they see you. And besides, drawing on the back surely involves a lot of touching here and there. Uncle Yu might not be an outsider, but he's also not family, he is still an adult male. No, even if it were your real father or brother, we should still maintain some decorum. So, we cannot let Uncle Yu draw on your back, and you shouldn't wear this shirt out in public." As he spoke, the tone of the young man gradually grew more intense, tinged with a sour note. His broad, warm hands firmly enveloped Yun Wu Lian's hand, instinctively driven by a sense of possessiveness. Upon hearing this, Yun Wu Lian gave a light laugh, lazily yawning as though indifferent. "Both my teacher and I are men, what's there to avoid? Men are more dangerous." Xie Jinyi reacted strongly, abruptly standing up and pressing his hand against the wall. He bent down close to Yun Wu Lian, his deep side profile illuminated by sunlight, with the phoenix eyes losing their usual smile and becoming serious. He was earnestly attempting to explain something grave to his innocent, saintly little Zhu Ma who rarely interacted with outsiders due to his chronic illness requiring him to stay at home. "My darling." Xie Jinyi had not originally wanted to bring up a certain incident, but now it seemed necessary as an example. "Do you remember that time when I accompanied you for a field sketching trip outside the city, when I mentioned someone spat at me, leading to the one whose head I broke? There's been one detail I haven't fully told you about yet. That scum vermin was actually eyeing you all along, laughing and whistling. I glared at him, and instead of backing down, that wretched piece of trash spat at me, and, disgustingly, he pulled your belt a few times. I was so enraged, I immediately lifted the easel and smashed it onto him. What a stupid waste of space. If I'd had a gun, I'd have shot him dead, saving the world from wasted air." Saying this, the young man showed obvious repulsion and resentment on his face. The next moment, realizing he might scare little Zhu Ma, his brows relaxed and his gaze softened, and his voice became tender again. "So, boys are naturally stronger than girls and carry much dirtier minds, making them more dangerous. Darling, do you understand now?" Facing each other, their breathing intertwined as their noses were only 2 centimeters apart, Yun Wu Lian's eyelashes trembled lightly as he paused for a second. He did remember this event. At that time, he was observing the surrounding scenery, trying to choose a spot for sketching. Frequently painting mentally, his attention drifted, and he hadn't noticed the situation around him. It wasn't until he was startled by the sound of fighting that he came back to reality. By then, Ajin had already trampled that garbage underfoot, breaking his head. Yun Wu Lian cleared his mind, gazing at the tall and robust figure of the young man, feeling full of security at heart. Holding back laughter, he teased him further. "I get it, but my teacher isn't homosexual, nor would he do anything like that." "Ah." Xie Jinyi sighed loudly to the heavens, slapping his forehead with a palm. When he lowered his head again, that ruggedly handsome face wore another brilliant, ingratiating smile. He softly called the pet name, "Darling," twice, brushed aside a lock of dark strands hanging over Yun Wu Lian's forehead, cupped little Zhu Ma's face gently, pinched cheeks, lowering his tone in an attempt to cajole and wheedle. "In any case, I don't care about what. I can't trust anyone out there, they're all bad guys. Woo, whatever you want drawn, I'll do it. If I can't make it look nice, I can practice more. Drawing a sun is pretty simple. You can first draft it on paper, and I'll imitate it dozens or even hundreds of times, waiting until you're satisfied, then I'll paint it on your back. How about that? Yun Wu Lien didn't give an immediate promise. Picking up the brush in his hand, he poked the youth's cheek with it, asking sharply, Ajin, didn't you just tell me to keep distance? Why can't the teacher do it, but you can? Chapter 62, Ajin, should I lie down and cooperate with you? The brush grazed against his cheek, causing waves of slight itching. Xie Jinye's smile stiffened for a moment, but soon he beamed brightly again. His hands propped up on the counter, his head tilted slightly, his disheveled bangs sliding over his wild eyebrows. His roguish demeanor hung about his narrow eyes, like a big dog rubbing its owner's leg, actively brushing against Yun Wu Lien's paintbrush in possession. Because. A magnetic voice slowly arose, like waves crashing onto the rocks, soft and tender. On the day you brought me home with the sea waves and the sunrise, while you were in deep slumber, I secretly stamped you, just like this. He paused his words, then extended his long fingers along the brush downward. Hooking Yun Wu Lien's fine white knuckles, he flipped his wrist, his thumb pressing against the other's, stamping face to face. Jinye's scorching warmth shot through like an electric current, causing Yun Wu Lien to tremble, almost losing hold of the brush. Thankfully, the youth's broad hand once more enveloped him. He lifted his gaze, meeting the depths of those bright black eyes. Xie Jinye's eyes exuded gentle purity, like dewdrops hanging from summer leaves, refracting sunlight, dazzlingly transparent, containing no impurity. Woo woo. At the moment I stamped you, I silently vowed to protect you for life, to be your most brilliant knight, biting anyone who dares hurt you. Including myself. If one day I go crazy, I'd rather bash my head against a wall and die than ever harm you. Ripples rippled in Yun Wu Lien's eyes, feeling the warmth from the back of his hand spreading to the tip of his heart, winding and twining, transforming into a blazing sunflower. Dazedly, little bees buzzed in to collect pollen, tickling the center of his heart. Finally, a flood of sweet honey came rushing in. There was a tinge of helplessness in his mood. Why didn't the clumsy puppy taste any jealously and just come straight up for a kiss? But more prominently, it was a sweet joy. His Ajin. How could he be so purely adorable? Staring at each other, gripping the young man's thumb, he also secretly stamped himself, his frosty countenance melting away as he gently reprimanded, "We don't say that word, death. Yes sir, yes sir." Xie Jinyi grinned broadly, his narrow eyes unrestrainedly arching upward, his radiant smile youthful. He started shaking Yun Wu Lien's hand, haggling. "I'll promise not to say bad things, precious baby, can you promise me to let me draw the sun for you?" "All right." Yun Wu Lien held out 10 seconds before nodding, suppressing laughter. It was already decided. No one else would do, it had to be you. Seeing Yun Wu Lien nod, Xie Jinyi chuckled softly, excitedly leaping up, and gave Yun Wu Lien a hug, tenderly rubbing his childhood sweetheart's head. "Woo woo, next time keep your distance from all those unruly men. Though Uncle Yu isn't exactly unruly, but by approximation, he's still another man. But with me around, it's not much of a problem. I'll widen my big Cazellan eyes and carefully watch every single wild man who gets close to you." Yun Wu Lien couldn't help but laugh, letting his eyes lower and enjoy the young man's caress. Just as he was about to speak, Xie Jinyi added 2 solemn sentences. "We have to keep an eye on women too. Our precious treasure is so good-looking, both men and women will love it. Dangerous." The two faced each other in a warm embrace, Yun Wu Lien privately evaluating Xie someone as a hidden reservoir of jealousy. But in angles where he couldn't detect, the corners of the young man's lips turned downwards. Xie Jinyi stared at Yun Wu Lien's naked snowy white back, his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerating, his gaze unwilling to move. However, looking longer. The dark Dan Phoenix eyes gradually dimmed, swirling with loathing. Loathing for himself. His little orchid was pure and sanctimonious white. Nobody should taint it, including himself. Xie Jinyi didn't want to dwell on these troubles. All he wanted was to quickly draw a beautiful sun to satisfy his own obedient little lamb, and make sure to dress warmly soon to avoid catching a cold. Oh right. He suppressed the negative emotions, smiling faintly while petting the little pony's head, his voice slightly husky. "Woo woo, what kind of sun would you like?" 2 gentle yet pleasant words reached from his arms. "Lie down." "Huh?" Xie Jinye's eyebrows raised, tilting his head to stare at Yun Wu Lien. His Dan Phoenix eyes blinked, asking with a hint of confusion. "Woo woo, am I supposed to paint on you? Shouldn't you be the one lying down? Or are you painting on me?" Yun Wu Lien gently pushed away the youth. "You sit down on the carpet first." "Alrighty." Though Xie Jinyi did not understand, he still obediently followed the instructions. The young man rested his hands casually on either side, the muscles in his arms clearly defined and sensual. Before he could speak, the beautiful, aloof figure in front of him threw off the blanket, stepped forward, and lightly placed a foot on his chest. "Actually. Just now I only agreed halfway. I can refrain from calling the teacher since I just thought of something. Watercolor tattoos fade easily anyway, so we might as well find a professional tattoo artist instead. And if male artists are dangerous, then tell me, are there gentle female tattoo artists?" Xie Jinye's pupils dilated, his voice rising once again. It's not that you woo-woo. As soon as he began speaking, a kick landed squarely on his chest. But the fragile beauty lacked strength, and the blow was like being tickled rather than hurt. Xie Jinye's hands remained supporting him on either side, his expression still one of shock. His sturdy frame remained completely unmoving. Their eyes met. The atmosphere froze for a second. Then Xie Jinye regained his composure. Noticing the frown on his childhood sweetheart's face, tinged with unhappiness, a tenderness welled up in him. He softened his tone, appeasingly asking. Darling, do you want me to lie down to cooperate? Yun Wu Lian didn't reply, pursing her lips and casting a sidelong glance with those almond-shaped eyes as if to say. Do I even need to ask? Lie down already. Xie Jinye understood instantly, laughing and lying down in one swift motion. Satisfied, Yun Wu Lian curved her lips in a small smile, slowly rising while leaning on the easel. To Xie Jinye's stunned gaze, she cleared her throat, straddled his thighs, and sat herself down. Her long lashes fluttered, her soft smile blooming as she asked. Jin, can you guess why I want to paint the sun? Chapter 63. A beauty with hair like snow draped over her shoulders sat on him, her legs long, white and bare. She stared at him intently, wearing a sexy backless shirt. Her waist was partially revealed, and her voice was as clear and alluring as frost. Any man would feel a ripple in their heart, stirred by the desire to conquer. Xie Jinye's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, feeling that this pose was far too intimate. He gripped his fists tightly on either side, afraid to move, his entire body tense. He shifted his gaze, unwilling to meet Yun Wu Lian's eyes. His mind was chaotic, unable to think clearly, muttering the question Xiao Zhuma had asked. Why, do you want to draw the sun? Yun Wu Lian looked at the young man's dazed expression and smirked faintly. Her gaze flickered with amusement as she leaned slightly to the right, picked up the fallen paintbrush from the floor, deliberately sweeping it across Xie Jinye's firm arm before answering slowly, because the sun is warm and radiant, and you are my sun. The soft sable hairs of the brush grazed against his skin, creating a tingling sensation akin to an electric current racing through his nerves. The youth's Adam's apple rolled as he subconsciously drew his hand back. The muscles in his arm bulged, revealing hidden veins under his tanned skin. His hormones were surging uncontrollably. Woo-woo, don't. Xie Jinye was about to beg Yun Wu Lian to stop teasing him when halfway through his words, he suddenly realized what his childhood friend had said. A smile crept unbidden onto his lips, his brows arched as he let out two foolish chuckles, hurriedly leaning forward and locking eyes with Yun Wu Lian. He questioned with a beaming grin. Wu Bao, do you mean, that I am your son and you want to paint me on your back? Yun Wu Lian put down the paintbrush, tilting her chin slightly. Her almond-shaped eyes glanced askance at him, their slender tails elegantly curved like lines drawn with ink, hinting at mockery. Yet, she merely curled her lips into a mischievous smile without saying a word. She gave the youth a profound glance before bending over to pick up the paints. Xie Jinye was stunned for a moment, as if his heart was being tickled by a feather, an itch he couldn't scratch. His gaze was pulled along, fixated on Yun Wu Lian's figure. The palette and paint boxes were below the easel. Wearing a loose backless shirt, each time Yun Wu Lian bent over sideways to grab something, her delicate white waist was exposed, adorned with several strands of dark, ink-like long hair coiling around her slim form. Visually, it created an irresistible allure. Xie Jinye's heart raced rapidly, his throat constricted as if he'd lost the ability to speak. His dark Dan Phoenix eyes, slanted upward, appeared deep as pools, glimmering with a shadowy strange light. He wasn't dumb. His racing pulse was sounding an alarm, something wasn't right with him. Logic tugged at his brain neurons, screaming for him to scoop up his darling little companion and place her gently on the chair before retreating to a corner and gazing at her across the easel. But recalling how his childhood friend described him as her son, an uncontrollable joy surged within him. Xie Jinye's mind was almost exploding, frustrated as he grabbed at his messy hair, his stylish mullet now disheveled, even a tuft of silly stray hair sticking straight up. As Yun Wu Lian adjusted the colors, catching sight of the conflicted look on the youth's face, she slightly raised an eyebrow and tapped her paintbrush against the palette, softly calling out, "Ah Jin." Upon hearing his childhood friend call his name, Xie Jinye immediately lifted his head and grinned widely. I'm here, I'm here." After he spoke, he realized the palette in Yun Wu Lian's hand seemed familiar. It was the one they made together in a ceramics D/Y store a couple years ago. The palette was primarily white, with a blue-purple hydrangea flower at the top left corner, modeled after one they had seen on the roadside. The flower was precisely shaped, its color ethereal and lifelike, with a small plump blue butterfly resting on the leaves, looking ugly cute. The flower was crafted by Wu Wu, while the butterfly was shaped by him. Back then, Wu Wu had commented. This chubby butterfly obviously can't fly. So, picking up the palette, he circled Wu Wu once, holding it and saying, then I'll carry it and fly with it. Now, squeezed inside the palette were bright warm tones, orange-red, golden yellow, lemon yellow, all unmistakably meant for painting the sun. Recovering his thoughts, fearing that the ceramic palette might tire Yun Wu Lian, Xie Jinye took it from her while asking. Wu Wu, didn't you say the ceramic palette is too heavy? Why use this one? Don't we have other palettes at home? But I seem to remember Uncle Chu bought a whole box last time. Yun Wulian's lips tilted faintly, and taking advantage of Xie Jinya's lowered head, she lifted her wrist and poked the paintbrush toward the youth's forehead. An important painting, of course, needs a weightier palette. She emphasized the second syllable of heavy, making it sound unusual. Hearing this, Xie Jinyi froze as if pinned by the paintbrush, then after a moment, his Dan Phoenix eyes curved into a crescent moon shape, his chest vibrating as he exuded a magnetic and delighted laugh. Darling treasure, elaborate a bit on important, shall you? It wasn't that the color palette was too heavy and Precious Treasure didn't want to use it, rather, the palette they made together was so precious and important that Precious Treasure was reluctant to use it. Yun Wulian said nothing. She touched the youth's forehead twice with her brush, implicitly agreeing. Xie Jinyi instantly understood, and his smile became even brighter. Unable to wait, he asked, Wu Wu, what kind of sun do you want to paint? Yun Wulian, one that sparkles. Got it. Xie Jinyi reached out to take the paintbrush from Yun Wulian's hand. But Yun Wulian dodged, her downward-looking peach blossom eyes brimming with a playful glint. In Xie Jinya's puzzled gaze, her delicate white fingers twirled the brush downward, grazing over the young man's tall bridge of the nose, then sensuously brushing across his lips, and finally tilting his chin. Not in a rush. First, answer me one question. Xie Jinyi felt ticklish and instinctively licked his lips, saying, sure, go ahead, Wu Wu. I heard. Yun Wulian's expression turned serious as she slowly questioned, Jinyi, after you won the championship tournament, the national team coach approached you and invited you to join the provincial archery team. Xie Jinyi was shocked, how did you know? He mentally ran through all the suspicious people but instead heard Yun Wulian say, during the military training performance review, I overheard your principal talking with Grandpa Xia about it. There is such a thing. Not sure how much Yun Wulian had overheard, Xie Jinyi could only vaguely reply. But their intentions weren't very strong either. They just casually asked whether I was interested in joining the archery team or not. Moreover, joining the national team is extremely difficult, and to participate in those major competitions, one needs to accumulate points. Even if I wanted to go, it's not guaranteed that I would make it. As he finished speaking, the youth turned away his head, his voice becoming increasingly evasive. Yun Wulian, upon seeing Xie Jinyi act this way, immediately knew he was lying, raising an eyebrow and scoffing as she tapped his face with the paintbrush and asked, really? Xie Jinyi lowered his head, unwilling to utter a sound. It was a lie. Actually, the coach had called several times already. Yun Wulian, turn your head around. Xie Jinyi. No way. Turning back would make him even more nervous. Ah. Aren't we supposed to be discussing painting the sun? How come Baby Wu brought this up all of a sudden? Seeing that Xie Jinyi wouldn't move, Yun Wulian tapped his handsome face with the brush and began counting. 3. As soon as she spoke, Xie Jinyi obediently looked over. The sharp profile of the youth reflected against the setting sun outside the window, turning his silver hair into pale gold. His phoenix eyes were pitch black and crystal clear, with a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips, showing both indulgence and helplessness. Wu Wu, are you suggesting that you want me to join the archery team? Yun Wulian nodded, make some preparations these few days, and if there's time, meet the coach once. Xie Jinya's smile faded, his face now full of worry. But. As he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Yun Wulian, no buts. The sun is meant to stand atop a lofty mountain. Jinyi, I want to see you sparkle and illuminate the entire world. Xie Jinya's pupils shrank, skipping half a beat in his heartbeat. Looking at his little childhood friend who had tilted her lips upward smiling at him, her frosty eyebrows and eyes melted like flowing spring water, carrying the scent of flowers and honey, which flooded his heart. His lips involuntarily curved upwards as well. Entirely enveloped in a peculiar sensation. Sweetly. And warmly. At this moment. The pale beauty, looking weak and aloof, started moving again. Yun Wulian pulled the chair closer and, propping herself on it, slowly rotated and knelt on his legs facing away from Xie Jinyi. Subsequently. She leaned forward on the chair, trying to suppress a dizzy feeling while slowly leaning back, using the paintbrush to flick her long hair to the front, revealing her snow-white bare back. When he glanced back, her darkened phoenix eyes met his gaze. Her peach blossom eyes flickered slightly, their tails elegantly drawn upward like ink pen calligraphy strokes. Her translucent irises appeared like ripples of spring water. Her crimson lips parted lightly, her voice icy yet alluring. Oh so cool, if you agree, then I'll pretend I never mentioned the teacher and tattoo artist. Pausing her words, her slender white wrist flipped backward, the purple-blue paintbrush, under the watchful eyes of the youth, dropped right onto the middle of her waistline. Here. Reserved exclusively for you. A seal, to depict the brilliance and passion solely belonging to a young man. Chapter 64, A Jean, shit, stop your heart pounding. Xie Jinyi's breath hitched, his mind blanking out for a few seconds, clearly hearing his heartbeat accelerating. Bang! 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 The intensity was like that of a wild beast imprisoned for years roaring, trying to break out of the cage, pounce on the pure snowy white before him, bite it and claim it as his own. Inch by inch, tainting it with his own scent. As he met Yun Wulyan's gentle and enticing gaze, Xie Jinyi felt a tightening in his throat, fumbling at the carpet, pulling up some yarn in confusion. Unconsciously standing up, he moved closer step by step. Just leave it to me alone. Seal. Described the brilliance and passion unique to the youth. Xie Jinyi repeated Yun Wulyan's words, eyes burning with fervor, his voice hoarse, his feelings plain to see on his face. But just as he was about to touch Yun Wulyan's back, he suddenly stopped himself, straightened his back, slapped himself on the face, covered his face and sighed deeply. His other hand was furiously pinching his thigh. Shit, do you know how close I am to going crazy because of these few sentences of yours? The veins in the hand of the young man pinching his leg were protruding, his muscles hardening into blocks, clearly putting in a lot of effort. He was trying, restraining something. Yun Wulyan noticed Xie Jinyi pinching his thigh and a faint glow rose in his dark eyes, his lips curling slightly, unusually refraining from scolding the young man for swearing. So. A pleasant voice carried laughter lazily drawn out. The beautiful and cool person lay on the chair, her arms draped with the shirt resting under her head, leisurely swaying the paintbrush in her hand, asking, Mr. Handsome, did your heart move? Xie Jinyi nodded with his face covered, gradually becoming more clear in the pain. Yeah. Yun Wulyan asked again, do you want to pick up the brush? Speak louder, didn't hear it clearly just now. Want. Xie Jinyi's voice deepened and rose, nodding fiercely, silver gray hair following suit, shaking, like a large dog wagging its tail enthusiastically. Yun Wulyan couldn't help but laugh, move your hands away, reveal that handsome face, I want to see. Oh. Xie Jinyi obediently followed suit. Fingers distinctly outlined slowly moved aside, silver hair scattered, falling against deep-set eyebrows and eyes, the youth's narrow danfang eyes subtly showing redness, expression docile and obedient. He also casually made a victory sign next to his cheek, smiling brightly and eagerly asking, handsome face is out. Commander Wu, can we start painting now? Yun Wulyan said nothing, his peach blossom's eyes slightly narrowed, carefully observing the subtle expressions of the youth. His voice turned hoarse. The corner of his eyes redder than before. He immediately buried his head every time he was being stared at. This clumsy pup not only fell in love with drawing suns, but perhaps even thought of possessing the sun itself. But why was he still stubbornly refusing to confess? Afraid to ruin their brotherly relationship? When Yun Wulyan remained silent, Xie Jinyi started to feel uneasy, swallowing saliva repeatedly. He opened his mouth, feeling guilty calling out, Wu, twice, his voice hoarse and low, able to hear his own heartbeat while speaking. Shit. What ghost makes such a bang? Stop jumping already. Don't let the good little one hear. Wu, if we don't start soon, the paints are going to dry. Yun Wulyan gathered her thoughts, realizing the stiff smile and embarrassment on the young man's face. Her affection surfaced, and she handed over the brush without teasing him further. Come on. Paint yourself onto the picture. Xie Jinyi cheerfully took the brush, seeing Yun Wulyan turn around, lying on the chair with her eyes closed, his tensed body finally relaxed, secretly exhaling. How does one paint such a radiant sun? Xie Jinyi didn't deliberate long, little childhood friend had bare legs, his back also exposed. He feared he might catch a cold. Dipping the brush in golden paint, it gently crept towards that snow-white and sexy back. Pausing momentarily before touching the skin, Xie Jinyi informed Yun Wulyan. Wu, I'm about to start. Yun Wulyan lightly hummed. But internally, she mused. Why the greeting for just painting a sun? This scene somewhat resembled something else. Yun Wulyan's back was beautiful, her shirt clinging to her waist, the spine line distinct and sensual, her porcelain-like skin basking in the sunset light through the window, delicate like top-grade nephrite. Xie Jinyi's eyes locked on sight. And shook his head again. He was scared of making mistakes, ruining the childhood friend's back with stains. Taking a deep breath, lips tightly pressed together, brows slightly furrowed, he looked serious and earnest. Step 1. Draw a small circle first. The tip dipped in paint lightly touched the center of the waistline, covering the white skin with a gold hue belonging to the sun, temptingly alluring. The young man's movements were very gentle, but the sensation of the brush grazing against the skin inevitably sent waves of ticklish sensations coursing through. Yun Wulyan was overly sensitive, her long lashes fluttered softly as she bit down on her lower lip, gripping the cuffs of her shirt tightly. She felt an urge to cough. Afraid it might disturb the young man behind her, she pressed her knuckles against her lips and gradually adjusted her breathing, suppressing every bit of discomfort. 5 minutes later. Yun Wulyan heard a sudden excited cheer from behind her. Xie Jinyi's voice had lost some of its hoarseness, sounding bright and clear like the warm summer sun. Dear treasure, I've stamped it already. Yun Wulyan opened her eyes and casually grabbed the phone from the easel, extending it backward. Take a picture and let me see. Xie Jinyi paused for a moment, staring at the phone in little childhood friend's hand. His thick eyebrows, partially hidden by his tousled hair, arched oddly, and his sensuous thin lips broke into a low laugh. Then he suddenly asked. Wu, didn't your phone run out of battery? Chapter 65, The Beauty Trains the Dog. Ajin's heart trembles. A pale, white hand as smooth as jade paused in midair. Yun Wuling stroked the edge of his phone with a calm and composed expression, not betraying the slightest bit of nervousness. With one hand propping up his face, he lazily turned his head. The moment his eyes met with Xie Jinya's, his peach blossom-like eyes twinkled, his lips curved slightly, and a cold yet teasing voice spoke softly, "I don't know what happened either. Maybe I was so happy that I subconsciously recharged my phone using air." Xie Jinya, hearing this response, found his childhood friend so adorable he wanted to pinch his cheeks but feared dirtying that beautiful, snow-white face with the paintbrush in his hand. Finally, opening his danfeng, slanted eyes expectantly, he asked, "Wu Bao, are you happy because I drew the sun for you?" Yun Wuling slightly arched his fine eyebrows, not denying it. He unlocked his phone and handed it to Xie Jinya, saying, "Since you discovered my lie, why not use that big brain of yours and guess why?" Xie Jinya took the phone and glanced at the familiar wallpaper. Before his mind started processing, the corners of his mouth had already curled upwards wildly, unable to hide the happiness in his eyes. Yun Wuling's wallpaper was a stylish snapshot of him firing the final arrow in the World Championship and confirming his championship status. Xie Jinya had long known that Yun Wuling's wallpaper was of himself, and each time he saw it, he still felt overjoyed, like having a mouthful of jumping candies. Seeing the young man grinning like an idiot, Yun Wuling sighed helplessly and snatched the paintbrush from Xie Jinya's hand, tapping his pectoral muscle with the end that didn't have paint on it. "Use your brain." Regaining consciousness amidst the ticklish sensation, Xie Jinya answered several times while holding the phone, worried that Yun Wuling's hands and sleeves might get stained with paint, so he also took back the brush. "Understood. Understood. My brain cells are hard at work right now." Yun Wuling remained silent, resting his face on his palm, waiting quietly. Xie Jinya actually already had a vague suspicion. Placing the brush onto the palette, he gazed into Yun Wuling's eyes affectionately and asked, "Sweetie, isn't it because you're embarrassed to call Uncle you?" Yun Wuling. "He's hopeless. Truly stupid." Silence momentarily enveloped the painting room. Xie Jinya had been laughing foolishly the second before but received a cold glare the next. Raising his eyebrows, slightly confused, he asked, "Wu Wu, why are you glaring at me?" Just as he finished speaking, his calf got slapped by Yun Wuling. "You're too dumb. You annoy me." Although Yun Wuling was naturally not very strong and the slap wasn't heavy, Xie Jinya felt like he was being tickled, tilting his head to follow Yun Wuling's gaze, and continued questioning. "Wu Wu, did I guess wrong? The embarrassment I meant wasn't shyness, it was out of concern for troubling Uncle Yu, since Uncle Yu is, well, roughly calculated, a man living wild and has shared our bed since we were little, it's a different kind of camaraderie." Yun Wuling glared at him again, totally wrong. Xie Jinya froze, seeming to realize something. His knuckles clenched tightly around the phone, veins protruding on his hand back, and unconsciously avoiding eye contact. Then, opening his mouth again, he glimpsed the sun pattern on Yun Wuling's lower back, his heart skipping a beat, and couldn't help but ask, "What's the correct answer?" Noticing the youth's slowed speech, Yun Wuling's red lips curved pleasingly as he lay lazily back into the chair. "Think about it yourself slowly when you go to bed. Open the camera and take a photo first, then let me see." Xie Jinya dismissed his thoughts and obediently followed instructions. He was also eagerly looking forward to showing the picture of the sun he'd painted to his childhood friend. The photo was quickly taken. Fearing that one shot wouldn't reveal enough details, he took photos from far and near angles alike. "Wu Wu, look, do you like it?" Yun Wuling took the phone, leaning on the support of the young man beside him, sitting up. His eyes landed on the screen, and upon seeing the pattern, his lips slightly curved. The seal left by the youth on his porcelain skin was quite evident. It was a doting and cute little sun, its center circled in gold mixed with lemon yellow transitioning into a white spot highlighting the shine. The edges used orange-red lines, encircling the circle and making it seem like it truly glittered. Yun Wuling liked it very much, enlarging the image for another closer look. At that moment, someone anxiously waiting for praise became impatient. "How's it look? Do you like it, Wu Wu?" Xie Jinya approached Yun Wuling, with one hand supporting the carpet and the other side staring directly at Yun Wuling. His face brimmed with anticipation. "I originally planned to use a deeper shade of orange to draw a smiling face in the middle, but the brush was a bit too thick. I was afraid it would ruin the little sun, so I didn't dare proceed. However, this simple little sun is much cuter than the realistic paintings Uncle draws, which look exactly like real things. How boring, lacking any creativity, right? Right, fat kitten." Yun Wuling caught a whiff of jealousy in the air and as he looked up, he collided with the youth's ingratiating smile, resembling a large dog bringing back a frisbee, waiting for its master's praise. Even after finishing painting the sun, he still found time to disparage the teacher. Was he completely unaware that he was feeling jealous? What a dumb puppy. Under Xie Jinya's pleading gaze, Yun Wuling finally nodded. "Of course I like your self-portrait. And even without an expression, I can feel that the sun is smiling, warm and dazzling." Just as Xie Jinya's lips curved into a smile, he heard his childhood friend suddenly switch topics, asking, "By the way, Ajin, do you know what the sun was painted with?" Smiling, Xie Jinya held up his left hand and deliberately teased him, "Report to Officer Wu, it's my hand." Yun Wuling gave him a sidelong glance with his peach blossom eyes. Xie Jinya immediately begged for mercy, I'm sorry. Watercolor paints are hard to apply on skin, this should be oil paint, right? Yun Wuling nodded and asked again, can it be washed off? Ah. At the mention of washing it off, Xie Jinya felt inexplicably disheartened, unless it's some special kind of paint, it should be easy to wash off. Thinking how Yun Wuling was an art student, why would he ask something like this? The moment his doubt arose, he saw Yun Wuling trying to get up by supporting himself against the chair. Afraid Yun Wuling might fall due to low blood sugar, he quickly supported his shoulders and drew him close. Take it slow, take it slow. My sweet treasure, lean on me when you stand up. A familiar dizziness came over Yun Wuling. He furrowed his brows slightly, resting on the young man's chest until the sensation passed. Gradually opening his eyes upon hearing the rapid heartbeat beneath, he tilted his head upward, meeting the Danfeng, slanted, eyes brimming with concern. He softly called out, Ajin. Xie Jinya smiled, gently rubbing his hair and warmly replied, I'm here. Yun Wuling said, I'll wait for you, but time is limited. Confused, Xie Jinya raised an eyebrow, huh? Wait for what? Where am I going? Or is he saying he'll wait until I win the world championship and shine brilliantly to illuminate the whole world? Their gazes intertwined lovingly. Under the intense scrutiny from his pretty childhood friend, Xie Jinya felt as if his heart were being scratched by a kitten's claws, tickling uncontrollably as his heartbeat quickened. His chest rose and fell, and his Adam's apple rolled. Suddenly, the small ponytail noticed his bodily changes and slowly lifted his hand. With snow-white fingertips, he first playfully drew a circle on Xie Jinya's chest before pushing harder with deliberate prods. When this place goes wild, you better think about why it's racing. Decide once you're ready, don't hesitate. Do you understand, dumb puppy? In the dark Danfeng, slanted, eyes, the enchanting smile of the beautiful youth rippled through. Xie Jinya's pupils dilated, his entire body tensed, and the touched spot heated up. Hot enough to thoroughly throw his heartbeat into chaos. His dry lips parted slightly, intending to call out, darling, but his voice failed him mid-throat. In the next moment, the sickly-looking beauty coldly withdrew his hand, nonchalantly brushed away his tousled long hair, and turned to walk away, his previously soft voice now turning icy in an instant. Or else. After the sun is washed off, the mark drawn on my lower back may turn into a teacher's favorite iris or maybe the name of some random man. Chapter 66, Jealousy Run Riot. Puppy pouts and rubs. The cold threat from Zayazuma was like a steel rod, striking his heart with great force. Xie Jinya's breath paused for several seconds. He wanted to grab Yun Wulian back but was afraid of pulling his hair. His tensed arms finally hung in mid-air, clenched into fists. After Yun Wulian left, the lingering sweet pea fragrance around him also faded away. Xie Jinyi stood dazedly in place, repeatedly pondering Yun Wulian's words just now. Thinking about the white back of his obedient baby being marked by another man, he breathed heavily. His Danfeng eyes suddenly darkened. The veins on his forehead, covered by disheveled hair, popped up. His back teeth were almost ground to pieces. Shit. How does my baby know that uncle likes iris flowers? And what is this nonsense about other men's names? Hell, do those bastards deserve it? They should roll back into the garbage can. Their names will only dirty my baby's delicate white back. My little Hua, Tanhua, is sacred and untouchable. Even if a stamp has to be placed on his back, it can only be the little son I draw myself. A strong sense of possession surged forth, stirring up feelings of panic and unease. Furrowing his brows, Xie Jinyi returned to reality and found that Yun Wulian had already reached the door of the drawing room and was about to open it. The transparent shirt swayed like gauze. Under the cover of his jet-black long hair, the bright sun pattern on his waist stood out conspicuously, silently proclaiming ownership. As if saying, this is my childhood companion, my chubby kitty, mine. The youth relaxed his furrowed eyebrows and involuntarily turned up the corners of his lips. However, he soon noticed Yun Wulian's bare, slender long legs and worry appeared on his face. He hurriedly picked up the blanket and rushed over. Woo-woo. Wait, going out like this will make you catch a cold due to temperature changes. Put on the blanket first. In a couple of seconds, Xie Jinyi rushed to Yun Wulian's front. Just as Yun Wulian was about to step out of the door, he gently draped the blanket over him. Seeing that Yun Wulian wasn't wearing shoes and remembering there was no carpet in the corridor, Xie Jinyi directly hugged him at the waist, encircled his thighs, and lifted him straight up. Yun Wulian didn't resist. Skilled in hanging onto the young man's neck, he raised his eyes and asked, Ah Jin, are your brain cells working hard? They are, the tires are smoking. Xie Jinyi nodded obediently but didn't dare to look Yun Wulian in the eye. He buried his head close to the childlike companion in his embrace, rubbing heads with him. His dark eyes were hidden in the shadows. His voice was hoarse and his speech slow, filled with a pitiful plea. Woo-woo, can you give me a bit more time, please? There's a hurdle in my heart I can't get past. He has never dared to cross the boundary, shattering their brotherly relationship. The youth's silver hair occasionally brushes against his cheeks, causing an inviting itch on his skin. Yun Wulian's eyelashes flutter slightly, softening his heart. He understands that heterosexual men cannot easily accept the fact that they've become something different, their brotherhood altered. Therefore, he raises his hand and places it on Xie Jinye's head, stroking it softly. After 2 strokes, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of a dark red mark behind the youth's right shoulder on his singlet, which looked very much like paint, but even more akin to wall varnish. It was likely accidentally rubbed off from the school wall. Putting aside his thoughts, his pale white fingers slid into the youth's silvery hair, caressing it, which was somewhat hard and scratchy. His thin lips curved, emitting a gentle laugh. "All right. I'll wait for you." When Xie Jinyi heard this okay, he lit up entirely, enthusiastically using his head to rub against Yun Wulian's palm. It was as though there was a fluffy big tail waggling behind him. He knew it. The baby is the best ever. Yun Wulian's fingertips trembled slightly from the rubbing, laughing through tears, ultimately grabbing hold of the young man's hair tails and commanding, "Back to the bedroom, fetch me a pair of pants." "Okay." Beep beep beep, Mr. Xie handsome train departs. Xie Jinyi was revived on the spot, unable to stop smiling, yet his steps remained steady. Step by step, he slowly carried Yun Wulian into the bedroom. Back in the bedroom, Yun Wulian put on outer trousers but didn't change his revealing back shirt until the paint on his back was completely dry. Only then did he change into a regular shirt and descend downstairs with Xie Jinyi for dinner. Before taking a medicinal bath at night, Xie Jinyi worried that the mixed paint might affect Yun Wulian's body in the medicinal bath. Bearing an inexplicable reluctance, he helped wipe off the small sun mark from Yun Wulian. Fearing pain for Yun Wulian, he didn't scrub hard. Oil paints have high pigmentation, and compared to water-based ones, they seep deeper. A slight mark would linger and fade only after a few days. Being an art student, Yun Wulian knew olive oil could thoroughly remove the paint. The bathroom was stocked with it. But he didn't say anything. That night, Xie Jinyi returned to the Xie residence. Xie Jinyi didn't leave until Yun Wulian fell asleep. By the time he returned home, it was already 10 p.m. At this hour, everyone in the house had retired to their respective rooms for rest. The living room lights were off, and tranquility reigned throughout the residence. Grandpa Xie, however, seemed to be in great spirits, practicing Tai Chi out in the courtyard. Despite his uncoordinated limbs and solemn expression, his movements appeared comical and awkward. With a hand supporting his bag behind him, Xie Jinyi stifled laughter as he called out, "Grandpa, you're squatting too low, relax your arms and let your eyes follow them." The old man's gestures froze momentarily at hearing his grandson return. His face lit up with surprise. "Oh, little Jinzi, why are you coming back late at night? Was it Foggy who kicked you out?" Xie Jinyi arched an eyebrow, tapping the black bag on his back which was stuffed full, quickly rebutting, "Foggy wouldn't have the heart to chase me away. I'm here to drop off my textbooks." Upon hearing that, Grandpa Xie halted his practice and asked with a smile, "So how do you find university life?" "It's just fine." Being separated from his treasure made everything seem unpleasant. Thinking of this, Xie Jinyi recalled his days of sitting next to Yun Wulian every day from high school, junior high, even elementary school. He sighed deeply, shifting the topic to ask, "And you, what brings you to practicing Tai Chi at such a late hour?" Grandpa Xie slapped his thigh abruptly and followed with a sigh. "Alas. This new set of boxing techniques I've been learning, I'm practicing more often at night so I won't get mocked by your grandpa's shoe tomorrow during morning exercise." At this, Xie Jinyi responded humorously, "Grandpa, work harder. When they laugh at you, I'll clap quietly." Hearing that, the old man clenched his teeth and glared fiercely, "You little scoundrel, without Foggy here to keep you in check, your mischief knows no bounds." Incensed enough to want to grab something and throw, all around were grasses. By the time he found a smooth pebble, chuckling broadly at his plan to toss it, he turned around only to find Xie Jinyi had disappeared long ago. The Xie mansion is equipped with an elevator. However, Xie Jinyi preferred taking the stairs. To him, a dozen or so pounds worth of textbooks weighed like air. Taking 3 steps as one, it wasn't long before he reached the 3rd floor. Xie Jinyi's room was clean and neat, primarily adorned in deep blue, its decor styled in cyberpunk fashion. With a simple yet sophisticated color palette of blue, yellow, and black, shelves and walls were neatly organized with various mechanical models, crossbow and handgun replicas. Only the bed, where sheets remained unfolded, and a basketball rolled onto the ground, showed any signs of disarray. He seated himself on his gaming chair, extracting the textbooks and stacking them neatly in the corner of his computer desk. Finally, he gently took out a wooden box. Opening the box. Inside lay an excellent piece of redwood plaque. There were no inscriptions on the plaque. Beneath it rested a red silk ribbon with golden edges, printed with golden Sanskrit 6-character true sayings, underneath which bloomed a fully opened lotus flower. Xie Jinyi picked up the plaque, lightly caressing it with his fingertips, gathering sorrowful thoughts in his eyes. This wishing plaque still should bear the inscription, "Long life and safety." This year is crucial. It requires him to inscribe carefully stroke by stroke, "Sincerity will make Buddha bless his darling." Having collected his thoughts and remembering the afternoon when his heartbeat went haywire, Xie Jinyi placed the plaque carefully back, temporarily storing it in the cabinet. Picking up his phone. With a solemn expression, he entered the bathroom, locking the door from inside. Chapter 67, Dummy Wong Wong has already realized. Xie Jinyi turned on the light, walked to the toilet and sat down. His legs were spread apart, his elbows rested on his knees, and he supported his face with furrowed brows as he began to review everything that had happened in the afternoon. Why did Wu Wu want him to call Uncle Yu? He had vaguely guessed the answer in the studio. Later, while helping Wu Wu undress for a medicinal bath and wiping off the small sun, referring to some mark or stain, he thought about it again. He almost guessed the answer. Was it possible that Wu Wu was doing this to make him jealous? At the thought of this, Xie Jinyi's eyes were overshadowed by a dark layer as he sighed with knitted brows and covered his face with his hands. The scattered hair hid his sharp eyebrows and eyes, while half of his chin glowed under the orange-toned light. He tightly bit his lower lip, causing his jawline to be taut. Xie Jinyi was a little slow. But he wasn't stupid. He reviewed every detail of his time spent with Yun Wu Yen recently and could feel that his feelings for his childhood friend had surpassed mere brotherly affection. However, he didn't dare to break through this relationship. The trauma from his childhood had left Xie Jinyi with P-generation SD psychological scars. He found desires disgusting. He didn't want to be controlled by lust, didn't want to become like the group of people on the cruise ship who lost their sanity and coupled like animals. Dirty, chaotic, and nauseating. On the other side of desire lay a stinking hell. Whereas places with Wu Wu were a warm paradise. And his obedient baby was an untouchable pure orchid at the peak of the mountain, snow white, holy, clean without any impurities, like a bright moon and the godlike angel he held in his heart. No one should defile, sully, or soil her. Not even himself. That's why after realizing something was amiss, he repeatedly brainwashed himself, constantly hypnotizing himself into believing that he and Wu Wu were purely good brothers. Only by staying brothers could he suppress those strange and bad thoughts under the guise of not ruining their brotherly bond. Xie Jinyi felt more and more suffocated as he pondered, and his hand moved upward, pulling at his hair. His canine teeth bit into his lips, drawing blood. A pair of slender Danfeng eyes slowly opened. The pupils were shadowed with gloominess, the corners of his eyes reddened, showing confusion and helplessness. He originally intended to maintain a good brother relationship with Wu Wu indefinitely, staying by her side, accompanying and protecting her, making her food every day. But the young man pulled his own hair, with visible veins on the back of his hand standing out. His breathing became heavy, and his broken lips twitched open as his voice sounded raspy, as if it had been ground down by gravel. But the darling said my time is limited. He knew what Wu Wu meant. He knew Wu Wu's feelings for him also exceeded just brotherly affection. Yet, unable to pass this mental hurdle, he dared not take another step forward with Wu Wu, nor did he know how to transition from being brothers to lovers. After spacing out for a while, Xie Jinyi slapped his face forcefully, then took a deep breath, looking serious as he picked up his phone. Upon unlocking it, the first thing he saw was a serene sleeping face of his darling. In the photo, the clear-eyed beauty was deeply buried in the snow-white bedding. Her eyes were closed, and the eyelashes cast a shadow over her cold white skin. Her black long hair was scattered all around, with some strands mischievously drawn into cloud-like patterns on the pillow. The whole picture exuded a peaceful happiness. Xie Jinyi's brow instantly relaxed as his Adam's apple rolled, licking away the blood stains before curling his lips upwards into a smile. Handsome features displayed the boyish, sunny ease that he often showed. He squinted and raised his hand carefully, gently touching the face of his childhood friend on the phone screen. Darling, wait for me. You belong to me. Your waist and other parts can only have my mark. The P-generation SD trauma from Xie Jinyi's childhood was related only to desires and did not affect his daily life. Thus, these many years, he had not gone to a professional institution for treatment. Still, he had looked up information online. There's a kind of P-generation SD treatment called systematic desensitization therapy, roughly meaning that by reproducing the traumatic scene, then gradually reducing the intensity, once the patient's symptoms alleviate they are re-stimulated until adapted to the trauma scene, thereby achieving desensitization effects. It would be difficult to replicate the grotesque Mass X scenes from the cruise ship. However, materials related to sexual desires were easy to find. Xie Jinyi recalled hearing a certain sound in the dormitory last time, so he frowned, suppressing nausea and discomfort, and clicked open the dormitory group chat. Keep the music playing, 5. This was a name chosen by Zhou Yu when the group reached 5 members, and it turned out to be quite a goofy name. Last time, Deng Jiahao accidentally clicked on something, and Xie Jinyi figured that Deng Jiahao might not have kept it. So, he directly sent out a 400 yuan red envelope in the group chat, soliciting online. Xie Jinyi, does anyone have the video? As soon as the red envelope was sent out, 2 roommates jumped out. They claimed their share of the red envelope and sent an emoji saying, thanks boss, only to then notice Xie Jinyi's message. Both were startled. Ching Xinghe, Bro, has your account been hacked? Deng Jiahao, who hacks someone and sends out a big red envelope? Big bro Jean is so generous, are you referring to that video I understand? Ching Xinghe, did you mistype anything? Xie Jinyi, no. Just as the message went out, Zhou Yu also popped up. Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu, what's going on? Big bro, why did you suddenly shift from baby bassinet stuff to riding rockets? Have you already realized something with your sis-in-law and decided to learn new knowledge? Xie Jinyi read it a couple of times before understanding the meaning behind these words. He didn't feel comfortable talking about this with his roommates, so after pondering for a bit, he resorted to his old method. Xie Jinyi, I have a friend who wants to see it. Zhou Yu, I have a friend, I get it, big bro, is this friend actually your second personality? Xie Jinyi stayed silent. Then he grumbled and sent another big red envelope of a few hundred yuan. Xie Jinyi, go away. Xie Jinyi, hurry up, whoever finds it, send it over, I'll send another red envelope. Enticed by the money. Zhou Yu replied. Okay big bro, please wait a moment, I'll take care of it. A few minutes later. Zhou Yu somehow dug up a short video. And it was 2 men at that. After sending the red envelope, Xie Jinyi saved the video to his gallery, frowning throughout the entire process because just looking at the cover already made him nauseous. Chapter 68, Crushed Piece, Yearly Piece. The cover of this movie showed 2 naked men kissing against a mirror, the mirror reflected their figures, surrounded by steam, making it look like there were 4 people. Xie Jinyi opened the video, fighting back nausea and discomfort. At first, everything seemed fine, it looked like an ordinary drama. 2 men dressed as university students laughed and talked as they returned home, discussing what to have for dinner. They spoke Thai. Xie Jinyi couldn't understand them but there were subtitles. When the taller man asked his companion, would you be my dinner, the scene turned wild and intense. They fell onto the couch, tearing apart each other's shirts. Sitting on the toilet, Xie Jinyi stared at the screen of his phone, his brows knitted tighter with each passing second. The reflexive feeling of nausea overwhelmed him, his stomach was in severe spasm, and a hand resting on his knee clenched into a fist. Veins bulged across the back of his hand, straining as though they might burst. He thought desensitization therapy needed to proceed step by step. So he closed his eyes, shutting out the images, intending to start by getting used to the sounds. But as soon as the light dimmed and his vision disappeared, the sounds around him became clearer, sharp pains beginning to radiate from his temples as if countless silver needles were piercing through them. Buzzing sounds grew sharper, wave after wave hitting his eardrums. By the time the tinnitus eased, deep-buried childhood memories began overlapping with the present sounds. Disturbing images flooded his mind. Men and women engaged in various acts across corners. It was beastly. Disgusting, chaotic, indescribable. Among them, some were even in their 60s or 70s, with full beer bellies and wrinkles across their faces. He was 9 years old then, standing pale-faced by the door gap, frozen stiff. He didn't know what they were doing. All he knew was, how filthy. How foul-smelling. How disgusting. He wanted to go home. So badly. Xie Jinyi remembered these moments, his face turning ghastly white, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, goosebumps erupting all over his body as if slimy insects crawled under his skin. Brows furrowed, he pulled hard at his own hair, attempting to dispel those dirty visions. But the harder he fought, the clearer the images became. It felt like he'd been grabbed by black hands and thrown back onto the cruise ship. They held him down. Pressed hard on his shoulders, forcing him to witness those grotesque scenes. Suddenly. Waves surged in his stomach. Bile rose, like a flood, up his throat. Xie Jinyi gasped loudly, opening his bloodshot eyes. With hatred, he threw the phone against the wall, slid down and fell to his knees, vomiting violently into the toilet bowl. Bang! The phone hit the floor, its screen damaged, abruptly stopping the strange sound. After vomiting, Xie Jinyi relaxed slightly. Leaning against the toilet seat to catch his breath, his chest heaving dramatically, sweat pouring off his pale face, wet bangs plastered to his brow while veins popped out on his temple. His eyes were filled with bloodshot streaks, and even his nose dripped huge sweat drops. After a brief pause, he flicked back his wet bangs, frowned, muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse and terrifying. F***ck. This broken method seems useless. Xie Jinyi grimaced, closed the toilet seat, pressed the flush button automatically. As water gurgled, he suddenly remembered something and stumbled toward the bathroom corner. He picked up the phone. Upon realizing the cracked screen, his face grew even whiter, not that he cared about the device itself. Rather, because the phone wallpaper was Yun Wulian. Kneeling on the ground, his trembling hand unlocked it, staring at Yun Wulian's sleeping face mirrored on the shattered screen. A sense of guilt and unease swirled deep within his crimson eyes. He furrowed his brow, opened Weibo, quickly searched, and replaced the wallpaper with one showing red words of peace against a plain background. Repeatedly whispering to himself. Crushed piece, yearly piece, darling needs yearly piece. Once the wallpaper was changed, the heavy burden pressing on his chest slowly lifted. Xie Jinyi gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles white. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and leaned against the wall. Since these disgusting images wouldn't go away, why not let warm and happy memories replace them? Actually, after escaping from the cruise ship and returning home, Xie Jinyi had suffered nightmares for a while. Every time he woke up sweating, pale-faced, the entire Xie family was extremely worried and invited a psychologist to the house. This psychologist was an older sister type who spoke softly and gently. But no matter what she asked, Xie Jinyi just kept shaking his head. She suggested playing with toys together. Xie Jinyi showed no interest. He didn't want to bring up the cruise ship incident. Whenever he did, he felt nauseous and couldn't eat. If he didn't eat properly, he wouldn't grow tall and strong, unable to be the best protector of flowers. Since Xie Jinyi wasn't cooperating with the treatment, the psychologist had no other options. His mother looked on worriedly, her brows furrowed as she sighed repeatedly, her face full of concern. Xie Jinyi had his own thoughts. He ran to his mother, tugged at the hem of her clothes, and with eager eyes, requested, "Mom, I want to see Wulu, Yun Wulyan, I only want to play with him." His mother paused for a moment and smiled in agreement. Before heading to the Chu residence, Xie Jinyi packed a large bag filled with all his favorite snacks and candies. He wanted to give Wulu a big surprise. By the time they arrived at the Chu house, it was already afternoon. The adults were still chatting by the entrance when Xie Jinyi could hardly contain his excitement and rushed into the Chu residence, wanting to share his treats with the little angel brother. Under the guidance of the butler, he found Yun Wulyan in the courtyard, drawing pictures. Chapter 69, Little Angel Brother, Sleep With Me. Yun Wulyan wore a light purple shirt with a ribbon bow at the collar, his long dark hair flowing down his back. Cool and noble, he resembled a little angel from a comic. He was currently lowering his gaze, sketching the scenery with a paintbrush, fully focused yet calm. This was their second meeting after they had parted ways during their first encounter. Xie Jinyi tiptoed to avoid disturbing Yun Wulyan, quietly walking to his back, squatting on the ground while holding his bag, resting his chin on his arm, and staring straight at Yun Wulyan, waiting for him to finish painting. At that moment, Yun Wulyan was painting a garden sunset. In reality, roses entwined around white Roman columns, and the fountain flowed gracefully, but the evening glow in the sky was faint, almost non-existent. Yet in Yun Wulyan's painting, this regret was compensated for. The evening glow was painted brilliantly, the sunset spreading across the sky, light cascading over flower branches swaying in the breeze, every petal coated with a golden edge, making the entire world seem like it had an added filter, warm and healing. Xie Jinyi, propping his cheek, had stars shining in his eyes. His gaze shifted from the painting to Yun Wulyan's exquisite side face. Watching intently, he felt as if flowers were blooming in his mind, filling him with joy and prompting him to exclaim, "So cute." Upon hearing the voice, Yun Wulyan paused his brushstrokes, casting a glance backward, discovering Xie Jinyi smiling and crouching on the ground. But he said nothing. A few minutes later, a tail-wagging little dog appeared on the painting. It was black. Because that day Xie Jinyi was wearing black clothing. Noticing the little dog, Xie Jinyi raised an eyebrow, carrying a large bag of snacks, and step by step approached Yun Wulyan from behind. Just as he was about to speak, the beautiful little angel turned his head first, tilting it with his long hair flowing down his shoulder, his bright peach blossom eyes serious and earnest, pointing at the little dog with his paintbrush. Asking him, "Does it look like you?" Their gazes met unexpectedly, Xie Jinyi's eyes widened in realization, acknowledging that he'd been caught, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. Looking at the little dog on the painting lying on the grass with its tail wagged into a propeller, he nodded in approval, nodding vigorously. "It looks just like me, really does. I thought I was looking in a mirror. Wuyu, you're so good at painting, amazing." After finishing, Xie Jinyi put up his thumb. One hand wasn't enough. He also put up the other one. Yun Wulyan was amused by Xie Jinyi and smiled, his cold and youthful face glowing with delight. Tapping his paintbrush against the paper, he asked, "Did you come to play with me?" Xie Jinyi nodded, then shook his head, staring directly at Yun Wulyan, enunciating clearly, "Besides playing, I want to sleep with you." Yun Wulyan looked puzzled. Xie Jinyi grinned, raising both hands, presenting the snacks like a treasure. "Ever since I started sleeping alone, I always have nightmares, dreaming of many terrible monsters, but those 2 days I slept with you, there weren't any, so. Cute little angel brother, can you sleep with me tonight?" Yun Wulyan remained silent, not taking the snacks. He merely gazed silently at him. Xie Jinyi blinked, pouting slightly, feeling somewhat disheartened, thinking the little angel might not agree, when suddenly, a pleasant fragrance mixed with medicine wafted through. Then, a cool hand landed on his head, ruffling it gently. "All right, I'll stay with you. We will dream beautifully and defeat the monsters." Stunned, Xie Jinyi stared at the little angel sitting on the chair, brows slightly furrowed, showing concern. Remembering that this little angel had carried him home, he felt a lump rise in his throat, deeply moved. His eyes reddened, and he began crying uncontrollably. "Wah! The little angel brother is truly well behaved." Seeing Xie Jinyi cry, Yun Wulyan's handsome face showed uncertainty. A few seconds later, he softly sighed, picked up the handkerchief, and helped Xie Jinyi wipe away his tears. Unexpectedly, Xie Jinyi cried even harder, hugging him abruptly, sobbing loudly. A few passing parents witnessing this scene all smiled helplessly but felt heartwarming and happy because their little darling now had a companion. That night, Xie Jinyi learned how to call Yun Wulyan naughty treasure from Aunt Chu, wore Yun Wulyan's pajamas again, and once more slept in Yun Wulyan's bed. Feeling Yun Wulyan's icy body temperature, Xie Jinyi wrapped his limbs around him, tightly hugging him. Yun Wulian allowed himself to be hugged. His small hand unconsciously rose, landing on Xie Jinya's back, touching the scorching hot temperature beneath the fabric, curved his lips, and gave an evaluation. Ajin, you're like a little sun, so warm. Xie Jinyi heard the soft laugh by his ear and was overjoyed. He cuddled into Yun Wulian's neck and rubbed against him affectionately, pride and joy in his clear voice. Thereafter, I'll be Naughty Treasure's exclusive little son, giving you warmth every day. Yun Wulian was tickled by the rubbing. He asked Xie Jinyi to let go, but Xie Jinyi refused. Helplessly, he grabbed the tip of Xie Jinya's hair and agreed with a good nod. After that, the two were glued together every day, Xie Jinyi always smiling cheerfully, no longer having nightmares. When Xie Jinyi recollected his thoughts, a brilliant smile played at the corners of his lips. The dirty images in his mind were covered with mud, blossoming with fragrant flowers. He massaged his sore temples. The protruding veins on his forehead slowly faded, damp strands sticking to his skin. Indeed. Naughty Treasure is my medicine. Xie Jinyi closed his eyes and tried to imagine himself kissing his little fiancée. This might be a good therapeutic method. But after several attempts, he couldn't do it. He thought it would be a desecration of Wuyu, that he was dirty with lustful thoughts, unworthy, each time his lips hadn't even touched before there was a flash of white light. Alas. If it wouldn't work. Maybe he should just see a psychologist instead. However, this psychological treatment would likely take a long time, and he'd have to frequently find excuses to avoid Wuyu. Xie Jinyi frowned lowly and sighed, wiping the sweat off his face, then opened his eyes and looked up. His seat faced the window directly, where the curtains were open, revealing the moon hanging in the sky. The tranquil night was clean, bathed in silver moonlight, beautiful. To him, Wuyu was like this bright moon in the sky, radiant and inviolable. Wuyu said he was his son, warm and dazzling, but he felt he wasn't dazzling enough, not excellent enough, not qualified to touch the moon. So. Xie Jinya's brows lifted slightly, a bright idea flashing through his mind, finding an approximate path forward. Psychological trauma doesn't necessarily have to be treated with sensitization therapy, perhaps, another method could be attempted. He hesitated to reveal his inner desires because he thought them revolting, thinking he was unworthy. Thus, if he joined the Universiade and the Olympics, became a world champion, won the Grand Slam, achieved greatness as Wuyu had once said, standing at the pinnacle, shining and lighting up the whole world, becoming truly a resplendent sun, an excellent man. Wouldn't that make him worthy of the moon in the sky? Previously, Xie Jinyi declined the invitation to join the archery team because he wanted more time with Yun Wulian. If he joined, he'd be tied down by daily training and have less time to care for Yun Wulian. Besides, this year was especially crucial. Until Little Bamboo turned 20, he didn't dare leave for too long. Xie Jinyi wanted to ask his coach if they could offer more flexible timing. If yes, he'd join this year. If not, then he'd wait until Yun Wulian turned 20 to shine brightly as the sun. Xie Jinyi smiled as he glanced at the moon a few times, his gaze softening. Subsequently, he stood up and took a cold water wash with the towel from the rack. Drying his hands, he picked up his cracked phone, flipped through the contact list, found Coach Shui from the archery team, but before he dialed, a message popped up on the screen. Fubao Guai Guai. Huh. Did Wuyu wake up? Xie Jinyi quickly opened WeChat. Yun Wulian had already withdrawn the punctuation, and Xie Jinyi knew this was his little fiancé's routine, so his eyes fell onto Yun Wulian's avatar, obediently waiting for the hint. Fearing the system response was too slow, he constantly refreshed the image by reopening it. After 3 or 4 refreshes, the avatar finally updated. Chapter 70, Become a Blazing Sun to Embrace the Moon. Yun Wulian's profile picture turned into a big-eyed icon on Weibo. The implication was obvious. Check Weibo. Xie Jinyi chuckled softly, his face glistening with water droplets, shimmering with anticipation as he quickly exited WeChat, opened Weibo, and switched to his secondary account to check out the night's little surprise. Wu Henqing woke up remembering an important thing, very warm, like it. Seeing the 2 words, like, Xie Jinyi felt a tickle on his heart as if it were brushed by the softest feather, unable to suppress the upward curl of his lips, feeling inexplicable happiness deep in his heart. There was this feeling. Like he had also been stamped, acknowledged. Following that, Xie Jinyi seriously clicked open the accompanying photo on Weibo. This photo was a waist close-up he took for Yun Wulian. Fortunately, the image had been processed post-editing, with exposed skin and a graceful waistline veiled by painted clouds. At a glance, it resembled the sunrise, with dawn's glow tinging half the sky red. But the cloud layers were thin and translucent, partially revealing the outline of the lower back. The young man's long fingers rubbed against the cracked screen as he enlarged the image further and squinted carefully, confirming that the pen strokes below the waist were thicker, and the shirt tail was tightly covering everything below the tailbone. Only then did his furrowed brows ease, revealing a smile. Great. Today's persuasion at afternoon actually worked. Wu Bao did a good job hiding her private parts. Xie Jinyi saved the picture, grinning as he opened the comment section. He guessed there might be some perverted fans commenting, ready to report them for himself and his junior partner. However, as soon as he opened it, he found himself served with some sweetness. The most liked comment in the comments section read, "Ah. Wife, this cloud mosaic version made me cry dead. The area where the sun was painted seems to be on the lower back. I kneel and beg for the original uncensored image. I want to see the waist, I want to see the waist. My nosebleed is already impatiently going to work, talking about it makes tears flow from my mouth." Yun Wuling replied to this comment, briefly but alluringly, leaving much to the imagination. Wu Hen Qing, no release. My son will turn sour. Seeing this, Xie Jinyi bloomed with joy again, finding immense satisfaction. Sour meaning green jealousy. It appears that Wu Wu deliberately pretended her phone was out of power this afternoon, making him call Uncle Yu to provoke his jealousy so she could clarify her feelings. Now thinking back. This jealousy doesn't feel sour. It feels sweet. The youth chuckled lowly with vibrations in his chest as a few wet strands of hair fell, obstructing his view. Smiling, he flicked the bangs backward and stared repeatedly at Yun Wuling's reply, his mood surging to ultimate happiness, and all negative emotions completely dissipated. Even seeing comments on his CP with the junior partner brought an inexplicable joy. Wow. So cute of a small son. Big son refers to Xiaogo student, right? Oh, my noble and cold wife truly fell in love. This has already stamped on the back. The affection can directly enter the Civil Affairs Bureau. Speaking of which, wife recently posts Weibo too frequently, through words you can feel the sweetness of love, are these young lovers in the heat of passion. Love to watch, keep posting. Reading up to here. Xie Jinyi still held a smile at the corner of his lips. Until a couple of slightly risque comments caught his eye. Woke up at this time. Was it just after the sun finished painting when an irresistible bad dog jumped onto it, kissing wildly until sleep set in? Huh, wife, when will you draw us a scene picture? I admit I speak vulgarities, and now silence myself. Oh no, microphone leaked electricity and words slipped out. Although the small son is cute, people prefer strawberry kisses. Wife, when will you let your Xiaogo bite you? The handsome face of the youth darkened once more, silently gritting his teeth. F***K. A group of perverts. He wouldn't bear biting Wu-Wu. And live scene pictures. Roll out. Having not gotten over this internal threshold, Xie Jinyi dared not ponder further, fearing to be swayed by the comment section. He swiftly exited Weibo and began brainwashing himself, this time adding 2 words. And I am merely clear-cut friends with my baby, temporarily good brothers, temporarily clean, don't overthink, don't overthink. Leaning against the wall, Xie Jinyi scrolled back to WeChat, discovering that his junior partner had changed her profile picture to one used before, a kitten coiled its tail, sleeping on a pillow. In the top right corner, there were 3 extra characters added this time. See you tomorrow morning. Xie Jinyi realized Yun Wuling had gone to bed and feared messages would disturb her. Raising his hand, he poked the kitten's ears, the cracked lip curling up as he said goodnight through the broken screen. His voice was deep and raspy, the trailing tone laced with a grin, exuding extra affection. Alrighty, good night, fatty cat, see you tomorrow morning. The bathroom didn't have the air conditioner on, and staying in there during summer made it somewhat stifling. Xie Jinyi felt sweat gathering on his forehead and neck again. He wiped it off with a damp towel, then pushed the door open and headed to the balcony. Meanwhile, he flipped to Coach Shue's number and dialed it. The call connected quickly. Coach Shue's hearty laugh came from the other end almost immediately. Oh, it's you, Jinyi. You're calling at this hour, isn't there something important? Let me guess, did you agree to join the archery team? Is that right? That's how it should be. A genius sharpshooter like you ought to compete more often. Soon, your neck will be filled with gold medals, dazzling everyone. Coach Shue. Xie Jinyi had barely started speaking when he got interrupted. If I'm wrong, humph, well then, goodbye, consider this call never happened tonight. Not. Xie Jinyi couldn't help but laugh through his frustration as his hand idly rested on the balcony railing. He slowly said, you didn't guess wrong. I do have this idea now. At hearing this, the excitement on the other end caused the voice to raise an octave. For real. Xie Jinyi, tell me, you haven't been drinking tonight and are sober, right? If you've really agreed, I'll come over this very night with the contract ready to become your coach. I'm not even 20 yet, what kind of alcohol am I supposed to drink? Teenagers can't drink. Xie Jinyi laughed and joked back at Coach Shui. Then, changing the subject, he grew serious. But I've only decided 99% so far. I want to know specifically about the training schedule after joining, because I have someone more precious than gold medals, so I can't always be around for practice. Coach Shui assumed Xie Jinyi referred to academics. Relax, compared to others, the archery team's training is relatively light. After all, this sport relies more on talent. And you're a student, we won't interfere with your studies. The schedule won't be too tight unless we're preparing for a big competition. I'll go into more detail next time we meet. We'll talk face to face then. Xie Jinyi didn't clarify the misunderstanding and simply responded, alright, let's discuss it then. They arranged a time for their next meeting. Tomorrow afternoon. Before hanging up, Coach Shui couldn't resist asking another question. Hey, Jinyi, just out of curiosity, didn't you always say this year wasn't possible and that you weren't considering it? What made you change your mind suddenly? Xie Jinyi slowly lifted his head and looked at the space ahead. His eyes focused on the bright moon encircled by stars. In that instant, the young man's dark, slanted phoenix-like eyes lit up. He licked his lips, savoring the metallic taste mingling with his memories of Yun Wuling. A confident smirk tugged at his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Because. The laughter in his voice was evident the moment he spoke. Every word carried sincerity and determination. I want to become a blazing sun to embrace my moon. The next day. The art academy officially reopened, and Yun Wuling had to go to school. Xie Jinyi specially woke up early and prepared a rich breakfast for Yun Wuling. He packed it neatly and, on his skateboard, happily went to the Chu family house. Unexpectedly. From afar, he saw a white car parked in front of the Chu family's gate. A tall, elegant figure stepped down from the car, carrying a gift box, and walked inside the Chu residence. Chapter 71, A Fake Love Triangle. The sound of spilled vinegar. Yun Wulian answered Yu Qingxuan's phone call and went downstairs. She was just a few steps away from the door when she looked up and saw the silhouette of her teacher. Yu Qingxuan gave an impression as if basking in the spring breeze, smooth and gentle like jade. He wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses with a chain, his handsome features complemented by wavy chestnut mid-length hair half-tied back, its tips gently brushing against his shoulders. A few strands lazily fell across his forehead. Dressed in a light brown vintage shirt that slightly hinted at restraint, paired with black long pant trousers that added elegance and casualness. As Yun Wulian approached, the man smiled and lifted the gift in his hand. It was a round box, a bit larger than a palm, wrapped in packaging paper with a Monet water lilies pattern, sealed with a golden fire seal butterfly stamp. Woo-woo, this is pigment made by a color master I met abroad. Pure matter, extracted with plant flower essence, carrying a grassy fragrance. I think it's quite good, you should try it. Yun Wulian's white blouse gleamed under the morning light, looking aloof yet graceful. She took the gift, nodding lightly, all right, thank you, teacher. Her words were cut short. A lively voice erupted suddenly, crackling like fireworks. Woo-woo-woo. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Yun Wulian and Yu Qingxuan exchanged glances. The former's eyelashes fluttered calmly, while the latter suppressed his voice, softly teasing, see? He's boarding the CS Express train again. Should we refuel the train? No, add some vinegar. Yun Wulian glanced at the sprinting figure, suppressing a smile. Tease him a bit. Just then, Xie Jinyi's voice rang out clearer, Uncle Yu, move a little, be careful not to collide with you. The skateboard has no steering wheel. Yu Qingxuan raised an eyebrow, turning towards Xie Jinyi's direction and quietly joked to Yun Wulian, woo-woo, aren't we standing together? Is he targeting me? Yun Wulian responded, maybe because I spilled some vinegar yesterday. He had even posted a reminder on Weibo later, afraid that the puppy wouldn't understand. Now, it seemed. Vinegar really was an excellent condiment for spicing up relationships. Yu Qingxuan curiously asked, how did you spill the vinegar? This is. Yun Wulian turned her head to look at the man, her cold eyes softening slightly in the light, a mischievous flash in her gaze, a little secret between me and Jinyi, I won't tell teacher. Yu Qingxuan shook his head with a soft laugh, his eyes gentle and indulgent, good, a qualified helper only assists without asking anything. During their chat, Xie Jinyi had kicked his skateboard aside and rushed over. Yo, Uncle Yu, you're back already. You're so close, what are you chatting about? What gift did Uncle Yu bring for Woo-woo, something edible or a toy? The young man fired off a string of questions but didn't wait for Yun Wulian or Yu Qingxuan to answer before pulling her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, lowering his head, and accusing her with pleading eyes, sweetheart, I've been calling you constantly, and you ignored me. Yun Wulian suppressed her laughter and rebutted lightly, I was watching you. Xie Jinyi, one glance isn't enough. Yun Wulian, I was using both my eyes to look. Xie Jinyi lit up again, casting a glance at the box in his childhood friend's hands, his dark eyes flashing with a strange light. Picking up the thermal-insulated box in his hand, he grinned, shaking it, then did your nose beneath your eyes smell the aroma of meat? I made your favorite little wontons. Yun Wulian remained silent, but her lips curved upwards. Yu Qingxuan stood to the side, watching the two exchanging lines like quarreling lovers, and couldn't help but chuckle, both of you are nearly 19 years old, still acting cute holding hands like when you were kids. Xie Jinyi retorted immediately, Wu-woo's hands are too cold, I'm warming them up. He was worried his childhood friend would feel shy in front of elders and flicked his eyes towards Yu Qingxuan, raising a brow arrogantly, smiling, Uncle Yu, seems like you came at an inconvenient time. Wu-woo and I will go to school soon. Why don't you go back first? We'll meet another day. Saying this, Xie Jinyi waved goodbye. Yu Qingxuan replied with a tender smile, I'm going along. Xie Jinyi's waving gesture paused, surprised at the sound escaping his mouth. What nonsense. Uncle Yu wants to accompany Wu-woo. His hand hung in the air, clenching into a fist. Xie Jinyi narrowed his Danfeng eyes, an inexplicable sense of crisis rising within him. For the first time, he found Uncle Yu's smile rather unpleasant. At this moment, Yun Woolian's cool, pleasant voice sounded beside him, offering an explanation. Our school invited the teacher to host an art exhibition, lasting 3 days. This is the first day, and the teacher will make an appearance. Relieved momentarily, he then heard Yu Qingxuan add another sentence. Wu, you can just take my car later. Xie Jinyi. Shit. How come only Wu? There's definitely a problem. He didn't want them to be alone together, so he quickly raised his hand and hurriedly said in a rapid tone, Uncle Yu, could you give me a ride too? The sports school is near the art academy, it's on the way. Yu Qingxuan suppressed his urge to tease, nodding, sure, I was planning to give you a ride anyway. Yun Wulian slightly tilted her head, brushing aside a strand of fallen green silk hair, quietly gazing at the young man's raised hand, her lips curving up slightly as amusement rippled in her eyes. Jealous dumb puppy. So cute. During their brief chat, Yun Lanyu heard that Yu Qingxuan had arrived and also came to greet him with Mr. Lin. Qingxuan, look at you, getting handsomer every day. How have things been for you lately overseas? Yu Qingxuan smiled and nodded, chatting with Yun Lanyu. Taking advantage of the elder's conversation, Xie Jinyi leaned towards Yun Wulian's ear and quietly asked, Wu, what did Uncle Yu give you as a gift? Yun Wulian, pigment. Hearing it was pigment, Xie Jinyi let out a sigh of relief and grinned, saying, pigment is good, pigment can be used for painting. Wu, try it first. If you like it, I'll get you a whole box full of it. Yun Wulian didn't mention that it was master mixed. Just when the youth finished speaking, she lifted her eyelids and stared at him, saying word by word earnestly, whatever you buy me, I like. Xie Jinyi immediately burst into blooms of joy. It seemed as if there was a fluffy big tail wagging madly behind him. After finishing breakfast. Under Yun Lanyu's repeated instructions, they were about to head off to school. And just at this moment, Xie Jinyi couldn't help but feel gloomy again. Because before he even managed to open the back door and call Yun Wulian over, he saw his childhood friend heading straight to the passenger seat. Chapter 72, Toife. A Jean becomes a drama queen and coos. Xie Jinye's pupils dilated, his chest constricted, and he stared straight at Yun Wulian. In the past, whenever he went out with baby, no matter who drove, the two of them were always inseparable, sitting side by side in the back. No way. The front seat seemed to have some special significance. Yun Wulian couldn't sit in Uncle Yu's passenger seat. As Yu Qingxuan opened the car door and Yun Wulian bent down to get in, Xie Jinye's inner alarm bells rang loud. With 2 long strides, he rushed to their side. He grabbed Yun Wulian's arm. Wu Bao, are you going to leave me all alone in the back? The young man lowered his voice and drew out the last syllable, sounding extremely aggrieved. Yu Qingxuan's hand rested on the car door, catching a whiff of tea fragrance, his eyes under the glasses revealed helplessness as he turned his head and shook it slightly with a sneaky smile. Indeed, jealousy had kicked in. Next, it was time for Wu to perform. Yun Wulian slowly turned her head, her long hair by her cheeks fluttered in the breeze. Meeting the reproachful gaze of the young man, she held back her laughter and said indifferently, not abandoning. Just temporary storage. Teacher hasn't returned for a long time, I want to chat with teacher for a while. Their gazes intertwined, Xie Jinyi felt somewhat comforted, but the slight curl of his lips quickly dropped again. He gazed at Yun Wulian pitifully, his youthful face showing signs of pleading, his silver hair drooping like a drowned, pitiful little dog. Temporary storage won't do either. I'm feeling unwell today. I want you to accompany me. As he spoke, his broad and slender hand circled Yun Wulian's arm, pinched lightly. His fingertips gently grazed against the shirt. And you can still chat with Uncle Yu even if you're sitting in the back. The youth usually has a very high body temperature, warm and scorching like the sun. Yun Wulian's embraced arm trembled slightly, feeling the warmth seep into her skin, entwining around her heart. She pressed her lips together slightly, narrowing her peach blossom eyes, and scanned Xie Jinyi from top to bottom. Unwell. Yes, really unwell. Without thinking, Xie Jinyi instinctively raised his eyebrows and gave Yun Wulian a charming smile. However, upon catching his childhood friend's meaningful look, his heartbeat skipped half a beat. Coming to his senses afterward, he suddenly realized that smiling foolishly didn't fit his current role, so. He furrowed his brows, covered his face with both hands, and began groaning pathetically, it truly hurts so much, feels so bad. I can't get better without baby, I can't get better. Xie Jinyi called out dramatically. Sneaking a peek through the gaps between his fingers at Yun Wulian, his mouth corners actually curled up slightly. Beside him, Yu Qingxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, wishing he could pull out his phone to record Xie Jinyi for playback later. Who would have thought such a stereotypically manly guy could be this adorable when coaxing his good friend? Yun Wulian was entertained by Xie Jinyi's covert little expressions and giggled lightly. So fake. But she liked it. Woo, nod quickly. If you don't, I'll feel even worse. The low voice resonated beside her ear. Yun Wulian reined in her thoughts, her long lashes covering a flicker of mischief deep within her eyes. Turning fully towards the youth, she lifted her wrist, the translucent cold white knuckles hooking onto the strap of Xie Jinyi's crossbody bag, pulling him closer. Where exactly are you feeling unwell? With just a tiny amount of strength, Yun Wulyan couldn't possibly move Xie Jinyi, but Xie Jinyi, feeling his childhood sweetheart pulling, obediently stepped forward, approaching her closely. Exactly where? He hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yu Qingshuan. Unbeknownst to Xie Jinyi, Yu Qingshuan had stepped back a few steps, arms crossed over his chest, a gentle smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He stood there watching and enjoying the drama. Xie Jinyi arched his eyebrows, his possessiveness bubbling up. Using his towering stature to block the man's line of sight, his left hand placed on the car door, he leaned down, getting close to Yun Wulyan's ear. Smelling the familiar blue orchid fragrance, his lips curved upwards, softly tempting her with a voice only the two of them could hear. Baby, come with me, once we're in the car, I'll tell you. You're the absolute best, surely you wouldn't leave me to suffer alone in the back, right? Hot breath sprinkled on her sensitive earlobe, similar to an electric current zapping around chaotically. Yun Wulyan's body tensed slightly, quite satisfied with Big Doggy's performance, but she still intentionally dangled him for more than 10 seconds before finally giving a soft nod under Xie Jinye's eager gaze. All right. I'll go with you. Xie Jinye's eyes crinkled happily, displaying a victorious smile. Ha! Look. I knew baby loved me most. Afraid Yun Wulyan would change her mind, Xie Jinyi quickly held her hand and led her to the back, passing by Yu Qingshuan, arrogantly raising his eyebrows and smiling as he waved a hand. Uncle Yu, Wu is coming with me. Thanks for driving. Yu Qingshuan couldn't help but laugh, thinking about his role as the utility character. He muttered sarcastically, you, always hogging Wu all day long. I come back once every few months and can't even have a decent chat with her. What? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you clearly. Xie Jinyi acted coyly for a moment, then opened the back door, his gaze falling on Yun Wulyan. He tilted his head and bent down slightly, his handsome profile bathed in the warm sunlight. With his right hand behind his back, he made a gentlemanly gesture. Please, lovely Commander Wu Miao Miao. Yun Wulyan smiled and lifted her foot to get into the car. At the same time, Xie Jinyi, worried that his little sweetheart would sit on her hair, immediately reached out his hand and skillfully gathered the long, smooth black hair, lifting it up gently. Once Yun Wulyan was seated comfortably, he let go of her hair, allowing it to cascade down again. Yu Qingshuan stood outside the car, noticing the considerate detail from the young man. Beneath his glasses, his dark eyes sparkled with a smile, expressing satisfaction and relief. Although at times this kid Ajin can be a bit slow on the uptake. He truly loves deeply. And only by entrusting Wu to Ajin could he, as a teacher, feel at ease. Seeing the two children already settled inside, Yu Qingshuan retracted his thoughts, took out the car keys, closed the passenger side door, and got into the car from the other side. The smell inside Yu Qingshuan's car was refreshingly light, carrying a faint scent of grass and wood. Leaning back against the leather seat, Yun Wulyan watched the young man who was buckling her seatbelt. Her eyes softened as she reached out to play with the ends of Xie Jinye's hair, asking with a smile. Handsome AOAO classmate, you can tell me now. Where exactly does it hurt? Chapter 73, Heart Confusion. Ajin crawls onto Wu Bao's lap. Xie Jinyi had already prepared his excuse. After fastening his seatbelt and lifting his gaze, he glanced at his left hand, then his right, with a serious and thoughtful expression. A few seconds later. With an "oh" of surprise, he looked at Yun Wulyan with joy sparkling in his eyes, grinning broadly, Wu, I think I'm better now. You're my medicine. Yun Wulyan paused momentarily, happiness shimmering in her eyes as she softly scolded, big liar. Where? I was genuinely in pain just now. Mental anguish is anguish too. Xie Jinyi knelt on one knee in the gap between the seats, trying to explain while stifling laughter. At that moment, Yu Qingsun's voice came from the front seat, gently reminding them both, we're about to go. Have our two little kids fastened their seatbelts? Xie Jinyi pretended not to hear. What childish kids? He's the sunny, handsome big boy who adores his childhood friend. Wu Bao might be the kid, the world's cutest one. The young man opened his mouth, ready to say something when Yun Wulyan patted the spot beside her. Her voice was clear and cool like the gurgling stream, commanding yet incredibly melodious. Sit properly. As soon as Xie Jinyi heard his little childhood friend speak, he immediately complied. All right, following orders. Yu Qingsun witnessed this double standard with amusement but could do nothing but laugh through tears. Checking via the rearview mirror to ensure both were seated properly, he then turned the steering wheel and started the car. On the journey, Yu Qingsun brought up the topic of Xie Jinye's horse riding and archery during military training. By the way, Ajin, your horse riding and archery videos have gone viral on overseas YouTube. Some foreign girls at my studio abroad stumbled upon them the other day, and I told them I knew you. Guess what they asked me? What did they ask? Leaning back against the leather seat, legs splayed out, hands draped over his knees, Xie Jinyi sat sprawled in a laid-back manner, unruly and carefree. While he verbally responded to Yu Qingsun, his eyes remained glued to Yun Wulyan. Meanwhile, Yun Wulyan was looking down at her phone. Driving ahead, Yu Qingsun gazed straight forward and said meaningfully, they asked whether you have a girlfriend or boyfriend? Xie Jinye's heart jumped abruptly, no longer daring to keep staring at Yun Wulian. But as soon as he shifted his gaze, he couldn't help glancing back. He wanted to see his little childhood friend's reaction. Unfortunately, Yun Wulian still had her gaze fixed on her phone, face devoid of any ripples. There was a peculiar sense of loss in his heart. Yu Qingsun waited half a minute, seeing no one respond, continued saying, I told them that I've watched you grow up, and you've never been in a romantic relationship before. Unexpectedly, a girl suddenly got very excited, saying it's impossible, then handed me her phone. A Jin Wu Wu, guess what I saw? Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyi couldn't resist pursuing the matter further. What did you see? Yun Wulian also lifted her eyes. Just as the car pulled up to the traffic light intersection, Yu Qingsun stopped the car and turned around, smirk playing at the corner of his lips. I saw that the two of you seemed to be kissing. Xie Jinyi widened his eyes in astonishment. How could that possibly happen? He didn't dare reveal even in his fantasies. How could he desecrate Wu Wu with such actions? Yun Wulian. Teacher, that story you made up is good. Yun Wulian and Yu Qingsun exchanged a glance, the latter hiding her smile with a curled lip, the former surprisingly looking at Xie Jinyi with feigned bewilderment, questioning, Jin, why such a strong reaction? Xie Jinyi fell silent for a moment before going online to expose falsehoods. It must be photoshopped. Uncle Yu, send me the link after so I can report it. Not photoshopped actually. It's a video. And I just mentioned, seemingly. The video shows you and Wu Wu riding together off camera, the angle makes it look like a kiss, then. Interrupted halfway, Yu Qingsun turned back and continued driving. Xie Jinyi once again pursued the matter, then what? Having spoken, he couldn't help sneakily peeking at his little childhood friend by his side. Coincidentally, Yun Wulian was also looking at him. Their gazes met directly. The sunlight filtered through tree branches, casting dappled shadows, coating Yun Wulian's exquisite profile in a golden hue. Her frosty demeanor dissipated somewhat as she smiled faintly with curled lips. She looked stunningly beautiful. Just like cold winter retreating, and pure white flowers blossoming under springtime glow. Xie Jinyi felt his breathing hitch slightly, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. At the same time, Uncle Yu's voice resounded in his ears like accompaniment music, infused with gentle smiles. They unanimously concluded that the two of you are a couple and said, you two seem meant for each other. Xie Jinyi didn't know how to describe his current feelings, the corners of his mouth instinctively turned upward, expressing unspeakable joy, yet he had this uncontrollable urge to run. Because he was afraid. Afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist hugging and kissing Wu Wu. And before their lips touched, afraid he would get another episode and scare Wu Wu. Even though Wu Wu might be his medicine, he didn't want those dirty matters to dirty Wu Wu's ears. The young man remained motionless, his hand gripping into a fist as it rested on his knee. The smile at his lips faded, his brows furrowing as he unconsciously avoided Yun Wulian's gaze. Yun Wulian noticed something was off and grabbed Xie Jinyi's hand, gently asking, what's wrong? Was he shy? But that expression didn't seem quite right, and his face wasn't red. Could it be? He couldn't accept the idea of turning from his brother to wife so suddenly. A hint of confusion arose in her mind just as her hand was grasped back by the young man. A bit carsick. Xie Jinyi tilted his head, staring at him with a low voice, his Danfang eyes not blinking as he put on a charming demeanor with an ingratiating smile. Dear treasure, can I rest my head on your lap for a while? Yun Wulian didn't immediately agree but instead questioned, didn't you say you don't get carsick? Xie Jinyi responded, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Yun Wulian asked further, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about. Shining brightly and warmly, dear treasure. Without waiting for Yun Wulian's consent, Xie Jinyi smiled and buried his head onto his little childhood friend's thigh, inhaling the familiar fresh fragrance, making his smile brighten even more. Worried that Yun Wulian might not bear the weight, he supported himself on the leather seat with his elbows and didn't completely lay down. Aya, Wu Wu you. Xie Jinyi tried to lift his head but was held down by Yun Wulian who pressed against his back. And threatened. If you're dizzy, stay still, if you move, I'll go to the front passenger seat. At that instant, Xie Jinyi froze, not daring to move anymore. But his face pressed tightly against the pants of his little childhood friend's legs, the fresh fragrance mixed with medicinal smell surged into his nostrils, confusing his heart. Damn. Wu Wu smells so good. Feeling as if his brain might explode like a worker M. Calm down. Calm down. First, recite the multiplication table quietly to steady his heart. Yu Qingsun caught sight of their ambiguous pose through the rearview mirror, shook his head, finished his matchmaking, focused on driving, and pretended not to see anything. Xie Jinyi closed his eyes, pretending to take a nap, not daring to look at Yun Wulian. Today, the young man was wearing a blue-black shirt. The arm tense beside him visibly flexed its muscles, with clearly defined and smooth lines. Yun Wulian realized how tense her big puppy was, so she didn't rush things. After waiting for him to relax a bit, she raised her hand to help Xie Jinyi tidy up the scattered strands of hair on his forehead, slowly asking, Jin, does shining brightly mean you've contacted the archery team coach? Report to Chief Wu, you're correct. Xie Jinyi opened his eyes, following the white wrist in front of him upwards to meet Yun Wulian's gaze. His handsome face revealed a smile as he winked. I made an appointment with Coach Shui for this afternoon. If everything goes well, I'll be on the national team. Yun Wulian was satisfied, and her hand slid down to pinch the young man's cheek. There must be no mishaps. Xie Jinyi's eyebrows arched upwards as he cheerfully agreed. Yu Qingsun, upon hearing Xie Jinyi saying he would join the archery team, also showed support and looked forward to the day when Xie Jinyi would bring honor to the country by winning gold medals. Half an hour later, the art academy arrived. Yu Qingsun parked at the entrance, turned around to look at Xie Jinyi, and said, Jin, your school is just across the street. It's inconvenient to turn the car here, so you walk over yourself. Don't worry about Wu Wu, after Wu Wu finishes class, I will send him home. Also, focusing on the black shoulder bag on Xie Jinyi, the man's smile was as warm and gentle as jade, but his eyes behind the lenses carried a mischievous gleam like teasing a child. I remember your shoulder bag contains Wu Wu's medicine and emergency items, right? Today, I'll take care of Wu Wu, so take it off and give it to me before getting out of the car. Chapter 74, Jealousy. I'll take care of my precious baby. Xie Jinyi heard that Yu Qingsun was not only kicking him out of the car but also trying to take away the special items he had carefully prepared for Wu Bao, and his Danfang eyes suddenly widened. He inexplicably felt like someone was snatching his treasure and making him count the money instead. He was so upset that there was a fierce beast in his heart showing its teeth and roaring angrily. Shit! I can't give Uncle Yu an opportunity, he cannot be left alone with our little baby. In the few seconds of the young man's silent roar, Yu Qingsun's voice came again from ahead, Jinyi, hurry up and get out of the car. There are a lot of people today since it's the start of school. If we park here, it will block the way. Xie Jinyi was stimulated by possessiveness, narrowing his eyes and meeting the man's gaze. His brows lifted freely, revealing a defiant smile on his face, spreading a provocative air. Then, he raised his hand and hugged his little childhood friend, grinning widely, oh no need to trouble Uncle Yu. The stuff inside the bag hasn't been labeled yet. You're not familiar with them, so Uncle Yu should go arrange the exhibition things instead. I'll take care of my obedient baby. Yu Qingsun held back laughter and asked, is that so? Xie Jinyi snorted lightly, absolutely. Yun Wulian quietly watched the drama unfold and let the young man hug as he pleased. When Xie Jinyi finished speaking, Yun Wulian reached towards his thigh and began stroking through his black pants. Slowly, he asked, Jinyi, don't you have classes today too? Ticklish sensations spread, and Xie Jinyi stiffened his body before shaking his head. No. The cold pale long fingers clenched, pinching his leg slightly. Tell the truth. Xie Jinyi immediately corrected himself. All right then, there are indeed classes, but around 10 o'clock. He lowered his head and looked at the little childhood friend in his arms, his gaze instantly becoming tender. And anyway, the classes for the first 2 days of the new semester are just for getting acquainted with each other and familiarizing ourselves with the process. Missing once or twice isn't a big deal. Besides, Wu Wu, you're going to pick up textbooks today, they are heavy, and I must help you carry them. Yun Wulian raised his eyes to stare at Xie Jinyi, hesitating. Yu Qingsun chimed in, Wu Wu, just let Jinyi stay with you. There really is nothing much during the first couple days after the beginning of school. Xie Jinyi, question mark. Why is Uncle Yu helping speak up all of a sudden? Could there be a trick? Let me check again. Finally, Yun Wulian nodded in agreement. Fine Arts Academy usually has very strict access controls, non-students entering requires registration. However, due to the orientation day for the freshmen, there were many people coming and going, including numerous parents accompanying their children to register, so the gate remained open throughout, with security guards patrolling near the entrance. After the small car drove into the campus filled with artistic atmosphere, Yu Qingsun noticed the various club recruitment stalls scattered across the playground and thought it would be fun for the two youngsters. He pulled the car over to the side. Woo woo, there are student clubs recruiting new members over there. It's lively and the sun isn't strong today. If you're interested, you can take a look. As for me, I'll contact the school soon to check on the exhibition details. Xie Jinyi got out of the car first and ran half a circle around it to Yun Wulian's side, preparing to assist him out of the vehicle. Seizing this moment, Yun Wulian slowly stood up, pausing for a few seconds, using his pale hand to grip the front seat and looking toward Yu Qingsun, asking softly, Teacher, was the part about Jinyi going viral on YouTube earlier real or made up? Yu Qingsun lifted his hand and covered his lips, lowering his voice with a mysterious yet gentle smile. Partially true, partially fake. In fact, when those girls at my studio scrolled upon the video, they immediately started pairing them together, finding how suitable they looked indeed. The man's gaze towards Yun Wulian was filled with adoration, and he originally wanted to say more. Glancing aside, he spotted a figure with longing eyes, adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, and subtly teased. Woo woo, if you don't look back soon, someone is about to spill their vinegar jar again. Turning around, Yun Wulian saw that Xie Jinyi had already opened the car door and was waving at him, silently calling out, Woo woo, woo woo. Teacher, see you later. Yu Qingsun replied, take your time browsing. Have fun. Holding onto the seat and turning, Yun Woo-yen just stepped to the edge of the car, and Xie Jinyi inserted his hands further, smiling while crooking his fingers. Come on, pretty fat kitty, please get out of the car. The white slender hand lit up by the soft light raised, with transparent joints resembling jade. It touched him slowly. A beaming smile appeared on Xie Jinyi's face as he gently held Yun Woo-yen's hand tightly, gripping his shoulder softly, and tenderly assisted the frail beauty down from the car. Under the sunlight, the two figures gradually drew closer, drawing countless glances around. Wow! Holy shit, does this scene look like straight out of a comic? Help, the tall one is extremely handsome, the long-haired one is super pretty, they both have modeling faces. Isn't that Yun Woo-yen, the genius from our art academy, and Xie Jinyi from next door? I watched their live broadcast from the physical education school last time, it made me so excited one moment and had my corners of the mouth almost touching the ceiling the next. Yu Qingsun was sitting sideways witnessing this scene, unable to hold back his laughter. These two kids have so many nicknames for each other. It's as if they're walking into a wedding instead of just getting out of the car. They're already being this affectionate before even dating. If they were together, it would be something incredible. Yu Qingsun is quite famous in the art circle, and a classmate noticed his figure in the car, barely managing to contain their excitement before the car drove off. Their attention then shifted onto Yun Woo-yen and Xie Jinyi. For gossiping, there were gossips. For those reaching for their phones to secretly take photos, there were shots taken. But Yun Woo-yen and Xie Jinyi had always been prodigies since childhood, good-looking, with excellent family backgrounds, and outstanding themselves. Back in elementary school, they were already focal points of their campus, receiving endless love letters through middle and high school. So, they had long grown accustomed to such intense gazes around them. Xie Jinyi ignored the voices coming from all directions. There was one thing he wanted to know. Once Yun Woo-yen stood steady after getting out of the car, taking a deep breath of fresh air, he could not help but ask right away, Woo-woo, what did you whisper to Uncle Yu earlier? Yun Woo-yen lifted his eyelids, his pale cold fingers pressing against his lips as he cleared his throat a couple of times. As the young man raised his hand to pat his shoulder, he responded seriously, he said you are handsome. Xie Jinyi arched an eyebrow, clearly disbelieving, really? Yun Woo-yen, no. Xie Jinyi pouted, showing a look that clearly said, I knew it. Yun Woo-yen held back his laughter, lowering his gaze and checking the message from his counselor on his phone. In fact, he had started chatting with the counselor when he first got on the car and lowered his head. The students in his class had already formed a group chat during military training to get acquainted with each other. He did not join the group. Therefore, the counselor specially sent him a private message with the course schedule and the group invitation. Today was the first day of school, and there was no specific class scheduled. Only a meeting at 9 a.m. in classroom 405 of the 3rd teaching building. Seeing that Yun Woo-yen was about to leave, Xie Jinyi quickly followed up, holding Yun Woo-yen's hand and asked strangely, Woo-woo, let me ask another question. How do you know that Uncle Yu likes iris flowers? At the moment their fingers intertwined, shocked gasps erupted from all around. Chapter 75, Such a Beautiful Wife. Kiss her. Xie Jinyi used the pad of his finger to caress the palm of Yun Woo-yen, eager to know the answer. A slight ticklish sensation spread intermittently, carrying a touch of coquetry. Yun Woo-yen caught a strong whiff of jealousy and her lips curled up slightly. She set her phone aside and looked up. Speaking frankly, she didn't joke around with Xie Jinyi anymore, the teacher often draws irises. He said it himself. Hearing this reply, Xie Jinyi let out a sigh of relief immediately. That's good. Wu Bao still loves me the most. The two did not release their hands after walking a few steps, and the classmates around them couldn't help but come over. Most students of art have rather open minds, after all, they've all sketched nudes. Seeing the intimate gestures between the two, they couldn't resist teasing them. Xie Jinyi is sending his wife to school. Still holding hands while walking, you two are so sweet. You're a couple, right? I guessed as much from last week's live stream when I saw how clingy you were during that horse riding. A tall, elegant male classmate was staring at Yun Woo-yen with expectation written all over his face. Woo-woo, I'm your little fan, could we take a photo together? Yun Woo-yen lowered her eyes and didn't respond, radiating a cold and distant chill that kept others away. But her hand was still gently held by Xie Jinyi. Xie Jinyi glanced sideways and noticed quite a few male classmates surrounding his pretty childhood friend, which made his phoenix eyes instantly darken and squint. Overwhelming possessiveness surged, subconsciously pulling Yun Woo-yen closer into his embrace. At this moment, a stylishly dressed girl wearing a tight red dress stepped forward, pairing with an older sister vibe haircut. Shaking her folding fan in her hand, her excitement was obvious as she mischievously suggested, hey, why only hold hands? Brother Xie, give your wife a kiss. She's so beautiful. Her friends nearby also chimed in with agreement. One kiss, one kiss. No kiss, no walk. Everyone was just joking around, not actually blocking their way. The teasing caused Xie Jinyi to inexplicably feel restless. Nervous, he stole a glance at Yun Woo-yen and captured the sight of her long eyelashes trembling slightly, making his heart beat faster. He worried his obedient treasure would be shy and tense. Or get so flustered like him causing difficulty breathing and possibly falling ill. So. He quickly wrapped his arm around her shoulder and embraced her protectively in his tall frame, shielding her from the prying gazes around. His phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, maintaining a handsome yet serious expression as he explained to the senior students from the Academy of Fine Arts. Kiss what ghost? Don't say nonsense, the girl I'm with is merely my very close best friend. While explaining, he silently added in his mind. For now. Temporarily. Who knew? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pain struck his waist. He was pinched by his darling baby. SSS. Yun Wulyan, hearing the young man's stifled groan, turned her head away and slapped off the hand on her shoulder, ignoring the shocked stares around her, and walked toward the teaching building alone. Xie Jinyi couldn't care less about the pain and trotted along hastily. Woo, wait for me. The youth was quick, catching up within 2 strides. He sensed his little sweetheart was mad, and dared not touch her. Thus, he spun around and jogged backwards facing Yun Wulyan, retreating while showing a flattering smile. Woo. I said that because I was afraid you'd feel shy and nervous, unable to breathe. Does pinching my hand hurt you? Did you pinch yourself too? Let me blow and soothe it for you. Yun Wulyan kept looking ahead, pretending not to see the certain person. In her mind, an invisible brush was furiously sketching, drawing a rope to hang the dog upside down. Then bam beat the buttocks. Afraid I would be shy. It's you who are shy, scared of others finding out your secrets. After all, first-time benders might make mistakes. However, you dumb silly dog deserves to be beaten. The classmates around watched them leave with widened eyes, even the students busy arranging stalls and recruiting new members in the distance turned their heads to look in shock. What? His tail was wagging with blurred streaks. And these two are just good friends? Are we blind? They huddled in small groups and began gossiping. Although Yun Wulyan skipped military training and showed up in school for the first time, the news about his being admitted directly into the academy at the beginning of the year spread widely. On the forum and confession wall of the academy, his name could always be seen daily. Girls were there. Boys too weren't lacking. After all, this face is too beautiful, just like a celestial fairy. Besides, Yun Wulyan is also a well-known prodigy painter since youth, not only beautiful but talented as well. Quite a number of students from the academy have copied his works. Thus, Yun Wulyan was unanimously praised as the most beautiful heavenly fairy campus flower, loved by many. Seeing Yun Wulyan was mad, everyone started to criticize Xie Jinyi and stick up for her. Did our celestial fairy get mad because of the best friend line? Exactly. Who has a best friend who holds hands? He's stubbornly denying it. Speaking of which, why doesn't Mr. Xie admit they're a couple? That live stream day, they were so sweet together. Could it be they haven't come out to their families yet and are afraid to go public? Who knows, but Wulyan really is stunningly beautiful, no wonder she's my muse goddess. Mr. Xie sure has good fortune. If I had such a beautiful wife, I'd print a picture of her and wear it on me so the whole world would know. The girl in the red dress, who first suggested that the two should kiss, looked at the photo in her hand and smiled broadly. However, Xie Jinyi chasing after his wife like this makes him seem pretty loyal and cute, worth shipping, ha. Her friends also nodded in agreement as enthusiastically as chickens pecking. Indeed, it feels like an invisible tail could almost spin into a propeller. Tonight's painting inspiration is here now. On the other side. Yun Wulyan ignored Xie Jinyi all the way until entering the teaching building. There were no elevators in the school, and the classroom for the class meeting was on the 4th floor. Xie Jinyi heard Yun Wulyan cough twice, becoming extremely concerned, fearing he might tire from walking up the stairs. So, he took a few steps forward and squatted halfway down in front of Yun Wulyan. Then, he turned around and patted his broad and sturdy back. Come on, darling Emperor Wulyan, my back eagerly awaits your favor. Yun Wulyan coldly snorted, the corner of her lips curved slightly but flattened again, then she walked past Xie Jinyi. The offer to ride on your back should be sent to the cold palace since best friends hugging and carrying each other seems weird. Ah. Xie Jinyi raised his eyebrows, wide-eyed with astonishment, sending the back ride offer to the cold palace. Cold palace. Does this mean, you don't want me to carry you anymore? Yun Wulyan stepped onto the stairs, her slim, white, and beautiful hand extended to the right, wrist flipping smoothly as she hooked around the silver-gray hairtail of Xie Jinyi that was half-tied, coiling at once. The offer for embracing should also be sent to the cold palace. The great concubine role wasn't bad, picking names from the imperial tablet, giving a kiss. If Xie Jinyi wasn't allowed to carry nor hug the frail little partner who gasps after walking just a few steps, he became flustered and immediately stood up, quickly grabbing Yun Wulyan's hand before she could pull away, gripping it firmly. Those black sharp phoenix eyes softened as they gazed longingly at Yun Wulyan. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, his voice slightly hoarse. But, baby. Chapter 76, Stop Your Heart Racing. You're desecrating my darling. Xie Jinyi stammered, unable to spit out a complete sentence for a long time, but he kept caressing the hand of Yun Wulyan that he was holding, trying to warm the icy jade in his palm. Yun Wulyan didn't withdraw her hand. Her eyelids lifted slightly as she asked indifferently, what is it? As their eyes locked, the young man held his breath and leaned closer. Stray strands of hair brushed against his eyebrows. His gaze wavered, revealing a touch of awkwardness and shyness on his proud and handsome face. His voice was soft, but his tone gentle and firm, but you'll be exhausted if you climb up step by step while panting. I'll feel heartbroken. Yun Woo-yen stared at him with a detached expression. Oh, it's fine, I won't die. Before his words could finish, suddenly a hot and wide hand gripped his waist. In the next second, the world spun around as he was unexpectedly embraced by Xie Jinyi. With feet dangling in the air, his face collided with a thick and warm chest. Around him was a heavy musky scent mixed with the smell of citrus under the sun. It felt like a cup of sparkling water in midsummer, refreshing and pleasant. Yun Woo-yen, abruptly lifted, experienced a moment of dizziness. Instinctively, he looped his arms around the young man's neck, gripping tightly onto the shirt under his hands that smelled of sunshine. In a daze. An enticing tickle crept along his right cheek, his hair brushing against his cheeks as Xie Jinyi lowered his head to rub against him, much like an affectionate big puppy. Darling, don't say that X word. Holding my precious one, now is when I need to dominate forcefully. It's useless to refuse because you are already in my arms, there's no way to escape. Since it was the first day of school, students occasionally passed by in the stairwell. Seeing this scene, they all let out surprised gasps. Xie Jinyi paid no attention to the looks around him and carefully cradled his childhood friend in his arms in a princess hold, taking slow steps upward one by one with his long legs. After a brief pause, Yun Woo-yen's dark lashes flickered slightly before raising. All he saw was the roguishly handsome profile of the youth. Xie Jinyi dared not look at him, pursing his lips as he looked straight ahead, his back straight and serious as though participating in military drills practicing goose steps. Yun Woo-yen's eyes flickered gently as his right hand, which had been tightly gripping the young man's work shirt, slowly relaxed, resting against Xie Jinyi's chest. Through the fabric, he could clearly feel the violent heartbeat. Thump thump thump. So fast. Heartbeats don't lie. Feeling the rapidity recalled from Xie Jinyi's earlier words, Yun Woo-yen's red lips curled upwards, the frost covering his eye corners gradually melted away, transforming into spring rain, creating ripples in his gaze. Escape. He wouldn't flee. He intended to slowly devour this adorable large prey bite by bite. At this very moment, someone who seemed serious and diligent on the surface felt the hand pressed against his chest, causing his entire body to tense up. Veins popped out from the corner of his forehead obscured by scattered strands of hair. The blood boiled and surged throughout his body. He dared not move recklessly. For fear that his childhood companion would notice his unusual state. Nor dare to rush upstairs. For fear of making the childhood companion uncomfortable with excessive speed. Even more so, dared not lower his head and tell the childhood companion to stop touching. He could only gnash his teeth in distress inside, howling silently. Ah ah ah. I'm dying. I'm about to explode. My little heart, stop racing so fiercely. You're desecrating darling's palm. Xie Jinyi's intense heartbeat persisted until reaching the 4th floor, whereupon he gently placed down the fragrant and boneless little childhood companion in his arms. Only then did his racing heart begin to slow down. It was almost 9 now, and the classroom was already full of students. As the two entered one after another, originally chattering classmates lit up at the sight of Yun Woo-yen's figure, filled with surprise and delight. Wah wah wah, the celestial being has arrived. My goodness, Woo, you really came. We were just betting whether you'd come to school only for formal classes or not. Several girls stood up and waved excitedly towards Yun Woo-yen, come over here. There's a seat available. Having shouted twice, they noticed Xie Jinyi standing behind him. Yun Woo-yen wore a white shirt, her long hair draped over her shoulders, her cold pale skin showing some signs of illness, with a dispassionate demeanor, serene and aloof, whereas Xie Jinyi donned a pure black t-shirt, featuring robust features and a height of 192 centimeters, drawing attention with his grand stature, smiling brightly and obediently standing behind Yun Woo-yen. One resembled the clear moonlight, the other a scorching sunrise. When their perfect height difference, body size disparity, and skin color contrast converged, it generated an extreme visual appeal. Every art student present stared open-mouthed, eyes wide. Wow, you two truly match so well. Is this handsome guy from the neighboring sports school, Xie Jinyi? He doesn't disappoint as coming from a physical education institution. Those muscles are incredible, it's the first time I've seen someone so tall. One of the short-haired girls by the window was extremely excited, furiously shaking her deskmate's arm. They have such a couple vibe, I can't even imagine how intense it would be if they hugged and kissed. The pale skin blushing red, and the wheatish chest dripping with sweat, TSK, perfect. Her deskmate quickly covered her mouth, shoo, keep it down, they're still here. Most students were talking in hushed tones, but one or two voices still made their way to the duo's ears. Xie Jinyi nervously glanced at Yun Woo-yen and started feeling anxious again. Shit. Why are there so many people shipping them? This time, I can't say, buddy, anymore, or baby will get angry again. Xie Jinyi acted as if he hadn't heard anything, scanned around for an empty seat, and instinctively reached for Yun Woo-yen's hand. Woo woo, let's go in. There are 2 adjacent seats on the far right. He just barely touched his little childhood friend's hand. Before he could hold it properly, that fleeting chill slipped past his knuckles and vanished. Under everyone's gaze, Yun Woo-yen walked into the classroom. Her snow-white fingers were crystal clear like jade under the sunlight. Gracefully brushing aside her fallen strands of hair, she slightly opened her thin lips and coldly tossed out a sentence. Chapter 77, Wanting to win the world championship for your happiness. Stop it, we are just good and clean brothers. This sentence shocked everyone. The classmates all exclaimed in unison with an "ah," looking at Yun Woo-yen, then glancing at Xie Jinyi, their faces full of disbelief. What? Are you kidding me? Xie Jinyi was also stunned by this familiar statement, frozen in place. His hands stiffly suspended in midair, his eyes fixated on Yun Woo-yen's cool back, feeling as if his heart had been frozen, a chill seeping into his heart, akin to being kicked into a freezer right after getting off the highway. His chest felt very stuffy. He was unhappy. So this was how his little treasure felt just now. Xie Jinyi furrowed his brows, his dark phoenix eyes gradually becoming dim, suddenly wanting to slap himself a few times, feeling both self-reproachful and scared. He was afraid that Wooloo wouldn't wait for him, wouldn't want him. The classmates all believed they had quarreled and none dared to speak up. At this moment, a female classmate sitting near the door with her hair tied in buns knocked on her desk, quietly reminding Xie Jinyi, "Hey, what are you still standing there for? Go chase after her." Xie Jinyi quickly snapped out of his stupor, said thank you, and hurried towards Yun Woo-yen. Before she sat down, he took out a wet tissue from his shoulder bag and wiped the table and chair. After cleaning them, he raised an eyebrow and turned back, grinning. "Here, Wooloo, you can sit now." Yun Woo-yen curved her lips, satisfied with the young man's performance. Since she had just hit him with a stick, now it was time to give him some candy. As she walked inside and sat down, she lifted her hand under the cover of the seat where others couldn't see, lightly scraping Xie Jinyi's forearm. And gave him a small praise. Very obedient. Xie Jinyi immediately let out a low chuckle, his face lighting up. All the students present were stunned. "Excuse me. Are you two really just good brothers? Good brothers only flip each other's chairs, you two obviously have something going on." When the 9 o'clock bell rang, the counselor also arrived. The counselor's name is Chiu Hui, her chestnut-colored long curls braided into a fishtail braid hung in front of her chest, dressed in a light blue strapless long dress which appeared graceful and generous. She carried a white leather bag over her arm and held sunglasses for shading against the sun, giving off an especially gentle first impression. Other students who had all seen the counselor during military training were already familiar with her when she came in, affectionately calling her Sister Chiu. "Sister Chiu, good morning. Sister Chiu, you've become even more beautiful. You guys too, today you're handsomer and more beautiful," Chiu Hui replied to everyone's enthusiasm, catching sight of Yun Woo-yen and Xie Jinyi on the farthest right with her peripheral vision. Walking to the podium and putting down her bag, she feigned surprise and said, "Oh my, a student brought family along." Upon hearing the word family, laughter erupted around them. Everyone focused their gaze on Xie Jinyi and Yun Woo-yen. Yun Woo-yen didn't say anything. Thinking that his little treasure shouldn't feel embarrassed or awkward, Xie Jinyi propped his elbow on the table, smilingly leaned aside and shielded Yun Woo-yen behind him while waving at the teacher and classmates. "Well, textbooks are supposed to be handed out today, so I'm here to help get books for our family Wooloo. I see that most of the people in the class are girls, so if there's a need to carry books downstairs later, I'll offer my assistance. For now, just temporarily treat me as invisible heir. Thank you." Upon hearing this, the students couldn't stop laughing and commented, saying it was the first time they'd ever seen heir that was not only handsome but also loving toward his wife. After letting them finish speaking, Yun Woo-yen restrained her laughter and explained again, "We are just good brothers." Xie Jinyi's smile froze momentarily, alone in his sorrow. Oh no. It seems like the little treasure is still upset. The students absolutely did not believe in their brotherly relationship, exchanging jokes between each other. Eventually, it was the counselor who gestured to quiet everyone down and started discussing the first agenda item for the class meeting, electing the class committee. Xie Jinyi retracted his hand, resting his cheek on it and activating brainstorming mode as he pondered how to make the young childhood friend happy. The first thing he thought of was joining the archery team. Wooloo hopes to shine brilliantly atop the peak, and only by joining the national team could one bring honor to the country and stand on the world's award podium. And after becoming the dazzling sun, he could. The more Xie Jinyi thought about it, the happier he became, his mouth curling upward involuntarily, his face brimming with anticipation, unable to wait to meet Coach Shui. Beside him, Yun Woo-yen also rested her cheek on her hand, silently watching him smile foolishly. After half a minute, seeing that the young man was still grinning widely, she reached out and poked Xie Jinyi's arm, asking, "What are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so dazed?" Xie Jinyi came to, turning with unusually sincere eyes. "I'm thinking about you." Yun Woo-yen was taken aback. Xie Jinyi added, "I am thinking about how to make you happy." Yun Woo-yen arched her eyebrows, curiously asking, "How will you make me happy?" Xie Jinyi turned his body slightly, raising his hand to Yun Woo-yen's head and rubbing it gently with a smile as he softly said, "I will sign the contract with Coach Shui this afternoon, and I'll work hard to become a world champion." His refreshing laugh was sweet and indulgent. Yun Woo-yen couldn't hide her smile anymore. She nodded in approval. They looked at each other, blocking out the surrounding sounds. But what they didn't know was that this head patting had already caused a groundhog scream inside the bold female classmates' hearts. Even the male classmate who just stepped onto the podium for his candidacy speech blurted out. Holy crap, they're even patting heads now, and they're still calling each other good brothers. The other classmates couldn't stop laughing. Yun Woolian's long lashes fluttered lightly as she slowly lowered her gaze. Xie Jinyi paused for a moment but didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he patted Yun Woolian's head again right in front of everyone, lifting his chin with an air of pride on his handsome face. I'll pat her head, so what? We've grown up together since childhood, patting heads is completely normal. Upon hearing this, the students were utterly shocked. Oh my goodness. Soulmates. It's so much better to ship them now. Seeing that the topic had gone off topic again, Qiu Hui shook her head, pondered for a moment, and then helplessly tapped on the blackboard to organize the class to continue electing the class committee. Yun Woolian had no interest in being a class officer and was spacing out. This time, it was Xie Jinyi's turn to stare straight at her. Hearing the occasional coughs from his little soulmate, worry clouded the young man's eyes, and he reached out, bringing the cold hands of his little soulmate under the table. He gently warmed them up. When the class meeting was over, it was already 9:30. Xie Jinyi helped carry the textbooks upstairs, and after the meeting ended, he accompanied Yun Woolian to the academic office to apply for day student status. During this time, he also managed to call a driver to pick them up at school. Cloud-like and easily tired, Yun Woolian leaned against Xie Jinyi's shoulder and fell asleep in the car. Xie Jinyi draped a blanket over Yun Woolian and also hugged his waist. After they got home, Xie Jinyi didn't wake Yun Woolian up and carried him back to the bedroom wrapped in the blanket. In the afternoon, Xie Jinyi rode his motorcycle out and met with Coach Shui. Their meeting place was the city's shooting range. As soon as Xie Jinyi arrived and took off his helmet, a voice full of vitality came from his right. Jinyi, come, your ice cream cone has been waiting for you so long it's melting. Xie Jinyi looked up and saw Coach Shui immediately. Coach Shui's full name is Shui Yuanshan. With a square face, wearing a gray work shirt, a bit on the heavy side, one hand holding an ice cream cone, looking about 50 years old, and when he laughed, he seemed very kind and approachable. Xie Jinyi waved as he approached, while Coach Shui was jogging toward him. As soon as the two met, Coach Shui raised his right hand and signaled Xie Jinyi to take the ice cream. Here, take it. Young people these days all like this stuff, so Uncle bought two. Not sure which flavor you prefer, so I picked the most popular strawberry flavor. Thinking of how his obedient treasure loved strawberries, Xie Jinyi grinned happily, thanked, and accepted the ice cream, noticing that Coach Shui's ice cream was already halfway gone, teasing casually, hey, Coach Shui likes it too, huh? You've bitten off such a big chunk. Shui Yuanshan slapped his chest proudly, of course, I'm still young at heart. With laughter, the two walked into the shooting range. This shooting range also had an archery section. Coach Shui didn't rush into talking about joining the team but instead excitedly asked Xie Jinyi to show off his skills. Xie Jinyi chose a traditional bow, nibbling on the edge of the ice cream cone, narrowing his eyes, confidently drawing the bow. Zoom! The first arrow precisely hit the bullseye, scoring 10 points. Seeing this, Shui Yuanshan was thrilled beyond measure and wanted to immediately recruit this promising talent into the team. He shoved the whole ice cream cone into his mouth and started detailing to Xie Jinyi about joining the archery team, along with the subsequent large competitions. At first, Xie Jinyi was still eating the ice cream, shooting arrows occasionally. Gradually, his brows furrowed tightly. Because after students join the national team, they usually train collectively after school hours, not overly tight schedules, weekends and holidays are available for rest, and it's easy to ask for leave. However, during preparation periods for major world-class competitions, the rules become stricter. One must stay full-time at the training center for unified daily training. The nearest international level competition was next year's Summer Olympics hosted by Country D in June-July. That meant, starting early next year, he would mostly have to stay in the training facility and wouldn't be able to take leave every day. But Yun Woolian's birthday is on June 28th. Chapter 78 Glory for the Country. It's also his responsibility. Jinya, our D country started late in archery projects and has always been at a disadvantage. Every time I see the gold medal taken by our neighbors, I feel so frustrated and helpless. Until I saw you. The way you pulled the bow and shot the arrow in the World Championships was so cool, full of youth and confidence. You remind me of the young generals in ancient battlefields, dressed in red robes and full of vigor. You, Jinya, are the future hope of D country's archery field. Coach Shui waved his hands excitedly, but when he turned back, he saw the promising young athlete frowning and using the tip of an arrow to poke at his hair. What's wrong with this kid? Could it be that hearing about being the hope for the future suddenly made him feel overwhelmed with pressure? Seeing the youth's expression filled with hesitation, having poked his disheveled hair, Coach Shui became worried, afraid of scaring off such a good prospect. He quickly patted Xie Jinya on the shoulder and asked carefully. Why do you suddenly look so gloomy? Weren't you happy just now? Don't feel pressured, there are still more than half a year until the next Olympics. Don't overthink it, focus on your studies, train well, and just play normally when the time comes. It's not about the pressure. Xie Jinya shook his head, collected his thoughts, sighed lowly, and casually hung the bow around his neck, irritably tapping his face with the arrow. My little treasure's birthday coincides with the competition schedule. Actually, before meeting with the coach, he had searched for the dates of these 2 years' major competitions. He already knew that it would coincide with little treasure's birthday. But he hadn't expected that during the preparation period for major competitions, he would have to join the team full-time for all-day training, still fantasizing about being able to go home every night to accompany little treasure. When Coach Shui heard little treasure, he suddenly remembered something. Your little treasure. Isn't it the moon you mentioned on the phone last night? Last night, I was completely confused, first thinking you were worried about delaying your studies, then thinking you were falling in love, and finally realizing that the first time I called you, you said your childhood friend wasn't in good health and wanted to spend more time with him without considering joining the team yet. So, you're talking about him, right? Xie Jinya nodded. Coach Shui couldn't help but marvel, the bond between you two is really great, even better than real brothers. The relationship built from growing up together since childhood is truly special. Xie Jinya's lips slightly twitched. He was almost developing an allergic reaction to the word brothers. At this moment, his shoulder was patted again by Coach Shui. By the way, it's not a bad thing that your childhood friend's birthday coincides with the competition, you can win a gold medal as a gift. In the future, he can boast about it, saying, my buddy is a world champion, how proud. Xie Jinya also wished to give Yun Wulian a gold medal as a gift. But he was concerned about fortune-telling predictions. He feared that Wulian might face a critical turning point in her life at 19, scared she might fall ill or have some kind of accident. If he isn't by her side during such times, he would break down. Collecting his thoughts, Xie Jinya frowned, meeting Coach Shui Yuan Shan's expectant gaze with his own, asking hopefully, Coach, I know the intensive training sessions are strict, and regardless of how early or late, I'll show up and follow arrangements. But could I ask for leave to go home during resting or sleeping hours? Coach Shui paused, countering, still worried about your childhood friend? Xie Jinya nodded, we haven't been separated much since we were young. Occasionally is okay, but doing it daily will be hard, because everything like diet will be uniformly arranged. Moreover, the archery training ground is located in the suburbs, far from the city center. It will be exhausting for you to commute daily, and lack of sleep may also affect your performance. Besides, during concentrated training, phones won't be confiscated. You can make video calls to him in the evening. If you miss him too much, you can take a half day off and return to see him. Saying this, Coach Shui couldn't help scratching his head and muttering, you two have a true childhood friendship. Some people would think you're reluctant to let go of a girlfriend. Xie Jinya knitted his brows tightly, turning the arrow in his hand and thinking deeply. Although he had many concerns, Wulian hopes he will join the archery team and shine brightly. He himself has also promised to win a gold medal and become a world champion. Moreover, the youth paused his rotation of the arrow, his furrowed brow slowly smoothing out. With his left hand, he took down the bow, placing the arrow horizontally in his right hand. His long, dark phoenix-shaped eyes narrowed seriously, locking onto the distant target. His handsome profile glowed under the sunlight, his lips curling up freely. Xie Jinya smiled and let go, shooting another arrow. It hit the bullseye precisely. Even though mountains and rivers remain tranquil, we must strive to strengthen ourselves. Heart toward glory, ambition toward the pinnacle. As a member of D country, bringing honor to the nation is also his responsibility. He not only wanted to stand on the world's podium himself, becoming a radiant sun to embrace his moon, he also wanted to raise the national flag high, bringing supreme glory to the country and letting the audience worldwide know that D country's youth were passionate and fiery. Shui Yuan Shan stood aside, and seeing Xie Jinyi smile, he knew that things were nearly set. Eagerly, he asked, how about it? Jinyi, have you made up your mind? Xie Jinyi flicked his bangs back, turned around, and flashed a confident, brilliant smile. Coach Shui, did you bring the contract? I want to sign. At hearing this, Shui Yuan Shan immediately beamed with joy, patting Xie Jinyi's shoulder repeatedly. Alright, I knew I didn't pick the wrong person. But signing a contract is a serious matter, and you're just 18 or 19 years old, still a child. Go talk to your parents first. If there are no issues from their side, wait a couple of days, then uncle will come and take you to visit the team. We'll finalize the signature and seal later. Xie Jinyi started spinning the arrow again, smiling as he nodded. Fine. After their conversation ended, Xie Jinyi shot off the remaining few arrows. Every single one hit perfectly dead center. The very center yellow part of the target had even been pierced clean through. Shui Yuan Shan stood aside, watching, his eyes slightly moistening with emotion, his heart swirling with indescribable expectations and hopes. He was once an archery athlete too but transitioned to coaching after age caught up with him. His biggest regret in life was narrowly missing out on gold medals twice when young. One time by a mere 0.8 points. And another by a razor-thin margin of just 0.1 point. His hope was that Jinyi would carry his unfulfilled dreams next year and smoothly snatch the gold. In the end, Coach Shui got a bit itchy-handed, picked up the bow, and shot 2 more arrows. One scored 9 rings. The other scored 10. By the time they left the shooting range, it was already 3 o'clock. Xie Jinyi heard Coach Shui saying something about biking and taking the subway. Originally, he wanted to drive Coach Shui to the subway entrance on his motorbike but didn't have an extra helmet. In the end, before Coach Shui could scan the bike QR code, he quickly pulled out his phone and ordered a DD car for him. He originally intended to book it all the way to Coach's house, but Coach thought it wasteful and refused to provide the exact location. Hence, they could only go to the subway station. After Coach Shui left, Xie Jinyi sat on his motorbike, pulling out his phone. Xie Jinyi was currently using a spare phone, the one with a cracked screen remained in his bag. There were many pictures and videos inside of Little Bamboo Horse, but he didn't trust others to repair it, so he'd already reserved an appointment for the screen fix. On the way home, he planned to make a quick stop at the mobile shop. He would personally supervise the technician's work. I wonder if Wu Wu has woken up yet. Better update her on my itinerary. Xie Jinyi unlocked his phone intending to tell Yun Wulian that he'd finished talking with the coach and was preparing to head home when he noticed Little Bamboo Horse had changed her profile picture on WeChat. Perhaps to avoid interrupting his discussion with the coach, she sent and recalled messages without punctuation this time. Xie Jinyi clicked on her profile, examining closely. What greeted his eyes was a surface of water floating with slices of lemon, a tiny lime in the middle, and on top of it lay a sleepy white kitten with its tail swaying. Bubbles kept surfacing in the water. The hint was obvious. She wanted some sparkling water with lemon and lime. Xie Jinyi swiftly responded with an affirmative, updated his schedule, then donned his helmet and revved the engine of his motorbike. He didn't mention what he discussed with Coach Shui. Words seemed too cold, he preferred discussing it face-to-face with Little Bamboo Horse. At 4. Xie Jinyi rode his motorbike home. Instead of returning to the Xie family residence, he grabbed the fruits and sparkling water he'd bought earlier, and skillfully entered the Chu family kitchen despite some astonished stares. The cook busy washing vegetables was startled by the sudden footsteps, turning around to see Xie Jinyi and couldn't help laughing in exasperation. Young Master Xie, are you here again to make something for young master? Xie Jinyi nodded affirmatively twice and began bustling around. He first fetched from the sterilizer a specific glass dedicated solely to Yun Wulian, followed by washing utensils, cutting fruit, and so on. Making the lemon and lime flavored soda was straightforward enough. In order to enhance the taste of the drink, however, he purchased 2 passion fruits as well. A few minutes later, the drink was nearly ready. Lemon and passion fruit both had a sharp tang, so honey and sugar were needed to balance the flavor. Xie Jinyi poured in a spoonful of honey, reaching out to open the jar of cream-colored granulated sugar while doing so. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing down, he saw Yun Wulian calling. He answered the video call with one hand, while the other hand followed instinctively and reached for the wooden lid. His focus was entirely on the smartphone screen. The young man hadn't realized that he accidentally tilted the container next to the sugar canister instead. Its contents were white grains, but finer than sugar. It was clearly salt. Chapter 79, Miao's heart accelerates, Wang's breath catches. On the balcony of the attic, the sickly beauty leaned against a cushion, lying lazily in the swing. Covered with a beige blanket, his long hair was disheveled and his collar slightly open, revealing a cold white, alluring clavicle. When the phone beeped as it connected, Yun Wulian slowly lifted his eyelids. His beautiful peach eyes sparkled, tinged with the drowsiness of someone who has just woken up. Report to Commander Wu, the drink will be ready soon, wait for me. I have so many things to say to you. Xie Jinyi's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Yun Wulian yawned, her delicate white fingers pressed against her lips. She looked at the handsome, sunny smile of the young man, gradually regaining consciousness and nodded lightly. I'm on the swing, waiting patiently for you. Her beautiful peach eyes lost their haze, her long lashes suddenly flickering, revealing a glimmer of light. The 2 words, wait patiently, were deliberately elongated, her calm voice wrapped in an elusive hint of flirtation, like silk brushing gently over the ear, stirring up infinite fantasies. On the other side of the phone, the young man hesitated for a few seconds, then broke into a silly grin and repeated. Coming right away, it's almost done. After dispensing the sugar, Xie Jinyi quickly stirred with a straw a few times, showing off his work in the glass to Yun Wulian while briskly leaving the kitchen. The sparkling water swirled with lemon and lime inside the glass, little bubbles racing upwards, reflecting in the sunlight, icy refreshing and crystal clear, full of summer scents. Yun Wulian curled his lips upward, eagerly awaiting. The 2 didn't hang up the video call. During the time Xie Jinyi was heading up to the attic, he couldn't help but bring up joining the archery team. Dear, let me tell you, I've promised to join the team and have been well behaved. I've checked the training schedule for the archery team. As students, we train after class usually and I'll come back to accompany you in the evening. But during the preparation period for major competitions, it is very strict, and we must stay in the camp. In that case, we could only video chat at night, but we can take leave once or twice. Yun Wulian listened carefully, pushing aside the blanket and sitting up cautiously in the swing, easing the dizziness. From the phone, the young man's voice grew more exuberant. By the way, there's another piece of good news. I specially asked Coach Shui if I could cook at the training base myself. Coach Shui was surprised by my question, assuming I wanted to cook for myself, saying that as long as I don't mind the trouble, it's all okay. So. Sweetheart, whenever you want to eat something, let me know. I'll ask Xiao Lu to buy the ingredients and deliver them to the base, prepare the food and bring it home to you. Hearing Xie Jinye's cheerful laughter, Yun Wulian lowered her gaze, her eyes fixed on the screen, connecting through the screen with Xie Jinye's indulgent smile. In that moment, it felt like her heart had bumped into soft clouds, carrying the scent of sunshine and wrapping her in warmth, spreading throughout her body, making her feel warm everywhere. Yun Wulian's heartbeat skipped half a beat. Her lips curved involuntarily, and her eyes flooded with affection. He was so adorable when he laughed. She wanted to mess up his hair. The ailing beauty stepped barefoot onto the carpet and smiled as she walked toward the door. Meanwhile, she softened her voice and called out gently to the young man on the other side of the phone. Handsome baby, run here. Huh? Xie Jinyi raised an eyebrow, carefully holding the glass in his hands. Dear, I also want to fly here like a rocket, but if I run too fast, the drink will spill. Yun Wulian snorted softly. I want to see you sooner. The young man's eyes instantly lit up. Yun Wulian faintly heard a low curse, followed by the video screen spinning and going dark, as if covered by a hand. A second later. Urgent footsteps sounded. Jovial laughter continued to echo, the happiness nearly spilling over through the screen. Woo baby, I'm flapping my invisible big wings to get here. Yun Wulian couldn't help but chuckle, speeding up himself. He walked to the door, opened it, and gazed down the staircase entrance, crossing his arms and leaning lazily against the wall, quietly waiting for the dazzling sun to appear before him. A few minutes later. The footsteps from the phone coincided with the sounds in reality. A tall figure rushed forward. Woo! Your exclusive courier has arrived. Come quick, since I feared the lemons would be too sour, I put in 2 spoons of sugar. Upon hearing this, Yun Wulian's long lashes trembled slightly, revealing a flash of color at the bottom of his eyes, meeting Xie Jinye's gaze instantly melting the frosty appearance, and he once again showed a faint smile. His smile was faint. But it was breathtakingly beautiful, causing someone's breath to catch. Seeing the big dog suddenly slow down, looking dazed, Yun Wulian raised her hand and curled her long, beautiful fingers slightly. Faster. Do you want a 5-star review or not? Chapter 80, Rubbing Warm Hands. And sneaking a peek at the beauty spot. Seeing his childhood sweetheart waving, Xie Jinye ran over with excitement. The young man's steady arrow-shooting hands only filled the frosted glass cup with carbonated water to 4/5 full, but because of the mad dash all the way, a few drops still splashed out, wetting his slender and bony fingers. I'm here. Sweetheart, quick, open your mouth, get ready to bite the straw. He suddenly stopped in front of Yun Wulian, switching to a clean hand to lift the glass to Yun Wulian's lips. However, due to the force's momentum, more carbonated water rippled out, even wetting his right hand as well. A black passion fruit seed also stuck to it. The transparent glass straw was very close to her lips. The mixture of lemon's fresh scent and passion fruit's rich aroma quietly tempted the taste buds. Yun Wulian did not rush to take the straw into her mouth. Her gaze fell on Xie Jinye's fingers, and her cool eyebrows furrowed slightly. Thinking that the carbonated water with added sugar would be sticky and uncomfortable on the skin, she lowered her eyes and slowly leaned closer to the young man, softly commanding. Raise both hands and lift your hips. Holding the drink in his hand, Xie Jinye trembled, raised an eyebrow, a little confused, ah. His eyes flickered downwards, catching Yun Wulian lifting both of her hands simultaneously, realizing something, a tender smile curved at the corner of his mouth, obediently cooperating. Afraid of spilling the carbonated water onto his sweetheart, he held his hand backwards while reminding Yun Wulian, I remember they should be in the right pocket. Oh, I want to touch both. Yun Wulian's forehead rested against Xie Jinye's sturdy chest. Because of the mad run, through the fabric, it was evident that the chest rose and fell quickly, with a slightly fast heartbeat. He curved his lips and began his action. Fingers probing under the black shirt, clinging along the waistline, moving downward slowly, diving into the trouser pocket. Sure enough. A pack of small wet wipes was found on the right side. Yun Wulian had mild OCD tendencies. Every time he went out, besides keeping tissues in the shoulder bag for precaution, Xie Jinye would also place a mini pack in his pocket. Whenever Yun Wulian needed them, he would dig into Xie Jinye's pockets. This was the understanding between the two from childhood until now. A faint smell of iris mixed with medicine lingered around, subtly teasing the senses. Xie Jinye felt his heartbeat getting chaotic again. Seeing his sweetheart tearing open the wet wipes, he took a deep breath, his tongue pressed against his molars to calm down, tilting his head to ask with a smile. Woo woo, are you going to help me wipe my hands? Let me do it, drink your carbonated water first. I'm waiting for your 5-star review. As he spoke, he reached for the tissue in Yun Wulian's hand. But he avoided it. Don't move. Yun Wulian caught Xie Jinye's wrist with her other hand, turning his palm stained with carbonated water upward. Lowering his eyes, he picked up the tissue and wiped it off. I also want your 5-star review. The wet wipe was cold, but Yun Wulian's fingertips were even colder, clear and beautiful under the sunlight, resembling jade soaked in snow water. Yet the frictional motion was so light. So gentle. It was akin to flakes of snow brushing against the skin, kissing the heart. Xie Jinye couldn't help but quicken his heartbeat, gazing intently at the hands of his sweetheart, feeling as though his body was controlled by invisible silver threads. Before his brain could react, his hands instinctively closed around, enveloping Yun Wulyan's hands. He secretly touched that bright red beauty spot. Warm, warmer. Worthy indeed of being his beloved one. Even the mole on her hand is so beautiful, like a little plum blossom. Yun Wulyan was ticklish all over due to Xie Jinye's small actions. Her pretty peach eyes slowly opened, deliberately glaring at him. Your hands aren't dry yet. Can't help it. Xie Jinye grinned sheepishly. Commander Wu's service is too gentle, I couldn't help myself. I want to give 100 stars, no, 1,000, 10,000 stars. Said and done. He presented the straw once more to Yun Wulyan. Her narrow almond eyes half closed, wild eyebrows arched, showing half of his sharp canine teeth. His handsome face carried an expectation and joy characteristic of youth. Come on, sweetheart, it's your turn to rate. The carbonated water swayed, and the aroma of lemon and passion fruit drifted again. Yun Wulyan leaned closer, sniffing carefully. The flavor of passion fruit was particularly unique, resembling the mixed fragrance of several ripe fruits, carrying a natural sweetness. Meanwhile, the refreshing scent of lemons and green limes woke the spirit, balancing the sweetness, making it both refreshing and fragrant. She cast her eyes down, looking at the tiny bubbles on the edge of the lime, and softly laughed. It smells like summer. Xie Jinye slightly shook his wrist, observing together as the carbonated water bubbled, encouraging with a laugh, come on, Wu, take a sip, let's see if our summer is sweet. The transparent glass straw gently touched her lips. Yun Wulyan's long lashes fluttered, and under the young man's expectant gaze, she opened her mouth to take in the straw, lowering her eyelids as she sipped the carbonated water. Her snowy Adam's apple rolled slightly. For a moment, she savored it. Her exquisite profile was gilded by the sunset outside the window, and her pale skin looked less sickly. Her long lashes flickered, and her eyes shimmered with light. Ripples of joy spread across her face. Seeing his childhood sweetheart smiling, Xie Jinye felt overjoyed, eagerly asking, is it sweet? Chapter 81, Indirect Kiss. Seasoning Warning. Yun Wulyan slowly raised her eyes, meeting the eager gaze of the young man. Beneath her raven locks, a fleeting sense of helplessness crossed her eyes, almost imperceptible. The next moment, she licked her lips, savoring the fresh fruity fragrance lingering around her, and opened her mouth slowly. Every word was accompanied by a faint smile, earnest. Our summer, sweet to the core. I'll give you 100 million stars. Upon hearing the word, sweet, Xie Jinye's lips curled upward dramatically as he prepared to wear his goofy grin, but then furrowed his brows, gazing pitifully at Yun Wulyan, lamenting, precious babe, if it's so sweet it goes straight to your heart, why just 1 star? Yun Wulyan remained silent. She glared at the young man, then took a sip of her carbonated water. Then, coldly snorting, she turned around and walked into the art studio, lifting her arm lazily. Her shirt sleeve fluttered as she tossed a wet tissue to a thoroughly confused Xie Jinye. And added an insult that sounded cold but hinted at intimacy. Idiot, it's billions of stars wishing they could become hands to pinch your big tail you mentioned. Xie Jinye caught the tissue in his hand, holding it tightly for a moment, reflecting on Yun Wulyan's words from before. His black eyes brightened, and all traces of disappointment were immediately replaced by joy. He gripped his cup tightly and followed in eagerly. Wu bao, my big tail behind me got lost. In a couple of days, I'll go and customize one especially for you to play with. Yun Wulyan responded solemnly, a hair tail is also a tail, it works. Xie Jinye continued, do you want to pinch it now? But Yun Wulyan refused, I need to paint. Oh, okay. Xie Jinye shrugged his shoulders, feeling deflated as he trailed behind the childhood friend. Yun Wulyan walked straight to the easel and sat down. Xie Jinye had originally intended to bend down, bringing his big tail in front of Yun Wulyan's face to tease him, but a quick glance made him notice the painting on the easel. It depicted the late Grandma Chu. Grandma Chu had passed away 5 years ago. Possibly through generational inheritance, unlike his mother, whose beauty was striking and bold, Yun Wulyan resembled his grandma more. In the painting, Grandma Chu wore a pale green cheongsam, looking elegant and graceful. She was seated in a wooden pavilion filled with wisteria flowers, weaving bracelets out of jasmine flowers from a basket. Time may have left wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, yet the charm of her demeanor suggested she had always been a well-born lady. In her hands, Grandma Chu strung a bracelet while affectionately gazing at the person beside her. Next to her was the 12 or 13-year-old Yun Wulyan. Covered in a beige blanket, supporting his cheek with his hand, drowsy and carefree, helping the grandmother select jasmine blossoms for the bracelet. Seeing this painting, Xie Jinye paused for a few seconds, his face clouded with melancholy as he bent over from behind and embraced Yun Wulyan's shoulder. Gently patting, softening his tone, and cautiously asking, Wu, are you missing Grandma? Yun Wulyan nodded slightly, using a small spatula to scoop some white onto the palette, mixing it with blue-green to match the tones of the cheongsam from his memory. While blending the pigments, he pointed at the painting and asked Xie Jinye, do you still remember this moment? Of course, I remember this scene from before. Xie Jinyi knelt beside Yun Wulian on one knee, his right hand resting on his knee with the carbonated water, gazing up at the unfinished artwork. His lips curved, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Whenever summer arrived, Grandma Chu would like to make us jasmine flower bracelets. The flowers were from Grandpa Chu, and we helped pick them. Grandma Chu always said the natural floral scent was far better than any expensive perfume, capable of soothing both body and mind. When it comes to jasmine flowers, Grandma Chu knew I was learning to cook delicious dishes for you and even taught me how to make jasmine tea jelly. Wait. Suddenly, the young man let out a gasp of realization, noticing a half-finished figure at the bottom right corner of the canvas, a shape with only color blocks indicating its running posture towards them. Dear baby, is this me? Is this the first time I made jasmine tea jelly and couldn't wait to serve it to you, only to trip over a hoe left on the ground? That hoe, no idea which gardener left it there, infuriating. Luckily, when I fell, I managed to cover the lid, otherwise the tea jelly would have spilled entirely. Though the tea jelly broke, and wasn't perfect. Still. Dear baby smiled while eating it, saying it tasted good and finished it all. But when handing back the porcelain bowl, he casually added that the sweetness was slightly less intense. Following Grandma Chu's advice, every time after that, he'd add an extra spoonful of honey. As for the hoe, it was chopped into 8 pieces, burned, and ceremonially buried. After reminiscing, Xie Jinyi glanced sideways and noticed Yun Wulian propping her chin on her hand and staring at him. Her dark, glossy long hair cascaded down her back, with a few strands falling in front. The frail beauty's eyebrows and eyes carried a faint smile as her melodious voice gently flowed past people's ears, just as soft and gentle as it had been during childhood. You're silly, but very cute. Xie Jinyi froze, as if transported back a few years. Back then, he had fallen to the ground and saw his childhood sweetheart approaching. Afraid of worrying her, he ignored the mud on his face and the pain in his rear, grinning while saying jokingly, Dear baby, I'm sorry, your little surprise almost got robbed by Lord Land. Yun Wulian shook her head lightly with a smile. As she squatted down to pull out a handkerchief and wiped the mud off his face, she said that exact sentence again. The 192 centimeters tall young man smiled as he retracted his thoughts. He was now a cool guy. If anyone called him cute now, he'd surely be upset. But when his sweetheart did so, it brought pure happiness. Looking at Yun Wulian's gaze, Xie Jinyi scratched his head, laughing foolishly, because I was so eager to give you that surprise back then. I wasn't watching the road. Woo-woo, do you want to eat jasmine tea jelly? My grandpa seems to still have a couple of pots of flowers blooming. I'll go pluck them all right away. Yun Wulian shook her head, we're about to have dinner. Well. Xie Jinyi raised the carbonated water again, bringing it close to Yun Wulian's face, gently shaking it from side to side, then, would you like another sip of the taste of summer? The straw had almost touched his lips. That refreshing, sweet aroma once again wafted into his nostrils. Yun Wulian obediently opened her mouth and took another sip under Xie Jinyi's doting gaze. Halfway through drinking, she slowly lifted her eyes, her long, thin eyetails elegantly tilting upwards as they were outlined in ink, brimming with interest. Jinyi. Her scarlet lips tenderly grazed over the straw before slowly moving away. She then handed the carbonated water towards the young man. It's getting close to mealtime, and I won't finish this cup anyway. Here, let me share this sweet summer moment with you, as good friends, we can share this one straw. Xie Jinyi's smile froze, his heart instantly speeding up. A mix of feelings surged within him, pricked by being labeled just good friends, yet simultaneously ignited by an uncontrollable arousal coursing through his veins. What? Sharing one straw, isn't that indirect kissing? Although they used to share forks and bowls during their childhood, things between them weren't the same anymore now. Was Wu-Wu doing this on purpose? Xie Jinyi felt a subtle suspicion stirring inside him, though he dared not dwell too deeply on it. Just then, a citrusy and passion fruit scent rushed into his nose. Before he could react fully, the straw bitten by his childhood love had already reached his lips. In a flash, an alluring wetness infiltrated his mouth, spreading like electricity throughout his body. Damn! I'm dying. Dying. Xie Jinyi's breathing hitched, his mind exploding in shock. His pitch-black pupils widened immediately, glancing downwards, leaving him stiff where he stood, his eyes blankly fixed on the straw. Even his hand holding the carbonated water trembled involuntarily, almost dropping the glass. In a haze, his heart roared like a savage beast, mixing its thunderous pounding with a chilling laugh laced with mischief echoing around him. At the same time, his hand got smacked by the childhood love. Hold the cup steady, drink slowly, I need to start painting. Xie Jinyi remained dumbstruck, frozen in place. Until a faint tanginess left by the top of the straw entered his mouth, stimulating every sense of excitement on his taste buds, yanking his scattered thoughts back. A bit sour. Could it be less sugar? This trace of sourness was what Yun Wulian had left behind on the straw after drinking, but it was so faint that Xie Jinyi didn't dwell much on it. He tightened his grip on the glass cup, pressing down the thudding in his chest. Shifting his eyeballs cautiously, he peeked at Yun Wulian. Seeing his beloved absorbed in her painting, he finally exhaled in relief. Yet, as his eyes fell upon the straw, his heart raced wildly again. Seriously. Does he really need to use the straw for drinking? He and his darling were still merely good friends, engaging in something so intimate like indirect kissing might not be quite right. Xie Jinye's brows creased with conflicted emotions, trying hard to suppress his desires while also yearning inwardly. When he caught Grandmother Chu's portrait staring directly at him, an inexplicable guilt surfaced within him, as if committing some misdeed in front of an elder. So. The youth sneakily turned his back. Darling baby, it's a bit warm indoors. I'll sit on the balcony for a while. Without waiting for Yun Wulian's response, Xie Jinyi dashed toward the balcony. Chapter 82, Bitter Mouth. Jin discovers Wu has lost his sense of taste. Xie Jinyi ran onto the balcony with a glass of sparkling water. Worried that his next reaction might be too loud and disturb Yun Wulian, he also pulled the curtain closed. However, the curtain was made of thin white gauze that let light through, allowing the indoor situation to be faintly visible. He sneaked a peek. Only after reconfirming that his little childhood friend wasn't looking at him did he shift his gaze to the glass, hesitating over whether to drink from it directly or bite on the straw. The balcony was brightly lit. The transparent straw refracted a streak of twilight, looking beautiful like colorful glass under the sunset, emanating waves of fresh fragrance. Huff. Xie Jinye's throat tightened as he slowly exhaled. He wanted to calm down, but the heart in his chest had already been seduced by the aroma, thumping violently, making his eardrums resonate. Without control, his mouth kissed it. At the moment it touched the straw. It was as if fireworks were blooming in his mind, and the next second, the entire world went silent. Did I just indirectly kiss my darling? There was no direct contact, just biting on the straw that Wu Wu had drunk from. It shouldn't count as desecrating the pure moonlight, right? Xie Jinye's heart beat like a drum, his breathing gradually became rapid, and a smile unconsciously crept up on the corner of his lips. He tightly gripped the glass and happily took a big sip through the straw. In the haste to see Wu Wu again, there hadn't been time to taste the drink first. He would have a big sip now. Let's see if this summer worth 1,000,000,000 stars is extra sweet. Under the force applied, the sparkling water surged up the straw, rushing into his mouth in spurts. It wasn't as refreshingly sweet as he imagined, instead, it was similar to the sour sweetness of tangerine peel water, with a trace of peculiar saltiness. Shit. This taste isn't right. Xie Jinyi furrowed his brows, his smile gradually disappearing as his heartbeat remained rapid, causing an inexplicable sense of panic. Afraid that he might have tasted incorrectly, he took another big sip. Lemon and lime are purely sour, passion fruit smells richly sweet but itself has low sweetness, so he deliberately added sugar and honey to balance out the sourness. But why does it have a salty taste mixed with the sour sweetness? And that salty taste spreads rapidly in his mouth like a tidal wave. At first, there is a slight sweetness aftertaste, but before adapting to the taste, waves of bitterness surge back, stimulating his taste buds, until all these flavors undergo a chemical reaction, blending together to become a bitter taste. It's like biting into the green sprout inside a fresh lotus seed. Very fresh. But getting increasingly bitter, increasingly bitter. Realizing that what he tasted clearly differed from what his little childhood friend described, Xie Jinyi assumed the fruits might have gone bad, raising the sparkling water to take a closer look. The lemon and lime slices submerged in the water looked very fresh. He also remembered that when opening the passion fruit, the insides were a normal yellow color. So, why did the dear one say the sparkling water is sweet? Xie Jinyi suppressed the inexplicable unease and raised his head, his gaze piercing through the white gauze to land on Yun Wulian, his expression growing increasingly serious, his eyes reflecting confusion. To cheer me up? Or is he teasing me, wanting me to experience a sour and bitter summer too? As these thoughts came to mind, the young man's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, wanting to smile, but the bitterness in his mouth wouldn't go away for a long while, his heart remained restless as if it were squeezed by something. Wait. No, something's not right here. With a thud, the glass cup hit the table beside the swing. Xie Jinyi raised his hand to grip his silver gray bangs, recalling every little detail between himself and Yun Wulian over the past few months. Wu Wu has picky tastes because of frequent medication due to poor health, resulting in a poor appetite. To help Wu Wu gain weight, he worked hard learning how to make desserts. In the beginning, his skills were average, yet Wu Wu always praised him. Later, as his culinary skills improved, Wu Wu began offering praise first, then providing honest feedback, helping him become even better. But recently, Wu Wu never mentioned the food being bland or too sweet. Besides, Wu Wu has been scared of sourness and bitterness since childhood, needing sugary candied fruit to counteract the bitterness of medicine. But this time, his brows didn't seem to wrinkle even once. That's right. Candied fruit, candied fruit. Has Wu Wu gotten used to the bitterness of medicine and no longer needs candied fruit? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across his head. Xie Jinye's pupils dilated in shock, his face instantly turning pale. His trembling hands clenched the silver hair tightly, the excessive force making his knuckles protrude, filled with blue veins. Could it be? Has Wu Wu already lost his sense of taste? Impossible. Impossible. Wu Wu is fine now, hasn't contracted any major illnesses, how could he lose his sense of taste? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xie Jinyi refused to believe this guess. He hastily withdrew his thoughts in panic, not daring to stare at Yun Wu Lian, muttering impossibilities, yet his limbs felt as though all strength had been drained, causing his body to become unsteady, almost leading to a fall. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the swing just in time. The swing swayed for a moment, causing the glass on the table to tremble and splash a few drops of water out. The sunset fell upon the youth, its warm orange hue seemed to have lost its temperature, transforming the previously vibrant figure into one filled with uncertainty and confusion. Xie Jinyi's breathing was heavy, his chest rising and falling dramatically, feeling as though the bitterness lingering at the corner of his mouth turned into invisible blades, each slash plunging deeper into his heart, drawing blood. Impossible, impossible. He repeated these words over and over again. His moist phoenix-shaped eyes slowly lifted, gazing at the sparkling water on the table, his chest constricting, wanting to smash the glass but raising his hand only to worry about frightening the little childhood friend in the studio. Finally, trembling hands clenched tightly into fists, knuckles turning white. Xie Jinyi gritted his teeth and forced his head to turn with difficulty, his vision piercing through layers of thin gauze, unexpectedly meeting Yun Wu Lian's gaze, a rush of sourness filling his nasal cavity, reddening his eyes. Wu Wu. Yun Wu Lian had turned around upon hearing the sound. He still held the paintbrush, originally intending to observe if Big Dog would have any amusing reactions after the indirect kiss. Instead, he saw the youth looking like he was about to cry. What was wrong? Just now when he sneakily peeked, wasn't Ajin still grinning foolishly? Cloud Wu Lian slightly furrowed his brows, wearing an expression of confusion, planning to set down the paintbrush, supporting himself against the wall to stand up, and heading towards the balcony to check Xie Jinyi's condition. But Xie Jinyi acted faster than him. Suddenly, the young man slapped the table, stood up, took 3 quick strides in one, rushed to open the door, lifted the curtain violently, and dashed inside. Before Yun Wu Lian could react, he was embraced by Xie Jinyi, hugged tightly around the waist and shoulders, squeezed fully into his embrace. Chapter 83, Our summer will be 100% sweet. Her face collided with the broad and sturdy chest of the young man. Through his sun-warmed work shirt, Yun Wu Lian could clearly feel Xie Jinyi's heart beating rapidly, his whole body tense, and he was slightly trembling as if he were afraid of something. And the hand resting on her waist was gripping tightly, holding him closely. Because her waist was constricted, the air around them was thick with testosterone, making it feel thin. Yun Wu Lian bent over, her long hair brushing against her arm and scattering, the paintbrush in her hand dropping to the ground. He found it hard to breathe, enduring the slight pain spreading from his waist, and lightly patted Xie Jinyi's back. Ajin. Yun Wu Lian tilted her head to stare at the loosely tied end of the young man's ponytail. Her cool voice rang out like a stream flowing gently, filled with tenderness. Tell me slowly, what's wrong with you? Upon hearing this gentle inquiry, Xie Jinyi's eyes brimmed with tears. He dropped to one knee, keeping his upper body upright, hands tightly hugging little Juma who sat on a low stool, his chin resting on Yun Wu Lian's shoulder, repeating impossible over and over again in his mind. He kept comforting himself, hoping against hope that little Juma would smile and say whether sour summer drinks taste good. But there was none. None. Wu Wu didn't ask. She didn't even mention the carbonated drink. So, could Wu Wu really not taste anything? Xie Jinyi's heart clenched painfully, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. He lowered his eyes, his gaze blurred through watery mist looking at little Juma's pale and fragile neck, stinging in the corners of his eyes, causing a pain deep within. Countless sharp needles pierced into his heart. He opened his mouth wanting to call Yun Wu Lian's name, but it was as if a boulder was blocking his throat and no sound came out. All he could do was hold little Juma tighter. Even tighter. He held her close, warming her with his body. Just as Xie Jinyi wanted to tighten his grip further, a weak cry of pain came from the person in his arms. Yun Wu Lian collapsed on his shoulder, gasping for breath and coughing. Ajin, it hurts, cough cough. The reddened pupils of Xie Jinyi shook with a jolt, suddenly realizing his mistake. Frantically, he began rubbing Yun Wu Lian's waist, his lips quivering several times before he managed to respond in a hoarse, choked-up voice. Sorry, Wu Wu, sorry, He wanted to ask Wu Wu if she'd completely lost her sense of taste or if she could still perceive some flavors. And when did she notice something was amiss? But just as he opened his mouth, the sound died in his throat. Wu Wu has been sick all along, hiding it from him, lying earlier by saying the soda was sweet, meaning Wu Wu didn't want him to be sad, nor the family to be upset. If she says now, will Wu Wu cry? He doesn't want Wu Wu to cry. Losing taste sensation cannot happen without a reason. It must have something to do with taking too much medicine or other factors. Given Wu Wu's health issues and the numerous traditional Chinese and Western doctors they've contacted over the years, there are plenty of phone numbers to reach out to. He'll question each one individually. Surely, there is a way to find the cause and treatment. When that happens, then telling Wu Wu won't make her sad anymore, she'll be happy. Silent, Xie Jinyi hugged Yun Wu Lian, closing his eyes like a big dog, and rubbed against Yun Wu Lian's neck affectionately a few times. Yun Wu Lian heard the choked-up tone in the young man's voice. Obviously, something was wrong. He vaguely understood something. Allowing the youth to continue holding him tightly, he lifted his eyelids, piercing through the fine veil, landing his gaze on the soda bottle on the balcony table. Looking at it for a few seconds. Those beautiful eyes of his gradually dimmed, filled with helplessness. Jean, did you? Before he finished, Yun Wulyan sighed and stopped speaking. The art studio fell silent, only the faint hum of the air conditioner could be heard. The next moment. He felt the hand around his shoulders abruptly clenched then let go, as if coming to a decision, reaching up to touch his hair, landing atop his head. Fingers threading through his scalp, tenderly massaging. His body temperature conveyed warmth. Good boy. Good baby, I. Xie Jinyi tried several times to find his voice, but it remained raspy, as if crushed under the wheels of a car, unable to conceal the heartache it carried. I woke up too early today. I'm a little sleepy. I'll go back to sleep and come back later to keep you company, okay? Yun Wulyan didn't reply but turned his head, trying to see Xie Jinyi's face. He felt as if dumb puppy had cried. But the young man wouldn't allow him to see, burying his head in his neck while petting his head like a big dog, muttering hoarsely, I'll be back soon. Very soon. Is this idiot really going to hide and cry secretly? Yun Wulyan furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her body trembling lightly with an itch. She raised her hand covered in paint, just about to catch the youth's swaying hair end, but then she realized the hand resting on her waist was withdrawing. Right after. Xie Jinyi shot up in a flash. Saying, good baby wait for me and covering his face, he turned and ran away. Pausing at the door, he hesitated for a moment, Xie Jinyi slightly turned his head back. The youth's figure was bathed in the evening glow of the sunset, half his face hidden in the shadows, his fingers blocking his eyebrows and eyes. Through the gaps of his fingers, the pair of phoenix-shaped eyes could vaguely be seen, firm and sincere. He rasped out, leaving behind one last sentence. Good baby, our summer will definitely, absolutely, 100% be sweet. Yun Wulyan sat in front of the easel, meeting Xie Jinyi's reluctant gaze, her heart skipping a beat, feeling that everything tasted bitter or had no taste at all in her mouth, as if there were indeed surging flavors of refreshing summer citrus sweetness in her mouth. And it sweetened her heart. Watching the youth turn and leave, Yun Wulyan couldn't help but curve her lips, happiness rippling through her eyes. Idiot. Our summer has always been sweet. Although he couldn't taste the flavor of the sparkling water, smelling its concentrated fruity aroma and seeing the big dog's eagerly shining eyes made whatever he drank sweet. But could this puppy actually be sneaking off to cry by himself first? Yun Wulyan couldn't help but recall when they were young. Each time she fell ill, he never cried while getting injections or taking medicine, but a certain carefree troublemaker would well up upon seeing him getting pricked. There were several times when she had high fevers and woke up to find the little puppy crying his eyes out, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Hey! She should go take a look. Since her head was patted just now, she at least owed it to herself to pat it back. Yun Wulyan shook her head, chuckling lightly, leaning against the wall to slowly stand up. Before stabilizing herself, her vision went black, and the familiar dizziness surged forth. Lowering his eyes, he paused for a moment to let the view become clear, then lifted his gaze toward the balcony. Speaking of which, what exactly is the taste of this carbonated drink? Drinks made by a Jean have always been sweet without ever having a mishap, so why did he suddenly notice there might be something wrong with his sense of taste? Yun Wulyan walked toward the balcony puzzled, lifting the gauze curtain as the light slightly stung his eyes. He raised a hand to block it, walking in front of the swing and picking up the soda for another sip. It didn't seem to have much taste initially. Then a faint bitterness crept up, subtle but distinct. Lately, anything he ate had this same flavor, like a mixture of various medicines' bitterness. Therefore, he could only rely on smell. The lemon scent was refreshingly sweet, quite fragrant. Collecting his thoughts, Yun Wulyan picked up the glass cup and headed downstairs with doubt, wanting to confirm again whether Xie Jinyi truly noticed something. Walking through the courtyard filled with roses. Just wondering who to seek out. Two figures came into sight perfectly timed. Chapter 84, Carrying Love Along the Way, Toward His Son. After inspecting the company, Chu Qinyan just returned home. Secretary Xiao Chen was holding a briefcase with a file in her hand, reporting work to her boss. Chu Qinyan was dressed in a light gray British-style shirt, with his dark suit jacket hanging on his right arm. He was slightly lowering his eyes, adjusting the sapphire star-studded cufflinks on his wrist. His cold and severe face radiated authority, exuding the oppressiveness of someone in power with every move. The powerful aura made the secretary keep her head down. Mr. Chu, your recent schedule is very tight. Take a look if there's anything that needs adjustment. There's a meeting about the application of a technology at 9 tomorrow morning, and a discussion with Mr. Shang at 2 in the afternoon at the golf course. Also, there's a charity dinner on the evening of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chu Qinyan, cancel it. Xiao Chen, ah. Chu Qinyan, looking at the cufflink on his wrist, slowly said. The Mid-Autumn Festival is for family reunion. These charity dinners are just for show. You go to finance and withdraw 6 million directly. Buy mooncakes and toys in advance. Send people to contact the welfare homes in various regions and deliver holiday gifts to the children. Oh, for toys, choose plush dolls for girls and robots for boys. They can be their little family members for the festival. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's tense nerves relaxed. Smiling and agreeing while responding, she couldn't help but marvel, ever since the young master was born, the once icy Mr. Chu had really become more gentle. Speaking of whom? She looked up and saw Yun Wulian walking along the gravel path with a cup of water, waving a greeting immediately. Good afternoon, young master. Upon hearing her voice, Chu Qingyan paused mid-step, turning his head. His serious expression was gradually replaced by indulgence as he spotted his younger son, and the sharp aura melted away. Yun Wulian nodded slightly toward Xiao Chen and walked over to his father, taking the straw from him. With only half a glass left, he lightly shook the carbonated water. Dad, take a sip. As their eyes met, Chu Qingyan noticed something seemed off when gazing into his son's earnest eyes but still took the soda anyway. Xiao Chen chimed in beside them, trying to flatter, young master is really filial. Seeing Mr. Chu tired after a whole day, he even offered his own drink, no doubt incredibly tasty. Yun Wulian remained silent. Chu Qingyan took a sip, frowned slightly, wore a complex expression, but quickly smiled and carefully asked, Wulu, did you make this? Yun Wulian saw through his father's intention. If I nod, Dad, will you say it tastes good? Chu Qingyan. Yes. Because truth hurts the child. Yun Wulian continued, it was made by Ash. Instantly, Chu Qingyan sighed in relief, then Ash still needs improvement. Yun Wulian, so what flavor is it? Chu Qingyan honestly replied, very strange, it's a mix of 5 flavors, sourness and sweetness blending with a salty taste, ultimately mixing into bitterness. Did Ash put in the wrong seasoning? Xiao Chen tried to stifle her laughter nearby. Oh my goodness. Talking too much makes things worse, better not say anything next time. Yun Wulian heard his father say that, confirming his guess wasn't wrong. Fearing his dad would notice any unusual behavior, he also nodded along. I also think the taste is odd. If it's salty, maybe it's because sugar was mistakenly taken for salt. I'll settle the score with Ash at the Xie household. Probably won't be back tonight. Chu Qingyan didn't think much of it and indicated for Yun Wulian to put the straw back in the cup. Don't drink this one anymore. Once we're at Aunt's house, have Ash make you a new one. There was only a little bit of the carbonated drink left in the cup. Yun Wulian obediently put the straw back in and let his father carry it upstairs. As he withdrew his hand, he noticed the cufflink on his father's shirt, pausing momentarily before softly praising, Mom designed this cufflink for you, and it looks good. Chu Qingyan chuckled lightly, rotating his wrist to display the cufflink from multiple angles. That's true. It's full of love. Your mom is exceptionally talented. She used to be a renowned gemstone designer. The luxurious blue sapphires reflected sunlight with splendidly changing colors, the blue tone stable and elegant. Embedded behind were sparkling starburst diamonds, beautiful like butterflies fluttering their wings. Xiao Chen commented on how gorgeous they were. Yun Wulian's gaze flickered slightly. He approved of what Xiao Chen said. The blue butterfly fluttering under the sun was indeed beautiful. One could imagine how ingenious the designer who created it must be. But, to take care of me, Mom broke her own wings. Yun Wulian suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, the bitter aftertaste lingering in his mouth growing more intense. In a flash, it seeped into his flesh and blood, transforming into massive black hot stones that blocked all passages in his blood vessels. His breathing gradually became difficult, and he couldn't help but start coughing. Hack, hack. Chu Qingyan's expression changed when he heard Yun Wulian's coughing fit. He hastily threw his jacket and water cup to Xiao Chen, then reached out to support his son, gently patting his back while furrowing his brows and asking. There's no wind, so why did you suddenly start coughing? Do you want me to accompany you to the Xie household? Yun Wulian, clutching the shirt at his chest, calmed himself for a moment before shaking his head lightly. No need. It might be because of the carbonated water, my throat feels dry. Chu Qingyan's expression remained serious, with a face full of concern. In the end, no matter what Yun Wulian said, Chu Qingyan insisted on taking him to the Xie household, only leaving with Xiao Chen once he saw Yun Wulian walk inside safely. The yard at the Xie residence was decorated in traditional Chinese style. The courtyard was stunningly beautiful, an artificial hill made from stacked rocks, a pond filled with blooming lotus flowers, and a small bridge running through it, surrounded by luxurious and emerald bamboo trees. Since the sun had set, the servants were along the path watering plants and pruning trees. Seeing Yun Wulian, they greeted him skillfully, knowing he came to visit young Master Xie Jinya. Some even stopped their work to offer more information. Our young master just returned, he should still be in his bedroom. Master Wulu, you don't know, he runs incredibly fast. Yeah, one moment he's there, and the next he's gone. Like he's rushing to do something. Yun Wulian nodded lightly. He understood now. His silly little puppy was probably crying and hiding. He wanted to ruffle its hair comfortingly. As he passed the pavilion, several grandfathers' figures caught his attention once again. Grandpa Chu was playing chess with Grandpa Xie. Grandpa Chu wore an expression of calculated strategy and imminent victory, while Grandpa Xie scratched his head anxiously, looking worried as his pieces were constantly being taken. Unable to win or even play regretful moves, Grandpa Xie could only turn to his old partner for help. This Chu old man is infuriating, Zhou old man, you hurry up and crush him completely. Old Master Zhou was sipping tea while reading a medical book when he heard the call. He shook his head and chuckled, rolling up his book to fan himself, and walked behind Old Master Xie. I alone might not be able to handle this, Elder Xie, let's use our double sword combination. You steal old Chu's pieces, while I'll figure out how to eat them on the board. Old Master Xie, great, let's do it. Old Master Chu, ? You two old coots are acting like proper elders. Disrespectful. The three men began bickering and quarreling together, but upon noticing Yun Wulian out of the corner of their eyes, they instantly straightened up and smiled kindly at him. Young Master Wulu has arrived. There are some delicious pastries here, very flaky, sweet but not cloying. Try some. Yun Wulian pursed his lips and thought to decline, but seeing the doting, expectant gazes of the grandfathers, he finally went over and took a piece. It was lotus leaf pastry, very beautiful. On his way out, one of the grandpas patted his head, then picked up another lotus leaf pastry, wrapping it in oil-absorbing paper before gently placing it in his palm. Go ahead, bring this one to Jinya too. Enjoy your time, and if you're bored, come down to play chess with us. Yun Wulian's long eyelashes trembled as he looked down and accepted the request. The instant he turned around, the beautiful peach-shaped eyes reflected scattered light, shimmering faintly with moisture at the corners, a hint of red creeping onto his eyelids. Finally. Carrying the love with him, step by step, he moved toward his son. Taking the elevator to the third floor, this level consisted entirely of Xie Jinya's rooms, there was a gaming room, fitness studio, and his bedroom was located far inside. Yun Wulian paused outside the door, not rushing to knock yet. Looking at the pastry in his hand, he thought, this should cheer Jinya up. After putting away his thoughts, he raised his hand towards the doorknob. Yun Wulian intended to open the door directly, but unexpectedly, Xie Jinya had locked it from the inside. The soundproofing effect was excellent, and he couldn't discern the situation within clearly. There was nothing left to do but make a phone call. Taking out his phone, he opened WeChat. Before he could dial, however, a VIP update notification popped up on the screen from Weibo. Yun Wulian froze. Following the notification and clicking into Xie Jinya's Weibo, the moment he comprehended all the words displayed, a tightening sensation overwhelmed his chest, making it hard to breathe. Chapter 85, The Mist, Hold me, plant me on your bed. Little Zhuama trying to fatten up, I am a food blogger. I chose this name just because I want to make lots of delicious food to fatten up my little Zhuama. He likes sweet things, so I often make desserts for him, trying to take away the bitterness of his medicine. But today, God hit me with a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. Today I made a glass of lemon soda water, and little Zhuama took a sip and smiled at me, saying, our summer is very sweet. I was so happy at that moment, like the sound of wind chimes in midsummer, dappled light penetrating through the gaps between trees shining all around, as if the whole world was blooming with white wildflowers. Until I tasted the soda water myself. It turned out to be a disaster, bitter and sour. In that instant, it felt as if the sky was falling. My little Zhuama has been cut off from some of his connection with the world by fate. He cannot taste the bitterness of the medicine anymore, nor can he feel the warmth of sweetness. Right now, my mind is blank, my hands are trembling while typing. I don't want to do anything but stay by his side. I've been contacting doctors one after another, asking for reasons. I came to Weibo just to ask if any of you have ever experienced a loss of taste, and if it will, get better soon. Yun Wulian carefully read the Weibo post word by word. Through the words, he felt as if his soul had swapped with the young man's, feeling firsthand that indescribable pain. Suddenly, a wave of sharp pain gripped his chest, his vision blurred, his arms uncontrollably shaking, the pastry fell to the ground, his body swayed dangerously. His pale face gasping for breath, he quickly leaned against the wall. Sliding down slowly. He collapsed onto the floor, covering his lips and suppressing his voice to cough. 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 So, Ash Jean went to consult the doctor. Is he crying with red eyes right now, like when he was a child? He knew Ash Jean would be upset, which is why he hid it. Mother already broke her wings for him. He didn't want Ash Jean to become the next mother, burying her own light with her own hands. Breathing became increasingly difficult, palpitations and heart flutters overwhelmed him, as if a sharp claw tightly gripped his chest. His sight became unfocused, the ringing in his ears was deafening. Huff. Yun Wulian leaned against the wall, gasping for air, his hand gripping tightly at the shirt over his chest, unconsciously pressing the warm jade amulet given by his grandfather against his heart. A faint warmth seeped through the friction into his skin. His consciousness slightly returned, his pale hand sliding down his shirt, finding an intricately carved small jade gourd in his pocket. Pouring out two black little pills, one rolled off his trembling fingertips, the other took a few seconds of struggling before being shoved into his mouth. These were the secret heart-saving pills made by Elder Zhou. Yun Wulian was born prematurely by accident, and during his infancy, underwent various treatments with tubes, which damaged his heart leading to disease. Fortunately, it wasn't too severe, and these years, it had always been controlled by medication. Given Yun Wulian's usual even temperament with not much fluctuation in emotions, he rarely had episodes. However, the little pills were still carried daily. Not only by him, Xie Jinya's bag usually contained his medicine as well. After taking the pills, the sense of panic slowly subsided. Yun Wulian leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, swallowing back the rising metallic taste in his throat. That handsome face was terrifyingly pale, his lips losing their rosy hue, his disheveled hair streaked with wisps of green silk. His pupils unfocused, the corners of his eyes wet and red, exuding an unbearable fragility. When his breathing steadied, he picked up his phone. Pushing aside the long hair covering his eyebrows, his gaze landed on the screen, staring at Xie Jinya's Weibo for a minute, his lips curling slightly. Stupid doggy. You gave me a scare, so I'm going to scare you back. Yun Wulian switched to his main account, searched for Xie Jinya's handle, followed him directly, then liked, forwarded, and commented in one smooth action. Mist is light, don't cry just yet. I'm about to sprout at the door. When will the zookeeper double as a gardener and replant me back in my nest? The reply was barely sent when the phone started ringing non-stop. Yun Wulian knew the fans were surprised, but he had no mood to check it now, so he turned off the phone, slowly rubbing his face, hoping to improve his complexion a bit. Just after rubbing twice. From the other side of the wall came a series of chaotic bumping sounds. Immediately after, there was a loud bang as the bathroom frosted glass slammed shut, followed by hurried footsteps. Woo woo, I'm here. From the voice alone, it was clear someone was in a rush. A second later. Click, the lock flipped open, but the young man managed to control his panic and refrained from rushing in. His hoarse voice carried through the crack of the door, revealing suppressed sobs. Woo, are you leaning against the door? If so, move a little to the side, okay? Yun Wulian said nothing. The hand hanging by his side tapped on the door in response to the young man's call. Xie Jinyi recognized the sound of the wall, confirming that little Zhuama wasn't standing in a dangerous spot, and only then did he grip the doorknob tightly and open it, stepping over the threshold with long strides. Fog. He began to speak. But immediately caught sight of the solitary, fragile figure on the floor. Seeing Yun Wulian's ghastly pale face, the bloodshot Danfeng eyes of the young man widened in distress. Before he could crouch down, Yun Wulian spoke first. The sickly beauty raised his eyes and opened his arms. The lips, bitten twice, were gradually blooming with a rouge-like hue. He slowly parted them, his gaze misty like rain-laden eyes gazing at him intently. Word by word, cold yet captivating, he spoke. Brother Jean, hold me, plant me on your bed. Chapter 86, Is it heaven pitying the bitterness of baby's medicine? The moment Yun Wulian opened his hands, Zijinyan's pupils contracted sharply. A mist of water droplets rose in his blood-red eyes as he felt his broken heart being crushed even further. He couldn't wait to immediately embrace his little bamboo horse. All right, let me hold you. I'll hold you. His hoarse voice replied with several good-s as his towering figure lunged forward and collapsed to his knees. Initially, he had intended to carry Yun Wulian back into the house, but the instant he touched Yun Wulian's body, a wave of cold swept through him, cutting his heart like a knife, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. Woo. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, it's me who didn't take good care of you. As they got closer, their breaths intertwined. Yun Wulian heard the young man apologizing and felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on him, sinking him into the ocean depths. His chest tightened and his raised arms gradually lost strength. A sense of self-blame flickered in his shimmering, watery eyes. At this moment, Zijinyan abruptly wrapped his arms tightly around him, urgently yet carefully pulling him close to his chest. I originally wanted to plant you up in the sky, letting you enjoy sunshine, breeze, and rain happily and peacefully, but I am useless. I failed to block heaven's mischief, making you get bullied. Baby, have you really lost the taste of sweetness? Just like how a night-blooming Sirius cannot perform photosynthesis anymore. His hoarse voice gradually faded away, leaving behind only sobs. Yun Wulian leaned against Zijinyan's chest, his face pressed against the youth's violently heaving chest cavity, sighing lightly. He turned his head, lifting his hand, meeting those wet and regretful black eyes, feeling a pang of pain. Slowly raising his hand, he gently touched the disheveled top of the youth's head, rubbing it tenderly. Idiot. It's not your fault, you've taken very good care of me. Zijinyan bit his lower lip, his gaze full of sympathy while looking at him. Yun Wulian was troubled inside, he wanted to lighten the atmosphere. Using his fingertips, he caressed down the silver hair sliding along the young man's neck, pinching his cheek. Also, your metaphor is inappropriate. Although I can no longer taste flavors now, I can still smell scents. The sweets you make are still delicious to me. Like dried flowers that cannot undergo photosynthesis. Suddenly. His lips were covered by the youth's hot large hand. Zijinyan's eyes reddened as he stared seriously at him with a remnant of tooth-marked blood streaks at the corner of his mouth. He looked as if he were about to cry. It's my mistake, baby. You're not allowed to say that word. Yun Wulian blinked and obediently nodded, gently patting the hand resting on the youth's head. In fact, what he meant to say was withering, not something else. Satisfied, Zijinyan quickly moved his hand so that little bamboo horse could breathe comfortably, wiping the pale handsome cheeks and tucking strands of Yunwulian's hair behind his ears. Foggy, don't be afraid. Everything will get better. He restrained his panic, cradling Yunwulian's face gently to comfort him. I called many doctors. I initially understood some possible reasons for the loss of taste. It could be from improper diet, excessive mental stress, or some viral infectious diseases. We'll check slowly. It will get better. This is just a joke played by heaven's dumb bastard, right? It's just a joke. Perhaps, heaven pities our baby because the medicine tastes too bitter. Zijinyan emphasized the two words, joke, heavily, repeating them twice, comforting Yunwulian as well as himself. But still. His shaking hands exposed his inner fear at this moment. Staring into each other's eyes, noticing how red-rimmed the big puppy's eyes were, and how bitten his lips were as if soaked in a heavy rain, Yunwulian felt suffocated in his chest. Long eyelashes cast a shadow as he sighed softly, touching the wet tail of the youth's eye. Wiping it while teasing him. How come you're still crying at such an old age? Like when we were little. I originally brought lotus puff pastries to soothe you, but unfortunately, I dropped them all onto the ground. Because baby, you are important to me. Zijinyan pressed his face against the small bamboo horse's hand, pitifully rubbing it a few times, replying sincerely. Then he asked again, what kind of lotus puff pastry? Yunwulian rested his chin on the young man's shoulder, oozing with a sense of security, glancing upwards with moist eyes, looking at the broken pastry scattered on the floor. He smiled faintly and whispered, behind you, it has already been stepped on, flattened, sprouted wings, and flown toward heaven, the lotus puff pastry. Zijinyan turned around and sure enough, saw pink crumbled cookie pieces on the ground, the exterior shell of the lotus puff, with bean paste filling squashed into oval shapes. Both were severely damaged. Earlier, all he cared about was holding Yunwulian and hadn't noticed stepping on anything underneath. No worries. Zijinyan turned around and then rubbed his face against Yunwulian's neck a few times. His raspy voice sounded gentle, I'm very easy to console. A hug has already made me feel better. And it's not me who needs the most comforting. Zijinyan furrowed his brows as he looked at the pale face of his little bamboo horse, his eyes full of tenderness. Foggy, the ground is cold. Let me carry you back to the bedroom first. I have so many things I want to ask you. Yunwulian obediently nodded, lifting his hands and instinctively wrapping them around the youth's neck. The next moment, his waist was tightened by an arm, and his thighs were encircled. Then his feet dangled in the air as Zijinyan carried him and slowly stood up, walking into the bedroom. Initially, Yunwulian wanted to lie directly on the bed, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a notebook lying outside the bathroom. The page facing up was filled with notes. He sensed something suspicious, leaning against the young man's shoulder and pointing at the notebook on the floor, curiously asking, Jean, what's written on it? Zijinyan didn't respond. Not until he carefully placed Yunwulian on the bed did he pat the top of the little bamboo horse's head and seriously say word by word, it's our strategy for a sweet summer. Yunwulian, What does that mean? Just as he was puzzled, the youth stroked his head and quickly picked up the notebook on the ground along with the neutral pen that had fallen nearby. Chapter 87, Tighten the Grip. Unwilling to let go of the burning sunrise. Come on, woo-woo. You look at it first. Since I wrote too fast, some words are a bit messy. If you can't understand them, just ask me. Xie Jinya handed the notebook to Yunwulian, and then sat by the bed, casually brushing his bangs back, fearing the indoor air would be stuffy, so he found the remote control and turned on the air conditioner. Following this, he draped a blanket over Yunwulian. The notebook Xie Jinya held was new, with a deep blue cover printed with patterns of sunrise and sea waves. It was during high school when Xie Jinya accompanied Yunwulian to buy drawing pencils that she thought it looked nice and bought it for him casually. That person had been reluctant to use it until today. Yunwulian stared at the cover for a moment, as if her heart had been tickled by furry claws. Then, upon flipping open the first page, and instantly seeing the text, her heart abruptly paused. In an instant, her nose welled up with a sour sensation, and her eyes once again climbed up with a trace of pink. Her mood was very complex, as if she had fallen into a soft and sweet cotton candy. Because the notebook recorded the results of Xie Jinya's inquiries with various doctors. The troublemaker who always lost focus in class and never took notes attentively had actually, meticulously documented the reasons for various losses of taste. He also noted the instructions given by each doctor. Most importantly, on the first line of the first page, before the young man had even dialed the phone number, he forcefully wrote down a line of large letters, pressing so hard that the pen tip tore through the paper. The line read, You stupid heaven, get lost. My good baby is kind and cute, she will definitely get better, she will definitely. Yunwulian's hand holding the notebook trembled, feeling that the hasty but profound words above seemed to transform into blazing flames, scorching all the way to her heart. Cough cough. A Jin's love. Really. Is pure yet scorching. Such a burning morning sun, he doesn't want to let go, he wants to keep clinging tightly. Yunwulian's wet long lashes fluttered, her whole body slightly leaned forward, her long hair slid down her shoulder, and her hands gripped the shirt on her chest, with knuckles turning white. Her pale, fragile face looked calm, but there was a flicker of possessiveness in her eyes. As her emotions surged, her breathing began to become labored again. Woo-woo. Xie Jinya beside her changed colors out of fright, tensing up all over. He quickly wrapped his arms around Yun Wulian's waist and carefully embraced her into his arms, gently patting her back. When her childhood sweetheart's breathing slowed and she rested on his chest panting for breath, he slowly lowered his head, caught Yun Wulian's hand, and tightened his hold, beginning to explain. My baby. I've said our summer will be definitely 100% sweet. So, the meaning of this strategy is that we'll overcome all difficulties step by step, looking forward to a summer of sweetness and happiness belonging solely to us. Yun Wulian's eyelids drooped slightly as she felt the warmth transmitted from Xie Jinya's palm, making her feel warm inside. She slowly raised her eyes, meeting the youth's gaze. Her lips, framed by a strand of dark hair, curved faintly, nodding in agreement. All right, we'll take it slow. Ajin, ask whatever you want to know. Xie Jinya frowned, carefully brushing away the strands of hair from Yun Wulian's lips, then leaned aside and pulled a tissue to help Yun Wulian clean her pale yet beautiful face. After her childhood sweetheart's face was fresh again, he seriously asked, Woo-woo, how long have you lost your sense of taste? The young man's speech was very slow, his voice hoarse, each word extremely difficult to pronounce, like the sound being squeezed out by a ton-heavy rock. Those red wet phoenix-shaped eyes were filled with sorrow. Yun Wulian's eyes moved slightly, closing for a moment, then reopening. Since she was discovered, she answered truthfully. About 3 or 4 months, probably. It was the time we went to the mountain to pick mushrooms. Halfway through, I caught a cold and ran a fever. After coming back, I received intravenous drips for a few days, and after taking lots of medication, I noticed something wrong with my sense of taste. Everything tasted bitter. At that time, I didn't think much about it because such a situation where high fever and medicine made my mouth bitter has happened many times before, and it usually gets better within about a week. Until. Her voice paused, sensing the big hand gripping hers suddenly tighten. Yun Wulian slowly lifted her eyes. Meeting Xie Jinya's sorrowful, self-reproaching gaze, she slightly furrowed her brows, while her hand pinched the youth's palm. She continued, I gradually realized that sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy had all left me. Medicine didn't taste bitter anymore, and desserts didn't taste sweet anymore. Finally, eating anything was flavorless. Before her words even finished, Yun Wulian was once again hugged by Xie Jinya. The young man rubbed his neck and muttered resentfully, his hoarse voice full of regret, if only I had known earlier, I shouldn't have agreed to go with you. At the time, Yun Wulian impulsively wanted to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms for fun. Due to health reasons, her family opposed it, and Xie Jinya also refused. To achieve her goal, Yun Wulian deliberately ignored Xie Jinya and started a cold war with him. For instance, she locked herself in her room to draw. And she treated Xie Jinya as if he didn't exist, not even glancing at him when they crossed paths. When Xie Jinya couldn't take it anymore, he followed her around with a sad face every day, like a big train. Then Yun Wulian would start baiting him by first hiding in the art studio and locking the door. Next, she changed her profile picture as a hint. From an O-shaped small figure with fiery eyes, fangs exposed, carrying a big knife ready to slaughter, the headshot transformed into a long-haired little person sitting on a swing eating strawberries. The strawberries in Grandpa Xie's yard hadn't ripened yet. A certain big dog who was shut out caught the hint and immediately hopped onto a motorcycle to buy strawberries. That's how it went. Xie Jinya ended up relenting, preparing everything necessary, and accompanied Yun Wulian on a trip to the mountain to pick mushrooms. They picked a lot of mushrooms indeed. But by the time they came down the mountain, Yun Wulian had a fever and fainted. As Xie Jinya remembered Yun Wulian's pale lips, flushed cheeks, the basket slipping from her hand, nearly collapsing against a wooden post, fear struck his heart. Fortunately, his quick reaction saved the day, holding tightly onto his darling just in time. Otherwise. Thinking more about it, Xie Jinya became even more frightened, hugging Yun Wulian tightly, and added, baby, let's never travel far again, okay? Once you get better, wherever you want to go, I will accompany you. Yun Wulian remained silent upon hearing this, for a very long while. So long that Xie Jinya noticed something wrong, lifted his gaze, and cautiously stared at him, hoarsely calling out, woo-woo. Gazing into each other's eyes, Yun Wulian appeared extremely serious. He reached out and cupped the handsome young man's face on both sides, brushing away the scattered silver strands, their gazes intertwining, speaking slowly and clearly. Ajin, I don't want things to be like this anymore. Because my body is too weak to handle too much exertion, my entire life has either been spent in hospitals or confined at home, and no matter how beautiful the views outside may be, all I can do is paint them. Day after day, I've grown weary. If I were to choose, I'd rather die on the road than be imprisoned at home by illness. Xie Jinya's pupils visibly dilated as his ears caught a certain sensitive word. He quickly tried to cover the little colt's mouth to make him spit out the ominous word. But just as his hand rose, the cold beauty before him smiled faintly, her gaze meeting his, lips curling up. Woo! Xie Jinya's heart skipped half a beat, his chest heaving dramatically, inexplicably becoming nervous. Still, his hands continued to firmly hug Yun Wulyan's waist. In the next moment, the scent of small Kanglan flowers mingled with a clear, soothing medicinal aroma enveloped him, as Yun Wulyan wrapped her arms around his neck, gradually drawing closer. The little colt straddled his thighs. Her dark hair slid down, occasionally brushing over his chest, her peony eyes glowing softly with gentle smiles, tender gazes intertwined, her nose brushing against his gently. Ajin. Picking mushrooms together with you, I don't regret it at all, instead, I'm very happy, especially so. Even though I've lost my sense of taste, when I recall picking mushrooms with you wearing rubber boots, squatting on the damp ground covered with pine needles, identifying each mushroom one by one, my heart remains full of happiness. Chapter 88, Flowers Need Light, You Are As Important to Me. A warm breath sprinkled between his lips and nose, like a feather scratching the skin, carrying a fresh scent, stirring up waves of itching. It was light, but hard to ignore. Xie Jinya's chapped lips trembled as if they were scorched, his breathing gradually heavy. However, when he looked into the gentle, smiling peach-like eyes, instead of feeling happy, he felt very sad. His heart was as if pierced by a dull knife, with each beat causing fresh blood to gush out. It hurt so much, so very much. Woo-woo. Even though it's you who is sick, why are you comforting me instead? The hoarse voice struggled to emit. Xie Jinya's watery red eyes used his nose to rub against Yun Wulyan's face. His hand around Yun Wulyan's waist slowly tightened. The knuckles shook, thick veins protruded one after another, winding on the back of the hand that hung with silken hair. The young man wasn't paying attention, and the grip became stronger. Yun Wulyan was slightly pained by the tightness, but he enjoyed being tightly enveloped in this way. Because. He paused deliberately. The hand resting on the young man's nape moved, catching the loose end of Xie Jinya's hair. With serious intonation and partially closed peach-like eyes, he said word by word. The night blooming Sirius needs the radiant sun. To me, you're equally important. Besides, there's something magical, if you smile once. The tail in my hand will feel softer and more comfortable. Their gazes interwove like electric currents. Hearing this, the young man froze momentarily before obediently letting out a soft chuckle. His sharp, roguish eyebrows half obscured by disheveled hair, eyelids slightly drooping. The well-defined side face softened under the reflection of the sunset. His phoenix-like eyes shimmering with teary joy, his smile radiating boundless affection. All right, I understand. From now on, whatever our sweet baby wants to do, I'll be there accompanying. Our rogue prince will strive harder, helping our chubby kitty get better soon and enjoy the brilliance and beauty of this world happily. Satisfied, Yun Wulyan curled his lips and gently touched Xie Jinya's head, pressing down some unruly hairs. That's a good boy. He softly praised the youth. The pale pupils glimmered with the utmost gentleness. For over a decade. Who besides himself had been imprisoned at home by pain? Actually, he wanted to go out and leave behind some beautiful memories, not just for himself, but also for this silly puppy and the beloved family members who deeply loved him. Mom always stared at the photos of him playing outside for a long time. Her hands would move along the screen while she laughed heartily, so delightedly. While Yun Wulyan was touching Xie Jinya's head, the young man was using his own head to rub against the palm of Yun Wulyan's hand. He didn't know how many times he did this before his handsome face grew serious again. Sweetie, it's crucial to regain your sense of taste. Let's continue reviewing your symptoms. With one hand holding Yun Wulyan, Xie Jinya picked up the notebook on the bed with the other hand, combining its content. While looking, he asked. Woo-woo, does your throat hurt? Dr. Lee, the doctor responsible for recording your physical data during regular checkups at the hospital, said that if your throat feels uncomfortable and you have cold-like symptoms, it might lead to temporary reduction in taste sensitivity caused by respiratory tract infections. Considering your previous high fever, I think it's quite likely due to this reason. Oh yes, when I asked the doctor, I didn't mention you, I only spoke about myself. Yun Wulyan withdrew his hand, lazily propped himself up in bed, leaning his face against Xie Jinya's chest. Lowering his eyes, he shook his head. It doesn't hurt now. It only hurt during that period months ago when I had a high fever, and normally, coughing severely hurts, but that's an old ailment. After losing his sense of taste, he too had searched for relevant information. There were basically 4 categories. Diet-related, psychological disorders, nervous system damage, oral and respiratory tract diseases. Back then, his regular medical examination showed no problems, and he assumed the temporary disappearance of his sense of taste was due to taking cold medicine, thinking it might recover after a few days. And thus, it dragged on until now. When Xie Jinya heard Yun Wulyan say his throat didn't hurt, he just relaxed a little bit but quickly frowned again. That's strange. If the throat no longer hurts after the high fever has subsided for months and the virus has gone, why hasn't the sense of taste returned? Is it because of ongoing medication? But the Chinese herbs have all been personally adjusted by Grandpa Zhou, and there's never been any problem after years of consumption. I remember that the ingredients chosen by Grandpa Zhou are all of mild medicinal properties. Wait a minute. Could it be psychological reasons? Is it possible that Wu Wu has been worried about what the fortune-telling scammer said? At the thought of this, Xie Jinya's heart became anxious again. He put down the notebook and picked up Yun Wulyan's face with both hands, softly suggesting, "Wulu, how about we still go find Grandpa Zhou?" He originally wanted to verify with Grandpa Zhou after finishing his notes. But unexpectedly, Wulu came first. Yun Wulyan's eyelids lifted, meeting the worried gaze of the youth. He pressed his lips in thought for a moment and firmly shook his head, "No." But just as Xie Jinya was about to say something, Yun Wulyan pushed him away and stood up. Afraid that his childhood friend might fall, he quickly held on to him. "Baby boy, don't go. I'll listen to you. Let's chat slowly, alright?" Yun Wulyan pressed his fingers against his brows for a few seconds, glanced at the hand on his arm, and then gripped it actively. "I'm not leaving. Come with me first." Xie Jinya looked puzzled but still nodded. Yun Wulyan led Xie Jinya towards the balcony. Xie Jinya, initially walking behind, saw that the glass door was closed, so his long legs swiftly moved forward a couple of steps, opening the glass door ahead of time and pulling all the curtains aside. The sky outside had already darkened halfway. The sunset was gradually fading away, leaving a misty afterglow. The crimson evening clouds that dyed half the sky red had also softened into amber hues. Xie Jinya's balcony was quite spacious, with a recliner chair and a dark grey table. On the table sat some figurine collectibles, and in the corner stood a monstera plant. Beyond these, there was nothing else. That reclining chair was added specifically for Yun Wulyan to rest and enjoy the sunset. Xie Jinya asked curiously, "Why did we come to the balcony?" Yun Wulyan replied, "To watch the grandfathers." Xie Jinya. What was worth watching about the old man playing chess? Never mind. If baby liked, then he'd accompany. He would see who lost this time. If it was Grandpa again, he would take Wulu to mock him and make Wulu happy. While pondering, they reached the railing. Lifting their eyes, they spotted the grandfathers above the yard, just wrapping up their game of chess. Grandpa Chu was smiling the widest, gathering chess pieces with his left hand while using a fork to eat pastries, clearly indicating that he was in high spirits as the winner. Grandpa Zhou adjusted his glasses, still staring intently at the chessboard, pondering. Meanwhile, Grandpa Xie had one hand on his waist, fanning vigorously with a lacquered fan that read, "I am the most handsome badass," clearly disgruntled, as if he couldn't accept his loss. The surface of the lacquer fan was exceptionally beautiful, with spreading orange-red tones dotted with gold foil, akin to blazing sun. The calligraphy was sloppy yet graceful. It was created by Yun Wulyan and Xie Jinya during their high school graduation days right at the school gate. Yun Wulyan lacquered the side and Xie Jinya wrote the words. As soon as Xie brought the fan home, Grandpa Xie took a liking to it and confiscated it, causing a certain grandfather much envy. Indeed. After finishing the chess pieces, Grandpa Chu narrowed his eyes toward Grandpa Xie, smiling gently, "Old Xie, let's make a deal. Give me your fan, and I'll ensure your victory tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Grandpa Xie raised his chin, walked around confidently showing off the fan in front of his companion. "You old fox, forget it. It's only in your dreams." Grandpa Chu immediately scowled, snorting coldly. Grandpa Zhou helped pack up the chess pieces, unable to help but laugh bitterly. Sigh. Such mischievous old kids. Xie Jinya and Yun Wulyan upstairs observed everything quietly. Because of the distance between them, they couldn't hear the elders' conversation clearly. But judging from their expressions and gestures, they could guess the content revolved around the folding fan. Wulu. Xie Jinya withdrew his thoughts, turned his head to look at Yun Wulyan, his voice still carrying a hint of hoarseness. "Grandpa Chu seems to want the fan too. Why don't we customize one for him next time?" Yun Wulyan nodded. He stared at his grandfather's hair, neatly combed yet as white as snow, flapping his curled lashes lightly. His clear eyes were tinged with mistiness, and suddenly he asked, "Jean, do you remember when my grandpa's hair went entirely white?" Xie Jinya froze, furrowing his brows, feeling inexplicably uneasy, instinctively gripping little Zuma's hand tightly. "It seems to be, after Grandma Chu passed away." Yun Wulyan felt the strength in the grip, slowly raising his eyes. Although his pale, elegant face appeared aloof, his narrow eyetails reflected the last traces of the sunset's glow, faintly reddish. "Jean, there's something I've never told you." Chapter 89, So Good, No White-Haired Person Sending Off Black-Haired One. Xie Jinya caught the sorrow in Yun Wulyan's eyes, his heart skipping a beat, a sense of foreboding overwhelming him. His words trembled as he spoke. What is it? Is it about Grandma Chu?" Yun Wulyan nodded, slowly saying, "In the week before Grandma passed away, I spent one night with her. That night, Grandma kept caressing my head reluctantly. I closed my eyes and rested against her bosom. About half an hour later, Grandpa came. They thought I was asleep, so they spoke softly. Grandpa asked if Grandma was hungry, she said she wasn't. They chatted for a while. Later, Grandma, while touching my head, smiled and told Grandpa, 'It's so good. I'll go before our obedient treasure. There won't be any white-haired person sending off a black-haired one.'" Before she finished speaking, Yun Wulyan had already closed her eyes. Her long lashes, curled, became wet like ink lines, fragilely fluttering like broken butterfly wings. Suddenly, a crystal-clear tear silently rolled down from her reddened eyelids. This tear instantly turned into a flood that surged toward Xie Jinya's heart, submerging him completely. He also had tears welling up in his eyes, nearly trembling as he embraced Yun Wulian tightly. 10 fingers intertwined, holding on firmly, trying to pass warmth to the childhood friend. Woo-woo. His hoarse voice quivered with worry, unclear. Xie Jinya patted Yun Wulian's back, taking several deep breaths, suppressing his unrest, regaining his composure, and then continued to console Yun Wulian. Woo-woo, be a good girl, no crying. Grandma Chu was such a good person. She has gone to heaven ahead of time to enjoy happiness. You shouldn't think too much or blame yourself. Whether it's grandpa and grandma, or adoptive father and mother, they all love you very much, very much. So, you should be happy. After crying, don't let your mind wander anymore. As he spoke, he started stroking Yun Wulian's head again. And with grandma's blessing, all viruses will soon disappear. Maybe tomorrow, you'll get to drink the sweet flavor of summer again. Yun Wulian enjoyed the warmth coming from above her head, gently responding. Then, pushing down various negative emotions, she leaned against the warm, broad chest of the young man, lips slightly parted, her cold and clear voice laced with moisture, sounding almost coquettish. We can privately find the doctor, but we mustn't tell Grandpa Zhou. If he knows, your parents will find out too. I don't want them to worry. Lately, when Grandpa Zhou checked her pulse, she got a bit anxious. Afraid of being found out. Xie Jinya, both helplessly and tenderly, touched Yun Wulian's red-eye corners, leaning down gently to wipe away the moisture with his fingertips. All right, following orders, I'll do what Commander Wu asks. AI Jean. Yun Wulian chuckled faintly, feeling the warmth from the young man's fingertips, slowly lifting her gaze. Her peach-like eyes were crystal clear, as beautiful as glass immersed in spring water. I didn't actually plan to tell you this, but you figured it out. Xie Jinya frowned, lightly pinching Yun Wulian's cheek seriously. No way, baby doll, you must never hide such things from me. Just after saying that, he suddenly remembered something and changed his expression. His deep black eyes filled with guilt as he quickly turned his head and spat outside the balcony a few times. Pft, pft, pft. In the future, our little doll will be healthy and happy, none of these things will happen. Yun Wulian's gaze flickered, watching Big Dog constantly thinking of her, feeling warm inside, even sensing the air was sweet, losing her sense of taste didn't seem like a loss at all. Recalling someone had been jealous for 2 or 3 days, she seized this opportunity to ask, did stupid puppy intend to take their relationship a step further? She lifted her hand and poked at the youth's waist. AI Jean. Xie Jinya turned his head to look, concern in his eyes for Yun Wulian, still making spitting noises, seemingly dissatisfied with how many he'd done to dispel bad luck earlier. Yun Wulian raised her eyebrows, thinking about how to start the conversation. At this moment, a sudden ringtone came from inside the room. Yun Wulian. Forget it. Anyway, today the sun turned into a faucet. Let AI Jean calm down for now. Hearing the familiar ringtone, Xie Jinya looked back towards the bedroom, perplexed. That seems to be my phone. At this time, who could be calling? Yun Wulian collected her thoughts and pulled Xie Jinya toward the inside. You met Coach Shui during the day. Could it be him? Xie Jinya nodded, adding, or it might be the doctor who called earlier. Perhaps those doctors hung up the phone and went to check some documents. Walk faster, faster. The two quickly returned to the bedroom and eventually found the phone on the bathroom floor. It seemed that someone had previously locked themselves in the bathroom secretly talking on the phone. Yun Wulian released the young man's hand, go pick it up. All right. Xie Jinya quickly strode forward and picked up the ringing phone just before it would disconnect. The contact label on the screen came as a great surprise. Because it wasn't Coach Shui, nor was it the doctor. It was Yun Wulian's biological brother, Chu Yuanxi. Seeing Xie Jinya bend over and remain still, Yun Wulian asked curiously, whose call is it? Xie Jinya stood up and showed the phone screen to Yun Wulian. A look of bewilderment crossed his handsome face, it's brother Yuanxi. I wonder if he needs something from me. Yun Wulian had been calm at first, but upon hearing Xie Jinya's question, her eyelashes flickered slightly. A sense of foreboding welled up in her heart. Oh no. He had previously retweeted a Weibo post, revealing AI Jin's food blogger identity. Chapter 90, Fog, Big Data knows I'm thinking of you. Xie Jinyi and Yun Wulian exchanged a glance, suddenly remembering something, and gasped in shock with widened eyes, Woo, was it your Weibo post that brother Chu Yuanxi saw? Chu Yuanxi and his husband both worked part-time as voice actors. Back when Chu Yuanxi was courting his wife, he specifically obtained the rights to one of his writer cousin's novels and invited a popular studio to adapt and produce it step by step, all to entice his future wife. Yun Wulian had also been involved then, revealing her account to design the posters for that drama. Speaking of which, Xie Jinyi had contributed back then too. The platform where the couple live-streamed their performances, Cat Paw Video, was owned by the Xie family, who specialized in the internet sector. But Xie Jinyi had kept his pseudonym under wraps, so naturally, when Chu Yuanxi and his husband learned about the Wu Henqin account from Yun Wulian's main account retweets and comments, they also discovered Xie Jinyi's pseudonym. In response to Xie Jinya's surprise, Yun Wulian nodded calmly but was secretly worried inside. Had brother found out about account Ajin, and if so, did he know about her taste problem? By the way, woo-woo. Holding his phone up, Xie Jinyi looked up, raising an eyebrow as he voiced a question he'd been anxious about earlier but hadn't managed to ask. How did you discover my account? I didn't tell you because I wanted you to find it on your own, as a small surprise. Yun Wulian put aside her thoughts and met the young man's nervous yet expectant gaze, curving her lips slightly. It indeed was a surprise. Big Data knows I'm thinking of you. Xie Jinya's heart skipped a beat. Yun Wulian's gaze flickered slightly as she added, that day, after I finished painting and wanted to rest on the swing, I opened my phone and saw a notification. You were making snowflake candy, saying you wanted to warm up the winter for your little bamboo horse. The lines of your fingers, the kitchen environment, and occasionally the cheerful voice acting, it was obvious that it was you. At the mention of cheerful voice acting, Xie Jinyi involuntarily smiled and scratched his head shyly, muttering in a muffled voice, cheerful isn't it? That's because I thought I was making it for you, I felt happy inside. After saying that, he suddenly realized that making snowflake candy was a winter activity. Hold on, woo-woo, have you known about my pseudonym for half a year? Yun Wulian glanced at the youth's hand where the incoming call had already hung up automatically, nodded seriously, teasing Xie Jinyi, yes, I've been secretly following you with my sub-account. Xie Jinyi. What the heck? So doesn't that mean that when I posted blindly about having a roommate who laughed stupidly looking at his best friend's photo and questioned whether he was gay, Wu Bao saw that too? Ashamed, Xie Jinyi couldn't look at Yun Wulian. Luckily, the cell phone rang again, bringing him back to reality. He remembered Chu Yuanci who was 100 kilometers away and quickly asked Yun Wulian, Brother Yuanci must be very anxious now. Sweet baby, do you know how to respond? There's no other way but to tell the truth since we've been caught. Yun Wulian took the phone, sighed lightly, and answered as the line clicked open, and a clear, steady, serious voice came through, speaking rapidly with worry. Ajin, is Wu-Wu with you? I can't get through to his phone. Xie Jinyi looked at Yun Wulian. While pulling the youth towards the bed, Yun Wulian obediently replied, Brother, I'm here. My phone went off due to lack of power. The other side relaxed a bit before asking again. Are you at the Xie families now? Yes. Eat well first, and wait for us to come home. Yun Wulian knew her brother was worried about her and intended to tell him not to bother, not to inform their parents either, but the comfort from her brother came first. Just in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival, me and Noa Noa have taken 2 days off. With the combined vacation, there are 4 or 5 days around the festival. I checked, loss of taste could possibly be a side effect of medication. Don't think too much, we will consult Grandpa Zhou then go to the hospital. It'll be fine. Just as Chu Yuanci finished speaking, another soft and sweet feminine voice followed closely. Woo-woo, we're already in the car, and we brought Miyu along. It just bathed yesterday, so the saliva licked on its body has been cleaned off. You won't easily have an allergic reaction, plus our Miyu misses Woo-woo too, right? Miyu was a beautiful blue-eyed male munchkin cat. As Yen Noa seemed to be scratching the kitty's belly, soft and cloying kitten calls came through the line, dragging out the ending sound like melted cotton candy, equally sweet. As if to say, that's right, that's right. I, Miyu, miss Woo-woo dearly. My little head can't wait to rub against yours. When Yun Wulian heard the comforting words from his brother, sister-in-law, and their little nephew, his long lashes flickered like a gentle breeze, and his pale, jade-like fingers suddenly gripped the phone. A faint smile appeared on his cold and clear features. All right. It's getting dark, please drive slowly. Suddenly, a wave of testosterone mixed with the scent of sunshine wafted over from behind. The sound of little animals is so soothing, isn't it? Xie Jinyi approached with a smile, his hand resting on Yun Wulian's shoulder before moving to his head. Leaning closer, Xie Jinyi teased affectionately in a lower tone, woof woof, big animal wants to soothe the good baby too, let me pat your head. Unable to suppress a laugh, Yun Wulian lightly slapped the young man's thigh. On the other end of the phone, Chu Yuanci heard Xie Jinyi's voice and added one more instruction. Ajin, take care of Wu-Woo, eat with him. We'll be there in about an hour. Xie Jinyi turned his body slightly, his eyes fixed on Yun Wulian. Seeing the joyful expression on his bamboo horse's face, he also curved his lips upward and promptly replied to Chu Yuanci. Okay, brother, don't worry, you and sister don't have to fret. Wu-Woo is already smiling, we'll wait for you to return for the reunion festival. Alright, see you later. Yen Noa followed up with 2 farewells, and in the background, sweet and adorable mewing sounds could still be heard. After the call ended, the light inside had dimmed significantly. Xie Jinyi told Yun Wulian to stay put while he quickly went to turn on the lamp. Then, under Yun Wulian's direction, Xie Jinyi retrieved the phone that had fallen outside. Yun Wulian's phone actually still had some battery left. After forwarding and commenting on Xie Jinyi's Weibo post, he had simply shut it off to avoid the chaos caused by fans, having no mood to set it to Do Not Disturb mode. Since brother had seen the Weibo post, it was likely cousin Chu and others had as well. Yun Wulian was relieved that his parents and teachers didn't know about his account. After turning his phone back on, he prepared to reassure cousin Chu and others that everything was fine. As expected, right after powering it on, non-stop notifications began pinging incessantly. Especially on Weibo, one alert after another chimed in quick succession. As he scrolled through them, he discovered something. He and Xie Jini had made it onto the trending list. Chapter 91, Crying and Kneeling. Revealing identity goes viral. Hashtag shocking. The popular food blogger and talented illustrator are childhood sweethearts hashtag. Hashtag effortlessly fattening up little childhood sweetheart turns out to be Wu Henqing hashtag. Hashtag true love. Just started shipping the couple and got a mouthful of bittersweetness hashtag. Hashtag the reason for losing sense of taste hashtag. Hashtag the athlete, classmate attendant originally was the artistic childhood sweethearts doggo hashtag. Yun Wulian looked at these trending topics in silence for a moment, then clicked into the top one, scrolled down to Xie Jinia's Weibo post and opened the comment section. Wah 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 save me. I am a food blogger, every day trying hard to fatten up my little childhood sweetheart, but I just realized he has lost his sense of taste and can't enjoy the delicacies I cook for him. Relating to it, I really feel like the classmate attendant is breaking apart. Hope the little childhood sweetheart gets better soon. I was waiting for some sugar from you guys, didn't expect to be stabbed unexpectedly. I remember the classmate attendant mentioned before that the little childhood sweetheart wasn't healthy. Hey, why not see a Chinese medicine doctor? Holy crap. Both my friend and I followed both of you, we often discussed who was sweeter, the classmate attendant and his childhood sweetheart, or Mrs. Wu and her dog. Who would have thought that you two were together all along? I don't know whether to cry or laugh. But hopefully, Mrs. Wu will get well soon. So this is an indirect official announcement. If not, you should hurry up and be together. A sweet love will make one's heart joyful, maybe the illness will go away without medication. Some netizens also shared their own experiences with recovering from losing their sense of taste to comfort them. Xie Jini closed the window, sat beside Yun Wulian just as he noticed her strange expression, puzzled, leaned over to ask, Wu Wu, what are you looking at? The moment she cleared the screen, her mouth shut immediately. She subconsciously blocked the screen with her hand, smiling mischievously towards Yun Wulian while changing the topic awkwardly, Wu Wu, are you hungry? It's about time for dinner. Do you want to eat in the restaurant or upstairs? If upstairs, I'll go downstairs and bring the dishes up. Yun Wulian had only been browsing casually, but when she saw the anxious look on the youth's face, hesitant to meet her eyes, a playful mood arose, and she decided to tease him. The fans say. Her hand slowly rose, covering Xie Jinia's hand, rubbing while asking. A sweet relationship brings joy. As my good buddy and childhood sweetheart, Jean, what do you think? What kind of partner should I find? Xie Jinia's pupils widened, he froze on the spot, staring helplessly at Yun Wulian, his lips twitched, biting them until blood trickled out. He looked as if he had something to say but couldn't bring himself to speak. Yun Wulian frowned, always feeling like Xie Jini was hiding something from her. Hadn't Ji already come to realize, how difficult was it to surpass the bond between brothers? Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask. The handsome young man in front of her suddenly grinned widely. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at her directly, fine silver hair plastered against his temples, his gaze burning with fervent warmth, no one is worthy right now, our baby deserves the best. As their eyes locked, Yun Wulian felt a jolt in her heart from the pure affection in his gaze, her heart fluttering uncontrollably, as if she had understood something. No one is worthy right now? Did Xie Jini mean he wanted to win the world championship first? But Yun Wulian didn't know how to respond. She liked this pure, ardent love immensely, but recalling the fortune-teller's words, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, making her chest heavy. She dejectedly lowered her eyelids. This time it was her turn to shift the topic. Jean, I'm sleepy. Seeing the little childhood sweetheart lean towards her, Xie Jini quickly held her, grabbing a blanket to cover Yun Wulian, asking softly, then I'll go bring the meal up, let's eat before sleeping. With closed eyes, Yun Wulian shook her head, don't want to eat. But before he could finish speaking, Yun Wulian pulled the blanket up, covering her face, your fat meow meow has already fallen asleep, do not disturb. Xie Jini chuckled at Yun Wulian's rare childish behavior, but worried about her being suffocated under the blanket, gently pulling it down while responding, okay, you sleep. I'll call the kitchen to prepare a mild porridge, so Yuan Ci go and the others can join us when they arrive. Yun Wulian obediently let go of the blanket and nodded in agreement. Xie Jini was just about to carry Yun Wulian to the bed when suddenly the next second, the little childhood sweetheart in his arms opened her eyes and picked up the phone. Not sleepy anymore. Sleepy, remembered there's something I haven't done yet. To inform elder brother they're safe. Yun Wulian squinted her eyes and flipped open WeChat. Despite having few social engagements, every family member and friend cared about her deeply. It wasn't just her cousin and Yen Noah who sent messages, Bai Linshi also made 2 video calls, but because she couldn't reach anyone, everyone started asking in the group chat. Finally, Yen Noah mentioned that she was on the way back to the Chu household, which somewhat reassured everyone. Yun Wulian individually sent a sleeping kitten pillow emoticon to everyone, signaling that she was fine. She also opened a private chat with Chu Unc to leave a reminder. Brother, don't tell mom and dad. After sending the message, she leaned back into Xie Jinye's arms and closed her eyes, looking weak. Jean, let's go to bed. Xie Jinye hesitated for a few seconds before starting to assist Officer Wu. Yun Wulian had a frail constitution prone to exhaustion. Today's emotional roller coaster drained her strength entirely, and once she buried herself in the deep blue bedding, she quickly fell asleep. Xie Jinye stayed by her bedside, holding Yun Wulian's hand and gazed at her tenderly. As Yun Wulian drifted into sleep, the smile slowly disappeared from the young man's lips, his brows knitting together as though shrouded in fog, burdened with heavy thoughts. Once he was certain that little Jama was asleep, he carefully picked up his phone, took a deep breath, and tapped on the Good Doctor app. He downloaded this app 2 hours ago. To understand the loss of taste. Now he might as well check his own condition while he's at it. Only by getting better quickly can he deepen his relationship with Wu, as they say online, using sweet love to heal both body and mind. Xie Jinye clenched his lower lip tightly, determination etched on his face, allowing the metallic taste to spread in his mouth while maintaining a gentle grip on Yun Wulian with one hand, and typing with the other in the search box. See City Quickest Psychological Trauma P-Era SD Treatment Experts. When Xie Jinye was halfway through his research, a knock came at the door. It was Auntie Xie, coming to call them for dinner. He hurried out to keep quiet so as not to disturb Yun Wulian, telling his mother softly that Wu was asleep, and they would eat later. An hour later. Chu Yuanci and Yen Noa arrived. Xie Jinye opened the door, and Yen Noa peered in first. He had a doll-like face, with short, lightly golden hair that was slightly wavy. His orange sweater made him look younger, like a high schooler, and he was hugging a little kitten wagging its tail eagerly. Ah Jean, where's Wu? Glancing through the gap in the door, noticing Yun Wulian seemed to be asleep, he quickly hugged tighter the cat trying to escape and patted its head like soothing a child. Shu, Yo-Yo, be a good boy. Wu is sleeping, you can go snuggle with him later. Xie Jinye greeted sister-in-law before speaking to Chu Yuanci, then glanced sideways to notice that Elder Zhou, looking serious, had come upstairs too. As soon as Elder Zhou saw him, he gave a and asked suspiciously, Jean, Yuanci said your stomach hurt so much that you were rolling around. But I see that you seem okay. What happened? Did you eat something bad? Chapter 92, A Burning, Pure Love. Details are everywhere. Xie Jinye and Mr. Zhou stared at each other in bewilderment. Huh. I'm fine. But there are indeed quite a few cuts on my heart. I want Wu Bao to bandage me up like he did when I scraped my knee while skateboarding as a kid, and then tie a cute little bow. Regaining his senses, Xie Jinye realized what had happened and gestured for Mr. Zhou to come inside, whispering, Grandpa Zhou, it's Wu who's sick. He's asleep, so please walk lightly. What? Mr. Zhou frowned anxiously and asked, is Wu sick again? Did he catch a cold and have a fever? Sighing, Xie Jinye shook his head, not really. Yen Noa, seeing the worried expression on the young man's face, paused petting her kitten, worry flickering in her eyes, and consoled quickly, Jean, don't worry. Wu will get better. Mr. Zhou urged impatiently, both of you, just cut to the chase, what's going on? At that moment, Chu Yuanci entered after closing the door. The man was holding some cat snacks, his handsome features composed and aloof, wearing a perfectly buttoned white shirt that added to his restrained and stable demeanor. Grandpa Zhou, it's like this. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, looking at the sleeping figure on the bed, sorrow clouding his eyes. Wu has been suffering from loss of taste for several months now. He said he couldn't tell his parents. Earlier downstairs, I saw you and Grandpa getting ready to leave, and I worried that if I reacted too strongly, Grandpa might follow you upstairs, so I lied. Could you first check Wu's pulse to see the situation? Mr. Zhou, hearing this, immediately looked serious, muttering under his breath, how could one lose their sense of taste, and quickly walked over to sit beside the bed. Xie Jinye hurried over too. Before Mr. Zhou raised his hand, Xie Jinye helped lift a corner of the blanket, gently taking out Yun Wulian's hand. Feeling how icy the knuckles were, he rubbed them lightly. Here, Grandpa Zhou, please take a look at Wu. Mr. Zhou nodded, placing his hand on Yun Wulian's wrist to feel the pulse. Squatting beside him, Xie Jinye detailed the process of Yun Wulian losing his sense of taste. Near the doorway, Yen Noa's kitten had its eyes wide open with excitement, swinging its furry paws constantly, eager to jump onto the bed. Meow. Behave, don't cause a fuss. We'll play once Wu wakes up, Yen Noa sighed helplessly, wanting to take it outside, but Chu Yuanci tore open a packet of cat treats and handed it over. The kitten's blue eyes lit up instantly, calming down completely. It even cooed affectionately twice. As if saying, thank you daddy, you're the best, feed me quick. Noa, here. Chu Yuanci placed the treat into Yen Noa's hand, raising it slightly and stroking his wife's light golden curls, affection gleaming beneath his spectacles, take it and gently soothe our son. Yen Noa grabbed the treat, breathing a sigh of relief. Still smart brother. The kitten turned its gaze and began rubbing its head against Yen Noa's chest, its fluffy tail curling around Yen Noa's arms. Meow. Mom is also the best, Mom feeds me. After soothing the little kitty, Chu Yuanci followed and walked to the bedside. Seeing Mr. Zhou furrowing his brow with a serious expression, he inquired worriedly, "Grandpa Zhou, how's it going?" Mr. Zhou pulled back his hand and observed Yun Wulian's sleeping face, shaking his head and sighing. "Wu Wu's pulse is irregular, very messy. Was his mood swinging wildly just now? It seems like he's been crying." "Shit." Xie Jinyi was startled, gripping the bedsheet tightly, his heart almost leaping into his throat. "Grandpa Zhou, don't sigh. Tell me." Seeing the worried expressions on the children's faces, Mr. Zhou quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, there's no immediate concern. Wu Wu is physically frail, with a weak spleen and stomach, and a heart condition. What we need to avoid the most is wild mood swings. Crying sometimes helps more than bottling things up. As for the loss of taste, I suspect it's due to zinc loss caused by the high fever and sweating last time. When Wu Wu was hospitalized those few days, I remember his throat got inflamed. That must have affected his taste nerves again. Later on, with Wu Wu frequently catching colds and taking various medications with conflicting properties, his immune system was overwhelmed combating the virus. Combined with the mental distress he's been feeling, that's why his sense of taste hasn't improved. Heart troubles are illnesses too. There's always this heavy burden on his chest, making everything he does feel exhausting." Xie Jinyi listened intently. After Mr. Zhou finished speaking, he sat by the bedside, gripping Yun Wulian's hand, hoarsely stating, "All right, Grandpa Zhou, I get it. But could you remove that temporary part please? Wu Wu will be fine forever." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou's face changed dramatically, and he slapped his forehead. Yes, old people make mistakes easily. Apologies for that. Jean is always so considerate. Our Wu Wu will be fine and safe forever. Yan Noa and Chu Yuanxi stood nearby, exchanging a glance, both letting out a sigh of relief. The next moment, Yan Noa caught the flutter of long lashes out of the corner of her eye as Yun Wulian opened his eyes. "Hey, Wu Wu's awake." Everyone turned their attention to the bed. Yun Wulian was a light sleeper and had been awake for a few minutes already. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he slowly sat up, with Xie Jinyi immediately rushing to his side. He knelt on one knee on the bed and helped Yun Wulian sit up while placing a pillow behind him. "Wu Wu, take it easy, no rush." After stabilizing himself for a moment, Yun Wulian took hold of Xie Jinyi's hand and looked at Chu Yuanxi and Yan Noa, calling them brother and sister-in-law. He then stared at Mia Yuyu for a few seconds. Seeing the little cat licking its treat and wagging its tail toward him, his eyes sparkled, and his lips curved into a small smile. Finally, he looked at Grandpa Zhou, covered his mouth as he coughed twice, and asked softly, "Grandpa Zhou, how can I get better?" Chapter 93, Sharing the Same Bed. A sugar-filled summer in advance. At the sound of Yun Wulian's cough, everyone in the room frowned. Even the little kitten in Yan Noa's arm spat out a fish stick and mewed as if concerned. Grandpa Zhou bent down and pushed up his glasses. "Wu Wu, let me check if your tongue coating has turned white." Yun Wulian nodded gently, cooperating with Grandpa Zhou's examination. After a series of diagnostic methods, observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, Grandpa Zhou stood up, his hands behind his back, confirming his previous guess. The tongue coating is white, the breath is light, and apart from losing taste sensation, there are no other discomforts, which should be caused by the cold virus. Your immunity is weak, Wu Wu, and you've been stressed, that's why it's lasted this long. When you go home tonight, Grandpa will write you a new prescription, changing some of the Chinese herbs. Besides, fever and sweating cause zinc deficiency, so I will buy a box of zinc gluconate tablets from the pharmacy later. Jean, when cooking for Wu Wu recently, also prepare more meat and seafood. Before her sense of taste recovers, eat fewer grains, beans, and vegetables, and control the amount properly. Xie Jinyi picked up his phone nearby, jotting down the medicine name in the notes app, nodding repeatedly. All right, I have noted them down, I'll buy the medicine soon. I can ride my motorcycle fast. Okay, remember it's zinc gluconate tablets for zinc supplementation. Afraid Xie Jinyi might misremember, Grandpa Zhou repeated it once more. He then turned to Chu Yuanzi, who was the older brother, speaking earnestly, "But just to be safe, you still need to take time to have a medical checkup. Nowadays with advanced technology, we have many advanced instruments. A combination of Chinese and Western medicine works better, and faster recovery gives peace of mind." Chu Yuanzi looked serious, nodding his head. Wu Wu undergoes regular physical examinations at the end of each month, and it's about time. Yun Wulian lay on the bed, her eyelids slightly drooped, her long lashes casting shadows on her pale skin. Her left hand was held by Xie Jinyi, while her right hand rested loosely by her side. She listened quietly to their conversation, praying silently. She hoped. It really was only a common cold virus. Her peach-shaped eyes glanced to the left, following the line of her shirt sleeve until she saw the young man's broad, slender hand where their skin touched. She felt an unceasing warmth pass through her fingers. This warmth made her surrender to greed, not wanting to let go. As Yun Wulian was lost in thought, Yan Noa noticed the sky outside had gone completely dark. She peeked at the watch on Chu Yuanzi's wrist and found it was already 7:30 p.m. Her star-like eyes widened as she remembered something suddenly. By the way, Grandpa Zhou, can Wu Wu eat roasted sweet potatoes? Sweet potato, said Grandpa Zhou. She can eat it, but not too much. When Chu Yuanzi heard sweet potatoes were allowed, he naturally handed the bag he was holding over to his wife. Yan Noa smiled as she took the bag, then rushed quickly toward Yun Wulian with her cat in her arms. Wu Wu, are you hungry? I saw you and Jean tweet during mealtime. Afraid you didn't feel like eating, I thought of buying something back to fill your stomach. She suggested roasted sweet potatoes since they smell delicious, soothe the stomach, and make you feel comfortable. Do you want to try? The honey tangerine in her arms was even more eager than Yan Noa, bouncing straight onto the large bed. Meow. It landed stably at the foot of the bed, swaying its tail toward the sick yet fragile beauty lost in thought, using its fluffy head to nuzzle against Yun Wulian's arm. Xie Jinya sat nearby, his eyes never leaving the movements of honey tangerine, afraid it would lick Yun Wulian, causing his childhood friend an allergic reaction. Fortunately, honey tangerine disliked licking people. It just liked to rub. Yun Wulian came back to reality amid the tingling sensation, holding honey tangerine in her arms and petting its head. She lifted her eyelids and met Yan Noa's bright almond eyes full of care, her gaze flickering as she felt the warmth of family and friends. A faint smile spread across her usually icy face. Yes, thank you, big sister. Upon realizing honey tangerine remained as honest as before, Xie Jinya chuckled, looking up as he took the bag of sweet potatoes, thanking her along with Yun Wulian. Thank you, sister-in-law, I'll do it. Wu Wu hasn't eaten dinner yet. Is there a spoon inside? Yan Noa felt slightly embarrassed being called sister-in-law, rubbing her trouser edges nervously. Shaking her head slightly, strands of her light golden hair covered her eyebrows. With a soft laugh, she replied, we're all family, why say thanks? Yes, there are spoons, and 2 sweet potatoes too. 1 for each of you. All right. While Xie Jinya mouthed his reply, he was busy tearing open the paper bag. In his mind, he was thinking, Wu Wu probably couldn't finish one, and he'd eat whatever was left. When Yun Wulian smelled the fragrance of charcoal roasted sweet potatoes wafting through the air, her nostrils flared, suppressing the growing hunger within. She turned her head toward Grandpa Zhou and requested, by the way, Grandpa Zhou, please don't tell my grandfather and others about my loss of taste. Grandpa Zhou adjusted his glasses again, glancing at Chu Yuanzi. Chu Yuanzi frowned, silent, his gaze falling on his younger brother's pale face, worry flickering in his eyes as he deliberated whether or not to tell their parents about this matter. The room suddenly fell into silence. Yun Wulian was also staring at her brother, her hand gripping the blanket beside her, her long lashes trembling a few times as the frost and snow in her eyes melted into a hint of pleading. Big brother. Chu Yuanzi's frown deepened even more. Yan Noa knew Yun Wulian didn't want their parents to worry. She walked up to Chu Yuanzi and tugged lightly on his arm, just about to speak for Yun Wulian when another voice rang out first. Brother Chu, don't be so harsh. Xie Jinya stepped in front of Yun Wulian, peeling the skin off a sweet potato while accusing, your silence is very scary. Wu Wu just didn't want aunties to worry, after all, Grandpa Chu is also old now. Give us a smile, be gentler. Chu Yuanzi's mouth twitched slightly at the corner. What? Where am I being harsh? I'm just thinking. Good. This kid is already blindly defending his wife before they've even married. After silently complaining a bit, Chu Yuanzi finished his thoughts and softened his voice upon meeting his younger brother's gaze, speaking gently, Wu Wu, this isn't a trivial matter. I can only help you keep it a secret for 2 months. If you haven't recovered within 2 months, we can hide it from Grandpa but must inform Mom and Dad. Yun Wulian obediently agreed. Subsequently, seeing that his younger brothers hadn't eaten, Chu Yuanzi took over the task of buying medicine with Yan Noa. Grandpa Zhou had returned home to write the prescription. Honey Tangerine remained behind, curling up contentedly in Yun Wulian's arms and wagging its tail. Wu Wu, here, ah. Xie Jinya scooped up a large spoonful of fragrant sticky sweet potato, intending to feed Yun Wulian. But remembering Yun Wulian couldn't taste the sweetness, his hand hesitated in the air, his brows furrowing. Yun Wulian noticed the young man's heartache hidden in his gaze, stood up holding the cat, and slowly approached the spoon suspended in the air. Her nostrils flared slightly as she sniffed. It smells very sweet. Then. She opened her mouth to bite onto the spoon, her porcelain throat moving slightly as she swallowed the fragrant soft sweet potato mash. Her peach-shaped eyes shimmered, and she licked her lips before winking at Xie Jinya with a smile. Wow, Ah Jin's feeding is sweeter than I imagined. Can I have a few more bites? Xie Jinya's heart skipped a beat, feeling both happy and sad under the allure, quietly cursing heaven in his mind but responding with a beaming smile on his face towards his little childhood friend. Of course. I'll keep serving Master Wu until you say stop. Eating halfway through the sweet potato, the doorbell rang. It was Yun Lanyu, who had specially come to bring her son the prepared Chinese herbal medicine. Baby, it's time to take the medicine. It's rock sugar red plum today, and 2 days ago Ah Jin said it should still have preserved fruits, so I immediately asked Aunt Wu to make some. At the mention of preserved fruits, Xie Jinya felt uncomfortable. Yun Wulian, worried Xie Jinya would slip up, sent him off to the bathroom. When Yun Lanyu pushed open the door and saw Honey Tangerine, she wasn't surprised at all. Clearly, she already knew her eldest son had returned with his husband, happily picking up the little cat to play with it. After ensuring her son had taken the medicine, she patted Yun Wulyan's head, gave a few reminders to rest early, and then went to chat with Mrs. Xie. The preserved fruits were left behind. Yun Wulyan ate one sugar-coated plum after another, unable to taste the flavor, even experiencing bitterness on his tongue roots, yet he found them incredibly sweet. Because love turns into sweet winds warming the heart. An hour later, Chu Yuanzi and Yen Noa returned after buying the medicine. Only after ensuring Yun Wulyan had taken the medicine did they return to the Chu residence to rest. That night, Yun Wulyan slept in Xie Jinya's bedroom. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, they lay down together under the same pillow. He could feel the youth as if he were fearing something, hugging him very tightly. So. He also hugged Xie Jinya back tightly. Woo woo. Let's go eat the preserved fruits in our dreams first, the kind we can taste sweet, pre-ordering 100% sweetness from Duke Zhou for our coming summer. Yun Wulyan felt the strong grip around his waist by the broad hand, his breathing quivering slightly as he smiled softly and agreed. The next day. Big brother, sister-in-law, and Xie Jinya accompanied Yun Wulyan to get a physical examination. The results showed nothing much different from previous ones. Yun Wulyan himself had anemia, qi deficiency, low blood sugar, and fewer hemoglobin in his red blood cells compared to normal people. Other tests didn't reveal any abnormalities either. When they received the physical checkup report, everyone finally set their minds at ease. On the way home, they bought many things, starting preparations for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Back home. Yun Wulyan and Xie Jinya just got out of the elevator and immediately saw several packages neatly stacked at the bedroom door, delivered by the studio that afternoon. Curious, Xie Jinya asked, woo, what are all these? Yun Wulyan slightly squinted her peach-shaped eyes and casually took off the light green sash that tied her long hair. As she passed Xie Jinya, she deliberately threw the sash, letting it graze the young man's prominent nose bridge. Tomorrow, you'll know. Chapter 94, Lovers Matching Pendants. Is Woo ready to confess? A faint scent of blue orchids followed the ribbon into his nose, and Xie Jinya was dazed for 2 seconds. As the ribbon was about to fall to the ground, he quickly bent down and caught it. His fingertips caressed the soft silk surface, his head tilted as he stared at Yun Wulyan's slender back, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily curved up, excitement shining in his eyes. Tomorrow. Tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Could it be that the thing in the package had something to do with him? What could it be? Regaining his composure, he looked and saw Yun Wulyan about to squat down to pick up the package. Xie Jinya grabbed the ribbon tightly and rushed over quickly, shouting while running, woo, leave it, I'll do it. After bringing all the 7 or 8 packages of various sizes into the house, Xie Jinya waited for Yun Wulyan to open them, wanting to take a quick peek. But Yun Wulyan pushed him out and locked the door. After a while, when the door opened again, Xie Jinya went in and checked. There was nothing, everything had been hidden by Yun Wulyan. Only a cardboard box full of packing bags remained. The more mysterious Yun Wulyan became, the more curious Xie Jinya got. He leaned against the wall lazily, still playing with the light green ribbon wrapped around his wrist. His bright black eyes stared at Yun Wulyan eagerly, and his smile was charming yet friendly. My dear baby, could you not spoil just a little? No. Yun Wulyan refused mercilessly and kicked the cardboard box lightly towards Xie Jinya, saying, good boy, go downstairs and throw away the garbage. Upon hearing the word good, the youth's smile extended to his eyes. All right then. Since Commander Wu has spoken, I will throw this mischievous kid named Curiosity into the trash bin together. Xie Jinya returned the ribbon to Yun Wulyan and picked up the cardboard box before leaving, turning his head every few steps and waving goodbye to Yun Wulyan with a grin on his face. Watching the young man disappear into the stairwell, Yun Wulyan withdrew her gaze and lowered her eyes. Her left hand hung lazily on the ribbon, wrapping it around her right wrist as she felt the residual warmth, her eyes gradually filled with mischief. Will a Jean discover the little surprise inside the cardboard box? He probably would. After all, curiosity can make anyone regress to an innocent child of 2 or 3 years old. On the other side. In the stairwell, once free from the watchful gaze of Zayazuma, a childhood friend, Xie Jinya smiled widely and stealthily glanced at the packaging bags inside the cardboard box. He originally intended to throw the Curiosity into the trash heap. But this child named Curiosity was too playful, always tickling him. Today's several packages, some appear to have been sent from a studio, others seem to have been bought online. If they were bought online, there should be labels on the bags indicating what the items were. When he reached the turning point, Xie Jinya stopped, looked back to confirm that Yun Wulyan hadn't followed, then began rummaging through the cardboard box. Just as he pulled aside the topmost bag, a beautiful antique-style gold-embossed card came into view. The card was an elegant dark green overall, with matching tassels hanging below. On the back was a print of osmanthus flowers under the moonlight covering the branches, and 2 vague silhouettes were embracing and kissing. Holy crap! What is this? Xie Jinya's heartbeat accelerated abruptly, startling him so much that he nearly dropped the cardboard box. Clutching the cardboard box with force, he inadvertently tore its edges. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the inexplicable tension and prepared himself mentally before picking up the card. Upon flipping the card over, he read on the front. Matching lovers' pendants made from the same material, they can combine to form one perfect circle, symbolizing the wish for lovers to eventually be together, harmonious and united. Woo actually bought matching lovers' pendants. Lovers matching pendants. Lovers. Xie Jinye stood frozen in place, his heart racing wildly out of control. The card trembled in his hand, the tassels swaying as joy flooded his handsome features. If these pendants are paired, who does Woo plan to use them with? Me. But we're not even together yet. The youth's smile froze on his lips, his brows furrowed as the excitement from a moment ago turned into a jumble of confusion in his mind. Immediately following this confusion, he started madly pulling at his hair. Wait a minute. Doesn't Woo buying lovers' pendants mean he wants to confess? Damn it. How can something like this let Woo do it? Xie Jinye felt his brain might explode. He wanted to immediately turn around and go upstairs, grab Xiaozuma's hand, and confess. But it wasn't possible. Once they transitioned from friends to lovers, they would naturally engage in acts between couples, such as kissing like the shadows depicted on the card. But he currently wasn't good enough for Woo. Any lustful feelings would make him feel disgusted with himself, feeling as though he were defiling Woo. He still had a long way to go to match the brilliance of the sunrise. Before achieving world champion status and becoming an outstanding man, he dared not, nor did he dare to deepen his relationship with Woo any further. And confessing is a very solemn matter. It needs to be carefully planned, every detail perfected, leaving the most beautiful and happy memories for Woo. Xie Jinye's mind was in chaos, his fingers unconsciously tightening their grip. Just as the gilded card was about to crumple into a ball in his palm, the tassel brushed against his wrist, snapping him back to reality. He quickly discarded the cardboard box and smoothed out the card, trying hard to restore it. Shit, I almost crushed it. After all the fuss, the card still had creases, bits of gilded flakes stuck to his skin. Xie Jinye furrowed his brows, full of self-reproach, and carefully placed the tassel card into his trouser pocket. Then he rummaged through the cardboard box again. This time, he didn't find any other small items, just saw that some bags were marked with fabric materials, likely clothing purchases. Xie Jinye sighed, continuing down the stairs with the cardboard box in his arms. All the while, he wondered what he should do if Xiaozuma really confessed. In the end, no good solution came to mind, so he silently prayed that Yun Wulian had merely bought them to match outfits. After all, confessing was something that should be done by the gong. The term gong was one he had learned from comment sections. Previously, he thought it absurd and incomprehensible. Now, he would strive to be the world's best gong and fatten up Xiaozuma. When Xie Jinye returned upstairs after throwing away the trash and pushed open the door, Yun Wulian was lying lazily on the tatami playing with her phone. As their eyes met, Xie Jinye grinned foolishly. Woo baby, I've come back after throwing away the cardboard box. Yun Wulian's eyelids flickered, noticing that the young man was avoiding her gaze. Instantly, she guessed that the silly puppy probably had seen the card. Pretending to notice nothing, she responded softly. Alright, we'll sit for a moment before going downstairs for dinner. She then lowered her gaze and tapped a few times on her phone screen. It displayed a payment page for a bouquet of flowers, all stunningly expensive premium blooms worth over 10,000, scheduled for delivery tomorrow morning. Chapter 95, Celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. Sweet moments in daily life. A large table was filled with people for dinner. Xie Jinye and Yun Wulian sat on the right, next to Chu Yuanzi and Yen Noa, followed by Chu's mother and father. The three venerable grandfathers were seated at the head of the table, while Xie's parents sat nearby. Everyone ate together while discussing plans for the Mid-Autumn Festival. In the end, they decided to stick with the tradition from previous years, two families admiring the moon, eating mooncakes, and watching lanterns. Yun Wulian had her eyes downcast, quietly drinking porridge. Xie Jinye didn't join in the adults' conversation. Instead, he thought about old Zhou's advice: supplementing zinc requires eating more meat. Thus, he kept picking ounce meatballs for Yun Wulian. Each time he added one, he would lower his voice and whisper softly into Yun Wulian's ear. Good baby, keep it up, eat another meatball and grow a bit fatter. Become a cute, chubby little kitten. Yun Wulian stared at the bowl full of meatballs in silence. Whether or not she would gain weight was uncertain. But if she ate them all, she'd definitely become a big-bellied kitten from being stuffed. Though silently complaining inside, Yun Wulian still picked up the meatball and obediently put it in her mouth. Elsewhere, Yen Noa and Chu Yuanzi rarely came back, so after the discussion on how to celebrate the holiday, Yun Lanyu used communal chopsticks to serve several dishes to Yen Noa and started teasing the two of them. Noa, have you thought about where to go on your honeymoon after getting married? Bali? It's very romantic and dreamy there, with the sea and pink sand beaches. Yen Noa looked at the food in her bowl, feeling flustered and happy, gripping her chopsticks and raising her gaze. A shy smile graced her face as she replied sheepishly, Aunt, I haven't married yet. Yun Lanyu arched an eyebrow and snorted lightly, still calling me aunt. Yen Noa froze for a moment, quickly correcting herself, thank you, Mom. All these are my favorite dishes, delicious. To show that she truly liked it, she hastily grabbed some salmon sashimi and shoved it into her mouth. Yunlanyu couldn't help but chuckle at the child's reaction. Beside her, Xie's mom had been watching her own not-so-valuable son. Hearing Yunlanyu tease the kids, she also became interested and asked, "When do you plan to get married?" "We." Yen Noa swallowed the food in her mouth, hesitating, unsure how to respond. She looked to her boyfriend for help, her lips twitching as though saying, "Save me. Save me." Chu Yuanzi glanced over at her, eyes brimming with deep affection. The man hugged Yen Noa's shoulder, adjusted his glasses, and cast a mysterious smile toward the elders. "It's our little secret. Everything will be revealed once Noa finishes school." One of the grandfathers, who was guessing punches and drinking with old friends upon hearing this, immediately said, "Right, after graduation. You'll then have free reign to travel wherever you want, and Grandpa will cover the costs." The other two grandfathers also voiced their agreement. Yunlanyu exchanged glances with her husband, shaking her head gently and smiling, "You guys, everyone has their little secrets now. But weddings are the most romantic moments in life and should be carefully planned. When that happens." The woman's radiant face revealed a gentle smile. Leaning closer to Yen Noa, she blocked her lips with delicate fingers, casting a glance toward Yun Wulyan who was nibbling slowly on meatballs. She whispered, "Dear Noa Noa, remember to give Wu Wu a backstage pass when throwing the bouquet. Your mom hopes, Wu Wu and you can all be happy and blissful." After speaking, she winked at Yen Noa. Meeting Yunlanyu's anticipatory gaze, Yen Noa glanced at Yun Wulyan, who was eating quietly. She sincerely hoped her long-suffering brother could reach a happy conclusion. Quickly nodding, she suppressed her voice, quietly replying, "Yes. Mom, please don't worry, Wu Wu is so great, he and Ajin will certainly be happy." Hearing this, Yunlanyu broke into a flower-like smile but couldn't resist secretly mocking again, "TSK, all of you are getting married already, and those two are still playing house like in Makaba Kaka." At the mention of Makaba Kaka, Yen Noa laughed out loud. Yunlanyu shot a look at her husband, shushing her hurriedly. Yen Noa immediately caught on, grabbing a chopstick and stuffing a pork rib into her mouth. Chu Qinyan hadn't clearly heard their exchange. As he rolled up his shirt sleeves, he placed a piece of his wife's favorite sour and spicy fish slices before her, carefully removing the bones. At this moment, Xie Jinya was still focused on feeding Yun Wulyan, while the latter stared anxiously at the bowl brimming with meatballs. In the end, Yun Wulyan simply couldn't eat any more. Drinking the rich pigeon soup, she pushed the bowl toward Xie Jinya. "Eat what you picked for yourself, no wasting." Xie Jinya raised an eyebrow, silently lowering his raised chopsticks, turning his head affectionately and asking, "Can't eat anymore?" Yun Wulyan nodded. Fearing Yun Wulyan might feel unwell from eating too much, Xie Jinya immediately took the bowl away, saying, "All right then, I'll help Commander Wu clean up the battlefield. It's now time for the smaller stomach of Shao Jia to work." Yun Wulyan was amused by the young man's antics and pushed the pigeon soup towards him. "Let Xie's little stomach soak in a hot spring first to warm up." Xie Jinya eagerly accepted the porcelain bowl with a smile. "Thank you for your generous reward, Commander Wu." After the meal, everyone else went out for a walk. Xie Jinya and Yun Wulyan strolled around the courtyard once before returning upstairs. Tonight, Xie Jinya was staying at the Chu residence. On Yun Wulyan's balcony stood a few pots of flowers, most of them white. Right after sunset, it was the best time to water them. He lifted the blue watering can and slowly watered each plant, thoroughly enjoying the process. During this time, Xie Jinya prepared Yun Wulyan's zinc supplements and the brown sugar water required for his medicinal bath. Once the bath was done, Yunlanyu promptly brought over the Chinese medicine. Today's prescription had been newly prepared by old Zhou, who hadn't disclosed the real reason to Yunlanyu but simply said that due to the dry autumn weather, they needed to switch to a milder formulation. The next day, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. Xie Jinya woke up early and went downstairs to bring breakfast up to Yun Wulyan. He then sat by the bed, staring blankly at his childhood friend's sleeping face. As he gazed, his heart involuntarily raced, thinking about the pendant pair that the lovers were supposed to exchange, though they still didn't know what they looked like. Would Yun Wulyan take out the pendant after waking up? Shit. What if Yun Wulyan confessed? It shouldn't happen. Yun Wulyan fell asleep right away last night without giving any hint. The more Xie Jinya thought, the more disordered his mind became. Finally, he stood up and grabbed his messy silver hair as he moved toward the window, intending to open it to let some air in. However, upon opening the window, he saw his brother-in-law and sister flaunting their affection. Yen Noa and Chu Yuanzi were hand-in-hand walking through the garden. Yen Noa cradled a cat while talking animatedly about something amusing. Beside her, Chu Yuanzi smiled warmly, paying close attention and took advantage of her distraction to pluck a small daisy, tucking it into her ear. Yen Noa instinctively reached to remove it. But Chu Yuanzi chuckled, caught her hand, and lightly kissed her cheek. In the next moment, a rosy blush quickly spread over Yen Noa's ears. She glanced around, embarrassed in case anyone noticed, and fled hurriedly while holding the cat. Chu Yuanzi laughed and followed suit, quickening his steps. They matched perfectly. Most importantly, they seemed to be wearing matching outfits. Both had shirts with a blend of light gray and apricot colors. Even Honey, the kitten, wore a matching bow tie around its neck. Seeing this scene, Xie Jinye raised an eyebrow, muttering low under his breath, a quiet critique of their public display of affection. Just when he thought to look away, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone pushing a full cart of flowers through the main gate. So many flowers. Who bought them? What are they for? Xie Jinye's heart skipped a beat at the sight, uncertainty flickering on his face. Just then, a gentle voice called out from behind him. Ajin. Chapter 96, Brotherly Outfits, Rounded Up, Our Couple Outfits. I'm here. Xie Jinyi sprinted to the bedside, leaped onto the bed, met Yun Wulian's half-opened, sleepy peach blossom eyes, and softly asked, Precious one, do you want to doze a bit more or get up now? The soft big bed sank with the weight of the young man and then bounced back. Yun Wulian felt a jolt through his whole body, his eyes slowly clearing. He lazily yawned, supported himself off the bed and sat up. It's a festival today, let's get up early. All right. Xie Jinyi helped Yun Wulian rise, noticing the messy long hair of his childhood sweetheart, he gently tucked the fallen black strands behind his ear. Subsequently, he sat beside Yun Wulian, cautiously probing. Woo, about that, did you buy flowers? I just saw someone pushing a cart full of flowers by the entrance, there seemed to be roses too. Eye to eye, Yun Wulian noticed the tension in the youth's gaze, his thin eyebrows rising mischievously as he leaned back on the pillow and admitted straightforwardly, yes, they're mine, so what? There's nothing, the flowers look pretty fine, but... Xie Jinyi gripped one corner of the quilt tightly, swallowed audibly past his throat, and continued his probing. Woo, why did you buy so many flowers? Yun Wulian, guess. Xie Jinyi. Oh no. These two words must mean something significant. Yun Wulian offered a hint, these flowers are meant for tonight's lantern fair. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinye's heart started thumping heavily like drums echoing within his chest, immediately associating these few words with a lot of ideas. For use during tonight's lantern fair. How would it be used? There were roses among that bunch. Could it be that Wu planned to lay out a giant heart with those roses on the ground while viewing the lanterns, and then, confess holding hands inside the heart? No way. This is something that the main partner should do. Xie Jinye's feelings became complicated, both flustered and regretful. Flustered about how to face his childhood friend's confession, regretful for not seeking therapy earlier to deal with some lingering shadow from his childhood, and apart from all that, the thought of each vibrant rose caused an inexplicable joy within him. He sighed back into focus, only to find Yun Wulian watching him with a smile. The smile was subtle, yet instantly melted the aloof beauty into gentleness. His gaze seemed full of deep affection, brimming with love. Just. Starting to stutter at first, Xie Jinye's Adam's apple bobbed. He took a deep breath, licked his dry lips, tried his best to ignore the rapidly pounding heart, and gradually drew close to Yun Wulian. Lifting his hand to pat the top of the childhood friend's head, his expression grew serious and earnest. It's just that certain things still need to be done by me, you're only responsible for waiting quietly and enjoying happiness. I will strive my hardest, making sure you don't have to wait too long. Xie Jinyi thought his hints were quite explicit. Surely the childhood friend understood. Who knew? After Yun Wulian listened, he asked with a bewildered look, wait for what? Jean, you shouldn't think these flowers are meant for you, right? Ah. Xie Jinye's smile froze awkwardly, startled, he unconsciously countered, aren't they? Yun Wulian lowered his gaze, slightly biting his lips, a fleeting wicked smile flashing in his eyes as if having achieved success after teasing someone. He pulled the quilt aside seriously saying, good friends sending flowers. That'd be strange. Xie Jinyi fell straight down from cloud 9, seeing Yun Wulian about to get out of bed, quickly catching his hand, anxiously asking, Wu, who are you planning to give the roses to? Yun Wulian, to people destined to receive them. Xie Jinyi. What nonsense is this? I and Precious One met under the arrangements of fate, grew up together, and that's not destiny enough. Wu, Precious One. Xie Jinyi really couldn't figure out his childhood friend's plan. He grabbed Yun Wulian from behind, breathing in the mixed fragrance of orchid and medicine, rubbing against Yun Wulian's neck a few times, closing his Dan Feng eyes, and plaintively said, don't keep me guessing any longer, what exactly are you thinking? Yun Wulian's entire body trembled slightly due to the ticklish sensation, but his corners of his mouth curved upward. He turned his head, meeting the young man's curious eyes, revealing honestly without further teasing Xie Jinyi. The flower is nature's finest art, capable of warming hearts. Today being the Mid-Autumn Festival, tonight I wish to go out with you and Grandpa in traditional Han clothing, pushing a flower-filled cart through the lantern fair, giving out little surprises along the way, and meanwhile, leave behind some sweet memories that belong to us. He paused briefly. Reaching up to lightly touch Xie Jinye's tall nose bridge, smiling he asked. Jean, would you like to create beautiful memories together? The handsome youth's face lit up with a smile once more, and he enthusiastically exclaimed, yes, several times. The heart that had been pounding anxiously in his throat finally settled. Ah, so it's about pushing the flower cart out to spread kindness. Then there's no problem. Wait a moment. What about the couple jade pendants? Xie Jinye's heart skipped a beat again as he wanted to ask something. Yun Wulian then got off the bed by supporting himself on Xie Jinye's thigh. I've prepared clothes for mom, dad, godfather, godmother, my brother and sister-in-law. If they want to come too, we'll go out as a family this evening. Upon hearing the word clothes, Xie Jinyi arched an eyebrow and helped Yun Wulian stand up, casually mentioning, Yuan Xiaigu and his partner are wearing couple outfits today. They're probably going on a date. Leaning against Xie Jinyi for a few seconds to recover from the dizziness, Yun Wulian lifted his peach blossom eyes and curiously asked, are their couple outfits pretty? They're quite good looking. They're trendy patchwork shirts. Even Honey Yuyu's neck is tied with a bow, looking like a family of three, Xie Jinyi replied. After hearing this, Yun Wulian nodded lightly. A mischievous glint flashed behind his long lashes before covering it again. He gave a light pat on Xie Jinyi's coccyx bone, with almost teasing force. Don't be envious, we have bro outfits. Xie Jinyi stared wide-eyed, feeling a tingling sensation in his heart, silently screaming in his mind. I'm not envious at all. Alright. Maybe just a little bit. In the next second, he caught another keyword, and staring straight at Yun Wulian, he asked eagerly, Wu, what bro outfits? Are they in yesterday's packages? Yun Wulian didn't explain much. He pulled back his hand and turned around, walking away. Yeah, follow me to the closet. Okay. Xie Jinye's lips curled up as he happily trotted after him, secretly smirking in his heart. Hey, round the bro outfits up and they practically qualify as couple outfits, right? 3 hours later. When the two finished brushing up, eating breakfast, and getting dressed before heading downstairs, everyone was struck dumbfounded. Chapter 97, Where Hanfu? The Cool and the Young General. Sweetie, do you think our matching outfits will make our godmothers go wow? You just smile brighter, and they'll be wowed. Yes sir, I've already showed 8 teeth. Hey, it seems like wearing flowers in one's hair is trending online recently. Sweetie, your hair looks too plain. Let me put a flower in your hair. No, you do it yourself. Come on. There are so many flowers on the cart. Don't waste them. Don't act cute. Oh. Then the two of them, dressed in hanfu, were seen chatting and laughing as they walked through the mock orange bushes. Xie Jinye's silver hair was half-tied, and he wore a handsome red round neck robe. The black collar on the right side was flipped outwards, with a golden pattern of wolves and raccoon dogs' tails intertwined and gazing at each other forming a circle. Both arms were adorned with leather wrist guards, and around his waist was a peony-engraved golden leather belt. He was talking and laughing with Yun Wulian while looking down. His sharply defined side face carried a rebellious look. He had a high nose bridge, and under the messy hair was a red base gold patterned headband. It seemed like he was a bold and spirited young man in a novel riding a horse dressed splendidly. Sweetie, really not going to have a flower? Just one, I want to see. Yun Wulian's today's look was very cool and noble. A white cross-collar long gown was underneath, with a thin translucent light blue round neck long gown on top. At the bottom right hem, patterns similar to those on Xie Jinye's clothes were embroidered with silk thread, small raccoon cats sleeping together with wolves, surrounded by mountain green water patterns for decoration. His thick ink-black long hair was semi-arranged behind with a blue hairband, and a few strands fell in front of his forehead. They were rubbing against his cold pale skin with his slight tilting of his head. He lowered his eyes and played with the raccoon cat mask in his hands. Catching Xie Jinye's expectant glance from the corner of his eye, he slightly curled his lips in cold refusal. No, unless you let me pin some on your head first, otherwise forget it. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyi immediately agreed without hesitation. If Xie Jinyi resembled an unlimited glorious young general, then Yun Wulian was like a weak, cool ancient young master raised in luxury, untouched by worldly affairs. The servants of the Chu family were originally preparing to pick kasha in the courtyard, arrange tables and chairs, cut mooncakes in preparation for the festival. Seeing this scene, their eyes lit up and they stopped their actions, exclaiming. My goodness, am I time traveling? The young masters suit Hanfu so well, so good looking. Although it's not the first time we've seen it, we're still amazed every time. What are they whispering about? Xiao Yi laughed so happily. Under the wooden pavilion, old Master Chu was originally drinking tea, but hearing everyone's exclamations, he looked up. His sharp eyes filled with joy, he blew on the clear tea in his cup, proudly saying to Mr. Zhou, look, aren't my two grandsons handsome? Mr. Zhou couldn't help but laugh, sipping some tea and nodding in agreement, handsome, extremely handsome, just like when you were young. Old Master Chu, upon hearing this, smiled even more brightly. The words sound good, but the children are better. Our Chu family genes are getting better and better. At this moment, Yun Lan Yu and Chu Qinyan heard the sound and walked out from behind the flower cart. The woman held a red rose in her hand. Looking up and seeing the silhouette of the two children, her almond-shaped eyes instantly lit up. Regardless of still wearing a light-colored cheongsam and high heels, she laughed and rushed toward the two. Wow, my babies. Why do you look so handsome? Come here, let mom take a closer look. Did you just time travel here or sneak out of a painting? Chu Qinyan paused silently for a moment, sighed, then quickly followed, not minding her image as she chased after, worried that his wife would fall. Moon, slow down. The kids won't run away. Laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. Everyone gathered around Xie Jinyi and Yun Wulian, praising non-stop. When asked if the clothes were designed by the young master himself, and he nodded, they all gave thumbs up. Upstairs. Chu Yuan Ci was teaching Yen Noa how to play the piano. Yen Noa's playing movements paused, looking through the French window and watching the lively, warm scene in the yard. The orphan couldn't help but marvel. Having a family really feels so warm. Before the words ended, the man beside him covered his hand, interlaced fingers through the gap, embraced him gently and said, "Since it's Mid-Autumn Festival, here will be your home from now on." Yen Noa felt warmth in his heart and nodded vigorously several times. Chu Yuan Ci took his hand and stood up, asking, "I see they've cut the mooncakes. Do you want to go downstairs and try a piece, and have a glass of osmanthus honey?" "Yes." As they spoke, they tidied up and went downstairs. He even brought along Honey Pomelo, who was munching on a little fish plush toy in the cat's nest. At this moment downstairs, the servants had dispersed to their respective tasks. After praising the children, Yunlan Yu suddenly remembered something. She lifted the rose in her hand and curiously asked her beloved son, "Sweetie, it says your name on this flower order. Why did you buy so many flowers?" Yun Wulian shared his idea with Mom and invited both parents to join. Yunlan Yu, holding the rose in her hand, thought Yun Wulian's idea was great. Her gaze towards her child was gentle and loving, originally nodding to join them. However, in the next second, she caught sight of someone who'd been smiling foolishly at their son the whole time, and immediately abandoned the idea. Forget it. There couldn't be too many light bulbs around. Otherwise, the kids would feel restrained, and their relationship wouldn't progress further. Mommy and Daddy won't join you guys this time. We're planning to watch the lantern show tonight and then go stroll through the night market. It's been so many years since we've gone. Yunlan Yu glanced beside her at Chu Qinyan, blinking her bright beautiful eyes and tapping the man's arm with the rose. "Right, honey?" Chu Qinyan smiled and nodded, as his wife's words reminded him of the pleasant memories from the past. "It's been more than 20 years. The last time we went was during our high school days, that day when you did poorly on your physics exam, and I skipped class with you to relax. We bought loads of food, but you were trying to lose weight and didn't eat much, just tasting a bite or two of each thing, and I ended up stuffing myself." Yunlan Yu gave a playful scold, glaring at her husband and flipping the rose around to poke him repeatedly with its stem. "Oh my goodness. Don't talk about these things in front of the kids." Chu Qinyan laughed and pulled his wife into his arms. "Don't worry, the kids are mature enough to selectively forget." Yun Wulian watched his affectionate parents and a trace of laughter flickered in his eyes as he nodded cooperatively. We didn't see anything, only saw." His words paused momentarily as he turned his head to glance at the flower cart nearby, continuing slowly. "The flowers are waving at us." Xie Jinyi instantly understood Yun Wulian's meaning and echoed enthusiastically, "That's right, that's right. All we heard were the flowers giggling and saying we're so pretty, come decorate us on your heads." As they spoke, the two slipped away. Xie Jinyi led Yun Wulian to the flower cart, glancing over the different colored flowers on the vintage wooden pushcart, eagerly excited and pinched the hand of the little bamboo horse asking, "Precious baby, which one do you like?" Yun Wulian deliberately teased him, "I like the king flower." Xie Jinyi was baffled. What is a king flower? There aren't any. Such smelly flowers don't match our fragrant wubao at all." Xie Jinyi realized Yun Wulian was teasing him, and instinctively picked up a pink-white rose, about to say something, when a cool hand hooked onto his waistband. Then, it gently tugged. "Little general, crouch down. The king wants to put flowers in your hair first." Chapter 98, Exchanging Flowers. A role-playing game. Xie Jinyi was amused by Yun Wulian's nickname, Ba Wang, and greeted her with a bow, his handsome face radiating youthful freedom. Then he knelt on one knee in front of Yun Wulian, looking up at her with affection gleaming in his eyes. "Your Majesty, here is my head. Please place the flower wherever you like." Their gazes met, and Yun Wulian smiled softly. "You're such a good boy." Yun Wulian hung the fox mask on the cart and tilted her head slightly as her long hair slipped off her shoulder. Her fingertips gently grazed the delicate petals before she asked slowly. "The young general is dressed in red today, perfect for a red flower. There are red camellias, flowers, peonies, and the most vibrant red roses on this cart." Xie Jinyi glanced over. The fingers of his childhood friend paused on a red rose. The vivid red contrasted against those finger joints, cold and white like jade, transparent and beautiful, inviting him to hold them and playfully knead them. The young man felt his throat tighten, and his heart inexplicably sped up. Damn it. How could everything Foggy touches look so good? As Xie Jinyi was lost in thought, Yun Wulian picked out a red rose and tilted her head while lifting his chin, asking, "Young general, which kind of red flower do you prefer?" "I." Xie Jinyi's phoenix eyes blinked rapidly as his Adam's apple moved up and down twice. His eyes darted toward the rose in Yun Wulian's hand. He licked his lips and chuckled lowly. "My preference naturally aligns with your Majesty's choice. This red rose smells great, let's go with this one." Yun Wulyan withdrew the rose, pleased, then broke it and leaned close to carefully pin it beside the golden crown adorning the young man's head. Throughout the process, Xia Jinya's body remained stiff, his heart beat quickly, but his lips couldn't help curving into a delighted grin. His handsome face overflowed with joy and excitement. Because a red rose represents fiery love. Foggy truly loves him so much. Yun Wulyan lowered her eyelids with a focused expression. Thinking that a single rose seemed too simple, she chose another rose, saying it was appropriate to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival with paired flowers. Done. She inspected her masterpiece with satisfaction. Then, sliding her fingertips along his forehead band and tapping his prominent nose basking in sunlight, she said. Get up now, handsome flower-sticking gentleman. Xia Jinya laughed twice, sprang to his feet immediately, stared intently at Yun Wulyan, and asked anxiously, isn't it now time for your humble servant to return the favor by placing a flower on your majesty's head? Yun Wulyan nodded lightly, yes, proceed. Xia Jinya scanned the cart of flowers and noted, there aren't any small irises or night-blooming cereus that you like on the flower cart, white isn't suitable for your hair, and red might be too flashy for your attire. My dear princess, would a pink one suit you well? Following the youth's suggestion, Yun Wulyan selected a pink-white gradient gentian. That one will do. Great. With this divine flower, you'll become a celestial fairy instantly. Xia Jinya took the flower with a happy smile, gracefully stepped closer to Yun Wulyan, his gaze warm and affectionate. Instead of putting the flower on top of her head, he decided to pin it behind her right ear. His fingertip touched the pale earlobe, causing his own heart to tremble slightly. He bent his head, tongue resting against the molars in the back of his mouth, suppressing an overwhelming urge to pinch her cheek. Recalling words from a video he'd studied beforehand, he gave her blessing, word by careful word. With this flower pinned in thought, may every life bring peace. Her long lashes fluttered as Yun Wulyan looked into his pure smiling face. The warmth of his soft caress near her ear filled her heart with comfort. Unable to resist, she gazed closely at Xia Jinya's lips opening and closing. She pressed her lips together lightly. And repeated those 8 words. Returning the blessing to her son. Xia Jinya noticed Yun Wulyan's gaze, missed a heartbeat, and his hand trembled as it touched her earlobe. In a hoarse voice, he called out, woo woo, only to stare dumbfounded at her. Yun Wulyan remained silent, simply watching him laugh with her long lashes flickering subtly. Had her foolish puppy been hypnotized? She wondered what expression they'd wear later when exchanging matching jewelry. They stood gazing into each other's eyes for a long time. So long that Yun Lanyu and Chu Qinyan nearby raised their eyebrows. Chu Qinyan expressed confusion, are they stuck in place? Yun Lanyu waved a rose in her hand, her gaze upon the children filled with the utmost tenderness. Indeed, they were frozen by the god of love. At this moment, Chu Yuanxi and Yen Noa approached from the other side. Seeing their outfits, Yen Noa's star-like eyes lit up, and Chu Yuanxi joked. I just heard someone call out, Your Majesty. Are you two playing dress-up? Xia Jinya snapped back to reality upon hearing Chu Yuanxi's voice and retorted instinctively, how dare you not compliment how beautiful our Wu-Wu Majesty looks when you see her. Yen Noa immediately chimed in, Majesty Wu-Wu does look stunning. Chu Yuanxi couldn't help but laugh, still adding, my younger brother naturally looks good. Sweet words deserve a reward, Yun Wulyan said after pulling herself out of her thoughts, going along with their little game. She pointed at the flower cart behind her and smiled faintly, big brother, sister-in-law, feel free to pick any flowers from this cart. Thank your majesty for your kindness. Chu Yuanxi then took his wife to select some flowers, with Yen Noa feeling a bit shy and hiding behind the cart as he secretly placed them. Yun Lanyu saw how much fun the kids were having and came over in her high heels, selecting a bunch of flowers and asking her husband to help her put them in her hair. Noticing the servants watching, she beckoned interested girls to join in. Soon, even the grandfathers set down their teacups to come over and have fun. The maids were picking out flowers when they noticed the elders' presence and teased, since it's a holiday, Sir Chu should also wear a flower. The elder shook his head, laughing and waving off, I'm old already, why would I need flowers? Go ahead and play, I'll just watch. Who says an old man can't wear flowers? Yun Wulyan held a red peony up to her grandfather, pinning it behind his ear with a smile, an old man wearing flowers doesn't know shame, yet flowers must be ashamed to meet the head of an old man. The elder who had been shaking his head moments ago changed his attitude completely, immediately lowering his head to cooperate with his grandson while smiling widely. All right. Today, Grandpa will be a shy old man, one flower isn't enough. Woo-woo, give me more, the biggest ones. Seeing all this, everyone could hardly stop laughing. Grandpa was truly playing double standards. Time flew by, and it was noon. Neighboring Xia family also came over with mooncakes. After dinner, Yun Wulyan repeated the idea of pushing the flower cart and going to the lantern fair. The elders were very interested, having nothing better to do since retiring, they enjoyed spending time with their grandchildren. Yun Wulyan also asked her older brother and sister-in-law. Yen Noa and Chu Yuanxi exchanged glances, the former blushed slightly, and the latter mentioned they already bought movie tickets and planned on dating tonight. So, in the end, only the grandpas from Xia and Chu families joined Yun Wulyan and Xia Jinya. As for Zhou Grandpa, he went home to keep his grandson company too. Yun Wulian prepared Hanfu for the grandfathers as well, Tang Dynasty-styled robes with belts and hats. Before heading out that evening, both elders had dressed up accordingly. Grandpa Chu wore an emerald green long robe paired with a crane belt, adorned with bright flowers on his black silk hat. He looked gentle and kind-hearted with bent eyebrows and warm eyes. Grandpa Xia opted for a dark red robe embroidered with golden tiger patterns. He had prominent features, looking quite stern. However, the flowers pinned to his hat added an unexpected cuteness. Unaccustomed to wearing flowers, Grandpa Xia snuckily removed two during the ride but couldn't bear to throw them away because they were gifts from his grandchildren. Ultimately, he decided to place them on his waistband. Grandpa Chu caught this action and clicked his tongue a few times, teasing, "Old man Xia, don't be bashful even if you're old. You can always place one at your collar, creating a symmetrical line with 3 flowers." Grandpa Xia low hummed, pretending not to hear. In another car, Xia Jinya helped Yun Wulian buckle her seatbelt, noticing the ink green brocade bag with a night-blooming Sirius pattern hanging around her waist. Curious, he asked, "Woo-woo, what's inside the pouch?" Yun Wulian seriously replied, "Secrets." Xia Jinya. Could it be those matching jade plaques for couples? Xia Jinya's heart jumped. He really wanted to snatch the pouch and open it right away, but with Yun Wulian staring, he didn't dare. The next second, Yun Wulian handed him a stylish wolf-patterned mask. "Put this on when we get out so we travel discreetly." Chapter 99, Would You Blush If Jean Kissed You? The Lantern Fair was held on an ancient street with a long history. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and every place was decorated with colorful lights. From afar, thousands of bright lanterns shimmered brilliantly, as if stars had fallen to earth. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Under the lanterns, crowds flowed like streams, bustling with excitement. Most stalls were crowded with people, and many young people dressed in Hanfu robes were taking photos with their companions. Everyone was originally having their own fun until a cheerful, magnetic voice carrying laughter rang out like high waves surging forward. "Hello everyone, come over here. We're hairpin merchants from another era. There's a delightful surprise waiting for you on our flower cart. If you want it, come quickly. Each person is limited to 1 flower, choose freely." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and paused in amazement. 4 striking figures slowly approached. The one pushing the flower cart was a tall youth with a robust figure, wearing a stylish red round-neck robe and a silver wolf pattern mask. A red rose adorned his hair crown, and his movements radiated youthful confidence. Beside him stood another young man holding a loudspeaker microphone. He wore an elegant fox pattern mask, with long hair cascading down his back and pink-white freesia flowers tucked behind his ear. His entire demeanor in the light blue long robe was detached yet ethereal, almost otherworldly. Their faces were covered. However, their extraordinary aura instantly made the dazzling lanterns appear dim in comparison. On the right side, 2 gentlemen walked holding flowers and waving at everyone. They possessed grace akin to sages stepping out of a painting. Whoa! Holy crap, they really look like they've time-traveled. Are they internet celebrities streaming? There aren't any cameras filming them around here. Could they be park staff? I wish I could remove their masks, their bearing, those chiseled jawlines. They must all be handsome guys. Many tourists around reached for their phones and started snapping excitedly. The first to run up was a cute little girl with twin braids. "Grandpa, big brother, happy Mid-Autumn Festival." She ran over shouting, stopping in front of Yun Wulian with big, watery eyes full of expectation. She asked, "Can I really take a flower? It's not just the Mid-Autumn Festival today, but also Mommy's birthday. I want to give her a pretty flower." Yun Wulian hesitated mid-step. Xia Jinya, gripping the handle of the flower cart, also stopped in his tracks. Grandpa Chu smiled and nodded, while Grandpa Xia, afraid of frightening the child, managed a kind smile. "Yes, you can choose freely, little girl. What kind of flower would you like to give your mom?" "The prettiest flower." The little girl still stared intently at Yun Wulian. "I'm too short, so could you help me pick one?" "Thank you." After a brief silence, Yun Wulian picked a bunch of pink carnations from the cart. Then, he bent down and handed the flowers to the little girl. His long hair slid past his shoulder, revealing faint smiles behind the mask through his peach blossom eyes. Although his tone remained cool, his words were exceptionally gentle this time. "These are carnations. Their meaning is, Mom, I love you. They're the most suitable flowers for mothers." The little girl happily accepted the flowers with both hands, expressing her gratitude. Yun Wulian shook his head lightly and heard a clumsy chuckle nearby. Turning his head, he noticed that Xia Jinya had secretly pulled out his phone to take a photo of him. Their gazes met, and the youth even waved his phone towards him briefly. Click, sweet boy mode saved. A faint smirk flickered across Yun Wulian's lips. His hand, resting on his waist beneath his brocade robe, gently rubbed the jade pendant inside his pouch. He wanted to ask someone whether they'd like to save some moments never seen before, such as blushing after being kissed in bed. He didn't know if he would blush. But if it were Xia Jinya holding him tightly, pinning his wrist and kissing him fiercely, he thought he probably would blush. Dazedly, he heard his grandfather's voice in his ears. "So many people, they're all coming over. Let's do business here for a few minutes, Sharon oldie." Show more kindness in your smile so you don't scare them off. Xie Jinye responded loudly, all right. Grandpa Xie retorted unhappily, you, old Chu guy, you're the ugly one who scares people. Just as Yun Wulian snapped back to reality, he locked eyes with the radiant smile of the youth. Xie Jinye handed a bouquet to him and raised his phone, snapping another photo. Sweet baby, come on, spread happiness and blessings while I document mine. Yun Wulian. This fool became smarter but only got sweeter. More and more people gathered around the flower cart, unsure if the flowers were truly free. Every time a couple or two came over, they would ask once. Since Yun Wulian didn't enjoy talking much, he merely nodded in response. Xie Jinye picked up the loudspeaker, taking photos of Yun Wulian and the grandfathers while shouting loudly, Mid-Autumn Festival blessings here, big flowers, small flowers, all for free. Upon hearing this, even more people rushed over. Most of them were young people, but there were also children and elderly individuals. A few girls dressed in Hanfu didn't leave right after picking flowers, they eagerly asked if they could take a group photo with them. Yun Wulian stayed silent. Xie Jinye immediately stepped behind Yun Wulian, putting his arm around the latter's shoulder and pointing to their masks before solemnly saying, sorry, no photos, both me and my little sweetheart suffer from social anxiety. When the girls heard this, they exclaimed in disbelief and became incredibly excited. Their screams startled even the grandfathers who had been amusing nearby children. In the end, the girls left with smiles on their faces because although they couldn't take a group photo, they managed to snap several intimate shots of couples. After operating at the street corner for 7 or 8 minutes, Yun Wulian noticed almost everyone had chosen a flower. He then signaled to Xie Jinye that it was time to move forward, continuing down the road pushing the cart. On the way, they paused now and then. The number of people trailing behind them grew larger as well. When they reached the middle stone bridge of the ancient street, only 1/10 of the flowers remained in the cart. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at the river covered with floating lotus lanterns, Yun Wulian noticed several wooden boats moored by the side. He touched the brocade pouch tied to his waist and thought to himself that the moment had come. He tapped Xie Jinye's arm, signaling him to stop. Moving closer slowly, he whispered. Jean, let's rent a small wooden boat, I have something for you. Chapter 100, Jean takes the initiative to kiss. Ears red, very clumsy. Xie Jinye's eyes lit up the moment he heard there was something for him. He instantly guessed it was the pair of jade pendants for couples, and his whole body felt electrified with excitement. He immediately parked the flower cart by the roadside, let the two grandfathers continue handing out little surprises, and then pulled Yun Wulian away. The small wooden boats by the river could be rented out. They charged 70 yuan per hour, and 120 yuan for 2.5 hours, which came with a gift of a prayer paper lantern. Xie Jinye directly scanned and rented the boat for 2.5 hours. The prayer lantern given by the shopkeeper was square-shaped, blank on 4 sides, with a small wooden board at the bottom, and a red candle inside. One could write blessings on it themselves. The two chose a whooping boat decorated with fake flowers and star lights. Xie Jinye swung his long legs onto the wooden boat, placed the prayer lantern down, switched on the star light, turned around, and extended his hand toward Yun Wulian who was still on the shore. Wu Wu, come, hold my hand, slowly. Yun Wulian nodded, lifting her hand to place it in the young man's palm. The shop owner watched them get on the boat, ensuring they were both steady, reminded them to be safe, and then untied the rope from the wooden boat. Xie Jinye was rowing the boat. Yun Wulian took off her mask, looked up, and quietly admired the night scenery. This night, the entire world seemed wrapped in a dreamlike state. Green tiles crossed over red walls, lanterns illuminated long corridors, and the flower lamps on the water surface and their reflections complemented each other. With the gentle breeze of the night, they painted a romantic scene. As Yun Wulian watched, a trace of sorrow emerged in her eyes. How beautiful it was. Unfortunately, time was slipping away with every second, unable to stop or be frozen. She could only document it through painting or taking photographs. Sweet baby. Xie Jinye had eagerly let go of the oar just as he maneuvered the boat into the middle of the river. Crawling over the roof of the whooping boat to the bow, he plunked himself beside Yun Wulian, arms loosely draped over his knees, staring intently at his childhood sweetheart while excitedly asking. What is the thing you want to give me? Yun Wulian fluttered her eyelashes and collected her thoughts, noticing the youth's gaze flicking toward her waist. Knowing he'd already guessed what it was, she lowered her eyes and softly laughed before directly unhooking the brocade bag. It's a pair of brotherhood jade pendants. As soon as Xie Jinye heard the word brothers, his smile froze. Internally, he silently protested. Yesterday he clearly saw that the inscription said lovers. But if anyone deserved blame, it was him. He hadn't confessed yet. It's justified for sweet baby to needle him like this. Just as Xie Jinye was reflecting upon himself, Yun Wulian brought out the jade pendants. They were a pair of crystal-clear icy blue jade pendants. The shape closely resembled the patterns on their clothes, a raccoon cat and a silver wolf encircling each other to form a circle. Their craftsmanship was exquisite. I drew these designs myself and found someone to custom make them. They're concentric double pendants made from the same block of jade. When the two pieces are apart, they look like the crescent moons we usually see. But when they're put together, they form a full moon on the 15th day, symbolizing harmony, completeness, reunion. However, her words paused as Yun Wu-lien slowly raised her eyelids. Her clear eyes appeared like melted snow, reflecting the fragmented lighting, hinting at a slight bitterness within. Their eyes met, and Xie Jinye's heart leapt abruptly, leaving his brain momentarily blank. He had foreseen that Yun Wu-lien might say something melancholic. Frowning, he raised his hand intending to cover her mouth to stifle the words. The next second, however, he noticed Yun Wu-lien offering him the raccoon cat pendant. Simultaneously, her cool voice drifted along with the evening breeze, slow and tenderly pleasant, yet akin to a sharp blade piercing right through his chest. Jin, the moon has its phases, and people have times of joy and sorrow. I don't know how many more mid-autumn festivals we'll share together, and I also don't know if these jade pendants will always reunite annually. So, you take the raccoon cat one, as if I'm always with you. Xie Jinye's pupils dilated, feeling each word Yun Wu-lien spoke twisted the blade deeper into his heart, each cut rawer than the last, until blood flowed freely. Recalling her lost sense of taste, a suffocating pain surged forward, causing him immense distress. Woo-woo. He didn't accept the pendant but instead embraced Yun Wu-lien tightly, hugging her close. His voice emerged hoarse and low, trembling at the end. I don't want the jade, I want you. Sweet baby, I want you by my side all the time. Though the moon may have its phases, as long as we stay close daily, seeing the full moon all the time, and besides, woo-woo, please don't think too much. We're already taking medicine. Your sense of taste will definitely recover. Yun Wu-lien's face bumped against the young man's chest, her long hair scattering, partially covering her brows and eyes, the pale pink fringed gentians tucked behind her ears quivering and falling onto the boat. With her head bowed, she remained silent, her eyes calm. Her thoughts were unknown. A cool evening breeze swept through, creating what should have been a picturesque scene. However, the frail beauty could not withstand the cold wind and coughed twice while leaning against Xie Jinye's chest. Hack, hack. The moment Xie Jinye heard Yun Wu-lien cough, he grew more anxious. He gently patted her back, his mind racing, realizing how upset the young girl was now and trying to figure out ways to cheer her up. Right. Lover's jade pendants. Baby sweetheart's hint had already been clear. Even though he had responded before, he hadn't given any specific time frame or an outright answer, which likely made Wu-woo feel insecure. Now it would be better to be a little bolder and try. Maybe that way, Wu-woo would smile. Xie Jinye licked his lips, took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety and unease. He looked down at the girl in his arms, his hand trembling as he reached out to lift Yun Wu-lien's chin. Foggy. The young man was extremely nervous. His voice sounded hoarse and stuttered as he began to speak. Yun Wu-lien, with her chin pinched slightly upward, strands of dark hair clinging to her cheeks, revealed her serene and exquisitely pale face, tainted with a sickly pallor. She blinked, her crimson lips parting slightly. Her voice carried a soft pant from her recent bout of coughing. Her mouth opened and closed slightly, her lips grazing ever so slightly over the fingertips of the young man who was just inches away. Xie Jinye's breath hitched, his heart felt chaotic. His eyes fixed on the damp and tempting lips of the petite girl, his throat tightened, and a devilish impulse arose within him, to kiss her directly. The sound died in his throat due to his flustered state. Just a few seconds of gazing at Yun Wu-lien had left a rosy flush on the tips of his ears, making him unbearable to himself. Embarrassed, he diverted his gaze. Without her scrutiny, his rapid heartbeat slowed a bit. Foggy, I'm not dumb. Xie Jinye licked his dry lips, glancing at the raccoon cat mask lying on the boat deck, quickly finishing his words all in one breath. That thing you said when painting the sun, I understand everything. I get it. But every single event involving you feels incredibly significant to me. Could you give me some time to properly prepare? I promise, I'll give you a huge surprise before your 20th birthday, no, even sooner, just 1 or 2 months will suffice. He had already booked an appointment with a psychologist. In 1 or 2 months, he would definitely overcome his childhood trauma and then, ascend to the peak with his little moon, shining brilliantly together. After spilling out all these thoughts in one go, Xie Jinye's heart was still pounding. He nervously turned his head back and caught Yun Wu-lien smiling at him with curved brows and eyes. The hand gripping her chin trembled. Damn. Was sweet baby laughing at how foolish I am? Jean. Yun Wu-lien's voice brushed across his skin again, her lips once more grazing the youth's fingers. Xie Jinye's breathing became heavy, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. His raspy voice barely managed 2 replies as his eyes instinctively fixated on Yun Wu-lien's lips. They looked soft. Beautiful, like flowers blooming after the spring water. Silently tempting him. Afraid of desecrating this holy little night-blooming serious flower, Xie Jinye dared not kiss her directly. He feared once tasting her sweetness during a kiss, other desires might rise, recalling nauseating scenes from the cruise ship that would bring unwanted reactions and scare Foggy. Jean. Yun Wu-lien called his name again. This call was softer than the last. Their gazes intertwined, electric and entwined like threads. Xie Jinyi felt as if his whole being was lit aflame, his earlobes turning redder by the second. His soul was swaying, a wave of heat urging him to act quickly. So finally. He swiftly picked up the raccoon cat mask laying on the boat deck, gently covering Yun Wulian's face with it. Holding his breath, his ears red, he carefully drew closer. Clumsy but tenderly. And placed a kiss on the forehead of his masked sweetheart through the cloth. Chapter 101, A Kiss Returns. Leading to Ajin falling into the river. The moment Xie Jinyi leaned in for a kiss, Yun Wulian's eyelashes fluttered, and her heart trembled. Even though he was wearing a mask, she could feel the burning heat, as if the scorching sun had embraced him deeply. The world seemed to turn into fireworks, crackling and bursting in an instant. Is this what it feels like to be touched by the one you love? So warm. So much liking. It would be even better without the mask. Suddenly. Her chin was pinched lightly, and a hoarse, wandering voice came close hesitantly. Good baby, since I've stamped my mark on you, be happy and wait for me. Yun Wulian slowly snapped back to reality. Looking up, she saw the pure little general with his ears red through, glancing away and not daring to look at her. Glancing further down, the young man's chest was rising and falling dramatically. It seemed to say. Don't look, I'm shy. A joyful laugh arose with the evening breeze. In Yun Wulian's eyes, amusement rippled at the bottom of her gaze, and all negative emotions vanished in an instant. Seeing Dage Do's big dog, bashful appearance for the first time, she couldn't help but tease him. Ajin. He removed his mask and tilted his head together with Xie Jinyi, propping his elbow on the edge of the boat. He met those clear and pure phoenix eyes, intentionally causing trouble, frowning and sighing. You truly are. Xie Jinyi licked his lips, his Adam's apple rolling. The hand that was slipping down Yun Wulian's shoulder gradually tightened its grip. His heart was pounding. Me? What about me? Wulian wouldn't possibly be scolding himself for suddenly kissing, would she? When Xie Jinyi was still panicking, the one sickly-looking childhood friend in his arms suddenly laughed, then stood up and swiftly moved closer, kissing his forehead. Adorably foolish, your majesty is highly pleased. As a reward, I grant you a kiss. The soft sensation seeped warmly into the skin, transforming into a current that directly struck the heart. Xie Jinyi's pupils dilated in shock, his mind blank for a moment. He clearly heard his heart roaring, and in just a few seconds, the red flush from his earlobe spread to his neck. Shit. Kissed by Wulian. Xie Jinyi's body tensed, veins bulging at the corners of his forehead. Watching Yun Wulian licking his lips after the kiss made all his blood boil. He couldn't resist the urge to immediately kiss those lips again to taste how sweet they were. Crazy. The progress bar has been pulled too fast all at once. The youth was scared by his own craving, fearing that he might lose control and pounce on his childhood friend. Instinctively, he let go of Yun Wulian and stepped back. Unmindfully forgetting they were still on the boat, he lost balance and fell backward, splashing violently into the river. Ajin. Yun Wulian's expression changed, wanting to catch Xie Jinyi. Xie Jinyi's pupils widened, afraid of dragging Yun Wulian into the water. Swiftly dodging that cold white jade-like hand, there was a splash sound, and he clumsily fell into the water, creating numerous splashes. One of these splashes also hit Yun Wulian, wetting his face. Yun Wulian's moistened long lashes flickered, droplets of water falling. Realizing Xie Jinyi knew how to swim, he wasn't in a hurry. He simply sighed deeply. This kiss was really powerful. It literally kissed the sportsman who was 192 centimeters tall right into the water. Surrounding tourists were startled, shouting for help in alarm. Luckily, in the next second, bubbles surfaced from the water, and the young man safely emerged from the water, smiling at his companion. Wulian. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xie Jinyi was drenched from head to toe, silver hair dripping with water plastered on his forehead, covering his eyebrows. The rose in his hairpin was gone without a trace. He wiped his face, brushing his wet hair back. After being soaked in cool water, his heartbeat slowed down, and he regained composure. Just as he relaxed a little, looking up, he saw Yun Wulian was also wet. His handsome face immediately frowned, filled with guilt. Wulian, I'm sorry. Once I climb back on board, I'll wipe you dry immediately. Yun Wulian wiped his face with his sleeve, meeting Xie Jinyi's remorseful gaze when he opened his eyes, shaking his head with a light smile, and extended his hand. Come aboard first, don't catch a cold. Xie Jinyi grinned foolishly, no problem, it's summer, my health is great. Yun Wulian hooked his fingers, urging, hurry. I'm coming. Xie Jinyi swam towards Yun Wulian, scanning around before getting on the boat. He picked up 2 fallen roses and handed them to Yun Wulian. Baby, please keep them safe for me while you watch my stylish leap. The young man didn't grab Yun Wulian's hand. Swimming to where the wooden boat touched the black canopy in the middle, he strongly pushed himself onto the ship plank, lifted a long leg with one hand, exerted force with his abdomen, and climbed aboard effortlessly. His clothes' edges and hair tips continuously dripped water. Yun Wulian walked over, slowly squatting down and using her sleeve to help dry his face. Idiot, be more careful next time. Xie Jinya happily agreed, wanting to tuck the damp strands of hair on Yun Wulian's face behind her ear, but stopped, remembering that he was soaked. His hand lifted just slightly before retreating. Finally, with a mischievous grin, he tilted his head up, eyes brimming with anticipation as he said, "The rose fell off. Can Emperor Wu Wu help me put it back?" Yun Wulian gave him a slight glare. "You're already drenched like a drowned puppy, what flowers are you still talking about?" Xie Jinya insisted, "I want it. I want it." Yun Wulian couldn't help herself. A soft indulgence flickered in her lovely peach blossom-like eyes, and she fulfilled his wish by repinning the rose from her hand onto his hairpiece beside his crown. The surrounding tourists, witnessing this tender moment, all let out a sigh of relief. Good thing nothing serious happened. It was such an important holiday, and everything ended peacefully for everyone. Because Xie Jinya was completely wet, the two returned after playing for less than half an hour. Before disembarking, they wrote their wishes on lanterns for blessings. The prayer lantern had 4 sides, with each person responsible for 2. Yun Wulian's wishes were: "May my family be safe and happy. May Brother Shui shine brightly on the mountain peak and successfully win the world championship." When Xie Jinya wrote his wish, he didn't show Yun Wulian. Not until the very last moment, when the flower lantern was placed into the water, did Yun Wulian catch sight of the words by catching the light of the moon and lantern. Chapter 102, Wu Wu, but you're my exception. Xie Jinya's first side of the lantern read: "Kind and beautiful moon goddess, please bless my good baby to be safe and sound, and soon retrieve the different sweetness of spring, summer, autumn, and winter." The other side was drawn with a pattern of the sun and moon tightly embracing each other, both smiling. The young man even used diagonal lines to depict their blushing cheeks, making it particularly adorable. "Let's both get better, and be happy." Yun Wulian really liked the patterns on the blessing lantern, her lips slightly curved up when she noticed the word, "we," and she hesitated for a moment, confusion rising in her eyes. She then thought that what Jean meant should be his career progressing smoothly and her health improving. After they returned to the shore, the boss was tying the boat to a post while mentioning he had been scared and almost jumped into the water to rescue them but was relieved nothing bad happened. Finally, seeing they only played for half an hour, the boss proactively offered to refund $80. Xie Jinya smiled and waved to decline. In the end, feeling guilty, the boss gave them 2 lotus paste and egg yolk mooncakes. After congratulating the boss on the holiday happiness, the two took the mooncake and went to meet the grandfathers, thinking the flowers were almost all handed out, so they didn't wear masks. Amidst countless cries of astonishment, tourists kept looking back at them. Some admired their outstanding looks, others found humor in the fact that the handsome guy ended up as a wet duck. When they found the 2 grandfathers, they were playing with some kids. Grandpa Chu was holding a little boy in his arms, and Grandpa Xie was even more impressive. He had 1 child on each side, while the parents were taking pictures with their phones. Xie Jinya shouted from afar, "Grandpa, we're back." Hearing the call, Grandpa Xie turned his head and saw his eldest grandson soaked to the bone, exclaiming, "Oh," in delight, then loudly responding, "Wu, you must have caught a big Chinese giant salamander." Xie Jinya. All right. This is my real grandpa. Once I get home, I'll steal the old man's fan and give it to Grandpa Chu." As Xie Jinya secretly criticized him, his hand was tapped by his childhood friend beside him, a pleasant voice like the clear sounds of pearls falling onto jade followed. "You are my first-class protected animal." Xie Jinya's lips curled up, and then suddenly remembered something, raising an eyebrow to ask, "Hey, Wu Bao, I remember the giant salamanders are 2nd level though." Yun Wulian nodded with a light laugh, "But you're my exception." "Ah. How sweet the baby is, I love it." Someone immediately grinned widely, staring at Yun Wulian with black eyes unblinking, as if there was a tail wagging furiously behind him. By the time the grandfathers and children finished taking photos, the two quickened their steps toward them. Upon meeting, Grandfather Xie's laughter grew even louder, pulling out his phone to flash 2 pictures to Xie Jinya. Grandpa Chu laughed while asking, "Jean, what's the story behind this outfit of yours?" "Not much." Xie Jinya glanced nervously at Yun Wulian, not daring to tell the truth, scratching his head as he concocted a lie. "It might be because Lady Moon knew I wanted to jump like a frog, so she cast a spell making me plop into the river. However, what he fell into was a love river." Upon hearing the young man's answer, Yun Wulian lowered her eyes and chuckled softly. Neither of the grandfathers thought much about it, assuming it was just a simple accident. Grandpa Chu rolled up his sleeves, glanced at his watch. It was 8:30, since Xie's clothes are wet and the flowers have been handed out, let's clean up and go back. Grandpa Xie, alright, later we'll need to worship the moon. Let's go check how they're preparing. Junior Xie, start working. Sure. Xie Jinya responded without hesitation, shaking his damp coat aside and striding towards the wooden cart. Passing his grandfather, he arched his eyebrows high. What do you mean, little? Old Xie, your grandson is a handsome man. Grandpa Xie squinted his eyes, ready to scold him, but remembering it was the festival today, silently pulled back his raised hand, laughing as he agreed, alright, Mr. Handsome Xie, please push the cart. Your effort is appreciated. Not tiring at all, I'm ecstatic to serve for happiness. Xie Jinya was satisfied. He immediately handed the lotus paste mooncake to his grandpa. Yun Wulin stood next to Grandpa Chu, observing the harmonious scene of kind grandpa and filial grandson, exchanged glances with him, and both smiled. Do you want to eat a mooncake, Grandpa? I still have one here. Grandpa Chu shook his head, his gaze fixed on his grandson, silver streaks covering his temples, hoary hair on both sides, yet showing immense affection in his eyes. Even the wrinkles around his eyes radiated kindness. He reached out to pat Yun Wulin's shoulder, speaking slowly, save it for your grandma. She'll definitely like whatever you give. Following the local custom, when the moon was fullest and brightest at night, they would light incense, break off osmanthus branches, worship the moon, and pay respects to their deceased loved ones. Yun Wulin tightened her grip on the mooncake, the packaging crinkling as a nostalgic look crossed her eyes. After a moment of silence, she softly agreed. Just then, he noticed his grandfather had a beautiful white rose clipped onto his right waist. Is this? Yun Wulin guessed the answer and looked up at her grandfather, also for grandma. That's right, Chu Huaizhou removed the white rose carefully, thinking of his late wife with tenderness in his eyes. The last flower goes to the one you love the most. Many young girls came today to take flowers, but what the other girls have, your grandma should also have. Then, the old man leaned close to his grandson proudly and added, of course, I hid this rose so it became the last one. Yun Wulin chuckled, touched by her grandparents' love. She couldn't help but compliment, this rose is beautiful, Grandpa sent it, Grandma must like it very much. Chu Huaizhou's eyes lit up like crescent moons, but as he stroked the petals, waves of hidden longing surfaced in his eyes. If she likes it, that's all that matters. When his time comes, he will clip a few beautiful flowers for his wife too. Behind them, Grandpa Xia tore open a mooncake and took a bite. Hearing Yun Wulin and her grandfather's conversation, he furrowed his brows and whispered to Xia Jinyi, criticizing under his breath. Old Chu Head really acts romantic even at his age. Humph, I can't let him outdo me. Xia Jin, I'll tell you, your grandmother loves fruits that I grow. I've already picked a basket and bought a big durian. Later, I'll pick another bunch of flowers to make her the happiest wife ever. Xia grandma passed away earlier than Chu grandma, she had left when Xia Jinyi was only 5 years old, leaving him with faint memories. He vaguely remembered how his grandma loved fruit, especially cheese-baked durian, which he thought smelled awful. Still, she had chased after him trying to feed it to him. Collecting his thoughts, Xia Jinyi smiled in agreement. I'll go with you later. His grandma and Chu grandma used to be classmates, maybe they've become companions in heaven. Pick some more flowers and burn offerings for both of them. Hearing his grandson wanted to join him to pick flowers, old Mr. Xia was delighted. He gave Xia Jinyi a hearty slap on the shoulder, not quite controlling the strength. My good grandson. Your grandma will definitely bless you to win a gold medal. Caught off guard, Xia Jinyi almost groaned, but before he could react fully, he caught Yun Wulin looking back at him. Immediately, he flashed her a grin. Yun Wulin arched an eyebrow teasingly, her almond-shaped eyes twinkling, as she returned a subtle smile. Her clear voice followed soon. Jean, are you going to come play after we finish worshipping the moon? Without hesitation, Xia Jinyi quickly nodded, even shaking the wooden cart in excitement. Beside him, old Mr. Xia covered his face and shook his head in exasperation, then glanced up at the full moon with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. You see, dear. Your grandson looks like such a fool that he can't even afford a single spike of a durian shell. With laughter and chat, they all went home together. Chu family led the way, while the Xia family followed behind. Xia Jinyi waved farewell to Yun Wulin reluctantly before returning home with his grandfather temporarily. Upon entering the house, Yun Wulin and her grandfather were greeted by a strong fragrant osmanthus scent. Her parents were already home, personally picking osmanthus branches and preparing arrangements for the moon worship ceremony. The housekeeper Lin nearby welcomed them warmly as the elderly man walked over holding the rose, smiling happily and showing it to everyone. Yun Wulin headed upstairs to the balcony of the painting room, where she plucked a fresh jasmine bouquet for her grandma and tied it with lace in a bow that her grandma liked. After descending the stairs, her mother served her a bowl of traditional Chinese medicine. Not long afterward, Chu Yuan Ci and Yen Nuo arrived. At 10 p.m., the night deepened, the full moon hung high, and the soft glow spilled over the courtyard, gentle and peaceful, just as if the departed relatives were silently transmitting their condolences across realms. When everyone gathered, the ceremony officially began. The elderly Chu placed the rose and mooncake gently on the table, standing beside the setup while Chu Qin Yen lit candles and incense. The children proceeded to offer sacrifices one by one. As Yun Wulin presented the incense, she softly called out to her grandma, repeating the wish written on the lanterns quietly in her heart. Grandma, please protect everyone from harm and keep us safe. Bless Jean to shine brilliantly at the peak and smoothly win the world championship. We're all fine. May you also do well and be happy in heaven. After the ceremony, Yun Wulin was overwhelmed by drowsiness and went upstairs first. She changed out of her hanfu, placing a pair of jade pendants that she hadn't yet given away on the bed, then quickly took a simple shower. Amidst the swirling hot mist, her consciousness grew increasingly hazy. The beauty with a faintly sickly look stood under the showerhead, her docile long hair became wet and draped over her snow-white skin like dark ink outlines. Hack, hack. She lowered her gaze and coughed twice, fumbling along the wall as she raised a hand to rub her temples. So sleepy. I need to hurry up and finish this shower. Otherwise. Just as she frowned slightly, a clear knocking sound came through the wall, accompanied by the voice of a young man calling her name. Chapter 103, Jean, shit, Wu Bao is taking a shower and I don't dare to stay. Phew woo woo. Your godmother said you just went upstairs a while ago, so you should not be asleep yet, right? I'm coming in. With a click, a cheerful sound of footsteps came, clearly the young man opened the door and walked into the bedroom. After scanning around, Xie Jinya approached. Wu Wu, are you in the bathroom? Yun Wulian leaned against the bathroom wall, listening as the footsteps grew closer. She slowly lifted her wet, ink-like lashes, locking her gaze on the frosted door covered in water mist. Her lips curved slightly as she counted down for 3 seconds. 3. 2. 1. As soon as the faint voice trailed off, a tall and sturdy figure pressed against the frosted door. Soon after, Xie Jinya's voice came through, his tone soft, tinged with concern. Wu Wu. Are you soaking in a medicinal bath, or taking a shower? There's the sound of the shower head, so it must be a shower, right? Yun Wulian didn't respond, feeling a tickle in her throat. She covered her mouth to stifle a cough, then turned off the shower head. Her slender white fingers tapped on the tiles twice. This was their private code from childhood. 2 taps meant yes. 3 taps meant no. 4 taps meant come in. Xie Jinya crouched by the frosted glass door. Unable to see inside, but now hearing the tapping on the tile, he felt his worry ease slightly. Would you like me to? He had wanted to ask if his childhood friend needed any help, but halfway through his sentence, recalling the kiss they shared on the boat, his heart started racing, and his voice turned hoarse. Shit. What to do? It seems like our brotherly relationship has shifted. Now, I feel somewhat afraid to face Wu Wu's body. Xie Jinya placed his left hand over his thumping chest, scratching his disheveled bangs with his right, and quickly revised his words before Yun Wulian could respond. Then, baby Wu, if you're fine, I'll wait for you at the door. Saying this, the youth took a deep breath, squatting down to try and calm himself. But who would have thought that just as he began to dip up and down for a few squats to settle his mind, the familiar crisp sound of tiles being knocked once again came from inside. A sudden thump brought Xie Jinya's heartbeat to an abrupt halt. His whole body tensed as he strained his ears to count how many knocks there were from Yun Wulian. 1 knock already. Thump. 2 knocks. Another clear knocking sound echoed. 3 knocks. Shit. Could Wu Wu possibly be about to knock 4 times? The 4th sound delayed its fall. Xie Jinya's hands gripped his knees tightly into fists, his breathing gradually becoming heavy, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. Blocking out all outside noise, he concentrated entirely on what was happening within the bathroom. His facial expression was exceptionally complicated. At one moment filled with anticipation. If the 4th knock sounds, it means Wu Bao needs me. And at another, anxiety crept in. But I'm afraid to look at Wu Wu. Xie Jinya became increasingly nervous, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion, pacing anxiously on the spot. Just at that moment, the 4th sound emerged in a particularly peculiar and intimate way. Thump. Ah Jean, I've been walking all night, and I don't have much strength left. Could you come in and wash my hair for me? Yun Wulian mimicked the sound of knocking on the tiles. Her originally cold voice was softened due to the hot foggy moisture, making it quite enticing. Shit. Why hasn't it ever seemed this seductive when Wu Wu takes a shower in the past? Xie Jinya's heart beat more chaotically. In the past, he would have rushed in without hesitation, but now he was both uneasy and scared. Ah Jean. Baby Wu called his name again, her voice faint, laced with sleepiness, like the mist hovering over the surface of water early in the morning, dissipating if you're not careful. Heart pounding violently, Xie Jinya frowned, deeply worried that Yun Wulian might collapse and hurt herself. With a hoarse voice, he responded twice, gripping the handle tightly and forcefully pushing open the door. A wave of warm fog greeted him, carrying the familiar scent of little hyacinth flowers, clouding his vision. He took a deep breath, stepped inside, and froze immediately at the sight before him. Chapter 104, Pure Love shyly goes hand in hand. Jean. Yun Wulian turned around, his slim figure faintly visible through the hot mist. His outline was blurred but beautiful, his long hair falling on his snow-white back, with water droplets sliding down from the tips brushing past his thighs. His twisting waist looked like a weak bamboo branch covered with snow, too delicate to grasp tightly. Seeing Xie Jinyi standing still and dazed, Yun Wulian beckoned him with a curl of his finger. His fine white knuckles turned slightly red under the washing of hot water, gently shaking, emanating an irresistible allure. Come over. I'm so sleepy, I need you. The soft voice slid over ears, Xie Jinya's Dan Feng eyes darkened, his breathing unstable as he felt the heat in the air moisten all the way to his heart, making it beat irregularly. Shit. My heart's beating again. I shouldn't look at Wulian, I shouldn't look at Wulian. Xie Jinyi moved his gaze nervously, locking onto the tiles as he walked quickly toward Yun Wulian, seemingly unaware that his arms and legs were moving awkwardly together. Wulyan, I'm coming, I'm coming. Yun Wulyan was truly tired, having just yawned. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the stiff gait of the young man and chuckled softly, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. This was the first time seeing Genie move hand in hand awkwardly. He looked clumsy. So adorable. Like a little bear learning to walk in a cartoon. On his way past, Xia Genie also grabbed a beige towel off the shelf. Wulyan, do you still have shower gel on your body? If so, turn on the shower head first, and once it's rinsed clean, I'll wash your hair. By the time Xia Genie reached his side, the surrounding hot mist had thinned, and Yun Wulyan noticed the youth's ear roots turning red again. He kept his head tilted to the side, never daring to look directly at him. He could clearly feel the change in Genie before and after awakening. This made him happy. He didn't believe in metaphysics, but whenever he wasn't feeling well, the fortune-teller's words would echo in his mind, instilling some unease, which is why he feared anything unexpected might happen. Thus, while luring Genie, he also controlled the pace, wanting to go slowly, pushing Genie to focus on his career first. Now the loss of taste sensation was caused by a cold virus. After a hospital checkup, apart from issues such as poor constitution, low blood sugar, and heart disease, there were no other serious conditions. And Genie was becoming shy and showing desire when facing him. Then. Wasn't it time to be a little more bold? Leaning against the wall with his hands, Yun Wulyan lifted his chin, silently staring at Xie Genie. His transparent peaches and plums eyes were filled with anticipation, like ripples in the spring water, spreading layer by layer. Xie Genie was waiting for Yun Wulyan's response but heard nothing for a long while. The anxiety within grew, his Adam's apple moving as he swallowed. Clutching the towel tightly in one hand, he half covered his face with the other and cautiously turned his head, stealing a glance at the quiet little childhood friend. Wulyan, do you want to rinse yourself off one more time? As soon as the words escaped his mouth, he met a pair of smiling peaches and plums eyes brimming with ripples. Yun Wulyan slowly drew near, his arm wrapping around Xie Genie's neck, his bare foot stepping on the young man's sports shoes. Wouldn't you know if you take a look, Jean? After bathing at the Xie residence, Xie Genie had changed out of his Hanfu attire, now wearing a black work shirt and dark gray athletic shorts. Rushing to see Yun Wulyan, he hadn't even changed his shoes upon entering the house. Yun Wulyan was light, even a single step did not hurt. But this faint weight felt like the gentlest feather constantly scratching at Xie Genie's heart, impossible to ignore. The small freesia fragrance further enveloped the surroundings, erotically infiltrating his senses. Xie Genie tightened up his whole body, stiffly not daring to move. Dear, you're too close. What's wrong? Yun Wulyan smiled, tilting his head, his gaze following Xie Genie's sightline, deliberately teasing him. Are you afraid the water on me will splash onto you, making you wet again? No. Yun Wulyan's lips nearly touched the youth's face, then why? Because. Xie Genie strenuously lowered his head, trying hard not to make eye contact with Yun Wulyan. Yet, noticing how the body of his childhood friend was slanted, he worried about him losing balance and falling. After much deliberation, he simply slipped the towel between them and wrapped it around Yun Wulyan. Because when you're too close, dear, it makes it inconvenient for me to wash your hair. Xie Genie's speech was rapid, evidently guilty. As he hugged Yun Wulyan's waist, he quickly glanced at the snow-like shoulder before him speckled with a few strands of green hair. So white. So beautiful. No, there should be no soap bubbles. Xie Genie sighed in relief and hurriedly tied the towel into a knot. Wulyan, there are no bubbles on you. You finished bathing, right? Then let's wash your hair quickly, or you'll catch a cold easily. Yun Wulyan remained silent, his hands also enclosed by the towel. Ah. Is he really that shy? He lifted his gaze, glanced at the crimson ear roots of the young man, and softly chuckled. All right. He really is, such a pure-hearted dog. Yun Wulyan wanted to say more, but Xie Genie pulled over a chair, lifted him onto it, and promptly turned on the shower head, beginning his service. Warm water flowed gently through his hair, accompanied by the skilled massage of the youth. The touch was just right, gentle yet deliberate, slow like an amazing water therapy spa experience. His fatigue slowly disappeared, and a sense of comfort spread through his entire body as it mingled with his hair. Good baby, how's this pressure? Cloud Wulyan felt drowsiness coming on, closing his eyes in comfort. His elbow rested on the side of the chair as he lazily yawned, supporting his face with one hand. Forget it. My eyes feel so dry. I'll continue teasing Ajin tomorrow. In a daze, he heard Xie Genie smilingly ask another question. Good baby, you haven't commented yet, has my technique improved? How many stars should I get? Yun Wulyan let out another yawn, his melodious voice wrapped in laughter. Of course, my little Xie technician deserves all the stars in the sky, you're simply indescribably good. After saying that, behind him came a series of silly chuckles. Yun Wulyan curled his lips and pretended not to hear. Xie Genie massaged a few more times, bending down and tilting his head, secretly stealing a peek at Yun Wulyan. Seeing his childhood friend dozing off with closed eyes, his racing heart finally calmed down. His handsome profile illuminated by the light radiated joy and contentment. He stared at Yun Wulyan for half a minute. The longer he looked, the happier he became. immersing himself in the wonderful time spent serving the person he loved. If his service deserved all the stars in the sky, would the grandmothers in heaven be able to see the stars twinkling because of them? He hoped the stars could carry his wishes. To bless Wu to stay safe and live 100 years. Thinking about this, affection overflowed in Xie Jinye's eyes, prompting him to unconsciously pick up a lock of deep black hair, leaning closer and tenderly planting an innocent kiss. After finishing washing up, Xie Jinye gently roused the drowsy Yun Wulian back in their bedroom, as his hair hadn't been dried yet and he feared Yun Wulian might catch a cold if he fell asleep immediately. While drying his hair, Yun Wulian remembered something. He picked up the phone nearby, opened it, and saw both the teacher and Bai Linshi had sent Mid-Autumn Festival greetings. He also replied wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Just as he sent the messages, Yu Qingshuan sent over an emoji of petting someone's head. Teacher, why aren't you sleeping yet? Staying up late is bad for your health. Wu, I'm about to sleep. Teacher, that's good, good night. Cover up well, and remember to set a timer for the air conditioner. Teacher, by the way, the Hanfu outfits you and Ajin wore today look very nice on you too. Lately, I've been trying leaf carving paintings. I'll send you guys a small gift soon. Wu, thank you, teacher. How did the teacher know that Ajin and I wore Hanfu? On the other end, a smirking emoji was sent back. Teacher, check your mom's social circle, there's love waiting for you there. Yun Wulian instantly understood. The teacher had scrolled through his mother's social media. Standing behind Yun Wulian and drying his hair, Xie Jinye caught sight of his childhood friend chatting with Yu Qingshuan again, gritting his teeth silently. He was about to stir up trouble to divert Yun Wulian's attention, when he saw Yun Wulian close the chat window and open the social circle instead. His curiosity was piqued, and he looked down to take a peek. Chapter 105, Unable to sleep at night, a Jean lies awake. Yun Wulian flipped through the pages, and a familiar photo caught her eye. It was taken by Yun Lanyu. The sunset cast its remaining glow as the two of them were just leaving the door, pushing the flower cart, stopping under the osmanthus tree beside the entrance. Back then, Yun Wulian had smelled the sweet fragrance of osmanthus and mumbled how fragrant it was. Xie Jinye, taking advantage of his height, held the handle of the flower cart with one hand while raising the other to gently shake the branch of osmanthus flowers, showering Yun Wulian with petals. Little did they know this scene would be captured so perfectly. Yun Lanyu's caption on her social circle post was also very warm. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Let me show off my two little treasures. Shoo. They don't know I took these sneak pics, take a look secretly. There were two little heart emoticons after little treasures. Many relatives and friends liked this post below, congratulating on the Mid-Autumn Festival and praising the cuteness. Seeing her mother's social circle, Yun Wulian smiled faintly at the corner of her lips, feeling warm inside. Xie Jinye turned off the hairdryer, rested his chin on Yun Wulian's shoulder, moved closer for a closer look, and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Auntie is so cute. Wait. Auntie referred to my two little treasures, was it said casually, or had Auntie already sensed something? Xie Jinye's heart clenched up again, feeling nervous. At this moment, Yun Wulian tilted her head slightly, brushing her forehead against his temple. Her cold, clear voice filled with sleepiness sounded lazy and tender. Jean, reply to our mom for me. Hearing the word our, Xie Jinye's heart clenched once more, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from turning upward. Calm down, calm down. Don't smile foolishly. Isn't Auntie practically like your mom? He chuckled in response, without asking anything further, quickly reaching into his pant pocket to grab his phone and opening WeChat. Woo-woo, how should we respond? Yun Wulian pondered for a moment, thinking of a response that would make mom exceptionally happy. Just say, report to mom, everyone can see openly now because both of the two little treasures have noticed, preserving the photos, and happily complimenting their beauty. Alright, said Xie Jinye. Following Yun Wulian's words, he typed away on his phone. Just as he finished typing mom, a sudden uneasiness crept over him, and he quietly changed it to report to the beautiful aunt. Girls all like being complimented as pretty. That's always right. First things first, let's heap on the compliments every day to make Auntie increasingly satisfied with me, and when the time comes, I'll bring home my darling, merging the two families together. Thinking about his future happiness made this person couldn't help but grin foolishly out loud. Yun Wulian arched an eyebrow lightly and let out a soft hum, what are you smiling at? There's nothing, just the way darling replied, it's super adorable, Aunt must be very pleased seeing it. Xie Jinye typed quickly and sent out the message. Woo-woo, I've replied. Yun Wulian refreshed her screen and fell silent for 3 seconds because Xie Jinye had changed the reply. Report to the most beautiful aunt whose charm could sink fish, make geese fall from the sky, close the moon, and shame the flowers. Why so many adjectives? After some thought, Yun Wulian immediately understood, Jean was trying to please his future mother-in-law. They exchanged glances for a moment, both smiling. Xie Jinye scratched his head awkwardly, woo-woo, isn't the prefix too much? Not too much, this shows how joyful mom will be. Yun Wulian shook her head, her eyes droopy with fatigue, yet she yawned again, but her tone was full of indulgence. Xie Jinye laughed a few times, noticing little Juma was utterly exhausted, so he quickly dried her hair. With her long and dense hair, it took quite some time to dry thoroughly. In the end, she couldn't hold out any longer and fell asleep resting on Xie Jinye's legs. The young man hurriedly grabbed a blanket to cover her up. By the time the drying was finished, it was almost 12 o'clock. Xie Jinyi carefully carried Yun Wulian to bed, tucked her in properly, grabbed the air conditioning remote, set a timer, and increased the temperature. Subsequently, he got out of bed silently. I'm going to wash up, then come back to sleep with baby Wu-Wu. Xie Jinyi was about to turn off the lights and go to the wardrobe to fetch pajamas when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the lover's jade pendants lying at the foot of the bed. The two jade pendants hadn't been separated yet, still snugly sticking together, forming a perfect circular shape. Xie Jinyi stared at the jade pendants for a moment, let out a low chuckle, and muttered softly. It's better this way, still combined, not separated yet. He bent over to pick up the jade, looked around, and placed it in the drawer of the bedside cabinet. Next. He walked towards the large acrylic version of the dog, touched its head, and turned on the starlight lamp. Big Jean, you keep baby company first while I'm here. Xie Jinyi, afraid of disturbing Yun Wulian, casually grabbed a set of pajamas and turned off the main bedroom light to quickly take a shower in the bathroom outside. 10 minutes later. The young man pouted and lay down beside Yun Wulian. At first, Xie Jinyi was covered with a blanket. Gradually, he kicked off the blanket and secretly lifted the quilt of Yun Wulian to crawl in. And silently brainwashed himself. I'm just worried that Wu Bao will feel cold sleeping alone, so I'm warming Wu Bao with my body, promising not to do anything. When his hand touched the slim waist of the little horse, it was as expected, soft and cool. Xie Jinyi frowned, his eyes showing concern, and gently hugged Yun Wulian into his arms. An array of sappy orchid fragrances competed to rush into his nostrils, emitting silent temptations. Shit. He's going crazy. He can't hold his little angel as calm as before anymore. Xie Jinye's breathing gradually became heavy, his heartbeat unconsciously quickened. He could really do nothing but close his eyes, make efforts to calm down, and began counting the cats leaping on the catwalk in his mind. Half an hour passed, and finally, drowsiness arrived. Good night. Xie Jinyi leaned against Yun Wulian's ear, rubbed it a few times, slowly closed his eyes, and fell asleep happily. In a trance. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself in an unfamiliar rose garden. Looking far ahead. A swinging swing was hung in the middle of the rose garden, and the figure on it was very familiar. It was his sweet baby. Strangely, Yun Wulian was wearing that snow-white and sexy bareback shirt. Moreover, there was even a furry cat tail behind her. Chapter 106, only one bloodied night blooming Sirius left in his hand. Xie Jinyi waved his hand and ran toward Yun Wulian. By the time he reached the swing, the graceful beauty stood barefoot on the ground, slowly lifting her gaze. A pair of snow-white cat ears grew among her dark ink-like hair. She tilted her head and smiled at him, and the furry tail behind her swayed rhythmically from side to side. Woo-woo. Xie Jinyi was a little confused, scratched his head, and smiled along with Yun Wulian. Is this tail you bought this time so advanced that it actually moves? He also noticed that Yun Wulian was barefoot. How come you're not wearing shoes? It's easy to get injured or catch a cold. Xie Jinyi bent down and prepared to carry Yun Wulian back to the bedroom. Just as his hand touched Yun Wulian's leg, a cool hand lifted his chin. A cold voice commanded. Kiss me. Xie Jinyi's heart nearly stopped, and he looked up dazedly. Kiss, where? Of course. Yun Wulian's fingertip touched his lips, her snowy expression melted away, her affectionate peach blossom eyes filled with love, everywhere a Jin's eyes can see. The white tail also moved closer. Xie Jinyi's mind went blank, his ears burned red, feeling like this shouldn't happen, but his body felt like it was controlled by puppet strings, unresponsive. He watched himself embrace Yun Wulian's waist. Pressing her onto the swing. His hands tore apart the only shirt left on his childhood friend's body. No. This can't be happening. He hadn't even confessed yet, how could he do such an improper thing to Wu-Wu? Xie Jinyi veins bulged in his forehead, struggling fiercely to pull his hand back, but instead he held Yun Wulian tighter, kissing her shoulder. Crazed. Xie Jinyi pupils dilated, breathing heavily. He opened his mouth to ask Yun Wulian to push him away, but his voice choked in his throat. Suddenly. The surroundings began to change. All the roses in the courtyard cracked like glass shards, blue skies were covered by dark clouds, and the whole world dimmed, shrouded in a heavy gloom, oppressive and strange, causing suffocation. What's going on? Xie Jinyi's heart sank, sensing something amiss. Upon finding that he could control his body again, he helped the girl button up her clothes, calling out several times. Woo-woo, woo-woo, wee. For some unknown reason, although he made sounds, Yun Wulian just stared at him as if she couldn't hear him. The next moment. A sharp ringing sound assaulted his ears, piercing like needles against the eardrums, accompanied by the roaring waves of the sea. And then. Greasy, lewd conversations, disgusting voices flooded his mind. Little sweetie, isn't Uncle powerful? Yes, laugh. You look so pretty when you laugh. Come on, look at the camera, smile and compliment us, the better your voice sounds, the more money you'll make. Get out of the way, you've done it enough times already. Now it's my turn. Foreign men are good, follow us henceforth. The accidental scene from his childhood reappeared. Countless voices mingled together, damp and nauseating, as if countless maggots were wriggling on his body, trying to bite through the skin and burrow into his flesh. Xie Jinyi abruptly raised his head, looking around, only to discover they were now on a cruise ship, right in the middle, surrounded by blurry shadows. And he had become one of their slaves to desire, turned into a shameless beast. Xie Jinyi's face turned pale as death, his stomach churned violently, rising with an unbearable nausea. He instinctively shielded Yun Wulian in his arms, wanting to immediately pick her up and leave this dirty place. Just as he was about to move, the surrounding shadows noticed them. They all simultaneously stopped their actions, heads rotating 180 degrees to face them, grinning strangely, mocking cries rising incessantly. Look, you think we're disgusting, now you're just like us. Xie Jinyi's pupils contracted sharply, his entire being plunging into an icy chill. Fuck. All of you get lost, get lost. The young man roared hoarsely, blood vessels appearing in his eyes. Afraid that those vile trash would see everything if he picked up Yun Wulian, his trembling hands hugged her tightly, hiding her beneath him, his raspy voice near choking up. If any of you dare to look, I'll gouge out your eyes. Get lost. Stay far, far away, no one is allowed to desecrate Wu, not even me, not even me. Cough, cough. A weak cough echoed from his arms, cutting Xie Jinyi's heart like a knife. In panic, he lowered his head toward his chest, only to unexpectedly encounter a blinding red spot. Yun Wulian's face was deathly pale, her chest heaving violently. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth as she coughed. Her trembling hand clutched his clothes, her brows furrowed, and her eyes glistened with tears. Ajin. I can't breathe, it's so disgusting. I feel so terrible. Xie Jinyi's pupils dilated in shock, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. He tried to soothe her with a hoarse voice, muttering, "Good girl, don't be afraid," then swayed as he wrapped her up and lifted her into his arms, trying to find a doctor. However, their surroundings abruptly turned pitch black once more. Ghoulish claws emerged from the dark mist. They grabbed his legs, tugged at his hair, choked his neck, tearing through flesh and leaving countless wounds, slowly devouring them both. Xie Jinyi's face went deathly pale, sweat pouring down his brow. He refused to give up, tightly hugging Yun Wulian in his arms, enduring excruciating pain as if every piece of his body was being flayed, and taking one painstaking step after another. Good girl. Don't be afraid. We'll see the light soon, Grandma will be watching over us from heaven. Suddenly, the young man tripped on an invisible obstruction, landing hard with a loud thud onto his knees. Fearing that the little ponytail by his side would be scared, he prepared to console her. But when he looked down, all he held in his palm was a bloodied knife blooming serious. No. Inside the dimly lit room, Xie Jinyi bolted awake from his nightmare, his face ashen, sweat beading on his forehead like raindrops, his eyes filled with grief and despair. As his hand brushed something soft, he froze for a moment, looking down at Yun Wulian asleep in his arms. His nose stung with emotion, and after wiping away tears to ensure he hadn't misjudged, he hugged Yun Wulian tightly with renewed excitement. Woo 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 woo. Xie Jinyi buried his head against Yun Wulian's neck, his eyes red-rimmed, his voice hoarse and choked with emotion yet unmistakably relieved and joyous. Thankfully, it was just a nightmare. It scared me to death. Recalling the horrifying dream, the young man stiffened, his eyebrows furrowing as waves of revulsion surged within him. A sour bile rose uncontrollably to his throat. Shit. Toilet. Toilet. Xie Jinyi bit his lip, covering his mouth to suppress his nausea. He gently loosened his grip on Yun Wulian, stepping out of bed with extreme caution and rushing to the bathroom. A few minutes later, the sound of flushing water echoed, whoosh. Xie Jinyi frowned deeply, glancing out the window, dawn was near. He approached the sink, turned on the tap, splashed cold water on his face to wake himself, but his shaking hands revealed that he was still shaken from the dream. Veins popped out on his wrists as his slender fingers trembled uncontrollably. Evidently, he hadn't recovered from the lingering effects of the nightmare. Xie Jinyi kept dousing his face with cold water, his soaked bangs clinging messily to his forehead, until they were irritably swept back. Huh. Although it was just a nightmare, he couldn't shake off the sense of fear when reflecting on it. Indeed, psychological issues left untreated would always hinder his relationship with his sweet girl. Xie Jinyi leaned on the wash basin with both hands, raising his head slowly and examining himself in the mirror under faint morning light. He noticed his ghastly pale complexion, bloodshot eyes, split lips bleeding slightly, and dark circles underneath, a disheveled appearance. So ugly, no longer handsome. This broken look must not be seen by Wu Wu. She'd worry about him otherwise. Since dawn was approaching, it was time to go home and make breakfast for Wu Wu. Xie Jinyi ran his hands through his hair, turned around, but due to the nightmare's severity, his heart still pounded heavily, and his legs felt heavy as if filled with lead. He sighed, leaning against the wall and sitting down directly onto the floor. His right leg stretched out carelessly, while his left was bent. Resting his elbow on the ladder, he pinched his temples trying to ease the throbbing headache. He decided to take a 10-minute break. Just then, Yun Woo-yen pushed open the half-closed door and entered curiously. Chapter 107, Mist touches the head, comforts the woofy ice shards. Xie Jinyi walked with his head hanging down, lost in thought and not noticing someone had arrived. Yun Woo-yen, using the scattered moonlight from outside the window, took a moment to observe Xie Jinyi and sensed something odd. He slowly approached Xie Jinyi, bending down and lowering his head, supporting himself with his left hand on his knee, while the other hand rested on Xie Jinyi's tousled head. Rubbing gently, very tenderly. How did handsome growl turn into black-eyed sad bear? The soft voice slid by like silk, carrying unconcealed concern. Xie Jinyi suddenly looked up, his dark pupils widening as they met Yun Woo-yen's eyes. Woo-woo. Xie Jinyi called out, his voice hoarse, saying nothing more. Just raising his hand, he touched Yun Woo-yen's delicate wrist, gripping it tightly and feeling the pulse, quietly sensing the rhythm beneath the skin. Dreams are opposite of reality. Woo-woo will be fine, definitely fine. Yun Woo-yen noticed Xie Jinyi's bloodshot eyes at the bottom of his gaze, furrowed his brows, and recalling hearing the word "don't" faintly in his sleep, immediately guessed why the young man was sitting in the bathroom before dawn. Ajin, did you have a nightmare like when you were little? Oh no, Woo-woo figured it out. Xie Jinyi snapped back to reality, realizing his pale face, quickly covering his face. Don't look, wait till I'm handsome again, my good baby, then you can look. Yun Woo-yen chuckled lightly and slowly squatted down, I've already seen it. Xie Jinyi peeked at Yun Woo-yen through his fingers, then 321, forget it fast. Yun Woo-yen lifted his hand, resting it on the youth's knee, tilting his head and slowly said, I can't forget, nor do I want to, because Ajin is always handsome in any state, and I want to remember forever. My baby you. Xie Jinyi glanced at Yun Woo-yen's long hair sliding off his shoulder and worried about dust, so he hastily moved his hand, grabbed the hair and twirled it. Meeting the pair of clear peach blossom eyes, he sighed deeply. You're too good with words. Yun Woo-yen chuckled softly and poked Xie Jinyi's cheek to tease him, because I want to cheer you up. Xie Jinyi's heart raced wildly, his negative emotions gradually fading in the smile of his childhood friend. He smirked, with your praise, I'm instantly over the moon, if I had a tail, it would now spin like a propeller. After that, he rubbed Yun Woo-yen's icy hands, changing the subject to ask, it's still not dawn yet, Woo-woo, would you like to go back to sleep? Yun Woo-yen shook his head. The bathroom light was off, the vision slightly dim, but he still caught a glimpse of the streak of blood on Xie Jinyi's lips, evidently bitten hard. What kind of nightmare could make Ajin feel so scared, or so anxious? Yun Woo-yen felt this dream might have something to do with him. He flipped the young man's hand with his own, a tinge of pain on his face, softening his tone as much as possible, asking tenderly, Ajin, what did you dream about? Xie Jinyi didn't respond. Avoiding the childhood friend's gaze, his Danfeng eyes fixed on the floor, contemplating how to fabricate something plausible. Recalling how after surviving at the age of 9, Xie Jinyi frequently had nightmares, Yun Woo-yen came up with another guess, was it the monster from your childhood dreams? Xie Jinyi's heartbeat quickened, growing somewhat flustered. When he was young, he couldn't understand what those garbage doings were all about on the cruise ship, he only knew the sounds were unpleasant, the smells foul, and it made him feel nauseous. These kinds of disgusting images he would certainly never tell Woo-woo about, so since he was little, he used monsters as a substitute. Ajin. Facing Yun Woo-yen's follow-up question, fearing his disgust and worry, Xie Jinyi dared not speak the truth, and eventually just embraced Yun Woo-yen firmly. It's. Closing his eyes, he pressed his face into Yun Woo-yen's neck, rubbing it a few times, his voice raspy with a coquettish undertone, so, baby boy, give me a big hug like when we were kids, help me defeat the monster, okay? Held tightly by Yun Woo-yen, his long lashes cast a shadow. Silent for a moment, he replied gently, following up by pressing his cheek against Xie Jinyi's. His arms rose, wrapping around the youth. You used to only say it was a monster without specifying its form. How come after more than a decade, you're dreaming of it again? Smelling the fresh scent on Yun Woo-yen, Xie Jinyi's frown relaxed. His agitated heart finally calmed, then worried Yun Woo-yen might catch a cold staying in his sleeping robe all night, so he picked up Yun Woo-yen abruptly. Walking towards the bedroom, he answered Yun Woo-yen's question with a semi-true response. Maybe recently things have been overwhelming. I need to join the archery team, so the pressure has increased, worsening my sleep quality and causing such dreams. The monster in question is a shark. Xie Jinyi was still muttering under his breath, thinking that sharks were essentially dumbass, so he wasn't lying to Wu Bao. Yun Woo-yen, upon hearing Xie Jinyi's reply, raised an eyebrow slightly. His peach blossom eyes flickered with a deep gaze, feeling something amiss but unable to pinpoint what seemed off. A shark. At the time, Ajin had escaped by jumping into the sea and was washed ashore by the waves, so it made sense for there to be sharks in the ocean. As for joining the archery team being stressful, could it be because he always mentioned the championship, hoping Ajin would shine brilliantly? After a brief moment of self-reflection, Yun Woo-yen cupped Xie Jinyi's face, caressing it flirtatiously, Ajin. Right here, all ears. Xie Jinyi slowly lifted his eyes, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as his jet-black pupils darted around before unconsciously licking his lips, fearing Yun Wulian might notice anything unusual. Yun Wulian caught the young man's lip-licking gesture, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Hold on. Ever since childhood, a Jin would lick his lips when nervous or nervously chuckle while pulling his hair. Was he hiding something from him? Chapter 108, Your reaction tells me you're lying to me. The two gazes intertwined in the faint morning light. Xie Jinyi's face still carried a smile as he waited for Xiao Zhuma to speak, but Yun Wulian just kept staring at him, as if pondering something. The hand cradling his face gently caressed him in an ambiguous manner. The cool thumb finally landed on the chapped lower lip. Xie Jinyi's entire body tensed from the touch, feeling restless inside. Swallowing hard, he asked tentatively, Wu, is there something you want to ask me? Yun Wulian gently wiped away the blood traces from the young man's lips and said slowly, turn on the light first. Xie Jinyi hesitated mid-step, his Danfeng eyes widening as he was stirred by the sensation of contact on his lips. Instinctively, he wanted to kiss straight ahead. But the scenes from the nightmare kept replaying in his mind. An indescribable wave of panic and unease surged within him. Clenching his molars tightly, he suppressed his desires and gave Yun Wulian a doting smile. Alrighty. Wu Commander, please wait while your personal sun brightens the bedroom. Xie Jinyi quickly walked to the bedside, bending over carefully and placing Yun Wulian on the bed. He then moved towards the lamp control switch, turning on one lamp every 3 seconds, progressively adjusting the light intensity from soft to strong so it wouldn't hurt the eyes. Sitting on the bed, Yun Wulian lowered his gaze to adjust to the brightness. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xie Jinyi standing with his back to him, stealthily raising his hand to touch his own lips with the hand that had brushed against the young man's lips. It tasted sweet. He had savored the sweetness of being meticulously protected. Due to growing up weak and sickly, a Jin always worried about him falling or getting hurt, so he had been well protected. But truthfully, he also wanted to share in a Jin's hidden pain. Yun Wulian retracted his hand and motioned for Xie Jinyi who approached him, patting the spot beside him. Come, sit down and let's chat slowly. Hearing this, Xie Jinyi's heart skipped a beat. Had Wu truly sensed something? His explanation earlier seemed quite reasonable. Still uneasy inside, he complied and sat next to Yun Wulian. No sooner had he sat down than Yun Wulian turned his head, grabbed his hand, and asked seriously, Jin, are you hiding something from me? Ah. Xie Jinyi's heartbeat came to an abrupt halt as he managed to force out 2 awkward laughs, shifting his gaze nervously. Help. How could Wu Bao be so perceptive? Raising his hand to scratch the damp hair plastered to his forehead, he feigned calmness and replied, what thing? No way, sweetheart, don't overthink it. If there were anything serious, how could I dare hide it from you? I just had a terrible nightmare, that's all. I'm still shaken up. Yun Wulian observed Xie Jinyi's expression and felt the tension in the hand beneath his palm. His peach blossom eyes flickered slightly as he confirmed his suspicion. Psychology says when people are nervous or lying, they increase their small movements. Your reaction tells me, Jin, you're deceiving me. Wu, I. Xie Jinyi turned back in panic. Seeing Yun Wulian frowning, he opened his mouth repeatedly but was at a loss. In turn, he caught both of Yun Wulian's hands, saying helplessly, I'm not lying to you. Last night, I really did have a nightmare. Bloodshot veins were still visible in the youth's eyes, and his voice rasped even more. Like a large dog abandoned in heavy rain, pitifully carrying a rope with a hopeful plea, imploring its master to take it home. Yun Wulian immediately softened. I believe you. His expression gradually softened as he patted the young man's hand and coaxed in a gentle tone, then why were you nervous before? Afraid to bring up the nightmare because it was too terrifying? Xie Jinyi nodded fiercely. Yun Wulian urged, tell me in detail then. Xie Jinyi repeated his previous response, it was just that kind of extremely scary shark monster dream. Yun Wulian touched the youth's head. Good boy, be more specific. Xie Jinyi remained silent. Yun Wulian guessed something vaguely and probed, Jin, besides sharks, was this dream also somehow related to me? Xie Jinyi frowned, his pupils visibly enlarging. In an instant, Yun Wulian understood everything. You surely didn't dream about the shark swallowing us. Before he could finish speaking, Xie Jinyi's face changed abruptly as he frantically covered Yun Wulian's mouth. The bloodshot eyes spread rapidly, showing fear, his voice hoarse and terrifying. Don't say nonsense. That never happened, Wu. You should spit twice too. His crimson and moist Danfeng eyes met Xie Jinyi's trembling gaze, detecting that the latter's hands were subtly shaking. Apparently, his guess was about right. In a Jin's dream, due to the monster, they had lost each other. At this thought, Yun Wulian felt a tightness in his chest, as if the air around him had grown thin. At this moment, Xie Jinyi removed his hand that had been covering Yun Wulian's mouth and urged, good boy, quick, spit twice. Pht. Yun Wulian obediently spat once, his peach blossom eyes brimming with tenderness. He then initiated an embrace with Xie Jinyi, lifting his gaze and slowly drawing near, letting his forehead rub against the young man's. Jin. Chapter 109, Can't Resist. Wang Wang crazily rubs the neck. The warm breath was poured onto the skin. Xie Jinyi smelled the delicate fragrance on Yun Wulian's body, his frown relaxed, and the panic and unease in his heart gradually faded away. His hands instinctively returned to hug Yun Wulian. He closed his eyes, hoarsely responding with a sound, and in the next second, his nostrils were rubbed again. Yun Wulian's voice rang like the spring breeze melting snow, wrapped in endless tenderness. Don't be afraid, dreams are opposite. Ah Jean, our future is in our hands. Whether it's the shark monster or the flood beast, as long as we remain strong, they will become our stepping stones. For each that comes, we'll step over it. With these stepping stones, we'll ascend to the mountaintop, into the clouds, watching the tides ebb and flow, admiring the scenery along the way. Yun Wulian spoke slowly, word by word gentle and healing, carrying infinite reveries, guiding Xie Jinyi to imagine according to the meaning of the words. Xie Jinyi's violently pounding heart slowly calmed down. His whole body seemed flooded with a cool and mild force. His arms regained strength and tightly embraced Yun Wulian's waist. Woo, woo. Good baby. The young man called out repeatedly without saying specific things, but he couldn't help calling Yun Wulian. Yun Wulian responded patiently again and again. Then, he slightly tilted his head, his lips almost brushing past Xie Jinyi's cheek, his long hair falling, gazing at the young man as he asked, Ah Jean, aren't the dawn and the tides beautiful? Xie Jinyi opened his eyes, a smile curving his mouth. He noticed Yun Wulian's scattered hair touching his face, so while helping Yun Wulian tidy up her hair, he smiled in response. Extraordinarily beautiful and good-looking. I still remember the sentence you said when I was 9 years old. You said, I'll take over from the waves and the sunrise to bring me home. At that moment, I felt like I saw an angel. It was from that day on that he vowed to always be the protector of this little angel for life. Yun Wulian startled slightly, her peach-shaped eyes shimmering with joy, and her smile became even gentler at the corners of her mouth. So. Her hand lifted again, pinching the young man's face. Forget about sharks, remember the dawn and the tides because of them, allowing us to meet. This is fate, this is also a beautiful beginning for us. Xie Jinyi chuckled lowly, nodding his head repeatedly. Although there were still bloodshot veins in his eyes, his handsome face recovered its usual sunny, carefree smile. He raised his hand, putting up his middle and index fingers to swear, orders, I promise I will forget those stupid monsters and won't let our little angel Wu Bao worry. Yun Wulian was made to laugh by this adoring term, little angel. Next, her other hand lifted too, pinching the youth's other cheek. What kind of worry or unworry? Dummy, in the future, don't hide things from me. My body might not be well, but I'm not as fragile as you think. I want to share all your sadness and pressures. Even if it's just a nightmare. The final few words were spoken with emphasis. Xie Jinyi's pupils shuddered, and suddenly he felt as if his heart had been scratched by a kitten's claws. The tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and his gaze grew increasingly fervent and profound. He didn't speak. A smile lingered at the corner of his mouth as he dumbly stared at Yun Wulian for a very long time, finally hugging her tight. Okay. In the future, I'll tell good baby everything. At an angle where Yun Wulian couldn't see, Xie Jinyi lowered his eyelids, secretly adding in his mind. Once everything gets better, he will honestly confess. Because. Compared to sharing unhappiness, he prefers that Wu Wu remains worry-free and happy every day. Yun Wulian was held very tightly, originally wanting to say something else, but a series of numbing and itchy sensations attacked her neck, and suddenly Xie Jinyi began rubbing against her neck. Wu, Wu, Wu. How can you be so gentle? I must reciprocate the favor and display my own gentleness. What does good baby want for breakfast? I'll go downstairs and make it for you. Yun Wulian's neck was extremely sensitive. After being hugged around the waist and rubbed a few times, her heartbeat accelerated, and her entire body softened. Truly. Why does it get more exciting the more he rubs? If he keeps doing this, her body may lose control. Lowering her eyes, Yun Wulian lightly bit her lip, her pale white knuckles gripping the young man's pajamas tighter. Wanting to push him away, yet unwilling. At this moment, a childish scream came from outside the window, accompanied by faint sounds of wings flapping. Help! Help! The early riser is being eyed by a cat. Cat, bad cat. Save our baby. Where are the people? Why isn't anyone here? Xie Jinyi paused his actions. Yun Wulian turned her head to look. With the morning light casting black shadows, she could vaguely see a bird silhouette printed on the curtains. Is that Cherry? It says a cat is eyeing it, maybe Mio. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh through their tears. Reluctantly, they loosened their hold on each other. Is there anyone? Wake up. The sun is shining on your butt. Early birds get worms. Cats. Bad cats. Baby won't let you eat it. Grandpa's going to practice Tai Chi. Where's Wu Wu? Wu Wu, where are you? Tough men give fruits to babies. Cherry's voice continued, as parrots, despite having an intelligence equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, sometimes say what comes to mind without logic. The two quickly went to the balcony, pulling back the curtains to see what was happening. Outside the window, dawn was almost completely bright. Cherry was perched on top of the air conditioner unit shaking its bottom, but there was no trace of the so-called bad cat. Looking further at the grass lawn. 3 grandpas had already gathered together, stretching with the morning light, ready to practice Tai Chi. Xie Jinyi couldn't help but marvel, these grandpas wake up really early. It's only around 5 or 6 o'clock and they're already up earlier than my morning exercise. Yun Wulian nodded lightly. Old people generally sleep less, so they've developed the habit of sleeping early and waking up early. Their conversation caught Cherry's attention. It turned its beady eyes and waved its pale pink wings before excitedly greeting them. Good morning. Good morning. Wu-Wu looks very pretty today, so pretty. Beautiful Wu-Wu gives big fruits to little baby. This compliment was learned from Yun Lanyu. Every time she saw her younger son in the morning, she would praise him for a few moments. Xie Jinyi chuckled amusedly, this bird's got quite a sweet mouth. I'll fetch it some nuts later, but why didn't it see any cat? How did it just claim Mio would eat it? Based on past experiences, Yun Wulian guessed, perhaps something happened yesterday. After all, cats like to chase and tease birds for amusement, and Cherry might still be holding a grudge. Xie Jinyi teased with raised eyebrows, TSK, this grudge-holding little grandfather bird. Yun Wulian tilted her head, grandfather. Do you have anything to criticize about Mr. Cherry? As soon as Cherry heard grandfather, it suddenly widened its eyes, delightedly flapping its wings and flying over. Warm bed grandfather, good morning. Warm bed grandfather is the best. Warm bed grandfather teaches baby to greet Wu-Wu in the morning. Baby has learned it, excellent excellent. When Xie Jinyi heard a certain word, he coldly snorted, his Danfang eyes narrowing dangerously, planning to grab Cherry once it flew over and scare it. But who would have thought? Cherry sensed the ill-intentioned gaze, exclaimed Aya, and then turned around to fly away. No barbecue, Grandpa said the baby cannot eat it, no barbecue, Grandpa, baby comes. Xie Jinyi laughed uncontrollably and turned his head to Yun Wulian, baby, it's not my fault this time. I didn't say to catch it for barbecuing. Yun Wulian softly giggled and took the young man's hand to turn away, let's go make breakfast together. With his footstep following closely behind, Xie Jinyi's face lit up with joy. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, the two went downstairs to the kitchen. The chefs were preparing breakfast for everyone. Seeing Xie Jinyi smiling and nodding, and noticing Yun Wulian present, they expressed surprise, immediately waving. Good morning. Master Xiao woke up so early too today. The kitchen is full of grease and smoke, Master Xiao shouldn't come inside. What would you like to eat? Just tell us. But the morning is alright, mainly involving some steaming and boiling, not much smoke. If Master Xiao is interested, you can come in for a visit. Yun Wulian gave a polite nod in return, indicating good morning. Xie Jinyi pulled Yun Wulian inside, you guys do your thing, I'll do it myself with Wu Bao. Hearing this, everyone smiled and nodded approvingly, continuing with their work. Yun Wulian wanted yangchun noodles this morning. Yangchun noodles are very simple to make. Eggs are beaten into a bowl and slowly poured into the pot, simmered on low heat for 1 minute, then noodles are cooked until done and fished out to start seasoning. Xie Jinyi deliberately handed over the simplest step to Yun Wulian for involvement. Wu-Wu, beat 3 eggs into the bowl. Why 3? You need to eat more meat to nourish your body, so you too, me one. Yun Wulian nodded understandingly. Then carefully selected 4 beautifully perfect eggs, beating them separately into the porcelain bowl. Xie Jinyi peeked over after washing the green onions, looking puzzled, why are there 4? You need to train, you should eat more. Yun Wulian casually picked up the washed vegetables nearby, tore them into small crescents, and placed them on the eggs as eyes, then pushed the bowl towards Xie Jinyi, your health is most important, don't put too much pressure on yourself. In my heart, you've always been a shining big sun. Chapter 110, the first day of joining the team, your reward. Xie Jinyi looked into the bowl and saw crescent moon-shaped vegetable leaves sprinkled on top of a bright yellow egg yolk, instantly giving the yolk a soul, making it look like a smiling sun. He was charmed by its cuteness, his chest vibrating as he chuckled lowly. He replied affirmatively several times, drawing the attention of the uncles and aunts who were cooking nearby. Little Master Xie, what's so happy? Can you share it with us? Xie Jinyi looked up and met everyone's curious gaze, mysteriously indicating, although I want to make you all happy too, I can't because it's a little secret between the sun and the moon. The crowd? How could the sun and the moon meet? No. Why do these two children increasingly resemble a couple? Yun Wuli had lowered her eyelids and slightly curved her lips before silently folding up some bok choy. After the yangchun noodles were cooked, Xie Jinyi worried they might scald Yun Wuli, so he carefully carried both bowls to the dining room. Yun Wuli remembered that after the last incident where he lost his sense of taste, he hadn't reassured his fans yet. Therefore, he placed the 2 bowls next to each other, took a picture, and posted it. Xie Jinyi thought Yun Wuli was just casually snapping a photo and deliberately extended one hand in front of the camera, flashing a yay sign. Dear, would you like to give a yay as well? Immature. While Yun Wuli teased him with words, his gaze on the photo held a smile as he opened Weibo at the same spot and began slowly editing a caption. Xie Jinya noticed something was amiss, leaned over, and realized that Yun Wooly had posted on Weibo. Vaporous fog, Yangchun noodles made by Xiao Go, very fragrant, it's the taste of happiness, everyone can rest assured. Xie Jinya swiftly pulled out his phone and replied to Yun Wooly. Hardworking feeding little bamboo horse, perform for everyone a joyous Xiao Go roll around, meow meow. When Yun Wooly noticed Xie Jinya typing, he refreshed his Weibo feed and entered the comment section. In a glance, he found the young man's comment, instantly finding it adorable. Lifting his eyes to meet Xie Jinya's gaze, he curiously asked, where did you find that emoticon? Xie Jinya beamed with pride. Isn't it cute? Yun Wooly nodded. Xie Jinya's clear and pure phoenix eyes truthfully revealed, I searched it on Baidu, I wanted to make you happy. Yun Wooly paused, then softly laughed. Congratulations to the feeder classmate, you've succeeded. Xie Jinya grinned foolishly, sneaking a glance at Yun Wooly's slim waist, his hand lifted momentarily, intending to measure it but refrained in the end, only saying, feeder classmate is still striving to fatten Mist Meow Meow. Let's work together. Yun Wooly also wanted to make Xie Jinya happy, putting away his phone and sitting down, picking up his chopsticks. Today's first goal, finish the noodles. Xie Jinya followed suit and sat down. Right, let's eat the noodles. Otherwise, they'll get clumpy. Yun Wooly took a bite and couldn't distinguish the specific taste, but he could smell how fragrantly inviting it was. He ate slowly, every movement elegant and pleasing to watch. In previous moments like this, Xie Jinya would always ask with a warm smile if Yun Wooly enjoyed the taste, whether it was good or not. This time there was none of that. Instead, he watched with a loving smile. Beneath that smile lay a touch of sympathy and helplessness. Silently tightening his grip on the chopsticks, veins bulging on his back, fearing he would be detected in his discomfort, he quickly repressed his emotions and started eating the noodles. Xie Jinya's bowl contained double the amount of Yun Wooly's, adorned with green vegetables and eggs. The soup noodles floated with red oil, looking extremely appetizing. But actually, he intentionally used much less seasoning than usual for Xiao Zhuma, especially no salt at all. Little Zhuma's sense of taste was temporarily dulled. Not able to do much else, he chose to secretly accompany him in tasting the flavorless sensation. Xie Jinya took a few bites. The more he ate, the sadder he felt. The more he ate, the more heartbroken he became. Damn. Stupid heaven. Are you bullying my misty treasure? Tonight, I will dream of tearing you apart into countless pieces. Yun Wooly didn't notice Xie Jinya's abnormality. He opened his phone and browsed through the comments on Weibo. Seeing that they were fine, everyone sighed in relief and happily paired them in the comments section. They even questioned why there was only one hand in the photo and when they would appear on screen together. For now, Yun Wooly didn't have the intention to show his face. After all, it was a pen name dedicated to creating seductive pictures, though he'd been off track for quite a long time. After breakfast, the two of them went for a walk in the courtyard. After walking for a while, they ran into Chu Yuan Ci and Yen Noa who had just come downstairs. Upon asking, they learned that yesterday Honey Tangerine indeed chased after Cherry Meow Meow calling its name. Chu Yuan Ci had work commitments, and Yen Noa still had a part-time job. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, both of them would leave. As for Xie Jinya joining the archery team, his father and mother were very supportive. Grandpa Xie's patriotism was ignited even more. He slapped the table and told Xie Jinya to contact Coach Shui immediately, eagerly anticipating the day when their child would bring glory to the country by winning gold and silver medals. The day after Mid-Autumn Festival, Grandpa Xie and Xie Jinya went to the archery team's training base, where Xie Jinya toured the facility and signed a labor contract to become an official member. Since it wasn't yet time for preparations for the big competitions, and with the failure of autumn to set in resulting in continuous high temperatures, the current training for the archery team was relatively relaxed, morning and afternoon physical training sessions, and a 2-day weekend every 2 weeks. And as for the student members, they only needed to train after classes in the next 1 or 2 months. Xie Jinya was very happy to hear this news. He thought. In 1 or 2 months, Mist Meow Meow's sense of taste would definitely be restored, right? Then he could focus on training and treatment. On the first day of joining the training team, Xie Jinya had no class in the morning, so he planned to go early to adapt, and then he could just pick Yun Wooly up after training. Today, the driver-cum-security guard Xiao Lu was responsible for driving. Yun Wooly directly asked Xiao Lu to drive him to the archery base. Since the base had strict entry and exit management, Yun Wooly bid farewell to Xie Jinya in the car. A Jean. Baby. Both voices sounded at the same time. Yun Wooly noticed the worried look on Xie Jinya's face, a face filled with uneasiness, and held back his words, letting Xie Jinya speak first. Xie Jinya patted his pockets again to confirm all the medicine was there, and then yelled instructions to Xiao Lu at the front. Xiao Lu, the colors are heavy. Remember to take Mist Meow Meow to the classroom, and wait near the door when the class is about to end. I should already be there by then. There was a black divider between the driver's seat and the back, from behind which came Xiao Lu's steady voice, Master Xie, you don't have to worry. You've instructed me countless times over the years, and I've memorized the procedures thoroughly. It's different. In high school, there were many acquaintances, but in university, wherever I look, there are strangers. What if weird people start sending love letters to Miss Meow Meow? Thinking about it, Xie Jinya became even more uneasy and wanted to turn back and follow Yun Wuli to the art academy. Woo woo. Just as he started speaking, his lips were pressed down. They looked into each other's eyes, Xie Jinya's heart rate quickened. His Adam's apple rose and fell several times, the muscles in his arms tightened visibly, showing signs of tension. He avoided Yun Wuli's gaze. Woo woo, am I being too noisy? Now that a Jin has said so much, it's my turn. Today, Yun Wuli had tied up his long hair, a few strands falling by his temples. His peach-shaped eyes were slightly closed, his skin still cold and pale, exuding a sickly pallor, but overall giving off an impression of beauty mixed with icy pride, adding a touch of aggression. His snow-white fingertips teasingly moved downward, gripping Xie Jinya's chin, slowly drawing closer. First, sweetheart, we're only apart for 2 or 3 hours. Train well, don't think of me. Second, those love letters from others mean nothing to me. Third, on your first day of joining the team, here's a bit of encouragement for you. Chapter 111, Ajin refuses affection, and Wu begins various tests. Xie Jinyi looked down, watching Yun Wulian's face gradually getting closer, feeling both anticipation and unease. What kind of reward? Yun Wulian didn't speak, instead, his hands were braced on the leather chair, his gaze scanning Xie Jinya's throat as it moved, with a flicker of interest in his eyes before locking onto the youth's right cheek. He edged closer and closer. It was obvious that Xie Jinya's breathing had become unstable, his chest rising and falling in excitement. Just a second before the kiss was about to land, Xie Jinyi suddenly turned serious, furrowing his eyebrows strangely, grabbing his wrist and pulling back nervously. Wu, your smile is already the best reward, I promise to perform well. While speaking, Xie Jinyi opened the car door, swung one leg out, and before Yun Wulian could react, he grabbed his backpack and jumped out of the car, speeding away. Halfway through running, he turned around and waved at Yun Wulian. Wu Wu, I'll pick you up after my training. Stunned in the car, Yun Wulian watched Xie Jinyi flee, slowly recovering from the shock, his eyes showing confusion, feeling that Xie Jinyi's reaction was a bit strange. Shy again. But why did being shy make him frown? Doesn't like being kissed by me. Yet on the boat that day, Ajin's earlobes clearly turned red out of happiness. Or does Ajin not adapt well to the shift into an intimate period? Yun Wulian thought it over and found that the logic still didn't add up. It hadn't been only a few days since they shifted from brotherly feelings into this ambiguous period. He merely wanted to give a quick peck on the cheek, not immediate sex. Ajin had even initiated kisses just a few days ago, so why not today? Suddenly, the image of the youth sitting helplessly after a nightmare flashed in his mind, making Yun Wulian's heart sink slightly, his brows creasing slightly, a sense of foreboding arising. Could it be that Ajin has something hidden from me? During his pondering, Xiao Lu's voice came from the front. Young master, Mr. Xie has already gone inside, shall we depart? Yun Wulian gathered his thoughts, his expression solemn, moving towards the window and closing the car door. Let's go. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Still, as a precaution, there needs to be an opportunity these next 2 days to probe further. The first class today was color theory, and everything the teacher explained, Yun Wulian already knew. Coupled with preoccupying thoughts, during the class he absent-mindedly sketched a little cat scratching its ears on the sketchbook and zoned out. Seated by the window, glances were constantly being cast at him from all sides. The students knew he was cold in nature and rarely spoke, so they looked secretly without disturbing him. A glimpse at the drawing board revealed colors so stunning, creating an ethereal white kitten that appeared alive. Each student was full of admiration. Holy crap, his color sense is so strong. Is this what people mean by 5-color white clarity? The heavenly artist truly amazes, no wonder the genius is praised, even from this distance, I can see the realistic fluffiness. Even the instructor couldn't help but shower Yun Wulian's painting with compliments, inviting him to share his understanding and application of color with the classmates. Yun Wulian woke from his reverie with a dazed look. Coughing twice. He promised to do better next time. After class ended at noon, Yun Wulian walked out of the classroom and immediately saw Xie Jinyi. The young man had a lollipop in his mouth and magically pulled out a thermal container from behind his back, shaking it teasingly. Good baby, are you hungry? How about some lotus root sparerib soup to fill your stomach? Surrounding classmates exclaimed with delight, enjoying the scene. Yun Wulian scanned those laughing Danfeng-shaped eyes up and down but found nothing unusual. Ajin's odd behavior seemed to happen during moments of intimacy. Since then. To confirm his suspicion, Yun Wulian began frequent testing. For instance, pretending to be exhausted after a medicinal bath, when Xie Jinyi helped dry his body with red ears, lifting his hand to hook onto the young man's neck, feigning to attempt to kiss. Xie Jinyi reacted quickly, blocking with the towel. Then used the moment to turn the towel, helping dry his hair while gently scolding his scalp, his voice slightly hoarse, Wu Wu, don't move around, careful not to fall. Yun Wulian. No reaction despite the raspy voice. There's a problem. Another example. After doing warm acupuncture, once Grandpa Zhou left, Yun Wulian captured Xie Jinya's hand lying half-naked on the bed. His pitch black hair disheveled, beads of sweat on his forehead, gazing steadily. Ajin, my back feels too hot, would you cool it for me? Xie Jinyi, filled with concern, how? Yun Wulian, press your lips against my back and slowly blow cold air. Xie Jinyi complied but escaped halfway. When Yun Wulian caught up, quietly opening the bathroom door, he discovered Xie Jinyi washing his face with cold water, his eyebrows deeply knitted, looking unusually stern, completely unaware of his presence. The strangest thing was, Xie Jinyi was still muttering, the multiplication table. Another example. Yun Wulian drew two male figures entwined in a hot spring right in front of Xie Jinyi, their features vaguely resembling them. When the outline became clear, Xie Jinyi dropped the dumbbell he was holding, accidentally swore loudly, and called Yun Wulian's name several times. Woo woo you. He stammered for a long time but couldn't say a complete sentence. Yun Wulian lifted his eyelids, feigning confusion. Why are you stuttering? Do you like this position? Xie Jinyi's pupils shrank with shock, and he ran off. This time, he put on sandbags and ran laps around the courtyard under heavy weight. Yun Wulian grew more confused as he tested further. He had tried asking Xie Jinyi directly, but every time he began speaking, it seemed Xie Jinyi guessed what he was about to ask, either pretending to be foolish and changing the subject or petting his head and cajoling him, saying things like wait a little longer, just a bit more. Every time Yun Wulian pressed further, Xie Jinyi would find an excuse to slip away. Before leaving, he would thoughtfully bring medicine over, making sure Yun Wulian took it. A week passed. Sitting on the swing, Yun Wulian sighed softly, rubbing his temples with snow-white fingertips. His long lashes cast a shadow, his brows furrowed slightly, looking lost and perplexed. What am I waiting for? To officially be together? But all he wanted was a peck on the cheek or forehead, such a small gesture, not even a kiss, and they've done such things before. Moreover, it seemed Ashen couldn't tolerate X-related scenes. As soon as the hot spring drawing was finished, Ashen covered it with a white cloth. If it was because Ashen was pure-hearted and insisted on waiting until they were officially together, following certain principles, that could at least make some sense. But why didn't he say so directly? And why did he look so anxious and uneasy? Yun Wulian felt he needed external help and sought someone to consult with. He pursed his lips, gathered his thoughts, and while Xie Jinyi wasn't back from training yet, opened WeChat and scrolled through his contacts, searching for the most suitable person. Teacher. No, the teacher hasn't been in a relationship, lacks experience. Brother. No, bringing up this topic would definitely involve how he seduced Ashen. Even though the brother is family, their roles differ, can't mix them. Cousin brother. No, cousin brother has to take care of a child, children can't hear these things. Little sister-in-law. Even worse. The little sister-in-law is too innocent. As Yun Wulian scrolled, his hand paused and locked onto the target. By Lin Shi. This older sister-in-law once wore a red dress, charming the entire internet. She knows how to captivate people and tamed her flirtatious princeling boyfriend into submission. She'd make a perfect relationship advisor. Chapter 112, Corner Kiss. The satisfying secondary couple makes their move. Yun Wulian, fearing that Bai Linshi might be busy, clicked on the private message function first and sent a message. Wu, do you have time to act as my love counselor, sister-in-law? I'll treat you to an afternoon tea. Bai Linshi is a heritage inheritor of the Peking Opera May School. In the past, she gave up the position as troupe leader due to conflicts with her elder brother in the art and left the theater. Later, the old troupe master passed away with regrets because the opera house suffered heavy losses and could no longer afford its operation, so everyone had to discard their costumes and find other work for survival. Now, after reconciliation between the siblings, Bai Linshi brought back all her former colleagues, thanks to the funds earned from live streaming and the support from her star boyfriend. For half a year now, they've been tirelessly working towards reconstructing the ancient street, restoring the glory of the theater, and fulfilling the last wishes of their master. Even every brick and tile in the theater required Bai Linshi's personal approval. Knowing how busy Bai Linshi was, Yun Wulian didn't rush after sending the message. She then got off the swing, rested for a while, and slowly headed toward the studio to continue painting. Just as she finished applying color, her phone rang. Bai Linshi had sent a meme where someone licked their cheeks while biting them hard. Bai Linshi, just finished planting flowers with everyone. What's this, sister-in-law? Call me, good brother, and I'll come right away if my baby mist calls me. Yun Wulian. Here we go again with these jokes. But typing words is easy, so she decided to indulge him this one time. Wu, good brother, please help me. In return came another meme, where the sender held their heart with bulging eyes and expressed happiness, followed by a text saying, I love you so much, my wife. It seemed like it was a stolen picture of her boyfriend. Bai Linshi, Aya, my heart is melting, alright, big brother's here. But what's up with Xie Jinyi? Serious public criticism needed, this person still hasn't woken up to his feelings. Honestly, I seriously doubt if he's even made of wood. She attached an image of herself with hands on her hips, looking annoyed. Seeing Yun Wulian's calm response while absently poking her cheek with a paintbrush, she typed back lazily with one hand. Wu, he's not entirely unaware, but the situation is rather complicated. Bai Linshi, okay, no rush. We can meet tomorrow and talk about it in detail. By the way, I also have a gift for you. If it's urgent, I'll sneak into your bed tonight. Blseries, hopefully, I won't get beaten up. After all, wooden men don't know how to feel jealous. Yun Wulian couldn't help but laugh at the playful banter and threw back her own witty reply. Woo, let's stick with seeing each other tomorrow then. I'm worried Uncle Yu So-hai would cry under my apartment building, unable to find his wife. Yu So-hai is Blserie's boyfriend, nephew of Yu Qingshuan, outwardly a dashing heir of the Yu family and a top celebrity, but in reality, a peacock brain whose tail feathers flare at the mere sight of his wife. After some mutual teasing, they set the next meeting for 3 in the afternoon. The following day, Yun Wulian booked a private room at a 5-star high-end afternoon tea restaurant. This place was decorated in an elegant national style, matching perfectly with Yun Wulian's traditional Hanfu attire. Her long hair tied neatly with a wooden clip, paired with a white shirt with Chinese-style buttons, a purple orchid brooch pinned above, complemented by white-blue ombre tassels, and draped over by a light green translucent silk cloak, giving her an air of refined aloofness. When Yun Wulian stepped out of the bedroom, Xie Jinya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. On their entire trip, his gaze never strayed from her. And secretly, he even snapped photos. Xie Jinya knew they were having afternoon tea, so he dropped her off at the shop before heading to base. He initially wanted to tell Blseries to take good care of their little childhood friend, but before Bai arrived, Yun Wulian asked him to leave. Nevertheless, Xie Jinya felt very happy. Because Yun Wulian had already arranged for 2 boxes of traditional Chinese desserts packed by the staff for him to share with the team and ordered him a cup of strawberry orange fruit tea. This tea house was highly artistic, with solid wood furniture, calligraphy-decorated sheer curtains, a screen divider between the dining area and entrance, and a round lattice-framed landscape view to the right showcasing the beautiful bamboo shadows outside, creating a serene aesthetic akin to a picturesque scroll. On the table lay a spread of exquisitely designed dim sum. As she waited, Yun Wulian rolled up her sleeves and unfolded a tea setup to begin brewing tea. Each motion, whether warming the cups or measuring out the tea leaves, radiated her innate elegance. Right as she was skimming foam during the 5th step, the door burst open. A sound of playful quarreling echoed through. Shit, stop kissing. Clearly, Blseries, who sounded breathless and seductive, was the one reprimanding. Next, came a shamelessly cajoling voice, never mind, never mind. My darling, you broke our promise, only a single kiss, yet I'm not done with mine since you ran out of breath first. Hence, shouldn't I be owed a half kiss as compensation? Back off, idiot. What? Darling, a mere half isn't enough. Does this mean you want another wall-corner smooch as a parting gift? UFK, MMM. With a loud bang, the 2 figures collided against the wall. Yun Wulian paused in the middle of preparing tea, raising her eyes to look through the translucent screen. She clearly saw Yu So-hai pinning Blseries against the wall by her waist and kissing her deeply. That's enough. Blseries wore a pale pink shirt with the collar slightly open. Her silver-white medium-length hair was half tied up, highlighting her strikingly beautiful features and a seductive tear mole at the corner of her right eye. Despite the flushed annoyance on her face from his advances, her captivating beauty made her appear as though adorned with spring rouge on her reddened eyelids, incredibly alluring. She kicked Yu So-hai away. Hurry up and leave, Wu-Wu is waiting for me inside. Yu So-hai held Blseries' wrist tightly. His angular side profile bathed in the light coming from the window revealed handsome features, a mix of charm and rebellion. His lips curved into a mischievous smirk while wearing a dark red shirt that exuded sensuality and boldness. Alright, I'm leaving. Licking his lips, he stood up reluctantly, yet still lewdly patted his wife's waist. Cece, you've just let me do all the kissing. If you give me one active peck, I'll immediately roll out. Doesn't that sound super worthwhile? You should have some shame, superstar. Blseries slapped his hand away and glanced toward the screen where she caught sight of Yun Wulian brewing tea. Pushing the man hard, she exclaimed, I already told you, Wu-Wu is here. Having heard their banter, Yun Wulian subtly curled her lips upwards, revealing a flicker of amusement behind her usually calm facade. In her composed manner, she mocked the couple. No problem, keep going, I'll just go selectively blind. If you two want more excitement, I could even act as an NPC, pretending not to notice anything while occasionally saying a word or two, adding to your fun. Upon hearing this, Yu So-hai snapped his fingers and turned around with Blseries still tucked in his arms. Very considerate, Wu-Wu. Wherever you guys feel like going today, your big brother covers all expenses. Blseries sighed in resignation, dragging and shoving Yu So-hai out. Facing the puppy-eyed gaze, her heart softened. At last, she grabbed his collar, tiptoed closer, and initiated a kiss on his lips. Get lost, idiot. Yu So-hai grinned broadly, good job, wife. Before leaving, he couldn't resist sticking his head back into the room, waving to Yun Wulian, who had grown up under his watchful eye, pulling out a black gold card and handing it to Blseries. Wu-Wu, my sister-in-law has been so busy lately without much rest. You take her out to relax well. It's on your brother, see ya. Blseries quickly shut the door to silence his chatter. Once the tea house regained its tranquility, Blseries picked up the gift box that had accidentally fallen during the forced kiss earlier, striding across the screen to Yun Wulian. Little Foggy darling, come over here, check out the gift your good brother brought especially for you. Just as Yun Wulian finished brewing the tea and awaited Bai Linqi's approach, she gently raised both hands with a delicate cup of clear tea, presenting it elegantly with her icy cold voice resonating like fine jade, please. Smiling, Bai Linqi took the tea, tossing the gift casually in Yun Wulian's direction. Why aren't you calling me good brother anymore? Accepting the gift, Yun Wulian lowered her eyelids to express gratitude before seriously retorting, because your so-called good brother hasn't gone far enough. Chapter 113, Not Interested in Ajin. Then let's spice things up. Belingsi was caught off guard by the teasing and almost sprayed tea out of his mouth. What a ridiculous good older brother. Nowadays, I only want a pretty younger brother. He walked over and sat beside Yun Wulian, resting his chin on one hand while his fingers grazed the lower back of Yun Wulian. He idly twirled a strand of long hair as a mischievous smile filled his fox-like eyes. Take a look at your present first. Tell me about your troubles later and I will give you some advice. Yun Wulian nodded and opened the gift box. In front of him lay an exquisitely crafted bamboo skeleton flower-carved folding fan. Unfolding it revealed a light green silk surface adorned with gold foil patterns shaped like night-blooming cereus flowers. The elegant color gave off a gentle impression, just like the initial bloom of cereus flowers in dawn. Yun Wulian's gaze flickered as he touched the flower designs on the fan. Slowly lifting his lips, he asked, Cici, isn't this technique called burned foil? That's correct. It's a non-heritage craft, the burned foil folding fan. Belingsi beamed as he saw Yun Wulian's liking and indulgently nodded. It was a gift from a teacher visiting a theater a few days ago. I thought it would suit you perfectly so I kept it for you. It also goes well with your outfit today. As he scrutinized Yun Wulian from head to toe, admiration grew stronger within him. Xie Jinyi is truly oblivious to the blessing right before him, there's such a beautiful person right next to him, yet he doesn't even think about ripping clothes and pouncing. Yun Wulian closed the fan and looked up, noticing Bai Linqi's neck marked with ambiguous kiss marks. His eyelashes fluttered as he recalled someone else, his eyes flashing with resignation. Don't even talk about ripping clothes. He kisses my forehead only through a mask. Belingsi gasped, is this what you call a pure-hearted male dominant? He sounds rather cute. Not like my flirtatious and unscrupulous little sparrow, whose mind is full of improper thoughts and frequently leaves me bedridden. Yun Wulian added, but after just a few days, Ajin won't even allow forehead kisses anymore. For example, after a medicated bath, I stood naked in front of him, and whenever there was any tendency to kiss, Ajin would run away, either washing his face with cold water or running around the villa. He even mutters multiplication tables to himself. After hearing this, Belingsi couldn't help but burst into laughter, this had me rolling. Who among dominants recites multiplication tables during intimate moments? Woo-woo, your pure-hearted big puppy might be shy. I feel it's more complicated than that. Yun Wulian raised his eyelids and met Belingsi's teasing gaze, confusion laced in his clear eyes. Sometimes Ajin's expression looks odd. He frowns as if resisting intimate behavior, even though our intimacy doesn't involve anything close to a kiss. Moreover, on the Mid-Autumn Festival, when I kissed Ajin, he seemed genuinely happy, until a nightmare changed him. At this point, Bai Linqi's expression turned serious. What kind of nightmare? The story is a bit long. Yun Wulian took a sip of tea to soothe his throat and recounted all he knew about the nightmare content and recent events to Bai Linqi. Bai Linqi listened intently, taking a piece of Longjing tea puff into his mouth. When he heard that Xie Jinyi had confessed only half of his feelings and repeatedly suggested Yunwu should wait for him after refusing kisses, he frowned, scratching his chin deep in thought. The nightmare sounded frightening, sure. But being devoured by a shark in a dream has nothing much to do with avoiding affectionate acts, does it? Was that person holding back the truth? More importantly, Yunwu's little wolf is a sportsman brimming with vitality. At this age when they should be full of youthful vigor and passion for certain activities, facing an absolutely naked celestial wife, how could he resist time after time? It's not normal. After all, even he, a natural bottom, wanted to approach and tease such a cool beauty to see them blush. Though Wu never blushed. Wait a minute. Could it be that Xie Jinyi? Suddenly swallowing his pastry, Bai Linqi seemed to have thought of something, his expression gradually turning strange. Wu, may I ask a very private question? Yunwu detected Bai's hesitation, sensing he might inquire about how he lured Ajin. Thus, with a light nod, while refilling Bai Linqi's tea, he said. No problem, go ahead. We're both bottoms anyway. I happen to. Pausing his words, he lifted a cup of green tea to Bai Linqi, gently shaking it before him. Learn, tricks, from sis-in-law. Unable to suppress a laugh, Bai Linqi took the teacup and lightly touched Yunwu's porcelain-like fingertips before he could pull his hand back, teasing him playfully. I don't think the problem lies with you. If you were clean and came rushing into my arms, I'd already be lost in euphoria and kick someone stupid far away to elope with you. So clearly, your Ajin has an issue. Yun Wulian arched an eyebrow. What question? Belingsi didn't rush to answer but probed instead. Wu, you and Ajin sleep together often, right? Have you ever seen him with his morning thingy? Yun Wulian. He seemed to understand. Was Cici implying that Ajin was incapable? Seeing Yunwulian's silence, Blseries' face showed concern as he exclaimed in shock, "Shit, not possible, has it never happened or have you just not noticed?" After a moment of recollection, Yunwulian honestly replied, "It has, long ago." "Blseries, what about now?" Yunwulian furrowed his brows, casting his eyes downward in deep thought as his fingertips lightly tapped the tabletop. "Nothing." Furthermore, during recent teasing sessions, Ajin would only blush at the ears without any other response, and would frown and flee whenever there was an impending kiss. Could it be? Ajin had truly become incapable. If this was the reason, it made sense that Ajin wouldn't want to reveal the truth, always avoided being close, and never confessed openly. Blseries, seeing the look of worry on Yunwulian's face, quickly comforted him by patting his head. "Woo-woo, don't stress too much. Ajin is still secretly chanting multiplication tables, isn't he? He could also just be too pure-hearted. You two haven't actually consummated your relationship yet, so maybe he's holding back, refusing to think along those lines. If you're really worried, you could always ask directly." "No way. That involves a man's dignity, it's hard to broach such a subject." Yunwulian cast down his eyes, pressing his lips tightly. It was indeed awkward to ask. If true, the once cool hunk would end up becoming pathetic. Wait a second. If this were true, was Ajin asking for patience while secretly seeing a doctor? While Yunwulian was lost in thought, Blseries had an idea. Or. Leaning on one hand with his face tilted, he elongated the sound before lifting the pale chin of the cool beauty and locking eyes with the slightly worried almond-shaped ones, then slowly said. "My dear, why don't you try giving your big doggy a huge, intense stimulus, enough to make his nose bleed, and we'll see if our guess holds water." Chapter 114, Trapped and Can't Escape, Left to be Dealt with. Yunwulian had her chin lifted, her pale eyes slightly narrowed, while she held a folding fan in her hand, drawing circles on the table as she concentrated, pondering the feasibility of this plan. The kind that involves nosebleeds. Like cuffing Ajin and kissing him? Or perhaps tying herself up with red silk ribbon, packing herself and delivering herself to Ajin's bed? Previously, due to various reasons, she had been controlling the degree of her flirtation while pursuing Ajin. Now, their relationship has already progressed 90%, and indeed, it is time to increase the level of intimacy. But Yunwulian still had some concerns and asked, if things get too real and we're caught in the act, wouldn't it be more awkward? "I'm afraid Ajin might be upset." "This is simple," Blseries said, withdrawing her hand to prop her face while continuing to suggest ideas. "If you notice something going wrong, stop teasing immediately, pretend as if you know nothing, pat the dog's head, secretly comfort it, then tease and compliment how handsome and cute he is. You can say your recent inspiration has dried up, so you just wanted to draw his blushing face. The final step would wait until he is ready and progress slowly." Yunwulian nodded, this excuse is good. After patting his head, she could also give him a hug. Mentioning hugs reminded Yunwulian of the night Xie Jinyi had a nightmare. His eyes were bloodshot and his voice hoarse, pitifully begging for an embrace. However, after being hugged, Ajin stopped letting her kiss him. She thought that nightmares usually have an earlier part. If their guess was correct, the hidden first half may well be the part where Ajin dreams about being discovered by her of his hidden ailment. Perhaps in his dream, she abandoned Ajin. Then a shark monster appeared, swallowing them both, waking Ajin up. Hopefully, our guess is wrong. By that time, you two will have deepened your connection through intimate contact, but... Blseries paused, noticing Yunwulian lower her eyelids, her expression filled with sorrow, followed by furrowed brows. She was worried about Yunwulian's future happiness and also concerned that if Xie Jinyi acted on impulse, Yunwulian's frail body might not withstand the passion. With this thought in mind, she gave earnest advice. "Woo-woo, even though Xie Jinyi is very pure-hearted, any man would go crazy when tempted by his wife. I suggest you prepare yourself before attempting to seduce him. If you find it embarrassing, you can always claim it's mutual support between friends." Yunwulian snapped back to reality, what preparation? Blseries chuckled lightly, her fingertip rubbing the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, her fox-like eyes narrowing mischievously, saying meaningfully, "Darling, are you sure you want me to elaborate? I'm afraid you'll blush if I do." Their eyes met, and Yunwulian realized the implication in an instant, tightening her grip on the folding fan, avoiding Blseries' teasing gaze. Yet verbally, she maintained composure and responded seriously. "I understand. I learned about it when I drew hentai pictures before." But she didn't want to make preparations. She wanted Ajin. Blseries noticed that Yunwulian seemed embarrassed and became playful, directly wrapping an arm around her waist, moving closer to continue teasing the aloof beauty. "How about a fiery, sexy dress to help set the mood? In my previous days of dressing up as a woman and streaming online, Yusuchu bought loads of outfits, halter dresses, sailor uniforms, Lolita dresses, all kinds of styles, many of which I've never worn. Our heights are similar, do you want to come over and pick out one or two pieces?" Yunwulian unfurled her fan to block Blseries' beautiful and enchanting face, shaking her head, "No, Ajin will only praise how beautiful I look in women's clothing." Blseries snatched the fan away, eyes gleaming with anticipation, "Of course ordinary women's clothing won't do, we need something sensual and provocative. It's the kind of outfit that reveals but doesn't expose fully, teasing and tantalizing." Let me help you choose. I promise to completely bewitch your chaste boyfriend who currently only kisses your forehead. She wouldn't mention that she also wanted to see it. Yun Woo-yen thought for a moment, picked up the porcelain cup, and continued shaking her head. I tried a sexy outfit once with a bareback shirt. This time, I want to try something else. Bai Linshi sighed regretfully and asked again, so tell me your idea. Yun Woo-yen sipped her green tea, meeting Bai Linshi's curious gaze, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. I want to stack multiple buffs to make Ajin come to me willingly, and then, tie him down. That way, Ajin won't be able to escape, and she'll be free to deal with him as she pleases. Upon hearing this, Bai Linshi clapped her hands happily, unfolding the fan lazily to cool herself, her smile carrying mischief. Then let's buy props afterward. I'll also play with handcuffs, teasing my guy until he can only beg from his knees for mercy. Yun Woo-yen couldn't help but laugh and nodded in agreement. As expected. All little foxes were devious and naughty. And Brother Yu was enjoying himself in the mix. After chatting for a bit, they got a little hungry and started trying out the sweets on the table. Bai Linshi, with a peach blossom pastry in her mouth, watched Yun Woo-yen lower her gaze and quietly enjoy the tea snacks. Remembering his loss of taste, Bai Linshi felt more and more pity. Alas. He hoped the young couple would get better soon and be happy together. Back when he and Yusuchu had a falling out, he thought he liked someone else, mistaking his affection for a monetary transaction and mere physical desire toward Yusuchu. It was Wu Wu who told him, in the vast sea of people, when you look around, the first person you notice is usually not an acquaintance, but the one you like, the most dazzling one, that he realized his eyes were always on Yusuchu, and eventually, they reconciled. Therefore, he always liked Wu Wu, not the kind of love between lovers, but a pure fondness for a beautiful friend, a younger brother, and a kind benefactor. If Wu Wu wasn't happy, Bai Linshi would feel distressed too. Bai Linshi sighed, unable to resist reaching out to pat Yun Woo-yen's head, rubbing it gently. Wu Wu, if Xie Jinyi has real health issues, I'll accompany you to burn incense at the temple when you have time. Damn fate. Why does it keep stabbing at the young couples? Yun Woo-yen slowly raised her eyes, touched by the overflowing concern in Bai Linshi's eyes. Her lips curved slightly, melting the frost from her expression as she softly agreed. And the page displayed on the phone she was holding showed an urology hospital. After finishing their afternoon tea, they went out for a stroll. On the other side, Xie Jinyi didn't rush home after training. He carried his bag, brows knitted, and a grave look on his face as he walked into the most famous psychological hospital in City C for mental health care. Chapter 115, He Dared Not Gamble, Psychological Desensitization Therapy. This was the second time Xie Jinyi had come to the hospital. The previous Friday was the first time. Under the doctor's guidance, Xie Jinyi briefly described the shadows of his childhood. Since it was a rough explanation, while Xie Jinyi was speaking, he felt fine, but after finishing, his mind automatically filled in various details and associated with nightmares, leading him to vomit in the end. He subconsciously mumbled, mentioning Wu Wu. The doctor caught the keyword, asking who Wu Wu was, and requested Xie Jinyi bring an item related to Wu Wu for his next session. Xie Jinyi fiddled with his backpack strap, taking the elevator upstairs, stopping in front of the psychological counseling room door, and knocking gently. After just 2 knocks, a gentle female voice came from inside, "Please come in." Xie Jinyi opened the door and walked in. "Dr. Fong, good afternoon." The decoration of the psychological counseling room was very warm. Unlike the cold white usually found in hospitals, there were sofas, carpets, and green plants here, giving off the first impression of being at home, soothing patients' emotions. Xie Jinyi's psychological counselor is named Fong Ting, a national level 2 psychological counselor, psychology doctor, skilled in emotional guidance and personal growth. The woman sported shoulder-length short hair, wearing a light beige suit jacket, appearing gentle and steady. In order to make the patient feel comfortable and not tense, she didn't wear a white coat. "Good afternoon, Mr. Xie, please sit down first." Originally organizing documents, Fong Ting smiled upon seeing Xie Jinyi come in, putting down the files and walking over to the water dispenser, getting Xie Jinyi a cup of water. "Did you bring the items I suggested last time?" Xie Jinyi sat on the sofa and nodded, setting down his black backpack. "I did, more than one because every item related to my baby girl, I like." Mentioning little bamboo horse, Xiao Zhu Ma, the young man's corner of his mouth lit up again. He unzipped his backpack and pulled out the things he'd been keeping one by one. A pale blue headband. Fruit candies given by Yun Woo-yen. The candy was already eaten, but the box was still carefully preserved. And well-colored wood carvings. Little cats and dogs sitting on the tree trunk, neatly forming a row making snowballs. These originally exquisite wooden carvings became even more lively and cute when dotted with colors, lifelike and vivid. Not only that. Xie Jinyi took out his phone, flipping through the photo album, staring and smiling foolishly at the latest picture. In the photo, Yun Woo-yen wore an elegant Hanfu-style costume, lowering her eyes to tidy her sleeves, noticing someone sneaking photos from the corner of her eye, sending a fleeting glance with a faint smile in her peach-shaped eyes. Fong Ting placed the cup of water in front of Xie Jinyi, looking at the items the youth took out, and kindly said, "I can feel the love between you and your little boyfriend." Xie Jinyi put away his phone, scratching his head somewhat shyly, "We haven't officially been together yet. I want to solve my psychological issues before confessing my feelings to him. You would be an excellent partner. Sitting on the other side of the sofa, Fong Ting picked up the folder on the small table, scanning through Xie Jinya's information from the last therapy session, where 3 lines were marked with red underlines. Due to the influence of childhood trauma, the subject formed wrong cognitions regarding sex as something dirty and disgusting. Once sexual urges arise, they will feel panic, anxiety, and self-loathing. Treatment plan, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. Lifting her head, Fong Ting saw Xie Jinyi winding the headband around his wrist and gazing at the wooden carving. After a moment's thought, she began the treatment and slowly said, Mr. Xie, sexuality and nausea are not absolutely related, and the definition of sex isn't simply dirty. When 2 people mutually love each other, intimate acts occur because of love, they are warm and sweet. Xie Jinyi listened quietly without saying anything. He understood. But he still thought the emergence of sexual desire in himself was disgusting. Seeing the youth gripping the wooden carving tightly, Fong Ting asked, You and your childhood friend like each other, right? Xie Jinyi caressed the wooden carving, nodding. Fong Ting, does he know about your PTSD? Xie Jinyi shook his head, No, I don't want to tell him about this matter. Fong Ting, afraid he might worry about you? Xie Jinyi, yes. Fong Ting nodded, observing the young man's expression and cautiously asked. As lifelong friends who grew up together, I imagine if he knew about this, he would certainly hope you get better soon. Your psychological trauma involves sex, and on the basis of mutual affection, his assistance would be the best medicine. I suggest that you have a good talk with your childhood friend. No way. Xie Jinya's face changed immediately, gripping the wooden carving tightly and lifting his head, eyebrows furrowing into a lump, veins popping out at his temples, full of resistance. Every time I recall the scenes I witnessed on the cruise ship, I feel nauseous, as if maggots are crawling all over my body. These dirty things, I don't want to tell Wu Wu about them. He's not in good health, he has heart disease. I know that Wu Wu helps me with my treatment because when he smiles, it makes me happy, but I dare not gamble. Compared to my own nausea and vomiting, I fear more that he might feel upset. His voice trembled at the end. Fong Ting noticed Xie Jinya's great emotional fluctuations and quickly handed the cup of water to the young man, comforting him. I understand, Mr. Xie, take a sip of water to calm down. Xie Jinyi took a deep breath, picked up the cup, and drank a large gulp. While he was drinking, Fong Ting seized the moment, took out her phone, and played a piece of soothing light music. She glanced up at the youth, worry flashing in her eyes. Mr. Xie, your best course of action right now is desensitization therapy, combined with medication. After all, if you wish to be together with your lover, intimate actions are hard to avoid. The only way is for you to repeatedly revisit those memories until you become accustomed to them, allowing you to gradually face them again without discomfort. If you're ready, we can begin. Xie Jinyi put down the cup, tightly wrapped the headband around his wrist, sniffed the lingering scent of iris on it, and readied himself. Let's start. Fong Ting nodded, stood up, and retrieved a hanging pendant crystal ball, holding it up in front of Xie Jinyi. Focus your attention on the crystal ball. Let your eyes follow its sway and movement. Meanwhile, describe once again what you saw as a child, this time in slightly more detail. Count how many people there were, and identify their notable characteristics. Xie Jinyi picked up the wooden carving with his left hand and a candy box with his right, his deep Danfeng eyes fixed on the crystal ball. Thinking of the future with Yun Wulian, he furrowed his brows, swallowed hard, and his expression shifted from resistance to determination. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. Following the doctor's instructions, he actively revisited the year he turned 9, suppressing his nausea as he began slowly recounting those filthy, chaotic scenes. There were a total of more than 30 people. The one on the outside was a very fat man, and he. Yun Wulian returned home at 6 o'clock. He had assumed that Xie Jinyi would be home first, but seeing no one at the Chu family residence, he guessed that the young man must be training. So, he quietly hid today's purchases in the cabinet. Sitting by the bed, he picked up his phone and opened WeChat. He wanted to call Xie Jinyi, but feared disturbing him. After a moment of hesitation, Yun Wulian heard Lin manager calling him for dinner, so he plugged his phone into charge and went downstairs. At the dining table, Yun Lanyu asked curiously upon not seeing Xie Jinyi, Honey, where's your cute glue-like friend? The Chu grandpas all burst out laughing after hearing that. Yun Wulian also curved his lips, shoveling rice from his bowl earnestly while saying seriously, he's in the middle of working hard to make candy. After dinner, Yun Wulian appreciated the sunset before returning to his bedroom. Taking out his phone, he saw that Xie Jinyi hadn't yet replied. How come he hasn't come back yet so late today? He mumbled to himself, preparing to change a profile picture while waiting for Xie Jinyi's reply when he was busy. Just as he reached for the tablet to draw a new profile picture, there came a series of hurried footsteps from outside the door. Chapter 116, The Stomach Follows the Master and also Mrs. Baby. Fog 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 fog. Yun Wulian heard Xie Jinyi's call, turned around, and before she could see his figure clearly, the young man already held her tightly in his arms, rubbing his neck against hers incessantly. Baby, give me a hug, I miss you so much. The hot breath moistened her skin, and an instant tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Yun Wulian's long eyelashes flickered slightly as her lips curled faintly upward. She then rubbed against Xie Jinya's chest and looked up at the back of the young man's head, asking, "So late today?" "Because there was a meeting today with some leaders visiting." Xie Jinyi still buried his head, licking his lips at an angle Yun Wulian couldn't see, and a shadow of guilt flashed through his weary dark eyes. Actually, after leaving the hospital, he didn't feel well and found a park to eat mushrooms. The young man held her too tightly, making Yun Wulian feel something wasn't right, so she asked again, "Have you eaten dinner yet?" Xie Jinyi immediately said, "I've eaten, very full." Suddenly, a gurgle rang out. It was Xie Jinya's stomach protesting. Yun Wulian frowned and gently pushed Xie Jinyi away. Meeting the embarrassed yet ingratiating smile of the young man, her peach blossom-like eyes stared coldly, and she placed her hand on Xie Jinya's stomach. "Is this what you mean by eating?" Xie Jinyi laughed and grabbed Yun Wulian's hand. "The stomach follows its master too, it misses you." He then rested his other hand on Yun Wulian's head, stroking it a few times. "I really ate, just not much. The food outside is not good. Fogbao, be nice, don't be mad, okay? I'll go get some more food later." He wasn't lying. Chewing on a piece of dog-tail grass counts, after all. As gentle caresses came from the youth's palm, Yun Wulian noticed that Xie Jinyi had been secretly dodging her gaze. Just as she was about to ask further questions, a glance revealed that there were several faint red marks on Xie Jinyi's left wrist, as if they had been bound by something. She quickly caught the young man's left hand and touched the red marks. What happened here? Shocked, Xie Jinyi hadn't expected this observant little bamboo horse, childhood friend, to spot such details. His mind raced and he fabricated an excuse. "Oh, these are from the physical training where we ran carrying weights. Those belts for the tires squeezed my wrists, but the marks are almost gone, and it doesn't hurt." Yun Wulian was half convinced and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Really?" Xie Jinyi spoke quickly, "Really?" Yun Wulian remained silent, her peach blossom-like eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Xie Jinyi. "From the weight training?" This response sounded plausible. But why only today, with the wrists reddening and returning home just to suddenly bear hug him with unusually strong force, as if afraid he would leave? Ajin seemed deeply anxious and restless. Seeing the young man's smile becoming increasingly rigid, with his eyes frequently drifting to the floor to avoid her gaze, Yun Wulian furrowed her brows and gripped Xie Jinya's wrist tightly, muttering darkly, "Ajin, you've promised me everything." The cool voice carried accusation, and Xie Jinyi became flustered. "I." Again embracing Yun Wulian, he hesitated to speak. In the end, fearing that his childhood friend might worry too much from wrong conclusions, he admitted semi-truthfully, all right, I admit. Actually, I haven't eaten because I was exhausted after the training session and lost my appetite. Right now." In order to divert Yun Wulian's attention, he started acting like a large dog and nuzzled her neck. So hungry, will baby accompany me to have a meal?" Yun Wulian softened from the affectionate gesture, sighed lightly, and placed her hand on the young man's back, patting it tenderly. Her beautiful peach blossom-like eyes brimmed with tenderness, and her voice softened. "Yes, I'll accompany you. Don't be anxious. Whether it's training or anything else, take your time, I will always be by your side. Even if a gene has a problem in that area, it's fine. Before the treatment is complete. They can also have a platonic relationship. However, whether it's real or false, it must be tested, so appropriate treatment can be given to eliminate any misunderstanding." Upon hearing Yun Wulian's reassurance, Xie Jinya's heart sank. He keenly sensed that Yun Wulian had guessed something, feeling both relieved and worried, but dared not say anything. He licked his dry lips. His narrow Danfeng eyes were heated and dark, laughing while close to Yun Wulian's fragrant, enticing neck and responding with a few okays, striving to suppress the urge to kiss down passionately. Soon. Once he could calmly recount past events. He would tell everything, no, only half the truth. The cruise scenes were too dirty, they would taint his little white flower. So afterward, he'd summarize it as simply encountering two people together. Xie Jinyi reined in his thoughts. Unable to resist anymore, he abruptly scooped Yun Wulian into his arms by her waist. "Let's go, Aunt Wu should have made dumplings. Baby, accompany me to eat dumplings." Her legs were suddenly lifted into the air without warning, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and Yun Wulian instinctively wrapped her arms around the young man's neck. After a brief pause, she helplessly said, "I'm not tired, I can walk myself." Xie Jinyi looked at her pitifully, "But I want to carry you." Yun Wulian. "Never mind. If he wants to carry, let him. The servants in the house are used to seeing it anyway." With that thought, Yun Wulian hooked her other hand around Xie Jinya's neck, making the young man instantly beam with joy. He skipped the elevator and insisted on going downstairs by the stairs instead. Once they arrived at the kitchen, Aunt Wu quickly boiled water upon hearing that Xie Jinyi hadn't eaten, and began cooking the dumplings. The first bite was fed to Yun Wulian. When all she said was that they tasted good without elaborating, Xie Jinyi glanced out the window at the ginkgo leaves gradually turning yellow under the sunset, feeling an oppressive heaviness in his chest. Autumn has already come. The tail end of summer is almost gone. Just as he felt melancholy, Yun Wulyan snatched the chopsticks and fed him a dumpling, specially dipping it into the spicy sauce Aunt Wu had prepared. Xie Jinyi bit into it happily. Yun Wulyan rested her cheek on her palm, watching Xie Jinyi eat quietly while maintaining a faint smile on her face. In her mind, she was carefully considering when to conduct the test. A few days passed. Yun Wulyan received some good news. Chapter 117, Regaining the Sense of Taste. Preview of fishing at the bar. On this weekend day, Yun Wulyan woke up feeling a bit cold, instinctively reaching out to the side. After touching a few times, he didn't feel the scorching body he imagined but instead a familiar softness. He slowly opened his eyes and, after adjusting to the morning light, finally recognized the object beside him. It was the half-naked hugging pillow with Xie Jinyi's image that he had previously ordered. There was a snowman sticky note on the face of the pillow, with a radiant little sun drawn on it, which said, "Good baby, I've gone for training. Breakfast is in the small dining room, there's your favorite strawberry milkshake. I might return late today. If you miss me, give me a call, and I'll secretly tell you that I miss you too." Yun Wulyan slowly sat up, supported by his hand on the bed, reread the note after tearing it off, and his misty eyes dissipated, his lips curling into a happy smile. "I miss you already." The temperature dropped sharply with the arrival of autumn. So cold. He longed to cuddle with his fiery stove. Yun Wulyan touched the sun on the sticky note, preparing to get up and put the note away, but suddenly remembered something as he turned sideways. Wait. Today was Sunday. As an official member, during periods when no large competitions were being prepared for, Xie Jinyi took double rest on weekends. Yun Wulyan frowned, his eyes immediately covered with frost, unintentionally crumpling the sticky note into a ball and muttering under his breath, "Is Jinyi deceiving me?" The moment those words left his mouth, he again massaged his temples, pondering over the reason why Xie Jinyi would do such a thing. Jinyi wouldn't lie without cause. It might be a misunderstanding, since it became cooler in the autumn, the archery team has changed their training schedule. There was another possibility. Did Jinyi go see the doctor behind his back? Yun Wulyan felt a headache. He had been looking for a suitable opportunity to test recently, but classes kept him busy during the day, and he fell asleep after soaking in medicinal baths at night. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyi was also occupied with training, and they hadn't found a good time after several days. Regaining his composure, Yun Wulyan spread his palm open, seeing that the sticky note had become crumpled, and he gently sighed. "Never mind. Let's first eat the lovingly prepared breakfast made by my big doggo. He didn't eat much yesterday. Otherwise, prolonged hunger could easily lead to dizziness due to anemia." Yun Wulyan unfolded the note, got up with the wall as support, and just as his feet touched the ground, a wave of dizziness surged, accompanied by slight ringing in his ears. His head felt so heavy. Could it be because he ate less last night? Yun Wulyan leaned against the wall and panted lightly, waiting until the dizziness subsided, then walked step by step towards the desk, sitting down while holding onto the chair, and took out the pen. Subsequently, replying to the content of the note. "You're bad, hiding things from me. I don't want to think about you. However, who doesn't have secrets?" Yun Wulyan paused his writing, his handsome face illuminated by the gentle morning light outside the window, casting a shadow beneath his long eyelashes, and myriad emotions flickered in his eyes. Actually, he also harbored a secret that his family, including Jinyi, didn't know. One might even call it a surprise. Yun Wulyan knew if Xie Jinyi was truly hiding something, he probably chose not to say anything to prevent him from worrying. Thus, he found an empty space and wrote a row of characters on the snowman's scarf. "In fact, I was thinking about you as soon as I opened my eyes. The self-portrait for today is excellent, the sun should shine so brilliantly." Once the ink dried, Yun Wulyan closed his pen, placing the sticky note into the paper box. Noticing that the box was almost full, he even considered buying another one within 2 days. Hunger gnawed at Yun Wulyan painfully, supporting himself on the desk to stand up. He coughed twice, leaned on the wall, and headed towards the bathroom, intending to quickly freshen up and relieve discomfort before eating breakfast. He walked to the sink, looked up, and saw a pale face in the mirror. Thankfully Jinyi didn't see it. Eating after washing up should make it better. Yun Wulyan rolled up the sleeve of his pajamas, catching sight of the tightly adjacent electric toothbrushes. His gaze flickered slightly as his fingertips grazed the dark blue one. Finally, he picked up the nearby light green toothbrush. Yun Wulyan lazily lowered his gaze, squeezing jasmine Longjing-flavored toothpaste. As he was about to insert the toothpaste-filled brush into his mouth and turn on the electric switch, his usually calm peach eyes abruptly widened, a wave of joy surging within. Viroom viroom. The sound of the toothbrush in operation echoed in his ears. Yun Wulyan's heart beat faster as he vaguely sensed a faintly astringent tea taste spreading and diffusing in his mouth. Could it be that I've regained some sense of taste? Due to the stimulating mint flavor in the toothpaste, Yun Wulyan wasn't sure if it was an illusion, so he suppressed his burgeoning joy and hurriedly brushed his teeth. Who would have thought? After just brushing a few times, a familiar metallic taste quickly spread through his lips and teeth. When he had lost his sense of taste before, sometimes he would cough up blood, with his throat stabbing painfully, and the fresh blood carried a stimulating, indescribable flavor that triggered nerve responses. Therefore, he was still able to feel something back then, though only slightly. But this time felt different. He distinctly perceived a mix of metallic sweetness and jasmine tea flavor blending in his mouth. Yun Wulian quickly spat out the foam from his mouth to check, and as suspected. There were streaks of blood among the snow-white foam. Seems like I've really recovered a little. Yun Wulian's peach-shaped eyes sparkled as his hand holding the toothbrush trembled with excitement. One thought surfaced in his mind, now the caretaker will finally be able to rest assured. As for the blood, Yun Wulian didn't dwell much on it. Given that he suffered from anemia, he occasionally exhibited bleeding symptoms before too. Because he'd been without taste sensation for so long, suddenly regaining it made him feel a fleeting happiness. Stunned for 2 or 3 minutes, Yun Wulian quickly finished washing up and exited the bathroom. The small dining room was just opposite the bedroom. He swayed as he pushed the door open, nearly falling due to unstable footing, but managed to steady himself by holding onto the wall. Lifting his gaze, there on the table was the breakfast Xie Jinyi had carefully prepared, accompanied by warming bases to prevent the food from cooling in case Yun Wulian woke up late. Cough. Breathing heavily, Yun Wulian clutched at his chest and suppressed his excitement as he slowly approached. Xie Jinyi had prepared seafood congee, steamed dumplings, and warm strawberry milkshake, with several clean fresh strawberries placed in a porcelain bowl next to them. Yun Wulian scanned through everything and picked the strawberry milkshake, since it had been mentioned in the note. The moment he touched the cup, warmth spread, chasing away the coldness on his fingertips. Before taking a sip, his heart already felt warmed up. Yun Wulian raised the cup to his lips, licked it first, and cautiously took a sip with both anticipation and tension. As the milkshake flooded over his tongue, the taste buds that had ceased functioning for about 4 to 5 months came back online, delivering feedback on the sweetness of strawberries and the rich aroma of milk one after another. And faintly, there was also the scent of osmanthus honey. Sweet. Yun Wulian's heartbeat paused momentarily, his breathing became uneven. He licked his lips, confirming he hadn't mistaken the taste. His cold, pale fingers tightened their grip on the cup, feeling as if he had bumped into a cotton candy cloud, making even the air around sweeten. His sense of taste was indeed restored. Even though the sweetness he could perceive now was quite mild, it was good news that it was gradually coming back. A Jinyin. Must tell a Jinyin immediately. Yun Wulian put down the cup and rushed back to the bedroom. He found his phone on the bed, picked it up, sat by the bedside, and opened the WeChat chat page with Xie Jinyi, about to start a video call when another idea popped up in his head. Wait. Jinya might actually be training right now. Can't disturb him. Since today brought such great news, instead of calling, why not immediately proceed with testing? If issues are found with Jinya's body, Big Doggo may secretly feel sad. This good news can be used to console wobbly-hearted puppy. If there are no problems, then double happiness will follow. For instance, lock Jinyi in bed, kiss him gently, and laugh saying, I tasted our first kiss, and it was sweet. Yun Wulian grew more and more excited imagining these possibilities, but since Xie Jinyi was still in training, he needed to wait a bit longer. Let me drink the congee first. After eating properly, he'd have strength to fish for his big dog. Yun Wulian muttered a couple times, backed out of the chat page with Xie Jinyi, and returned to the entrance of the small dining room. Before leaving, he browsed through his WeChat contacts list and locked onto the target. Bodyguard and driver, Lu Chen. Yun Wulian opened a private chat window with Lu Chen, recalling a well-planned strategy he had been considering for a long time. He smirked, his clear peach-shaped eyes glinting mischievously. He typed slowly. Then sent a message to Lu Chen. I want to go to a bar today. Gather at 3 p.m. Bring 4 people who look intimidating. Chapter 118, Going to a Gay Bar, Waiting for Ajin to Take the Bait. On the other side of the line, they were frightened and immediately called after seeing Yun Wulian was going to the bar. Yun Wulian swiped the screen to answer the call and walked towards the small restaurant. Young master, are you really going to the bar? Yun Wulian, yeah. The bar is a good place, it can stack multiple buffs. The dim light can create an ambiguous atmosphere, the alcohol smell floating in the air can stimulate hormone bursts, and with many people around, Ajin would feel nervous and jealous. Besides, they had never been to a bar, so this could be a time to relax and play. Are you going alone or with Mr. Xie? Lu Chen carefully asked, his voice steady but clearly very anxious. Yun Wulian, alone. It's only when Ajin comes that they'll be paired up. The other side became panicked. Are you going to a legitimate sake bar or a not-so-legitimate one? Yun Wulian, GAV bar. He had searched it beforehand. On the way home from the base, there was a highly recommended GAV bar exactly on Ajin's route. He could lure Ajin while at the same time pick him up to go home. At that point, he'd handcuff Ajin to the bed and tease him slowly. What? Which bar? Gav? A gay bar? Yun Wulian didn't pay attention to their shock. He sat down at the dining table, opened the thermal cover of the seafood porridge, and took a small bite with a spoon. There's a salty taste. Tasting this long-absent flavor made the beauty who appeared sickly smile with eyes twinkling. However, the guards on the other side of the phone were extremely anxious. Young master, isn't it dangerous to go to such a bar? It's easy to attract bad guys. I'm afraid, we wouldn't be able to explain to Madam and Mr. Chu later. Xia will likely chase us all over once he knows. Because it's dangerous, I'll bring you along. Yun Wulian knew that the GAV bar was chaotic, many were seeking one-night stands, even picking up drunkards or drugging others. Unable to ensure his own safety, he chose to take bodyguards. If they encountered ill-intentioned people, one punch would suffice. But Lu Chen was still hesitant, terrified something might go wrong. Yun Wulian directly went for the big move. If you keep arguing, I'll go alone without you. Lu Chen immediately shut up. Alright, I'll definitely select 4 of the most intimidating and strongest to protect young master. Remember to wear casual clothes, bring sunglasses or hats, and don't tell my parents. Meet me at the villa entrance at 4 in the afternoon. After giving these instructions, Yun Wulian hung up the phone. Because of regaining his sense of taste, Yun Wulian had a great appetite this morning. He ate all the breakfast prepared by Xie Jinyi, and also brought half a cup of milkshake to the art room. There was a colorfully dreamy work almost finished on the easel. It depicted Yun Lanyu walking the red carpet. The woman wore a blazing red dress, her head adorned with a magnificent diamond crown. Her laugh radiated brilliance and flamboyance, and countless roses bloomed behind her as she threw kisses to the camera. She seemed to have gathered all the glory to herself, shining with unparalleled brilliance. Yun Wulian put down the milkshake, slowly sat down, and began mixing colors. After finishing the color preparation, the position where the brush touched was Yun Lanyu's right ring finger. Stroke by stroke, he meticulously outlined the wedding ring of his parents. This was designed personally by Yun Lanyu back then. Using blooming roses as the ring base, encasing a brilliant main diamond, dotted with stars and moons surrounding it, the band crossed like ribbons, as if the two lovers were embracing each other, romantic and ethereal. Let's add Dad into the clapping crowd below. One person is too few, let's paint the entire family. Or just Mom alone. Muttering a few words, Yun Wulian eventually stuck to the initial idea when it came to depicting the figures down below. He adopted a blurred, faded-out technique. The shadow could represent anyone. It could be them. Or anyone captivated by Mom's talent. An hour later. Yun Wulian completed his work and placed the brush in the bucket. He first washed the brush and palette, waited for the painting to dry thoroughly, then took the board down along with it, slowly stood up leaning against the wall, and headed to the neighboring storage room. As the door was pushed open, sunlight shone through the white curtain. The storage room was neatly organized and clean. There were several paintings on the cabinet covered with white cloths. All these were painted by Yun Wulian recently. He was preparing for a mysterious art exhibition. Soon it was afternoon. Yun Wulian hid the bracelet bought with Bai Linshi a few days ago under the pillow and changed into a restrained white shirt before heading downstairs. On the way, he met his mom who was tending to flowers and seriously said he was going to pick up Xie Jinyi. Yun Lanyu didn't overthink it and handed the freshly cut rose to her son with a wink. Here, take this little surprise to Ajin and see how he reacts. Yun Wulian accepted the flower, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Alright. Rather than giving it directly to Ajin, the rose could serve a better purpose. As Yun Wulian stepped out, he immediately saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen had a short buzz cut, regular features, and was tall with muscles bulging from his exposed arms in a dark blue work shirt. He looked mature and steady, but the moment he saw Yun Wulian, his serious face lit up with a smile as he ran over waving his hands, lowering his voice for a private conversation. Little master, the brothers are waiting outside. I was worried Madam would find out, so I didn't let them follow. And today, everyone is wearing their own clothes. Good job. Yun Wulian nodded and kept walking without stopping. Lu Chen quickly caught up and noticed the rose in Yun Wulian's hand. Since Xie Jinyi wasn't around, an inexplicable anxiety welled up inside him. Little master, are we really going to a GAV bar? Me and the brothers looked it up, gay bars can get chaotic. There's half-naked men doing pole dances and people making out if they catch each other's eyes. We almost dropped our phones when we first saw that. The more he talked, the more he tried to dissuade Yun Wulian. Little master, you're so handsome and holding flowers, the moment you walk in, there will be all kinds of creepy guys staring at you. If you want to drink alcohol, why don't we go to a quiet bar instead? Wait, little master, your body might not even handle drinking. How about we just wait for Mr. Xia to come back and invite him along? It'll be safer with Mr. Xia around. I'm still scarred from last year when you told us to model for you. The moment we started unbuttoning our suits, Mr. Xia burst in and looked like he was ready to rip us apart. For months after that, every time Mr. Xia saw us, it was like a passive skill triggered, and his glare was enough to kill. Lu Chen rambled on, spilling a whole string of words. Yun Wulian found it noisy and initially wanted to tell him to shut up. But then he heard Lu Chen mention something amusing from last year, and a faint smile flickered in his eyes, lifting his mood. Back then, what Yun Wulian had actually wanted to paint was Ajin. He made Xiao Lu and the others take off their shirts merely to tease Ajin, so Ajin would obediently remove his work shirt and reveal his sexy, well-toned abs for Yun Wulian to paint. It was the same today. The ultimate goal was to trap the big puppy. Lu Chen was still trying to persuade Yun Wulian, who silenced him by saying directly, Ajin will come later. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally exhaled in relief. That's good, that's good. If little master gets drunk, someone will be responsible. They hadn't walked far when Yun Wulian saw the other bodyguards. All dressed casually, they were tall and broad-shouldered with bulging muscles, obviously seasoned fighters. When they saw Yun Wulian approaching, they respectfully bowed their heads and called out in unison. Little master. Yun Wulian nodded, raised his hand, and signaled to set off. By the time they reached the bar, it was about 5 o'clock. The evening glow dyed half the sky red, twilight was about to descend, and the lights of the micro-intoxication GAV bar lit up, starting business. A few young men laughing and chatting happily at the entrance walked straight in. On the opposite alley corner, an intimate scene unfolded. A man pressed another man against the wall for a kiss. Both had similar physiques, and their passionate kisses seemed like a fierce battle. In less than half a minute, the red-haired man being pinned licked his lip ring, suddenly exerted force, reversed their positions, and pinned the bespectacled, seemingly refined man back against the wall. He yanked on the other's tie and began kissing him fiercely. Yun Wulian asked Lu Chen to park the car in the corner. Just as he noticed the couple kissing across the street, an exclamation erupted from the driver's seat. Damn, they're already kissing in broad daylight. Goosebumps everywhere. Never mind, sexual orientation is free, keep kissing, I haven't seen anything. Hopefully, the boys aren't too shocked. Then Lu Chen turned to ask Yun Wulian. Little master, should we go in now? Let's wait a few minutes. Yun Wulian retracted his gaze and glanced at WeChat on his phone. Xie Jinyi hadn't sent any messages yet. After pondering for a while, he switched to a prepared profile picture. A little cat lay atop a high wine glass filled with red wine. Its face had a blush of intoxication, lazily swaying its tail. A speech bubble hovered above. It read. Cheers. Chapter 119, Wu drinking alcohol turns red, video call with Jean. After Yun Wulian changed her profile picture, she walked into the bar with her bodyguards. This bar was decorated dreamily, a starry sky ceiling greeted your gaze as you looked up. The dim lighting painted an ambiguous atmosphere, and the air was filled with a sense of mild intoxication. On stage, the resident singer crooned love songs. It had just opened, so there were only a few scattered customers, making it not too noisy yet. As they entered, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. The bartender who had been chatting and the male server dressed in a maid outfit also glanced over, whispering gossip. Holy shit, bro, look at this lineup. The long-haired beauty in front is so gorgeous, her face, her waistline, her presence, are all top-notch. She would have easily become prey for many here if not for those beefy men behind her. Those muscular guys are fierce. They seem like they're here to fight. I think they're bodyguards. Look at them walking respectfully behind her. Though casually dressed, each one has their hands behind their back, moving in perfect sync, always alert of their surroundings. I assume that the woman in front must be a young master from a wealthy family. Why would a young master from a wealthy family come to a gay bar? And bring so many people along? Could he possibly be here to catch someone cheating? Go away, don't imagine some ridiculous drama. What if she's actually here hunting for good brothers? Hurry up and put on your rabbit ears and offer them the menu to order drinks. The pink-haired server cheerfully placed a pair of rabbit ears on his head. Yun Wulian felt gazes coming from all directions but chose to ignore them. She scanned around and locked onto a secluded corner to the right, slowly making her way over. Lu Chen and others followed closely behind. They were all straight men, and the thought that they were surrounded by gays made them tense. The two at the rear were even whispering to each other. Bro, I just saw some seductive omegas sending me flirtatious looks. Shut up, it's more likely that your radar detected you as a rigid magnet. Just as Yun Wulian sat down, the pink-haired server rushed over. Lu Chen instinctively tried to stop him but retracted his hand when he saw the menu in the server's hand. The server, somewhat intimidated by the tall and imposing bodyguards, quickly approached Yun Wulian and handed her a drink menu, smiling, "Hello, beautiful lady, what would you like to drink?" Lu Chen hastily interjected, "Young master, please order something with low alcohol content." The server, exclamation point. Wow, there really is a young master. Yun Wulian took the drink menu and thanked him, glancing at Lu Chen and the others. Seeing how they fixated their eyes unwaveringly on her, their nervousness was evident. She slightly arched an eyebrow and asked the server, "May I inquire about the types of low-alcohol beverages available?" Server, all on the first page. Lu Chen and the rest instantly sighed in relief. Yun Wulian skimmed through the drink menu. Due to her physical condition, she had never consumed alcohol before and was somewhat curious about its taste. "I'll go with Sweet Trap." After ordering the drink, Yun Wulian looked up at the bodyguards and asked, "Would any of you like something?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating that it was working hours, so they couldn't drink, and none dared to do so in a GAV bar for fear of causing trouble. Yun Wulian found it strange that they were standing rigidly in front of her. After the server left, she told them to put on sunglasses and hats and find seats to hide discreetly while instructing them that if anyone came near, they should intercept them, but if Xie Jinye arrived, they should pretend not to see him and remain silent. They quickly found their positions. Quietly guarding around, ensuring the safety of young master. Soon after, the server returned with the drink. Yun Wulyan picked up the highball glass and admired it under the light for a moment. The color was beautiful, a clear pink gradient forming a vortex, with a hint of blue at the center. A crystal butterfly adorned the glass, giving off exactly the impression of its name, Sweet Trap. It lured, drawing one closer, inadvertently inviting one to fall in. Yun Wulyan took a sip. It was much tastier than expected. Upon entry, it was sweet with a fragrance of pomegranate, followed by a hint of spiciness unique to liquor. The aftertaste lingered faintly bitter. What a peculiar sensation. Like knocking over a palate, mixing various flavors together. It had been a long time since Yun Wulyan had tasted such rich flavors. Lowering her eyes, she licked her lips, indulging in a few more sips now that no one could interfere. Unbeknownst to her, the number of people in the bar increased gradually. Dressed in snow white, Yun Wulyan appeared serene and extraordinary, even though seated in a corner but still drawing attention. Fiery stares continuously fell on her, and within half an hour, Lu Chen and the others had stopped several people. Among them was someone looking for a fight, but fortunately, because Lu Chen and the group were numerous, the creep backed off. And just then, the phone resting on Yun Wulyan's thigh rang. He felt a faint burning sensation in his face, and casually placed the glass down. Picking up his phone, he saw it was Xie Jinya calling, and an amused glint flickered in his eyes. Finally, the bait has been bitten. Yun Wulyan ended the call and lounged back lazily on the sofa. As he shifted his body, his head spun slightly. Just as he was regaining his balance, the phone rang again from the other side. He hung up once more. Opening WeChat, he directly initiated a video call to the other party. With a soft ding, the call connected. Xie Jinya appeared on screen, wearing a helmet, sitting on his motorcycle. The background showed green leaves and red walls glowing with twilight hues, as if he were about to head home. That handsome face loomed close to the camera, and the moment the video connected, a complaining voice came through. "Darling, why did you hang up on M?" "Shit." Xie Jinya noticed something amiss, his phoenix-like eyes widening suddenly, and his speaking speed tripled. "Why is it so dark there? And I can hear music. Are you not at home? Where did you go to drink alcohol? Fuck, why are your cheeks slightly red?" Chapter 120, They say I look good when I cry. Am I blushing? Yun Wulyan lazily repeated Xie Jinya's words, sounding like a question, but her tone carried a smile. Her celestial-like face took on a blush under the lamplight, reducing her icy demeanor and adding a captivating charm as her eyes shimmered with allure. Once her gaze was obscured by her raven lashes, her pale pupils became clear again, observing the background behind the young man. A red wall. Ginkgo leaves. How come this doesn't look like the base scenery? Unlike Yun Wulyan's calmness, the other side was anxious, almost ready to rush over. Woo, get to the point. Where are you? The lighting is so dim, and there's music. Shit, didn't you go to a bar? Send me your location quickly. And throw away the alcohol, wait for me. Xie Jinya's brow furrowed, his face full of anxiety, worried that Yun Wulyan might get drunk and be targeted by perverts or thugs. I won't, it tastes quite good. Yun Wulyan stood up, picked up the goblet from the table, lightly tapped it against her phone. I ordered a Sweet Trap cocktail, waiting for Jinyi to toast with me. He originally intended to take a sip in front of Xie Jinyi. But then he feared scaring the young man, so instead, his lips merely grazed the glass with an intimate kiss. Jinyi, you must come quick. On the video call's other side, Xie Jinya's breathing caught momentarily. His phoenix eyes darkened instantly, both captivated and worried about Yun Wulyan's safety. Good baby. His voice became involuntarily hoarse. The young man held the phone in one hand, inserting the key into his motorcycle while urging Yun Wulyan. Quick, enable location sharing. Don't hang up the call either. Before I get there, ignore everyone. If anyone harasses you, just tell them you're waiting for a friend. Got it? Yes, understood. Yun Wulyan nodded gently, setting down her wineglass under Xie Jinya's watchful eyes, before leaning back onto the couch lazily. Then, she picked up the red rose lying next to her. Under the light, the vibrant rose exuded an alluring and mysterious atmosphere. As its petals brushed past Yun Wulyan's cheeks and entered the frame, Xie Jinyi instantly cursed out loud. Shit. Woo, who gave you the rose? Yun Wulyan. Are we ever going to stop saying bad words? Once we're together, every swear word equals one less kiss. Let's train slowly, it'll eventually change. Woo. Forget the roses for now. Your safety is most important. Open location sharing right away, and I'll be there immediately. Xie Jinyi kept rushing her. Yun Wulyan didn't explain the origin of the flower. Glancing around at the people occasionally looking her way, she felt a coldness in her heart, turning her body sideways to face away from them. Afterward, her lips curved slightly, making a shushing gesture toward the panicking youth on the video call. Don't worry. I'm perfectly safe. There's something I want to ask you. What? Xie Jinyi paused his motorcycle ignition action, not sure why, appearing somewhat guilty for a second. He quickly shifted direction, facing the camera straight on. At that moment, Yun Wulyan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, her flushed cheeks seemingly intoxicated as if drunk. Lowering her eyelids, she focused on breaking off part of the flower, treating the video call as a mirror, pinning the red rose behind her ear. Her pale, elegant fingers teasingly pushed aside a few stray strands of hair. This sickly charming beauty admired herself for a few seconds, licking her lips with a soft laugh. Slowly leaning closer to the phone, she spoke softly into it, her voice resembling a whispered confession. They say I look good when I cry, Jin. Would you like to see? Chapter 121, Drunk. The calm beauty reaches out to embrace. On the other side of the video call, Xie Jin's pupils widened in surprise. His rugged features were highlighted by the glow of the setting sun. His expression changed rapidly in 2 seconds from shock and confusion to bashful excitement, and his earlobes covered by strands of hair could be seen visibly blushing. He stared, licked his lips, and the camera on his phone shook as he uncontrollably nodded in response. I want. The next second. The young man came back to his senses, slapped himself on the forehead, ruffled his bangs with embarrassment and frustration, hiding behind the camera while muttering a few words under his breath. Shit. Which damn idiot said such dirty stuff? Woo-woo, remember who it was, I'll deal with them when I get there. I will make sure they crawl away after I beat them. Xie Jinyi gritted his teeth, becoming angrier the more he cursed after the initial shyness. Yun Wulyan noticed the redness spreading on the youth's ears, stifled her laughter, and agreed before Xie Jinyi could react, hanging up directly and sending over their location. Soon, Xie Jinyi called again. He insisted that keeping the line open would put him at ease, plus, according to the navigation, they were very close, driving a motorcycle would take less than 15 minutes to arrive. In order to allow Xie Jinyi to ride safely, Yun Wulyan agreed to keep the call going. As the number of people in the bar increased, the surroundings became noisier. The music switched from sensual love songs to passionate rock and roll. Some waiters even jumped onto tables amidst cheers, thrusting and swaying their hips, performing sexy and seductive dances. Not sure if it was the noise or the alcohol effect, Yun Wulyan felt her head getting heavier gradually, her face temperature slowly rising. Drunk? But she had only ordered low-alcohol drinks and only sipped a few mouthfuls. Woo-woo, I'll be there in 7 or 8 minutes. Xie Jinyi had a phone holder installed on his motorcycle. To ensure Yun Wulyan wasn't worried, every 2 or 3 minutes he'd report the time left, his clear and magnetic voice carrying through the engine sounds, full of security. Yun Wulyan frowned, massaging her temples. To stay alert, while responding to Xie Jinyi, she adjusted her breathing and sat upright. So noisy. Headache. The bar wasn't as fun as expected. The wine, though, wasn't bad, something nice to secretly drink with Jean at home later. A few bodyguards sitting separately exchanged glances, all sensing that Yun Wulyan's condition seemed a bit off. After a silent round of rock-paper-scissors, Lu Chen ended up losing. The man quickly got up and crouched down in front of Yun Wulyan. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xie Jinyi's voice from the phone and shut up immediately, waiting for Xie Jinyi to finish reporting the time before lowering his voice and quietly asking Yun Wulyan, "Young master, are you drunk?" Yun Wulyan shook her head, "No." Lu Chen doubted this, holding up 2 fingers, "Young master, how many is this?" Yun Wulyan's head was foggy, and everything sounded too loud. She glanced indifferently with her drowsy eyes, muted the call, and icily replied. "Add 3 more fingers and that makes a slap." Lu Chen instantly closed his mouth, smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly stood up and scurried away, giving his buddies an okay sign indicating they could relax. On the other side, the roar of the engine echoed continuously. Xie Jinyi gripped the handlebars tightly, feeling the warm wind rushing past his ears. Due to the excessive noise, the sound on the phone could only be vaguely heard. Just imagining Yun Wulyan's flushed face kissing the camera made his heart race incessantly while simultaneously worrying anxiously about her safety. Seeing the distance between them getting closer, the moment about to converge, Xie Jinyi yelled hoarsely, excitedly updating Yun Wulyan. Fog. I'll be there in half a minute. I'm coming to pick you up right away." The motorcycle sped into the alley. As soon as Xie Jinyi saw the black gold name of the bar, Tipsy, he braked abruptly, his long legs stepping towards the ground in urgency, not bothering to remove his helmet or pull out the keys before grabbing his phone and rushing inside the bar according to the navigation. The young man stood tall and proud, removing his helmet with a stylish and cool gesture. The well-built, sexy muscles hinted at fine sweat, his sharp and handsome features exuding a touch of unruly charm. Clearly the kind of dominant figure that dominated circles where submissiveness reigned supreme, making him rare and much sought after. Upon entering, he instantly drew countless stares and cries of excitement. Even the sultry male dancer on the table caught sight and was immediately attracted. "Wow, a silver-haired muscular wolf-tail guy, my type. He looks like a college student, probably involved in sports. His handsomeness has me melting. How come he resembles so closely what my future husband should look like? Why are you all screaming like ghosts? If you want to maintain dignity, you should reject male charm, starting with you. But I can't do it, damn it, I'm going to add him on WeChat. Wait, his hurried appearance probably means he has a date, right?" Xie Jinyi didn't even spare them a glance. Based on the shared location, he quickly wove through the crowd, taking advantage of his height to scan around. He eventually locked onto his target, his Danfang eyes lighting up instantly. Amidst the disappointment and longing glances from a group of young men, he waved and shouted happily as he ran toward Yun Wuyan, who was sitting alone in a corner. Woo woo. I'm here, over here. The voices from both the phone and reality overlapped. Yun Wuyan slowly lifted her eyelids, revealing her jet-black long hair cascading down behind her. Her pristine white shirt stood out against the raucous environment around her, while the rose adorning her ear added a touch of allure. Looking at the large dog that bounded over like an excited puppy wagging its tail. The calm beauty, her face flushed from intoxication, slowly extended her arms to offer an invitation for an embrace. Chapter 122, Drunken Wubao is well behaved, Ajin's heart trembles. Most of the people coming to the GAV bar are here for encounters and one-night stands. Quite a few were secretly eyeing Yun Wuyan, hoping to be chosen by the beauty for a night of springtime passion. Who would have thought that the unattainable Ice Queen already had an owner? The beauty just hooked her hand, and in a flash, the silver-haired wolf-tailed youth rushed over. The bodyguards lurking in the shadows didn't stop him. They seemed to know each other. Holy crap, so my dream crush was waiting for him. I told you, such a beautiful person wouldn't lack anyone special, plus with those big bodyguards around, clearly it's all a lover's act. Ah, are they about to hug? About to kiss? Amidst waves of excited gasps and screams. Xie Jinya knelt down on one knee, his muscular arm firmly encircling Yun Wuyan's waist, pulling her tightly against him. His head continuously rubbed against Yun Wuyan's chest. My dear treasure, you scared me to death. At least nothing happened, thank goodness. Next time don't come to these messy places alone. If you really want to come, I must be with you. Otherwise, I'll. His words paused as the young man realized he couldn't threaten his childhood friend, he didn't even have the heart to say harsh words, let alone scold or hit her. In the end, all he could do was lightly poke at Yun Wuyan's waist. I'll just tickle you, start both sides together. However. At just this light touch, the warm softness in his arms began trembling. Damn. Did I go too rough? Xie Jinya was about to reflect when a soft hum came from above. Yun Wuyan rested her chin on his head, patting his back while repeating slowly. Good boy. Ajin, you are a good boy. Yun Wuyan's originally cold voice, like frost on the branches in winter, had melted now, leaving a soft lingering tone, like spring water rippling through one's heart. Though only simple words, they sounded seductive. Xie Jinya froze as something itched at the tip of his heart, realizing suddenly, had his obedient baby girl really gotten drunk? Meanwhile, the guests in the bar, including the waiters, watched the drama unfold as if enjoying a comedy. Why just holding, no kiss? Yeah, that beautiful woman with flushed cheeks rubbing her head looks so enticing. Damn, I'm dying. I, a self-identified zero, want to press him against the wall and kiss him. Haha, they don't look older than kids, so innocent. Such a perfect match, what an eye-catching pair. It's like we've walked into a novel scene, if dramas were this good-looking, he'd wake up smiling from dreams every day. Speaking of which, the little wolf is taken, but those bodyguards with their impressive muscles look appetizing. I wonder if they hook up. The deafening music covered up everyone's teasing. Some weren't satisfied with watching from afar, they wanted to get closer to take photos and observe up close. Just as they pulled out their phones, Lu Chen and others quickly stood up, hands clasped behind their backs, facing the crowd, forming a barrier to shield the two masters. Xie Jinya hadn't noticed the unusual atmosphere, his focus was entirely on Yun Wuyan. Woo woo, are you drunk? To examine her more carefully, Xie Jinya released Yun Wuyan's waist and stood up, gently lifting the beauty's chin. He noticed that her pale, sickly face had become rosy red, prompting him to feel it, he found it slightly warm. Yet, Yun Wuyan's gaze remained clear and serene, fixed on him. I'm not drunk. Yun Wuyan's tone was resolute, her posture upright. Really? Xie Jinya raised his eyebrows, bent down and stood in front of Yun Wuyan, observing her closely, finding her behavior increasingly strange. At the moment Yun Wuyan narrowed her eyes and shot a glance at him, he chuckled softly, reaching up to caress the top of the little pony's head affectionately and smiled, saying, okay, not drunk. But it's too noisy here, let's go home first. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a red rose clipped to Yun Wuyan's ear. Instantly, his phoenix-like eyes darkened. Swiftly removing it, he threw it to the ground and stepped on it viciously with distaste. Yun Wuyan frowned, grabbing the young man's hand seriously questioning, why did you remove my flower? Xie Jinya grunted lowly, from some hooligan men, it's dirty. Yun Wuyan tilted her head, speaking with assurance, you're jealous. Xie Jinya. Of course. Dripping with jealousy, truly sour. When he finds that thug who gave her the rose, he will definitely. Just as he was about to curse, Yun Wuyan pinched his arm abruptly. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow, her flushed face moving closer, she giggled quietly. In fact, this was Mom asking me to give it to my big treasure. Xie Jinya's eyes widened in shock, what? Shit. Did I scold Auntie earlier? You're my big treasure, so I don't blame you for stepping on the rose. Xie Jinya smelled the scent of orchids mixed with sake, his heart suddenly skipping a beat. Without realizing it, his hand embraced Yun Wulian's waist, afraid she might fall. Woo woo, let's go home first. No, there's still something very important to do. Yun Wulian was nestled in Xie Jinya's arms, reaching out to pick up the wine glass beside them. Startled, Xie Jinya thought that Yun Wulian wanted more alcohol and was about to grab the glass away when unexpectedly, Yun Wulian turned it around and pressed the glass against his lips instead. Their eyes locked, and the frost melted from the beauty's gaze. The pale fingertips blushed slightly as they touched the butterfly on the glass, her dimmed eyes never leaving him. In an alluring tone, she asked. Big treasure, are you willing to fall into my sweet trap? Xie Jinya felt like he was going insane. No sooner had the little pony spoken than his body reacted faster than his brain. He directly held the base of the glass and drank the half cup of wine in one gulp. Next. He quickly picked her up, ready to leave. As he turned, cheers erupted around them, with some shouting, "Kiss her." His ears burned red as he tightly hugged the small pony in his arms. Just as he prepared to call for silence, a glance around revealed familiar faces. Huh. Lu Chen, why are you all here? Lu Chen, hearing Xie Jinya calling him, awkwardly coughed once before turning around to explain, it's because today, young master wanted to come to the bar, so we. Before he could finish, Xie Jinya felt a soft brush against his chest. The weak voice of the small pony reached his ears. My head hurts. Xie Jinya's expression changed immediately. Ignoring everything else, he quickly instructed Lu Chen to clear the way, cradling the flushed face of the small pony and swiftly leaving the scene. To take care of Yun Wulian, Xie Jinya chose to drive back in a car with her, letting one of the bodyguards handle riding his motorcycle back. Yun Wulian seemed truly drunk, staying quiet throughout the journey. With closed eyes, she rested silently against Xie Jinya's chest, without uttering a word. Her rosy cheeks, under the neon lights outside, looked irresistibly beautiful. Holding Yun Wulian's waist, Xie Jinya's heart raced fast. He dared not look directly at Yun Wulian but couldn't help sneak peeking, worried that she might feel uncomfortable due to drunkenness. Meanwhile, he rubbed her temples gently while calling Aunt Wu, saying he'd drunk some alcohol and needed her to prepare a soup, ensuring not to disturb Mr. and Mrs. Chu. Just after hanging up with Aunt Wu, Yunlan Yu called. Upon hearing that both were on their way back, she finally felt relieved. When they returned home, it was already completely dark. At this hour, most people were either brushing teeth or resting in their bedrooms. Xie Jinya did not wake anyone up, quietly bringing Yun Wulian back to the 5th floor. The corridor lights were sound activated, with each step they took, the lights turned on. Xie Jinya adjusted his position to carry Yun Wulian like a koala bear, holding her with one arm and walking into the bedroom. He turned on the lights one by one, laying the drowsy little pony on the bed. Woo woo. Xie Jinya took the blanket to cover Yun Wulian's body, touching her feverish face tenderly as he coaxed her, be good, just wait a bit before sleeping, I'll get your soup. Yun Wulian slowly opened her eyes, nodding lightly. All right. Her downward-looking peach-like eyes were filled with mist, showing signs of impaired consciousness. After giving a few more instructions, Xie Jinya turned around to leave. And at the exact moment his figure disappeared, the beauty with a flushed face lifted her eyes. She tilted her head, staring blankly for a moment. Her curled long lashes flickered slightly, as if her previously clouded eyes were now clearing up. Then, a slight curve appeared on her lips. Her hand started feeling underneath the pillow, pulling out a pair of silver handcuffs inch by inch. Chapter 123, Fog, if you seduce me, you need to take responsibility. Yun Wuling sat on the edge of the bed, her long lashes casting a row of shadows on her skin that was white with a hint of pink. Her eyes shimmered with water-like brilliance as she quietly played with a toy in her hand. Feeling its cold touch, she curled her fingers and retreated, a trace of frustration showing on her flushed face. So cold. He didn't like it. If it were around Jin's wrist, would it warm up when heated by body temperature? Thinking of this, Yun Wuling kissed the handcuffs with great anticipation. But she needed to hide the toy first, otherwise, it might scare away Big Doggy. Yun Wuling put the handcuffs back under the pillow and sat up properly, doing nothing, just staring at the door, waiting for Xie Jinya to come back. Not sure if it was the effect of the alcohol or exhaustion. Her eyelids grew heavier. Just as her eyes were about to close, the sound of a young man's call came from the corridor. Good baby. I'm back, with grapes and small cakes. Xie Jinya rushed into the bedroom as fast as he could. As soon as he came in, he saw Yun Wuling sitting obediently by the bed, her hands folded neatly on her lap, her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her cheeks were rosy, her peachy eyes wet and clear, staring at him without blinking, like a precious and docile little kitten. Help. How can Wuling be so well-behaved when drunk? Xie Jinya's heart instantly softened, trotting over quickly. He placed the tray on the counter and picked up the antidote soup to approach Yun Wuling, his voice soft as he spoke. Come on, drunk kitty cat, ah. Yun Wuling bit the bowl presented to her lips and let out a dissatisfied hum, although stars were swirling in her head, she wasn't completely drunk yet, still remembering tonight's mission. Woo. Seeing Yun Wuling biting the bowl and not moving, Xia Jinya reached up to pinch the reddened cheek of his little childhood friend, cooing, "Be a good girl, open your mouth, after drinking the antidote soup, your headache will go away." Yun Wuling turned her head aside. "I don't want to drink it this way." Xia Jinya patiently asked, "Then how do you want to drink it?" "Insert a straw." Yun Wuling turned her head back. "I want you to feed me." Xia Jinya was a bit confused, "Isn't this how I'm feeding you?" Yun Wuling's peach eyes slightly narrowed as she lifted her right foot and gave Xia Jinya's calf a kick, her voice filled with reproach, "I want you to feed me mouth to mouth." Xia Jinya's heart jumped sharply. Oh no. It seemed Wuling was pretty drunk. Facing Yun Wuling's unwavering gaze, Xia Jinya couldn't refuse, but he also couldn't bring himself to feed her mouth to mouth. After pondering for a moment, he came up with a method. First, he used his hand to support the bottom of the bowl, then opened his mouth to hold the porcelain bowl with his teeth. His silver hair was disheveled, partially covering his eyebrows and eyes, while his dark phoenix-shaped eyes were brimming with indulgence. Smiling, he bent closer to Yun Wuling. "Come on, good baby." Because his mouth was full, his voice sounded muffled and unclear. Yun Wuling froze for a moment, her eye light flickering, her cheeks flushed with shame from the intoxication, unable to resist letting out a light laugh. "Idiot, you look like you're trying to seduce me." Xia Jinya. "What? Why is my misty treasure acting so unreasonable when drunk?" While Xia Jinya was flustered and at a loss, Yun Wuling crossed her legs around his feet, looked down, and obediently drank half a bowl of the antidote soup. The antidote soup was made with pomelo and honey. Very sweet and refreshing. That's right. He hadn't told Jean yet about recovering his sense of taste. Yun Wuling drank the remaining half bowl, looking up to meet the indulgent gaze of the young man. She licked her lips, emboldened by the alcohol, once again making a shocking statement. "Jean, since you've seduced me, you have to take responsibility, lie down on the bed." Xia Jinya raised an eyebrow, finding the situation both funny and exasperating. He set the bowl aside, patted Yun Wuling's head, and teased, all right, I'll lie down." "Wuling, I'm fully aware that I should serve as a tool to keep the bed warm, but I'm all sweaty. Can I take a shower before lying down?" "Not a tool." Yun Wuling grabbed the young man's hand and seriously corrected him, "You're a big treasure." Xia Jinya found his childhood friend unbearably cute, his corners of the mouth curling upward uncontrollably, asking again, "Then does Big Treasure wish to request a bath first? Will Commander Wu approve?" Yun Wuling feared she would get sleepy after bathing, so she firmly disagreed. "I won't approve." She pulled the young man's hand to her red-hot face and tilted her head to nuzzle it. "Jean sweating looks very handsome. I want to see Jean sweat more." The intense heat penetrated through her skin, causing a slight itch that was hard to ignore. "Is Wuling flirting? So obedient. And complimenting me too." Xia Jinya clenched his 5 fingers, feeling a dryness in his throat. His gaze on Yun Wuling became even hotter, instinctively rubbing the little cutie's flushed face with his finger. With every touch, her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Grass. She was going to lose her mind. Her thoughts were a mess, and she felt wicked ideas bubbling up. Suddenly, Yun Wuling kissed Xia Jinya's knuckles and glanced up with a smile that dazzled like plum blossoms blooming in the snow. "Big baby will listen to me, won't you?" Xia Jinya's pupils contracted as a flush of innocence crept up his ears. Rationality told him that little Wuling was drunk and needed rest, he should have retrieved his hand and taken him to wash up immediately. But hearing the terms, "big baby," on the left and "Jean," on the right made his heart brim with happiness and a desire to hear more cooing from him. After hesitating for a few seconds, the young man replied in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I'll do everything you say." It was rare for Misty to be so cajoling and clingy. Let him have his way. At worst, if the bedding gets dirty, it can be replaced with clean ones tomorrow. As Xia Jinya was about to climb into bed and lie down, just as he stood up lifting his leg, the little one sitting at the edge of the bed furrowed his brows, seemingly having changed his mind. "Jean, you're too tall. Squat down, I want to tell you something." Xia Jinya smirked and obediently followed the order, kneeling before Yun Wuling in a posture of submission, letting the small one remain in a position of superiority looking down upon him. "Is this good?" Yun Wuling shook his head, "Still too tall. Sit down." Xia Jinya continued to follow orders, crossing his legs on the blue haze wool carpet. Yun Wuling shook his head again, "Still too upright. Lean back, lie down." Xia Jinya. "Wait. What was this odd tone from Bao?" The young man's sensually muscled arms supported himself on either side as he tried to gauge what Yun Wuling had in mind, recalling the old saying about truth spoken under the influence of alcohol. Tentatively, he asked, "Dear treasure, what do you want to do? If you're sleepy and want to sleep, let's go to the bed." Yun Wuling answered earnestly, "I want to see you lie down." Xia Jinya arched an eyebrow, feeling inexplicably uneasy, "Just lying down?" Yun Wuling tilted his head, smiling lightly, "Do you need to guess?" Xia Jinya. Drunk Misty seemed a little naughty. But absolutely adorable. Xia Jinya liked more and more as he watched, staring blankly at the blushing beauty until he noticed Yun Wuling frowning and showing displeasure. He even lifted his foot, using its pristine toes to lightly step on his knee. If you don't behave, I'll be sad. Xie Jinya suddenly panicked, spreading his arms wide, quickly leaning back to lie flat. Dear treasure, please don't cry. I'm lying down, I'm lying down. I've flattened myself out. Yun Wuling curved his lips, finally satisfied. Now, close your eyes. I won't allow you to open them unless I say so. You'll make me sadder than before if you're naughty. Xie Jinya couldn't help but ask, why close my eyes? Yun Wuling, to do bad things. Ah. What kind of mischief does Misty plan to do? With a flushed face, he probably wouldn't cause too much trouble. Xie Jinya had a strange feeling, but he feared making Yun Wuling unhappy more, thus filled with doubts and unnamed anticipation, he complied by closing his eyes. Fearing that the drunken little friend might stumble, he still gave a reminder. Dear treasure, when you stand up, remember to lean against the wall and take a moment. After confirming that Xie Jinya had closed his eyes, the misty eyes brimming with moisture revealed amusement. He quietly took out the toy hidden under the pillow without standing up. Supporting himself on the bed, suppressing dizziness caused by alcohol, he slowly knelt on the carpet. After pausing for a while, allowing his long hair to fall freely, he laughed and leaned towards Xie Jinya. Xie Jinya heard some rustling sounds and involuntarily called out. Fog. Yun Wuling didn't respond. Instead, he placed his hands on the youth's broad, thick chest to steady himself and sat on Xie Jinya's waist. Chapter 124, Driven Wild. A Jin's heart goes out of control. Yun Wulian, though lean, was still an adult male and his weight was hard to ignore. The moment he sat down, the young man tensed up completely, even the muscles in his arms bulged, with veins popping out. Woo-woo, you. Xie Jin's voice was hoarse as he tried to open his eyes. But before he could finish, Yun Wulian shot him a warning, a disobedient puppy isn't cute, I said you can open your eyes when I tell you to. Helpless, Xie Jin's heart raced wildly. To ease the tension and lighten the mood, he folded his arms behind his head and followed Yun Wulian's cue, pretending to be a dog. Bark, my little master, please do as you wish. Through a veil of misty water, Yun Wulian saw the youth's chest rising and falling rapidly. Smirking, he felt as if the dizziness that had troubled him had been swept away by joy. He massaged his temples, trying to become more lucid. Following that, he gave an order, stretch your hands high and place them in front of you. Xie Jin blinked in confusion once more. Why? Yun Wulian poked at the young man's chest. Just do as I say. Xie Jin. Wasn't Wu just wanting to lie down on the carpet for a nap? This situation was getting stranger by the minute. 3. Hearing Yun Wulian start counting down, Xie Jin immediately snapped back from his thoughts, setting aside all questions and uncertainties to comply, stretching his hand in front of him. As soon as the two hands touched, gathering closer together, an odd suspicion rose in his mind. Wait a second. Did this action resemble something like a prelude to handcuffing a criminal? Xie Jin's heart thudded, desperate to open his eyes and sneak a peek at what was really happening but fearing Yun Wulian might get upset. He could only fidget anxiously. Soon enough, he felt something cool and hard touch his arm. It wasn't Yun Wulian's hand. Shit. Could it be that Wu had secretly prepared handcuffs and wanted to cuff him? When the crisp snap sound echoed through the bedroom, Xie Jin's heart skipped a beat, his whole body stiffening. His suspicions were confirmed. Wu, no. In that very instant, his eye flew open just in time to witness his right wrist being cuffed. Xie Jin's breathing became rapid as a wave of panic spread from his arm through his entire body. He quickly withdrew his other hand. Wu, no. We can't do this yet. With only one hand restrained, Yun Wulian showed a hint of regret, turning his head, unwilling to respond. His colder tone carried accusation, why not? You're not behaving. Because. Xie Jin licked his dry lips, holding Yun Wulian's waist and explained softly, because you're drunk, I'm worried about carrying you if you fall asleep. Leaning up, he met Yun Wulian's gaze, coaxing him, please don't be mad. Let's rest first. Once you wake up, if you still want to play with handcuffs, I'll unconditionally join you, but only normally. After all, our relationship isn't ready for strange things yet. Yun Wulian's cheeks turned red, and he avoided Xie Jin's gaze with a cold expression, murmuring under the spell of alcohol. I don't understand. Aside from lacking deeper physical intimacy, we're not much different from normal couples. Why should we wait? Do you think my body is too weak, fearing injury? Stunned, Xie Jin looked conflicted, his throat feeling as if something had tightened around it. Stammering, he responded, partly because of that reason. He feared doing it poorly. Fearing injuring Wu, fearing Wu might hurt. Even more afraid that dirty desires would taint Wu. Looking into those dark slanted eyes, Yun Wulian grew increasingly curious and continued questioning, then what's the other part of the reason? Heart pounding fiercely, the hand concealed behind his back clenched tightly into a fist, nails digging deeply into his palm. Xie Jin didn't dare to look at Yun Wulian again, nervously shifting his gaze. There's no other big reason. Just like I said last time on the boat, our relationship has developed too fast. After all, we've been brothers for over 10 years, and I'm unsure how to face this shift in relations. I also want to carefully prepare for something special to surprise you. Halfway through his words, he gazed imploringly at Yun Wulyan. It won't take long, Wu. Within 2 months at most, I promise you'll have an answer. Though his thoughts were muddled by intoxication, Yun Wulyan still keenly noticed the slight lip tremor of the young man, a clear sign of nervousness in telling a lie. Could it be? Ajin really has some sort of obstacle regarding this matter. To verify his guess, Yun Wulyan directly hugged Xie Jin's neck, furrowing his brows momentarily before relaxing. His wet lashes fluttered upward, rippling with charm, enticing Xie Jin. But I can't wait 2 months, Jin, what should we do? The sudden intimacy of the young man made Xie Jin Wild very flustered. He was stunned on the carpet, at a loss what to do, but his cuffed hand tightly hugged Yun Wulyan's waist. Swallowing, he subconsciously asked back. Why so rushed? Yun Wulyan, with his drunkenly red face, said seriously, autumn has arrived, and it's cold. Just hugging won't keep me warm enough, I want Jin's body heat to warm every inch of my skin. Xie Jin caught his breath, his hand holding Yun Wulyan's waist tightened unconsciously, and his heart began to race chaotically. As he stood frozen, Yun Wulyan directly pushed him down onto the carpet. Lie down. Normally, Yun Wulyan's weak force wouldn't have moved Xie Jin's arm, but now, the youth had flushed ears and was completely dazed. Yet, even as he lay down, Xie Jin didn't forget to shield Yun Wulyan. Wu, don't fall. Yun Wulyan heard how hoarse Xie Jin's voice was, his peach blossom eyes half closed, slowly lowering his waist, melting into a pool of spring water, lying on the youth's chest. Jin. Leaning close to Xie Jin's ear, he blew gently, then slowly asked, didn't you say over the phone today that you wanted to see me cry? Would you like to try now? Chapter 125, The Omen of the Knife. A short-lived ghost does not deserve to talk about love. The warm breath moistened the hollow of his neck, and the voice sliding past his ear carried an allure. The surroundings were filled with a fragrant aroma, and Xie Jin felt as if his heart was about to explode. His earlobes turned bright red, and he didn't dare to look at Yun Wulyan. With his left hand tightly gripping the carpet, every muscle in his arm stood out in relief, and veins meandered visibly, betraying his intense nervousness. Try. What trial? Wu, You're drunk. People are always confused when they're drunk, I'll take you to wash first. Before he could finish speaking, his semi-tied wolf tail was grabbed. I'm not drunk. Yun Wulyan pinched the end of Xie Jin's hair, trying to pull his head over, but today, Xie Jin was exceptionally stubborn. His entire body tensed up, refusing to budge. Then he poked the young man's crimson ears and commanded, Jin, look at me. Xie Jin couldn't even utter a word. The redness on his earlobe spread to his neck within seconds. His wheat-colored skin was damp with fine sweat, veins protruding noticeably. There was a strong tension exuding from him. Even his prominent nose glistened with beads of sweat. The rush of hormones that came his way was both intense and scorching hot. Yun Wulyan distinctly felt the lust arising in this young man due to himself, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Under the influence of drunkenness, his joy magnified endlessly, greed glinting in his eyes. Maya Jin. He was the exclusive model belonging solely to him, sexy and adorable. So much so that he wanted to paint him. Yun Wulyan's fingertips landed on the young man's sweaty neck, tracing along the veins toward the right side, while leaning closer to chase after the gaze of youth that had been evading him. Jin. Just as he opened his mouth, his wrist was seized by Xie Jin. Xie Jin's chest heaved violently. Bloodshot eyes floated faintly in his vision, drenched in sweat, as though struggling against some overwhelming urge. He beseeched hoarsely for mercy, dear baby, please, don't tease me anymore. Their gazes interlaced, Yun Wulyan perceptibly caught the unhidden longing in the big dog's eyes but noticed the mix of unease and entreaty therein too. As if, he was afraid of something. In order to verify his guess, he pulled his hand back and pressed it on Xie Jin's rapidly beating heart, slowly inching closer intending to kiss those sensual lips. I'm not teasing you, I want you. Jin, your heart beats fast, and your earlobes are heated. Every part of your body spells out desire. Why won't you kiss me, comfort me, submit and possess me? The distance between their lips grew shorter and shorter. The obsidian phoenix eyes of the young man could be seen expanding significantly with the naked eye. Just 1 second before Yun Wulyan was about to kiss him, Xie Jin's face changed suddenly as he abruptly covered Yun Wulyan's mouth with his hand. His muscles trembled uncontrollably. I can't. I haven't. A hoarse voice filled with panic echoed throughout the room. Xie Jin's eyes were bloodshot red, densely filled with tiny blood vessels. The rosy flush raised by the previous stimulation instantly disappeared, veins bulged on his temples, appearing as if he fell into an unfathomable nightmare. Pale-faced and breathing heavily. He hadn't even realized how strong his grip was, nearly choking Yun Wulyan. Startled by Xie Jin's reaction, Yun Wulyan's chest tightened and everything went dark momentarily, almost causing him to pass out. After several seconds, he regained his senses. Realizing that things had gone beyond what he'd anticipated, ignoring his discomfort, he tried to soothe Xie Jin. Jin. Just as he lifted his hand, without touching the young man's face, he was dodged. Soon afterward, pain unexpectedly surged in his waist and shoulder. Confused, Yun Wulian met Xie Jinya's crimson gaze, unable to see the expression on Xie Jinya's face before the world around them spun. Yun Wulian was shoved off and thrown onto the carpet. His ink-black long hair lay disheveled across his face. Vision dimmed as he sank into gloom. Dumbfounded, Yun Wulian stayed sprawled on the ground, feeling the remaining warmth rapidly dissipate from his body. There was a sense of obstruction in his chest, painful and sharp. He had never imagined. One day, a Jin, who he cherished like the pearl in his palm, would push him away and abandon him. Faintly, amidst confusion, he heard hurried footsteps echoing. Then came sounds of vomiting accompanied by nausea from the direction of the bathroom. Did a Jin throw up? After I was about to kiss him, did he vomit? Each sound of disgusting vomiting seemed like a sharp blade piercing deeply into Yun Wulian's chest, into his bone marrow, into his heart, making his breath shudder with pain. He gasped loudly, his hands tightly clutching the carpet until his knuckles turned white. Cough, cough. Why? Does a Jin find it impossible to accept physical relations with the same sex? Or does he think I'm revolting? A suffocating sensation rose in his chest, and a sudden surge of an intense metallic taste filled his throat. Yun Wulian coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The vivid red stained his lips and dirted his pristine white shirt. Panting for a moment, Yun Wulian realized the amount of blood he had just coughed up was unusually large. Stunned for a few seconds, memories resurfaced of what the fortune teller had said when he was 10 years old. You are destined to face calamity and will not live past 20. Yun Wulian had never believed in metaphysics, but at this moment, all kinds of emotions welled up inside him, helpless and confused. He turned his head towards the bathroom and let out a bitter laugh, strands of black silk brushing across his cheeks, revealing damp, dim eyes tinged with red. Who would have thought? After regaining his sense of taste, the strongest flavor he felt was the taste of blood. So bitter. Truly so bitter. Maybe. He should never have involved himself with a Jin. A half-dead short-lived ghost like him, what right did he have to talk about love? His peach blossom-like eyes slowly blurred. As his eyelids closed, a tear fell onto the corner of his eye, sliding silently down his face. Yun Wulian's vision went dark, and he collapsed onto the floor, his raven hair partially covering his face. He looked as if he were a plum blossom wilting in the snow, broken and pitiable. Yet even in this state, there was an unbearable fragility that exuded an unhealthy beauty. Chapter 126, Acupuncture for the Heart Meridian, Dangerous Situation. In the bathroom just on the other side of a wall. Xie Jinya's face was ashen white, his forehead covered in sweat, kneeling before the toilet bowl, vomiting repeatedly. Realizing he had developed a desire for his childhood friend, he felt both fear and restlessness, once again enveloped by a nightmare. As reality and hallucination constantly overlapped, it was as if he had returned to the cruise ship, holding Yun Wulian in the middle of a crowd, unable to do anything but helplessly watch those dirty, naked beasts laugh at him as one of their kind. Watching. His beloved being frightened and coughing up blood, turning into a blood-stained night blooming Sirius. The sharp ringing in his ears continued to irritate, the temples throbbing with pain, mixing together and disrupting his thoughts, such that Xie Jinyi still did not know what had happened outside. He panted heavily, muttering Yun Wulian's name over and over again. Wu Wu. I can't hurt Wu Wu. I can't do that kind of thing to Wu Wu. It's not allowed. Not allowed. After vomiting repeatedly, Xie Jinyi even threw up stomach acid. Slap. A crisp sound of slap suddenly rang out. Xie Jinyi slapped himself twice to punish himself for almost losing control and desecrating his childhood friend. He hit hard. Instantly, red handprints appeared on his pale face. Because his hands were still cuffed, when his arms swung, his jaw was also struck by the handcuffs, leaving red marks. As the ear-ringing gradually faded, Xie Jinyi came to his senses. He frowned and scanned his lower body, his Danfeng eyes crimson and dim, filled with disgust. Are people really slaves to their desires? Just now. He almost forced Wu Wu onto the carpet and did something disgusting. Xie Jinyi closed his eyes, fumbling with his sweat-soaked bangs. Then he flushed the toilet, wobbly stood up, turned on the shower, wanting to suppress the lustful thoughts and calm down. When the cool water dampened his hair and slid into his collar, Xie Jinya's entire body bristled with goosebumps, making him completely sober. Realizing Yun Wulian was still outside, his expression changed. In a rush, he rushed out. Shit. Would Wu Wu be mad? He needs to think of ways to placate her. While contemplating how to explain things to Yun Wulian and please his childhood friend, the moment he stepped into the bedroom, an unexpected scene shocked him to the point where his heart nearly stopped. There was Yun Wulian lying listlessly on the carpet, her long hair scattered messily, looking disheveled and covered in blood. Her face was terrifyingly pale. It was like the bloodied night blooming Sirius from his nightmares, as if she would vanish in the next second. Woo woo. Xie Jinya's pupils widened abruptly, feeling as though there was a buzzing in his ears, everything around shattered instantly, heartache rendering him unable to breathe. Stumbling forward, he repeatedly called out Yun Wulian's name, fearing that this might truly become reality. Because of immense anxiety, his legs weakened almost causing him to fall. Finally, with a thud, he knelt in front of Yun Wulyan, gently lifting her into his arms, eyes brimming with concern. Woo-woo. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm an idiot. Xie Jinya's eyes reddened, his complexion deathly pale. His trembling hand cautiously probed Yun Wulyan's nostrils, his wet, red eyes overflowing with fear and unease. May Buddha protect you, may Buddha protect you, may Lord Buddha protect you, may Lord Buddha protect you. His lips ceaselessly prayed. Feeling breath faintly against his fingers, confirming that Yun Wulyan still showed signs of life, Xie Jinya's heart, which had been suspended in his throat, slightly settled, then he let out a deep sigh. Subsequently, he quickly carried Yun Wulyan to the bed, picked up his phone and started calling. Call Grandpa Zhou first, then the hospital, then call Auntie. Xie Jinyi thought clearly, yet his palms were sweaty, trembling constantly, and pressing on the screen multiple times didn't work, forcing him to quickly wipe them on his clothes. Yun Wulyan had fainted before. But never has she vomited this much blood. The moment the call was answered, Xie Jinyi almost choked back tears. Grandpa Zhou, please come quick, Wu-Wu. Wu-Wu is in trouble. Hearing the unusual tone in Xie Jinya's voice, Old Master Zhou realized the gravity of the situation. While preparing the medicine box, he tried to calm Xie Jinyi down. Don't panic, stay calm, I'll be right over. Check if Wu-Wu's breathing is labored. Never mind, just grab the oxygen tank, just in case. Xie Jinyi replied in a hoarse voice and hung up to fetch the oxygen tank. Meanwhile, he called the private hospital under the Chu family and Yun Lanyu. Yun Lanyu had just finished boiling the herbs for Yun Wulyan, intending to bring them over. The instant she heard about Yun Wulyan fainting, she was so startled that she dropped the bowl, disregarding the medicine altogether, and hurriedly rushed over. Xie Jinya's hands were still trembling after he finished the call. He threw the phone aside, found the oxygen tank in the storage cabinet, and anxiously returned to the bedroom, rushing towards Yun Wulyan. Wu-Wu, don't be afraid, I'm here. Xie Jinyi opened the oxygen tank, sat by the bed, and carefully helped Yun Wulyan put on the breathing mask. Throughout the process, he held his breath, trying to control his shaking hands. But the steady hands that normally held a bow lost control when it came to matters concerning Yun Wulyan's safety, shaking continuously with sweat all over his palms. Once the mask was properly worn, the frequency of the hand tremors finally slowed down. Wu-Wu. You must be fine. His gaze traced the pale and haggard face of his childhood friend, as heartache overwhelmed him while wiping away the bloodstains on Yun Wulyan's face. The guilt and unease gnawed at him. Why did Wu-Wu suddenly spit blood and faint? It must be because he pushed her away earlier and suddenly left. Thinking about this, Xie Jinyi felt immense guilt, slapping himself twice more. Clutching Yun Wulyan's cold hand, he realized it was icy cold, so he kept rubbing her hands, exhaling warm air onto them, red-eyed as he prayed for her safety. 5 minutes later, Grandpa Zhou's voice echoed through the corridor. Hey Jean. Hearing Grandpa Zhou arrive with the medical box, Xie Jinyi quickly stood up, making way for the old man to take Yun Wulyan's pulse. His hoarse voice urged repeatedly, Grandpa Zhou, please hurry, please hurry. The elderly man hurriedly entered, glancing at Yun Wulyan's pale complexion, immediately furrowing his brows with a serious expression. Quickly putting down the medical box, he checked Yun Wulyan's pulse to assess the situation. Xie Jinyi stood aside, fists tightly clenched as he waited anxiously. Soon, Yun Lanyu and her husband arrived as well. Seeing her child's pale face and bloodstains on her body, Yun Lanyu nearly fainted if it weren't for Chu Qinyan supporting her from behind. Noticing that Grandpa Zhou had already begun checking the pulse, she approached hastily, her eyebrows furrowed with concern as she asked, Grandpa Zhou, how is it? Is Wu-Wu alright? After a moment of silence, Grandpa Zhou sighed deeply. Yesterday, everything seemed fine, but today. Shaking his head, he took out sterilized silver needles. Wu-Wu's condition is critical, her pulse is disordered and weak, probably due to emotional stress leading to excessive sadness causing the blood spitting and dizziness. Let me use acupuncture to stabilize her heart meridian first. Qin Yan, call 120 right away, just in case she needs to be hospitalized for observation. Chu Qinyan took out his phone, his expression solemn as he prepared to dial, but Xie Jinya's voice cut in, Dad, I've already called. Dr. Li and the team are on their way. The youth's voice was terrifyingly hoarse, clearly tinged with a sob. After speaking, Xie Jinyi moved closer to Grandpa Zhou, bearing the prominent marks of self-inflicted slaps, helping to unbutton Yun Wulyan's shirt and cooperating with the elder for the acupuncture. Yun Lanyu noticed something was amiss with Xie Jinyi and suspected the two children had quarreled. But given the situation, there was no time to address it. Watching Grandpa Zhou prepare to insert the needle, she asked again, Grandpa Zhou, how dangerous is the situation? Please tell me honestly. Initially intending to declare her strength, her words choked in her throat, breaking into sobs instead. Chu Qinyan patted his wife's shoulder, embracing her and taking deep breaths to suppress his own panic as he comforted her, Don't worry, our treasure has her safety lock, she'll be fine. Yun Lanyu nodded, waiting for Grandpa Zhou's response. As Grandpa Zhou inserted another needle, his eyes fell on Yun Wulyan's deathly pale face, shaking his head as he spoke slowly. Wu Wu has coughed up blood before, but it was mostly just streaks from her throat being torn. This time, the amount of blood exceeds the normal range. Plus the symptoms of pale complexion and lips indicate significant blood loss. I suggest. He paused briefly, raising his head with a more serious expression. Go to the hospital and thoroughly examine the hematology department. Wu Wu's symptoms resemble some acute illness. We'll have to wait for the test results to confirm specifics. When Xie Jinyi heard this, his pupils dilated in shock, the hand gripping Yun Wulian's shirt trembling as if struck by a thunderbolt. Hematology. Could it be leukemia? Chapter 127, I'm a sinner, leave the cuffs on. Xie Jinyi's temples throbbed, dreading his own guess. He quickly pushed away the thoughts and muttered in his mind. With red eyes, he continued to comfort Yun Wulian as she wrung her hands. Yun Lanue and her husband frowned worriedly too. They wanted to ask more but were afraid of disturbing Master Zhou while he needled, so they had no choice but to hold back their concerns and quietly waited by the side. More than 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. Hearing the wailing siren, everyone prepared hastily to help Yun Wulian downstairs. Xie Jinyi carefully helped Yun Wulian up intending to carry her, only for his movement to halt at the sight of her cold handcuffs on her wrist. His eyes brimmed with sorrow and then looked toward Chu Qinyan. Dad, you do it. I'm afraid these handcuffs will hurt Wu Wu. Chu Qinyan wrapped her in a blanket and carried her up gently. In passing glance, he noticed Xie Jinyi's swollen cheek and the marks from a slap. Concerned furrows deepened on his forehead as he asked seriously, what happened between you and Wu Wu? It's all my fault. Xie Jinyi's voice was raspy, not knowing how to explain. Yun Lanue patted her husband's shoulder and adjusted Yun Wulian's blanket around her neck. She urged, Qinyan, take Wu Wu down first. We'll discuss these matters later. The man nodded and briskly left with her. As Xie Jinyi was about to follow, Yun Lanue called him back. Jinyi. Seeing the pale face, bloodshot eyes, and the sweat on her forehead, words stuck on her tongue, she patted his arm worriedly. Unlock the handcuffs with the key. No. Xie Jinyi shook his head, licking the blood residue from where he'd bitten his lip. Gloomily, he murmured, I'm a sinner, and should remain cuffed like this. Once my sweet baby wakes up, I will repent. Yun Lanue sighed. She intended to persuade him a little more but watched him sprint off already. Each second Yun Wulian disappeared from his sight made his heart panic. Grandpa Zhou approached after packing the medical kit, these two kids must have quarreled. Jinye's complexion doesn't look right either. Come on, let's go to the hospital to check them out. The old man adjusted his glasses. Watching Yun Lanue's face still full of anxiety, he consoled her along the way, suggesting that maybe due to his old age, he misjudged, Yun Wulian could just be having a simple emotional reaction. Although Yun Lanue responded verbally, the weight of her worries didn't lessen one bit. Downstairs, people gathered around the ambulance. The shrill siren woke even Grandpa Chu from his early sleep, together they all headed to the hospital. The mood was already tense and heavy. Unimaginably. On the way to the hospital, Yun Wulian also developed a high fever. Xie Jinyi stood by Yun Wulian's side as the nurse injected N4 into her. Bean-sized beads of sweat popped out on his forehead, making him increasingly anxious. He wanted to ask the doctor or nurse what might cause vomiting blood and fevers, but couldn't bring himself to open his mouth, fearing the worst answers. Meanwhile, Yun Lanue shed silent tears, unable to contain her pain. Upon reaching the hospital, the doctors and nurses began a thorough examination on Yun Wulian. This hospital was privately owned by the Chu family, reserving an entire floor for VIP patients specifically for Yun Wulian in its exclusive ward. Its interior design was warm-toned, styled with home comforts. While Yun Wulian underwent her examination, everyone waited anxiously outside her room. There were sofas lining the hallway, but under such tension, no one felt like sitting down. Xie Jinyi squatted in the corner, head down, knees hugged tightly. Grandpa Chu walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, flanked by Dr. Zhou and Mr. Lin, the steward. Yun Lanue leaned against Chu Qinyan's chest with creased brows. Tension and unease caused her to grip her husband's arm tight. Darling, why is our little angel enduring so much hardship? Since we were young, we've practically visited this terrible hospital every month or two. We finally, barely achieved some stability, yet why must our child suffer again? So many needles. Sometimes, I wonder if all the praying, donations, and good deeds we've done over the years have been for naught. It has worked, it has worked. Chu Qinyan gently patted his wife's shoulders, trying patiently to console her. When Wu Wu was born, he was only as big as the palm of your hand, and the doctor said he wouldn't live past a few days, yet our precious child survived, and now is 19 years old. Suffering comes before happiness, Wu Wu will surely recover. Listening to this, Yun Lanue's eyes became even redder. There had always been an unforgettable pain buried deep within her heart. If only when she was 7 months pregnant, she hadn't gone to see a jewel exhibition, avoiding the car accident which followed, then perhaps Wu Wu wouldn't have been born prematurely. He would have grown up healthily, like other children who can freely roam wherever they want to play. It's all her fault. So many years have passed. She's never dared to recall how minuscule Wu Wu used to be, lying in a rescue box hooked up to countless tubes. It was unbearably painful. Truly excruciating. Chu Qinyan noticed the guilt on his wife's face, knowing she was once again regretting events from years ago. He hurriedly kissed her cheek and gently wiped the corner of her eyes. Relax, don't overthink it. Maybe Wu Wu just has a common fever from catching a cold this time. Once we finish the 4, we can go home. Stop crying, otherwise, Wu Wu will be sad when he wakes up. Yun Lanyue took a deep breath and nodded. In the corner. Xie Jini was also trying hard to hold back his tears. He anxiously waited as his bangs were completely soaked with sweat and clung to his forehead. Like an ant on a hot pan, he was restless and worried, the hand pinching his arm showing prominent veins, knuckles turning white, nails deeply embedded in the skin, pinching out streaks of blood marks. Why is the checkup taking so long? Why hasn't the doctor come yet with some good news? Could it be that Wu Wu really has a serious illness? Xie Jini shook his head, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming fear, repeatedly muttering a phrase, Wu Wu will live for 100 years, safe and sound. As time ticked by, seeing the doctors still rushing upstairs and downstairs, each looking solemn, even the nurses bringing plasma, everyone's heart tightened to their throats. Yun Lanyue's pupils trembled, no longer able to reassure herself that the child would be fine. With a tingling nose, tears flowed directly down. Husband, is Wu Wu. Chu Qinyan wore a grave expression, guessing the situation might not be good this time, but fearing his wife would worry too much, could only keep repeating, it will be fine, it will be fine. If blood transfusion is needed, how can it be fine? Chu Huaizhou rubbed his eye socket, making sure he hadn't mistaken the blood plasma bag, nearly falling down out of fright. Fortunately Lin the steward supported him from behind in time. The old man quickly turned to ask Zhou Laotu with urgency. Old Zhou, Wu Wu didn't have any external bleeding injury, why does he need a blood transfusion? Laotu Zhou let out a heavy sigh and answered truthfully, given this situation, 8 or 9 out of 10 possibilities are problems with the bone marrow hematopoietic function, and it looks like the condition is very severe. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed. In the corner, Xie Jinye's legs went weak, and he directly collapsed on the ground pale-faced. False. False. It must be false. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open, and 3 doctors walked out. Chapter 128, Confirmed Acute Aplastic Anemia. The tall and slender figure on the right with delicate features was Dr. Li, who normally handled Yun Wulian's regular physical examinations. In the middle, with streaks of white hair in his hair, stood the dean. To the far left was the director of hematology, wearing glasses, with a square face, dignified and impressive features, and holding a stack of test results. All 3 frowned deeply, signaling that Yun Wulian's condition wasn't looking good. Xie Jinyi, hearing the sound of an opening door, quickly rose and ran over. He had intended to ask but felt as if his throat had been scorched, his voice strangled inside. Fortunately, others around him were still there. Grandpa Chu focused his gaze on Dean Lu and asked anxiously, Dean Lu, how is my little grandson? Ah, Grandpa Chu, the young master isn't doing too well. Dean Lu sighed heavily, with a solemn expression, pointing to the side at Director Cheng, this is Dr. Cheng Hemming, the head doctor from the hematology department. In this field, he is more of an expert. Old Cheng, you tell them. Dr. Cheng Hao stepped forward with a nod and said slowly, Grandpa Chu, Mr. Chu, Mrs. Chu, here are all the young master's examination forms. Currently, the young master's platelets have dropped to 6/L, while the normal value is between 100 to 300. You can take a look first, preparing mentally. Upon hearing this, Yun Lanyu's heart jolted painfully, not daring to look at the checkup form. Eventually, Chu Qinyan picked it up and scanned through it quickly before furrowing his brows and handing it over to Grandpa Zhou beside him. Xie Jinyi remained rooted to the spot, feeling as though a cold chill had crept into his ears and spread throughout his body. Although ignorant about medicine, even someone unintelligent would understand that a number falling from the hundreds to single digits definitely meant something severe. Woo. Woo woo. He finally regained his voice, grabbing onto the arm of the doctor, his eyes filled with a ferocious thread of blood, anxiously asking, what exactly is wrong with Wu Wu? Xie Jinyi was too anxious and couldn't control his strength. Dr. Cheng stifled a groan due to the pain, momentarily startled by the red swollen palm print on the youth's face. Regaining composure briefly upon noticing all family members ready, he handed over the final diagnosis sheet. The young master has low hemoglobin, white blood cells, and platelets compared to normal values, along with a decrease in peripheral blood cells from the bone marrow. After various diagnoses, it can be confirmed as acute aplastic anemia. The name of this disease sounded strange and foreign, leaving everyone puzzled. Chu Elder, what kind of illness is this? Upon hearing it wasn't leukemia, Xie Jinyi slightly relieved, yet soon wondered if this illness might be worse than leukemia. Quickly, he asked, which one is more serious compared to leukemia? Leukemia belongs to malignant tumor diseases. Relatively speaking, leukemia is more serious. However, Dr. Cheng paused briefly and added, aplastic anemia, AA, is also a severe disease. To put it simply, AA is when the bone marrow fails to produce blood cells, losing its hematopoietic ability. Yun Lanyu's eyes reddened, so, that's why we needed a blood transfusion just now. Dr. Cheng nodded, yes, under such conditions, only external supplementation of platelets can help. Chu Qinyan rubbed his temples. Didn't the previous physical exams show everything was fine? Why did he suddenly get this disease? What caused it? Just as Xie Jinyi was recalling Yun Wulian's previous loss of taste and about to inquire if it was related, Dr. Cheng preemptively provided an explanation. The causes for such illnesses are very complex, including viral infections, immune abnormalities, and missing hematopoietic stem cells, etc., which could all be triggers. The young master has consistently exhibited symptoms of anemia and low blood sugar. Additionally, regenerative aplastic anemia starts suddenly, progresses rapidly, and has severe conditions. The platelets drop dramatically in a short period, requiring a bone marrow biopsy for accurate diagnosis, hence, no irregularities were discovered during prior health checks. Yunlan Yu, how do we treat it? Dr. Cheng, currently, we'll start with hospitalization for observation and use medication to control infections, but basically, only a bone marrow transplant can cure this disease. But will there be? Xie Jinya's voice trembled, a risk of life-threatening complications. Dr. Cheng pushed up his glasses, hesitant, worried they wouldn't bear the news well. Finally, after exchanging glances with Dean Lu who sighed and nodded, he spoke, looking at cases from the past decade, the mortality rate is extremely high, greater than 90%. 1/3 of patients die from infection or bleeding issues. With the young master already having poor constitution and heart disease, thus, the risks are significant. Hearing those last 4 words, everyone felt as if their hearts had been stabbed. Yunlan Yu's vision went dark, and she fainted straight into her husband's arms. Chu Elder stumbled backward, his face turning pale, almost following suit and fainting himself. Luckily, Manager Lin and Grandpa Zhou supported him from either side. Plop. A crisp sound rang out, and Xie Jinyi collapsed to his knees on the ground. Dr. Cheng had intended to catch him, but his hand moved too slowly. The young man covered his face and sobbed uncontrollably, breaking down completely. Why? Why? Why do you have to do this to Wu-Wu? A red string of protection, countless prayers, why haven't they made any difference? Why? Xie Jinyi covered his face with both hands, tears spilling through the cracks between his fingers. His breathing became rapid and labored due to the intense pain in his heart, as if a thick rope was tightening around it, twisting tighter and tighter until it began tearing at him piece by piece, cutting him into a bloody mess. He questioned the heavens over and over. His voice was hoarse and breaking, almost overwhelmed by grief. Why? Why do you have to do this to Wu-Wu? After all, Wu-Wu was such a good person. When she found herself in dangerous situations, falling and scraping her knees, coughing until she struggled to breathe, she still insisted on helping others home. When she found an injured bird, she would bandage it. She donated most of the money she earned from her art exhibitions to seriously ill children. And there were so many other examples. Her precious little angel was the kindest in the world. Hadn't she suffered enough already, taking so much medicine, enduring so much hardship these years? Why did heaven have to torment Wu-Wu even more? If only trading one life for another could fix things. He would rather it be himself lying in that hospital bed, he would rather it be himself who dies. Seeing Xie Jinya's emotional breakdown, others tried calling his name and offering some comfort, but the young man was completely lost in his sorrow, hearing nothing. Helpless. Chu Qinyan could only first carry his unconscious wife to the waiting room. Dr. Cheng saw that Master Yun's condition had left everyone devastated and felt momentarily at a loss, glancing toward Dean Lu. Dean, what should we? Dean Lu patted his shoulder. Just go about your duties. Dr. Cheng nodded and followed Dr. Li away. Grandpa Zhou was currently checking Sam Elder's pulse, relieved after confirming the old friend was fine. His gaze then shifted to Xie Jinyi as he said meaningfully, let this child stay alone for a while. He probably won't hear anything right now anyway. We'll need for Wu-Wu to speak with him once she wakes up. Sam Elder rested for a moment and gently pushed away the 2 people supporting him. His eyes fell onto the young man kneeling on the ground, sobbing helplessly, and he sighed deeply. You all go ahead. AI Jean is very stubborn. He still needs some coaxing. Otherwise, if Mr. Xie finds out that no one has taken care of his crying grandson, he'll surely start another argument with me. I can't argue well against that guy anymore. Having spoken, the old man slowly bent down, supporting his knees, and squatted beside Xie Jinyi, patting his back gently. Chapter 129, accompany whatever Wu-Wu wants to do when she wakes up. Jean. Chu Huaizhou patted Xie Jinyi's back, calling out twice. Seeing no response, and hearing him muttering, why, and my fault, Chu guessed that he was likely blaming himself for Wu-Wu's illness. Thus, he attempted to pull his consciousness back through mention of Wu-Wu. Jean, if you keep crying in front of the ward, you might wake up Wu-Wu next. Fearing Xie Jinyi wouldn't hear, the old man repeated it a couple of times. This strategy proved effective as Xie Jinyi immediately ceased his crying but still covered his face with both hands. The gaps between his fingers were wet from tears and sweat, and his knuckles, pale and visibly trembling, showed his distress. Chu Huaizhou sighed again, his wrinkled face illuminated by the light. His usually spirited eyes now looked red, carrying helplessness and sympathy. He continued patting Xie Jinyi's back, increasing force gradually. You shouldn't overthink this, nor take all the blame. The fact that Wu got sick is not anyone's fault, it's nature's doing. We just need to treat her when she's ill. If we can't contend with fate, let's burn more incense and pray, right? Now your godmother has fainted, and your godfather needs to care for her. I am an old man, and if you faint from crying, then what will happen to Wu? Who will take care of her then? Don't you think so? Quickly wipe away your tears and go wash your face in the restroom. The young man gave a muffled response, his voice hoarse, barely concealing his sobs. I'm not crying anymore. Xie Jinya moved his hand, rubbing his eyes vigorously, turning his head toward Mr. Chu. Soaked hair fell messily over his face. His eyebrows and eyes appeared exhausted. His eyelids were bloodshot, and beneath his normally handsome features were even marks of palm prints from being slapped, making him look completely disheveled. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking each word laden with guilt and self-blame. Grandpa Chu, it's my fault. I made Wu cough up blood. Under normal circumstances, Grandpa Chu would ask how they had argued and sighed with his little grandson. But seeing Xie Jinya's current gaunt, anxious state, Chu felt sorry for him because after all, Xie Jinya was like a child he'd raised. After pondering for a moment, Grandpa Chu comforted him. Wu-Wu's condition itself involves bleeding symptoms, and it was precisely because she coughed up blood that we discovered her illness in time, didn't we? Xie Jinya shook his head. It's my fault. Young man, Chu Huaizhou sighed exasperatedly and tapped Xie Jinya on the forehead. Why are you so stubborn, even more than your old man? Go freshen up and clear your mind. I am very clear-headed. Xie Jinya lowered his heavy eyelids and croaked, I won't go anywhere. I'll wait here until Wu wakes up so I can admit my guilt. You. Chu Huaizhou sighed deeply and said, unable to convince the youth any further, all right, it's your fault. You're a tiny bit wrong. Now there's a chance for you to make up for your mistake. Would you want it? Hearing this, Xie Jinya looked up abruptly. What opportunity? Chu Huaizhou revealed a kind smile and slowly explained, Wu-Wu's situation now requires a long-term stay at the hospital. When we came here in haste, we left many things behind, plus the temperature has dropped now. Long sleeves are necessary. You spend every day with Wu, and you know her best. No one else dares to argue about that. So. Go home once, bring over everything Wu needs and likes. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinya's expression changed dramatically, slapping himself on the forehead with great regret. Damn it, I forgot all these things without you reminding me. Chu Huaizhou. Now he knew where the palm print came from. It makes sense, Wu should not have hit him that hard. Xie Jinya looked unwell, so Mr. Chu didn't dare let him return alone. He sent along the Lin housekeeper, and Xiao Lu would drive, conveniently dropping Zhou Lao off to rest. Before leaving, Xie Jinya opened the door and took a peek at Yun Wu through the crack. In the cozy decorated room, soft lighting filled the space, non-intrusive to the eyes. Doctors and nurses stood beside, recording information. On the 2-meter-wide bed, Yun Wu had a needle in her hand. Her straight, long hair lay disheveled across the bed. Her eyes were closed, her lips pale, still unconscious. Wu. Xie Jinya wanted to enter and check on Yun Wu, touch that hand with the needle, rub it, warm it up, confirming his darling baby was still there. But he also feared disturbing the doctor's work and bothering Yun Wu. In the end, he reluctantly tore his gaze away, gently closed the door, and walked away with the Lin housekeeper. After several hours of commotion, it was already midnight. The sky was pitch black, as if thick ink had been splashed across the heavens. Only scattered stars remained visible, making one feel oppressed. A night breeze carried a cool sensation along with it. Xiao Lu parked the car at the entrance. After getting out, Mr. Lin glanced at the darkening sky and muttered under his breath, it's going to rain, before looking at Xie Jinya. Mr. Xie, shall I help you pack up some things? Xie Jinya was staring at his phone, shaking his head without lifting his gaze. On the notepad page displayed on his phone screen, he had jotted down everything Wu might need during their return trip, afraid that he might forget something. Once back inside the bedroom, Xie Jinya retrieved a 28-inch suitcase. The suitcase was originally milky white until Yun Wu used oil paints to create a dreamlike sunrise scene on it, waves surging while two seagulls soared side by side toward the glowing dawn light. Their wings almost touched as if they were holding hands. Xie Jinya had watched Yun Wu finish painting the suitcase, asking her curiously, are the seagulls in the picture us? Yun Wu's answer consisted of just 2 words. Guess. Xie Jinya grinned widely then. Because he knew his little sweetheart was just a bit shy and playful, guess actually meant yes. Xie Jinya knelt half over the floor now, running his fingers across the 2 painted seagulls. All signs of past joy had vanished from his exhausted face, replaced instead by deep sorrow. Previously, this painting always made him feel cheerful. Because Wu painting these 2 seagulls symbolized her wish to be with him always. But now, he suddenly understood another meaning behind the artwork. The kitten trapped in one place by pain must long to become a freely soaring seagull, right? Seagulls could enjoy sunrises and dance gracefully with tides and waves. And yet his little kitten could only stay within a painting, relying on imagination to depict such vibrant scenery. Xie Jinye felt his eyes burn with moisture, a sharp pain piercing his heart. He silently vowed that once Wu Wu got better, no matter where she wanted to go or what she wanted to do, he would accompany her. Collecting himself, he opened the suitcase and began packing. A few sets of autumn clothes and nightgowns went in first, followed by Yun Wulu's phone and tablet. Then came various small trinkets. Thinking about how during Wu Wu's hospital stay, strands of her bangs might fall down, causing inconvenience, Xie Jinye rose to walk towards the desk, planning to find 1 or 2 hairpins to stash in his pocket. Yun Wulu rarely wore hairpins, so Xie Jinye wasn't sure where they were stored. He bent down, pulling open drawers one after another, intending to search through each carefully. When opening the second drawer, however, he unexpectedly found an unfamiliar box. The cardboard box was light blue, adorned in the top right corner with a shining little sun. Chapter 130, A Jin steals a kiss and prepares to confess all. Xie Jinye felt that the thing in the box must be important, but everyone has their own privacy. Without Yun Wulian's consent, he could not peek at the secrets. He quietly closed the drawer. The next second, thinking of the sun pattern on top, he opened it again. Sun, sun. Wu Wu had said I am his son. Could it be that what's inside has something to do with me? Xie Jinye hesitated for a moment, ultimately unable to resist opening the lid. He thought it would be some kind of gift, but unexpectedly. What came into view were countless familiar sticky note cards. All of them were written by him to Wu Wu. Xie Jinye had always had the habit of leaving sticky notes for Yun Wulian, sticking them either on the bedside or the pillow, because this way Yun Wulian would see them as soon as she woke up. He never expected that Wu Wu had not thrown them away, but instead kept all of them. And she even wrote replies. Inside the box, the sticky notes were neatly organized by color and shape, every one of them perfectly flat, except for the one on the top right corner, which was crumpled. This one was written this morning, saying he was going to training, breakfast was at the small cafe, there was strawberry milkshake, and if she missed him, she should call. Yun Wulian's reply was. You're bad, hiding things from me, I don't want to think about you. Xie Jinye's heart skipped a beat, his hand holding the sticky note trembled, instantly realizing why only this sticky note had been pinched, making it crumpled. Sure enough. No matter how much he disguises himself, he cannot deceive Wu Wu. Wu Wu must have already noticed something was off, waiting for him to honestly confess, yet he lied and ran away time after time. Was Wu Wu extremely angry, extremely sad when writing these words, unwilling to talk to him? Even worse is. When Wu Wu wanted to get close, he pushed her away. An overwhelming wave of heartache surged, as if being torn apart by an invisible beast. Xie Jinye's breathing deepened, and he felt like slapping himself. Just then. He suddenly caught sight of a line of small characters on the red scarf of the snowman. In fact, I've been thinking of you ever since I opened my eyes. Today's self-portrait was great. The sun should shine so brilliantly. Almost instantly, Xie Jinye's pupils widened, and his eyes reddened once again, tears rolling down his pale face one after another, full of panic and regret. What he believed to be protecting Wu Wu, to her, wasn't it also a form of injury? But Wu Wu still spoke so tenderly, saying she missed him. Wu Wu. I'm sorry I must tell you everything. Xie Jinye shakily closed the box, urgently wanting to return to Yun Wulian's side and truthfully disclose everything. Sometimes, the more hurried, the easier mistakes happen. He stared at the memo content on his phone, his ears ringing, his mind completely blank, unable to remember anything, his head filled with Yun Wulian's pale, haggard face. Helplessly. Xie Jinye could only wash his face with cold water to clear his head. By the time they packed up and returned to the hospital, the sky on the horizon had already turned the color of fish belly white, accompanied by a gentle breeze, fine drizzle gracefully fell. As soon as they got out of the car, Xie Jinye wanted to dash forward. Manager Lin quickly got out of the passenger seat, unfolded a black umbrella, and handed it to Xie Jinye. Mr. Xie, it's raining, take an umbrella. No. Xie Jinye was about to refuse, but then thought getting wet would bring dampness back to the ward, and dirty the suitcase, so he silently swallowed his words. Thank you. He took the umbrella and began to dash with one hand holding the suitcase. The young man disappeared in a flash, and Manager Lin was stunned by this incredible speed, can't help but exclaim, is he rushing to see the young master? Driver Lu Chen poked his head out of the driver's seat and sighed in agreement. Ah. To be exact, he's rushing to see his beloved. He originally thought that after returning from the bar, the two young masters would almost certainly become a couple, but didn't expect a serious illness to intervene. Manager Lin hesitated, half understanding, and raised his hand to give Lu Chen a pat on his clean-cut hairstyle. Boy, stop talking nonsense. Lu Chen groaned twice, pleading, Uncle Lin, spare me, quickly withdrawing his head and handing out another umbrella considerately. Uncle, your umbrella, I'll go change shifts with my buddies. Manager Lin took the umbrella, instructed Lu Chen to let the kitchen prepare some light but nutritious meals when he returns, then opened the umbrella and followed upstairs. On the other side. Yun Lanyu had already woken up, glanced at her younger son a few times, and felt unbearably heartbroken. She was sitting on the sofa in the corridor, leaning against her husband's chest, crying secretly. Chu Qin Yen patted his wife's shoulder while making a phone call to their elder son. Currently, he still needs some time of hospital observation. If the later infection becomes severe and hematopoietic function can't be restored, a bone marrow transplant will be required. The best match for transplantation is from siblings. Both you and Wu have the highest compatibility. Later on, we'll need to first conduct a matching test. We should keep the illness secret from Wu. Xie Jinyi walked out from the elevator, afraid that the sound of dragging the suitcase might be too loud, so he kept carrying it with his hands. When he met a nurse who was just about to go downstairs, he learned that Yun Wulian's fever had subsided. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed a bit. However, as he turned towards the ward and heard Grandpa mentioning transplantation, his heart tightened again. He tiptoed into the ward. The ward was deathly silent. The main lights were already off, leaving only a soft bedside lamp lit. Yun Wulian was sleeping soundly, buried in soft bedding. Xie Jinyi temporarily put the suitcase aside, tiptoed over, every step taken very cautiously, not wanting to disturb Yun Wulian's rest. When he reached the bedside, he held his breath, slowly bent down, and looked at the pale face of his childhood friend, filled with unbearable sorrow, like being slashed by a knife. Wu. His raspy voice was almost inaudible. Xie Jinyi hesitated for a moment, supporting himself with his hands on the bed, leaning closer and closer, mustering all his courage. His dry lips broke softly and tenderly landed on Yun Wulian's tear corner. I will confess everything when you wake up. After pausing for 1 or 2 seconds, Xie Jinyi moved away his lips. There were 2 chairs by the bed. He chose the one closer to Yun Wulian, sat down immediately and extended his hand under the blanket. He touched the cool hand of the young boy, holding it gently. Xie Jinyi lay on the bed, quietly accompanying Yun Wulian this way. When Yun Lanyu returned with her emotions settled, she found Xie Jinyi had fallen asleep beside the bed. With a slight frown, she quickly grabbed a blanket and covered him. As soon as it got bright, everyone arrived despite the rain after hearing the news. The first ones to arrive were Chu Yuan Xiai and Yen Noa, followed by a few members from the Xie family. Then came Uncle Yun Wenlin's family of 5, and also Yu Shu Huai and Bai Lin Shi. Not long after, Uncle Yu also came with his brother and sister-in-law. But Yun Wulian remained unconscious, and Xie Jinyi looked disheartened. Eventually, seeing that it was almost dark, the visitors worried but left temporarily to let Yun Wulian rest. Xie Jinyi quickly pulled himself together. Although he couldn't eat himself, he was concerned that Yun Wulian would wake up hungry. While the sky wasn't completely dark yet, he went out to buy ingredients and started cooking busily in the small kitchen of the hospital VIP suite. Meanwhile, in the ward, Yun Wulian fluttered his long eyelashes and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 131, Wu wakes up, ignoring Ajin. The familiar smell of disinfectant rushed into her nostrils, and Yun Wulian slightly furrowed her eyebrows, dimly realizing that she was lying in a hospital bed. Her temples throbbed with pain, her throat felt dry and rough, and her body was limp and weak. Ajin. Yun Wulian instinctively reached out to the side but soon stopped, her pale fingers trembling as they gripped the sheet tightly, revealing bluish veins under the light. Her eyes, just opened, were now dimmed by concealed sorrow. As her eyes adjusted to the light, she tried to sit up while breathing heavily. But her limbs were too weak, and she could feel some swelling and pain on the back of her hand where a needle was inserted for an foredrip. So, I really am sick. Yun Wulian felt her chest tighten, anxiously wanting to know what illness she had. She raised her hand to press the bedside bell but caught sight of something. A blood bag hanging from the ceiling. What kind of illness requires a blood transfusion? There's no need to think much, it must be serious. The vivid red color of the blood bag seemed like an invisible blade piercing into Yun Wulian's heart repeatedly. She closed her eyes, tightly gripping the sheet, trying to calm down. However, her headache worsened, and the surrounding air felt as though it had been sucked dry, making it harder to breathe. Eventually, her throat itched, and she started coughing violently. Cough. Cough. Almost immediately after Yun Wulian's coughing began, the door to the ward was pushed open, and Yun Lanyu and Bai Yun rushed in anxiously. Wu. Yun Lanyu quickly came to the bedside, grabbed an oxygen mask, and placed it over Yun Wulian's face. Wu, take deep breaths, come on, slow your breathing. Doctors and nurses rushed in afterward, temporarily shutting off the foredrip. Bai Yun stood nearby, holding a handkerchief, her face full of concern. Her originally pink handkerchief was wet, stained with tears she wiped for Yun Lanyu earlier. Soon, Chu Qinyan also walked in. Yeah, is Wu awake? The man quickly walked behind his wife, his face filled with worry. Also accompanying him were Yen Noa, Chu Yuanxi, and Yu Qingshuan. Yen Noa and Chu Yuanxi originally planned to return home after seeing off their guests, but concerned their parents might be tired, decided to come upstairs to relieve them so they could rest. Yu Qingshuan similarly returned due to his worries. Seeing Yun Wulian coughing and panting, everyone's hearts leaped up their throats. No one dared to speak loudly and quietly stood by the wall, waiting for Yun Wulian to recover. Yen Noa held her boyfriend's hand anxiously and whispered, Wu seems to be coughing painfully. His neck has turned red. Chu Yuanxi squeezed Yen Noa's hand in response, his expression gloomy. Yu Qingshuan looked around, furrowing his brows as he approached the counter. Noticing a honey jar and thermal cup on the tray, he decided to make Yun Wulyan a glass of honey water to ease the cough. As he unscrewed the thermal cup, a mild fragrance of honey and osmanthus wafted toward him. Apparently, honey was already inside. Was it prepared by Ajahn? He poured the water from the thermal cup into a glass and tested the temperature by touching the sides. It was perfect. Definitely prepared ahead by that guy. After Yun Wulyan finished coughing, she leaned against her mother, breathing steadily. The frail beauty had reddened tear-streaked eyes, her gaze misty, her chest still heaving violently. She looked utterly worn out, almost like snow about to melt away, pitiful enough to make anyone's heart ache. Honey. Yun Lanyu gently patted her youngest son's chest, frowning in concern. Do you feel better? Would you like some water? At the same moment, the doctor was about to ask the nurse to fetch water, and Yen Noa and others were preparing to move as well. Then a gentle voice sounded out. No need, I've got it. Yu Qingshuan approached the bedside, his gaze falling on Yun Wulyan behind his glasses softened with empathy. He bent down and handed the cup to Yun Lanyu. Sister-in-law, this is honey water, which should help with the cough. Yun Lanyu took the cup and thanked him, supporting her son's back while bringing the rim of the cup to his lips. Come on, darling, drink a little water to moisten your throat, slowly, see if it's not too hot first. Yun Wulyan lifted her hand to support the cup, ready to drink when she heard Yu Qingshuan add another sentence. This was prepared by Ajahn, the temperature is just right, that guy is actually quite considerate. Yun Wulyan paused mid-action, looking down as she swallowed the metallic taste in her mouth. Ignoring the searing pain in her throat, she turned her head and said faintly, I'm not thirsty. Despite rejecting the offer with her words, her voice clearly revealed hoarseness and weakness. Everyone froze, sensing there was something wrong with Yun Wulyan. Yun Lanyu asked anxiously, is it that you don't want honey water? Then would you like a glass of clear water? Yun Wulyan shook her head. Chu Qinyan placed his hand on his wife's shoulder, patting the top of their youngest son's head twice as he asked, are you hungry? Ajahn has been cooking congee for you in the kitchen, it should be ready soon. Upon hearing a certain name, Yun Wulyan felt a pang in her heart and shook her head again. Feeling that she had regained some strength, she slowly propped herself up against the bed and sat up. She looked at everyone with worried expressions, changing the topic by directly asking, tell me first, what disease do I have? There was a brief silence in the ward. Everyone exchanged glances, looking at each other with hesitation, wanting to say something but holding back because they feared Yun Wulyan might not bear the truth. They had already discussed beforehand and decided to keep Yun Wulyan uninformed. The nurses and doctors nearby silently lowered their heads, pretending they weren't present. Darling, about this. Yun Lanyu held her son's hand, unsure how to proceed. Finally, Chu Qinyan patted Yun Wulyan's head once more before speaking, it's nothing serious. It's the same as before, inflammation caused by fever, so you need to stay in the hospital for a few days. Does inflammation require a blood transfusion? I'm not 3 years old anymore. Tell me the truth. Yun Wulyan tilted her head to look at the floor stand, her moist eyes reflecting tiny bits of light. Her expression remained calm, and her tone was devoid of any fluctuation. As if she didn't know the answer yet, but she had accepted the harsh reality in advance. Seeing Yun Wulyan like this, everyone felt tense, even more reluctant to speak. You don't plan to tell me? Yun Wulyan noticed her mother's reddened eyes, her father's furrowed brows, the teacher's hesitant expression, and then glanced at her brother and sister-in-law, and Aunt Xia, seeing that none of them intended to open their mouths. She nodded calmly. All right, all of you go out first. Subsequently, she raised her finger toward the unfamiliar doctor standing among the crowd. You must be my attending physician. Stay behind. Dr. Cheng's heart leaped. After revealing the diagnosis yesterday, some fainted while others broke down. Plus, little Master Yun had heart problems, making him afraid to utter a single word. The atmosphere tensed again. Chu Qinyan signaled the doctors and nurses to leave, then sat by the bed, reaching toward his son's head, wanting to comfort him with a few words. Wu, listen to your dad. Yun Wulyan saw that the doctors were gone, her pale face avoided her father's hand, cutting him off mid-sentence, you'll only, cough, make me worry every day this way. It would be better to just tell me straight. Hearing her son start coughing again, Yun Lanyu fought the urge to cry, gently patting his shoulder as she softly said, baby, really, there's nothing wrong, just stay in the hospital for a few days, we will get better. Chu Unc came over with a glass of water, Wu, mom and dad really aren't lying to you. Yen Noa vigorously nodded in agreement, right, we will get better. Yu Qingshuan pushed his glasses up slightly, lowering his gaze while quietly sighing inwardly, wanting to tell Yun Wulyan the truth but unable to, after all. The mortality rate for this disease is extremely high. Yun Lanyu took the water cup from her elder son, trying to feed Yun Wulyan, but after finishing her coughing fit, Yun Wulyan immediately lay back down, pulling the blanket over her head. Never mind. My head hurts a lot, I want to sleep. You guys go rest. Yun Lanyu frowned, concerned that her child would be hungry, but before she could continue, a weak, pleading voice floated out from under the blanket, so faint that it was almost inaudible. I beg you. When had Yun Wulyan ever used such a pleading tone? Yun Lanyu's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Chu Qingyan sighed, patting his wife's shoulder. Both exchanged glances, knowing that their child had already guessed the illness and needed time to process it. After comforting him a few more times, they finally led everyone out of the ward. Just outside, Xie Jinyi came running towards them with the porridge. "Aunt, why are you coming out?" Xie Jinyi, sweaty from his efforts, still hadn't taken off the handcuffs on his wrist and excitedly asked, "Didn't the nurse say Wu Wu woke up?" "Jinyi." Yunlan Yu wiped her tearful eyes, almost grabbing onto Xie Jinyi like a savior, patting the young man's shoulder. "You're here at the perfect time. Wu Wu probably figured out the severity of the illness and is upset inside. Go in and stay with him." Xie Jinyi's smile faded, and he nodded. The young man licked his lips and rushed into the ward quickly. Yu Qingshuan, adjusting his glasses, glanced sideways at the handcuffs on Xie Jinyi's wrist, his eyes filling with concern. He always felt that Wu Wu's earlier reluctance to drink water was somehow related to Jinyi. Did those two kids have an argument? Yu Qingshuan noticed Chu Yuanci next to him furrowing his brows as if also worrying about something, so he asked quietly, "Yuanci, did Wu Wu and Jinyi have a fight?" Chu Yuanci shook his head, "It's very likely. This morning when I arrived, I saw a slap mark on that guy's face. When I asked him, he just said it was his fault." Yu Qingshuan sighed again, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. On the other side, Xie Jinyi slowed down, his gaze fixed on the ward less than half a meter away. His heart pounded wildly, and each step felt unbearably heavy. What should I say when I go in? Apologize first. Then hug Wu Wu and explain everything clearly. Xie Jinyi held the stew pot with one hand, took a deep breath to suppress the inexplicable unease and anxiety, and gently pushed the door open, stepping halfway inside. "Foggy," he began. Before he could apologize, a weak yet icy voice came from inside. "Xie Jinyi, go out as well." Chapter 132, I only beg you, don't leave me. Yun Wulian only calls Xie Jinyi by his full name when she is angry, and in over a decade, it has been rare. Never before has her tone been as cold as today. Bang! Xie Jinyi's face instantly turned deathly pale. The clay pot in his hand crashed to the floor. His eyes widened, and his whole body froze in place, his legs heavy and aching as if filled with lead. An indescribable ache surged from his heart, like thorny brambles rolling up to his throat, leaving behind cruel scars. His voice trembled hoarsely. "Wu Wu. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." He struggled to take a step, stepping over the broken porcelain pieces, his red-rimmed eyes running to the bedside. Kneeling on one knee on the bed, he attempted to lift the quilt to embrace Yun Wulian. "Wu Wu, listen to me, I didn't mean to push you away, The young man moved quickly, in a great rush. But just as his hand touched Yun Wulian through the quilt, Yun Wulian quickly turned over, directly taking the quilt and moving aside. "I have a headache, I don't want to hear it." Xie Jinyi's hand hung trembling in mid-air, cutting him deeply inside. He wanted to hold Yun Wulian tightly, but little Juma's hand had an 4-needle, and he was hiding under the quilt. A rash move could easily cause harm. After hesitating for several seconds, violent coughs rang out from under the quilt, accompanied by choking and painful gasps, each sound like sharp needles piercing into Xie Jinyi's chest. "Cough, cough, go away. Go away. I really feel awful, don't, cough, cough, don't stay here, go away." Xie Jinyi's pupils dilated, a bone-chilling chill spreading throughout his body. His lips uncontrollably quivered, his already bloodshot Danfeng eyes visibly filling with mist. "Wu Wu." He reached out to pat Yun Wulian's back. But was rejected again. "Don't touch me." With weak strength, Yun Wulian yelled, coughing even more violently, causing the quilt to tremble. Xie Jinyi stared with wide eyes, large tears streaming down, his trembling hands suspended in the air, clenched into a fist, nails digging deeply into his palms. He dared not move anymore. Like a child who has made a mistake and been abandoned, remorseful and helpless, he could only kneel and lean forward, sobbing and pleading. "My darling baby. You keep coughing like this, it breaks my heart. Can you please come out of the quilt? If you don't want to see me, I can wait outside for you." After pausing momentarily, hearing the intense pain, he felt unbearable anguish, biting his lip until it bled, retreating cautiously as he progressed. "All I beg of you. Don't abandon me, don't leave me." As he spoke, Xie Jinyi humbly pressed his face against the quilt, much like a large dog seeking affection, carefully rubbing twice. In the quilt, Yun Wulian paused her dodging movement. Following that, came even more severe coughing and breathing, weaker with every gasp, carrying traces of suppressed sobs. Furrowing his brows, Xie Jinyi realized something was wrong. Wu Wu seemed to be struggling to breathe. The youth was frightened witless, scared that Yun Wulian might suffocate beneath the quilt, so he disregarded her resistance, grabbing the corner of the quilt and forcefully pulling it back. Yun Wulian also grabbed at the quilt but was too weak to match Xie Jinyi's strength. The quilt was yanked open, stirring up a breeze that lifted the stray strands of hair at the sick beauty's temple. Turning her head, she revealed wet lips tangled with a few dark strands of hair. She looked at Xie Jinyi with tear-filled eyes. Her chest rose and fell violently, her hands trembled as they gripped the quilt, her chapped lips, stained with blood, opened with labored breath, emitting a fragile, weak voice. You are truly so bad. Xie Jinye's heart stopped abruptly, tears pouring down as he repeatedly whispered, "I'm sorry," in a hoarse voice. Reaching both hands toward Yun Wulyan, he tried to embrace her and wipe away her tears. Just as his fingertips brushed against Yun Wulyan's pale face, those swollen red peach blossom eyes wearily closed. Then, the hand gripping the quilt lost its strength. Chapter 133, Everyone Consoles Wang Wang Sui Bing Bing. Woo woo. A heart-wrenching sob pierced through the ward, filled with grief and helplessness. Upon hearing the commotion, Yu Qingshuan and the others rushed back to the ward. When they pushed the door open, the scene that greeted them caused everyone to catch their breath, their pupils dilating in shock. Yun Wulyan was seen collapsed in Xie Jinye's arms, her face pale, her eyes tightly shut. Xie Jinye's condition wasn't much better, his face was deathly white, and his whole body trembled. He carefully wiped the tears from the corners of Yun Wulyan's eyes, his bloodshot eyes devoid of all light. In a hoarse voice, he repeatedly called out her name, appearing utterly disheveled. "My child." Yun Lanyu went blank for a moment, thinking that Yun Wulyan was no more, and fainted outright. Fortunately, Chu Qinyan caught her in time from behind. The rest were also startled, taking a couple of seconds to regain their senses. "Woo woo. Ajin, what happened between the two of you? Where's the doctor?" "Doctor." The doctors and nurses arrived soon after, diagnosing that Yun Wulyan had only temporarily fainted. Everyone then exhaled in relief and quietly left the ward. Once outside in the corridor, all eyes turned toward Xie Jinyi. The young man still hadn't regained any color in his face. His hair was messy, his forehead drenched in sweat. He leaned listlessly against the wall, his gaze revealing deep guilt and confusion. Baiyun clenched her handkerchief, calling worriedly to her son, "Ajin." Xie Jinyi didn't respond. Chu Yuci and Yen Noa exchanged glances, sighing softly. Chu Qinyan supported his wife, furrowing his brows deeply with a grave expression. Remembering that the younger son had fainted twice due to Xie Jinyi, he looked at Xie Jinyi with some dissatisfaction. "Ajin, I know you're a good kid who cares about Wu Wu, but this incident needs an explanation from you." "Sorry." Xie Jinyi hung his head, still overwhelmed by the collapse, and slowly slid down the wall, kneeling. He covered his face with both hands, distressed. He wanted to confess everything, apologize and accept punishment. But Wu Wu had already become so angry as to resist his touch. At the time, his mind was a complete blank. When he heard Wu Wu cough painfully, he panicked, not having time to explain anything before Wu Wu. Recalling Yun Wulyan's choked words, "You're bad," Xie Jinyi felt an intense pain in his chest, slapping himself hard on the face. "I'm such an idiot." Everyone was stunned, startled by the crisp sound of the slap. "Ajin." Yen Noa took a couple of steps forward intending to grab the young man's hand, but Chu Yuci stopped her, shaking his head. "Noa, let him vent." Yu Qingshuan frowned, lips pursed, pondering something. Bai Yun watched as her son looked like a lost soul, both pained and exasperated. She walked up to him, crouching down beside him and used the handkerchief to wipe his face. "Ajin, don't hurt yourself this way. Listen, tell us what happened. Did you two have a misunderstanding?" "Mom." Xie Jinyi lifted his head, eyes red-rimmed, voice raspy. "Wu Wu doesn't want to talk to me anymore, or even see me. Is it because of some kind of misunderstanding?" Bai Yun gently brushed the stray locks covering his brow away, continuing softly. "If there's a misunderstanding, when Wu Wu wakes up, explain clearly. Wu Wu is sick now, so large emotional fluctuations should be avoided. You need to speak slowly, starting with the key points." "I understand." Xie Jinyi closed his eyes and sighed heavily against the wall. However, with Wu Wu struggling to breathe due to coughing fits, he simply had no chance to explain, and dared not recount the events related to the cruise during Wu Wu's emotional breakdown. Relieved that it was just a misunderstanding, Chu Qinyan asked cautiously, "What exactly was the misunderstanding?" Bai Yun nodded in agreement. "Ajin, give us a rough outline, everyone here can offer advice on how to resolve this matter." After deliberating for a moment, Xie Jinyi shook his head while covering his face, reluctant to reveal the intimate moments. He could describe his psychological trauma, but their misunderstandings included privacy issues. He couldn't possibly tell everyone, especially details such as how Wu Wu had gotten drunk, sat on him wanting to kiss him, and... Collecting his thoughts, the young man pleaded with a gravelly voice. "Let me think this through alone. I will figure out a solution. Don't worry, Dry Dad, I swear. This won't happen again, otherwise I deserve to die." Bai Yun glared at him. "You, stop talking nonsense." Chu Qinyan frowned deeply, wishing to pat the young man on the shoulder as a form of comfort. However, since he still held his unconscious wife in his arms, he instead softened his tone to soothe. "Get a good night's sleep first tonight. I merely wanted to understand the cause and not to scold you. Never say that word again, Wu Wu cannot bear to hear it." After saying that, the man sighed and turned to leave, making sure to remind his eldest son to stay in the ward before departing. Bai Yun was about to say something more, but the next second, she heard the voices of the two elders by the elevator. Worried they would come and disturb the children, she got up quickly and went to intercept them. The remaining three looked at each other in silence. Yen Noa glanced at Xie Jinyi, then looked up at Chu Yuci, lowering her voice with concern as she asked, "Brother, should we just watch like this? Should we kneel down and comfort him together with a Jin?" Chu Yuci's expression was full of worry. Without knowing the specific reason, any amount of comfort will be useless. Yen Noa, then should we ask again? Chu Yuci saw Yu Qingshuan first approaching and kneeling beside Xie Jinyi. He nodded, pulling Yen Noa a few steps forward, and knelt down beside the young man. Upon hearing the noise, Xie Jinyi grabbed his hair with his left hand and mumbled, "You guys should leave too." Chu Yuci rested his elbow on his knee, seriously saying, "My younger brother is in there, I have to guard the ward." Xie Jinyi, "I'm here." Chu Yuci, "That's not possible. It's your godfather's duty, he'll scold us if we leave. All family members should kneel in line and stay together," and, Yen Noa tilted her head, resting her chin on her arm as she gazed at the young man concernedly. "We're all worried about you and Wu Wu. Now that the elders have left, Ajin, you can whisper to us." Xie Jinyi. Sigh. The young man also began pulling at his hair with his other hand. Yu Qingshuan lowered his eyes, listening to the rain outside the window. He pushed his glasses up and smiled, "Although I am older than you by a generation, there isn't much difference in age. For practical purposes, I don't count as an elder. Ajin, feel free to speak up if you're in trouble." Xie Jinyi. "Why is Uncle Yu also here?" Yu Qingshuan noticed the young man kept his head bowed. A flicker of helplessness passed through his eyes beneath the lenses. After various deductions, he roughly guessed some of it. His gaze landed on the cuffs around Xie Jinyi's wrists as he tentatively asked. "Let me take the liberty to ask, do you still think of yourself as straight?" Chapter 134, The Most Wanted, Confession. The words, "straight guy," pulled Xie Jinyi out of his sorrow. He suddenly looked up, the bloodshot eyes appearing weary and fierce under the light, yet his expression was blank with a look of stunned shock. "Uncle Yu, how did you know I like Wu Wu?" Their eyes met. Seeing the youth's shocked face, Yu Qingshuan smirked wryly, caught between laughter and sadness. "Do I even need to ask? Is this some big secret? This kid has practically written, 'in love,' all over his face." Yu Qingshuan shook his head, smiled slightly without answering Xie Jinyi. Then the two people on the left started laughing and exchanged glances. They began bantering in a comedic style. Yen Nuoxing said earnestly, her clear bright eyes steady, "Ajin, you've just realized this now, haven't you? It's not only Uncle Yu who knows, we all have noticed. In fact, I originally thought that you two were already together because your daily interactions really make you look like a couple, it's so sweet." Chu Yuanzi joked, "But someone still thinks he's a straight man." Yen Nuoxing defended Xie Jinyi, "After all, Ajin has been loving Wu Wu since childhood. Not being able to recognize one's own feelings is quite normal." Chu Yuanzi agreed, "Indeed, from childhood to adulthood, Wu Wu has always been on his mind." As they exchanged barbs back and forth, Xie Jinyi's red wet phoenix eyes widened, his pale complexion gradually improved, his tightly knitted brows rose as he couldn't help but criticize himself. "So it turns out, I'm the only one who's dumb." He had planned to confess and then considered various ways to officially announce their relationship and share this news with everyone. But unexpectedly, they all knew. Wait a second. Could my godparents know too? Xie Jinyi suddenly felt embarrassed recalling all the previous times when his actions were obviously trying to cover something up. "Fools have foolish blessings, that's why Wu Wu likes teasing you." Yu Qingshuan couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing that the young man's spirits had recovered a bit, he began asking questions. "When Wu Wu was teasing you, did you mistakenly think you were straight and unintentionally hurt Wu Wu, thus creating a misunderstanding?" Xie Jinyi furrowed his brow in silence, pressing his tongue against the molars, massaging his throbbing temples. "Not entirely, but I definitely hurt Wu Wu." After a brief pause, guilt swirled in the young man's eyes. Swallowing down the metallic taste of blood from his split lip, he carefully chose his words, opening his mouth laboriously and speaking with a hoarse voice. "A month or two ago, I realized I liked Wu Wu. But due to certain reasons, I never confessed, and instead, pushed Wu Wu away. Wu Wu thus misunderstood me. It's all my fault for making Wu Wu faint from anger." Yen Nuoxing noticed the tension in the young man's furrowed brows and quickly consoled him, "Ajian, don't blame yourself. This isn't entirely your fault, Wu Wu will be fine." Sighing, Chu Yuanzi asked, "What are these reasons? Can you roughly explain them?" "It's about." Xie Jinyi slowly lifted his gaze to the ceiling, his pupils dimmed, his chest heaving heavily. He licked his cracked lips, using physical pain to alleviate his racing heart. His fingers tightened and loosened, leaving behind traces of blood. To mend the misunderstanding with the person he loved, he took a deep breath, attempting to recount the event that occurred on the cruise ship. "When I was a child." Just starting, recalling that Yun Wuling was in the nearby ward separated by a single wall, Xie Jinyi's heartbeat accelerated abruptly, causing his breathing to become erratic. Immediately after, the sound of rain outside became mixed with the labored breathing from the crews, inducing a nauseous feeling that surged uncontrollably, piercing the already tired nerves. Chu Yuanzi caught the phrase, when I was a child, observing Xie Jinya's shaking shoulders, and grew serious, vaguely guessing the reason. Could it be related to Ajin's abduction during his childhood? Yu Qingshuan noticed the drastic change in the young man's complexion, turning deathly pale, realizing the situation could worsen. He lightly slapped his shoulder, hurriedly steering the conversation. All right, if it's painful, don't dwell on it. Ajin, bring your focus back. Startled by Xie Jinya's reaction, Yan Nuoxing worriedly asked, Ajin, are you okay? Gasping for air, Xie Jinya shook his head, no. When Xie Jinya's breathing stabilized slightly, Yu Qingshuan spoke slowly this time, Ajin, you don't necessarily have to tell us this reason, but you must disclose it to Wu Wu. Otherwise, misunderstandings will only push you further apart. Licking his parched and sore lips, Xie Jinya nodded, I understand. I wanted to confess everything to Wu Wu, but Wu Wu doesn't want to see me anymore. As he spoke, his eyes filled with bitterness. It's not just that Wu Wu doesn't want to see me. Every time I speak, Wu Wu gets so uncomfortable he starts coughing violently. I don't know how to start, fearing any sort of stimulation. Because the thing I concealed is very dark. Moreover, I haven't even said anything yet, and Wu Wu just fainted while crying, and it broke my heart. Chu Yuanzi, upon hearing the mention of darkness, became more confident in his guess as to what had happened. Yet, a shadow of doubt lingered in his eyes. There was no need to hide the fact about the kidnapping, since back then, it was Wu Wu who had brought Ajin home after finding him. So did he only reveal part of the truth? He remembered that Xie Jinya seemed to have been kidnapped onto a cruise ship. Yu Qingshuan, having been abroad previously, wasn't aware of Xie Jinya's kidnapping in those days. When he heard the word dark, he furrowed his brows and anxiously grabbed the young man's arm, asking with concern, you didn't do anything wrong behind Wu Wu's back, did you? Xie Jinya shook his head. No. Yu Qingshuan let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the youth didn't look like someone harboring guilt over wrongdoing, especially since he had also mentioned childhood events. Curiosity stirred within Yu Qingshuan, but he was hesitant to bring up old wounds again and eventually decided to steer the conversation away once more. Ajin, have you ever thought that since Wu Wu is so upset now, why not take a roundabout approach? Wait until Wu Wu's emotions stabilize, then comfort Wu Wu first before explaining the misunderstanding. After all, to suddenly say, Wu Wu, listen to me, this was all a misunderstanding, kind of sounds like something a scum man would say, and it can be quite irritating. Beside them, Yan Nuoxing nodded in agreement. Yes, comfort Wu Wu first, then slowly explain. Xie Jinya looked confused and eagerly asked, then, how do I comfort her? Yu Qingshuan adjusted his glasses and a gentle smile spread across his face as he countered meaningfully, think hard. What does Wu Wu want the most? The thing Wu Wu wants the most. Repeating Yu Qingshuan's words, Xie Jinya's mind worked furiously, and the first thing that came to mind was the pair of seagulls on the suitcase. Wu Wu longed to be free from pain, to be free and unrestrained. But achieving that was currently difficult. If only they could switch places, he'd willingly lie on the sickbed instead of Wu Wu. Other than freedom, what else did Wu Wu desire? Wait. Suddenly, a flash of white light zipped through his mind. Xie Jinya's bloodshot and dim eyes lit up, instantly understanding everything. Excitedly gripping his fists, he struck his leg with force. Shit. I get it. Wu Wu wanted to confess. Wanted his affection. The corner of the young man's lips curved upward as if he had been revitalized. Looking at Yan Nuoxing and glancing sideways at Yu Qingshuan, he couldn't contain his excitement, saying urgently, Big brother Yuanzi, sister-in-law, Uncle Yu, thank you. I know what to do now. However, Wu Wu doesn't want to acknowledge me at the moment, so I need your help. Chapter 135, The blazing sun cannot stay for withered flowers. Yun Wulin woke up again the next morning. The weather was nice today. Warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, shining into the room and scattering onto the bed, giving the snow-white blanket a golden edge. A warm atmosphere spread throughout the hospital room. But Yun Wulin was trembling with cold. Jean. In his daze, he murmured Xie Jinya's name, reaching out of the covers instinctively to feel beside him but met only an icy void. His hand paused, trembled, and then silently retreated. Before Yun Wulin could digest the complex emotions swirling within him, his mother's voices came from behind. My dear, you're finally awake. Upon hearing the sound, Yun Lanyu excitedly set down the flower branches she had been trimming and rose. Sitting at the bedside, her long and narrow eyes were rimmed red. She leaned over and touched Yun Wulin's forehead, confirming that the temperature was normal before gently asking, you gave Mom quite a scare, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Waking up is good. Bai Yun followed suit, standing up lightly patting Yun Lanyu's shoulder as her gaze fell on Yun Wulin's face, smiling warmly, Wu Wu, are you hungry? Would you like a sip of water? The porridge has been kept warm. Yun Wulin slowly regained his awareness, meeting his mother's worried gazes. He tried to open his mouth to say he was fine, but his throat felt searing hot, even breathing caused pain. His raspy voice was almost too soft to hear. He attempted to sit up by supporting himself against the bed but had not eaten for a few days and lacked any strength. The little effort exhausted him, leaving him gasping for breath with a face pale as paper. "Don't move, let me help you." Yun Lan Yu felt immense pity. She gripped her son's frail shoulders and gently helped him up while Bai Yun brought the water. Taking the water, Yun Lan Yu fed it to Yun Wulin. "Here, Wu, the water is lukewarm, it's not too hot." Yun Wulin wanted to drink by himself, but with blurred vision and no strength in his body, he could only lower his eyelids, breathe heavily, endure the weakness, and slowly bite down on the cup. As the warm water soaked his lips and flowed into his throat, the scorching pain gradually subsided. It was akin to a mountain spring irrigating parched land, bringing a familiar sweetness. It was the taste of honey. Frowning, Yun Wulin tightly clenched the quilt, realizing who had prepared the warm water. After drinking 2 sips, he pulled his lips away and tried to find his voice. I want to go to the bathroom." Considering how difficult it would be for her son to walk and use the restroom in his current state, Yun Lan Yu tentatively asked, "Jean is just outside, should we?" Before she finished speaking, Yun Wulin rejected the idea. "I can do it myself." Feeling somewhat more energized, Yun Wulin held onto the headboard and got off the bed by himself. Yun Lan Yu and Bai Yun exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. Fearing they might upset Yun Wulin, they refrained from mentioning Xie Jinyi anymore and ultimately supported the child as he went to the bathroom. Once the door closed, the two took a few steps back, lowered their voices, and quietly discussed. "Yun Lan Yu, does Wu still seem angry?" "Bai Yun, given that the misunderstanding hasn't been resolved yet, let's wait longer." Jean said he had figured out a plan. "Yun Lan Yu, what kind of plan?" "Bai Yun, I don't know, Jean has been mysterious these past couple of days, it seems he's preparing something big." "Could it be?" Yun Lan Yu glanced at the bathroom, shaped her hand like a horn, and whispered, "A proposal?" Bai Yun nodded, highly possible. If it were another time, Yun Lan Yu would have been thrilled and ecstatic, but now, she was mostly anxious. Sigh, "I hope these two kids reconcile soon, otherwise, my heart keeps aching." Bai Yun raised her head, her gaze penetrating the hospital room door as she thought about her son crouching in the corridor. Her brows furrowed, following with a sigh. "Yes. These last couple of days, I haven't slept well." The mother spoke softly, the walls were soundproof, so Yun Wulin didn't hear anything. He stood before the sink, silently staring at his reflection in the mirror, pale complexion, no color in his lips, looking completely haggard and weak. It felt like he resembled a dead person lying in a coffin. The only difference was the redness around his eyes, a damp, wet patch that looked as if it had been smeared with rouge. Yun Wulin lifted his hand to caress the face in the mirror, starting from the eyebrows, slowly tracing outlines until the tips of his fingers landed on his lips, curving slightly upward in a bitter smile. If the fortune-teller's words were true, then his lifespan should be only about half a year left, right? Breath. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and an itch spread through his throat. Yun Wulin covered his lips and coughed twice, and before he could finish, the taste of blood was already all over his mouth. Following the sink, he collapsed onto the floor, a misty film forming over his eyes as he felt a bone-chilling coldness throughout his body. His arms trembling, he tightly hugged himself. So cold. His dark black hair spilled around him like a waterfall. Yun Wulin buried his head on his knees, the rims of his eyes growing sore while his chest twisted in pain. Unable to help it, he longed for the burning warmth of being embraced by Xie Jinyi. But he couldn't go back to Xie Jinyi anymore. After calming down, Yun Wulin had seriously considered whether Xie Jinyi's vomiting was really caused by his intimacy. If Xie Jinyi truly found it disgusting, Jean wouldn't have kissed him on the ship, causing his ears to flush red. So, the answer might be. He had been too self-assured at first, thinking that Xie Jinyi was simply unaware of his own orientation, when in reality, Xie Jinyi is straight. He'd probably been forced halfway into bending but couldn't overcome the mental barrier, unable to accept two men together. If his health was fine, he might have continued trying to turn Xie Jinyi, because Xie Jinyi was really wonderful, his warmth, his gentleness, his awkwardness, everything. But now, how could a soon-to-die, cursed short-lived ghost dare to seek love? Yun Wulin's eye socket stung, and he let out a bitter laugh or two as he opened his hand and dropped his eyelids, looking at the patch of blood in his palm, with tears slipping from his wet, red-tinted eyes. Jean. How he wished he could be a selfish short-lived ghost. But no, he couldn't. Xie Jinyi was so good, he couldn't trade a few months of happiness for a lifetime of pain for the other. A blazing sun should brilliantly shine on the mountain peaks, rather than lingering for a withered flower. Yun Wulin slowly closed his hand, experiencing sharp pains in his chest as if being repeatedly slashed by a knife. In a daze, he heard the sound of knocking and his mother's voice coming through. "Wu, are you alright? Why haven't I heard the water running? Is everything okay?" Yun Wulin adjusted his breath and looked up, responding to Yun Lanyu, "No, nothing is wrong." He leaned against the wall and stood up slowly, beginning to wash his face. This time, blood came again while brushing his teeth. Chapter 136, If you can placate Wu, you can go back to the past. Yun Wu came out after washing up. Yun took him to the dining table. Bai Yun opened the thermal box, wiped the spoon and put it in the porridge, smilingly beckoning at him. Come on, Wu, you haven't eaten anything for 2 days. Are you starving? Come over and fill your stomach first. Thank you, dry mom. Yun Wu obediently sat down. Then, looking at the familiar pumpkin and millet porridge in the bowl, his eyes flickered slightly and he frowned, asking, did Xie Jinyi make this? Ah. The two mothers were stunned. Afraid that Yun Wu would refuse to eat and starve himself, they both said in unison, no. Yun Wu. This is like saying I didn't steal any silver. The two mothers exchanged glances, realizing their slip-up, they quickly made excuses. This was made by your dry mom. Yu stood behind Yun Wu, winking at Bai Yun. Ajin is your dry mom's son, he learned to cook a lot of dishes from your dry mom. It looks similar, which is normal. Come on, baby, eat quickly or it will get cold and hurt your stomach. Bai Yun chimed in, that's right, try your dry mom's skills. This porridge has been simmered for several hours, very glutinous. Yun Wu picked up the spoon, took a taste, it was fragrant, soft, and sweet just like the memory in his mind, mixed with overcooked lotus seeds inside. You lied to me. This bowl of porridge was made by Xie Jinyi. Bai Yun awkwardly smiled. Yun was shocked, baby, you can even tell from a bowl of porridge. Yun Wu remained silent. Gripping the spoon tightly, then loosening his hand in the next second, he placed the spoon down expressionlessly. He must quit everything related to Ajin. Only then could his heart die. Seeing that the child wasn't eating anymore, Yun frowned, touched his head and worriedly said, Wu, no matter if it's made by Ajin or not, come on, fill your belly first. Next time, mother will cook meals for you. Yun Wu originally didn't want to eat, but when he turned around, his eyes fell on the red swollen eyes of his mother from crying these 2 days, causing a stabbing pain in his heart. In the end, he picked up the spoon. You're not allowed to lie to me again. Yun immediately burst into flowers-like smiles and gently replied, okay, no lies, I promise. Bai Yun was standing nearby, her heart clenched in anxiety, couldn't help worrying about her own son. Alas. This time Wu seemed hard to placate, seemingly determined to keep a distance from Ajin. Hopefully. Ajin's methods could work. At this moment, on the other side. Xie Jinyi was tightly pressed against the door of the hospital room, face full of worries. His left hand held a carving pen, while his right hand held a deep brown wooden plaque. The plaque was bound by a red background and gold-edged silk ribbon, imprinted with the 6 golden Sanskrit words praying for peace, and there was also a blooming lotus flower at the bottom. There were also words carved on the plaque, although it was incomplete yet. Currently, only one word. May Buddha protect Yun Wu safely, restore. Xie Jinyi's entire face was pressed against the door, secretly listening to the conversation inside. Upon hearing that Yun Wu wouldn't eat the porridge he made, his chest felt heavy with pity and disappointment, desperately wanting to rush in and admit his fault. Fortunately, the little childhood friend finally ate. Xie Jinyi hesitated whether to open the door crack to sneak a peek. A soft voice called out from behind him. Ajin. Turning around, he saw the two grandfathers, Chu Yuan-Ci, and Yen Nuo. It was Yen Nuo who spoke. Seeing him turn around, Yen Nuo shook the strawberry sugar in her hand teasingly, you looked a bit sneaky just now. Xie Jinyi scratched his head and let out a bitter laugh. More than a bit. Later at night, he'd be even more sneaky. As everyone approached, old Master Xie raised his white eyebrows, forcefully slapped Xie Jinyi on the shoulder, and shouted in a loud voice, why aren't you going in? Are you acting like a thief? Shit. Xie Jinyi got a fright, terrified that Yun Wu might hear and be unhappy. He glared at his grandfather, Shu, Grandpa Xie, everyone already knows I'm acting like a thief, can you lower your voice? Grandpa Xie. Look at this pathetic appearance. Old Master Chu stood nearby, hands behind his back, shook his head, amused yet sad. A sound of footsteps came. Their voices were still heard by the people inside. The one who opened the door was Bai Yun. Her beautiful face illuminated by the dim light as she smiled and said, Dad, Elder Chu, why are you still standing at the door? Wu is waiting for you to go in. But. She paused, then glanced at Xie Jinyi, sighed, and her eyes showed helplessness. Wu said, to let you go away. Xie Jinyi. All right. At least he didn't tell him to roll. Even when upset, Yun was still so gentle to him, surely, he could reconcile things well. Xie Jinyi consoled himself as he bit his lower lip and took a step back, helplessly watching everyone walk in. Chu Yuan-Ci paused at the young man's side as he passed by and asked quietly, how's your confession preparation coming along? It's almost ready. Xie Jinyi smirked faintly, with anticipation flickering in his bloodshot eyes, I checked their rehearsal this afternoon. If everything goes smoothly, I can act tomorrow night. The first step depends on you, brother Yuan-Ci. Chu Yuan-Ci nodded and followed to enter the ward, closing the door behind him. However, considering someone who had been eagerly waiting outside, Chu Yuan-Ci considerately left a small gap in the door. Xie Jinyi peered carefully through the gap, originally intending just to glance at Yun Wu and leave. Unexpectedly, their gazes met at that exact moment. Yun Woo accepted the strawberry sugar but his eyes were fixed in this direction. For an instant of mutual eye contact, there wasn't a shred of warmth in those beautiful peach blossom eyes. Just 1 second later. The gaze coldly shifted away. Xie Jinye's smile froze, as if he had fallen into an icy pit. He felt cold from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Wu had never looked at him with such a cold stare before. Even when she glared at him in anger, it always had a touch of coquettishness, and after glaring, there would be a hint of secret laughter. Xie Jinyi gripped the wooden plaque tightly, afraid of disturbing others and affecting the little childhood friend's mood. He painfully tore his gaze away, quietly closing the door. The handcuffs on his wrist were still on. Since they were made of iron, they had already carved a red mark into his skin. It's nothing. Mumbling these words while sitting down, Xie Jinyi listened quietly to the cheerful laughter from the other side of the wall, biting his lips until they bled as he carved characters with his knife, consoling himself all the while. Wu looked up at me just now. He must be thinking about me. As long as I can comfort Wu and explain everything clearly, we can go back to how we were before. Xie Jinyi licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, cheering himself up, a carefree smile creeping onto his face, becoming increasingly focused as he squatted, bowed his head, and diligently completed the writing on the wooden plaque, carving his prayer. May Buddha protect Yun Wu, live in peace, regain her sense of taste, be happy, free from pain, and be as free as the birds in the sky. He wanted to carve more. But unfortunately, the area of the wooden plaque was limited. Xie Jinyi examined the plaque thoroughly, ensuring no word was missed. After covering the carving knife, he got up, patted the wood shavings off his body, and hesitantly looked at the hospital room. Wu. I'll be right back, it will be quick. Even though his little childhood friend might not hear or even care to listen, the youth couldn't help but whisper this small notification before leaving. After turning and stepping out of the hospital, Xie Jinyi put his bag on his back and rode his motorcycle. Alone, he went to a place he visited every year, every month. Chapter 137, actually, he believes in gods and Buddhas more than anyone else. 2 hours later. Xie Jinyi rode his motorcycle to the foot of the mountain in the suburbs. He avoided the bustling crowds and parked his bike in a corner next to red walls and grey tiles. This was Xiaozhuang Mountain, a famous scenic spot in D-City. The beauty of Xiaozhuang Mountain was unique, blending the grandeur of nature with ethereal grace. The peaks here were steep, shrouded in mist. Every morning when the sun rose, countless rays of light pierced through the fog, creating a sight so beautiful it looked like a painting, hence the name. There were also many historical and cultural relics on the mountain that had been passed down for thousands of years. For example, the incense-heavy Qingyuan Temple. It was rumored that Qingyuan Temple was very sacred. Many tourists traveled thousands of miles to come to Xiaozhuang Mountain not to climb or enjoy the scenery but to burn incense, praying for wealth, good relationships, or peace. At the foot of the mountain, many vendors sold blessing ribbons and blessing plaques. Everyone would usually buy one for good fortune. A group of girls quickly approached a stall filled with hanging blessing plaques. They looked around and asked the vendor. "Boss, do you have one for passing exams and getting accepted into graduate school? Do you have one for blooming love? Where men can't resist coming over? I want one where all my wishes come true." The boss sat on a rattan chair, fanning himself leisurely with a straw fan and smiling kindly. Yes, I have them all. You can pick whichever you like, they're all hanging there. Qingyuan Temple is very effective. Hang the plaque high, and your wishes will surely come true. Your life will advance step by step. The girls were thrilled and ready to pay before even selecting their plaques. Nearby, under the ginkgo tree, after parking his motorcycle steadily, Xie Jinyi pulled out the keys, took off his helmet, and elegantly stepped down with his long legs, looking cool and casual. His face was already a focal point, and the cuffs on his wrist drew even more attention, captivating everyone around him. One of the girls glanced at Xie Jinyi from the corner of her eye and exclaimed, immediately pulling her friend's arm. "Look, there's a handsome guy wearing handcuffs." "What? A handsome guy with handcuffs?" Her companion, holding the Love Luck card, was somewhat confused. Following the pointed finger, she caught sight of the young man's face and gasped. "Holy crap, isn't this the love destiny sent by Buddha to my dear self? Don't daydream." The girl on the right, with a ponytail, lightly punched her on the head. "Don't you think he looks familiar? Isn't he Xie Jinyi from the neighboring sports academy who made the trending list for archery, supposedly dating our school's prodigy painter?" The others widened their eyes and checked again, then nodded in agreement. "It seems like it really is him." Someone asked puzzledly, "So why is he wearing half-cuffs?" The girl with the ponytail spoke seriously, "Maybe, it's just a trendy style for boys." Xie Jinyi sensed someone watching him but didn't mind. He glanced up at the temple atop the mountain, gripped the strap of his backpack, and strode up the mountain with long strides. A breeze swept past, causing the blessing ribbons to flutter. The speed of the young man shocked those girls, and they couldn't help exclaiming how awesome he was. It seemed fitting, considering athletes were often likened to wind-like beings. Is he rushing to pray for a relationship? They're already a couple, so what does he need to pray for? At this moment, the ponytailed girl suddenly remembered something. Wait, something seems off. I heard from a freshman that Yun Wulyan has been absent for a few days. If Xie Jinyi is in such a hurry and alone, it could be because Yun Wulyan is sick. Hearing this, everyone let out an ah. Their gazes toward the youth's retreating figure now carried a bit of concern as they silently prayed for the couple. Heaven, don't mess with them. Hey, I hope this young couple gets well soon. Keep things sweet. Xie Jinyi continued running fast, overtaking tourist after tourist. The winding stone steps leading to the top stretched endlessly, the edges covered in moss from the prolonged weathering of wind and rain. In contrast, the middle, which was frequently stepped on, was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting just how popular Qingyuan Temple was for its incense offerings. Still, some tourists found climbing difficult and opted to take the cable car instead. As he approached halfway up the mountain, the young man gradually slowed down. This area was a bamboo grove with a large stone stele inscribed with Qingyuan Temple in red ink that had faded to a dark red over time. 9 years ago. It was right here where they met the white-haired fortune teller. Xie Jinyi fixed his gaze on the stele, tightly gripping the straps of his backpack, his brows furrowing. His pupils dilated slightly, and complex emotions swirled in his eyes. He stared quietly, his thoughts drifting back to the past. Back then, at the very first sight of the fortune teller, Xie Jinyi had been marveling at how long this old man's eyebrows were, and how evenly white his hair was, just like the Taoist priests practicing immortality on TV. In a blink, he heard the old man tell him that his beloved would encounter calamity and wouldn't live past 20 years old. He hated it the most when others said such ominous words. He got so mad in an instant. Seeing the old man shaking his head and babbling non-stop but offering no solutions, Xie Jinyi thought the man was definitely a fraud. Afraid that Wu Wu might feel distressed after hearing too much, he directly snapped a bamboo stick to drive the man away. The fortune teller looked frail with his white hair and bony frame, but he ran surprisingly fast while shouting that the young man couldn't catch up with him. Xie Jinyi got even angrier. He chased after the old man and ended up covering half the mountain. The birds in the woods were all startled and flew off one after another. Finally, the old man was so exhausted that he could barely run anymore. He leaned against a bamboo tree, catching his breath, only to be tackled from behind and pinned to the ground. Grabbing the old man's beard, Xie Jinyi had originally intended to teach this street scammer a lesson. But after letting out a few sounds, the man pulled back his beard with gritted teeth and glared at him. You little brat. No wonder you're the embodiment of pure yang, you have such a fiery spirit, chasing me halfway up the mountain without tiring. Waving the stick in his hand, Xie Jinyi glared back. Whatever pure yang nonsense, how dare you say random things and curse my beloved. Hearing this, the old man laughed twice. I didn't say anything random. Then, the old man spouted a bunch of elaborate words. Although the sentences were convoluted and difficult to remember, Xie Jinyi managed to grasp 2 key points. Keep doing good deeds, visit temples more often, and also spend more time with your little companion. Maintain that pure and clean fire within you to dispel the cold around your companion. The gods will see if you're sincere. Recalling this memory, Xie Jinyi slowly gathered his thoughts, glanced at the temple on the mountaintop, and continued walking forward. He always told Wu Wu that ghosts and deities were fake, that fortune tellers were all scammers, and they should trust science and doctors. But in reality, he believed in Buddha and the gods more than anyone else. When he was 9, as soon as he got home, he smashed his piggy bank, chanting, "Shattered for peace, every year peaceful," and took all the money inside, along with the lucky money his grandfather had saved for him on a card, to buy a highly valuable jade safety knot charm. Though it wasn't as exquisite as the jade given by Grandpa Chu, it was the most expensive and beautiful jade he could afford at that time. After buying the jade, he hesitated, should he make it into a bracelet, a necklace, or an anklet? Thinking about how Wu Wu often fainted, he hoped Wu Wu would find peace underfoot and get better physically. So, he began weaving red threads to make an anklet. How many red strings he wove, he couldn't count clearly. But there were a lot, countless. He picked the prettiest one, strung the safety knot onto it, and put the anklet inside a wooden box. Why didn't he give it to Wu Wu directly? Because he'd heard that items blessed in front of Buddha statues were the most auspicious. In the end, his mom accompanied him to the temple, where they donated a sum of incense money. They asked the abbot to place the wooden box beneath the Buddha statue, allowing it to be imbued with divine light and incense fragrance. This placement lasted for 9 years. 9 was a lucky number signifying reunion. And 9 years later, Wu Wu would be exactly 19, 1 year shy of 20. From that year onward, every year and every month, he brought Wu Wu secretly to the temple to do volunteer work. The money Xie Jinyi earned developing software during his spare time was also partly donated to the temple as incense offerings. He never told Wu Wu any of this. He feared that if Wu Wu knew, she might worry about what the fortune teller had said, which could affect her health. The stone staircase was long, and as Xie Jinyi kept walking, he started running again. The closer he got to the temple, the ancient trees draped in prayer ribbons swayed with the wind, and his heart began to race. Stepping over the threshold, as he entered the temple, the familiar smell of incense wafted toward him. Looking up at the position of the main hall, his eyes watered slightly, and he couldn't help but anticipate hopefully. Shouldn't Buddha have seen his sincerity by now? I beg of you. Please protect Wu Wu and keep her safe, alright? Chapter 138, unable to quit even when lying in a coffin. Tourists continued to come and go around him, but Xie Jinya automatically blocked out their voices. He was too eager, not even taking the time to enter the main hall. He stepped forward directly, knelt down, and gazed towards the main hall with clasped hands, earnestly bowing his head in devotion. The silhouette of this young man drew countless gazes. They were surprised by Xie Jinya's sudden kneeling outside the temple, but quickly noticed his worried face and guessed that something serious must have happened at home. They couldn't help sighing along with him. Alas! May this child receive everything he wishes for. The Buddhist sanctuary is serene, it doesn't tolerate excessive noise. Everyone soon turned away their attention and returned to their own matters. After Xie Jinya finished his prayer and stood up, he took out the prepared blessing plaque from his backpack. Just as he was about to head over to the ancient tree to hang it, a kind and gentle voice came from the right side. A Jin. He turned his head. It was Master Tsiwen, the abbot of Qingyuan Temple. For 9 years, Xie Jinya visited every month, already becoming acquainted with the abbot. Master Tsiwen had graying eyebrows and beard, draped in a monk's robe, with a long string of prayer beads hanging around his neck. He was rotating the beads in his hand while slowly walking towards him. When the abbot came closer, Xie Jinya greeted him with, "Master. Haven't you just been here a few days ago?" "Why?" The abbot's gaze fell on the wooden plank in the young man's hand. After recognizing the words on it, the abbot frowned and sighed heavily. "Mr. Wu, are you ill?" Xie Jinya nodded, gently caressing the wish carved on the wooden plank, his voice muted. "He's ill, very seriously. That's why I've come today to hang another blessing plaque." Amitabha Buddha. The abbot recited scriptures, full of compassion in his eyes. Slowly, he said, "Buddha will protect him." Xie Jinya responded, "Thank you for your auspicious words, Master." The abbot, "Go ahead and hang the blessing plaque." Xie Jinya agreed, tightly holding the blessing plaque in his hand, bid farewell to the abbot, and quickly walked towards the ancient tree. This massive and tall tree, with its lush branches and leaves, was already adorned with countless red blessing ribbons and blessing plaques. With the passing wind, the ribbons fluttered, making quite an impressive sight. Xie Jinya still chose the same spot on the right side where he usually hung the plaques. Following his last hanging location, he aimed for a small branch, carefully tying the blessing plaque there. Most of these plaques belonged to him. On them were written, "Pray for Yun Wulian's peace. Wu Wu peace, longevity to 100 years. While hanging the plaque, Xie Jinya didn't forget to sincerely pray to the Buddha, quietly reciting his wishes in his mind. Today, he wasn't here to volunteer. After hanging the blessing plaque, he went to worship at the main hall, then descended the mountain. Halfway down the mountain, his phone rang. It was Coach Xue from the archery team. In the call, Coach Xue first showed concern for Yun Wulian's illness before asking when Xie Jinya would be able to return to training. Under the current situation, Xie Jinya could not leave Yun Wulian, so he had to ask for 2 more days off. Fortunately, they weren't in the preparatory period for a big competition, and the management was relatively relaxed. With a sigh, Coach Xue accepted Xie Jinya's request and didn't forget to remind him to rest well. After hanging up the call, Xie Jinya checked the time, realizing it was noon. He immediately quickened his pace to rush down the mountain. First, he needed to confirm the arrangements for fireworks and drones. Then, buy flowers. If everything goes well, he would confess tonight. He was already extremely excited to tell Wu Wu, "I like you." On the other side, Yun Wulian had just finished lunch and was preparing to take a nap. Seated on his hospital bed, seeing Yun Lanyu bustling around the ward, beneath his eyelashes swept over with helplessness and guilt. He softly said, "Mom, Grandpa has all gone to rest, why don't you sleep a bit too?" At first, Yun Lanyu intended to refuse, worrying her son might feel anxious. But she forced herself to smile and placed the thermos next to the bed, saying, all right, I've placed the cup here. Press the bell if anything happens, Mom will be in the neighboring room." Yun Wulian nodded and watched as his mom left. Chu Qinyan waited outside the door for his wife. As his wife came out, he naturally embraced her waist, closed the door gently behind them, and waved towards their son with kindness. "Good afternoon." Yun Lanyu blew a flying kiss in return. "Good afternoon, Mom and Dad." While Yun Wulian wished them both good rest, his peripheral vision sought outwards, yet failed to find a certain figure. A fleeting trace of disappointment flickered through his eyes. Watching as the door slowly closed until the last gap disappeared, ripples stirred across his handsome yet pale face, tranquility supplanted by bitterness. A Jean isn't at the door anymore, he truly left. Left, well, it's fine. Very good actually. That way, he could at least miss him a little less. Yun Wulian gathered the emotions in his eyes, slipped off his slippers, sat back down on the bed. Although he'd slept for 2 days, he wasn't particularly tired now, deciding to lie down quietly for a moment instead. Just as he was about to pull the blanket over himself, a glance caught the red string tied around his ankle. This was given by Ajin. If he wanted to sever ties with Ajin, shouldn't he take off the red string and throw it away? Yun Wulian sat up, leaning his head on his knee, resting his hand on the red string. Reluctance flickered in his eyes as he carefully touched the translucent safety buckle. Reason told him that to cut all ties, he must be ruthless, so both could completely move on. But he couldn't bring himself to take off the red string. Even less did he want to trample on Ajin's sincerity. Big Dog was such a good boy that he'd definitely cry. Biting his lips, Yun Wulyan hesitated, threading his slender fingers through the red string several times. Each time he tried to hook it off but ultimately couldn't go through with it. Cough, cough. Excitement followed by chest tightness, he gasped twice, enduring the suffocating heartache, and grabbed the blanket to cover himself. Forget it. One step at a time. Not seeing Ajin today, throwing away the red string tomorrow, sooner or later, he'd be able to quit everything related to Ajin. Suddenly seized by a wave of sharp pain in his heart, Yun Wulyan frowned, sighed, slowly loosened his grip on the blanket, and gazed at the sunlight streaming in from the window, bitterly smiling. Ajin was so good. Probably. Even lying in a coffin, he wouldn't be able to quit. Chapter 139, I will forever be your older brother. Yun Wulyan was immersed in troubling thoughts, her emotions fluctuating wildly. She coughed quietly under the covers for a while due to exhaustion, eventually losing consciousness from physical depletion. Not long after, she fell asleep on the hospital bed. A nurse checking the ward was startled to see that Yun Wulyan was entirely covered by the blanket. Fearing an emergency, she was relieved to find it was only a false alarm. When Yun Wulyan woke up, it was almost dark outside. She felt a burning sensation all over her body as if she were close to a scorching furnace. Her temples throbbed with pain, and her limbs lacked any strength. In a daze. Urgent footsteps echoed through the room, blending with the voices of family members and medical staff. Yun Lan-yu's voice was soft but tinged with worry. Xiaozhou, be careful, don't wake up Wu-Wu. Xiaozhou, the nurse, responded quietly as she hung the blood bag. Madam, please don't worry, the 4 won't hurt. Chu Huaizhou asked, is my grandson having frequent fevers? A doctor's voice explained to the elder, this is one of the symptoms. Aplastic anemia can cause internal bleeding, and once infected, fevers may occur frequently. Before the doctor could finish, Yun Lan-yu interjected, Shu, don't say that here. I'm afraid Wu-Wu will hear if he wakes up. Dad, Qin Yan and I are here, you should go rest. As the sounds around him grew fainter, Yun Wulyan finally heard the name of his illness. The hand hidden beneath the blanket suddenly clenched tightly. Aplastic anemia? Internal bleeding? What kind of disease is this? Is it incurable? Yun Wulyan wanted to look it up on his phone, but with the family still present, he pretended to sleep, lying quietly and acting as though he knew nothing. He heard his father call out the doctor. Grandpa had also stepped out. Through the wall, their specific conversation was unclear. Where is Jean? Yun Wulyan listened carefully but did not hear Xie Jin Ye's voice in the room. He had hoped for this, that Jean would leave after being heartbroken and lead a normal life, shining brightly on the mountaintops where the sun belongs. But years of companionship had already made him accustomed to the warmth of Jin's large hands enveloping him. When that warmth disappeared, it was hard not to feel a sense of longing. What is Jean doing now? Is he in class? Or training with the archery team? Yun Wulyan stealthily rubbed the bedsheet with his fingertips, trying to generate some heat from friction to regain the warmth of being embraced and having his hands rubbed by the young man. Time seemed to pass slowly. Despite feeling feverish all over, his hands remained icy cold. Yun Lan-yu was by his side, replying to messages from her older brother and sister-in-law, updating them about the child's condition. She noticed her son frowned slightly and assumed he was uncomfortable due to the fever. Quickly putting down her phone and standing up, she gently touched Yun Wulyan's forehead. The fever seemed to have reduced significantly, so she relaxed somewhat, but couldn't help worrying. Wu-Wu. She leaned on the bedside, bent over, and called softly twice, are you awake? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell mommy, and mommy will find the doctor. Unwilling to burden his mother with his troubles, Yun Wulyan continued pretending to sleep. Seeing no response from Yun Wulyan, Yun Lan-yu thought he hadn't woken up yet and stayed quiet, returning to her seat to continue keeping watch. At this moment, Chu Yuanxi opened the door and walked in. Mom. Yun Lan-yu turned back to look at him, confused, weren't you and Wan busy with something? Why did you come back? Is everything okay? The work is mostly done. Chu Yuanxi glanced at his younger brother in the bed, looked concerned, and quickly approached his mother, rolling down his shirt sleeves, I heard from father that you haven't eaten dinner. Let me stay here with Wu-Wu while you go eat. Yun Lan-yu shook her head, no need, I'm not hungry. Just then, a weak and powerless voice came from the bed, listless and cool, laced with frustration. I'm fine too. No more fluids. They both turned their heads to see Yun Wulyan opening his eyes and slowly sitting up. Dear, take it slow. Yun Lan-yu stood up immediately, fearing that the needle might go deeper into her child's vein. Assisting Yun Wulyan to sit up, meeting his distant gaze, she nodded helplessly and said, all right. Mommy will go eat first, and let your brother keep you company for a bit. Yun Wulyan faintly smiled, eat well. Yun Lan-yu agreed and raised her hand to rub her youngest son's head, what do you want to eat? Mommy will bring you some later. Not hungry. Yun Wulyan shook his head, I'll eat after the fluids. The woman left with a heavy heart, smoothing Yun Wulyan's blanket before she went, reminding Chu Yuanzi to inform her once his brother's fever subsided. After their mother left, the brothers started staring at each other. Chu Yuanzi spoke first. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Yun Wulyan shook his head. Chu Yuanzi adjusted the golden-rimmed glasses on his nose, slightly narrowing his phoenix-like eyes. A flash of meaning passed through them as he asked again, do you feel like something is missing? Yun Wulyan paused briefly but continued to shake his head. Brother, stop testing me. Lowering his eyelids, he grabbed the pillow next to him and hugged it in his arms while massaging his temples. He slowly said, I don't want to talk about Xie Jinyi. If you ask again, I'll pretend to sleep. Chu Yuanzi, hearing his younger brother refer to Xie Jinyi by his full name, displayed a look of helplessness on his handsome, disciplined face. He was secretly worried about someone. Alas. He wasn't sure if tonight's plan would succeed. First things first, let's start off well. He sat down by the bed, looking into Yun Wulyan's eyes, and smiled affectionately, slowly spreading his arms while softening his cold tone in gentleness. He tenderly said, come on, Wu-Wu. Yun Wulyan arched an eyebrow, confused, what for? Chu Yuanzi, let me hug you. Yun Wulyan didn't move, asking with concern instead, did you fight with your wife, are you seeking comfort? You. Chu Yuanzi couldn't help but chuckle softly, moving closer. He reached out his hand toward Yun Wulyan's head and ruffled his hair a few times. Your sister-in-law and I are fine, don't worry about that. But Wu-Wu, have you noticed since I've been with Nuan, you've been keeping your distance from me? Yun Wulyan froze, lowering his gaze silently. A moment later. He felt the hand running through his hair gradually sliding down. Chu Yuanzi wrapped his arm around Yun Wulyan's shoulders and pulled him into his embrace, just like how he did when Yun Wulyan threw up after taking medicine when they were little. One after another, he gently patted his back. The rhythmic sound echoed in his ears. Following that, came his brother's spring-like gentle, magnetic voice. Wu-Wu, remember this, no matter how many roles my life may take, I will always be your older brother, your family. So. You can cry in front of me when you're upset. If anything troubles you, you can confide in me, and I'll soothe you. Chapter 140, The sun descends from the sky in the dark night. Yun Wulyan listened to the rhythmic patting on her back, her long lashes quivering slightly as her eyes welled up with a tinge of soreness. She couldn't help but reach out and grab Chu Yuanzi's shirt, clenching it tightly. He lifted his gaze, a trace of unhidden panic in his eyes, and hoarsely asked, brother, tell me the truth, is aplastic anemia a terminal illness? Chu Yuanzi was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up, looking at his younger brother with a surprised expression on his face. Wu-Wu, how do you know it's this disease? Yun Wulyan remained silent for a moment before honestly answering, I overheard while pretending to be asleep earlier. Ah. Chu Yuanzi frowned and sighed, worried that Yun Wulyan would be preoccupied with this matter. He half-jokingly said. It's not a terminal illness, nor as serious as you think. This condition involves the failure of the bone marrow's blood production function. We will first observe in the hospital for a period, then we might need a small surgery. If everything goes well, we can return home. Yun Wulyan frowned and continued asking, what kind of surgery is needed? Chu Yuanzi, bone marrow transplant. Yun Wulyan lowered his eyelids to think, recalling the reactions of his family members, and concluded that the severity of the disease matched what he had guessed. He turned his head and said, brother, you're lying to me. I'm not lying to you, really. Chu Yuanzi tilted his head along with his brother, initially wanting to explain further. But then his gaze swept across the windowsill behind his glasses, suddenly remembering something, and shifted the topic to tentatively ask. Wu-Wu, is your reluctance to interact with Ajin also due to worrying about being seriously ill? Yun Wulyan didn't respond. His gaze steadily focused on the curtain, those beautiful eyes hidden beneath his long lashes, making it unclear what he was thinking. Yet his hand quietly tightened its grip on the bedsheet. The hospital curtains were a light blue. Perhaps because of the strong wind tonight, the ginkgo tree outside swayed gently, and faint rustling sounds could be heard through the window. Yun Wulyan looked absent-mindedly at the scenery, feeling there was something odd about the external noise but didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Yun Wulyan wasn't speaking, Chu Yuanzi thought he had guessed correctly. He glanced at the window, a flash of deep meaning crossing his eyes. He then took something out of his bag and handed it to Yun Wulyan. Wu-Wu, take a look at this first. Yun Wulyan dropped his gaze and found that he now held a dark brown wooden charm plaque. The charm was tied with a red and gold silk ribbon inscribed with golden Sanskrit 6-character mantra praying for peace, and at the bottom was a fully bloomed lotus flower. It looked like a temple blessing plaque. This is a blessing plaque. As he muttered, he flipped it over and saw a few familiar characters carved into the smooth side. Wu-Wu, I'm sorry, I'll confess everything to you. Yun Wulyan frowned, attempting to throw the wood plank away, but Chu Yuanzi caught his hand first. Wu-Wu, every month, Ajin carves such a blessing plaque and takes it to Qingyuan Temple to pray for blessings for you when you have episodes. Every month. Yun Wulyan's pale eyes widened. Originally intending to let go, his grip on the plaque suddenly tightened so forcefully that even the vermilion mole on his palm seemed to fade a shade paler. He tirelessly combed through his memories of his interactions with Xie Jinyi, catching glimpses of clues, remnants of red paint on his clothes, the red walls and grey tiles in video backgrounds. Moreover, Ajin seemed to be exceptionally busy every month and would return very late. Sometimes he claimed to be playing basketball with classmates. Other times he claimed to be undergoing training ordered by his godfather. It turned out. It was all a lie. Ajin had been going to the temple to pray for blessings for him. Yun Wulian's eyes grew red and blurry, a sharp pain coursing through his chest as he clenched the plaque in his hand and softly muttered, "Why don't you tell me, why do you keep everything from me?" Ajin has indeed kept many things from you, but there are reasons. Chu Yuanxi sighed, releasing Yun Wulian's hand and gently patting his shoulder in comfort, yet his expression gradually became solemn. "Wu, do you remember the time Ajin was kidnapped as a child, the time you brought him back home?" Yun Wulian raised his gaze, frowning, "Why bring this up now?" Chu Yuanxi, "Because it relates to why he dared not come close to you." What? Yun Wulian's heart skipped a beat, clutching his chest, he gasped for breath as a foreboding sensation surged within him. "What do you mean, brother, can you clarify?" In excitement, his whole body began trembling. Even the rosy flush on his cheeks due to high fever gradually gave way to a deathly pallor. Chu Yuanxi watched this with deep concern, eyebrows furrowing as he helped Yun Wulian pat his back to regulate his breathing. "I'm not entirely sure of the details either. Ajin will explain them to you personally." Yun Wulian looked toward the door. "Is he outside?" "It's outside, but not this outside." Chu Yuanxi pointed at the window. As Yun Wulian looked at him in surprise, he rose and walked to the window, pulling the curtain open with a stretch of his hand. Outside the window, the night curtain had fallen low, a crescent moon hung on the horizon, and the pitch-black sky was dotted with twinkling stars. A gentle evening breeze brushed past, swaying tree shadows softly, bringing serenity without a hint of abnormality. Where was anyone? Yun Wulian traced the characters on the wooden plaque and turned her gaze toward Chu Yuanxi, asking with a puzzled tone, "Brother, point it out for me. Is Ajin among the stars or has he turned into a leaf?" Hearing Yun Wulian unconsciously call out Ajin's name, Chu Yuanxi chuckled softly but didn't provide an answer. He pushed up his glasses, then pulled the curtains open on the other side as well. Next, he turned off the light and walked towards the door. Before closing the door, the man left Yun Wulian with a meaningful sentence. "Ajin hasn't turned into a star, nor a leaf. He is the sun that can illuminate the dark night." The door clicked shut. Chu Yuanxi took their mother, who had just finished eating quickly and was about to come in, along with him. He also instructed the nurse outside not to say a word no matter what sound they heard. The voices faded away gradually, leaving the hospital room completely dark. Yun Wulian gripped the wooden charm tightly and glanced toward the window's position, her eyes filled with doubt. Her brother and Xie Jinyi seemed to be working together. With all the mystery Xie Jinyi carried, what did he intend to do? Could it be? Thinking of a possible scenario, Yun Wulian's heartbeat began to accelerate. She felt as if she were floating in mid-air, breathing heavily and inexplicably nervous. If it were before, this kind of moment would have surely brought her joy. But now, after the tension passed, there was only chaos and unease, accompanied by a tinge of helplessness. "No. Don't. Just please don't let it be, confession." Yun Wulian furrowed her brows tightly, shaking her head slightly, trying to evade the upcoming scene. Just then, a thunderous boom echoed, and streaks of arcs crossed the sky, brilliantly blooming into a dazzling display of colors intertwined, painting the black night like the kaleidoscope's vivid hues, creating a romantic and dreamy atmosphere. The next second, a rustling sound came from outside the window. Xie Jinyi, tied with a safety rope, descended through the dazzling fireworks looking every bit dashing. The young man had specially groomed himself tonight, his silver-gray wolf-tail hair tied halfway up, a moon-shaped earring on one ear, and clad in a clean black work shirt. On his ruggedly handsome face was a radiant smile glowing under the golden fireworks, radiating youthfulness while holding a bouquet of fresh red roses in his arms. And yet, the cuffs remained locked on his wrists. Chapter 141, A Jean Confesses. Yelling, "I like you, baby." Xie Jin called from outside, smiling as he approached and tapped on the glass. The youth's smile was like the morning sun of a summer day, bright and passionate, illuminating the dark night and casting its fiery brilliance into Yun Wulian's eyes. Even through the glass, Yun Wulian could feel the heat of his gaze, it made him feel suffocated, unable to meet it directly. His heartbeat skipped half a beat, pounding wildly. Was this truly a confession? Yun Wulian's emotions were complex, mingling with both panic and concern for Xie Jin's safety. He tightly gripped the sheet, avoiding the intense stare but trying to turn coldly away. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xie Jin still wearing handcuffs, which had already left red marks around his wrists. He frowned deeply. He wanted to pull Xie Jin inside and scold him severely. Perhaps noticing Yun Wulian's sour expression, Xie Jin rubbed his face against the glass a few times, his smile turning pleading, even the sharp canines in his grin showing deference. He then pulled out a white acrylic pen and drew a large upward-pointing arrow on the glass. The ends of the arrow bent inward, forming a special heart-shaped arrowhead. After finishing the drawing, the young man grinned idiotically at Yun Wulian. Yun Wulian. What did it mean? Though puzzled, he followed the direction indicated by the arrow and saw magnificent fireworks gradually fading, neon lights flickering. Countless drones appeared in the sky, starlight gathering like waves of the sea. Several seagulls flew by, and over the ocean floated a pitiful little dog lying on a wooden plank. It hugged itself, shivering. As the sun rose, a snow-white kitten came running towards the light. Amidst twinkling lights, the moment the cat and dog met each other's gaze, one by one, blossoms of the night-blooming cereus opened. Beneath them, elegant letters curved gracefully. On the day we met, you brought the dawn and dispelled the darkness, becoming my eternal redemption. Since then, I have revered you as a deity, wanting to protect you forever, not daring to trespass or defile. But I now know I was wrong. A believer should be loyal to the deity, and there should be no concealment. Through the words alone, the purity of the youth's love felt sincere and cautious. Yun Wulyan's eyes reflected tiny glimmers of light, his pupils trembling. His chest tightened uncomfortably. He dared not move. Nor could he look at Xie Jin, afraid that he would not be able to hold back tears if he did. He bitterly thought within himself. If only. If I had a healthy body and could live a little longer, would I feel so pained right now? Would I instead be extraordinarily happy? Just then. A blossom froze in mid-air as others formed a radiant meteor shower streaking across the sky. From their scattered starlight, the shape of a white puppy re-emerged. Drooping its ears, the puppy caught the floating flower petal, pitifully looking at Yun Wulyan's side. Then it placed the petal atop its head, wagging its tail while looking up at the meteors. Its paws clasped together as it knelt down to make a wish. A star shot past from its lower right, leaving behind glowing letters. The fool wished upon the stars. Please let the cute fat kitty forgive me just this once. Soon, all the light points disappeared. Yun Wulyan froze, instinctively returning his gaze towards Xie Jin. There, centered around Xie Jin on the glass, was a massive pink heart. And just moments ago, the handsome and charming youth had tear-filled eyes, staring helplessly at him like a humble puppy abandoned. At the exact moment their gazes intersected, fireworks bloomed again in the sky with crackling sounds. The next second. Xie Jin pressed one hand against the glass, holding up a rose. His silver hair was bathed in golden light by the firework reflections. Pulling his voice to a shout, his burning gaze made one melt, every word firm and resonant with the innocence and awkwardness unique to teenagers. Woo-woo, I-L-I-K-E-Y-O-U. I really, really like you. So much so that I cannot exist without you. I know I've made mistakes, that I am guilty. I want to come in and atone. Let me stay locked with you forever. Baby, please let me in, okay? Remember, you said. His words paused momentarily, his breathing grew heavier, tinged with a sobbing voice that shook and cracked. Those once bright black eyes visibly glistened with moisture. Trembling, he knocked softly on the window, his eyes filled with pleas. You promised to take me home. Please don't break your trust. Don't leave me. The hoarse voice swept past Yun Wulyan's ears, causing his pupils to tremble violently. It felt as though a large hand had seized his heart, squeezing it in suffocating pain. Struggling breathlessly on the bed, he clenched his hands tightly against his chest. Almost simultaneously with Xie Jin's words ending, teardrops, as large as beads of pearl cut loose, rolled down the corners of his eyes, wetting a red trail below. Immediately after, a bout of violent, weak coughing followed. Hack, hack. Woo-woo. Xie Jin was startled by Yun Wulyan's ghastly pale face and became so anxious that he wanted to break the window and rush in. However, the window was locked from the inside. Before he could try kicking it, Yun Wulyan slowly lifted his eyes. Don't, hack hack shout. In the dimly lit hospital room, the sickly beauty's eyes were misty with water droplets. After catching his breath, he leaned against the wall and got off the bed. After pausing for a moment, he slowly walked over. Xie Jin's heart raced as excitement caused all his blood to boil. Woo-woo. Before Yun Wulyan could open the window, Xie Jin already shouted hoarsely, barely able to contain his eagerness. Did you forgive me? Did you agree with me? Once I come inside, I'll tell you everything clearly about what happened when we were little. I really didn't push you away on purpose, I swear. Yun Wulyan stopped momentarily in his steps but remained silent. The hand dangling by his side tightened gradually into a fist. Due to excessive force, he hit the preset needle during the fit of coughing earlier, causing the needlehead to puncture through the vein. The crimson blood seeped out under the dim light, staining the bandage fixed around it, and slid down his white fingers one drop at a time. Bearing the pain, Yun Wulyan stopped in front of the window and used his uninjured hand to unlock it. Chapter 142, First Kiss. A Jin locks waist and passionately kisses Woo-woo. Come in first. Yun Wulyan turned around after opening the window, not even sparing a glance at Xie Jinya. Instead, she hid her bleeding hand in front of her. But this cold behavior was like a bucket of cold water that cooled Xie Jinya's trembling heart. His smile froze, and his heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be that Wulu didn't accept his confession? Xie Jinya quickly stepped onto the windowsill and jumped into the room. After untying the safety rope, he chased after Yun Woo-yen with a bouquet of roses, grabbing the little childhood friend's coat corner and cautiously pulling it twice. "Sweetheart, don't you want to hug me?" Yun Woo-yen didn't even turn her head, let alone stop, ignoring Xie Jinya's words and asking the important question instead: what exactly happened when you were kidnapped onto the cruise ship when you were 9 years old? She quickened her steps, her clothes slipping out of the young man's hands, completely cold. Xie Jinya's hand hung in the air as disappointment flashed across his eyes, flustered and at a loss. He couldn't help but negotiate with Yun Woo-yen. "That incident left me with severe psychological trauma, making it hard to talk about. Wooloo, give me a warm hug first, encourage me, okay?" Listening to this made Yun Woo-yen's chest ache, slowly closing her eyes as she shed another tear facing away from Xie Jinya. She wanted to hug him too, and she craved being hugged herself. But once one indulges in sweetness, greed spreads uncontrollably and becomes impossible to control. She couldn't be soft-hearted. She couldn't ruin a Jin's life for her own selfish desires. Xie Jinya couldn't see the tears on Yun Woo-yen's face, feeling ignored again, leaving a sour taste in his heart. The roses he held also began shaking slightly. "Wooloo." The voice that came out from his throat was hoarse, startling himself. The young man stood still, shifting topics with a glimmer of hope. "You haven't taken the roses yet. I placed them carefully by myself, called Highland Red, which means falling into a passionate love with me. Will you take a look?" Yun Woo-yen remained silent. Xie Jinya's eyes became bloodshot, cooling down more than half of his heart. He swallowed the bitterness almost spilling out from his throat but still refused to give up. "I'll go turn on the light so you can see better." Worried about the light revealing the traces of tears on her face, Yun Woo-yen stopped him. "Stay where you are." Xie Jinya paused mid-step, utterly shocked and frozen, as if plunging into an ice cellar, heart torn apart. "Wooloo, Wooloo." He called several times, his nails digging deep into his palms. Taking quick steps forward, he directly wrapped his arms around Yun Woo-yen's waist, unable to suppress his fear as he asked shakily. "Is it true, that you don't want to be with me anymore?" Yun Woo-yen bumped into the youth's solid chest, dizzying momentarily. Through the fabric, her fierce heartbeat was deafening, and the scorching body temperature made her tense all over. She didn't dare to meet Xie Jinya's gaze, panicking as she turned her head, trying to avoid those red and sorrowful eyes. "Xie Jinya, let go of me first." "No." Xie Jinya, eyes bloodshot, embraced tighter, tilting his head along with Yun Woo-yen's movements. His voice choked with injustice. "Wooloo, I want to hear you call me a Jin. Since we entered the house, you haven't called me once. Are you going to leave me?" The roses caught between them rustled quietly, the strong floral scent stifling Yun Woo-yen until she could hardly breathe. She dropped her head, devoid of energy, her hand hurting severely. Unable to break free from Xie Jinya's grip, she clenched her fists and struck his arm. "It hurts. My hand hurts so much, please let go." Startled, Xie Jinya immediately relaxed his strength and let go. But who would have thought? Yun Woo-yen pushed him off coldly, saying, "I've never intended to be with you." Bang! Xie Jinya's pupils constricted, his heart jolting with sharp pain as the roses fell from his hands and crashed onto the floor. Soon, however, he regained his senses, keenly detecting the crying tone in her voice, obviously spoken in anger. That frail figure was shaking too, exuding a sense of brokenness. "You're lying. Wooloo, I heard your conversation with Yuan Ci. You're worried about dragging me down, aren't you?" Yun Woo-yen didn't respond. Stumbling towards the bed, her pale face was riddled with tear marks, wet strands sticking to her cheeks. A bitter smile gradually formed on her lips as she collapsed powerlessly. "Wooloo." Xie Jinya rushed forward, wanting to lay Yun Woo-yen gently on the bed. However, what caught his eye was a shocking shade of red. Yun Woo-yen's hand helplessly lay on the bed, the 4-needle on her hand having somehow ruptured a vein. Her bandage was soaked through with blood, crimson seeping through her fingers, starkly contrasting with her now ghostly white skin, appearing as though all warmth had been lost. Her condition was tragic and pitiable. "Wooloo." Xie Jinya felt heart-wrenching pain, his eyes filling with self-reproach as he carefully tried to touch Yun Woo-yen's hand, humbly imploring, "I'm sorry, does it hurt? Let me blow on it for you, all right?" Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Yun Woo-yen moved her hand away. Moonlight pierced through the window and shone upon his face. Those slightly drooping peach blossom eyes slowly opened, their pupils shimmering with moisture but glinting coldly, filled with a touch of mockery. Xie Jinya, you." He clenched the bedsheet, took a breath, then began speaking brokenly, "You don't have to act like this. Although we grew up together, I've never liked you. Teasing you was just because I was bored from being sick, I wanted to find some amusement." Xie Jinya widened his eyes in disbelief, shaking his head vigorously as tears rained down. "You're lying to me." The young man's sorrowful tears felt like sharp blades, piercing straight into Yun Woo-yen's heart. Yet, he had no choice but to be cruel, no choice but to be merciless. His blood-stained hand struggled to rise before slowly retreating, disregarding the pain to grip the quilt tightly. Suppressing his urge to stroke and comfort the big puppy, Yun Woo-yen sighed lightly. "Believe or not, it's your choice. Forget those unpleasant things. You're so good, you'll meet an excellent girl. Before he could finish, he was cut off. You're lying. Xie Jinye reached out to wipe the red, damp eyelids of Yun Wulian, confidently stating, "You've cried for me, Wu Wu," clearly showing that you like me. Yun Wulian turned his head away. "It's because it hurts." "I won't believe it, I won't believe it." Xie Jinye knelt on one knee, his hand supporting the back of Yun Wulian's head. With reddened eyes, he edged closer and closer. "Wu Wu, I don't want any other girls, I only want you." Yun Wulian's heartbeat quickened, watching the features of the youth drawing nearer, expanding larger and larger, making him panic and trying to escape, only to have his waist held tightly. In a split second. Before he could react, his lips were suddenly sealed forcefully. At that moment, it was as though fireworks exploded over his head. The burning, soft sensation raced rapidly through his body, completely unsettling his mind. The youth's kiss was dominating yet awkward, resembling a storm that caught him off guard. There was also a trace of stimulating bloodiness in the taste. However, that single kiss transmitted intense warmth, coursing through his entire body like electricity, driving away the bone-chilling coldness. Yun Wulian's light-colored pupils noticeably dilated, his eyes brimming with misty moisture. He was kissed until his limbs went limp, dazedly staring at the suddenly bold youth. Rationality told him he should stop, he should push Xie Jinye away. But his brain was blank, his body immobilized, unable to move. He desired more. Yun Wulian's long lashes darkened with moisture, his reddened eye corners rolling with teardrops. He struggled several times, attempting to awaken from the ambiguous kiss, only to be embraced even tighter. The strong hand gripping his waist suddenly tightened its force, deeply sinking into his pajamas, as if intending to fuse them into one. Struggling proved fruitless, and he used up his last bit of strength. Fine. Let it be. Since anyway they already kissed. Yun Wulian let out a sigh of defeat, closing his eyes with mixed feelings, allowing Xie Jinye to clumsily kiss and lick him. Clutching the bedsheet tightly, tears continued to fall endlessly, soaking his pale cheeks. The panting in his ears grew increasingly rapid and heavy. Xie Jinye broke off the kiss after not too long. The youth nuzzled against his neck for a few moments, his breathing unsteady. After pausing a few seconds, he hoarsely choked out a plea. "Wu Wu. My first kiss is gone, you have to take responsibility for me. I desecrated my deity, there's no hope for me. I also have to take responsibility for you. Let's make peace, alright? Please." Chapter 143, Reconciliation. Because of love, he wanted to kiss. Yun Wulian slumped in Xie Jinye's arms, her long hair disheveled, her eyes hazy, and her pale cheeks flushed with a deep red due to the lack of oxygen. Her lips, lined with blood vessels, opened and closed as she gasped for breath. He was left blank-minded from a short but fervent kiss. After half a minute of recovery, his blurred vision refocused. As soon as he came back to his senses, the spreading wetness on his neck turned into searing magma that surged to the bottom of his heart, burning him all over. Did Ash cry? Was he asking to take responsibility, wanting to reconcile? Yun Wulian thought about what Xie Jinye had said, her brows furrowing in confusion. She couldn't push Xie Jinye away, she lacked the strength, and she didn't want to. She just wanted to be held like this, until the end of her life. Xie Jinye grew anxious waiting. Seeing Yun Wulian's delay in response, he continued to nuzzle against her neck like a child pouting, sobbing, "If you don't agree, I'll kiss you again." Didn't she fear being kissed? Why was she so bold tonight? Faking it? Yun Wulian slowly raised her eyes, slightly turned her body, and focused her gaze on Xie Jinye's face. Through layers of mist, under the soft moonlight, she observed his condition clearly. It was worse than expected. Even though his kisses were aggressive, now his face was ghostly pale, beads of sweat drenched his forehead, his damp hair clung to his brow, his eyes red and wet, pitiful as if he were a drenched puppy after the rain, utterly disheveled. Her hand rose involuntarily and rested gently atop the young man's head, ruffling his hair. Xie Jinye froze, his breath catching for a moment, excitement making him lift his head to rub against Yun Wulian's palm, his voice hoarse as if ground by gravel. "Foggy, you." Yun Wulian noticed the bloodshot veins beneath Xie Jinye's eyes, frowning as she cut him off, softly asking, "Was kissing me really that hard?" "Not hard at all." Xie Jinye shook his head vigorously, having only one thing on his mind, pleasing his childhood friend. Supporting the back of Yun Wulian's head, he pecked her moist, red lips, his eyes burning with pure ardor. "Foggy, I like you, I want to kiss you." The residual warmth coursed through her lips like electric currents, causing Yun Wulian's breathing to pause momentarily as the youth's straightforward affection accelerated her heartbeat. Her delicate white hand trembled, sliding down to cup Xie Jinye's face. "Anne." She wiped the sweat off his cheek, carefully choosing her words as she asked with concern, "The last time you pushed me away and fled, was it because of something that happened when we were children?" The gentle touch from Yun Wulian made Xie Jinye's tears flow uncontrollably. "Yes." Xie Jinye feared that Yun Wulian might remove her hand, so he covered her hand with his, tightly enclosing it. His other hand firmly clasped around Yun Wulian's waist. Gazing into each other's eyes, those narrow Dan Phoenix eyes were bright red and dimmed, overflowing with self-reproach. At that moment, his words halted. He stroked Yun Wulian's hand, licking his dry lips before continuing in the comfort of the security surrounding him, slowly recounting the panic he had felt then. At that moment, I felt I was about to have a physiological reaction. I was terrified of becoming an animal driven by desire, of losing control and doing something bad to you. Moreover, you were drunk and unconscious at the time, and I was also afraid that after waking up, you would dislike me. My mind went completely blank. I loathed the desires within me, detesting my inability to control my lower body. Buzzing sounds echoed in my ears, and it felt as if I had returned to the cruise ship. Somehow, I ended up pushing you away, as if my body was being manipulated by invisible puppet strings. At this point, Xie Jinya suddenly hugged Yun Wulian tightly, burying his head in her neck and rubbing it several times, his voice choked with emotion, fearing rejection. Foggy. That time I pushed you away wasn't because I disliked or hated getting close to you. In fact, I liked you way too much, I didn't dare to desecrate my deity. Yun Wulian's pupils dilated as she felt scalding tears soak her neck once more, her eyes stinging with sorrow, her heart melting completely. Followed immediately by unbearable heartache. I understand everything now. She reciprocated by embracing the youth, patting his back and soothing him in a gentler tone, good boy, it's not your fault. This tender word sent Xie Jinya into ecstasy, madly nuzzling his neck. Yun Wulian's whole body softened, her neck tingling endlessly, but she didn't push the big dog away. Instead, she silently clenched the bedsheet, allowing him to rub against her while worry filled her eyes. Ash still had more to say. What exactly happened on the cruise ship when he was 9 years old that led to such disdain towards desires? Yun Wulian was reminded of when she found Xie Jinya, bruised all over with purplish marks. A deafening roar suddenly exploded in her mind, as if an invisible blade had pierced through her heart, causing a sharp pain in her chest that left her almost breathless. Could it be? Those injuries weren't just from beatings. Yun Wulian's pupils shrank as her fingers twitched anxiously on the bedsheet. After a few seconds, enduring the ache in her heart, she slowly raised her gaze to focus intently on Xie Jinya. The young man was still happily rubbing against her. With a flicker of her long lashes, knowing what pleased Xie Jinya, her hand, connected to an 4-drip needle, continued patting his back while softly cooing several times. Be good. Each word became gentler than the last. In the end, she even took the initiative to nuzzle her forehead against Xie Jinya's. Xie Jinya was ecstatic. He clung tightly to Yun Wulian, feeling as though all his negative emotions vanished instantly, filled only with the overwhelming joy of regaining a treasured gem. Woo woo, woo woo. Calling out her name many times, and each time receiving a response, the youth grew happier. Deeply inhaling the surrounding fragrance of irises, his entire bloodstream boiled with excitement. He wanted nothing more than to seize the little filly and passionately kiss her again. No. Woo woo wasn't in good health. Kissing for too long might leave her short of breath. Xie Jinya's heart pounded chaotically, but he hadn't realized he'd already crossed the first hurdle and made further physical contact with Yun Wulian. After rubbing twice more, he straightened up, cupping Yun Wulian's face with both hands, and eagerly asked, woo woo, have you agreed to reconcile? Yun Wulian's chin grazed by the handcuffs, her eyes flashed again with concern. Unable to resist those hopeful eyes of the youth, after a brief hesitation, she nodded slightly. Since they were inseparable, let's leave it at this for now. Receiving an affirmative response, Xie Jinya's crimson eyes widened in astonishment, excitedly asking, is it true? Yun Wulian nodded once again. Tears streamed down Xie Jinya's cheeks, and he laughed through them, alternating between crying and laughing in a state of extreme agitation, yet a trace of unease lingered in his eyes. Sweeping Yun Wulian's disheveled locks behind her ear, he cautiously pursued, and woo woo, have you accepted my confession? Are we officially together now? Yun Wulian didn't say a word. Instead, she grasped the young man's wrist and gently pulled it downwards. Moments later. Lowering her wet eyelashes, she slowly drew closer. Their breaths intertwined. Xie Jinya realized something was happening, his heartbeat accelerating, his chest rising and falling erratically, leaving him flustered and nervous. But this time, he didn't evade. Instead, he firmly embraced Yun Wulian's waist. Ajin. Hey, I'm here. Yun Wulian's gaze shifted slightly, confirming that Xie Jinya hadn't retreated or rejected her touch. Hooking her bloody fingers around the youth's collar, she gradually leaned closer. Just as their lips were less than a centimeter apart, he suddenly furrowed his brows, bitterly countering. Ajin. Are you really sure you want to be with someone who will die soon, accursed short-lived soul? Chapter 144, Aren't you my wife now? What kind of short-lived ghost? Don't say nonsense. Xie Jinya's eyes widened in alarm, and his hands trembled while holding Yun Wulian. Suppressing the sharp pain that surged in his chest, to prove his affection, he directly lifted the person up, sat on the bed, placing the little childhood friend on his lap. Supporting the back of his head, he carefully aimed for the lips and kissed him with deep tenderness. Their lips touched as body heat merged and spread. This time Xie Jinya was more clumsy than the first time, also fiercer. After a quick nibble, he moved his lips away, pinching Yun Wulian's face with an ominous glare. Good baby, your illness is not terminal. You will get better. If you say such pessimistic words again, I will kiss you every day until you are annoyed by it. Before the words had even finished, the young man with red-rimmed eyes made his ear tips red from embarrassment. Yun Wulian paused momentarily, his long eyelashes trembling lightly, and a tear silently rolled down along the corner of his eye. Yet his mouth curved upward slightly, as a light laugh escaped. Idiot, how can this be a threat? Xie Jinyi stretched out the hand cuffed with handcuffs, awkwardly and flusteredly wiping away Yun Wulian's tears. With coquetry in his behavior, there were mixed expressions of indulgence and heartache in his eyes. No matter what, this is a threat. Yun Wulian rebutted, this is a reward. Xie Jinyi paused mid-motion in wiping away the tears. Staring at him, Yun Wulian explained word by word, when you kiss me, I become very happy. So this isn't a threat, but a reward. Xie Jinyi's heart stopped abruptly, his breathing deepened, and his ears burned hot. His mouth reacted before his brain did, instinctively asking, then, do you want another kiss? As soon as these words were uttered, Xie Jinyi regretted them. He felt like a pervert, having sinned against his little moon several times within just half an hour. While the youth was feeling remorseful, a sweet smell of blended medicine and lilac wafted over. Yun Wulian hooked his neck, voluntarily leaning forward, imprinting his soft lips onto his. A very light kiss. It was akin to a spring breeze brushing past, swirling delicate petals across his lips, ambiguous yet alluring. Xie Jinyi's body tensed, his phoenix-eye vision fixated, his hands gripping around Yun Wulian's waist turning into fists. The muscles throughout his body stood out, as if his whole being would explode. Bang! 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 His heartbeat grew more intense. It was as if a beast imprisoned for many years roared, ready to break out of its cage. Damn! So kissing feels this good? And it feels different between taking the initiative to kiss Wu Wu and being kissed by Wu Wu, so happy. Yun Wulian's kiss was shallow. Pausing for less than 15 seconds, but when the lips parted, Xie Jinyi still grinned widely. Wu Wu. He joyfully pulled Yun Wulian's hand, the redness spreading from his ear roots to his neck, asking excitedly, from now on, you're my wife, right? The young man spoke fast, filled with happiness and anticipation. When pronouncing the two words, wife, he slowed down, his gaze towards Yun Wulian gaining a bit more youthful shyness. Their eyes met, Yun Wulian felt as if his heart had collided with a giant cotton candy, wrapped layer by layer in sweetness. Healing his mind and body, the pain gradually dissipated. I am your wife. Yun Wulian too diverted his eyes slightly when saying the last two words, looking down, somewhat shy. Xie Jinyi's heart almost stopped, overwhelmed with excitement, smiling broadly while catching up to Yun Wulian's gaze. Really, wife? Their eyes intersected once more like electricity. Yun Wulian helplessly nodded again. This time the voice was louder than before. Xie Jinyi was overjoyed, hugging Yun Wulian's waist tightly, showing the carefree brashness of his former self. His phoenix eyes slightly squinted, childish repetitions echoed like a child, wife, 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 wife. Yun Wulian glared at the young man. Covering his mouth. Stop, or people outside will hear. Hear it then. Xie Jinyi blinked and flashed a toothy grin, stating seriously, anyway, Ants and everyone already know you'll be my wife sooner or later. Yun Wulian sighed helplessly, only able to change the subject. By the way, Ajin, let me tell you a secret. Xie Jinyi indeed became obedient. What kind of secret? Under Xie Jinyi's gaze, Yun Wulian extended his uninjured hand, landing it on the youth's lips. Subsequently licking his own lips meaningfully, he said deeply, I tasted your kiss, it's sweet. Xie Jinyi froze for a moment, the next second his pupils dilated, a surge of joy arose in his rugged features. Grabbing Yun Wulian's arm firmly, he excitedly asked. Wu Wu, have you already regained your sense of taste? When did it happen? Have you recovered to what extent now? Is it completely restored yet? The young man bombarded with a string of questions, causing Yun Wulian to find it amusing and answer one by one. It happened on the day we went to the bar. I can taste things, but they feel somewhat dull, like I've only recovered about half of my senses. Xie Jinyi, upon hearing that it was just halfway, frowned slightly, feeling a bit disheartened. But worried about making his childhood friend sad, he quickly patted his head to comfort him. That's fine. That's a good start. It might be thoroughly restored in just a few days. Yun Wulian nodded, softly responding. Wu Wu. After patting a few times, Xie Jinyi buried his head in his childhood friend's neck, rubbing gently with reddened eyes, speaking hoarsely, Wu Wu, it's really good. Although we've barely caught the tail of summer, if we round it off, our summer is 100% sweet. Yun Wulian fell silent for a moment, thinking about his condition. Summer has gone. Autumn has arrived. He doesn't know if he can make it until winter. And he hasn't run freely in the snowfields or happily built a snowman once. Shaking off those thoughts, Yun Wulian slowly lifted his eyelids. He had been preoccupied with the shadow from Xie Jinyi's childhood, so seeing his improved state, he decided to change the topic and tentatively ask. Ajin, I've told you my secret, and now it's your turn to tell me all of yours. Xie Jinyi froze. What secret? About. Yun Wulian pressed his lips together, staring at the youth who, despite looking less embarrassed, now appeared somewhat pale. With concern clouding his eyes, he carefully traced the young man's brow ridge, asking tenderly. What happened on that cruise? Why do you hate desire? Could it be that? His voice paused, fearing he'd wound the young man deeper. He stopped, silently waiting for an answer. To soothe Xie Jinyi, he reached out and touched the young man's hand, intertwining their fingers. Chapter 145, Won't Let Go, Unless Dead. Xie Jinyi feared that the dirty images would scare Yun Wulian. He was pondering how to delicately bring it up when his attention was drawn by the cool caress on his hand. A glance out of the corner of his eye at the delicate, pale knuckles in his palm caused a thunderous shock in his mind. He quickly grabbed Yun Wulian's left hand which had an 4-needle. All he could see was blood-soaked gauze. The blood seeping from the bandage bloomed like crimson otherworldly flowers across her skin, fragile yet mournfully beautiful. Shit. Woo, I'm sorry. Xie Jinyi's hand trembled, remorse flooded his heart, and he slapped himself hard on the face. I'm such a bastard, I was only thinking about being happy and forgot that your hand still hurts. Wait for me, I'll go call the doctor in. We'll deal with your wound first, then we can continue talking. Before Yun Wulian could respond, Xie Jinyi picked her up from his lap and placed her on the bed. Watching him rush out anxiously, she remained silent for a moment, brushing aside disheveled tresses, and murmured. Idiot. Actually, it didn't hurt. After being kissed, it no longer hurt. Recalling that Xie Jinyi was still cuffed, Yun Wulian refocused her thoughts, supported herself against the wall to slowly stand up, turned on the light to find her phone, and called Lu Chen straight to the point, go to my bedroom and bring the key under the pillow to the hospital. On the other end of the line, Lu Chen immediately got up and moved. At the same time. On the rooftop of the VIP ward of the hospital. Yu Shuhuai, Bai Lin Shi, and Yen Noa were playing cards around a chair. The cards were left by someone else, and after seeing Xie Jinyi confess and enter the ward, they decided to pass time playing landlord, while Yu Qingsun stood by the fence after securing the safety rope. The man's tall figure cast against the moonlight wore a mint green collar-open shirt elegantly relaxed. His fingers tapped lightly on the railing, revealing a slight agitation as he stared pensively. Did Wu Wu and Jean reconcile? Bai Lin Shi and Yen Noa, while ganging up on landlord Yu Shuhuai, shared similar concerns and occasionally glanced downstairs. Yen Noa played her card, 3 KS with pair of 5s. It was Yu Shuhuai's turn, 3 2s with pair of 8s. Can't you guys beat it? Yu Shuhuai sat cross-legged, his collar provocatively open even at night and wearing sunglasses looking cool, his eyes continuously staring at Bai Lin Shi through the glasses. As he tossed down his card, he noticed his uncle had been standing still for half an hour and raised an eyebrow to call him over. Uncle, don't just stand there, come sit down. As they say, fights between couples are settled as soon as they get into bed. Wu Wu and Jean have known each other since childhood, their bond is so deep. Now, even without any sound, perhaps they're already embracing and making up. Yu Qingsun nodded towards them, let me watch a little more. Just because that kid has entered the ward, what can be seen anyway? Yu Shuhuai wasn't finished before Bai Lin Shi glared at him and yelled, shut up. All those 2s make you look like a fool, bombs. Claiming to play the bomb, what he threw on the table were actually a pair of 3s. What? All jokers are in my hands. Yu Shuhuai pulled his sunglasses down to better inspect the pair of 3s with disbelief. Darling, although I am wearing sunglasses, I'm not blind. Bai Lin Shi tilted her fox-like eyes, acting unreasonable. I said it's a bomb, so it's a bomb. Okay. Yu Shuhuai indulgently smiled, covering Bai Lin Shi's cards with the bomb, teasing her chin, and leaning closer. My precious baby, I lost tonight. His final 4 words whispered directly into her ear, audible only to the 2 of them. Your wish is my command. Bai Lin Shi's lips curved mischievously as she kicked his shin with her leather shoes, giggling seductively. Yen Noa, seated opposite, watched as the couple were about to kiss. Her starry eyes widened as she contemplated whether to close them or turn away. Just then, her phone in her pocket rang. It was Chu Yuanci calling. As soon as she picked up, Chu Yuanci delivered some good news. Noa, Wu Wu and Jean reconciled. When Jean ran out, he had read, teary eyes and said Wu Wu's 4 had shifted wrong. I thought it had failed. But when the doctor dressed Wu Wu's wound, they were holding hands. It seems everything went well. Upon hearing this, Yen Noa met Bai Lin Shi's questioning gaze, furiously nodding affirmatively and promptly responded to the man on the phone. Good to hear they've made up, now everyone can relax. Yu Qingsun turned around and relaxed upon hearing the reconciliation. When Yen Noa heard Chu Yuanci gently respond, she asked. Are you hungry? I asked my assistant to buy some barbecue and your favorite coconut juice. They'll be here in a few minutes. I'll bring it up later. Before we hang up, there's one more thing I need to bother you about, our adorable fiancé. Yen Noa paused momentarily, gazing at the ring on her ring finger, a blush of bashfulness and indescribable joy blooming within her heart. Brother, please tell me what you need. Ask Uncle Yu and the others if they want alcohol or any particular drinks. Got it. Yen Noa quickly relayed the question to everyone. Uncle Yu said anything was fine. Yu Shuhuai requested the strongest liquor available. Bai Lin Shi intentionally went against Yu Shuhuai, telling Yen Noa to pass on that Chu Yuan Ci should buy Waha milk drinks instead. In the end, Chu Yuan Ci indeed brought up a whole case of Waha, even delivering a pack to his brother. As for the barbecue, since Yun Wulian couldn't eat it currently and Xie Jinyi would surely not either, given both needed rest, Chu Yuan Ci didn't order any for them. Inside the hospital room, everyone noticed the two young ones had reverted to holding hands like old times, and the hearts that had been hanging in their throats finally relaxed. Yun Lanyu, realizing they still had things left unsaid, gave a few instructions before leading the group out to give the couple some private space. The moment the door closed, Yun Wulian beckoned Xie Jinyi over with a wave. Come closer. Xie Jinyi eagerly responded with several "all right," quickly slipping off his shoes and climbing onto the bed. He knelt beside Yun Wulian's right side, capturing the uninjured hand of his childhood friend and gently squeezed it in his palm. Wu Wu, I know what you're going to ask. That incident was just too. His words faltered as the youth's brows knotted into a tight bundle, struggling to vocalize the subsequent words. It was excessively dirty and chaotic. Every time I think about it, I feel sick enough to throw up. Those images refuse to leave, replaying endlessly before me like illusions. Hence, I've always been hesitant to open up, fearing you might suffer, fear you could find it disgusting, worry it may leave a dark shadow in your mind. His voice grew increasingly hoarse by the end, trembling amidst an enveloping dread. Yet Xie Jinyi still managed to curl his lips upward, smiling faintly at Yun Wulian. Sweetheart, hold on just a bit. Let me take a deep breath and mentally prepare myself. A look of anguish surfaced in Yun Wulian's eyes. Pulling back the covers from his body, he grabbed Xie Jinyi's arm and slowly rose, letting out a couple of coughs before carefully leaning closer. Jin, is the monster from your nightmare this? Xie Jinyi nodded, then shook his head. They are. A violent shock rippled through Yun Wulian's pupils. It felt like being struck repeatedly in the chest, a chilling bone-deep coldness spreading across his entire being, causing involuntary tremors. Painful tears seeped from him, bleeding metaphorically. There were more than one of those animals. Woo woo. Witnessing Yun Wulian's unstable body and erratic breathing, Xie Jinyi's scarlet phoenix eyes widened with alarm as he hastily pulled the other into his embrace, frantically patting his back. Woo woo, are you alright? You must be feeling terrible, I knew it. I knew it would turn out this way. Given Yun Wulian's heart condition, Xie Jinyi hesitated to take risks. Gently supporting his childhood friend's face with utmost care, he met those tear-filled peach-shaped eyes and suggested hoarsely, perhaps, we should stop here. Woo woo, I've already begun seeing a therapist, I'll get better, I promise. I want to know. I have to know. Struggling against an overwhelming suffocating sensation, Yun Wulian panted lightly before kissing the perspiration-coated fingerpads of Xie Jinyi. Trembling all over, he tenderly hugged the youth tighter. Jin, I'm not as fragile as you think. When someone plunges into an abyss, they experience isolation and helplessness, but together, two can warm each other and share pain. Share it with me, will you? I wish to. He raised his bandaged hand, covering Xie Jinyi's hand back, threading their fingers together, his eyes filled with boundless tenderness. To fall into the abyss together with you. Like how you usually rub warmth into my hands, do the same for yours, grip tightly, and walk towards dawn's light together. Whatever happens to you, this hand will never let go. Woo. Woo woo. Xie Jinyi's heartbeat came to a standstill as scorching tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, both moved and utterly flustered. In the end, without restraint, he pinched Yun Wulian's chin, gripped his hand even harder, and kissed him once more, pressing Yun Wulian into the snowy softness of the sheets. Long strands of hair spilled wildly across the pillow, delicate fingers clutching tightly to the bedsheet. As Yun Wulian soaked in Xie Jinyi's passionate kiss, a bitter ache swirled inside him, tears trickling down pale cheeks, while inwardly adding silently. Unless my strength completely wanes, extinguished like a flickering lamp. Still, he hoped to live a little longer, just a little more, to witness the day when Jin would emerge free from shadows. He didn't dream of living to an old age, nor did he desire years or even decades ahead. All he sought was the chance to survive until Xie Jinyi found his way out from the darkness. Chapter 146, Addicted to Kisses. All misunderstandings unraveled. This kiss was still light. Xie Jinyi, worried about pressing against Yun Wulian, turned over right after the kiss and used himself as a meat cushion. He caught sight of the tear stains on his little childhood friend's face and choked back sobs as he wiped away Yun Wulian's tears. Good, my sweet baby, don't cry anymore, alright? I'll tell you, I'll say it all. Which is? He pondered how to start, then suddenly, a flash of white light zipped through his mind. He recalled Yun Wulian's words earlier, his heart jolted, something seemed off. Hold on, Woo Woo, I've realized, you might have misunderstood. Yun Wulian opened her eyes, her voice soft, Xie Jinyi hugged Yun Wulian and sat up, patting the head of his little childhood friend and tentatively asked, do you think, that I went through some kind of thing? Yun Wulyen furrowed her brows, staying silent. He wanted to give Xie Jinyi a kiss to console him like a broken puppy but noticed the shock in the youth's face, indicating that the truth was different from his speculation. Shit. Seeing Yun Wulyen's silence, Xie Jinyi's almond-shaped eyes widened. He grabbed his hair, letting out a howl, then quickly explained. No, Wu, it's not what you're imagining. The whole of me, inside and out, belongs to you. I'm clean, nothing happened to me. Yun Wulyen blinked, staring for a few seconds before the tension in her eyebrows eased slightly, asking, then, what exactly happened? She leaned closer, lightly touching her lips to the young man's lips. Take your time. I'm listening. Xie Jinyi dared not take any more time. He was afraid if he did, the misunderstanding would persist. Previously, it was just like I told you before. I was tied up on the cruise ship, thrown into a dark room, and starved for a couple of days. Finally, I managed to seize a gun, injured the guard, escaped, and then I witnessed a chaotic, disgusting orgy. The young man gritted his teeth as he spoke those last few words. Every time this topic came up, the images of that moment flashed through his mind again, dirty, disordered, with various foul odors mixed together, revolting. Yun Wulyen noticed Xie Jinyi's complexion turn ghastly pale, so she immediately squeezed his hand, calling out, Ah Jin. I'm fine. Suppressing the surging nausea, Xie Jinyi embraced Yun Wulyen, resting his chin on her shoulder while rubbing his temples, his voice hoarse. At that time, I was still young, unaware of what they were doing. But the pungent smell overwhelmed me, making me dizzy. The sounds were piercing. They were all naked, with people of all ages present, behaving like primitive beasts. So disgusting, so filthy. All I could think at the time was to leave that place as soon as possible, so I jumped directly into the sea. Yun Wulyen comfortingly patted Xie Jinyi's back, listening patiently with her brows furrowed tightly. Her chest felt constricted, filled with empathy. Ah Jin was just barely 9 years old back then. So young, yet witnessing such chaos must have brought immense psychological and emotional trauma. No wonder during that period shortly after coming home, Ah Jin kept having nightmares and was afraid to sleep. Those vermin were truly nauseating, deserving death. Woo woo. Xie Jinyi called out repeatedly. Yun Wulyen responded repeatedly, waiting until the young man's breathing became slightly more stable before frowning and asking, Ah Jin, didn't I hear that everyone on the cruise was arrested? Yeah, they were all rounded up. Xie Jinyi nodded against Yun Wulyen's neck, recalling, when I was younger, I remember hearing Dad talking about how the police had sealed the cruise ship, and I was perplexed why there were no sharks in the prisons. I so wanted to see the sharks bite those beasts till they screamed. As she listened, Yun Wulyen's heart ached even more, her breathing quickened abruptly, and she coughed twice in Xie Jinyi's arms. Her gaze turned cold, like ice. The vermin only got sentenced to a limited term in prison, but they left an indelible shadow in a child's memory. Sometimes. It really made one want to do something illegal. Woo. Familiar calls brought Yun Wulyen's thoughts back. Their eyes met. Xie Jinyi cradled her face with one hand, looking sincere and fervent. Woo, I actually long to get close to you, but I'm afraid of becoming a monster dominated by lust, dirty and repulsive. So, let me win the world championship first, and then we can take the final step, alright? By then, I'll be worthy of you. The pure love in the young man's words set Yun Wulyen's heart racing, making her chest feel warm. She curled her lips into a smile, stroking the big dog's head, earnestly correcting. What's disgusting are those depraved vermin, not desires arising from love, and certainly not you, this fool. And the most handsome top-notch guy in the world, let's stick together forever. After speaking, Yun Wulyen pecked Xie Jinyi's lips. Seeing the youth's lips curl up without dodging, she chuckled, Ah Jin, count how many times we've kissed tonight. Have you noticed that you've already overcome your first hurdle? Shit. Upon being reminded, Xie Jinyi suddenly realized he had been entirely focused on cheering Wu up and getting riled by her hurtful remarks, and before he knew it, their lips met. And apparently, he was now slightly addicted. At this moment, Yun Wulyen pushed her long hair off her chest, revealing her snow-white collarbone. She grasped the young man's hand and placed it near her neckline, then bit her lips hard to make them appear even redder. She lifted her eyes, water-like and seductive, tempting him with an alluring invitation. Ah Jin, I allow your desecration because it brings me joy. How about striking while the iron's hot and taking it a step further? Chapter 147, Help. My wife is weak and still flirts. Xie Jinyi's dark pupils trembled, his throat tightened, and the hand pressed on Yun Wulyen's collar involuntarily moved closer, gently touching that snow-white and sexy clavicle. Is this act of mine allowed? Am I stepping further? Does Wu mean? In an instant, his earlobes turned red, his heartbeat became irregular, and the purely innocent big dog hastily cleared his thoughts, grabbing the open collar of Yun Wulyen's shirt to close it up. No. Looking at the pale and weary face of his childhood friend, Xie Jinyi shook his head violently. His concern for her completely drowned out his desire. He embraced her awkwardly yet tenderly, cuddling near her neck in a cute manner with a hoarse voice. Good baby, you're sick right now, and we're in a hospital where we haven't made any preparations. To do such a thing to you under these circumstances would feel like bullying you, not respecting you. When you're better and we're back home, we'll take it step by step, alright? The scorching warmth enveloped Yun Woo-yen. Everywhere was filled with the refreshing scent of citrus mixed with the sun, and the pure love from the youth followed the warmth into her heart, warm and sweet. She leaned on Xie Jinye's chest, laughing and agreeing. Yet, her eyes felt slightly sore. Ah, Jean. Let's sleep. Tonight, I want to hold you while sleeping. Good, good, hold, tightly hold. Xie Jinye smiled indulgently, brushing his nose against Yun Woo-yen's cheek. Wait for me 10 minutes, I'm going to quickly wash away the combat grime. He adjusted Yun Woo-yen's blanket carefully, then couldn't wait to jump off the bed and rush toward the bathroom. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly turned back, running to Yun Woo-yen again, patting her head with a mischievous sparkle in his black phoenix eyes. By the way, Woo-yen, let me tell you a little secret, actually these past few days, while you were sleeping, I've been sneaking into your blankets. Yun Woo-yen raised an eyebrow, aren't you afraid of being caught? Of course I'm afraid, said Xie Jinye, pouting pitifully. But I'm even more afraid that when you wake up mad, you'd make me roll away. So, every time before dawn, I'd leave. Yun Woo-yen couldn't help but chuckle, in fact, after waking up, I've already been thinking of you. Xie Jinye's lips curved up crazily, really? Yun Woo-yen nodded, without you, it's very cold. Then. Xie Jinye grinned so wide, his hands sliding down along Yun Woo-yen's smooth hair to her chin, locking the target on her crimson lips. He swiftly kissed them. That tonight, warm mist baby will stay open for business, warming till the end of time. After kissing her, Xie Jinye rushed away, his ears burning red. His tall figure bounced like a 3-year-old child, unable to contain his happiness. It seemed as if there was a fluffy big tail behind him wagging fiercely. Yun Woo-yen lay stunned on the bed, licking her lips and feeling the remaining warmth. Her eyes softened with affection, and she chuckled softly. The purely innocent big dog had become a lovey-dovey monster. Realizing that Xie Jinye went to take a bath without anything, Yun Woo-yen slowly got out of bed, supporting herself against the wall, to prepare a set of pajamas for Xie Jinye. Her foot just touched the carpet, and a wave of dizziness came over her. After resting for half a minute and gasping for breath, she slowly looked up, about to go to the walk-in closet. Suddenly, her peripheral vision spotted a stunning red, roses brought by Xie Jinye. Previously, the roses had been crushed between the two of them, leaving their petals scattered all over the floor, the white wrapping paper wrinkled, and the several dark red ribbons entangled around the leaves, creating a messy scene. Yun Woo-yen frowned, remembering that these were meticulously prepared and personally wrapped by Xie Jinye. She felt as though something twisted in her heart, guilt rising on her beautiful face. She quickly walked over, picking up the rose, flattening the packaging paper, and placing it on the nightstand. Subsequently, she pulled one luxurious silk ribbon, tying her long hair, and picked up the fallen rose petals from the ground one by one, holding them in her clothing hem. After finishing, Yun Woo-yen headed towards the wardrobe. Although this was a hospital, the entire floor was decorated in a home-style setting. On the off-white walls hung Yun Woo-yen's oil paintings, their colors dreamy, with comfortable sofas placed in the corners, the light from the floor lamps casting butterfly shadows onto the walls. There were fresh flowers decorating the countertops, and except for necessary medical instruments, it looked exactly like a cozy bedroom. Pushing aside the side door, inside was the neatly organized walk-in closet. Each time Yun Woo-yen was hospitalized, Xie Jinye would stay with her, so his clothes also hung here. She picked a set of sleeveless blue pajamas, opened the drawer, took out an extra-large black underwear, finally wrapping the clothes together and carrying the petals held in her arms toward the bathroom. The bathroom door was frosted glass, showing a blurred human shadow inside. Just arriving at the door, she heard. Woo-yen. Xie Jinye turned off the shower, and his magnetic voice echoed from inside, laced with a refreshing allure, are you waiting for me, or do you need to use the bathroom? Yun Woo-yen straightforwardly replied, I want to see you. This was followed by 2 silly chuckles inside. Xie Jinye came running over and snapped open the door. As a burst of hot mist spilled out, his handsome face appeared, silver hair dripping wet against his rugged eyebrows. His prominent nose carried droplets of water, exuding an overwhelming sense of masculinity. Wooloo. Noticing Yun Woo-yen had tied up her long hair, adorned with a silk ribbon entwined with rose petals and her clothing gathered, Xie Jinye paused, puzzled, asking, what's this about? Yun Woo-yen countered, I like the roses you picked. What was their meaning again? At hearing she liked them, Xie Jinye's lips instinctively curved upward as he casually brushed back his bangs, beaming bashfully yet delighted, their meaning is, to fall passionately in love with me. Yun Woo-yen nodded, I agree. Xie Jinye arched an eyebrow, huh? Really? Without further ado, Yun Woo-yen pulled the door wide open and stepped into the bathroom, catching a glimpse of the young man completely naked before her. Her lips curled ever so slightly, as she hung the pajamas on the hanger and took the initiative to grasp Xie Jinye's hand. Let's take a rose bath and fall deeply in love together. Xie Jinye's heart raced wildly, he felt as though he might lose his mind. Help. My wife is frail but keeps seducing me. What am I supposed to do? Chapter 148, The Young Couple's Flirtation, Blushing Faces and Red Ears. Xie Jinyi followed behind Yun Wulian, his earlobes bright red, heart pounding nervously. His hands were awkwardly covering down below, making him look like a young girl whose feelings have just blossomed. He was very flustered. Very afraid. Afraid of being teased by his childhood friend. Also worried about losing control when they take a bath together. Not long after, Xie Jinyi found that his worries were unnecessary as Yun Wulian had emotional fluctuations tonight which exhausted all their strength. They hadn't been in the bathtub for 5 minutes when Yun Wulian fell asleep in his arms. Woo woo, woo woo. Xie Jinyi softly called out twice, confirming that Yun Wulian was sound asleep. His tense body gradually relaxed, finally letting out a sigh of relief. But then looking at his childhood friend, who had turned red from the hot mist yet still showed signs of illness, made his chest tighten again. He reached out his hand, gently touching that face. His fingers trembled as he brushed away a lock of messy black hair, full of sympathy as he stroked it. Finally holding his breath, he leaned closer. Landing a kiss on Yun Wulian's lips, he rubbed and licked like a little puppy with pleading eyes. Woo woo. You must get better quickly. Otherwise. I'll go crazy, I'll break down. Yun Wulian's current condition couldn't withstand catching another cold. Xie Jinyi didn't dare to delay, quickly helping Yun Wulian finish bathing, getting dressed, and wrapping them in a towel before carrying them back to bed. He then found a hairdryer to dry that head of smooth, jet-black long hair. After finishing these tasks, he began to take care of himself. The next day. When the first ray of sunlight entered the ward, dappled tree shadows danced across the curtains, flickering between light and shadow. A lazy and warm atmosphere slowly spread through the room. Yun Wulian frowned, consciousness gradually returning. His long eyelashes fluttered and lifted. Ai Jean. He reached out his hand, searching to the side. This time he did not miss, nor did he feel the invasion of cold air. Instead, his hand touched a solid and warm chest, following which his hand was grasped, and an indulgent laugh rang out by his ear. Good baby, good morning. Before Yun Wulian could respond, the youth mumbled, changing the address. That's wrong, totally wrong. I'm already a married dog now, wife, good morning, isn't today especially warm? Yun Wulian opened his eyes, his gaze meeting those clear and fervent black eyes. His heart felt as if tickled by feathers, making him instantly more alert. What was Ai Jean calling out? Wife. That word kept echoing in his mind, causing a sudden wave of shyness to rise within him. Yun Wulian instinctively wanted to hide under the covers. You. Seizing the collar of the young man, tightening his grip, he softly rebuked, don't shout so loud. Mom might be outside and she will hear. As you command, Officer Wu. Xie Jinyi obediently nodded, but in the next moment, pulled up the covers to envelope them both. Hugging Yun Wulian's slender waist, he nestled close to his ear, rubbing affectionately against him and whispered in a low voice akin to sharing secrets while teasing him softly. Wife, can I call you this way? Officer wife. Yun Wulian originally thought he wasn't easily shy, but each call of wife felt like soft silk wrapped around an electric current entwining around his heart, capturing him effortlessly, swirling circles of friction that quickened his heartbeat. His face also involuntarily flushed. Not wanting to talk, he fumbled to cover Xie Jinyi's face, gently pushing the youth away. Xie Jinyi receiving no response, curiously then suddenly asked, why don't you reply to me, Wu Bao? Are you shy? Yun Wulian. Still asking after all that? This unconscious flirting was almost harder to resist than kissing. As Yun Wulian stayed silent, Xie Jinyi kept calling out, laughter in his voice, alternating between wife, woo woo, and good baby. Yet he never moved to uncover the blanket. Just then. A rhythmic knock came from outside along with Yun Lan Yu's inquiry. Ai Jean, has Wu Wu woken up yet? The doctor said around 8 or 9 o'clock, there will be another platelet transfusion needed. Hearing the voice of his adoptive mother, Xie Jinyi inexplicably felt guilty and nervous, immediately swallowing back the wife about to spill out from his throat. Yun Wulian poked Xie Jinyi's shoulder, just say I'm awake and am changing clothes. As you command. Xie Jinyi uncovered the quilt, straining his voice to respond to the outside where Yun Lan Yu waited. Mom, Wu Wu is awake but not fully. Still changing clothes. Upon hearing this, the woman kindly responded with a simple yes, and as she left, specially reminded him of a couple things. By the way, Ajin, your adoptive mother looked over the seafood porridge you stewed. The aroma has come out already. You two can slowly tidy up while I go and ladle out 2 bowls to cool down for you. After Yun Lan Yu left, Yun Wulian grabbed Xie Jinyi's arm and together they emerged from beneath the covers. Upon looking up, Yun Wulian immediately burst into a light chuckle. The person who had just been incessantly calling him wife and teasing him moments ago now had ears so red they resembled burning twilight, radiating embarrassment. Their eyes met, Xie Jinyi's eyebrows arched as he scratched his disheveled mullet hair, a few strands standing on end like static hair. Woo woo, what are you laughing at? Ajin, come clean. Yun Wulian rested a hand on Xie Jinyi's shoulder, leaning in closer, brushing against the youth's ear hidden by unruly strands of hair, asking with a smile, were you not lifting the blanket because you knew your earlobes were red? Xie Jinyi wrapped his arms around Yun Wulian's waist but didn't dare to meet those beautiful eyes. He lowered his head, grinning as he nodded and honestly replied. Yes. It's because I felt my ears getting hot. Stammering through his answer, the young man couldn't resist stealing a glance at Yun Wulian, noticing a hint of blush staining his usually cold, handsome face. His pupils lit up instantly, and his lips almost curled all the way to the moon. Little Wu was blushing. So cute. Xie Jinyi quietly decided that from then on, every morning, he would call out dozens of times. Suddenly, his chin was lifted, the vision of that breathtakingly beautiful face expanding before his eyes as Yun Wulian leaned very close, his breath warm as he seriously asked. I'm the one being flirted with, why are you, brother Ajin, the one who is shy? Xie Jinyi's breath hitched, his heart skipping half a beat before he responded just as earnestly, because I like you too much. Every time I call you wife, my heart beats faster, then it feels like fireworks are exploding in my head, and my ears catch fire. Having said that, unable to resist the tempting lips right there within reach, he pecked them quickly, careful to add a reassurance lest his germaverse childhood friend get offended. I brushed my teeth. Yun Wulian curved his lips and returned the quick peck. But I haven't brushed my teeth or washed up yet. I'll carry you to do that. Xie Jinyi flung off the covers and got out of bed first, promptly kneeling beside it as if ready to scoop Yun Wulian into his arms. Yun Wulian caught the extended hand of the young man, lowering his gaze, whispering tenderly while his cool face reflected the morning light streaming through the window, his fine brows slightly knitted. I always have you carrying me, it makes me seem like a useless person. You're not useless, you're precious. Xie Jinyi rebutted earnestly, directly wrapping his other hand around Yun Wulian's thigh, supporting the back of his childhood friend and hoisting him up with one hand. As the world spun briefly, Yun Wulian's vision darkened momentarily, instinctively encircling the young man's neck. When their gazes reconnected, Xie Jinyi stroked his head affectionately, adding with a smile. I just love holding my chubby kitty. Yun Wulian chuckled lightly, unable to resist planting another quick kiss, silently marveling. It seemed like even he had turned into a kissing monster. After washing up and finishing breakfast, the nurse arrived with the 4-bag, ready to administer another round of treatment for Yun Wulian. Yun Wulian's left hand was injured, so they had to use his right. Xie Jinyi stood nearby, his face full of anguish as his fists clenched tightly, wishing the needle could pierce him instead. Yun Lanyu similarly frowned, worry etched across her face. Once the nurse left, Yun Wulian found an excuse about wanting some grapes to send his mother away, beckoning Xie Jinyi with a curl of his finger. Come, sit beside me. Xie Jinyi obediently sat down, his brow furrowed as he carefully cradled Yun Wulian's bandaged hand, worriedly asking, Wu, does this hand still hurt today? No, it doesn't. Yun Wulian shook his head, keeping something in mind but instead changing the subject by gripping the youth's hand and asking, by the way, Ajin, yesterday you said you found a psychologist. What is the doctor's number? Chapter 149, Ajin widened his eyes. My wife says I can't do it. Xie Jinyi, upon hearing Yun Wulian mention a psychologist, was afraid she might think he was lying. He hurriedly got up to look for his phone. Wulu, I am not deceiving you, I really went to see the psychologist. Hey, where did I put my phone? I know. Yun Wulian couldn't help but laugh and picked up Xie Jinyi's phone from the pillow beside her, handing it over. Here is your phone. Xie Jinyi took the phone and quickly opened WeChat, flipping to the chat page with psychologist Fong Ting before passing it to Yun Wulian. The psychologist's name is Fong Ting, she's quite famous in treating post-traumatic stress disorder. I go once or twice every week, and I've already been 5 times. Her phone number is the same as her WeChat ID, Wulu. Are you interested in asking about my condition? Yun Wulian nodded and skimmed through the chat history, finding little information related to his condition, mostly just scheduling appointments or updates on his current situation. He grabbed a nearby phone, added Dr. Fong Ting's number to his contacts, then after saving it, looked at Xie Jinyi. How effective have these few sessions been? Xie Jinyi, fearing Yun Wulian would worry, licked his lips, partly truthfully replying, pretty good. The most suitable method for my case is desensitization training, which works alright. I reckon if I go a few more times, it'll be pretty much done. Yun Wulian frowned slightly when he heard the term desensitization training, noticing that Xie Jinyi avoided eye contact, making his heart tighten even more. He decided to call the doctor later. Putting away his thoughts, he stood up and gave Xie Jinyi a tight embrace, patting the young man's head. Good boy, tell me whenever you're upset. If you don't know how to start, you can come home and kiss me. Xie Jinyi enjoyed being touched by his childhood friend, rubbing his head against Yun Wulian's palm, while also verbally agreeing, alright, but remember, you're not allowed to get annoyed when I'm all sweaty. Xie Jinyi had rather stiff and coarse hair, similar to a wolfhound's mane. Constantly rubbing, it tickled Yun Wulian's palms, causing slight tremors. But he didn't retract his hand. His delicate fingers continued downward, pinching Xie Jinyi's loose ponytail. Their black Danfeng eyes met, soft warmth reflecting in them as Yun Wulian responded. Not annoying. I like everything about you. Xie Jinyi grinned, delighted. The next moment, however, his childhood sweetheart suddenly asked, there's one more thing. It's Tuesday today, Jean. Aren't you supposed to attend class or training? Xie Jinya, feeling guilty, dared not utter a word. Oh. He didn't dare say he had skipped class. Though technically, it wasn't entirely true since there were friends like Zhou Yu answering attendance for him. So, it kind of counted. Seeing the ingratiating smile on his face, Yun Wulian's expression became serious. He pulled Xie Jinya's ponytail gently, his gaze carrying a meaningful tone. If you promise to attend your classes and properly train with the archery team afterward, I'll share a little secret with you. Xie Jinya was shocked. What secret? Baby Wulu, you've secrets too. Yun Wulian tugged harder on his ponytail. Promise first you won't skip classes. After class, go to the archery team for training. Unwilling to anger his childhood friend, Xie Jinya could only nod obediently. All right. I will. Guaranteed to be an exemplary college student. Satisfied, Yun Wulian let go of his hair. Actually, the secret is simple. Wasn't it that you were always avoiding me earlier, so? Xie Jinya felt a jolt in his heart and had a sudden ominous premonition. So what? So. Yun Wulian deliberately paused, lowering his eyelids, seriously staring at Xie Jinya's pants. I even thought you might be incapable. Xie Jinya widened his eyes in confusion. What? Incapable? My wife thinks I'm incapable. Yun Wulian continued nonchalantly. I even checked out a neurology hospital. Xie Jinya blinked repeatedly, baffled. Shit. Even the hospital is arranged. Yun Wulian, trying hard not to laugh, teased Xie Jinya intentionally. I was even considering this. If you are truly incapable, maybe I could step in. Though my health isn't great and I lack stamina, it's still better than nothing, because incapability means doing absolutely nothing. Fuck. 3 mentions of incapability in one sentence. His masculine pride was challenged by his own wife. Xie Jinya, with a strained smile, pressed his tongue against his molars, as a sense of injustice rose on his stern face. His Danfeng eyes narrowed dangerously, and he stared intently at Yun Wulian. I want to prove to Wulu that I am indeed capable, but Wulu is still recovering from illness and needs rest. Wife. He suddenly shouted, then knelt down on the bed on one knee, leaning his head close as he wrapped an arm around Yun Wulian's waist and poked him. I'll owe you this for now. Yun Wulian arched an eyebrow, pretending to be clueless. What do you mean? I will eventually prove that I'm perfectly capable, Wulu. You, Xie Jinya hesitated. He himself became embarrassed and the volume of his last 3 words dropped dramatically. You'd better not cry when it happens. Yun Wulian heard it all clearly. His lips involuntarily curved as he lightly pecked the youth's mouth. His eyes twinkled flirtatiously. All right, I'll wait for you to take advantage of me. Xie Jinya's ears turned red in a flash, and he almost fled the scene in embarrassment. Outside the door, Yun Lan Yu and Chu Qin Yen had just returned with fruit, catching sight of this scene and mistakenly thought something was wrong with Yun Wulian. They hurriedly rushed toward the ward. Pushing the door open, they saw their dear son sitting quietly on the bed, smiling warmly. Mom, Dad, I'm in love. Yun Lan Yu had already known about this matter. Chu Qin Yen found out yesterday when a certain someone loudly proclaimed, I like, it would have been impossible not to hear it. The two exchanged glances, seeing their child more cheerful than usual. They couldn't help but smile too. After tidying up, Xie Jinya obediently went to school. After he left, Yun Lan Yu and Chu Qin Yen stayed behind with Yun Wulian during his intravenous infusion, chatting about what happened last night. It was only then that Yun Wulian learned that last night, not only did his brother and sister-in-law come, but also his teachers. They left quietly after having late-night snacks because Yun Wulian and Ajin were newly together. On their way out, they even said they'd visit again when they had time. He pressed his lips together, touched by their thoughtfulness. After finishing the 4, Yun Wulian thought about contacting the psychologist and sent his parents away. He slowly leaned against the wall and headed towards the balcony, sitting on the swing. The swing was the same model as the one in their home, specially customized. More than 10 pots of flowers were planted on the balcony. By the time autumn arrived, only 3 or 4 were still blooming, but the view outside was quite pleasant. The golden ginkgo leaves shimmered under the sunlight, looking like a beautiful painting. After resting for a while, Yun Wulian dialed Fong Ting, the psychologist. The call connected very quickly. Hello, this is Fong Ting. May I ask who you are? Feeling that the wind outside was somewhat cold, Yun Wulian rubbed his fingers against his lips, coughed twice, and slowly replied, Dr. Fong, I am a family member of Xie Jinya. He paused briefly and added another sentence. Or you could say, I am his lover. Upon hearing this, the other end sounded surprised. Are you the childhood friend of Mr. Xie, Wulu? Have you two gotten together? Yun Wulian was equally surprised. Did Ajin mention me? This is quite a story, but it involves my patient's privacy. Let's first add each other on WeChat. Please provide proof of your relationship with Xie, and if everything checks out, I can share more details. Alright. After hanging up, Yun Wulian immediately sent a message to Xie Jinya. Wu, Ajin, send my WeChat to Dr. Fong and tell her I am your wife. Xie Jinya replied instantly. He sent an emoji package showing a bowing fox writing obeying wife. Silly obedient little puppy wagging its tail, darling, what did you and Dr. Fong talk about? Wu, haven't talked yet. Attend your classes properly. The other side obediently replied with understood, along with kissing emoticons. After adding WeChat with Dr. Fong and confirming his identity, Yun Wulian called her again. Fong Ting didn't hesitate to spill Xie Jinya's secret. Wu sir, do you know what your beloved told me? Yun Wulian guessed correctly at once. Saying I am his wife, and asked you to keep his condition hidden to avoid worrying me. Correct answer. No wonder you're such good childhood friends. Normally, I'd help keep it confidential for the patient, but Xie's case is special. His psychological trauma relates to sexuality and needs a lot of assistance from his partner. Then Fong Ting explained Xie Jinya's treatment status briefly to Yun Wulian. Xie's current therapy is desensitization training. This involves repeatedly narrating his experiences on the cruise ship, becoming more detailed every time, until the sensitivity wears off. This method is undoubtedly painful, like repeatedly tearing open the wound to let the blood flow out and release the toxins. Each time he has come for 5 sessions, he vomited every single time. But the desensitization treatment has proven somewhat effective. At the start, he vomited within less than 5 minutes, but in the last session, he managed to last for half an hour. And during these few treatments, he subconsciously mentioned your name, and the things related to you generally helped calm him down. For example, the headband and a cute little wooden carving dot. The more Yun Wulian heard, the worse he felt, his brows furrowed tightly, and his chest became heavy. Just thinking about Xie Jinya's ashen face made his heart feel like it was being gripped. So, the bruising on Ajin's wrists came from this. After Dr. Fong finished speaking, Yun Wulian leaned back on the swing, adjusted his breathing, and briefly summarized his and Xie Jinya's situation. Ajin has been hiding his psychological trauma from me and has always been uneasy about any intimate contact with me. Not until we had an argument, when he confessed his feelings and impulsively kissed me, did he become less resistant to kissing. Upon hearing this, Dr. Fong was delighted. Indeed, love is gentle yet powerful, Mr. Wu. Your lover needs you very much. Yun Wulian felt a bit dizzy, but didn't dwell on it too much, quickly asking, Dr. Fong, how can I help him? Should I? He paused mid-sentence, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue in front of a doctor he wasn't familiar with. The other party seemed to have already guessed, laughing gently. Mr. Wu, let me ask you one thing, and if it makes you uncomfortable, please feel free to stop me. Since you two are now in a romantic relationship and have shared kisses, would you be open to more intimate acts, such as intercourse? Just as Yun Wulian was about to speak, a ringing sensation suddenly echoed in his ears, and his vision turned black for a moment. In a daze, he felt a warm current rushing out of his nostrils. Some of it trickled into his mouth, the familiar metallic taste piercing his senses like needles. As the dizziness subsided slightly, he looked down and saw his clothes and the screen speckled with red dots, fresh blood stains. Chapter 150, Deepening Step by Step from a Kiss. Mr. Wu, are you listening? Hearing the doctor calling him, Yun Wulian, trembling and wiping away his nosebleed, weakly leaned against the swing. He closed his eyes to avoid the glaring blood color, enduring the dizziness as he spoke slowly. I'm listening. If Jean can be cured, I can accept anything. But am I? He paused to catch his breath and continued his question. Do I need to correctly guide Jin's understanding of desire during that process? On the other end of the phone, Fong Ting noticed that Yun Wulian's voice was becoming increasingly faint, his breathing heavier, accompanied by occasional faint coughs. She couldn't help but worry. Are you alright? I heard from Xiao Xie that your health isn't good. It's fine. Yun Wulian, hand pressed against his nostrils, saw his pale fingers covered in blood, like translucent jade snow soaked with melted cinnabar, spreading an aura of tragic beauty and fragmentation. Swallowing the metallic taste of blood flooding into his mouth, he struggled to keep his voice steady. Just a cold, it's no big deal. Dr. Fong, let's continue our previous topic. Upon hearing this, Fong Ting immediately delved into the main subject. Xiao Xie's misunderstanding stems from childhood trauma, associating sex with only negative definitions. Once he feels any sexual desire, he becomes terrified, uneasy, and self-loathing. Besides guiding his correct understanding of sexuality, we must also desensitize him to the scenes he once witnessed, making him recall them calmly, as if telling a story or discussing ordinary matters. As his lover, you will play an excellent auxiliary role throughout the treatment process. You don't necessarily have to follow all steps. During kisses, embraces, and caresses, simply hold him gently, respond to him warmly, and tell him that when love is mutual and harmonious, desires are like honey brewed from flowers in spring, beautiful and sweet. Most importantly, you need to tell him that you love him and cherish the desires he feels for you. Listening to this, Yun Wulian furrowed his brows slightly, sighing almost imperceptibly. The method he used last night was similar to what Dr. Fong described, but his frail body had been too weak for Jean to even touch him. Their kisses were fleeting, like birds pecking lightly before flying away. It seemed he could only start from there and gradually deepen it, first kissing longer, then touching other places. Finally. Thinking about it, Yun Wulian's face was filled with worry. He had the patience, but he feared he didn't have enough time. Biting his lip, suppressing his unease, he retracted his thoughts and continued chatting with Dr. Fong. After finishing the conversation, thanking her, and hanging up the phone, he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the blood spots frozen on the screen, causing a stabbing pain in his heart, leaving his eyes void of color. Could it be that he doesn't even have half a year left? Then what about Jean? What about his parents and grandparents? Yun Wulian's head throbbed painfully. His expression became hazy, feeling as though a massive stone weighed down on his chest, causing palpitations, shortness of breath, and another rising fever in his body. He staggered to stand. His left hand leaned against the wall, while his right hand unbuttoned his pajamas. Step by step, he slowly walked back to the ward, heading to the bathroom to clean off the blood and change into clean clothes. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, countless glass door shadows suddenly appeared in front of him, overlapping endlessly, constantly shifting. Where is the door? Yun Wulian, pale-faced, murmured as he tried to reach for the door but couldn't find any solid object. Finally, everything went black before his eyes, and he crashed straight onto the floor. Boom! The phone slipped from his hand, its screen instantly shattering. People outside rushed in upon hearing the thud. Woo-woo! Woo-woo, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Grandpa like that. Hurry, call the doctor. At the same time, the cracked phone lit up and began vibrating, soft summer afternoon music overwhelmed by human voices. The screen displayed. Stupid silly tail wagging Wong inviting you for a video call. Chapter 151, If you kiss me, I'll feel better. Yun Wulian felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, dark and oppressive, unable to see his hand in front of his face. The air was so thin that it made breathing difficult, and his limbs felt as though they were bound by stones weighing 1,000 caddies, constantly pulling him down. In a daze. Various sounds were blended together. There was the sound of his mother's crying, his grandfather's call, and the hurried footsteps of doctors and nurses. And then, a Jin's broken voice. A Jin was calling out to him again and again. At first, his voice was loud, mixed with panic and fear. Gradually, the volume decreased, choked with sobs, becoming hoarse and restless, with trembling tones. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. You mustn't scare me. I'm sorry. I won't leave you anymore. I'll just stay by your side and go nowhere. Yun Wulian heard Xie Jinya's voice, and his heart ached. He wanted to shake his head, hold his hand, and tell him not to give up chasing his dreams. But his body was like being frozen, unable to move any limb or open his mouth. He could only lie there, unable to do anything. Time passed slowly, and the sound of medical equipment operating reverberated in his ears, tick-tock. His consciousness scattered completely, and the world fell into silence. He didn't know how long it had been. When his consciousness re-emerged, Yun Wulian vaguely felt someone holding his hand. The body temperature was low, the palms broad and sweaty. This is a Jin's hand. Why is it so cold? Yun Wulian wanted to return a Jin's grip, but unfortunately, all his strength seemed drained, his eyelids heavy, and he couldn't open them no matter what. There were other voices in the ward. He heard his mother sobbing quietly, clearly having cried for a while, her voice nasally saying, "Qin-Yan, what are we going to do? Should we tell Wu-Wu?" Chu Qin-Yan comforted his wife, his voice hoarse. "Our dear child is so smart, she probably already guessed something. There's no way to hide it if surgery is needed. When Wu-Wu wakes up, we will tell her slowly. Don't worry. The doctor only said, just in case. Bodhisattva will protect Wu-Wu." Grandpa sighed beside them. Yun Lanue added, "But I'm still scared. I'm afraid Wu-Wu won't be able to handle it, and I'm also worried about the surgery." At this moment, the sound of the door opening rang out, and Grandpa shouted, "You're here." In the next second, two more voices joined in the ward, belonging to Chu Yuanci and Yen Nuo. Chu Yuanci asked immediately, "How is Wu-Wu? Why did she pass out again?" Yen Nuo asked, lowering her voice, filled with worry. "Mom, what did the doctor say?" "The doctor said." Yun Lanue sobbed, unable to finish a coherent sentence, and Chu Qin-Yan summarized the key points for her. Dr. Cheng said the current situation isn't optimistic, surgery needs to be scheduled soon, but Wu-Wu's constitution is too weak. The surgical risk is high, prone to infection, and even. By the time Yun Wulian heard this, the energy he had just accumulated vanished instantly, leaving him chilled from head to toe. Meanwhile, he felt the hand holding his titan, still trembling. Xie Jinya's voice became grave, pausing momentarily before being interrupted by Yun Lanue. "Let's discuss outside. Don't disturb Wu-Wu." Before leaving, Yun Lanue gave one last instruction, "A Jin will be out for a little while. Please take good care of Wu-Wu." "Okay." Xie Jinyi responded dully, his voice terrifyingly hoarse, carrying a sob. Soon after, the door opened and closed. Yun Wulian heard Xie Jinya's tearful voice. He furrowed his brows, using all his strength to struggle against the invisible bonds, trying to open his eyes. "A Jin." His feeble voice was barely noticeable. But Xie Jinyi heard it. Feeling movement in the hand within his palm, he sprang up immediately. His gaze locked onto Yun Wulian's fluttering long lashes, overjoyed. Foggy, have you woken up?" Yun Wulian gradually opened his eyes. Through a misty veil, his vision was blurry and took several seconds to clear. What came into focus first were the reddened eyes of the young man. Xie Jinyi sat by the bedside, gripping his hand tightly. His face was deathly pale, bloodshot eyes streaming with tears almost instantly upon their gaze meeting. Foggy. You scared me to death. I couldn't get through to you on the phone, and when I found the doctor, they told me your face was covered in blood, and you had collapsed on the ground. By the end, the young man's shoulders shook violently, overwhelmed by lingering fear. Yun Wulian was stunned, feeling a real and painful pang in her chest. She reached out with difficulty, gently touching Xie Jinyi's face. Be a good boy, don't cry. Xie Jinyi's pupils trembled, and his tears flowed even more. Foggy, Foggy. He anxiously called out several times, lifting his hand to cover Yun Wulian's wrist, his red eyes rubbing against her hand. Foggy, I was so afraid that you wouldn't wake up. Yun Wulian's gaze darkened for a moment, forcing a smile as she tenderly wiped away the young man's tears. It's fine, I'm awake now, aren't I? It's just a nosebleed, a minor issue. I've had them before when it got too hot. No. Xie Jinyi slid his hand down, gripping tightly onto Yun Wulian's wrist. It's not a minor issue, it's... His voice suddenly paused as he didn't dare to tell the truth for fear of Yun Wulian being unable to handle it. Yun Wulian had already heard everything. She worried that if Xie Jinyi continued talking, it would make him more distressed, so despite the anxiety in her heart, she didn't ask about her condition and pretended she knew nothing, continuing to wipe away his tears. Whether it's a small problem or a big one, with you here, it's not an issue. Be a good boy and stop crying. Which 192 cm, tall hunk cries all day? Xie Jinyi caressed Yun Wulian's arm, his voice muffled. Yours. Yun Wulian began pinching his cheeks. If it's yours, then you have to listen to me and give me a smile. Xie Jinyi bit his lower lip and couldn't muster a smile. Yun Wulian raised an eyebrow, poking the youth's high-bridged nose. Are you not going to behave? Xie Jinyi sighed. Alright, I'll be good, I'll laugh. After several attempts, Xie Jinyi managed to force a bittersweet smile. Then, stroking Yun Wulian's forehead, he asked worriedly. Foggy, you had a high fever after fainting. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere right now? Yun Wulian looked down, nodding suddenly. Xie Jinyi immediately panicked, rising abruptly with a look of extreme worry. Where do you hurt? General weakness, chest feels tight. Her pale fingers entwined with black hair, resting on her lips. The misty shallow eyes slowly lifted again, locking onto Xie Jinyi with a hint of anticipation. If Jean kisses me, I might feel better. Chapter 152, If you come to my nest, you're my little baby too. When Xie Jinyi heard these words, his heart skipped a beat, his breathing quickened, and his mouth moved faster than his brain could react, asking instinctively, really? I need you. Yun Wulian removed the hand from her lips, hooked the young man's neck, slowly closed her eyes, and extended an invitation. Come, kiss me. Is Wulu consoling herself? Xie Jinyi looked at Yun Wulian's fluttering long eyelashes. Her eyes watered again, her emotions became complex indescribably, and she finally responded with a hoarse and muffled voice saying yes. He knelt on one knee onto the bed, propped his hand next to Yun Wulian's face, and gradually leaned forward. Inch by inch closer, he bestowed a tender kiss. Their lips caressed each other, their breaths intertwined, and in that moment when she was overwhelmed by his youth's presence, Yun Wulian could no longer hold back her emotions. She tightly embraced him and sobbed aloud. It wasn't just Ajin who feared not waking up again. He also dreaded so much. Dreaded passing away with regrets due to a short life, leaving without farewell, missing seeing his son shake off the dust, stand tall on the mountain peak, and shine brilliantly. Ajin. Ajin. Yun Wulian clutched onto Xie Jinyi's clothes, calling out repeatedly amidst sobs, urging him impatiently. Climb in and stay beside me, hold me tight and don't let go. Xie Jinyi obediently followed her wishes, without even taking off his sports shoes. With a stride of his long legs and bending knees, he knelt upon Yun Wulian's body protectively and envelopingly. His hands slipped under the quilt, hugging Yun Wulian's back, awkwardly deepening this kiss. Wulu. My dear. Does it feel a bit better now? Happier? Yun Wulian encircled her arms around the young man's neck, her long eyelashes trembling as they dropped down, casting shadows on her pale skin. The corners of her eyes started to redden and overflow with crystalline tears. She struggled hard against the unease caused by her pain, but the more she resisted, the more tenuous her situation became. Not enough. Cold. Ajin, Ajin, hug me tighter. Xie Jinyi replied hoarsely, slowly pulling back the force on his hand supporting his body, pressing entirely onto Yun Wulian. They tightly pressed together and hugged firmly. He worried about Little Bamboo, a nickname for someone he cherished, being unable to bear his weight. After pausing for half a minute, he used his arms and waist strength to turn positions while embracing Yun Wulian. Using himself as a cushion, he shifted and placed kisses near the eye corner. Don't be afraid. Wulu, after this, I won't go anywhere. I'll just keep holding you like this, staying beside you. Xie Jinyi nuzzled Yun Wulian's neck hollow, recalling the overwhelming fear of not being able to connect through phone calls. He truly dared not leave Wulu by even a step. Yun Wulian felt chest constriction, realizing how scared the young man must have been. Opening his mouth to try to comfort with a few words, he exhausted all his energy and didn't have the strength left to speak. Huff. Soft within Xie Jinya's embrace, he regulated his breathing. His grip on the work shirt loosened, clinging to the young man's chest, silently sensing the heat rising beneath his palm. It was great. A gentle kiss made the sun warm again. The sun should indeed be burning hot rather than cold and sweaty like before. Yun Wulian almost couldn't contemplate what would happen if one day, he passed away from illness. As they embraced and fretted about each other, a series of footsteps came, and the door suddenly opened as Yun Lanyu rushed inside. Ajin, did Wulu wake up? Unexpectedly witnessing the two embracing, Yun Lanyu stood there startled for several seconds, her tense heart falling. Noticing both turning heads synchronously towards her, she quickly waved her hands. No worries, it's good that you've woken up. Continue what you were doing, pretend mom isn't here. With that, the woman stepped backward, closing the door behind her to block those behind. Old Master Chu was stopped and confused. Lanyu, what are you doing? Isn't Wulu awake? I want to see my precious grandson. Ah, Dad. Yun Lanyu turned around, smiling while blocking the door. Wulu has just woken up and needs rest. There's Ajin keeping him company. Let's not go in, otherwise, everyone talking will give Wulu a headache. The old master raised an eyebrow stubbornly. Then I'll go alone, just for a peek. Yun Lanyu hurriedly signaled her husband. Chu Qinyan adjusted his glasses, faintly understanding something, and joined his wife in blocking the doorway. Dad, are you hungry? The old master revealed a strange look, sensing something amiss. What are you two up to? Seeing Yun Lanyu continuously blocking everyone, Yen Noa and Chu Yuanci exchanged glances and immediately understood. So Chu Yuanci began helping. Muan, are you hungry? No. Yen Noa was about to shake her head, but seeing the man raise his eyebrows and glance at old Master Chu from the corner of his eye, she immediately got the hint and nodded her head like a little bird pecking. Hungry, very hungry, extremely so. Chu Yuanci smiled faintly, revealing a cold and stern face. He then bent down to support old Master Chu's arm and said slowly, Grandpa, you see, your eldest granddaughter-in-law is hungry, the eldest grandson is hungry too, and the son and daughter-in-law are both hungry. So, would you honor us with your presence, Grandpa, and have a meal with us? No. The sharp eyes of Chu Haizhou narrowed meaningfully as he glanced toward the ward and muttered, I'm not even 80 years old yet. How can I be old? I'm the handsome grandpa. Chu Yuanci quickly agreed, right, you're the handsomest grandpa. Chu Haizhou raised an eyebrow and ignored Chu Yuanci, turning to look at Yen Noa instead. Child, are you really hungry? Yes. Yen Noa nodded furiously. Chu Haizhou couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'll give my eldest granddaughter-in-law some face time. Let's go have dinner. Upon hearing this, Yun Lanyu finally sighed in relief. Chu Qinyan began calling to book a private room, while Chu Yuanci quietly praised Yen Noa as he led her away for a chat. During this gap, the old master approached Yun Lanyu and asked her softly, with concern laced with curiosity. Lanyu, tell me secretly. Did Wulu and Ajin actually embrace and kiss while crying? Yun Lanyu. She had managed to hide it. If only she told the truth earlier. Seeing Yun Lanyu's lips twitching awkwardly, the old master confirmed his suspicion, folding his hands behind his back and shaking his head as he walked away, sighing. Ah. These two poor kids, let's go get them something delicious. At that moment, inside the ward, Yun Wulu and Xie Jinyi were wiping each other's tears. Wulu. Xie Jinyi sat cross-legged on the bed, looking troubled. Just thinking about being caught by their parents while hugging his beloved childhood friend made his skin crawl. He gently wiped Yun Wulu's tear-filled corners, muttering, thankfully we already kissed before. Otherwise, if Aunt had walked in mid-kiss, it'd be even more awkward. You're already nervous now. Yun Wulu caught Xie Jinyi's wrist, kissed his fingertips where her tears rested, and teased him with a playful gaze. When someone kept hugging me and calling me wife, they didn't seem scared of being overheard, did they? In fact, I am still a bit afraid. Xie Jinyi's knuckles stiffened slightly, a trace of embarrassment creeping onto his face. After all, I took away their precious little one. Yun Wulu chuckled lightly, the negative emotions around his chest dissipating after all the turmoil. The white tip of his finger touched the youth's teardrop and placed it onto his own lips. Then he slowly leaned back and lay down under the curious stares of their furry friend. Chewing on his fingers, he pulled up the quilt and beckoned him in. Come. If you come into my nest, you'll be my little baby too. Chapter 153, Breakup. I'll seal your lips with a kiss. Xie Jinyi, his heart racing wildly at the provocation, discarded his sneakers in one go and crawled in. He gripped Yun Wulian's waist tightly, eyes piercingly fixed on her. Wu Bao, you've always been my little treasure. He suddenly leaned in, pecked Yun Wulian's lips, then seriously added 3 words. Always have been. Yun Wulian's eyes flickered subtly as she casually caught a strand of hair and nudged it against the youth's eyebrows, teasing, sappy. Ah. Xie Jinyi, ticklish, closed half an eye, the hand gripping Yun Wulian's waist retaliating by poking her twice. With a pout, he said, being a bit sappy is what couples do, woo-woo baby, don't you like it? At the end of his sentence, his eyes just opened, his mouth curving into a smile, giving a suave wink. Her gaze locked with the intense look in the young man's eyes. Yun Wulian was jolted slightly, her heartbeat accelerating. She leaned involuntarily, eyelids lowering, dissipating a portion of her coldness, cuddling in Xie Jinya's embrace like a compliant kitten. She lightly rubbed herself against him, confessing truthfully. I like it. I like hearing a Jin calling me baby, I like a Jin kissing and holding me. But because I like it so much, there's something we must seriously discuss. Jinya's previously upturned mouth froze at the last sentence. What thing? Anticipating some possibilities, Xie Jinyi was so terrified that his heart stopped abruptly, unintentionally blurting out a swear word. Panicked and flustered, he cradled Yun Wulian's face and asked fearfully. Woo-woo, you're not thinking of breaking up, are you? Yun Wulian paused, just about to explain when her chin was pinched and her lips were sealed. No, I refuse. Breathing heavily, Xie Jinya's eyes filled with pleading, his tearful eyes red again. He moved away from her lips and began to threaten in a hoarse voice. Woo-woo, if you dare to break up, I'll kiss you till you're breathless, then pull out the handcuffs in the cabinet and cuff us together. It's not. Yun Wulian collapsed, catching her breath, looking exasperated. When her breathing steadied a little, her hand reached around and grabbed the youth's hair at the ends, glaring at him darkly. I promise to be with you, I've never thought of breaking up. Can you wait for me to finish speaking before you kiss me? Upon hearing this, Xie Jinya's eyes lit up instantly. His mouth split open into a smile, and he flattered Yun Wulian, rubbing against her arm. If it's not breaking up, then that's good. That's good. I'm listening, woo-woo. Speak slowly, I promise not to seal your lips anymore. Dolt. After cursing once, Yun Wulian touched Xie Jinya's head and started discussing serious matters. I want to say, you don't need to be with me all the time. Your academics and career are important, they shouldn't be delayed because of me. Frowning, Xie Jinyi firmly grasped Yun Wulian's hand. To me, you're more important. I know you can't bear to be without me, but... Lowering her eyelids, Yun Wulian pressed her face against Xie Jinya's face gently, saying softly and gradually, my son, I'm still waiting for you to shine. Next year's Olympics, I want to watch you become the world champion. The confusion in Xie Jinya's eyes deepened as he thought of not being able to get through calls and only learning from others that his most important person had fainted after coughing up blood. It felt like there was a boulder weighing down on him. Unable to breathe, truly hurting, fear and restlessness coursed through him. No. Can't leave woo-woo. Nothing is more important than woo-woo, he wants only woo-woo. As Yun Wulian awaited no response, she continued, Jin, you promised me. Keep your word. Woo-woo, I. Hugging Yun Wulian as he sat up, Xie Jinyi avoided those gentle peach blossom eyes, cautiously asking, I get anxious as soon as I leave you. Could we adjust the agreement? Can I aim for the world championship later? Yun Wulian held the youth's chin, forcing him to look at her, and solemnly stated, Jin, you've already joined the archery team. If you never train, you will be expelled. Xie Jinyi, I have taken leave. Yun Wulian, can you take a week off? A month? Even half a year? Xie Jinyi fell silent. He couldn't. And next year, the preliminary stage of the competition would begin. Forget a week, even taking a day off would be difficult. Jin. Retrieving her hand, Yun Wulian rested on Xie Jinya's chest, gazing at the setting sun outside the window, she spoke slowly. When I first heard you had successfully joined the archery team, I was overjoyed. Grandpa Xie was ecstatic too. Our country's archery has always been a weak spot, everyone looks forward to the day you bring glory to our nation. Xie Jinyi was conflicted in heart, but I might not even win the championship anyway. Yun Wulian turned her head, caressing the youth's face gently. A soft sentiment flickered in her eyes as she shifted the topic and asked, Jin, do you still remember the slogan you shouted during military training? Xie Jinyi nodded, I remember. I remember it too. Yun Wulian sat up straight, both hands resting on Xie Jinya's shoulders. Staring at him intently, she slowly recited the spirited slogan word by word. We were born under the red flag, grew up in the spring breeze. Our fiery youth wildly soars, kissing mountain peaks, treading giant waves, breaking through clouds freely. Today we are young warriors, daring to test the sharpness of our skills against heaven and earth. Xie Jinyi hadn't expected Yun Wulian to remember every single word so clearly. His hand hanging beside clenched tightly, his arm muscles tensed visibly, veins protruding. He lifted his gaze. Their eyes intertwined, just like a flag dancing with the wind. The setting sun illuminated them, and their lips moved in unison, jointly voicing the last line together. Though the mountains and rivers remain undisturbed, our generation must strive for self-improvement. After finishing the slogan, Xie Jinyi felt deeply moved. His voice hoarse, he asked, Woo-woo, how could you remember it so vividly? Because. Yun Wulian smiled softly, ripples forming in her peach blossom-like eyes. Without any concealment about her feelings, she said earnestly, you looked incredibly handsome that moment, deeply engraved in my heart. Having said that, She pecked the youth's lips hard once. A Jean brother, be confident, keep going, will you shine bright? I believe 100% in you. Hearing this, Xie Jinya's heart was thoroughly stirred. Still in a daze, his kissed mouth felt controlled by an electric current, involuntarily opening, and obediently responding with a yes. Yun Wulian succeeded and laughed, hugging the big boy affectionately. Once promised, you're not allowed to break it, or else we'll break up. Xie Jinyi suddenly snapped back to reality. Wu Wu, you said it before, never wanting a breakup. Yun Wulian arched her eyebrows slightly, prodding the youth's cheek. I've never thought about breaking up. Good boy, work hard on your training, your boyfriend will wait here daily for your hugs. Xie Jinyi was coaxed into happiness again. He chuckled a few times stupidly, hugging the little sweetheart tightly. Beyond Yun Wulian's view, the once handsome face gradually lost its smile, looking solemn and serious. He still couldn't let go. But Wu Wu was pushing him to compete. If he stayed here all the time, Wu Wu would get angry, and anger would affect her condition. Better behave well to please the fiancé. Moreover, Coach Shui also had high expectations for him. As a member of the nation, bringing glory to the country was his responsibility. Alright, baby, I'll continue my schooling and training. Additionally, Xie Jinyi nuzzled Yun Wulian's neck croakily, saying, I've decided to bring the smartwatch. I'll call you whenever I have spare time, don't you dare find it annoying. Upon hearing Xie Jinyi's agreement, Yun Wulian finally calmed down her worry. The response was only 4 words, but delivered slowly, tenderly, brimming over with sincere love. From behind Xie Jinyi's sight, her peach blossom eyes faintly tinged red, hiding a trace of anguish. The next Olympic Games were right there in the coming year. Only wish. When she leaves, it's without regret, able to witness firsthand, her ajindown shining gold medals. Chapter 154, The Clawed Wolf is only tame in front of its master. After Grandpa Chu and the others came back from having dinner, they brought a lot of delicious food for Yun Wulian and Xie Jinya. Because Yun Wulian was sick, they brought her light-tasting dishes. The floor where Yun Wulian lived had a dedicated small restaurant, so everyone went in together. Because it was cool in autumn, Xie Jinya was afraid that Yun Wulian would catch a chill, so he specifically took out a white windbreaker and draped it over her shoulders. He didn't forget to hook Yun Wulian's long hair from inside the coat and tie it loosely with a pale purple ribbon. Wu Wu, I tied it loosely, your hair shouldn't hurt. Yun Wulian shook her head. No pain. That's good, that's good. Xie Jinya nodded as he walked from left to right, helping Yun Wulian tuck the loose strands on both sides behind her ears. His face was full of joy and serious concentration. It was as if there was a big tail wagging behind him. Grandpa Chu raised his snowy eyebrows and laughed heartily, secretly thinking, look at how cheap this kid is. He's not worth even a dime. If old man Xia were here, there would be another opportunity to mock him. Chu Yuanzi and Yen Noa were walking at the back. They had originally been discussing the next day's schedule arrangement, but when they looked up, they saw Xie Jinya circling around Yun Wulian. Yen Noa wowed as if she had witnessed manga coming to life, pulling her boyfriend's sleeve and softly exclaiming, Ah, Jean really looks like a huge loyal dog. Isn't that true? Chu Yuanzi was carrying several bags, deeply meaning in his evaluation. After all, it's Wulian who trained him since childhood. A wolf with sharp claws only behaves in front of its master. Before his words finished, Yun Lanue, who had already entered the dining room ahead, urged them to hurry up. Asai, Yuanzi, come quickly, bring all the things over. With such long legs, you still can't keep up with mother. Don't let Wulian get hungry. Chu Yuanzi helplessly shook his head, exchanged glances and smiled with Yen Noa, then quickened his steps. Yun Lanue started unpacking everything on the table. Seeing Xie Jinya coming over to help, she said laughing, Jean, Auntie did not pack any spicy dishes to avoid making Wulian crave them since she needs to avoid those recently. It might be hard for you, but try to eat something bland along with Wulian. Xie Jinya immediately shook his head, not hard at all, I love eating bland. Yun Wulian giggled lightly but didn't say anything. Clearly, he liked spicy food. Once her body stabilizes a little, maybe take that fool to have a hot pot meal. Dinner was finished, it was already 8 o'clock. There were limited accompanying rooms in the hospital, and Grandpa Chu still missed the parrot cherry at home, so after the meal, Chu Yuanzi, Yen Noa, and the grandpa returned home. Although Chu Qinyan instructed the hospital to arrange a dedicated on-duty doctor and nurse for his younger son, the couple could not feel at ease and stayed overnight. Before going to sleep, Yun Lanue remembered something. She specially avoided her husband and son and called Xie Jinya separately to the balcony in the corridor. Xie Jinya scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Auntie, what do you want me for? Yun Lanue smiled, Jean, Auntie's question might make you a little embarrassed, don't be nervous, Auntie is just casually asking. Xie Jinya's heart thumped, feeling an ominous foreboding. For some reason, he felt guilty. Nothing, Auntie, go ahead. It's. Yun Lanue asked cautiously, when Wu Wu woke up, did you two kiss? Xie Jinya. So it was this thing. Seeing the young man tense up all over and his awkward smile, Yun Lanue hurriedly patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, Auntie doesn't mean anything else, I'm not some old-fashioned conservative person. You are adults, a kiss or hug is normal, but... She paused, and the woman became a bit more serious. Covering her slightly red lips with her hand cupped like a megaphone, she whispered worriedly. Wuwu's health is not good, please don't go too far. Xie Jinya immediately raised his hand to swear, I understand, auntie, please rest assured, I promise I will respect Wuwu. After I prepare more, I'll propose marriage. If I dare to bully Wuwu, may I be struck by 5 thunderbolts. Stop. Yun Lanyue raised her brows and stopped him, why are you swearing? That's not auspicious. You and Wuwu grew up together. I know your character. I trust you, I'm just worried that you accidentally cross a line. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a shadow, the woman couldn't help but laugh. Patting Xie Jinya's arm, she pointed backwards. Go back, Wuwu is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinya turned around sharply, only to see Yun Wulian who had somehow come out, leaning lazily against the doorframe, yawning. Their eyes met. Yun Wulian lifted her hand, beckoning with clear and snow-white knuckles bathed in the glow of the light, exuding allure. It was as if she were saying. Come. Hurry up. I can't wait. I miss you. A corner of Xie Jinya's mouth curved upward, and in just a few seconds, his mind had wandered with countless thoughts. He felt an itch in his hands, longing to hug his childhood sweetheart immediately. So he waved at Yun Lanyue and ran towards Yun Wulian. Auntie, goodbye, auntie, good night. Yun Lanyue stood where she was, watching the 2 children embrace each other, her face glowing with satisfaction. This is great. The heavens have finally shown a little mercy and blessed our little treasure with good luck, finding such a wonderful boyfriend who has grown up with her like 2 peas in a pod. At that moment, footsteps approached. Looking up, Chu Qinyan came over with a blanket. He stopped in front of Yun Lanyue and draped the blanket around his wife's shoulders. His stern face softened under the moonlight, revealing deep affection in his almond-shaped eyes. His smile was tender, wife, I've prepared your bath water and lit the aromatherapy candle. Such a dutiful husband. Today was fun, how about rewarding me with a kiss, darling husband? Yun Lanyue's fox-like eyes squinted slightly as she smiled seductively. Taking advantage of the kids being away, she tugged on her husband's tie and gave him a kiss. Then, she pulled her husband back into the room. On the other side, Xie Jinya and Yun Wulian had also gone inside. Because they were in the hospital, privacy wasn't as guaranteed as it would be at home. Worried that another accidental kiss might be witnessed, Xie Jinya locked the door after entering. Is it locked? Xie Jinya mumbled as he tugged the doorknob. When it didn't budge, he confirmed it was locked successfully. Then Yun Wulian embraced him from behind. The next second, her lips grazed his earlobe, their soft moist touch meeting. Chapter 155, Wu-Wu, the shyer you are, the more I love you. Yun Wulian tiptoed, her hand resting on Xie Jinya's shoulder. Her lips grazed the young man's earlobe faintly as she teasingly asked, what was Mom talking to you about just now? About. Xie Jinya's throat tightened. He turned around, naturally embracing Yun Wulian's waist while meeting those beautiful peach blossom eyes. A bit embarrassed, he licked his lips and truthfully said, we can kiss, we can hug, but it cannot go too far. Yun Wulian knew that her mother worried about her health. Smiling slightly, she lazily raised her arm, poked Xie Jinya's cheek, then tilted her head and asked, how did you reply? I said I would propose to you, and I will not dare to take advantage of you before marriage, Xie Jinya replied with sincere and clear eyes. While speaking, his knee bent, his hands moved lower on Yun Wulian's waist. With his strong arms encircling her thighs, he lifted her up in one hand. Yun Wulian momentarily felt dizzy, tightly clinging to the young man's broad chest, hugging his neck, her eyes sparkling with profound meaning. What if it goes too far accidentally? Without hesitation, Xie Jinya replied, I'll take a cold shower. Wu-Wu restrained her laughter and countered, Mr. Xie, no reciting multiplication tables anymore. Xie Jinya choked. Shit. So this dark history has been discovered by his wife. Seeing the stiffened smile on the youth's face, Yun Wulian's eyes glimmered with amusement. She asked again, then should I take a cold shower too? No. Xie Jinya exclaimed as he came back to reality, massaging Yun Wulian's head while walking toward the bathroom, full of indulgence and concern in his eyes. How could my little treasure take a cold shower? What if you catch a cold? No way, if that really happens, I'll help you. Yun Wulian arched an eyebrow, how do you plan to help? After a moment's thought, Xie Jinya leaned down to gently kiss Yun Wulian's forehead. Staring directly at her with increasingly burning eyes, filled with fiery passion, he said. To please my wife, of course, it must be in a way that she likes. Yun Wulian was pleased with this answer. Hooking onto the young man's chin, she praised, really obedient, and then her expression gradually turned serious as she slowly said, Jean, starting today, I'll assign you a task every night. Opening the bathroom door, Xie Jinya asked, what kind of task? The task is simple, which is. Yun Wulian stepped out of Xie Jinya's arms, leaning against the doorframe and entering the bathroom first. Her long raven hair brushed past the young man's arm, leaving a delicate fragrance and a tingling sensation behind. Every night, deeply explore 3 sets of items, take a bath together, kiss for a minute, and look at me with your eyes open. And all these must happen simultaneously. If your gaze strays, each time adds 1 extra minute of kissing without any upper limit. I like being kissed by you, and the shyer you are, the more I love you. Huh. Siaginia widened his eyes, stunned, feeling so shocked that his whole body's muscles tensed up, feeling as if his heart might explode. Take a bath together while having eyes open kissing. The time gets longer if we don't synchronize. Most importantly, Wu says the shyer I am, the more he loves me. Siaginia's breathing grew heavy. His chest rose and fell violently, perspiring, his gaze fixed on Yun Wulian's silhouette, his mind pounding like a drum. In his thoughts, he recalled a sentence from his childhood friend a few days ago. I allow your sacrilege because it gives me pleasure. It's pleasure. Pleasure. Dr. Fong also said it's normal to have desire for your lover, different from what happened on the cruise. It's liking overflowing into a spring pool, wanting the other person to feel one's burning affection. Pressing the waterproof button on the right side of the bathtub, Yun Wulian looked back and saw Siaginia standing motionless, tapping the tiles 4 times, still dumbfounded at the doorway. Come in already. Siaginia snapped out of it after hearing his childhood friend's voice and signal, his lips curling into a radiant smile as he closed the door and eagerly rushed inside. Coming. Once the water was ready, they both took off their clothes and began bathing. From the moment Siaginia entered the bathtub and hugged Yun Wulian, his ears started turning red. When they kissed, his neck even flushed bright red. Pure innocence isn't something easily shed. Not only did he close his own eyes during the kiss, but he also panically covered Yun Wulian's eyes with his hands. As a result, the duration of their kisses kept elongating. But in the end, Yun Wulian was the first to fall down. The medicated warm water left him exhausted and sleepy, and he eventually drifted off to sleep while lying in Siaginia's embrace. The next day, after breakfast, Siaginia prepared to go to school. Yun Wulian knew that Siaginia would return to the Xia residence to pick up his phone watch after class. After escorting him to the elevator entrance, she took the opportunity to remind him of 2 things. One was to bring the easel and paints to the hospital, and the other was to bring over the paired jade pendants of the raccoon cat and silver wolf. Siaginia's eyebrows arched at the mention of the paired jade pendants by Yun Wulian, a mischievous grin forming on his roguish face. He glanced around with his peripheral vision, seeing the front desk nurse busy filling out forms. Then, he leaned closer to Yun Wulian, secretly patting her childhood sweetheart's waist. Baby, what about not mentioning the brothers' jade pendants? Yun Wulian's peach flower eyes narrowed slightly, stepping directly onto the young man's sneakers, casting a cold sidelong glance at him. Who is the one telling everyone we are such good buddies? It's me. Siaginia gave an awkward laugh twice, slinging his bag over one shoulder as he slipped into the elevator with embarrassment. Goodbye, dear. I'll kiss you when I come back. Yun Wulian's lips curved upwards, her gaze softening. Just as the elevator door closed down to the last bit, she replied softly with 2 words, waiting for you. After Siaginia left, Yun Wulian took her medicine and started an 4-drip. During this time, Yun Lanyu stayed by her side all along. Not long after, Grandpa Chu Yuan Ci, Yen Noa, and even Mr. Zhou arrived. They sat for a while, seemingly preparing to discuss something. In the end, only Yen Noa remained in the ward to accompany Yun Wulian. Yen Noa sat in the chair, cradling a basket of fruit in her arms. She picked the largest apple and smiled as she asked Yun Wulian, Wu, do you want to eat an apple? It's very sweet. Let me show you how to peel it without breaking the skin and curl it into a flower. Yun Wulian shook her head gently, glancing sideways at the closed door, thinking about the hesitation shown by her family before they left, feeling a bit worried. She patted the spot beside her bed and beckoned Yen Noa. Sister-in-law, come closer. I want to talk to you privately. Hearing Yun Wulian's voice sound weak and tired, Yen Noa didn't think too much and immediately got up from the chair, placing the fruit basket aside and sitting next to the bed. Concerned, she asked, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable with the 4-drip? Should I slow down the drip speed? Yun Wulian's gaze flickered slightly, shaking her head again, barely curving the corner of her mouth. Her hand, which had the needle inserted, rested on top of Yen Noa's, holding her firmly. I have something to ask you. Yen Noa looked utterly confused, not daring to move for fear of injuring Yun Wulian. What is it? Dear sister-in-law, tell me honestly. Yun Wulian raised her eyelids, revealing stunning features under the morning light, akin to a blooming night blooming Sirius. Her penetrating gaze locked onto Yen Noa, her usually cool tone calm and steady without any hint of coquetry. Each word, however, felt like feathers brushing against one's heart, making it hard to refuse. They all came today and went out together. Were they discussing my condition? Yen Noa blinked, momentarily mesmerized by beauty. Even though both he and Yun Wulian were male types, this handsome face was excessively beautiful, far too unfair to be pressed so close. Feeling a bit shy under scrutiny, Yen Noa stammered. But paused halfway through, recalling her boyfriend's instructions to keep this secret from Yun Wulian's younger brother. Suddenly, Yun Wulian's enchanting voice sounded in her ears again. Sister-in-law, just nod or shake your head. I want to make decisions about my own body. Cough cough, Please don't hide anything from me, alright? Hearing Yun Wulian cough, Yen Noa reacted instinctively before his brain caught up, quickly rising to pat his back while spilling everything she knew. Big Brother and the others were indeed discussing the surgery details. But don't worry, Wu, it's a minor procedure, you'll surely get better. Yun Wulian's long lashes fluttered as he coughed twice more. He knew bone marrow transplantation was not a minor operation for him. After collecting his thoughts, he looked up and met Yen Noa's concerned eyes, flashing a faint smile and answering lightly. Immediately afterwards, he dismissed her, sister-in-law, there's a juicer in the small kitchen. Could you make me a glass of fresh squeezed apple juice? At this moment, a knock was heard on the door, and Nurse Yi Xiaojing walked in with a record book, ready to check on Yun Wulian's infusion status. Yi Xiaojing wore a pink nurse cap, her smile gentle. Walking to the bedside, noticing that the bag containing platelets was still half full, she opened her mouth to inquire about Master Yun's condition but suddenly met his indifferent peach-flower eyes. Help me remove the needle. Yi Xiaojing was utterly shocked. Yun Wulian lifted his hand where the needle was injected, his expression almost emotionless. Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible if you don't help me, I will do it myself. Chapter 156, I don't want to keep lying in bed. The nurse finally helped Yun Wulian remove the 4 needle. Yun Wulian got out of bed, holding onto the wall, and when the dizzy sensation subsided, started walking out while asking the nurse, where are my parents meeting with the doctors? Yi Xiaojing hesitated for a moment, worried that the young master would wander around in his sickly state, so she truthfully said, in the meeting room to the right of the reception desk. Thank you. Yun Wulian flicked the long hair that had fallen over his forehead back, quickening his pace. Yi Xiaojing followed closely behind, fearing he might faint along the way. Each floor of the VIP ward was quite large. After just having the 4 removed, Yun Wulian felt a bit dizzy. It took him a few minutes to reach the destination. He knocked on the door, turned the handle, and opened it to see a room full of people. Hospital's Dean Lu was also present. Seeing Yun Wulian, their discussions immediately stopped. Yun Lanyu frowned as she stood up and quickly approached. Wu, how did you come here? It hasn't been half an hour yet, the 4 wasn't even finished, right? Mr. Chu and the elders were also concerned, standing up with worry on their faces. Yun Wulian closed the door, softly told his mother who was standing before him, it's fine, then looked around and slowly said, I know I have acute aplastic anemia, and I understand the surgery risks are great. You don't need to hide this from me anymore, I can bear it. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed. Dean Lu and the other doctors exchanged looks but remained silent, waiting for Master Chu Qingyan and Mr. Chu to speak. Chu Yuan Ci stood behind Mr. Chu, patting his grandfather's shoulder, and spoke first. Actually, Wu knew a few days ago, he overheard the news. Knowing the truth is better than being worried all day long. Grandfather, there's no need to worry. Wu is stronger than we think. Besides, Wu is already 19 years old, an adult, so instead of our hesitation, why don't we let Wu make the choice? Mr. Chu tightly gripped the cane in his hand, nodded, and beckoned his grandson, don't stand at the door, come inside and sit down. Chu Qingyan had a grave expression, moved aside from his seat, and looked at the doctor. Dr. Cheng, explain the 2 options you just mentioned to Wu again. Dr. Cheng quickly nodded and adjusted his glasses. Yes. Yun Lanyu guided Yun Wulian to sit down on the couch, feeling heartbroken by how cold her child's fingers were, comforting her child preemptively before the doctor could begin, baby, don't be afraid. The 2 plans are just different paces and methods of treatment. Whatever you choose, Mom will support you, and everyone will be with you. Yun Wulian grasped his mother's hand in response, focusing his eyes on the square-faced doctor. Dr. Cheng, go ahead. Dr. Cheng closed his fountain pen and stood up, his expression serious as he carefully chose his words. The first option is to perform a bone marrow transplant surgery as soon as possible. If the transplant succeeds, and there are no rejection issues after the operation, basically it can be cured. However, aplastic anemia bone marrow transplantation is a high-risk treatment method. In addition, due to young master's weakened immunity and resistance, if the transplant does not go well, infection, rejection, or even multiple transplants may occur. If the situation worsens, it could. At this point, Mr. Chu suddenly coughed to interrupt. Dr. Cheng understood the implication, coughed as well, and began describing the next option. The second option is to continue conservative treatment using drugs to stimulate bone marrow hematopoiesis and prevent secondary infections, combined with vitamin B12 supplements to supply hematopoietic raw materials, taking Chinese medicine, strengthening spleen and replenishing kidney, invigorating qi and generating blood. But he paused briefly, frowning deeply as he once again brought up young master's poor health condition. Young master has weak immunity and resistance. With long-term transfusions of platelets and red blood cells, rejection reactions may occur, causing discomfort and liver and kidney dysfunction. If the treatment effect is not ideal, life will be at risk, necessitating surgery as soon as possible. Dr. Cheng continued speaking for quite a while. Everyone in the room furrowed their brows and wore heavy expressions, yet Yun Wulian, as the person directly involved, maintained a calm face. Once Dr. Cheng had finished, he lifted his gaze and asked, is there any danger for my brother with the bone marrow transplant? Dr. Cheng quickly shook his head, extracting bone marrow doesn't pose much harm to the body, it's just more painful than drawing blood. Lord Chu's physical constitution is good, so he would recover very quickly. Yun Wulian nodded, slowly standing up under the watchful eyes of everyone, waited for about 10 seconds, and then turned to leave. I choose option 2. Let's continue with the conservative treatment. I still have some things left undone, and I don't want to keep lying in bed. Yun Lan Yu watched the slender figure of her child, her eyes instantly becoming red. She wanted to get up and chase after him, but her legs felt like they were filled with lead, making it hard to move. Chu Qinyan put his arm around his wife's shoulder and sighed as he lowered his head. The rest of the people present also wore faces full of worry. After Yun Wulian left the meeting room and went to the balcony, he leaned on the railing, lost in thought with his eyelids lowered. His long hair was blown by the wind, covering the corners of his eyes that were gradually turning red. He took out his phone. Flipping to the WeChat page, he thought about calling Xie Jinyi but was afraid of disturbing the young man's class. Never mind. He would just wait for Jean to come back slowly. Yun Wulian muttered as he turned off the screen, ready to put away his phone. Suddenly, the screen lit up automatically, and the goofy smiling avatar of Big Dog with a flower appeared before him. As if connected telepathically, Xie Jinyi had called. Chapter 157, I am waiting in line for your favor. Yun Wuling looked at the flashing avatar on the screen, and her mind automatically conjured up Xie Jin's beaming smile. However, her ears echoed with Dr. Cheng's heavy sigh. Because of her weak constitution and poor immunity, both treatment options posed risks for her. A transplant surgery might lead to a cure, but it was only a possibility. Even patients with good constitutions experience rejection and infections, let alone someone like herself who is constantly sickly. What if the situation after the surgery becomes worse than now, bedridden and unable to do anything, even endangering her life? How would Jinya cope? He didn't dare to take the risk. He still needed to help Jinya overcome his psychological obstacles. Yun Wuling pulled her thoughts back together and answered the call just as the ringing was about to disconnect. She expected to hear Xie Jin complaining about why she took so long to answer the phone, but instead, several other voices came through. Sister-in-law, hello. Wish you a speedy recovery, sister-in-law, and be happy every day. It was as if they had conspired together, all speaking in unison, though likely because they were in a classroom, everyone kept their voices low. Yun Wuling hesitated slightly but quickly understood, it was Zhou Yu and Xiong Jun, Xie Jin's roommates during military training. Thus, she politely replied, thank you. The boys on the other side all chuckled. Xiong Jun earnestly remarked, sister-in-law, you're so polite. Zhou Yu joked teasingly, congratulations, congratulations. Finally, lovers have become couples. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't know, when brother Jean mentioned that the two of you are together, his mouth curled up to the sky, wanting the whole world to know he's a married man. Qing Xing had chimed in, exactly. And he actively said, you can start calling her sister-in-law from now. When we called, brother Jean laughed dumbly on the side. Deng Jiahao asked expectantly, so, when are you going to give us some wedding candies? The atmosphere over the phone was light-hearted and cheerful, putting one in a pleasant mood. Yun Wuling relaxed her furrowed brows and was about to say, after a few days, I'll send you candy, but Xie Jin's voice rang out first, brimming with both arrogance and bashfulness mixed with youthful excitement. Roll off, what wedding candy? Don't confuse my baby. But no, there should be wedding candies. Anyways, next time, definitely. Xie Jin turned off the speakerphone, and Zhou Yu's voices faded away. The next second, Yun Wuling could hear Xie Jin's voice getting closer, his breathing became clear as he carefully explained. Woo-woo, it's me. Recently, Zhou Yu and the others have been helping me answer roll calls and save spots. They heard we're together and also learned that you're ill. When I was about to call you, they wanted to greet you on the way. If you feel uncomfortable, I won't let them call you casually next time. Yun Wuling smiled lightly. Not a problem. From the other end followed a laugh. Then from now on, let them call you like this. Yun Wuling gently responded with warmth, pulling aside her hair covering her eyes, her finger joints curved to slide across her jaw, lazily propping her face up. Her peach-like eyes half-closed, she quietly gazed at the patient sunbathing in the yard downstairs, narrating her longing to the youth on the other side of the phone. Jinya, I miss you. Just as the words fell, she heard a foolish burst of laughter coming through, Xie Jin lowering his tone and comically sneezing, as if the sun hid in the nest giving warmth only to him, happily whispering secrets. I kept sneezing today, and it turns out it's because my baby is missing me. Coincidentally, I'm missing you too, especially thinking of my heart growing wings flying towards you. Yun Wuling giggled, and the boulder pressing on her chest dissipated into thin air. She softly spoke, take your heart back, go to class well, otherwise, I'll tie your wings up. Xie Jin asked seriously, will you use your hairband to tie them? Then tie it in a butterfly knot for me. Yun Wuling raised an elegant eyebrow, knowing the other was trying to cheer her up, and her lips curled into a delighted curve, teasingly responding, quite girlish. Would you like me to add a flower? Xie Jin got more excited. Great idea. Just pick that little jasmine of yours. Xie Jin deliberately drew out the last note, sounding both flirtatious and loving. At the same moment, the bell for class abruptly rang in the background. You already belong to me, nobody else can pluck you. Yun Wuling tapped her fingers lightly on the railing, her pretty narrow eyes curving, the pale features of her cold beauty brightening somewhat. Though she wanted to chat a bit longer, she was concerned about interrupting Xie Jin's study. Gradually, she grasped the railing, ready to hang up the phone. Be a good boy, go to class. Xie Jin moped unhappily. I don't want to go to class. Yun Wuling fell silent, an image of a big dog lying in the corner with its head buried pitifully flashed in her mind. Unable to resist teasing him, she said, did you turn on the speaker? Xie Jinya said, of course we turned it off for our intimate conversation. Yun Wuling asked again to confirm, only you can hear me? Yes, what's the matter? Xie Jinya asked with a mix of confusion and anticipation. Wu, do you have something private to tell me? Yun Wuling countered, are you trying to skip class? Xie Jinya lowered his voice even more, sounding sulky, without my Wu Bao, I have no interest at all. Is that so? Yun Wuling paused, turned around, making sure there was no one around her. A fleeting mischievous glint passed through her peach-like eyes as she leaned closer to her phone and whispered seductively, be a good boy, I'm waiting in line for your favor. After saying that, she didn't wait for his reaction and hung up directly. On this side, Yun Wuling put away her phone and flicked her long hair falling over her forehead as she walked towards the ward. Her peach-like eyes were slightly lowered, shimmering with a layer of ripples and hints of bashfulness. 100 kilometers away from the hospital, in a classroom where the class bell had just rung and the room was silent, Xie Jinya suddenly stood up. His towering 192 centimeters frame attracted quiet gazes. Under everyone's shocked and puzzled stares, he widened his eyes, flushed red to the roots of his ears, and swore under his breath. Shit. Favor. Visit? To be crude about it, isn't that? Chapter 158, he wanted to bear the pain for Wu. Xie Jinya's mind was in turmoil, like fireworks exploding. His whole body felt as if it would explode, but he hadn't realized he had become the center of attention. The people sitting on both sides, like Zhou Yu and others, were startled. They covered their faces with textbooks and pulled at Xie Jinya's clothes to remind him. Brother Jin, what did you hear that made you so excited? Everyone's looking at you. Sit down quickly. You're drawing too much attention. The classmates in the class were laughing uncontrollably. Someone teased loudly, Brother Jin, why are your cheeks red? Are you on the phone with your boyfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, there were even more laughs filled with gossip. Some people even started whistling. Xie Jinyi suddenly came to his senses, cast a glance around, saw everyone staring at him, and struggled to suppress the shyness from being teased by his childhood sweetheart. He coughed to sound serious, lazily waved his hand, his sharp and arrogant features showing confidence. His narrow Danfang eyes narrowed slightly, emanating an overbearing presence. Why are you all looking at me? Before the next wave of teasing could begin, he turned it around by asking them, didn't you hear the bell for class? Turn around and look at the blackboard, the teacher is coming. Xie Jinyi had been the leader of the class during military training, and everyone followed his word. Upon hearing Xie Jinyi's instructions, they turned around while suppressing their laughter. At just this moment, the teacher walked in holding the textbook. Xie Jinyi quickly sat down as Zhou Yu smiled mischievously and handed him a book, saying, here, Brother Jin, cover up. Our good looks need to be maintained. Get lost. Xie Jinyi cursed out loud but still took the book to cover his face, adding a quiet, thanks under his breath. When his sight was obscured by the book and returned to dimness, the suggestive voice of his childhood sweetheart echoed in his mind. Each word of intimacy seemed like feathers constantly scratching at the edge of his heart. This was unbearable. After the confession, everything had escalated too fast. He knew that Wu Wu was daringly flirting again and again to help him step out of the shadow. But a month ago, they couldn't even kiss without masks. Now, they kiss upon waking, before sleeping, and even while bathing. Seeing Wu Wu made him want to kiss all the time. Every slightly flirtatious sentence from Wu Wu made him fantasize wildly, almost as if he were in the mating season like animals. No. He had to hold back, Wu Wu was still sick. Seeing Xie Jinya's state, Xiong Jun scratched his short hair, his rugged face filled with confusion, curiously asking Zhou Yu, older brother Yu, why is brother Jin always covering his face? Zhou Yu laughed until his stomach hurt, raising his hand to cover Xiong Jun's face, forcing him to turn away, saying, Shu, look at the blackboard. Don't disturb the pure-hearted boy who's embarrassed. Xiong Jun tilted his head, continuing, I didn't expect brother Jin to blush. Zhou Yu continued pulling his leg, it's normal for cool guys to have trouble passing the beauty test. Just wait until you start dating, maybe your face will turn redder than brother Jin's. Xiong Jun seriously shook his head, that's fine, I'm dark-skinned, it won't show much. There were other students also watching, secretly taking pictures of Xie Jinyi covering his face with his hands and sending them to their girlfriends at the art academy for the latest gossip. When the teacher finished calling the roll and inserted a USB drive to open a PowerPoint file, everyone gradually settled down. Xie Jinyi ignored all the commotion around him, silently chanting the multiplication table, slowly calming himself down. When his heartbeat stabilized, he put down the book and remembered how calm and uninterested his childhood sweetheart sounded when he had called, almost as if he were unhappy. He quickly grabbed his phone under the desk and opened WeChat. Whom should he ask? Xie Jinyi scrolled through his chats and finally locked onto Chu Yuanci, starting to type in his inquiries. Xie Jinyi, big brother Yuanci, Wu called me just now. I feel like he might be a little sad. Did something happen? Could it be that Wu bled from the nose again? Xie Jinyi frowned deeply, becoming increasingly uneasy, wishing he could immediately rush back. Just as he was about to continue asking, a new message came in. Big brother Yuanci, I was just looking for a chance to talk to you about this. Grandpa Zhou came today. We had a meeting to discuss which solution we should adopt. Right when we were stuck, Wu opened the door and came in. Big brother Yuanci, Wu chose solution 2, drug-based conservative treatment. He said he still has things left to do, and he doesn't want to keep lying in bed. Upon reading this, Xie Jinyi felt the words on the screen transformed into intangible silver needles, piercing his heart and creating countless bloody holes. Dr. Cheng had presented 2 solutions, and he knew them well. One was surgical transplantation. The other was continued medication control. Dr. Cheng had drafted these plans on the second day Wu was hospitalized, and neither he nor aunties dared to make the choice. Since the surgery was risky, and drug-based control would cause continuous discomfort and pain for Wu, no matter which option was chosen, it was a difficult and thorny path ahead. He desperately wanted to take Wu's place in enduring this pain, but there was simply no such option. Xie Jinyi frowned deeply as he stared at the message sent by Chu Yuanci, full of anxiety. At that moment, Zhou Yu's voice came from beside him, Brother Jin, what's wrong? You were smiling just now, why are you frowning again? Xie Jinyi snapped back into reality. He propped his face on his hand and spoke with a low, muffled voice, I'm missing my little sweetheart. Zhou Yu started giving suggestions, if you miss him, go see him. Or, let's skip class for an exciting adventure. I want to. Xie Jinyi sighed, his eyelids drooping, appearing dispirited, but if I skip class and go home, our little baby will scold me. If he ignores me, I'll have nowhere to cry. Zhou Yu. Not really. Brother Jin is even more of a wife-slave than I imagined. Qing Xing heard their conversation and leaned over. His slightly curly chestnut hair bobbed around as he earnestly said. Brother Jin, then we can draw cakes to satisfy hunger, look at your wife's photos and laugh foolishly, or rather alleviate longing like when you were during the military training. Xie Jinyi. What does laughing foolishly mean? Never mind. This is actually a good idea. After replying to Chu Yuanci and saying he would return immediately after class ended, Xie Jinyi opened the photo album and flipped through pictures of Yun Wu. Zhou Yu and others crowded over to take a look. Xie Jinyi, overwhelmed by possessiveness, quickly covered the screen so they couldn't see. Zhou Yu and others complained in unison, Brother Jin, you're way too stingy. Xie Jinyi retorted, yes, I'm stingy, what of it? If you want to see my wife, you better find her yourself. Instantly, no one dared to say a word. With a sneaky hand covering the right side of the screen, Xie Jinyi flipped through the album for a while, but his longing didn't diminish, it only grew worse and flooded him. He clicked on a picture of Yun Wu from high school. In the photo, Yun Wu stood under a cherry blossom tree wearing a custom-made beige uniform. Her long hair was tied behind her with a pale purple ribbon. She looked cold and elegant, glancing sideways and revealing a rare smile, beautiful enough to be a print straight out of a comic book. Xie Jinyi remembered taking this picture, he had been making faces outside the camera frame, begging Wu to smile. She briefly glanced at him, and surprisingly, she did smile. If only Wu could always stay this happy. Thinking about the illness of his childhood friend, Xie Jinyi's heart ached, his brows knitting together again. No. Sitting idle wasn't an option, they had to come up with a solution. Since there was no magical medicine in the world that cured instantly, they could continue praying to Buddha and the gods. Xie Jinyi closed the photo album and opened Baidu. With a serious expression, he began searching. How to pray and bless for the safety of loved ones. He flipped through the information one by one. The fire pot blessing method he had used before was found in this exact way. Xie Jinyi, worried about Yun Wu, could not focus on class at all. The entire lesson was spent browsing various search results, and before he knew it, it was time for recess. Xie Jinyi rushed to bid farewell to Zhou Yu and the others, hurriedly riding his motorcycle home, gathering everything Yun Wu had asked for. Packing them neatly in big and small bags, he took them to the hospital. Because there were too many things, plus the fear of spilling the paint, Xie Jinyi decided against using the motorcycle and chose to drive instead. An hour later, the car finally arrived at the private hospital. Woo, 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 woo. Xie Jinyi carried the sketchpad, hands filled with items, walking towards the ward building and shouting toward the 5th floor. However, there was no sign of Yun Wu by the windows. Did Wu not hear him? Was he not calling loud enough? Xie Jinyi looked up at the window helplessly, his yearning swelling, contemplating whether he should call louder. Who would have thought? Past the towering ginkgo trees, a familiar figure came into view. Yun Wu was sitting on the swing in the courtyard, holding a child in her arms. Chapter 159, one after another. A gentle breeze blew past, scattering the fallen leaves in a colorful dance. The autumn atmosphere filled the courtyard like a rich oil painting. Yun Wulyan sat lazily on the swing, dressed in an ivory base with a misty blue cardigan, her long hair draping loosely over her shoulders. Her pale skin exuded a cold elegance that stirred sympathy. She was fiddling with a ginkgo leaf in her hands, her eyes cast downward. "Uncle Yun, look at me. Look at me." A boy in a khaki-colored school uniform climbed onto the swing, holding a small bamboo basket and coaxed his way into Yun Wulyan's arms with a pout. He was around 6 or 7 years old, adorable as a porcelain doll with silvery white curly short hair, his clear green eyes shining brightly. A cute little bow tie was neatly tied at his collar. This was her cousin Yun Wenlin's child, Yun Sangxue. This morning, her cousin's family had come over, surrounding Yun Wulyan to show their care and concern for a while. Seeing that her beautiful uncle didn't look very happy, Yun Sangxue told him about a teacher-assigned homework project, Gathering Autumn, and pleaded with Uncle Yun to help him. So, the two of them went downstairs to collect leaves. When Yun Wulyan looked up, Yun Sangshue's green eyes curved into crescents as he showed off the collection of leaves in his basket. "Uncle Yun, are these leaves enough to make a hedgehog?" Yun Wulyan nodded lightly, vaguely hearing a familiar voice from afar. She glanced upward, her lips slightly curling, as she pinned a small butterfly made of ginkgo leaves onto Yun Sangshue's bow tie. "I'll create you an animal kingdom later." "Wow! It's a butterfly, Uncle Yun, you're so good." Yun Sangshue's green eyes sparkled as he fondled the butterfly made of leaves attached to his bow tie, full of delight. He then threw himself into Yun Wulyan's arms, hugging her neck tightly and planted a kiss on her cheek. Xie Jinya, running over with his easel, suddenly widened his eyes. "Shit!" Xie Jinya recognized this as Yun Sangxue. Seeing the kid still wiggling around like a fish in his wife's arms after the kiss, Xie Jinya furrowed his brows irritably. Concerned, he quickly moved what was in his left hand to his right. Upon rushing to the swing, he grabbed Yun Sangxue by the collar and lifted him up as if he were a sack of potatoes. "Yun Sangxue, be careful. Your uncle has an 4 needle in his arm. If you mess around too much and hurt him, your butt is going to pay for it." Yun Sangxue let out a couple of ayahs, swinging his legs in the air, trying to struggle instinctively before recognizing the familiar voice. He turned back, revealing a smile. "It's Uncle Jean, don't worry, I haven't touched Uncle's arm with the needle yet." Then, raising his 2 chubby little hands, he traced a heart shape over the butterfly pinned on his bow tie. "Uncle Jean, look, the butterfly Uncle made for me. Isn't it super cute?" "Cute? Hell yeah." Xie Jinya puckered his lips and grumbled, but before he could finish, he tilted his head towards Yun Wulyan and plaintively said, "Honey, I want one too, bigger than Sangshue's." Yun Wulyan couldn't help but laugh softly, murmuring, "Immature," and patted the spot next to her. "I'll make you one, put Sangxue down first." "Alrighty." Xie Jinya instantly beamed, making even Yun Sangxue appear a bit more endearing. Gently putting him down, he casually ruffled the boy's fluffy silver hair. "Sangxue, where are your 2 fathers?" Sitting on the swing, Yun Sangxue lovingly fondled the small butterfly made of leaves and obediently answered, "I wanted to eat candy skewers, Uncle said they're nearby, so Father went with Dad to buy them for me." Speak of the devil. Just as Xie Jinya placed the easel down and sat beside Yun Wulyan, intertwining with each other before getting a chance to speak, Yun Sangxue shouted excitedly. Dad and Father are already back." Xie Jinya sneered. Yun Wulyan sensed Xie Jinya wanting to say something to her and voluntarily took his hand, coaxing gently, "Be a good boy." Xie Jinya's lips curled again. On the side, Yun Sangxue jumped off the swing, spreading his arms, dancing like a butterfly toward his 2 fathers, shouting, "Dad, did you get the candy skewers? Uncle Jean is back, and he wants some too." At the entrance, autumn winds swirled, carrying scattered leaves fluttering past. A tall youth pushed a wheelchair inside. The young man appeared half foreign, with blue hair and green eyes, deeply sculptured features handsomely striking, his long hair braided into a braid hanging in front of his chest, fitting comfortably into a loose, turned-down collar-brown windbreaker. He slightly narrowed his green eyes, radiating a bewitching aura like a siren from the depths of the sea. And seated in the wheelchair was her cousin, Yun Wenlin. The man wore a light apricot high-neck sweater, silver white hair draped lazily down his back, his gentle features and scholarly demeanor emanated a warm, soft quality. His bright willow-like eyes smiled warmly, shaking the paper bag in his hand toward Yun Sangxue. "I bought them. I bought plenty, enough for everyone." When Yun Sangxue ran up, Yun Wenlin embraced the child and gently ruffled his hair, speaking tenderly, "Schwer, there are some strawberry-flavored ones in the bag that you and little uncle like. Why don't you take them to share with little uncle?" "All right." Yun Sangxue readily agreed, kissed Yun Wenlin on the cheek, and then took the bag, returning along the same path while joyfully rushing towards Yun Wulyan. "Little uncle. Schwer is flying over, catch me." Seated in the wheelchair, Yun Wenlin watched as the boy happily skipped away, chuckling affectionately, "This child always gets so excited when he sees Wulyan. Because your cousin knows how to draw little animals for him." Lu Qing emerged from behind the wheelchair. The young man's smile faded, replaced by a look of grievance. His long fingers curled around Yun Wenlin's long hair as he knelt down on one knee, lifting his handsome face slowly and lodging a quiet accusation. Yun Sangxue, that ungrateful brat, didn't even spare me a glance when he grabbed the candy skewers. And Big Brother has been ignoring me, only focusing on Shuer and not leaving me a single skewer. Brother, am I expendable? Yun Wenlin caught a familiar tea fragrance and couldn't help but laugh at Lu Qing's act despite knowing it was all pretense. Still, he indulgently patted the younger man's head, you're not. Once we get back inside, I'll pick out a sour plum stick just for you and feed it to you personally. How does that sound? Nope. Shaking his head, Lu Qing rejected the offer, leaning both hands onto the handles of the wheelchair and slowly rising, approaching Yun Wenlin with an aggressive demeanor before whispering softly. I want Big Brother to kiss me first, to comfort me. Yun Wenlin glanced around nervously, noticing people walking past occasionally, tightening her grip on the handles while whispering timidly, Qing, let's talk about this when we go back. Shuer and the others are still here, it wouldn't be proper if they saw. Leaning in even closer, Lu Qing brushed his hot breath onto Yun Wenlin's skin, assuring her, it's fine, I'll block them from seeing. Yun Wenlin hesitated, but... There are no buts. Lu Qing's disheveled bangs framed his piercing green eyes as he stared intently at Yun Wenlin, a seductive smirk playing on his lips. Big Brother hasn't yet, and my heart might break if you don't. Treat me like you treat Shuer, would you? As he spoke, his lips grazed Yun Wenlin's jawline, teasingly rubbing them with a childish whimper. Yun Wenlin's heartbeat quickened, unable to resist any longer. A brief glance at Yun Sangxue, who was busy dividing the candy, slightly relieved her, and under the persistent urging of the young man, she willingly offered a kiss. Big Brother, you're the best. Lu Qing smiled with contentment. Their lips had barely touched, just starting to deepen their embrace, when Yun Wenlin suddenly noticed Yun Sangxue holding a candy skewer and turning his head back. Oh no. He mustn't see. Tightening her body, Yun Wenlin's pale cheeks flushed pink as she tried to push Lu Qing away. However, their gazes met, a mischievous glint flickered in his deep green eyes as he deliberately intensified the kiss. You. Hush. Lu Qing slightly pulled back, pushing the wheelchair behind a dense maple tree, shielding Yun Wenlin entirely with his figure while playfully teasing his wife. If Big Brother stays quiet, no one will know what naughty things we're doing. Yun Wenlin became increasingly flustered and bashful. Just in time. A cold, white hand reached out, covering Yun Sangxue's eyes. Chapter 160, Warmth at the Tip of the Fingers. Yun Sangxue's vision was blurred, holding his candy skewer he tilted his head, quite confused. Uncle Xiao, why are you covering my eyes? Are we going to play hide-and-seek? After I deliver this candy skewer to father, we can play. Yun Wulian glanced at the couple hiding behind the maple tree, remaining calm, twirling a ginkgo leaf in his right hand while continuing to cover Yun Sangxue's eyes with his left, saying matter-of-factly, we're not playing hide-and-seek. I want you to see the starry sky. Yun Sangxue became even more puzzled, where is the starry sky? It's still daytime now. Yun Wulian, just imagine it. Yun Sangxue, why? Yun Wulian, to cultivate your artistic selves. Yun Sangxue, question mark. Yun Wulian, be good and listen to me. Later on, if you want to draw any little animals, you'll be able to draw them yourself. Yun Sangxue. Uncle Xiao was a great painter, so what he said must have its reasons. He immediately began calling for little stars. Swinging the candy skewer in his hands, Yun Sangxue loudly replied with a all right, instantly closing his eyes and starting to depict the pattern of little stars in his mind. Xie Jinyi sat nearby, watching Yun Wulian seriously convincing the child, who in turn obeyed without question, laughing uncontrollably as he covered Yun Wulian's eyes. Good baby. Slowly moving closer, Xie Jinyi whispered into Yun Wulian's ear, this scene isn't suitable for children. In my heart, you are also a child, so you cannot watch too. Yun Wulian. For an artist who paints sensual pictures. This was all small potatoes. In the past, to study human anatomy, he had seen things that were much more stimulating and indescribable. Yun Wulian quietly rebutted in his heart but smiled, letting Xie Jinyi cover his eyes without pushing him away. He even lazily leaned onto Xie Jinyi's shoulder. Uncle Xiao. Yun Sangxue's innocent voice suddenly rang out. He had fantasized about the starry sky for a while, but his attention kept being distracted, the hand covering his eyes was too cold, like ice. Lifting his other idle hand, he rubbed Yun Wulian's hand back, asking concernedly, I can't see the starry sky, it seems like it's snowing. The snowflakes have frozen your hands. They're icy cold, are you very cold? Yun Wulian's fingertips slightly trembled, feeling as if his chest had collided with a soft cotton candy. Just as he was about to speak to comfort his young nephew, a tender chuckle first arose by his ear. I'll warm up your uncle. Dazedly, he felt the youth's large hand covering his own, gently caressing it. The burning warmth spread over instantly, penetrating his skin, transforming into a warm stream that wrapped layer after layer around his heart. Tears welling up in Yun Wulian's eyes, his heart rate quickened, completely driving away the negative emotions brought on by his illness. Gripping the wrist of the young man, he pulled down softly, meeting the dark slanted eyes with a voice audible only to both of them, issuing a quiet invitation. Not enough. Ajin, your kiss is what can warm me up. Their gazes intersected like electric sparks, leaving Xie Jinye's breath stagnant, his heart pounding. Woo woo. Xie Jinyi pressed his tongue against his back molars, glancing at Yun Sangxue sitting in the middle, his voice hoarse, hesitating a bit as he asked quietly, really gonna kiss? Yun Wulian's eyes twinkled, leading Xie Jinyi's finger to his lips. Kiss me. Here, let you warm it. The string of reason snapped within Xie Jinyi, visibly blushing from his ears. Pinching Yun Wulian's chin lightly, he tilted it upwards and kissed him hastily. The instant their lips met, Yun Wulian curved his lips upward slightly and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, their hands hadn't let go, tightly covering Yun Sangxue's eyes. Yun Sangxue was confused. Huh? Can't you just rub your hands together to get warm? Why do you need to cover Shue's eyes to keep warm? Moreover, Uncle Xiao and Uncle Jean are getting stronger, Snowflake can't even open her eyes. On the maple tree side, Yun Wenlin and Lu Qing just finished their kiss. Yun Wenlin's cheeks flushed red as she leaned on her wheelchair to calm down her breathing. Lu Qing was helping his wife tidy up her disheveled long hair when a glance made him chuckle. Brother, your younger brother-in-law has also started kissing, and they're covering Shue's eyes too. Yun Wenlin lifted her eyelids, gazing through the maple leaves, immediately seeing Xie Jinyi pinching Yun Wulian's chin and kissing him. Yun Sangxue was dumbfounded in the middle, her eyes covered by two hands, still holding the candy skewer, creating a beautiful yet slightly funny picture. Snowflake looks like she's frozen in place. Unable to hold back his laughter, he diverted his gaze and patted Lu Qing's arm. Little fish, go bring Shuer over here. Walk lightly so we don't disturb Wu Wu and the others. Grab Shuer and run back quickly. Lu Qing nodded and got up to walk over. Unexpectedly, just after taking a few steps, not even leaving the maple tree area yet, the couple on the other side had already parted ways. One with reddened earlobes, the other flushed cheeks, they glanced at each other before shyly averting their eyes. Lu Qing. So fast. How innocent. Wait, no, this shows that the young man from the Xie family is inexperienced. As the autumn air was cool with occasional cold breezes passing by, the group greeted each other when they met. Xie Jinyi worried about Yun Wulian catching a chill, so he suggested heading upstairs quickly. Xie Jinyi had brought a lot of items from home, easels, paints, drawing paper, and a bunch of art tools, so everyone helped carry things upstairs. Once upstairs, Yun Sangxue started distributing candies. Even the nurses and doctors received a skewer of candy hawthorn. Afterward, Yun Wulian began helping Yun Sangxue make crafts, while Xie Jinyi joined in for fun. The autumn leaves were colorful and especially suited for creating little animal shapes. Together, they made an animal-themed collage. When night fell, Xie Jinyi finally got some private time with Yun Wulian. He pulled out a wooden box containing jade pendants from his backpack and approached Yun Wulian, who was fiddling with ginkgo leaves by the window. He asked curiously, Wu Wu, why did you ask me to bring the matching jade pendants over? Xie Jinyi opened the wooden box and added quietly, looking slightly downcast. I don't want them to be apart. Chapter 161. Yun Wulian leaned against the window, having folded a ginkgo butterfly. He picked a flower from a bunch of roses that had withered into dry flowers and placed it as an accent in the middle of the butterfly. He beckoned Xie Jinyi to lower his head, attaching the butterfly with a brooch to the young man's chest. His fingertips brushed ever so slightly over the fabric covering the pectorals, long lashes concealing the sorrow in his eyes, offering a gentle solace. Our parting is for a more beautiful reunion, just as the height of summer will come around again and again. Xie Jinyi grabbed Yun Wulian's wrist, frowning, but... Be a good boy. Yun Wulian interrupted, placing his other hand on a round jade plaque. Under Xie Jinyi's reluctant gaze, he split the jade plaque into two parts, his slender fingers threading through the hanging rope of the one belonging to the cat. He held it up, letting it sway in midair. I'll take the cat, you get the silver wolf. Yun Wulian used Xie Jinyi's arm to stand up, smiling as he leaned closer. On tiptoe, he gently nudged the young man's nose with his own, pay attention in class and during training. I'll wait for you with great anticipation, expecting you to return with the jade token so we can reunite happily and become one again. Their breaths intertwined, the atmosphere becoming increasingly intimate. After being teased and comforted thus by Yun Wulian, Xie Jinyi felt better inside. He picked up the remaining half of the jade pendant and tapped it against the cat in Yun Wulian's hands several times. In their separation and recombination, various emotions mingled. Each time the jade was restored from a crescent back to a full moon, the most intense feelings were happiness and excitement. It was like stuffing your mouth with popping candies, his heart raced erratically. Alright, I'll take good care of the jade. Their eyes met. Wanting to liven up the mood and cheer Yun Wulian up, Xie Jinyi prodded the cat's tail, little cat, you're in trouble. From now on, the big bad wolf will come back every day to kiss you. Yun Wulian laughed softly, acting playful too, shaking the jade to mimic the cat wagging its tail. The little cat says, I welcome visits every day. Xie Jinyi brought the silver wolf jade close, and now? Do you welcome me? Yun Wulian joined it together with his, with open arms. Really? Xie Jinyi wrapped his arms around Yun Wulian's waist, licking his lips with a low chuckle, my dear, then I'm going to kiss you until your eyes tear up. Yun Wulian nodded slightly, pressing both hands along with the jade onto Xie Jinyi's chest, directly pushing him down to sit on the windowsill before climbing onto the young man's lap. As he undid the collar, strands of black hair swept across his cheeks, his peach blossom-like eyes brimming with allure. Go ahead, brand me as yours. The person who had been teasing found his heart suddenly explode. Save me. How dare I flirt? Why is Brother Wulyan being so forward? Just as their lips were about to touch, a knock at the door interrupted the tender moment. Thinking it was his parents, Yun Wulyan quickly stood up from Xia Jinya's lap, but he saw blackness, almost falling, only to be caught by Xia Jinya who embraced him tightly. Xia Jinya looked towards the door and asked, "Who is it?" The person outside didn't respond. Since Xia Jinya hadn't had the chance to lock the door earlier, soon after there was a click and the door opened. A long, slim yet strong hand reached in, gripping Yun Changshu as if she were a chick. Dangling in the air, Yun Changshu kicked her legs, looking at the two of them and revealing a sycophantic smile. Her emerald eyes brightened like starry ones as she clasped her hands together and bowed. "Hey, handsome Uncle Yun and cool Uncle Jin, can Snowy sleep between you two tonight?" Yun Wulyan, Xia Jinya. Ah, it turned out to be the deliverer man bringing the kid. Eventually, Yun Changshu successfully nestled between the two of them. She wore a kitty pajama set and shared a quilt with Yun Wulyan. Under Xia Jinya's gritted teeth glares, she cuddled closely against Yun Wulyan. "Uncle Yun, you smell so good." Xia Jinya was squeezed to the edge of the bed, leaning sideways, his arms crossed as he silently mocked under his breath. What good scent. Like a rogue little pervert. Yun Wulyan wasn't very good at babying children, merely gently stroking Yun Changshu's head while listening quietly to her talk, occasionally interjecting a few sentences. Yun Changshu edged closer and closer, even wrapping her calves around Yun Wulyan. Like an octopus clinging onto him, concern shone in her adorable face as she seriously stated, "Uncle Yun, let's sleep holding each other. Your body is so cold, sleeping huddled together will make us nice and warm." Yun Wulyan pulled the quilt up to cover his nephew's exposed shoulder, lowering his eyelids as a faint smile graced his usually frosty features. Being hugged by Snowy feels warm indeed. Xia Jinya. I'm much warmer and more passionate than that little brat. Yun Wulyan heard a low hum laced with jealousy and raised his eyes to look at Xia Jinya. The instant their gazes met, the young man's expression transformed into one filled with woe. As if saying, "I've lost your favor. Dear, you don't love me anymore." Chapter 162, Jean, my wife smells so good, I'm a pervert. Yun Wulyan was contemplating how to soothe the big dog when her little nephew yawned in her arms, snuggled up to her a few times, and mumbled as he closed his eyes. "Uncle, you must get better soon. When winter comes and it snows, we'll go make a snowman together, one with a carrot nose, then we'll make cats, ducks, little lambs." Yun Sangshu meticulously listed every small animal he wanted to build, speaking on and on until sleepiness overtook him. He yawned a few more times and fell asleep in Yun Wulyan's embrace. Just before drifting off, he waved at them both. Uncle Jin, good night." Yun Wulyan gently patted the boy's back and softly replied, "Good night, if it snows, we will make all the small animals you mentioned then." He too wanted to play in the snow. Without hesitation or worries, they would enjoy playing in the snow once. Xia Jinyi had originally been brooding silently, but upon hearing Yun Wulyan's words, his heart felt as if pierced by a needle. After confirming that the little boy was already asleep, he turned over, came behind Yun Wulyan, and wrapped her in the blanket, burying his head and nuzzling against her neck. "Woo woo. Include me when making the snowman. You build the snowman, I'll rub your hands." Yun Wulyan held her nephew and turned her head, planting a kiss on the youth's forehead. "You were always included, my love." Xia Jinyi chuckled lowly, his Danfang eyes lazily opened and glanced at the sleeping Yun Sangshu, a hint of depth crossing his gaze. Lowering his voice, he shared his dreams for the future with Yun Wulyan. "Dear baby, tell me, after we get married, shall we adopt a child-like cousin? The thought of having a child makes me think you'd be very happy." Yun Sangshu is the adopted child of Mr. and Mrs. Yun Wenlin. Perhaps destiny destined their connection. Snow grew more and more like both fathers, truly a combination of the two. Those who didn't know assumed he was biologically theirs. And everyone in the Yun family treated him as the apple of their eye, cradling him close and loving him deeply. In response to Xia Jinya's proposal, Yun Wulyan did not hesitate for a moment, shaking his head and closing his eyes, leaning towards the youth's cheek. "Having you, makes me very happy." He didn't want children. Carrying this sickly body, drowsy all day, exhausted after just a few steps, unable to provide enough love for a child. He only wanted Jinyi. Upon hearing Yun Wulyan's answer, Xia Jinya's lips curved upward. Lovingly stroking the bamboo horse's head, under his handsome eyebrows flowed endless affection and love. "In fact, so am I. I was just asking casually earlier. I don't want some little brat around fighting for my attention anyway. I want your eyes to fall on me every single moment." Yun Wulyan opened her eyes and laughed sarcastically. "At less than 20 years old, you're still a little brat. Then can this little brat act capriciously?" Xia Jinyi raised an eyebrow, laughing as he lifted his chin and pointed to Yun Sangshu. "I want to send this little brat back to his father as a troublemaker to light up their room and warm their hearts." Yun Wulyan narrowed her eyes and counter-questioned, "What do you think?" Xie Jinyi pouted and quickly crawled into Yun Wulyan's bed, pushing aside the leg of a certain little brat, hugging the waist of the young bamboo horse tightly, fawning in flattery. Wife, good night. I really like you. I know. Me too. Yun Wulyan leaned closer to Xie Jinyi's chest, tenderly planting a kiss. Turn off the lights, big baby. Pleased by the pampering, Xie Jinyi happily replied several times, swiftly turning off the light and blissfully embracing his wife as he closed his eyes. Hey. The kid was right, mist is really fragrant. Sniff again, quietly becoming a big freak. The next day. Yun Wulyan woke up to find herself feverish due to infection-induced complications while receiving intravenous fluids. People surrounded her, parents and aunt-uncle chatting, the doctor comforting grandpa, Snow kneeling by the bed with both hands supporting her chin, looking worriedly at her. Xie Jinyi sat beside the bed, holding her hand filled with concern, refusing to go to school. Seeing Yun Wulyan open her eyes, both Xie Jinyi and Yun Sangxue moved closer, each calling, little uncle, softly. One bent down and asked closely. Woo, is there anywhere uncomfortable? Dizzy and blurred, seeing Xie Jinyi not going to school, Yun Wulyan frowned slightly, enduring discomfort throughout his body, and said weakly, closer, I have something to whisper. Xie Jinyi lowered his head closer, Reddened lips from the high fever pressed close to the youth's ear. Seeing the look of disapproval from his parents, Yun Wulyan suppressed his volume, cajoling mixed with threats, be obedient, tidy your backpack and go to school. Otherwise, I'll pull out the 4-needle and scare you. Xie Jinyi's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Yun Wulyan with widened eyes. Woo, you can't. Yun Wulyan nodded, rubbing her flushed cheek against the back of Xie Jinyi's hand. If you're good, I'll be good too. Xie Jinyi's eyes watered, and he tightly bit his lower lip. Yun Sangxue lay nearby, unable to hear their conversation clearly. Curious, he asked, little uncle, what are you talking about? Why are Uncle Ji's eyes red? The adults standing outside the bed all came over. Has Wu woken up? Jin's eyes are red. What happened? Could it be that Wu's temperature has gone up? Sweetheart, tell mommy if you're feeling uncomfortable anywhere. Just as Yun Lanyu reached the bedside, before she could ask in detail, Xie Jinyi stood up and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Auntie, I'm going to school now. Please take care of Wu for me. We have physical training after class today, and I'll try to come back early. Yun Lanyu nodded and patted Xie Jinyi on the shoulder. Go, study hard. Xie Jinyi responded hoarsely with a sulky tone. Then, looking back every few steps, he shouldered his backpack and left the ward reluctantly. After the door closed, Yun Wulyan closed her eyes, turned toward the window, and said softly, Mom, you all can leave. I want to sleep some more. Yun Lanyu replied gently. She worried about her son catching a cold, so she bent down to pull the blanket higher, covering Yun Wulyan's shoulders, before leading Yun Sangxue and gesturing for everyone to leave. Yun Sangxue was obedient, walking on tiptoes so as not to disturb his little uncle. Since someone needed to stay in the ward, Yun Lanyu originally planned to stay herself, but just then, Yun Wenlin arrived. He glanced through the door seam and noticed Yun Wulyan hiding under the blanket, looking somewhat melancholy. Remembering how long it had been since they last chatted, he offered to stay. Meanwhile, Lu Qing took Yun Sangxue downstairs to play. After closing the door, Yun Wenlin pushed the wheelchair beside the bed. Yun Wulyan wasn't asleep. Hearing the sound of wheels turning, she lifted the blanket and slowly turned around. Brother, the nurse is watching the 4. You should go keep Snow company. Yun Wenlin shook his head, leaning forward, letting his silver-white long hair fall freely as his hand rested on Yun Wulyan's shoulder. He patted it, kindness spilling from his slender, willow-like eyes. I'll stay with you. Snow has his father. Following that, he asked directly, Wu, did you send Jean away? When Xia Yu and I came upstairs, we saw him with reddened eyes, looking pitiful, like a discarded puppy. Yun Wulyan felt tightness in her chest, remained silent for a moment, then sighed. I didn't abandon him. It's just that school and career are more important. I can't delay Jin's future. Yun Wenlin continued patting her shoulder like comforting a child. Jin understands your expectations for him. As he left, he muttered, I need to work harder, I need to be the champion, I need to make my baby happy, so. Pausing briefly, he began stroking her head. You shouldn't overthink it. Focus on getting better. This isn't a terminal illness, and you'll recover. A cheerful mood is better than any miraculous medicine. Yun Wulyan pressed her lips together, casting a shadow of her long lashes onto her pale skin, and gave a slight nod. Okay. She tried to cheer up. But truly being happy, that was difficult. Yun Wenlin detected the worry lingering in Yun Wulyan's eyes and suggested, yesterday, didn't Jin move his easel here? When you're unhappy, you can paint flowers, or candy, or whatever you like to divert your attention. Yun Wulyan nodded. Understood. I'll paint Jean. He had already planned to paint Jean. The exhibition he was preparing for only lacked one final piece about Jean. Seeing his cousin immediately bring up this person upon mentioning something he liked, Yun Wenlin couldn't help but chuckle and chatted further about the paintings Yun Wulyan had done of Xie Jinyi. However, Yun Wulyan's energy was too low. They were chatting halfway when, without finishing the 4, she fell asleep. By the time Yun Wulyan woke up again, it was already in the afternoon. She felt slightly recovered and, with the help of her family, arranged the pigments and easel, tying a transparent apron around herself. Then she started painting in the empty room. The lighting here was excellent. Lifting her head, she could see ginkgo and maple leaves dancing in the wind, creating a vibrant autumn landscape, beautiful like a painting. During this period, Yun Sangshua visited several times. Yun Wulyan painted a few small animals for him, delighting the little boy, who happily carried the papers and bounced around. Not long after, Yen Noa also finished her class and came by, bringing freshly squeezed apple juice for Yun Wulyan. Yun Wulyan drank it all. It was very sweet.